The heavy rain hit the man's cheap pajamas that he bought from Pinduoduo. He stood in front of the shabby thatched hut, looking at the scene of heavy rain outside and drizzle inside, and couldn't help but curse. 8 billion people in the world were wiped out by a mysterious force and thrown into a wild alien world. Everyone started with only a 5-square-meter, leaky straw hut. It turns out that the Earth had already turned into dust in the universe, and its last attempt before destruction was to send all mankind to this new world where hope and despair were intertwined. At this moment, a transparent light screen appeared in front of the man. Welcome to the Gamma Galaxy survival world. The rules are as cruel as iron. Man-eating monsters hide at night, and only by lighting a fire can you save your life. During the day, you must rush into the wilderness to grab resources. The legendary 7-color Supreme box may hide a chance to defy fate, and all the survivors who have just arrived will get a chance to awaken their talents. The man knew that this was a life-or-death moment. He took a deep breath, put his hands together, prayed to the sky, and smashed the light screen with his mind. Random buff 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get a random buff with different effects, which will be refreshed at midnight. Whether you are a European emperor or a non-European emperor depends on your luck. What kind of golden finger is this? The man was gritting his teeth when the light screen suddenly flashed, and the first draw actually revealed a golden legend. Golden legend. Item upgrade ×5. Lin Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up. At first, Lin Yifan was a little disappointed. After all, his talent description seemed too abstract. Lin Yifan's understanding of buff still remains in the impression he had when he played Honor of Kings before the time travel. The red and blue buff hidden in the wild area and refreshed every 2 minutes. Lin Yifan originally thought that his talent of daily draw buff was just a copy of the red and blue buffs. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a buggy buff. Item upgrade. Even if there are only 5 upgrade opportunities every day, it is enough for Lin Yifan to make the leap from shotgun to cannon in a short period of time. More importantly, Lin Yifan can draw a buff once a day. In other words, Lin Yifan has a talent that will never be fixed and has infinite possibilities. A talent that allows everything to be possible. Lin Yifan's heart beat faster with excitement, and it took him a long time to calm down. Then, Lin Yifan raised his head decisively, focused all his attention on the thatched hut in front of him, and said in a firm tone, "Upgrade the thatched hut." What is the most important thing for Lin Yifan now? Of course, it is the thatched house. Lin Yifan doesn't want to endure this kind of heavy rain outside and light rain inside for a second. Lin Yifan wants to upgrade the thatched hut. Lin Yifan must upgrade the thatched hut. Lin Yifan's urgency was quickly responded to. The thatched house, which was originally shaky, began to shake violently. Just when he was worried that the thatched house would collapse at this moment, the dilapidated house was rebuilt inch by inch in front of him. Finally, after a flash of white light, the old and dilapidated thatched hut had turned into a brand new thatched hut. Lin Yifan looked at the brand new thatched house in front of him, and his face froze. He quickly called up the information interface to check. Brand new thatched house, 5 square meters, grade 1.5, comprehensive evaluation. This is a brand new thatch house that has just been built. Although the protection ability is still weak, it is enough to keep out the wind and rain. Next level, level 2 safe house. Rough wooden house, upgrade conditions. Black iron level wooden house blueprint. 1/0. Primary wood 50 to 0. Primary stone 50 to 0. Primary clay 30 to 0. Warm tip. If you can find better safe house drawings, you can also build them according to the better drawings, so you can get better safety. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lin Yifan's eyes. Originally, Lin Yifan's idea was to upgrade the first-level safe house to a second-level safe house directly with the help of item upgrades, so that he could save time and energy in looking for blueprints and materials. Unexpectedly, the upgrade did not go as smoothly as Lin Yifan expected. However, at this moment, he noticed that the description of item upgrade had changed. Item upgrade 5/1. The item can be upgraded from the current quality to a higher level. Items that require blueprints to create cannot be fully upgraded without blueprints. It turns out that the blueprint is missing. Lin Yifan suddenly realized. It seems that the next time he wants to upgrade the safe house, he must find the blueprint first. Although the cross-level jump that Lin Yifan expected could not be achieved, it was at least upgraded to level 1.5, and the materials required for the upgrade were also reduced. In the end, it was still a profit. Now, Lin Yifan has 4 upgrade opportunities left. What should he upgrade next? Lin Yifan turned his head and looked inside the thatched house, trying to find some items that could be upgraded to enhance his survival ability. Unfortunately, the house was empty. Apart from the fire in the middle, there was only a rusty axe next to the fire. Lin Yifan scanned the area with his mind. Product name: rusty axe grade. Poor quality evaluation. An axe made of black iron and wood, rusty and with a missing blade, of extremely poor quality, with impressive power. It can be used to chop trees, but is more suitable as a tetanus pathogen culture tank. Lin Yifan picked up the axe and swung it twice, and he felt that it felt quite comfortable. However, looking at the shocking notch on the axe blade, he had strong doubts about its practicality. But Lin Yifan has item upgrade. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Lin Yifan did not hesitate to use the opportunity of item sublimation on this axe. A flash of white light appeared before him, and a brand new iron axe with a cold gleam appeared in front of him. Name: Sharp Iron Axe Grade. Ordinary evaluation. An axe made of black iron and wood. Although the quality is ordinary, it is more than enough for chopping trees or people. Lin Yifan held the axe and swung it a few more times, finally feeling a little relieved. The psychological pressure brought by the mysterious existence in the dark night was too heavy. With a decent weapon, the sense of security was naturally enhanced. There was still a fire in the thatched house, which seemed like it could be upgraded. But now, Lin Yifan only had 3 chances left to upgrade his items. How could he waste them on such a fire? At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the screen in front of him. Current time: Survival calendar, April 28th, 20245, 6:58. Dawn, 7 o'clock. Dark, 5 o'clock. Today's weather: light rain. Temperature, 20 degrees Celsius. Warm reminder: the day is about to dawn, and the day of survival is about to begin. Please be prepared. Another special reminder is that you must return to the safe house before dark, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Is it getting light? Lin Yifan looked out through the cracks in the thatched hut, but saw that it was still pitch black outside, without even the slightest sign of dawn. However, when the time jumped to 7 o'clock, the darkness seemed to be dispelled in an instant, and the whole earth was shrouded in light in an instant. Lin Yifan witnessed this scene, his face full of astonishment. Did the sky brighten so suddenly? At this time, Lin Yifan finally saw the world clearly. Gray fog. Gray fog was everywhere. Thick fog filled the entire world, hiding everything and making it impossible for Lin Yifan to see the scenery in the distance. Fortunately, the fog near the safe house was relatively thin, and the farther away you went, the thicker the fog became. Lin Yifan couldn't tell whether the fog was caused by the rain or whether the world was originally shrouded in fog. But Lin Yifan's sixth sense told him that there was danger hidden in the fog. But no matter how dangerous the fog was, Lin Yifan had to go out to look for supplies. The bowl of instant noodles he had eaten before crossing over had already been completely digested, and now his stomach was empty. Lin Yifan had to go out to find food and water to survive. However, looking at the drizzle outside, Lin Yifan frowned slightly. Lin Yifan was wearing only a set of pure cotton pajamas bought from Pinduoduo. Although the temperature was not cold, he would probably catch a cold if he got wet by the rain. Lin Yifan pondered for a moment, his eyes falling on the straw curtains that surrounded the thatched hut as walls. Lin Yifan used an axe to remove a piece of it, and then pulled a handful of thatch to make a rope and tied the top of the straw curtain into a straw handle. Then, Lin Yifan arranged the straw handle into a cone shape, and then slightly scattered the hanging thatch and put it on to cover his forehead. A straw hat that is extremely simple is completed. The thatch is very long, just enough to cover the upper body, and it is perfect for keeping out the rain. Wearing a straw hat and holding an iron axe, Lin Yifan took the first step into this world. Lin Yifan had observed before that there was only a low bush directly in front of the safe house. There were no stones or trees that could be cut down, but fortunately, the view was wide. On the left was a dense forest, and on the right was also a woodland, but there were a lot of thorny vines in the middle. If you wanted to go deeper, you would have to spend some time clearing them out. This was a waste of time. Therefore, Lin Yifan chose the forest on the left without hesitation. After walking along the road for about 2 or 3 minutes, he saw a metasequoia tree as thick as a bucket. Lin Yifan was born in a Jiangnan village and was familiar with various trees. Lin Yifan had also long noticed that the ecological environment of this area was quite similar to that of the Jiangnan area. In the Jiangnan mountainous area, metasequoia is not popular because it is soft wood and not suitable for making furniture. But Lin Yifan is very satisfied now. Who said softwood is easy to cut? Chapter 3. Opening a treasure chest for the first time. Lin Yifan put down the axe, spat into his palms, rubbed his palms, gripped the axe handle again, and walked towards the tall metasequoia tree. Lin Yifan chopped with his axe one after another, and the crisp doo-doo sound echoed in the forest. Not long after, the metasequoia finally fell to the ground with a rustling sound. The magical thing is that after the tree fell to the ground, it did not remain in its original state, but instantly broke down into a pile of neatly stacked wood, almost as high as Lin Yifan's knees. Primary wood X3. The system prompt quickly popped up. Lin Yifan frowned. Such a large pile, but only 3 units were counted? The scarcity of resources made Lin Yifan a little helpless. Lin Yifan sighed, lowered his head, and began to move the wood. Fortunately, this place was not far from the safe house built by Lin Yifan. Otherwise, it would be really exhausting to move all these things. It took Lin Yifan about 10 minutes to carry all the wood back to the thatched house. Without taking a break, Lin Yifan went back to the forest to continue chopping trees. After 2 hours, Lin Yifan cut down 6 metasequoia trees and harvested 18 units of primary wood. Looking at the results, Lin Yifan finally decided to pause. According to the rules, if you want to upgrade Lin Yifan's level 1.5 safe house to level 2, you need a total of 30 units of primary wood. At this rate, chopping down 5 more trees will be enough. Metasequoia can be seen everywhere in this forest, so Lin Yifan is not in a hurry to upgrade. What is more urgent for Lin Yifan now is food and water. As Lin Yifan walked, he observed his surroundings. He was very familiar with the environment here, so it shouldn't be difficult to find some wild fruits. Lin Yifan didn't plan to continue working on an empty stomach. Sure enough, not long after walking, Lin Yifan saw a bush with bunches of purple fruits as big as mung beans hanging on the branches. They were wild blueberries. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up after being hungry all day. He rushed over, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste spread on the tip of his tongue, making Lin Yifan feel much more energetic. Lin Yifan ate half of the blueberries on the bush and then sighed with satisfaction. Although it was not enough to fill him up, at least he would not faint from hunger in the woods. Without giving it much time to think, because he had no container, Lin Yifan simply chopped down the blueberry bush with an axe, carried it on his shoulders, and prepared to take it back to avoid having to look for it next time. Blueberries are firm and don't fall off easily even when ripe, so you can carry them home and continue to eat them for a few days, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After filling his stomach, Lin Yifan finally began to think about more important things. Where's the treasure chest? While Lin Yifan was recalling the route he took to move the wood, he opened the chat channel to see if other players had made any discoveries. Sure enough, there were people showing off their spoils in the channel. Some got water, biscuits, and bread, while others got blueprints and even weapons. What made Lin Yifan even more envious was that someone opened something called a storage bag from the treasure chest. It was said that the thing was only the size of a palm, but could hold 3 cubic meters of things. 3 cubic meters that can hold hundreds of units of wood. If he could get a storage bag, Lin Yifan's next actions would be much easier. Lin Yifan knew that upgrading the safe house would require blueprints, but what Lin Yifan wanted most now was the storage bag that could hold things. Lin Yifan couldn't help but frown as he walked along. This forest had dense vegetation and abundant rainfall, but there wasn't even a mushroom growing on the ground, and there were very few wild fruits. Apart from the blueberries he had found before, Lin Yifan had not come across any other fruits. Lin Yifan, who originally wanted to live by gathering, now completely understood what survival meant. If you want to survive, you have to take the initiative. Waiting will not bring you food and resources. Lin Yifan was just about to continue watching the chat channel and ask those lucky people how they found the treasure chest, when he suddenly stopped and there seemed to be something in the grass. Lin Yifan squatted down and pulled away the grass leaves, and suddenly a gray-white box appeared in front of him. It was hidden so secretly that he almost missed it. My luck has finally come. Lin Yifan's eyes were shining with excitement. He quickly put down the axe in his hand and dragged the treasure chest out of the grass. White treasure box, openable. The system prompt arrived as expected. Lin Yifan subconsciously wanted to open it, but immediately remembered that he still had 3 chances to upgrade the item. Lin Yifan quickly pressed the treasure chest and whispered, "Upgrade the items." A white light flashed, and the color of the treasure chest changed from gray to dark green. Green treasure chest can be opened. This is the real harvest moment. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together, prayed to the sky, and then carefully opened the treasure chest. As soon as the box was opened, 3 items were neatly placed in front of Lin Yifan. The most eye-catching one was a brown straw raincoat, which looked very solid and durable. Product name: Strong Raincoat Grade, Excellent Evaluation. Hand-woven from palm silk, it is windproof, waterproof, and warm, making it an excellent choice for survival in the wild. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. This is really a timely help. Lin Yifan put on the raincoat without hesitation and immediately felt a lot warmer. And he also put on a hat. Considering that the straw raincoat is wear-resistant and practical, and much better than the straw hat Lin Yifan had made himself, Lin Yifan simply put away the straw hat and prepared to take it back to the thatched hut for use. Then, Lin Yifan's eyes fell on the second item in the treasure chest. It was the storage bag that Lin Yifan had been thinking about day and night. Product name: Storage bag, built-in space of 6 cubic meters. Grade: excellent. Evaluation: built with space stone as the core, with a capacity of 6 cubic meters, it is a high-quality storage artifact. Lin Yifan excitedly grabbed the storage bag, his eyes shining. Others could only get 1 cubic meter at most, but Lin Yifan's was 6 cubic meters. His luck was simply overwhelming. Lin Yifan had not used up his upgrade times yet, so he used the item upgrade again without hesitation and aimed at the storage bag. After the white light, the originally gray storage bag disappeared, and what appeared in its place was a bronze ring carved with complex patterns. Product name: Space Ring, 15 cubic meters of built-in space. Grade: excellent evaluation. Built with space stone as the core, it has a space of 15 cubic meters and is an extremely rare high-end storage equipment. Lin Yifan was holding the ring, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Who would have thought that he could get such a top-grade equipment? Chapter 4. Upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. Space Ring. This is a treasure with 15 cubic meters of space inside. Lin Yifan looked at the ring on his hand, his face smiling like a flower. With this ring, Lin Yifan no longer had to run back and forth to carry wood and supplies. Lin Yifan could explore farther and carry important resources with him. Although this survival world is mysterious and unpredictable, with fog all over the distance, Lin Yifan never dares to take it lightly. Who knows, will someone else pass through the fog and come to this place? If one day Lin Yifan went out to look for resources and his house was robbed, at least the supplies in the ring could save his life, and he wouldn't go back to square one overnight. Of course, Lin Yifan still hoped that other players would behave themselves and survive on their own. But if it really came to a life-and-death situation, Lin Yifan would never show mercy. In this world, if you want to survive, how can you not be a little ruthless? Lin Yifan sighed, put on the ring, and then used his mind to check the ring space. Lin Yifan stuffed the blueberry bush and the homemade straw hat into the ring, freed his hands, and continued to check the remaining items in the treasure chest. The second item in the treasure chest was a compound bow, which looked extraordinary. Lin Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up, and even his breathing quickened. Falcon compound bow, grade excellent. The system description is very straightforward. It is extremely powerful, but if you don't know how to shoot an arrow, this thing is just a pile of scrap metal. But Lin Yifan is not an ordinary person. He loved archery before he traveled through time, but he was short of money and could not afford a good bow, so he usually rented one to play with for fun. However, Lin Yifan's talent in archery is indeed not bad. Even the owner of the archery hall once invited Lin Yifan to be a part-time coach. Unfortunately, he traveled through time before he could take up the job. I thought I would never have the chance to touch a bow again in this life, but I didn't expect that fate would teach Lin Yifan a lesson today. The compound bow in front of me seemed to be tailor-made for Lin Yifan. Excited, Lin Yifan did not hesitate and decisively used the second opportunity to upgrade the item to strengthen his beloved bow. A white light flashed, and the shape of the compound bow changed completely, turning into an antique traditional longbow with clear wood grain and a tight bowstring. Wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, grade, high quality, introduction shows. The bow body is made of purple gold wood and the string is made of ox tendon. It has great power and strong penetrating power. Lin Yifan was stunned. He originally just wanted to upgrade his compound bow, but who would have thought it would become a traditional longbow? It's not that he hates traditional bows, but Lin Yifan has never practiced with this thing. Traditional bows are not like compound bows that can adjust the aiming. Traditional bows rely entirely on eyesight and feel. For a moment, Lin Yifan felt a little regretful. If he had known that it would become a traditional bow, Lin Yifan would rather not upgrade it. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting. This high-quality cloud-breaking bow could probably be exchanged for a lot of resources, even if it was traded. But Lin Yifan couldn't bear to part with it, as weapons of this quality were too rare. Lin Yifan had already browsed the auction house. Most of the weapons listed there were rusty iron axes and hammers, and the best was just an ordinary machete. What Lin Yifan had in his hand was a high-quality, cloud-breaking bow. No one had ever posted a weapon of the same level in the auction house, or even in the channel. In this case, even if Lin Yifan had never practiced traditional bows, he had to bite the bullet and learn. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, pulled out a feathered arrow from the quiver, and strung it. Lin Yifan aimed at a pine tree 20 meters ahead, took a deep breath, and loosened his fingers. With a whoosh, the feather arrow flew straight out. With a dong sound, the arrow hit the center of the tree accurately. Lin Yifan ran over to check, and the position of the arrow almost coincided with Lin Yifan's aiming point. Lin Yifan couldn't help but gasp and try to shoot 2 arrows in a row, and both hit the target. Lin Yifan couldn't help but start to doubt whether he was an archery genius. Lin Yifan couldn't think of any other reason except for his extraordinary talent. Even changing equipment was so smooth, Lin Yifan had to admire his luck and strength. But reason still reminded Lin Yifan that this arrow should not be used carelessly. There were only 20 feather arrows in the quiver, and although they could be recycled, the loss was not small. The compound bow's arrows are sturdy, but if this traditional feather arrow is damaged, its accuracy will plummet. Lin Yifan must use it sparingly to save his life at the critical moment. Lin Yifan tied the quiver to his waist, put the poisoned bow on his shoulder, and practiced the movements of knocking the arrow and shooting the arrow before he felt at ease and prepared to continue looking for the next treasure chest. As for the empty treasure chest, Lin Yifan didn't throw it away, but stuffed it into the space ring. Maybe it could be disassembled into materials in the future, or just used as an ordinary storage box. The feeling of opening a treasure chest is so great. Just one treasure chest can turn Lin Yifan from a lone commander into a well-equipped hunter. Lin Yifan was already thinking in his mind, if he could find a few more treasure chests, would he soon be able to dominate this forest? Lin Yifan knew that he had one last chance to upgrade his items today. He had already figured it out. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the more valuable the items inside. But finding a treasure chest was not something that could be done just by looking for it. After exploring in the morning, he also knew that it all depended on fate and could not be rushed. So Lin Yifan continued to explore for clues to the treasure chest while cutting down metasequoia trees on the roadside and collecting stones and other resources. There are many tree species in the forest, such as pine, cypress, camphor, and metasequoia. Lin Yifan tried to cut down one of each species and made a comparison. The result showed that although each hardwood tree could produce one more unit of wood, it took twice as long to cut them as metasequoia. What's more, no matter whether it is metasequoia or cypress, all that is cut out is primary wood, and the cost performance is not worth the extra time. So Lin Yifan simply locked on metasequoia and chose to cut this kind of tree, which saves physical strength and is efficient. If he encounters large stones, he can also collect them. The more resources, the more secure it is. By 2 p.m., Lin Yifan had collected 56 units of primary wood and 12 units of primary stone. If it weren't for the space ring, Lin Yifan would have collapsed on the road. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan has not come across the second treasure chest yet. This makes Lin Yifan a little disappointed. After all, the last upgrade opportunity has not been used yet. If he can't find the treasure chest again, Lin Yifan can only use some primary materials to upgrade, which would be a waste of this incredible skill. As he thought about it, Lin Yifan sighed, but he did not stop because he knew that in this survival world, taking the initiative is the only way to survive. Chapter 5, Cobra Attacks. Lin Yifan had worked for most of the day and his stomach was growling with hunger. From last night till now, Lin Yifan had only eaten a handful of blueberries in the morning to fill his stomach. There was no shortage of water. It was raining at the moment. The raincoat on Lin Yifun's body could condense water droplets, and he could pick a leaf to catch some rainwater. Although the amount of water was not much, it was enough to moisten his throat. Besides, Lin Yifan had gone back to the safe house earlier and stored all the wood and stones inside. Even though the space ring has 15 cubic meters, which sounds like a lot, it will be full in a short time with large resources like wood. Moreover, Lin Yifan came back with another important purpose, which was to take back the empty treasure chest and put it under the eaves as a temporary water tank. People can survive for a few days without food, but if they run out of water, they can only survive for 2 or 3 days at most, so we have to try our best to ensure a continuous supply of water. After settling down, Lin Yifan changed direction and continued into the forest. This time, Lin Yifan did not take the familiar road to the west, but headed north instead. The terrain in the north is similar to that in the west, and the vegetation is similar. Lin Yifan continued to cut metasequoia while walking, but as he cut, the emptiness in his stomach became more and more obvious. After walking from west to north and going through a whole circle, Lin Yifan actually only found a handful of black fungus besides the blueberries he had found before, and there was no trace of anything else edible. This made Lin Yifan speechless. The climate of this world was obviously similar to that of the south of the Yangtze River, but the species of plants and animals were ridiculously single. It seemed that this survival system deliberately suppressed the resources. Food had to be desperately sought, and it was almost impossible to pick it up. After Lin Yifan put the freshly chopped wood into a space ring, he sat down under a pine tree, took out 2 handfuls of blueberries from his space ring, and ate them. Lin Yifan's stomach was almost cramping after being hungry for too long, but now he finally felt better. However, no matter how delicious the blueberries were, they would become greasy if eaten too much. And wild fruits are just fruits after all, and they're not as filling as staple foods and meat. After not eating carbohydrates and meat for almost 20 hours, Lin Yifan felt like he was going crazy. Lin Yifan was biting on a blueberry and preparing to continue searching for new treasure chests or supplies when he suddenly heard a slight noise by his ears, as if something was swimming in the grass. Lin Yifan's nerves immediately tensed up. He swiftly took out the broken cloud bow, put on an arrow, and hid behind a tree, quietly looking forward. Lin Yifan took a look and his scalp went numb. A dozen meters away, a cobra as thick as an arm was slowly swimming toward him. This thing was extremely poisonous. If it got bit, it might die immediately. And from the way the snake's tongue was sticking out frequently, it was obvious that it had discovered Lin Yifan. Want to escape? Lin Yifan immediately rejected the idea. The cobra was so fast that Lin Yifan might not be able to shake it off. It was less than 200 meters away from the safe house. If there were really cobras around here, Lin Yifan would have to be worried when sleeping at night. The thatched house could keep out wild boars, but it couldn't keep out poisonous snakes that could burrow into holes. Since I can't run away, I can only kill the cobra. Besides, although the cobra is poisonous, snake meat is a rare game delicacy. Maybe I can have a good meal. Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, then put the bow and arrow back into space. He was not sure about using arrows to hit snakes. It was not that Lin Yifan could not shoot accurately, but that this thing was too flexible. We have to think of another way. Lin Yifan suddenly had an idea and remembered that when he was a child in the countryside, his grandfather taught him a traditional and safe way to catch snakes, which only required a long stick and a piece of cloth. Lin Yifan didn't have a towel, but the fabric of his pajamas was similar to a towel, so it could barely serve as a substitute. As for the long stick, Lin Yifan had already prepared it, a 3-meter-long yellow sandalwood stick. This is what Lin Yifan saw in the woods in the west this morning. He thought it was straight and convenient to use, so he cut off a piece and took it with him. It was originally just a walking stick, but now it came in handy. Lin Yifan took off his pajamas, tied the sleeves of his clothes to one end of the stick, let the fabric hang down naturally, then held up the stick and slowly approached the cobra. The snake noticed the movement, stopped, and retracted its head slightly, staring at Lin Yifan alertly. Lin Yifan was not in a hurry and waved the cloth strip over the snake's head. The snake was instantly attracted and bit the cloth. Seeing this, Lin Yifan immediately raised the stick, hooked the snake's fangs on the cloth, and lifted the whole snake up, hanging in the air and twisting and struggling. The snake's head opened its mouth wide, and its fangs penetrated the cloth, and it could not be pulled out for a while. This is the essence of this trick. Let it get stuck to itself. When I was a kid, many people in the countryside used this trick to catch snakes, and it was very effective. The brave ones could even grab the snake's head with their bare hands and sell it for money. Lin Yifan didn't sell it for money. He just wanted to fill his stomach. As for the pajamas, Lin Yifan liked it very much and didn't want it to be torn, so he just sold it decisively. Lin Yifan grabbed the snake's head with his bare hands and pressed it to the ground. Then he pulled out his axe and chopped off the snake's head with a clean click. But Lin Yifan didn't dare to throw the snake head directly. Even if it was broken, it still had nerve reflexes. If it turned around and bit Lin Yifan, he would be the one who got taken advantage of. Lin Yifan carefully held the snake head and waited for a few minutes. After confirming that it had completely lost its vitality, he wrapped it in a large leaf and threw it into the space for preservation. Although there is little meat on the snake head, its fangs and venom glands are valuable. People who know how to use them can make antidotes or even poison arrows, which can save lives at critical moments. The snake that had lost its head continued to twist wildly on the ground for a long time, until it finally became motionless and died completely. But what Lin Yifan didn't expect was that at the moment the snake was dead, a faint light suddenly flashed on the ground next to it, and a gray-white treasure chest appeared out of thin air. White treasure chest can be opened. Lin Yifan's eyes widened. This treasure chest was not there at the beginning. It must have appeared after the snake died. Lin Yifan couldn't help but frown and think, could it be that in this survival world, killing beasts can also drop treasure chests? That information is too important. Lin Yifan thought about it and realized that he had definitely been to that area before, and there was indeed no treasure chest there. The more Lin Yifan thought about it, the more excited he became. This meant that as long as he had the ability to kill the beast, he might have a chance to get equipment, blueprints, or even rare resources. Now Lin Yifan had finally found a new way to stably brush treasure chests. Chapter 6. Formula for a powerful mosquito repellent. If killing a wild beast really did result in a treasure chest, then it would be much easier for Lin Yifan to get good stuff in the future. Lin Yifan has the broken cloud bow with him, so even if he encounters a ferocious beast, such as a wild boar, Lin Yifan is not completely without a chance of winning. But it's strange that Lin Yifan didn't see many animals the whole day, except for the cobra and some inaudible bird calls. Those birds were very cunning and their calls were loud, but you couldn't even see their shadows. Otherwise, Lin Yifan would have used a bow and arrow to become a bird hunter. As for bigger beasts, he would have to try his luck in a farther and more dangerous place, but the risk would double. Now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Yifan shook his head and temporarily put aside all the distracting thoughts. Lin Yifan turned his attention back to the treasure chest in front of him and decisively used up the last opportunity of the day to upgrade the items. A ray of light flashed, and the white treasure chest in front of him was instantly upgraded to green quality. As the quality improved, Lin Yifan's expectations also reached the maximum. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and muttered a few words to himself, added a fortune buff, and then carefully opened the green treasure chest. Sure enough, there were still 3 items in the treasure chest. It seemed that the green treasure chest might have a fixed number of items. Lin Yifan didn't worry about it. Anyway, any number of items was fine, as long as it was a good product. The number was not something that Lin Yifan could decide, and he had no place to go to defend his rights. He pulled his attention back to the main business. The first item was a scroll. He slowly unfolded it, and the words immediately appeared before his eyes. Strong mosquito repellent formula can be learned. Seeing this name, Lin Yifan's head buzzed. Mosquito repellent? In this survival world, the existence of this thing is probably a hint that there will be a mosquito invasion next. Lin Yifan thought of his thatched house. Although it had been upgraded once, that thing could prevent snakes and pigs, but it did not mean it could prevent mosquitoes. Especially at night, if a large army of mosquitoes comes, it is not realistic to just swat them, and they may even spread diseases. Without hesitation, Lin Yifan immediately said, "Learn the formula." The scroll disappeared immediately, and a light screen automatically appeared in front of Lin Yifan. Strong mosquito repellent. Required materials: wormwood times 2, mint times 1. It sounds simple, but the problem is that Lin Yifan has never seen these 2 grasses. Lin Yifan searched almost all the woodlands in the northwest direction today, but he didn't see even a trace of wormwood or mint. This shows that even if you know the formula, it is not that easy to make it. Without the raw materials, mosquito repellent is just empty talk. Lin Yifan sighed, put the matter aside for the time being, and turned his attention to the second item, a square flower pot. The flower pot was not big, 50 centimeters long and wide, and filled with a layer of shiny black fertile soil. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Lin Yifan picked up the flower pot and took a look at it. His face lit up with joy. The system prompt popped up: Universal Cultivation Soil, grade, good. The description was clear. It could be used to grow any plant and can accelerate growth. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect. It is a treasure for farmers. Lin Yifan was really excited now. Lin Yifan had the traditional gene of a flower grower in his bones, and he was naturally fond of growing crops and vegetables. As long as there is cultivation soil and some seeds, Lin Yifan can achieve sustainable production of resources, which is the Real Foundation. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan immediately remembered the wild blueberry tree from which he had cut a few branches before. Not only did it taste sweet and sour, but it was also rich in nutrients. If it can be grown, whether Lin Yifan eats it himself or exchanges it for supplies, it will be a sure win. Lin Yifan put the flower pot into the space without hesitation, and then turned his attention to the last item in the treasure chest. This is a frying pan. Yes, the most common kind in the kitchen, but the system prompts that its grade is good. The introduction is also very interesting. It can not only cook, but also smack the forehead, just like a tool that combines practicality and violent aesthetics. Lin Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This review was too naughty. But Lin Yifan immediately realized that this thing was a life-saving straw for him now. Lin Yifan was originally worried about how to eat snake meat and could only roast it raw. Now, with a pot, he can fry, stir-fry, boil, or deep fry. Imagining the hot snake meat soup, Lin Yifan swallowed involuntarily, and his stomach growled. Lin Yifan quickly threw the pot into the space, then put the snake body into the empty treasure chest and put it away. Then, Lin Yifan untied the pajamas that were pierced by the snake's teeth from the wooden stick and put them back on. Although Lin Yifan felt a little uncomfortable with it sticking to his skin, he would have to be shirtless if he didn't wear it, and he couldn't really act like a savage. He put the raincoat back on and looked at the time. It was already 4:30. It would be dark in half an hour. Although it only took 5 minutes to get back to the safe house, Lin Yifan decided not to waste time searching. Lin Yifan had something more important to do: go dig up that wild blueberry tree and plant it directly. He did it right away and ran towards the bushes to the west, holding the yellow sandalwood stick in one hand. 12 minutes later, Lin Yifan returned to the blueberry tree. Without a shovel, Lin Yifan could only dig with his bare hands. He calculated the time, and it would take 8 minutes to get back to the safe house. Lin Yifan had at most 14 minutes to start. Without any hesitation, Lin Yifan dug the soil with his hands, not caring whether his nails hurt or not. After a hard pull, Lin Yifan actually succeeded in uprooting the entire blueberry tree and immediately stuffed it into the space. Just as Lin Yifan was about to get up and go back, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a gray-white object on the ground. Lin Yifan bent down to take a look, and his heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be the corner of a white treasure chest. Without saying anything, Lin Yifan immediately squatted down and dug with his hands. The more he dug, the brighter his eyes became. The treasure chest was real. It turned out that the treasure chest was covered by a pile of dead branches and rotten leaves, and the roots of the blueberry tree just loosened these obstacles. Lin Yifan didn't have time to think about it. He dug the treasure chest out of the pile of earth within 3 minutes, and then ran desperately towards the safe house. It was already dark, and the cold and inexplicable sense of oppression were spreading from all directions around Lin Yifan, making his scalp numb. Lin Yifan was sweating profusely, but he still shivered violently because of the coldness, and his pace became faster. When Lin Yifan looked up and saw the bloody red moon in the sky, the hairs on his body stood up. That strange blood moon was like an ancient monster with its mouth open wide, as if it would swallow Lin Yifan at any time. Chapter 7. Night Falls. Return to the shelter. Lin Yifan looked up at the blood-red moon in the sky, his eyelids twitching, and he immediately looked away, feeling uneasy. Lin Yifan couldn't tell what was wrong, but his intuition told him that he shouldn't look at that thing for too long. If he stared at it for too long, something ominous would definitely happen. This survival world is no longer the natural environment that Lin Yifan is familiar with. All the rules seem to be broken. Here, maintaining awe is the key to survival. At this moment, Lin Yifan was only about 100 meters away from the safe house and could reach it with a sprint. But at this moment, a hair-raising sound came from behind Lin Yifan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. That was the sound of mosquitoes, and it was so dense that it was frightening, like a sound wave composed of thousands of mosquitoes rushing towards them. People in the South are very familiar with this kind of sound, but Lin Yifan was still scared out of his wits. He didn't even dare to look back to see what was happening behind him. Lin Yifan could feel that the sea of mosquitoes behind him was approaching him. The movement was so loud that it seemed as if all the mosquitoes in the entire forest had come out. Lin Yifan spread his legs and ran wildly, finally rushing back to the safe house before the swarm of mosquitoes approached. He leaned heavily against the door, breathing heavily. After a slight adjustment, Lin Yifan took out the straw curtain used to make a straw hat during the day from the space, simply reinforced the outside of the door, and then stretched his head to look outside. It was a pity that the night had completely enveloped the forest. It was pitch dark all around, and all he could hear was the buzzing sound getting closer and closer. The size of the mosquito swarm was probably more terrifying than Lin Yifan had imagined. Lin Yifan didn't dare to hope that these mosquitoes would not come close. After all, this was a world of survival, and any species that suddenly appeared definitely had a reason for its existence. The more Lin Yifan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He had just drawn the formula for powerful insecticide during the day, but such a terrifying swarm of mosquitoes appeared at night. Wasn't this the system hinting at Lin Yifan? Lin Yifan originally wanted to take his time and wait until he had collected the herbs before making the mosquito repellent, but now he could not delay any longer and had to deal with this hidden danger as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the mosquitoes really surrounded the house, it would not be a matter of a few bites, and he might not be able to sleep well all night. Lin Yifan didn't think about it anymore, and immediately brought in the empty treasure chest placed under the eaves to collect rainwater and closed the door tightly. The fire was still burning in the house, and the warmth was the only thing that could bring Lin Yifan a sense of security. In the morning, as soon as Lin Yifan finished chopping down the first tree, he started a fire with the wood and added 6 units of wood in a row, enough to burn for a full 15 hours. Lin Yifan always remembered what was clearly written in the notice. If a safe house wants to be truly safe, there must be a fire source. The fire could not be put out during the day. Once the fire was gone, the whole house would become a defenseless hut, waiting for the danger to come at night. The temperature in the fire did make Lin Yifan feel more at ease. In addition, he was also very tired after running back in one breath just now. Lin Yifan took off his raincoat, placed the white treasure chest he had dug out from under the blueberry tree during the day next to the fire, and sat on it as a bench to take a break. Lin Yifan was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest at this moment. He had already collected a lot of water, and he also had some blueberries and was just about to process the snake meat, so he had no shortage of food and drink. Moreover, Lin Yifan also has a skill called Daily Draw, which is refreshed at midnight. The item upgrade drawn today made Lin Yifan turn things around. If Lin Yifan draws another skill that improves the quality after midnight tonight, wouldn't the profit be doubled if he opens the box at that time? Therefore, this box must be the last, and he should open it after the skill is refreshed in the middle of the night to maximize the profit. After a short rest, Lin Yifan got up and got down to work. He first took out the wild blueberry tree he had dug up from the space and prepared to plant it in the universal cultivation soil. However, before taking action, Lin Yifan first picked all the fruits on the tree and put them away carefully so that even if the cultivation failed, the whole army would not be wiped out. Blueberries taste good, are durable, and can replenish energy. They are definitely the top students among supplies. Lin Yifan carefully planted the blueberry tree in the growing soil. Not long after it was planted, flower buds appeared on the branches at an astonishing speed. Lin Yifan estimated that at this rate, after another nap, he would probably be able to harvest another wave of fruits, and the resources would achieve self-circulation. Lin Yifan smiled with satisfaction. After arranging the blueberry tree, he took out the cobra's body from the space and prepared to continue processing and utilizing it. Lin Yifan first used an axe to cut open the snake's belly, carefully took out the green snake gall, wiped off the mucus on the surface, and put it aside to dry. This thing can clear away heat, detoxify, improve eyesight, and moisten the liver, and is a treasure among traditional Chinese medicines. But Lin Yifan really couldn't swallow this gallbladder, which was no longer fresh, and planned to keep it for exchange. Then, Lin Yifan peeled off the entire snake skin, cut a few wooden thorns, flattened the snake skin, and fixed it next to the fire, letting the fire slowly dry it. Snake skin is not only a practical material, but also can be used as medicine. In this world where even cold medicine has no trace, it can save lives in the future. These days, Western medicine is hopeless, and Chinese medicine is the only hope. Lin Yifan has to save these precious resources bit by bit. Not even a piece of snake skin can be wasted. After processing the snake skin, Lin Yifan carefully chopped the snake meat into pieces. He was not sure whether the internal organs were edible, so he simply threw them into the fire to avoid attracting wild animals at night. Lin Yifan originally wanted to fry the remaining meat in a frying pan, but then he changed his mind and thought that the meat without any seasoning would have a strong fishy smell, and it would be better to grill it. So Lin Yifan chopped a few wooden sticks, skewered the snake meat, stuck them next to the fire like skewers, and slowly roasted them. As for the frying pan, Lin Yifan filled it with some rainwater and put it on the fire, intending to drink it after it boiled. After all, no matter how clear the raw water is, it may still carry bacteria. After everything was done, Lin Yifan finally sat down to take a breath. Looking at the snake meat sizzling in the firelight, Lin Yifan's stomach began to growl. The aroma filled his nose. Lin Yifan swallowed several times and forced himself not to eat it immediately. He waited until he was sure that the meat was thoroughly roasted before he grabbed a skewer and started eating. The taste was better than Lin Yifan expected. Although there was no seasoning, the aroma of the hot meat itself was enough to satisfy Lin Yifan. The water in the pan was also boiling, but Lin Yifan didn't have a cup, so he could only drink from the pan with both hands. Although it was not elegant, it was practical. After drinking the hot water, Lin Yifan's whole stomach warmed up, and the chill from the damp and cold environment was also relieved a lot. After finishing his meal, Lin Yifan opened the chat channel to kill time. When he was on Earth, Lin Yifan never left his phone when eating, but now he can only scroll through the channels. As soon as the channel was opened, Lin Yifan saw the number of people online in the upper right corner, 9760. 2,000 people dropped in an instant. Lin Yifan's heart tightened. This was not just a game account being deactivated. This meant that more than 2,000 lives were lost. Lin Yifan originally looked down on this world. After all, he hardly encountered any fatal danger today. Even the cobra was dealt with by Lin Yifan. But now it seems that others may not be so lucky. This survival world is even more cruel than Lin Yifan imagined. Lin Yifan perked up and opened the channel information to read it carefully. He had been busy all day and had no time to read what others were saying. Lin Yifan originally thought that everyone was desperately trying to survive like him, chopping trees day and night to find supplies. But the content in the channel severely overturned Lin Yifan's perception. Chapter 8: Purchasing Materials. Because at this moment, the chat channel was filled with all kinds of begging messages, which made people laugh. Please, brothers and sisters, give me something to eat. I've been hungry all day. I'm a sexy little lamb. As long as there is a brother willing to give me food, I will send you a photo of my long legs and black silk stockings. What's a photo of long legs? If anyone is willing to feed me, I could just send nude photos. I'm Lin Jiajia from the Space-Time Youth Group. If you don't give me food, I'm going to starve to death. Give me something to eat, and I'll show you my abs. All kinds of shocking messages asking for food filled the entire channel, causing Lin Yifan to frown and almost think that he had entered the wrong channel. Lin Yifan originally planned to learn about the situations of other survivors from this channel, but what he was exposed to were all online food and drink scams. In desperation, Lin Yifan could only manually block them one by one and blacklist all the weird accounts before he finally saw some normal content. One player lamented, "I chopped trees all day and was exhausted. Fortunately, I found some bread in the treasure chest. Otherwise, I really couldn't hold on. I'm in such a bad situation. I've been banging on rocks all day, and now I can't even straighten my back, and I don't even have food to eat. Who would be willing to exchange food for rocks? I'm exhausted. I cut more than a dozen pieces of wood, but I'm still far from enough to upgrade the shelter. Haha, I just looked for treasure chests today, and I got really lucky. I opened 3. Now I'm full and happy. When someone shows off, someone else will be unhappy." Someone immediately responded, "Come on, we're almost starving to death, and you're still showing off?" Yeah, what's it to show off? I've also opened a big white steamed bun, but I didn't say that." Lin Yifan looked and analyzed, and found that although resources were tight, food was the most lacking. Most people could collect some materials like wood and stone during the day, so it was not difficult to exchange them. But food that can actually fill their stomachs has become the most scarce survival guarantee for survivors. Lin Yifan's harvest today was quite good. He hunted a cobra, which had about 6 or 7 kilograms of meat, and also picked a bunch of wild blueberries. Lin Yifan calculated that if he ate all the meat and blueberries, he would be able to last at least 3 more days. However, Lin Yifan did not plan to keep all of them and eat them slowly. Food can be found again, but what really threatens Lin Yifan's life is the terrifying swarm of mosquitoes in the forest, which may attack at any time. Even though Lin Yifan is currently living in a level 1.5 shelter, he is still far from being able to rest easy. He must upgrade it as soon as possible. Only by upgrading the safe house to level 2 can he make super mosquito repellent. Otherwise, once the mosquitoes come in droves, he won't be able to stop them at all. After realizing this, Lin Yifan left his dinner and the next day's breakfast rations and traded all the remaining meat. Lin Yifan used an axe to cut the snake meat into egg-sized pieces and divided the blueberries into 10 pieces each. In this way, a total of 45 pieces of snake meat and 32 portions of blueberries were sorted out, which could be put on the market in batches to exchange for resources. Then Lin Yifan opened the shelter interface to check the materials required for the upgrade to see what was missing. Lin Yifan's current residence is a newly built thatched house covering an area of 5 square meters. Although it can shelter from rain and wind, its defensive performance is almost zero. To upgrade to a level 2 wooden house, you need 1 black iron level blueprint, 50 units of wood, already met, 50 units of stone, only 12, and 30 units of clay, 0. The system also kindly reminded Lin Yifan that if he could find more advanced blueprints, he could directly build a better safe house. Lin Yifan frowned. The most difficult thing was not the stone, but the clay and the blueprint. Lin Yifan looked through the auction house. Although there were many stones and the prices were reasonable, there was very little clay and almost no one was listing it. It's normal to think about it. Clay is scarce in forest areas. Lin Yifan tried to dig mud everywhere today, but the system didn't recognize it at all. As for the blueprint, there was not even one in the entire auction house. In the comment section, someone said that he had opened a box and found it, but no one was selling it. Lin Yifan knew that this thing was a scarce strategic resource, and whoever found it had to keep it for themselves. The upgrade was stuck at the blueprint, so there was no way to do it for now, but the other materials could be gathered first. So Lin Yifan put up 10 pieces of snake meat, each for 5 units of wood. This price was very cost-effective in the market, because in comparison, other people's bread costs 6 units of wood, and even a quarter of instant noodles costs 10 units of wood. Meat is filling and nutritious, but the taste is not so good, so it is more practical than those processed foods. Lin Yifan had just put the meat up for sale, and before it refreshed for a few seconds, the system prompted, "All sold, 50 units of wood received." The transaction was completed too quickly, and the channel exploded instantly. Someone shouted, "Go to the auction house. A big guy is trading meat for stone." Is it true? It's actually snake meat? I don't care, I want to grab it too. Such a reasonable price. 5 units can be exchanged for meat. Where can I find this? Oh my god, I ordered step 2 late, and all the units were exchanged. I'm crying. Some people even offered to buy at a high price on the spot. Boss Lin, can you place a few more orders? I'm willing to pay 6 units of stone for 1. Someone nearby immediately started to scold. What do you mean? Are you starting to raise the price? Do you think everyone else is stupid? Yes, Mr. Lin is a good person who doesn't seek huge profits. You're still thinking about raising the price. Aren't you cheating others? Why didn't you mention that you also offered 6 units? You did it yourself, and you're blaming others. Ha! You just said you wouldn't raise the price, but you raised the price yourself. Disgusting. Chapter 9. Instantly famous. Lin Yifan didn't pay attention to the chat channel at this time, because he was busy sorting food and preparing for a new round of transactions. Lin Yifan divided out 10 portions of snake meat and 10 portions of wild blueberries and put them on the auction house, asking for 3 units of clay per portion. Then, Lin Yifan combined 5 portions of snake meat with 3 portions of blueberries and placed a separate high-priced order in exchange for a blueprint of a shelter. Lin Yifan did not set this price randomly, but made a judgment after referring to other people's listing information at the auction house. Lin Yifan saw that many people were also looking to buy the shelter blueprints, but most of them offered very cheap prices, basically just a few units of wood or stone, and some even wanted to exchange them for half a moldy European bread, which was really outrageous. In comparison, the food conditions offered by Lin Yifan were already the most generous and a reasonable price. So he was not worried about the deal, and someone should be willing to sell the blueprint soon. Lin Yifan had done his homework before, and he knew that most people had very basic tools, and cutting a dozen pieces of wood was considered a great effort. The situation was similar for quarrying stones, unless you were lucky enough to come across a natural stone pile. Otherwise, the efficiency would be extremely low. At the speed of an ordinary person, it is almost impossible to collect all the materials needed to upgrade the shelter in one day. Unless you're gifted or have awakened special abilities like Lin Yifan, it is impossible to do it. As for how to obtain the Level 2 shelter blueprint, Lin Yifan heard from the channel that the chance of getting a blueprint from a white treasure chest is very high. It is said that because of the novice protection, the chance of getting a blueprint is as high as 30% to 40%, which is tempting for many people. Since many people can get it, there must be people willing to exchange it for food, especially those players who really can't eat enough. As expected, within a minute after Lin Yifan put up the order for the blueprint, it was taken over at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yifan received the blueprint, opened it, and checked it to make sure it was okay, then put it aside. Because the problem now was not the blueprint, but the clay was not enough. The clay exchange order that Lin Yifan had posted previously has only exchanged for less than 10 units of clay, which is still a long way from the target. Upgrading the shelter requires a full 30 units of clay. Now we can only continue to place an order and wait. There is no other way for the time being. After relaxing a bit, Lin Yifan reopened the chat channel to check the popularity and was shocked by the commotion in the channel. It turned out that when Lin Yifan posted the snake meat before, it caused quite a stir in the channel, and he was once hailed as a celebrity in Zone 10086. Lin Yifan actually didn't want to be in the spotlight. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, but now he unexpectedly became the focus of attention. This gave Lin Yifan a headache. After all, in this survival world, being in the spotlight is not necessarily a good thing. If we can meet in the future, high-profile people are often the easiest to be targeted. This kind of thing is common in the Earth era. In the current environment of extreme resource shortage, human nature has become more fragile and even more dangerous. Therefore, Lin Yifan originally planned to develop in a low-key manner, but now he has become the first bird to stick out by accident. Obviously, it is difficult for him to keep a low profile anymore. Lin Yifan opened the private message channel and instantly saw 999 plus unread messages, almost all of which were asking Lin Yifan to share some food. After reading for a while, Lin Yifan found that there was very little truly useful information, and most of it was just emotional appeals or meaningless begging. Too lazy to waste time, Lin Yifan simply stopped reading and let the news continue to pile up without paying any attention to it. Now that things have come to this, since he can't keep a low profile, he can only go with the flow and take the initiative to control the rhythm. Lin Yifan simply posted an announcement in the chat channel. I have already exchanged the blueprints and stones. Now I only need clay. If you have any, you can go to the auction house to exchange them. As soon as Lin Yifan said this, the channel immediately became lively again, and a group of people instantly recognized him. It's the big boss who exchanged snake meat for resources. He has spoken. Master, I'm starving. Can you give me something to eat? I'm almost dying. Brother, I'm a sexy little lamb. As long as you feed me a bite of meat, I'll send you a photo of myself wearing black stockings, okay? Someone acted coquettishly and cutely, which immediately attracted others to criticize. Go to hell, you dead she-male. I have tolerated you for a long time. I embezzled public funds to reward you back then, but I found out you were a man after we had sex. How come you're still here with me? You disgusting thing. Wow, it turns out to be a reversal king. Now I'm even more excited. Can you guys stop talking about this? Go to the auction house and grab the boss's meat. I just got one, and it tastes good. I got it too, and added a serving of blueberries, which is sour and sweet and very refreshing. Thanks to the big guy for the low price. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death with a pile of rocks in my arms. Some people also began to use moral blackmail unreasonably. Why are you saying thank you? He didn't give it to us for free. Why didn't he just share it with us? That's right. He lived such a good life. Shouldn't he save us, the vulnerable groups? You should understand clearly that the real, strong people should take care of us women. Do you understand, ladies first? My goodness, the earth is destroyed, but you parasites and female fighters are still alive? You are so tenacious. People work hard to hunt for food. Why should they give it to you freeloaders? Lin Yifan couldn't help laughing as he read these comments. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that in this survival environment, these social parasites would still want to take advantage of others. But this is none of Lin Yifan's business. No matter how people curse him, Lin Yifan will only do what he should do. Lin Yifan only paid attention to truly useful trading information. When he saw many people standing up to speak for him, he felt much more relieved. Although Lin Yifan is not a saint, he is not extreme. He has always traded at a fair price and has a clear conscience. Even in this world where the strong prey on the weak, Lin Yifan sticks to his principles and will not exploit others without limits. Because of this, when Lin Yifan was affirmed, he felt warm. At this moment, the snake meat that Lin Yifan had roasted by the fire was completely cooked and smelled delicious. Lin Yifan swallowed his saliva, picked up a skewer, and took a bite. His eyes instantly lit up. I don't know if it's because I'm too hungry or because the ecology of this world is good. This unseasoned roasted snake meat is surprisingly tender and fragrant. The roasted snake meat had no fishy smell at all and tasted surprisingly good, making people unable to stop eating it. Lin Yifan ate 2 skewers in succession, and his stomach finally felt satisfied, and he felt much more relaxed. As his stomach began to fill up, Lin Yifan couldn't help but start to imagine, how delicious would the meat be if it had seasonings? As expected, when one is well fed and warm, one thinks of lust. As soon as this thought came up, Lin Yifan felt a little disgusted with himself for not being satisfied. Chapter 10. Women only affect the speed of a knife. However, although he reflected on it, it did not hinder Lin Yifan's pursuit of delicious food. If a person cannot even have a bite of good food to survive in the wild, then life is too boring. If there is no choice, Lin Yifan will naturally accept his fate, but now that there's a possibility of improving the taste, why not fight for it? Just at this time, Lin Yifan noticed in the chat channel that someone had begun asking if they could exchange other items for food. I don't have clay or blueprints, but I have other equipment blueprints. Can I exchange them for some snake meat? I'm also short of materials, but I got a small bag of salt from the treasure chest. Can I exchange it for something to eat? I have a few wild vegetables. I get sick of meat easily. Big boss, would you like some green ingredients to help me get rid of the greasy feeling? In the chat channel and auction house, you can directly display pictures of the appearance of the items and even smell virtual scents. For a while, the channel was full of all kinds of strange drawings, items, and material displays, which was very lively. Lin Yifan suddenly had an idea and also put the item drawings on his freshly roasted snake meat. What surprised Lin Yifan was that once the nude photos of Lin Yifan were released, the channel that was originally swiping the screen quickly paused for a second. After just a moment, the channel was like a pot of boiling water, and all kinds of news were swiped up crazily. One of the drawings immediately caught Lin Yifan's attention, a drawing of a primary workbench. Lin Yifan's mind suddenly moved because the workbench is the key to making all basic tools. Without it, nothing can be done. Moreover, the accompanying basic formula is also an indispensable auxiliary resource in the survival stage. Obviously, most people who are willing to exchange such drawings for food are almost starving, otherwise who would be willing to do so. Without saying anything, Lin Yifan immediately clicked on the other party's profile picture and prepared to initiate a private chat to discuss the transaction. The other party's profile picture was a girl who looked extremely outstanding, with a small and delicate face like a doll. The girl's name is Ruan Qingtan, a gentle and pleasant name that matches her extremely beautiful face. In this real name system, the nickname is the real name of the person, and it is hard not to attract attention with this name and appearance. If it were in the old world, Ruan Qingdan would have already been a top goddess on social platforms, with countless lickers vying for her. Lin Yifan looked at Ruan Qingtan's avatar twice more, but that was all. In this world where survival comes first, he didn't have any extra emotions. No matter how many beautiful women there are, it will not improve the level of the shelter, and Lin Yifan will not be distracted by this. So, Lin Yifan quickly regained his sanctuary and sent a private message to Ruan Qingtan in a rational tone. I am interested in your blueprint. How do you want to exchange it? At this moment, Ruan Qingtan was huddled in a leaky straw hut, her face pale, and she was shivering. Ruan Qingtan's body could hardly hold on, and if it weren't for the residual heat from the fire, she would have fainted long ago. Ruan Qingtan was really starving. Before the time travel, she was on a fasting plan. She had been hungry for 36 hours in order to lose weight, and she only relied on water to survive. The original plan was to drink some porridge the next morning to relieve her stomach, but when she woke up, she found that she was no longer on Earth, but in this cruel world of survival. Without a bite of food or supplies, relying on her meager physical strength, Ruan Xingtan tried her best to find something to eat during the day. But at the end of the day, Ruan Xingtan didn't find even a single wild fruit, and only opened 2 treasure chests. Although the treasure chests contained quite a lot of stuff, one was a blueprint for a primary workbench, and the other was a blueprint for making feather arrows, but there was no real food at all. Ruan Xingtan was so hungry that he almost didn't have the strength to speak. But even if he posted the blueprint, few people were willing to trade. Some wanted to exchange for food, but the price they offered was outrageous. Someone wanted to exchange a bite of bread or a grape for the blueprint. This was simply taking advantage of someone's misfortune. So Ruan Xingtan simply ignored it and continued to look for a more fair trading partner. It was not until Ruan Xingtan saw Lin Yifan appear and saw that Lin Yifan was willing to pay a fair price when receiving things that Ruan Xingtan saw a glimmer of hope. Ruan Xingtan responded to Lin Yifan's private message cautiously, as if begging, "Boss, I want to exchange some food, 3 tails of snake meat and 10 blueberries. Is that okay?" Lin Yifan was stunned, looked down at his piece of meat, and then felt a little confused. Lin Yifan muttered in his heart, "How much is 3 tails? This system didn't even give me a scale." When Ruan Xingtan saw that he didn't reply, he thought the other party thought the price was too high, so he quickly added, "If you think it's too much, I can ask for less." Lin Yifan quickly explained, "It's not that I think it's expensive, it's that I really don't know how much 3 tails is. How about this? I'll give you 5 pieces of snake meat that I cut when I put it up for auction, and 10 blueberries. How about that?" Ruan Xingtan almost cried with joy when he heard it. Ruan Xingtan originally thought that he could get 2 or 3 pieces of meat at most, but now he can get 5 pieces of cooked meat and blueberries. This is not a transaction. It's like giving away life-saving food. Ruan Xingtan initiated the transaction request without hesitation, fearing that Lin Yifan would go back on his word, and quickly clicked to confirm. Seeing that she accepted the transaction in seconds, Lin Yifan was happy, and also realized that he had paid too much this time, but since he had said it, he would not change his mind. After the transaction was completed, the workbench blueprint was successfully obtained, and Lin Yifan put it into the supply column as he wished. On the other side, Ruan Xingtan's hands trembled and tears welled up in his eyes after receiving the food. She immediately stuffed 2 blueberries into her mouth. As soon as she took a sip of the sweet and sour juice, she was so moved that tears almost burst out of her eyes. Then she held the hot cooked meat, like holding a life-saving straw, and took a bite gently. A look of happiness instantly appeared on her face. Ruan Xingtan sent a private message to Lin Yifan while eating, "Boss, thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my life." Then she took a screenshot of the feather arrow blueprint in the treasure chest and sent it to him and added, "Boss, I have another blueprint for making feather arrows, but I don't have a bow and no resources, so this blueprint is useless to me. If you are willing to take it, this blueprint will be given to you as a thank you gift." Seeing this, Lin Yifan frowned. His face became slightly solemn, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Chapter 11. Full sense of security. If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. These words are deeply engraved in Lin Yifan's bones. It was the same when he was on Earth. In a place where food and clothing were difficult to guarantee, he didn't believe that anyone would be so kind as to give him the drawings for free. But feather arrow production drawings, he really couldn't refuse. The wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow in his hand is of bronze grade. In the early stages, this weapon is definitely a top-notch one. However, for weapons like bows and arrows are necessary consumables. When he used a broken cloud bow earlier, he also equipped it with some arrows. But this thing is consumed quickly, and without long-term replenishment, he really doesn't dare to use it casually. Therefore, this feather arrow production drawing is like a pillow for Lin Yifan when he is sleepy. It is something that must be obtained. So, after a brief thought, Lin Yifan sent a message to Ruan Xingtan. "I want the blueprints, but I don't like taking other people's things for free. Name your price." When Ruan Xingtan saw Lin Yifan's message, he was slightly stunned. However, she didn't intend to lie and sent a message directly. "Boss, I'm giving you this blueprint for free, not without a purpose. I just want to build a good relationship with you. To be honest, my ability to survive is not that strong, and my ability to find food is even weaker. Even my luck seems to be bad. But as long as it is a treasure chest opened by me, the chance of getting a blueprint will be very high. So I want to build a good relationship with you so that I can use the blueprint to exchange for food from you in the future." Lin Yifan didn't expect that Ruan Qingtan would be so frank. This made him feel a little embarrassed for a moment, but he soon realized that Ruan Qingtan's talent might be related to drawing blueprints. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be so confident. However, everyone's talent is hidden and may even be a trump card for survival. I guess not many people are willing to make their talents public. At least Lin Yifan himself was unwilling to do so. So even though he already had some guesses in his mind, he didn't ask any more questions. But in any case, it is definitely a good thing to be able to establish a good relationship with someone who can easily draw up drawings. So, Lin Yifan initiated a transaction directly with Ruan Qingtan and sent him 3 skewers of meat and 20 blueberries. When Ruan Qingtan saw the meat, skewers, and blueberries that Lin Yifan sent to her, her face was filled with joy. She had already made up her mind to use this drawing as a stepping stone. I didn't expect Lin Yifan to be so principled. She quickly traded the blueprint to Lin Yifan and then sent a message of gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve." Lin Yifan replied to the message, thought for a moment, and added, "If you really want to thank me, then if you want to trade with me in the future, I hope you can show me the drawings first. Don't worry. Although I'm not a good person, I still have a basic bottom line. I will never let you suffer any loss." The reason why Ruan Qingtan used the blueprint to gain favors was precisely this. So naturally, everyone agreed. "Of course, no problem. From now on, I will let you review all the drawings I draw except for what I need. I will put the rest on the market after you choose them. Also, if you have a specific need for a certain blueprint, you can tell me in advance. I will pray to the gods and Buddhas before opening the treasure chest, and maybe I can get it." Of course, the second half of the sentence is a joke, huh? Lin Yifan almost laughed out loud while watching Ruan Qingtan's last scene. He had only guessed before, but now he was almost certain that Ruan Qingtan's talent was related to opening blueprints. She might even be able to issue the specified drawings, but it might cost a certain price. But no matter what, such talent can be considered incredible in this world where manufacturing any item requires blueprints. Therefore, Lin Yifan was naturally happy to have a good relationship with her, and after chatting for a while, they did not continue the private conversation. At this time, all the orders that Lin Yifan had posted at the auction house to purchase clay were finally sold. After quickly taking out all the supplies for upgrading the shelter, he planned to upgrade it. Brand new thatched house, 5 square meters. Grade, 1.5. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a brand new thatched house that has just been built. Although its protection ability is still weak, it is enough to keep out the wind and rain. Next level, Level 2 shelter, rough wooden house. Upgrade conditions. Iron level wooden house blueprint, 1/1 satisfied. Primary wood, 50/63 satisfied. Primary stone, 50/54 satisfied. Primary clay, 30/30, already satisfied. Note, all upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Warm tip. If you can find a better shelter blueprint, you can also build it according to the better blueprint, so you can get better safety. Lin Yifan looked at the shelter upgrade prompt in front of him and chose to upgrade without hesitation. Although the warm reminder at the end made him feel a little moved. But so far, no blueprint of a higher level shelter has appeared on the market, and he no longer has the patience to wait any longer. Whenever he thought of the terrifying swarms of mosquitoes lurking in the forest, this thatched hut could no longer give him any sense of security. After he chose to upgrade, the ground began to shake slightly. The original thatched house began to disintegrate little by little from the top, but as it disintegrated, a wooden roof appeared. Next was the thatched wall, which was also rapidly disintegrating and transforming into a sturdier and more secure wooden wall. Until finally, the muddy ground was covered with wooden floors, and then they finally stopped. Lin Yifan didn't know what the outside of the wooden house looked like, but just looking at the inside, he was quite satisfied. The entire cabin is made of wood, although the wood is not polished very finely and can even be considered rough. But staying in the wooden house, I feel quite safe. Lin Yifan turned on the light screen, and the information about the wooden house immediately appeared in front of him. Rough wooden house, 15 square meters. Grade, Level 2. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a wooden house built with raw wood. Although the workmanship is crude, it can shelter from wind and rain. It can also withstand attacks from small wild animals. But don't run into a group of wild boars. That's not something a small wooden house can withstand. Next level, Level 3 shelter, rough stone house. Basic upgrade conditions. Black iron grade stone house blueprint, 1/0. Primary with 300/13 satisfied. Primary stone 500/12. Primary clay 200 to 0. Primary pig iron 100 to 0. Warm tip. If you can find a better shelter blueprint, you can build a shelter according to the better blueprint, so you can get better security. Finally upgraded to level 2 shelter. Lin Yifan let out a long sigh of satisfaction, but when he looked at the information about the shelter, he felt a slight headache again. It is not difficult to upgrade the shelter to level 2, but it is difficult to upgrade it to level 3. Chapter 12 Hidden Crisis Extreme Disaster. Even if you want to upgrade the most basic level 3 shelter, the materials are 10 times that of a level 2 shelter. Not to mention, there's also pig iron in the materials. So far, Lin Yifan has never seen pig iron. It is probably impossible to upgrade to a level 3 shelter in a short period of time. But at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the light screen in front of him began to flash rapidly. After a moment, a message appeared on the light screen. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this area to upgrade the shelter to level 2. Here is a special reward. Reward 1. 1 piece of bronze level equipment. Reward 2. 1 bronze level plant. Reward 3. A reminder of a recent hidden crisis. Please choose one of the 3 rewards above. Special reminder. Hidden crises are often related to subsequent environmental changes and may be extreme natural disasters. Please pay close attention to this, as it may be related to your life or death. Lin Yifan was so surprised when he saw the message. Although he had previously speculated whether this world of survival would be like online games, where rewards would be given for certain special achievements or special rankings. It was precisely because he wanted to take a gamble on this that he was so anxious to upgrade the shelter to level 2. Now, everything is just as he expected. How can he not be surprised? Moreover, both bronze level equipment and bronze level plants are currently at the ceiling level, at least in the entire 10086 area. Apart from the bronze level, wind chasing and cloud breaking bow in his hand, he has not seen a second bronze level item appear. Although he had never seen a bronze level plant, to be able to reach this level, it must be special. Anyway, no matter which of these 2 rewards you choose, it could be considered a big surprise. However, his excitement only lasted for a moment. When he saw the 3rd option and the last special reminder, he instantly cooled down. Hidden crisis. There are hidden crises in this world. Moreover, this hidden crisis may be an extreme natural disaster that could affect life and death. Does he have any choice? Lin Yifan smiled bitterly in his heart. These 3 options were simply teasing him. It's a matter of life and death. Does he dare to choose anything other than the hidden crisis prompt? After Lin Yifan complained, he chose the 3rd reward without hesitation. In a flash, a large red word appeared instantly. This article's tip. 3 days later, the world of survival will face its first extreme natural disaster, a mosquito swarm outbreak. Mosquito swarm outbreak. Danger level. Warm tip. Don't underestimate mosquitoes. 1 mosquito is not scary, but what about billions of them? Are you afraid of them? Swarm of mosquitoes. It really is a swarm of mosquitoes. Lin Yifan had previously guessed that the terrifying swarm of mosquitoes in the forest would inevitably become a life and death crisis. But he was not sure when this crisis would break out. Now it is confirmed that it will happen in 3 days. It seems that his strong mosquito repellent must be produced within 3 days, and the shelter must be reinforced. Mosquitoes are somewhat similar to termites. As long as there is a small gap in the house, they will fly in through the gap. Therefore, in today's environment, preventing mosquitoes is definitely not an easy task. He didn't dare to underestimate the mosquito. Even in his previous life on Earth, the horrific words in the primeval forest could be fatal. Not to mention, he is still in the realm of survival. One of the extreme natural disasters that can be called a hidden crisis is likely to be even more terrifying. However, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the light screen in front of him began to flicker again. Then, another message appeared on the light screen, and this piece of information turned out to be a multiple-choice question. Dear survivor Lin Yifan, as the only lucky person in this area who has received the hidden information hint, do you want to share this information with other survivors in this area? Reminder: you will receive a reward regardless of whether you choose to publish the information or not. Lin Yifan looked at the multiple-choice question, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then chose to announce it without hesitation. After all, he is still a human being. He grew up with moral education and cannot bear to watch so many people die. He had observed before that the survivors in their area 10086 were basically all compatriots from China. Maybe there are quite a few bad apples among these people, but the majority are normal people. He really couldn't do it, to stand by and watch so many lives being lost. Perhaps in the future, as he faces more bloodshed, his moral bottom line will drop and he will become more and more indifferent. But at least for now, his moral values do not allow him to be so indifferent. Of course, even if we don't talk about human nature and only talk about personal interests, he will choose to announce the news. Since the survival world gave him this multiple choice question, it was enough to show that the survival world wanted him to disclose the information. As for his personal interests, if he releases this information, then when he produces the powerful mosquito repellent, it will become even more popular. That's right. After he learned about the existence of the mosquito swarm, he had already planned to make powerful mosquito killer for sale. Now that we can maximize our benefits, of course we should maximize them. Not to mention, whether he announces the news or not, he will be rewarded, so he will not lose out. After he released the information, a green treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of him. When Lin Yifan saw the green treasure chest, his eyes suddenly lit up. He originally thought that the so-called reward would be at most a thing, but he didn't expect it to be a treasure chest. And it's a green treasure chest. You know, the things that come out of the green treasure chest are at least black iron grade. And 3 pieces can be opened at a time. Although it is not as good as the bronze items of the previous 2 rewards, it is also quite good. However, Lin Yifan still did not open the treasure chest. Instead, he put this treasure chest together with a white treasure chest he had dug earlier and planned to open it after 12 o'clock. He still wanted to gamble on his daily buff. What if it's item sublimation again? Then he would make a lot of money. At this time, the chat channel exploded. At the top of the chat channel, a red and bold message was dominating the screen. Announcement to the whole area. Attention all survivors. In 3 days, the first extreme natural disaster with a dangerous level of will break out mosquito swarm outbreak. Please take precautions. Please take precautions. Please take precautions. This information comes from Lin Yifan. As soon as this announcement appeared, the entire comment section exploded instantly. What? A natural disaster? A mosquito outbreak? Is this going to leave us alive? What the hell? We're having a hard time even filling our stomachs right now. And now there's a natural disaster. This is not asking people to survive. This is asking people to die. That's right. You're still calling it a realm of survival. I think it's a realm of death. If you don't want to give people a chance to live, just say so. Hey, don't get so excited. It's just mosquitoes, not snakes or rats. At most, they can suck our blood, but they won't kill us. That's right. The most mosquitoes can do is suck our blood. Although the bites will cause swelling and itching, it's not life-threatening. Don't be so desperate. The 2 of you above were from the Northeast when you were on Earth, right? If you were from the South, you definitely wouldn't say such naive things. Everyone, please don't take it lightly. I'm a biology professor in the center of the Earth. Although one mosquito is not scary, a large number of mosquitoes can be fatal. You must be careful to prevent it. Be careful? Everyone knows to be careful. But we can't even fill our stomachs now. How can we be careful? There is no toilet water, no mosquito coils, not to mention mosquito repellent. There is nothing. Just be prepared. Wait for death. When Lin Yifan put the 2 treasure chests away and took 2 skewers of barbecue, he opened the chat channel while eating. As a result, the screen is full of negative energy. However, this is a good time for him to advertise. So, he sent the formula of strong mosquito killer to the chat channel and sent a message. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Since the survival world is for people to survive, it will definitely give us a way to survive. Today I found this formula in a green treasure chest, so I think everyone will soon find items to resist disasters in the treasure chest. As soon as Lin Yifan's message came out, the chat channel, which was originally scrolling, immediately stopped for a moment. After a while, it started rolling again. It's Lin Yifan, the one mentioned in the notice who provided the information. Wait, the guy who traded snake meat for basic supplies earlier seems to be him. Boss, where did you get this news? Is it true? Yes. Boss, can you tell me for sure whether the news is true or not? Absolutely authentic. Lin Yifan did not keep anyone in suspense and said directly, this news comes from a reward achievement of mine, so I can confirm it is authentic. Before dark, I also found a swarm of mosquitoes in the forest not far away. I think there should be a swarm of mosquitoes not far from your shelter. You can observe carefully. Since the swarm of mosquitoes appeared as a natural disaster, it is absolutely impossible that they are only near Lin Yifun's shelter. Sure enough, after being stagnant for a few minutes at the end of the month, the chat channel began to scroll violently again. Fuck, what the boss said is true. I just listened carefully, and I seemed to hear the sound of a mosquito. I heard it too, a very loud buzzing sound. It must be a huge swarm of mosquitoes. There's a forest in front of my shelter. I just looked through the leaky grass wall and saw that the mosquitoes are in the forest. They're a large black mass, like a black fog. Oh my god, that black cloud turned out to be mosquitoes. I saw it when it was almost dark, and I actually thought it was black fog. It's terrible, it's terrible. There's so many mosquitoes. If they really attack us, we will be sucked dry of blood. In 3 days, the mosquitoes will attack. What should we do? Wait, the boss has the formula for the strong mosquito repellent. If the boss can make the mosquito repellent, then we will be saved. Yeah, we still have the boss's powerful mosquito repellent. Boss, when can the powerful mosquito repellent be produced? I'm willing to use all my supplies to buy one. When Lin Yifun saw the news from everyone, he didn't pretend and said straightforwardly, I haven't gathered all the materials yet. Once I have gathered all the materials and made the insecticide, I will definitely put the extra ones on the market. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Although the mosquito swarm is terrifying, as long as you upgrade the shelter to level 2, you should be able to resist some of the mosquito swarms. There's still 3 days left. I believe that if everyone works hard, we can definitely upgrade the shelter to level 2. Lin Yifun was not stingy with the information. After all, it was not difficult for him to obtain primary materials. What he needs now are those precious formulas and some precious medicinal materials. Since there is a formula for strong mosquito killer, there must be other formulas for this drug. As is the nature of the survival world, as long as a recipe appears, it will come in handy sooner or later, so it's never a bad idea to have it in your hand first. After seeing Lin Yifun's message, most people in the comments section express gratitude or relief. If the shelter is upgraded to level 2, it can resist part of it? That would be great. Thanks for the reminder, sir. I was about to give up on myself. Tomorrow I must look for supplies and try to upgrade the shelter to level 2. I will also hammer the stones tomorrow. Stones are what I have the most. I will ask everyone to exchange some wood for me then. I have a lot of metasequoia trees here. It's easier to cut down these trees. When I have extra wood, I'll trade it with you for stones. Where's the clay? Who is clay? I've been looking for it for a long time today, but I can't find any. I can't level up without clay. I have some clay here. It's just a little hard to dig. I'll try my best to dig tomorrow, and then I'll exchange supplies with you. Okay, if we unite together, we will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties. When Lin Yifun saw the high-spirited remarks made by the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. He has been in a bad mood ever since he came into this precarious world. Even if you're gifted with cherished talent, you will start much better than most people. But who can be happy when one has no idea where to eat next? Not to mention, every time I open the chat channel, I see a lot of negative energy. Even Lin Yifun felt very depressed. Now that he could see that everyone was in high spirits, he felt a little relieved. After all, humans are social animals, even if everyone is staying in their own shelters now and cannot meet in real life. Chatting online can also relieve loneliness. However, although most people's comments are positive, there are also some people who sing a different tune. Especially when Lin Yifun put all the remaining snake meat and wild blueberries on the auction house, marking them in exchange for making powerful mosquito repellent. The opponent's materials are mugwort and mint. Although the auction house allows anonymity, Lin Yifun didn't know about it before and directly traded with snake meat. Now, even if he knew he could remain anonymous, the entire 10086 district now knew that the cobra meat came from his hands. So it makes no difference whether he is anonymous or not. That's why he was discovered immediately after he hung it up. This was a serious incident, and those people with dark thoughts couldn't help but jump out immediately. In the comments section, people started to make sarcastic remarks. We are all compatriots, and now we have to face the crisis together, so we naturally need to help each other. If someone has extra food, why don't they give it to us for free? That's right, we are almost starving to death. If there is food, we should be given it for free to save our lives. That's how it should be. They hide the food, but are unwilling to share it with those of us who need it. This is simply cold-blooded and heartless. Lin Yifan was so angry that he laughed when he saw these parasites who wanted to eat for free and even wanted to morally blackmail him. However, since the other party did not mention any names, he naturally would not waste his time explaining. So I just chose to ignore it. However, he could ignore it, but the others couldn't stand it and immediately started to curse at them. What bullshit are you talking about? You don't go out to find supplies yourself, but you expect others to give you alms. If you don't give alms, you are cold-blooded and heartless. What kind of bullshit is this? You're right. The daytime is so long, and there's not much danger in the wild. Even if you can't find food outside, you can still cut down 2 trees to exchange for food. But you don't want to do anything and just want to get free food from others. How shameless. They even want to kidnap Boss Lin Yifan. This is ridiculous. Boss, don't bother with them. Just let these shameless giant babies starve to death. That's right. None of US should pay attention to such people. This is a world of survival, not a world of begging. If you can't survive, just die. Anyway, the fittest will survive, and some will be eliminated. Chapter 13, I don't want to be a virgin, nor do I want to be God. I have to say that there are still more reasonable people these days. Lin Yifan originally didn't want to pay attention to their quarrel, but after thinking about it, he still sent a message. Thank you for your understanding. I'm just like everyone else, an ordinary person who has just arrived in this world of survival. We all started from the same point. I risked my life to kill the cobra today, so I can't give food to everyone for free. I'm not the Virgin Mary, not God, and not an angel. Don't try to blackmail me with morality. I don't have any morals. If you make me angry, I could be a non-human and even an executioner. The last sentence was sent in text, but everyone could see that there was murderous intent hidden in those words. And Lin Yifan was not joking. He was serious. He has a clear understanding that this world is no longer the rule of law society of his previous life. Here, the strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive, you have to be strong. And when you are strong, you can't avoid shedding blood. If one day people from different shelters can communicate with each other, bloodshed will be inevitable. So Lin Yifan had already prepared himself mentally for some things. And everyone who saw what he said understood the threat contained in that sentence. For a moment, the chat channel was silent. After a long while, things finally became lively again. However, at this time, Lin Yifan was no longer paying attention to the chat channel, because his attention at the moment is already on private chat. Previously, because there were too many people who sent him private messages to beg, he simply ignored all the private messages. But he couldn't ignore it forever. So after studying the light screen, I found that I can block people I don't like. So he simply used his mind power to quickly blacklist all those giant babies who had morally blackmailed him and forced him to give away things for free. Not to mention, although the overall operation mode of the light screen is very similar to online games. However, using mind control is definitely countless times faster than playing online games. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to block hundreds of people in a short period of time. Only after he had blocked all those who should be blocked did Lin Yifan finally have the mood to check private chats. Brother Yi, I'm a sexy internet celebrity. This is my photo. I want to make a deal with you. Can you give me a chance? It's this sexy little lamb again. The corner of Lin Yifan's mouth twitched. You know what? He really knows this sexy little lamb. This is an internet celebrity on TikTok. She is a sexy girl and has millions of fans. He had seen her before, and she was indeed quite attractive, pure, and lovely. However, the most attractive thing about her is her figure, which is of voluptuous beauty. When she dances passionately, every part of her body trembles sexily, and few men can resist it. Even Lin Yifan would stop and admire it for a while when he saw it before. Unexpectedly, now she calls up Brother Yi and even sent him private photos. It's true. The world has changed, and the sky has changed too. Although Lin Yifan kept reminding himself that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, becoming stronger is the only way to go. But I couldn't help myself and clicked on the photo. As a result, the moment he saw the photo, his eyes widened. He originally thought that this photo was a casual photo of a sexy little lamb, but he didn't expect that the photo actually showed a plant. And this plant is exactly the mugwort that he is looking for now. You know, his snake meat has been hanging there for so long, but there is no movement at all. It can be seen that only a few people have been able to collect the medicinal materials, and the number of mugwort in existence is definitely even smaller. Mugwort is an edible plant and not an unpopular herb. Almost all Chinese people know it. If mugwort appears, it will definitely be picked. No one has taken it out to exchange for a long time, which shows that this thing is also a rare item. In other words, it is a rare item at this stage. Now, the thing he had been looking for appeared in front of him. How could Lin Yifan remain calm? He exhaled lightly and immediately sent a message to the sexy little lamb, asking, "What do you want to exchange for this wormwood?" The sexy little lamb was huddled in a leaky thatched hut, wearing a sexy miniskirt that exposed her breasts and buttocks. The temperature now is only 15 or 16 degrees. If the fire hadn't been warm enough, she would have felt like she was going to freeze to death. She actually worked very hard to find supplies during the day. She chopped down trees, knocked down stones, and even found a treasure chest. Unfortunately, she was too weak. After working all day, her hands were covered with blisters, and she only managed to chop down one tree. There were no daily necessities in the box, only this pot of grass and nothing else. We did find some food, but it was just a few wild fruits, which was not enough to fill her stomachs. That's why she had previously wanted to use her former internet celebrity status in the comment section to see if she could get anyone to order food for her. It's a pity that when you can't even fill your stomach, who has the heart to look at beautiful women? So, even if the sexy little lamb is willing to risk it all, no one is willing to give her food. As for the grass that grew in the box, she didn't recognize it. She was born into a wealthy family and was beautiful, so she was always a pampered lady. I know a lot about beautiful flowers, but as for grasses and trees, I'm almost illiterate. So, even though she could imagine that this grass must have a great effect, she didn't dare to use it to fill her stomach. She had posted on the channel before, hoping to exchange it for food, but no one paid any attention to her, until she saw that Lin Yifan was actually looking for this grass. The sexy little wildcat finally saw hope, so she immediately sent him a private message. As a result, after a long time, Lin Yifan didn't reply to the message, which made her a little desperate. Unexpectedly, at this moment, I finally got a response. The sexy little wildcat was overjoyed and immediately sent a message. "Hello, Brother Yi. I want to exchange some protective food and warm clothes. When I crossed over, I didn't have enough clothes on, and now I'm almost freezing to death." Along with the message came a photo of herself. The cold and hunger had made her face pale, but she still tried her best to pose in a sexy and seductive manner. Lin Yifan opened the photo and took a look and couldn't help but admire that women who can become internet celebrities are indeed attractive. However, he was not interested in looking at the beauty now. He just wanted the pot of mugwort. He did have some food, including some snake meat and some blueberries. It's just warm clothes. He really doesn't have any. All he had was the pajamas he was wearing and the raincoat he found in the box today. The straw raincoat is not suitable for keeping warm, not to mention that he needs it himself. Chapter 14 However, just because Lin Yifan doesn't have it doesn't mean it doesn't exist on the market. So, he directly replied to the sexy little wildcat. "Food is fine. As for warm clothes, please wait for me for a moment." After saying that, he began to look around the auction house. The items that people are looking to buy at the auction house are basically food, but there are also people asking for help with clothes. Lin Yifan took a quick look and chose a women's cotton jacket and successfully exchanged it for 3 pieces of raw meat and 2 skewers of cooked meat. Then he sent another message to the sexy little wildcat. "I would like to exchange these 5 pieces of raw snake meat and cotton clothes for the pot of wormwood. Do you agree?" When the sexy little wildcat saw the cotton coat and snake meat, her eyes lit up and she immediately agreed to the deal. After getting the mugwort, Lin Yifan planned to directly close the private chat of the sexy little wildcat. However, at this time, the sexy little wildcat sent another message. "Brother Yi, thank you for keeping me fed and clothed. I may not be good at anything else, but I have pretty good talents. If you feel lonely late at night, I can perform my talents for you, as long as my brother can give me some food." Lin Yifan's mouth twitched, but he was not so disgusted with the sexy little wildcat anymore. The fact that she was able to take out mugwort and accept the trade of raw meat was enough to prove that she must have gone out to look for supplies during the day. Otherwise, the fire cannot be lit. A person who is willing to work hard to survive is worthy of respect, no matter what. Not to mention, she is an internet celebrity followed by thousands of people on Earth, but here, she's just a weak woman who is powerless. There are really few things that we can rely on, so it is understandable that we have to sell a little bit of our body in order to survive. Therefore, Lin Yifan replied, "If I need you someday, I will consider you, but only if you are still alive. So, just live your life well first. I wish you good luck." The sexy little wildcat who was grilling meat at the time burst into tears when she saw these words. Since she came into this world, she has been in despair every moment. Her former halo of beauty and internet celebrity has been shattered. She had shown weakness and acted pitifully in the chat channel, just for a bite of food to fill her stomach. However, those men only teased her when they saw her, and none of them actually gave her food. Although she and Lin Yifan had a fair deal, this respect still made her burst into tears. Lin Yifan didn't care what the sexy little wildcat was thinking. After he got the mugwort, he immediately loaded it into the high-quality cultivation soil. Although there was already a blueberry plant in the cultivation soil, the soil became visibly more lively after the mugwort was planted. I estimate that it won't be long before this mugwort grows quite a bit. He checked the mugwort when he got it. This plant, which only had 4 or 5 leaves, could be divided into 5 units. It only takes 2 units of mugwort to make a portion of strong mosquito repellent. If we wait for the mugwort to grow a little longer, we can probably make a lot of mosquito repellent. It's a pity that mint is still missing. Lin Yifan, who had tasted the sweetness of the private channel, was finally no longer impatient. I clicked on the private messages one by one, but most of them were nonsense. Brother, you have so much snake meat. Why don't you give me some? We are all compatriots, and helping each other is the kingly way. Of course, I will thank you too. Brother, you uncle. Want to get it for free? No way. Block. Boss, I still have 1 billion in the bank. If you give me a piece of meat today, I will give you 1 million as a reward when we return to Earth in the future. Thank you very much. The Earth is destroyed, and you still want to go back. There's something wrong with your brain. Next. Little brother, I want to eat meat, but I don't have the herbs you want. But I have sexy legs and black lace D-cup breasts. Can I use them to exchange for meat for you? Attached at the back are 2 photos. One shows a pair of sexy legs, and the other shows an adult's cleavage. Deep, and with Vivi dewdrops. But the black lace D-cup breast pocket. It's good stuff. Lace fabric can be used as ropes, and can even be used as a simple bandage when injured. The cotton bowl in a milk bag is even better. It can be used to filter water. However, filtered water is still a bit annoying. What if it turns into a milky flavor? That would be so fucking terrible. However, even if he doesn't drink, there are plenty of people who do. It's just right to filter some clean water in exchange for supplies. A piece of meat. Make a deal. Lin Yifan had just named the price, and the other party immediately agreed. This made him immediately regret it. He should have cut the meat into smaller pieces, about the size of a finger. But the transaction page had already been opened, and he was too embarrassed to regret it. As soon as he got the milk bag, Lin Yifan immediately took out the sponge inside and used it to filter water. Then he read all the remaining private messages. Most of them come here to beg for food, and a small number want to exchange things. Lin Yifan cut the remaining pieces of meat into small pieces in exchange for any items he liked. A plastic watering can, a diagram for making a simple wooden bed, a handful of prickly ash, a handful of salt, and a piece of ginger. He buried the seeds of the prickly pear and half a piece of ginger in the growing soil. If you want to live a better life in the future, self-sufficiency is the way to go. Therefore, it is necessary to collect plant seeds. Not to mention, there is half a piece of ginger in it. Cooking meat without ginger is like cooking without soul. Therefore, he must cultivate ginger. After planting both things, Lin Yifan used the remaining half piece of ginger and salt to season the previously roasted snake meat. Although there are only 2 seasonings, the taste is completely different from before. After he happily ate up all the remaining snake meat, he let out a long sigh. He took out the 3 blueprints he had just obtained, wanted to see if he could make them. Primary workbench, production diagram. Great, good quality. Materials, wood times 20 stone times 10, iron nail times 5. The wood and stones were not difficult, but these 5 units of iron nails really stumped Lin Yifan. So far, not a single iron nail has appeared in the entire 10086 area. It's not in the auction house, and it's not in the chat channel either. Therefore, we can only change the direction of this drawing temporarily. Then I took out the second picture. Feather arrow production drawing. Great, good quality. Materials, bird feather times 10, wood times 30, iron times 10. Note, each production can obtain 10 arrows. It requires both iron blocks and bird feathers, which makes it even more impossible to make. Lin Yifan gave a helpless smile. It's true that a good cook cannot cook without rice. He could only put this drawing aside for the time being. It wasn't until he took out the last drawing that his expression finally looked better. Simple wooden bed production drawings. Grade rough. Materials wood X20. The production materials are quite simple. Only 20 pieces of wood are needed. This is difficult for others. Otherwise, this drawing would never fall into his hands. But for Lin Yifan, it was not that difficult. Although most of the wood he had accumulated earlier was used to upgrade the shelter, there were still a dozen units left. Although he was almost there, he still had some snake meat left, and he easily exchanged it for enough wood from the market. After studying the drawings, he immediately made the wooden bed. Soon, a small wooden bed that could only accommodate one person appeared in front of him. Moreover, this simple wooden bed is really simple enough. Chapter 15 New Buff, Critical Hit. The wooden bed was originally small, about the size of a camp bed in school, and could only accommodate one adult. Moreover, the production process is really rough. The wood is full of burrs and has not been polished at all. It is a completely primitive craftsmanship. Look at the information about wooden beds. Simple wooden bed. Grade rough. Size 100 cm times 200 cm. Note, this is a rather rough, simple wooden bed. Do not do strenuous exercise on it, and do not sleep on it with multiple people, or it will fall apart at any time. Even rougher. Lin Yifan looked at the notes on the wooden bed, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. He discovered that although this world was not very good, the various notes were quite humorous. But note that humor is humor. But Yi Yifan didn't dare to underestimate these notes at all. Whenever there are notes, they must be important information. If you don't analyze carefully, you might end up in trouble. Yi Yifan sat down on the wooden bed and roughly tested its load-bearing and sturdiness. This confirms that the remarks are correct. This wooden bed, which looks extremely rough, is actually quite sturdy. After trying the wooden bed, he placed it near the fire and then lay down on it with his clothes on to rest. He wanted to change the quilt or blanket, but unfortunately there was none at the auction house. But lying on a bed is always more comfortable than lying on the floor. This alone is better than 99.99% of the people in District 10086. Originally, Yi Yifan thought that no matter how tired he was, he would not be able to fall asleep in such a strange place. So he made up his mind from the beginning, which was to close his eyes and rest until 12 o'clock, so that he could refresh his talent and draw a new daily buff. But he never expected that he fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay down on the wooden bed. When I woke up again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi Yifan looked at the still dark world outside and helplessly reached out and patted his forehead. However, even though he overslept, he was not annoyed. It's all today's business anyway. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. I got up and washed my face with the rainwater that I had collected in an empty treasure chest under the eaves yesterday. Then I stood up feeling refreshed. However, he did not immediately apply your talent buff today. I started doing push-ups, sit-ups, boxing, and other exercises. Push-ups and sit-ups are both good for strengthening the body and are also the easiest exercises for ordinary people to learn. Before traveling through time, Yi Yifan was a programmer who had not exercised for many years. The only lucky thing was that he lived more than 10 kilometers away from his workplace, and he rode a bicycle to and from get off work every day, which made him stronger than other programmers. Otherwise, he might not have been able to cut down so many trees today. In this world of survival, if you want to survive, luck is one factor, but a strong body is also important. Therefore, Yi Yifan had already made plans that he must spend an hour exercising every morning after getting up. Push-ups and sit-ups are the most common exercises. Anyone can do them, so he can do them too. As for boxing, he doesn't know how to box. The boxing moves he uses now are the same dragon fist that he learned carelessly when he was following Lu Gunghong's aerobics. Although the fighting looks weird now, the human body is amazing. As long as you exercise, there will always be effects. An hour later, Yi Yifan finally finished his work. The fire was still burning, and he put the skewers of meat that he had saved for breakfast yesterday next to the fire and roasted them again. Only then did I take the time to pay attention to his talent. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: subhealthy human. Talent: random buff, 1 draw per day. Can be drawn. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Strength: 8. Agility: 10. Physical strength: 7 + 1. Intelligence: 9. Remaining attribute points: 0. His innate skills have indeed been refreshed. I don't know if I will have the same good luck today as I did yesterday. Draw another item to upgrade. Yi Fun put his hands together and prayed earnestly for a moment before he began to draw the daily random dad buff. Draw lots. Draw successful. Today's buff, get a critical hit. Get a critical hit. Today, any harvest you make will generate a critical hit, doubling or multiplying the harvested items. The lower limit is 1.5 times, and the upper limit is 10 times. Yi Fun looked at today's buff, and the smile on his lips finally grew bigger and bigger. Although it was not the item upgrade he wanted most, gaining critical hits was definitely the best buff for collecting supplies. If you're lucky enough to get a 10x critical hit when chopping down a tree, that tree can yield 50 or 60 pieces of wood. As long as you chop down about 10 trees, you will have enough wood to upgrade to the 3rd level shelter. If we were to cut down trees normally, we would have to cut down hundreds of trees for procurement. Even if Yi Fun had a new axe of ordinary level, it would take him at least 2 days to chop down 100 trees. However, it is not difficult to obtain basic supplies, it just takes some time. What he wants to know now is, can this buff be used to open treasure chests? Taking the 2 treasure chests placed on the side, Yi Fun opened the white treasure chest first. Talent activated, get 4 times the critical hit bonus. 800G whole wheat toast times 4. 550ml mineral water times 4. This was the first time Yi Fun opened a white treasure chest, but he had observed in the chat channel yesterday that only one item could be found in each white treasure chest. It could be food or something else. The most precious thing is the drawings. He was not lucky enough to open the white treasure chest, as there was only food and water inside. But after a 4x critical hit, the rewards from this white treasure chest will be considerable. For bags of 800G toast plus 4 bottles of mineral water are enough for a person to survive for half a month if you are a little frugal. Yi Fun opened a bag of toast and ate 2 pieces with mineral water. After a night of digestion, his hungry stomach finally felt full. The sense of happiness brought by carbs also made him feel pretty good. Although eating meat and fruits can fill your stomach, not eating carbohydrates will definitely affect your mood, even if it does not affect your survival. So he didn't feel disappointed when the white treasure chest only gave him bread and water. After he stuffed the things back into the treasure chest and put it away, he turned his attention to the remaining green treasure chest. He took a deep breath and then said with his mind, "Open the treasure chest." Talent activated, get 7 times the critical hit bonus. Multifunctional camouflage uniform times 7. Waterproof and breathable leather boots times 7. Waterproof sports helmet times 7. Yi Fun looked at the pile of clothes in front of him, feeling slightly disappointed. He originally thought that this green treasure chest could yield some hardware equipment like the 2 treasure chests yesterday. I didn't expect it was all clothes. However, when he picked up the clothes and examined them, he was satisfied again. As expected of equipment obtained from a treasure chest, the quality of the clothes is really amazing. The fabric is not only thick, but also wear-resistant and breathable. Even the military camouflage on Earth may not be of this quality. In this wild world, no clothing is more suitable than this. Especially the safety helmet, its thickness makes him feel safe. He even hit the helmet with an axe, using only 5 points of force, but the helmet remained intact. This kind of defensive strength is still quite considerable. The cowhide boots are even better, with velvet inside and thick cowhide outside. They are resistant to dirt and wear, and are definitely a model of quality. Moreover, 7 sets were ordered at one time, so he wouldn't have to worry about clothing issues for a long time. He happily changed into a new set of clothes, and then threw the remaining 6 sets into the space ring. He originally wanted to break down the 2 boxes into materials, but when he looked up, he saw that the blueberry tree that had been transplanted into the cultivation soil last night had grown to full growth. The dense blueberries bent the branches of the blueberry tree and hammered them directly to the ground on both sides. The mugwort next to it also grew from 1 piece to a large pot. The tallest one was more than half a person tall. The top had already produced seeds, and many of them had even fallen off. Because a lot of new mugwort has grown on the edge, the tallest one is already as high as a calf. Yi Fun was so happy that he was reluctant to dismantle the box, which was just right for packing things. He quickly picked all the blueberries, and as he did so, he stuffed a few into his mouth. The taste is much better than when it grew in the wild yesterday, especially the sweetness, which is more than 1 degree. It took more than 10 minutes to pick all the blueberries. I simply ordered an empty box and filled it up. If you counted by pound, it would probably weigh more than 10 to 20 pounds. Then, he pulled out all the mugwort that had already matured. Suddenly, the mugwort decomposed into prepared medicinal materials. Wormwood times 242. That's more than 200 portions of mugwort, enough for the short term. Moreover, there are so many mugwort seedlings in the cultivation soil. According to the current growth rate, we can probably harvest so many by evening. Yi Yifan put the mugwort into the ring space with satisfaction, and then moved the box of blueberries to the fire. Originally, he planned to go out and chop trees today so that he could accumulate enough wood to upgrade to the third-level shelter. Then go get some stones tomorrow and try to upgrade the shelter to level 3 before the mosquito swarm breaks out. Although the second-level shelter can prevent some mosquito swarms, it is not as safe as the third-level shelter. But now, he doesn't need to fight for basic supplies. If I keep so many blueberries for myself, I'll get tired of them. Not to mention, as long as there is growing soil, there will be a steady supply of blueberries. So the best option is to exchange these blueberries for supplies. Still with 10 blueberries in a pack, Yi Yifan directly put all the blueberries on the auction house in exchange for basic supplies. At the same time, he also put the toast he had obtained earlier on the auction house. But the toast was for display and could not be traded directly. Because what toast want to trade are not basic materials like wood and stone, but things like blueprints, medicinal herbs, and some special items. But even the blueprints and medicinal materials must be judged by him before he decides whether to take them or not. So the deal for toast is to go private education only. Only after hanging up all the items that needed to be hung did Yi Yifan leave the auction house. At this time, it was only 6:50 and there were still 10 minutes until dawn. Since he had nothing to do, Yi Yifan decided to sit by the fire while browsing the chat channel. As a result, I found that there was a change in the total number of people. When it just got dark yesterday, the temperature there was over 97,900, but now it has dropped to 97,500. In just one night, more than 400 people went offline. With such a high mortality rate, even Yi Yifan, who now has abundant supplies, would feel a little heavy. At this time, the frequency of information scrolling in the chat channel was not as high as yesterday, but the information was still similar. Many of them are familiar faces who often speak out in the comment section. For example, the sexy little wildcat who had a deal with him yesterday, and the sexy little lamb who was previously exposed as a she-male. And that sissy who claims to be from an idol boy band is still looking for food from his fans in the channel. However, one piece of information caught Yi Yifan's attention. Everyone, do you feel the temperature has dropped? I always felt that it was a lot colder last night. What do you mean by feeling? The temperature has already dropped. I saw the temperature yesterday, and it was around 20 degrees. Now it's only 12 degrees. Yes, it has indeed cooled down. I checked the temperature around 10 o'clock last night, and it was still 15 degrees. The heavens are going to kill me. I only wore a single layer of clothing when I came here, and I almost froze to death last night. If the temperature drops further, how will I survive? Oh, I hope I can find some warm clothes today. I don't know how low the temperature will drop. Is the temperature dropping? Yi Yifan quickly turned the screen to the page showing the date and weather. Current time, April 29th, 20245, 6:56 a.m. Daybreak, 7:30. Dark, 4:30. Today's weather, light to moderate rain. Temperature, 13 degrees. Warm reminder, the sun is about to rise and a new day is about to begin. Please work hard to find supplies and survive. In addition, the temperature is constantly dropping and we don't know how low it will drop. Everyone, please keep warm. Yi Yifan originally just wanted to see if the temperature had really dropped, but he saw at a glance that the dawn time was delayed by half an hour and the dusk time was actually advanced by half an hour. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that the time will become shorter and shorter and finally turn into eternal night? It's impossible. If it really becomes eternal night, then the point of living is just ask for death. There must be other hidden rules. Maybe if I get the first place achievement again, I will be able to see what is going on. Yi Yifan rubbed his temples and became even more determined to upgrade to the third-level shelter. I'm not sure about other things, but since I was able to get the first place in the entire district when I upgraded to the second-level shelter, then upgrading to the third-level shelter will definitely be possible. However, if you want to upgrade to a level 3 shelter, you must first find iron nails. I don't know where to find these things. The drop in temperature is negligible compared to the shortening of daylight hours. He is closed now, so even if the temperature drops further, he won't freeze to death. But if eternal night falls, will the dangers in the darkness cost him his life? Even he himself can't guarantee it. Chapter 16, Another Daytime Exploration. Lin Yifun's heart couldn't help but become heavier. Returning to the chat channel, he thought about it and decided to remind everyone. However, at this moment, he saw a message from an old acquaintance. Sexy little wildcat. Oh my, it was so cold last night. I was so fragile that I almost froze to death. Fortunately, Brother Yifun gave me a warm cotton coat, which allowed me to survive this cold night. Thank you, Brother Yifun. I love you. From now on, there will only be you in my heart. As soon as this message came out, the chat channel exploded. Fuck, this little wildcat actually hooked up with Boss Yi. As expected, no matter what time it is, beautiful women have the advantage. Even a big shot like Yi Yifun can't escape the attack of beautiful women. If this little wildcat can hook up with the big guy, then so can we. Boss Yi Yifun, I'm a sexy little wild boar. Not only can I sing and dance, but as long as you give me some food and clothes, I will only love you. Then I could do it too, Brother Yi. I am the sexy little wild bull. I am proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Please love me, brother. I'm a sexy little pheasant. I'm a sexy little wild sheep. Lin Yifun looked at the messages scrolling in the chat channel, and his eyes suddenly went dark. He sent a message speechlessly. Stop messing around. I have something serious to tell you. Check the weather page for the date. I noticed that not only has the temperature dropped, but the daytime hours have also become shorter. I don't know if they will get shorter in the future. You must hurry up and collect more supplies. As soon as he sent this message, the chat channel suddenly stopped. Now, everyone goes to the date weather page. After a while, the messages in the chat channel began to scroll again. However, Lin Yifun no longer paid attention to it. He could only give a reminder because they were all compatriots, but that was all. He can hardly take care of himself now. How can he have the time to care about others? But at this time, he discovered that Ruan Qingtan, with whom he had traded yesterday, actually sent him a chat message. Mr. Yi, you said that the daytime is getting shorter and shorter. Will it turn into eternal night? When Lin Yifun saw the message, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. As expected, there are always many smart people. What he can think of, others can naturally think of as well. But he couldn't answer this question either, and could only say, I don't know, but there are many natural disasters in this world. The mosquito crisis is only considered among the extreme natural disasters. There must be more dangerous ones. Eternal night is not impossible. However, there is no need to think too much now. It is useless to think about it. The best thing to do is to collect supplies. After sending the message, he turned his attention to the outside of the cabin because it was daybreak. The rain is still falling, even heavier than yesterday. And I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lin Yifun always feels that the fog today is much thicker than yesterday. When he stood in the house yesterday, he could still see the thick fog in the distance, but today he could not see clearly. The days were getting shorter, and he couldn't waste a single minute. After turning off the light screen, Lin Yifun put on his straw raincoat, took the 2 empty treasure chests under the eaves to fill them with water, and then set out to look for supplies. He went to the left side yesterday. Although he only searched it briefly, he had been there at least. Of course, there was another reason why he didn't want to go to the left, which was to avoid the swarm of mosquitoes. Last night, he clearly saw that hundreds of millions of mosquitoes were in the forest on the left. He was lucky not to encounter them yesterday. But if he continued searching over there, he might encounter a swarm of mosquitoes, and he had not yet produced a strong mosquito repellent. It's too dangerous to confront the swarm of mosquitoes rashly. So, he decided to go to the right side today and see that the forest on the right was a little denser than that on the left. The tree species are similar, but the difference is that in addition to the tall trees in the forest on the right, there are also many low shrubs. There are even a lot of thorny vines, and you need to use an axe to chop them all the way through. The difficulty of searching for supplies increased a lot, but Lin Yifun still decided to go this way. His shelter is here. He doesn't know if the shelter can be moved in the future, but in the short term, he has no plans to move. So, to be on the safe side, he planned to explore all directions near the shelter. Moreover, Lin Yifun did not plan to collect basic supplies today. His only purpose was the treasure chest and medicinal herbs such as mint, as well as bird feathers and iron blocks for making feather arrows. Not to mention, he's pretty lucky. Not long after walking, they found 2 medicinal herbs. Wild chrysanthemum and plantain are both common herbs that have cooling and detoxifying effects. When Lin Yifun was in the countryside, he had seen elderly people use them to make tea to reduce internal heat and detoxify. So even if he can't use it now, he will still collect it first. Talent activated. Get 8 times the critical hit reward. Wild Chrysanthemum times 8. Plantain times 8. With the critical hit buff, the number of plantain and wild chrysanthemum, which were originally only single plants, directly increased to 8 plants. Lin Yifan happily threw the 2 handfuls of herbs into space, and then continued to explore forward. Not long after, he saw a bird's nest as big as a wash basin on the branch of a huge pine tree. Lin Yifan looked at the bird's nest, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He has not found a single bird feather he needs. There were birds in the woods, but he could only hear their voices but not see them. Even if he had the chasing wind and breaking clouds bow in his hand, it would be of no use. Now that we can find a bird's nest, it is possible that we can find bird feathers. As for the bird, he no longer fantasizes about it. He had roughly determined before that the season in this world was probably autumn. Birds build nests and lay eggs in spring, so this bird's nest must be empty. But if you are lucky, you might be able to find a few bird feathers. After Lin Yifan put the axe into the ring space, he spit in his palms, rubbed them, and then began to climb the tree. His tree climbing skills were not excellent, but after all, he had been exposed to them since childhood, so he managed to climb up. He carefully climbed up the branches and came to the bird's nest. As he expected, there were no eggs or baby birds in the nest. However, to his surprise, there was a treasure chest inside the bird's nest. Although it's just a white treasure chest, it's better than nothing. Lin Yifan put the treasure chest into the space ring, intending to open it after bringing it back to the shelter. It would be convenient to clean up then. But at this time, he suddenly discovered that there was something else in the bird's nest under the box. It was an egg, about the size of a fist, with a turquoise shell. Chapter 17, Sexy, Little Wildcat Again. Lin Yifan looked at the bird egg, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I quickly scooped it up in my hand and weighed it twice. It was heavy. I just don't know if the eggs are rotten. If they are, I can enjoy a good meal. At this moment, a light screen suddenly flashed in front of Lin Yifan's eyes. Golden Eagle Egg. Hatchable. Great. Bronze. Incubation conditions. Wind Attribute Spirit Crystal times 1. Fire Attribute Spirit Crystal times 1. It can actually be hatched? Lin Yifan's eyes lit up instantly. This egg can actually hatch. And it was a golden eagle egg. He had never seen a golden eagle, but he knew about eagles. That's a bird of prey. It would be so cool if I could really have a golden eagle as a pet. However, when he saw the hatching conditions below, he couldn't help but have a headache again. What is this spiritual crystal? I've never heard of it. It seems that it is unlikely to hatch this golden eagle in a short period of time. But no matter what, as long as you know the hatching conditions, there will always be a day when it will hatch. So, how can it not be considered a good harvest? Unfortunately, the harvest critical hit buff failed to be triggered. Lin Yifan felt a little regretful, but it only lasted for a moment, and then he contentedly put the bird's nest and the eggs into the ring space. After getting down from the tree, we continued to move forward. Because we had to clear the road, we could only walk 1 or 2 miles in an hour at most. It took Lin Yifan a whole morning to walk about 10 miles, and apart from the bird's nest, he only managed to pick up a few common herbs and nothing else. But he was not discouraged. Finding material capital depends on luck. He was lucky enough to have that harvest in the morning. Moreover, he was really tired after driving for such a long time, so he found a rock to sit down, took out a piece of toast, and drank some water, which was his lunch. While talking about toast, he opened the auction house and saw that all the blueberries he had put up for sale in the morning had been exchanged for basic supplies. Fortunately, the transaction principle of the auction house is that as long as the item is put up, it will be there, and after the other party completes the transaction, the item will also appear at the original place. Before Lin Yifan went out, he left all the blueberries in the shelter, so all the basic supplies he exchanged now are also in the shelter. This also makes it convenient for those who go out to collect supplies, as they don't have to keep an eye on the transactions in the auction house all the time. After looking at the transaction situation at the auction house, he turned his attention to the private chat channel. At this time, his private chat channel was already full. When he opened it, he saw that all of them wanted to exchange for toast, except for some of the smart ones, which really left him speechless. My father is the governor of Jiangnan province. Now I'm giving you a chance to curry my favor. As long as you give me a bag of toast, I'll ask my father to give you a civil service position after we return to Earth. We are all Chinese compatriots. I advise you not to be so selfish. If you have any extra food, please share it with us. We will thank you for your generosity. Gigi, I'm a sexy little lamb. I have fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I could be a queen or a cute girl. As long as Gigi gives me 2 pieces of toast, I will send you photos of myself wearing black stockings. Brother, I have a bunch of artificial natural fertilizers here, and I'm willing to exchange them for your toast. I hope you won't be so shameless and agree to it quickly. Lin Yifan looked at the private messages from these smart guys and blocked them all without any hesitation. Then I saw this useful information. Not to mention, toast is very tempting, and many people took out drawings to exchange for it. Wooden table blueprint exchange for 5 slices of toast. Please reply if you agree to the transaction. Bench blueprint, I would like to exchange it for 6 slices of toast. Hope you can agree. I have primary water purifier blueprint and would like to exchange it for 10 slices of toast. Please reply if you agree. The blueprints for wooden tables and benches were not rare, and many people submitted their bids. Lin Yifan chose the 2 with the cheapest prices and exchanged them for 7 slices of toast. As for the primary water purifier blueprint, Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment but decided to take it. Although everyone has enough clean water now because of the rain, who knows if there will be a shortage of water in the future. It's always a good idea to collect the drawings first. In addition to these infrastructure drawings, Lin Yifan also saw a weapons manufacturing drawing. Black iron, grade 100 forging knife production drawing. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. However, the price the other party wanted really made Lin Yifan feel that it was too high. The other party actually asked for 1,600 grams of toast, which is 2 large bags. In addition to the investment, they also asked for 1,000 grams of meat and 500 grams of blueberries. Obviously, even if Lin Yifan posted a hidden message, the other party still guessed it was him. Considering the current rarity of weapon blueprints, his asking price is actually not outrageous. But the problem is that Lin Yifan has no meat left. Except for the part of snake meat he ate yesterday. He used the rest to exchange for supplies. So, unless he could get new beasts, he would not be able to get meat. But he still wanted this blueprint, so he replied, I can agree to the conditions, but I don't have any meat right now. Either you exchange the meat for other conditions, or I owe you the meat first, and I'll give it to you when I get some new meat. Lin Yifan believed that no one would agree to such a blank check. Not to mention, the other party, like him, is a person who has hidden his ID. But since the other party took out the drawings, it was obvious that he had the intention of making a transaction. Then the probability of changing conditions should be greater. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party actually agreed. Then I'll owe you the money first. Why get some new meat? I'll give them a little more as interest. When Lin Yifan heard the familiar tone, an acquaintance suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately replied, Are you a sexy little wildcat? The sexy little wildcat's coquettish tone of voice is so iconic. Even though many people are imitating it, no one can compare to this little wildcat in terms of acting cute. The sexy little wildcat who had hidden her message saw Lin Yifan's message and immediately replied, Yes, it's me. I went out to look for supplies today, and after walking a few steps, I found a green treasure chest. This blueprint was opened from that treasure chest. The moment I opened the blueprint, I immediately felt that this blueprint must belong to you, brother. Only a strong man like you is worthy of owning such a high-level weapon, so I immediately came to trade with you. Brother Yi, look at how well I treat you. You must never forget me. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that this female internet celebrity was so lucky. I found a treasure chest yesterday and got rare mugwort from it. Today I found another treasure chest. It also opened up such precious weapon blueprints. Such luck is truly extraordinary. Lin Yifan has always believed that luck is also part of strength. If a person does not have any luck at all, then no matter how capable he is, it will be difficult for him to succeed. But for those who have good luck, even if they have no ability, they can still succeed easily. Not to mention, this is in the realm of survival. It's not easy for anyone to survive here. Lin Yifan also had a feeling that this world seemed to attach great importance to luck. Whether it was opening a treasure chest or looking for supplies, it was all related to luck. Therefore, he boldly guessed that luck is very important if one wants to survive well in this world. People with good luck can definitely live better and longer than those unlucky people. Therefore, Lin Yifan prefers to make friends with people who have particularly good luck. Not to mention, the other party has taken the initiative to make friends with him, so he just needs to go along with them and doesn't need to kowtow to them at all. Chapter 18, A Woman of Fortune. It's good to be friends. But if Lin Yifan was asked to kneel down and lick someone's ass, he couldn't do it. But if the other person takes the initiative, then he naturally won't refuse. Therefore, Lin Yifan did not hesitate to send a message directly. Thank you. I'll remember this favor. When I get some new meat, I'll give you 3 times the amount. Hee, triple is not necessary. The sexy little wildcat sent a message. If Brother Yi has extra wood or stones, you can exchange them for me so that I can upgrade the shelter to level 2 first. Lin Yifan is not short of basic materials. Even if he really needs it, he can always exchange it for his unused supplies. So he did not refuse and readily agreed. No problem. Do the math in the evening and tell me how much you still need. I'll try to make it up to you. At this time, because of chopping trees, both hands were rubbed with blisters. The sexy little wildcat was grimacing in pain. When she saw Lin Yifan's message, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. She was even afraid that she had seen it wrong, and couldn't help but confirm. Brother Yi, are you serious? Will you really help me make up for it? What if I'm far behind? Lin Yifan knew exactly the amount of materials needed to upgrade a first-level shelter to a second-level shelter. Compared to his level 2 upgrade to level 3, it was really insignificant, so he replied readily. It's true. I'll make up for the difference. Brother Yi, you are so kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. The sexy little wildcat, whose hands were shaking from the pain, was moved to tears and quickly sent another message. Brother Yi, I will trade the atlas to you right now. In addition to the breakthrough, I also got 5 iron nails from the green treasure chest. I don't have any use for them now, so I'll give them all to you. There are even iron nails. Lin Yifan really couldn't help but begin to envy the sexy little wildcat's luck. He opened so many treasure chests and didn't see a single nail, but others found it easily. It's true. Comparing people will make you die. Comparing goods will make you throw them away. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yifan took an iron nail and looked at it. He found that it was just the most common 3-inch nail, so he threw it back into the space. With these 5 nails, I can go back and build the primary operating table. With an operating table, more precise things can be made. For example, when making a wooden bed, the one made on the operating table can at least reach the ordinary level. Unlike the wooden bed that was made directly last night, it was extremely rough and had a low load-bearing capacity and even couldn't accommodate 2 people. Moreover, if you want to make higher grade, more sophisticated and beautiful furniture or other facilities, you must use the operating table. Therefore, an operating table is a necessity. After looking at the iron nails, Lin Yifan took out the black iron grade 100 forged knife drawing. Black iron grade 100 forged knife blueprint can be studied. He clicked on the study button without hesitation and then looked at the manufacturing conditions. Black iron grade 100 forged knife blueprint. Grade, black iron. Build materials. Iron block times 5. Rosewood times 2. I need another piece of iron. Oh. Lin Yifan sighed softly. He still hadn't found a stable source of iron blocks. Take the iron nails, for example. I only got 5 from the sexy little wildcat. It's difficult to make this knife. Lin Yifan could only put this matter aside for the time being and continue checking private messages, but there was nothing else more valuable. There were people selling herbs, but they were only the most common ones. He already had some on hand, so he was too lazy to trade. Among the herbs, what he needed most was mint, but there was no one selling it. In desperation, he could only take out 3 slices of toast and place a separate order to trade mint. In order to ensure that the person who found the mint could see his purchase request, he also sent a purchase request message in the chat channel. Mints needed, mints needed, mints needed. He didn't remain anonymous this time, so once the message was sent, the entire channel went viral. Oh my god, Boss Lin Yifan is here, and he wants to buy mint. If anyone has mint, go find him and trade. I saw someone at the auction house exchanging toast for mint a long time ago, but unfortunately, I don't have any. Do I have to give it to him if I have it? Who is he? Is he a god? I won't sell it to him. Is the person above crazy? Boss Lin Yifan has previously posted a strong mosquito repellent formula, which contains mint as one of the ingredients. If we don't give him the mint, what will we do if we can't make the mosquito repellent? It's none of my business. Anyway, my shelter has been upgraded to level 2. Even if a swarm of mosquitoes attacks, they can't hurt me. Look, this is what we call selfishness. Boss Lin Yifan at least still considers us. This kind of person is the real selfish ghost. Lin Yifan looked at the debate in the chat channel and was too lazy to say anything more. He released the strong mosquito repellent formula yesterday, which was originally an advertisement, not intended to be provided to everyone for free. Therefore, he doesn't care whether others are willing to trade with him or not. But at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly found a message in his friend channel. Ruan Qingtan, I dug up 2 mint plants today. I can give them both to you, but I have a request. Can you give me a portion of the powerful mosquito repellent you made? Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this woman had such good luck. As for her conditions, there was nothing I couldn't agree to. Lin Yifan has some breeding soil, and he can grow a large number of plants with just one plant. What's wrong with giving her a portion? So I answered readily, I agree to your terms. After thinking for a while, he asked again, do you need me to pay a deposit? No. Ruan Qingtan quickly replied, I believe in your character. After saying that, he immediately initiated the transaction. After Lin Yifan got the mint, he immediately got up and rushed back to the shelter. The breeding soil is in the shelter, and he has to hurry back to plant the mint in the breeding soil so that he can grow more mint as soon as possible. You have to clear the way when you come out, so it's slower, but it's very fast when you go back. It took less than 40 minutes to get back to the shelter. At this time, the shelter was filled with wood and stones, which almost crushed the blueberry trees planted in the cultivation soil. Lin Yifan quickly separated the wood and feed and stacked the wood neatly along one side of the shelter. The stones were moved directly outside the shelter. After all, they were not afraid of being blown away by wind and rain. As for the clay, it was temporarily stored in the ring space. Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the crowded wooden house finally become tidy. Another batch of blueberries has ripened, and the branches are bent with the weight of the fruits. Lin Yifan quickly took out the empty box and picked all the blueberries. Only then did he realize that there were more blueberries this time than in the morning. In the morning, the blueberries just filled up an empty green treasure chest. But this time, after the box was full, there were still a lot of blueberries left, so they had to be packed in another box. Chapter 19. Treasure Chest in the Mosquito Swarm. Lin Yifan was full of confusion. Why was there such a big difference in the number of blueberries between the 2 times? As a result, we discovered that the blueberry tree had grown 2 new branches. No wonder it produced more fruits. The mugwort on the other side was also overflowing, densely packed, with probably dozens of plants. Each group is half a person's height and is covered with densely packed seeds. Lin Yifan still pulled out all the mugwort that had already bloomed and produced seeds, leaving only the small mugwort below the knees. Then he planned to plant mint on the other side of the mugwort. As a result, at this moment, a light screen suddenly flashed in front of Lin Yifan. Warning, 1 piece of cultivation soil can only grow 2 plants. If you plant a 3rd plant, one of the first 2 plants will be randomly selected as flower fertilizer. Lin Yifan looked at the message and was immediately shocked. He really didn't expect that the number of plants that could be planted in 1 piece of breeding soil was fixed. Fortunately, he was given a hint. Otherwise, he would have lost a precious plant. Even though he seems to dislike blueberries now, this thing is a real fruit, and a fruit with extremely high nutritional value. So, no blueberries can be lost. As for the mugwort, it cannot be lost, even though he has accumulated a lot of mugwort from these 2 harvests. But this thing is something that you can never have too little of. Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to dig out the blueberry tree for the time being. Blueberry trees are relatively easy to grow and are quite hardy. As long as you dig them out and spray them with water every once in a while, they will live for a long time. Moreover, blueberry trees are native plants and will survive if planted in ordinary soil outside the house. So Lin Yifan dug out the blueberry tree, took it outside the shelter, and found a place with fertile soil. Jiangnan was not transplanted here. Then, he immediately took out the 2 mint plants and planted them in the growing soil. Seeing the mint that had been wilting immediately perk up, Lin Yifan knew that the day of a bumper mint harvest was not far away. After planting the mint, they added a few more logs to the fire and then set out again to look for supplies. As a result, he walked a few steps along the road he had taken in the morning when he saw a white treasure chest hidden among the fallen leaves on the side. He quickly went forward to pick up the treasure chest and threw it into the space, preparing to open it together at night. It took another 40 minutes before we got back to where we had lunch. Then we picked up the axe and continued to clear the way and explore. But this time, he had not walked far when he heard a manic buzzing sound in his ears. Lin Yifan was very familiar with this voice. That was the sound made by the swarm of mosquitoes in the western forest last night. It is manic and chaotic, making people feel upset and uneasy when they hear it. At the same time, Lin Yifan suddenly felt a pain in his arm. When he looked down, he saw a mosquito with legs as big as a spider, lying on his arm and sucking his blood quickly. The exaggerated blood-sucking speed made Lin Yifan feel cold in his heart. I quickly slapped the mosquito to death, but I saw that the place where I was bitten by the mosquito quickly began to become red and swollen, and it was burning with pain. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Yifan saw that there were more than a dozen mosquitoes surrounding him at some point. If he hadn't been wearing full camouflage uniform, he would have rolled up the sleeve of his right arm out of habit. I'm afraid that at this moment, these mosquitoes have already pounced on him and are sucking his blood. He looked at the mosquitoes and felt a chill in his heart. He originally thought that the mosquitoes were concentrated in the forest in the west, but he never expected that there were also some here. If all mosquitoes were like the one in front of him, how terrifying it would be when the swarm erupted. Lin Yifan didn't even dare to imagine it. He quickly took 2 photos of the mosquitoes and quickly stepped back, ready to leave the area, because he found that there were more and more mosquitoes flying around him, and some even kept flying toward his face. He had to keep waving his arms to drive away the mosquitoes to avoid being bitten. However, when he walked back nearly a kilometer, the mosquitoes that were surrounding him still did not disperse. In desperation, he could only stop and kill all the mosquitoes. At the same time, he finally discovered where the mosquito swarms were during the day. He raised his head and looked at a banyan tree in front of him, his face twitching constantly. The banyan tree is very tall and has dense branches. All those mosquitoes stayed on the branches at the top of the banyan tree, so densely packed that they filled every branch. Lin Yifan's scalp tingled when he saw it. He had been in a hurry on his way and had not raised his head to take a closer look. He thought those were just brown and black branches. Now I understand that the mosquito is not in the distant forest, but right in front of me. Lin Yifan looked at the mosquitoes and could only retreat slowly. The strong mosquito repellent had not been prepared yet, so he did not dare to disturb them. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a treasure chest on the branch in the middle of the top of the banyan tree. And it's still a blue treasure chest. This was the first time he had seen a blue treasure chest so far. However, this blue treasure chest is densely surrounded by mosquitoes. If you want to take it down, you will definitely encounter the mosquito swarm as soon as possible. What to do? Just give up like that? Lin Yifan frowned, feeling somewhat unwilling. This is a blue treasure chest. Moreover, he also has the buff of critical hit for receiving goods today. As long as he can get this treasure chest, even if the buff of critical hit for receiving goods is only doubled, it will be a huge profit. No, we must get this box down. But how to do it? Lin Yifan thought for a moment and immediately came up with an idea. If you want to take the box from the pile of mosquitoes, you have to kill all the mosquitoes or drive them away. Strong mosquito killer, yes? You must use strong mosquito killer. Only in this way can we kill the mosquitoes and take out the box. However, this place is still 7 or 8 kilometers away from the shelter, and a round trip will take at least an hour. Lin Yifan quickly opened the light screen and checked the time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon, and it would be dark at 4:30. He only has 2 hours. Do you really want to take this risk? Lin Yifan frowned and thought for a few seconds, and finally decided that he must get the treasure chest. Now that he had made up his mind, he did not delay any longer and quickly ran towards the shelter, almost at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. In the end, he reached the shelter in just 20 minutes, a journey that would have taken him 40 minutes to complete. In the cultivation soil in the shelter, the 2 mint plants have grown a lot, and many thin branches and leaves have branched out from the main branches. Chapter 20, it is indeed a powerful insecticide. Lin Yifan originally planned to use one of the 2 mint plants as medicine. The remaining one will be used as a seedling for reproduction. Mint has strong vitality and reproduction ability, and there is also breeding soil, so 1 seedling is enough. But now, there is no need for that, because he discovered that in this world, medicinal materials are not calculated 1 unit at a time, but according to the amount. When Yi Yifan picked 5 leaves, it indicated that there was a unit. After taking out another unit of mugwort from the space, he began to make powerful mosquito repellent. According to his original idea, this powerful insecticide should be a pesticide spray like the insecticide in the center of the earth. But he never expected that the powerful mosquito repellent he produced was actually a bunch of grass about half a meter long. Powerful mosquito repellent. Great, good quality. How to use? Fumigation. Light the medicine handle from the top to emit a large amount of medicine smoke, which can kill mosquitoes. Each medicine handle can be used for 3 hours. Special note, please pay attention to ventilation when using it indoors to avoid choking yourself. Yi Fun looked at the medicine in his hand and sighed slightly. Can such a primitive way of use really kill mosquitoes? He couldn't help but have doubts in his mind. However, there is no better way to deal with those mosquitoes now, so we can only trust this medicine. After taking out a few more medicinal herbs and making a total of 5 medicine bundles, Yi Fun planned to rush over to get the blue treasure chest. However, before he went out, he took out an empty treasure chest, dug some charcoal from the fire, and then went out with the treasure chest. He used a white, empty treasure chest. The material used to make this white, empty treasure chest was a grayish-white stone, which was different from the wooden material used for the green treasure chest. Although Yi Fun didn't know whether this white treasure chest could withstand high temperatures, he had no other way to start a fire except the fire. So, he had to bring fire from the shelter. The most ideal thing is, of course, a torch, but even to make the simplest torch, you need bamboo strips or pine wood, neither of which he has now. So I can only use the empty box of this white treasure chest to hold the fire and give it a try. I was worried that the empty box would be damaged by the high temperature, causing the fire to be lost halfway. Yi Fun almost used all his strength to run to where the blue treasure chest was, and even shortened the time he took to go back by 5 minutes. Fortunately, although the box started to get hot, it did not crack. He found a handful of relatively dry leaves from the dead leaves on the ground, put them on the charcoal fire in a box, and then kept blowing air into them with his mouth. After a while, the dry leaves were ignited by the charcoal fire. He took out a few pieces of dry wood from the space, placed them on the burning dry leaves, and burned them slowly. After the fire was started, Yi Fun did not immediately put the powerful mosquito repellent on it and light it. Instead, he took out another set of clothes from the space and covered his face and hands as much as possible, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Then he took out a handful of strong mosquito repellent and placed it over the open flame and lit it. After a while, bursts of white smoke came out from the top of the medicine handle. You know what? This smoke smells pretty good. It has the scent of mugwort and the coolness of mint. Although it smells a bit pungent, it is quite refreshing. When the smoke began to dissipate, Yi Fun's attention was immediately focused on the swarm of mosquitoes climbing on the branches of the banyan tree. You know what? Even though this medicine handle looks primitive and crude, it actually works quite well. This made Lin Yi Fun breathe a sigh of relief. You know, facing the upcoming mosquito outbreak, powerful mosquito killer is his trump card. Yes, hiding in a shelter can help you avoid some mosquito attacks. But what if the mosquitoes don't retreat during the day? Don't you go out to collect supplies and just sit at home and eat up all the food? Then you are just waiting to die. Therefore, there must be a way to control the mosquito swarm. Otherwise, everyone will die in the end. And powerful mosquito killer is the most ideal reliance so far. Nowadays, the effect of mosquito repellent is remarkable, which is naturally worth Lin Yi Fun's happiness. Not long after the smoke began to dissipate, the swarm of mosquitoes that had been resting motionlessly on the branches immediately became restless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The manic and chaotic voices rang out, making Yi Fun feel upset and uneasy. He rubbed his temples with his hands and took a deep breath of smoke. The coolness in the smoke immediately made him feel a lot more comfortable. Only then did he understand why mint was added when mugwort was the main ingredient for killing mosquitoes. It turns out that this mint is aimed at humans. Just as Yi Fun figured out the key, he immediately saw black objects falling in front of him. When I looked closely, I found that they were all mosquitoes. Among the fallen mosquitoes, some were already dead, while some were still struggling. But I think death is not far away. The powerful mosquito-killing effect of this medicine is truly worthy of its name. Yi Fun raised his head and looked at the decreasing number of mosquitoes on the branches above his head with surprise. The blue treasure chest that was originally covered by mosquitoes was basically exposed. After he inserted the medicine handle in the ground, he took out another handful of medicine handles, lit them, and then bit the mouth of the handle with his mouth before starting to climb the tree. The blue treasure chest is located about 7 or 8 meters from the ground, which is as high as 2 to 3 floors. If it were a straighter tree, Yi Fun really couldn't guarantee that he could climb it. The banyan tree has lush branches that branch almost from the bottom, so it is relatively easy to climb. However, the higher you climb, the more mosquitoes there are. But these mosquitoes are basically dead, only their corpses are hanging on the trees. Even if there are a few that are not dead yet, Yi Fun will not let go of these fish with the medicine stick in his mouth. So, the whole process of getting the blue treasure chest went smoothly. After taking the treasure chest, Yi Fun finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked at the time, his face changed instantly. 16:15. Only 15 minutes left before it gets dark. It would take 15 minutes to get back from here. How could he not panic? But no matter what, you can't give up on yourself. So, Yi Fun quickly threw the blue treasure chest into the ring space, extinguished one of the medicine pills, and took the other medicine pill in his hand. Then, holding the box filled with charcoal, he ran as fast as he could towards the shelter. Although the probability of fire in this kind of weather is very small, Yi Fun still doesn't want to take the chance. Forest fires are everyone's responsibility. Born in the countryside, these 8 words are ingrained in his bones. Not to mention, his shelter is right here. If it really catches fire, he himself will become a barbecue. So even though the box was a little hot, he still didn't drop it. It's not that he is not afraid of the burn, he also wants to get rid of the charcoal fire. But where is the time now? Even so, no matter how hard he tried, he was still too late. Chapter 21, Attack in the Dark. When we were about 5 minutes away from the safety lock, it was dark. The sky here turns from light to darkness in an instant without any transition. Yesterday when it got dark, although he also rushed back at the checkpoint, he only arrived at the door of the safe house. So, although one can vaguely feel that the nights here are very special, as if there is an unknown horror appearing in the darkness. But it's not particularly intuitive. But today, Lin Yifan finally felt it intuitively. And the moment it got dark, thick fog rose rapidly from the ground. In less than a minute, thick fog enveloped the entire forest. After dark, you can't see your hand in front of you, and you can only see some vague shadows. Now with the thick fog, even the shadows cannot be seen. All I can see is chaos. That's right, it's not absolute black, nor is it pure fog, it's chaos. Chaos where nothing can be seen clearly. When people lose their vision, they will inevitably feel panic. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and bit his tongue hard before he suppressed the panic in his heart and calmed himself down to face it. He raised his head and looked at the horizon. He had looked at the direction when he went out, and this side was in the west. And last night, he saw a moon in the southeast sky, but it was a strange scarlet color and filled with a strong sense of foreboding. But anyway, it should be fine as a directional reference. Sure enough, the scarlet blood moon was already hanging in the sky. The whole earth was obviously covered by thick fog, and Lin Yifan was also standing in the fog. According to normal logic, he should not be able to see the moon anyway. But the blood moon was hanging there openly, emitting an ominous aura that made people feel creepy when they saw it. Lin Yifan didn't dare to think too much. He looked in the direction of the blood moon and tried to force his way forward. However, he had only taken 2 steps forward when he felt something was wrong with the road under his feet. The road he was walking on was the one he had cleared with an axe during the day, 1 axe at a time. There were thorns and vines on both sides of the road, and there was no way to walk on it. So, if he is going the right direction, he should continue along that road. But now, he had only taken 2 steps when he stepped on thorny vines. Obviously, he was going the wrong direction. But comparing it with the blood moon, the direction is correct. So how could it be wrong? Lin Yifan stood in place, looking at the blood moon with a frown, but the direction of the blood moon remained unchanged. It seems that trying to use the blood moon as a reference for direction is not feasible. Take 2 steps back and return to your original position. There was no better way, so Lin Yifan could only start groping in the dark, carefully following the feeling of his feet and slowly moving forward. Fortunately, he opened up this road himself, and no one is more familiar with it than him. Moreover, he fumbled and picked up a wooden stick and tapped the ground gently to check the road conditions ahead. It's just like a blind person using a stick to find the way. Although it's a little slower, it's still smooth. There are only 5 minutes left, so even if we went a little slower, we should be able to get back in half an hour at most. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel relieved. He also discovered that as he got closer to the shelter, the density of the fog decreased, although it was still pitch dark. But the virtual feeling of suffocation caused by the thick fog has finally dissipated a lot. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something unusual happening behind him. Rustle, rustle. The faint footsteps made a slight sound as they stepped on the dead branches and rotten leaves. But in this quiet and deserted place, it exploded in Lin Yifan's ears like thunder. He turned his head suddenly, but unfortunately it was pitch black in front of him, and it was foggy, and he couldn't see anything at all. But from the sound, it could be judged that the owner of the footsteps is approaching him, and the distance is getting closer and closer. Lin Yifan immediately threw the half-burned medicine into the ring space, and then carefully placed a box of charcoal on the ground. Then he immediately took out an axe and held in his right hand, and with the other hand he took out an arrow. If you look closely, you can see a faint, oily sheen on the tip of the arrow, which is the poison of the king cobra. He took some time last night to smear snake venom on 2 of the arrowheads as a last resort to save his life. The venom of the king cobra is extremely terrifying. One bite from it can knock down even an elephant, let alone smaller animals. Therefore, it is most suitable to be used as a trump card. Now, he didn't know what was approaching, so Lin Yifan didn't dare to underestimate it at all and directly took out all his cards. At this time, the footsteps were already very close. But Lin Yifan still couldn't see clearly what was approaching him, but he could vaguely feel that the thing approaching him was very dangerous. But because he couldn't see clearly, he couldn't do anything except be vigilant and prepared. Call! With a sound of breaking air, Lin Yifan subconsciously picked up the axe in his hand and chopped it down hard towards the left. Ouch! A shrill scream rang out instantly. Lin Yifan finally figured out what was approaching him. This is a wolf. This instantly made his pores stand up, his expression became extremely alert, and all the muscles in his body were tense to the extreme. Because wolves are social creatures. If there is only one, there must be a group of them around it. Even if there is only one in front of you, there will definitely be a group of them in the nearby area. So, he's in danger. Even if he could get rid of the wolf in front of him, he would have to face the rest of the wolf pack sooner or later. Even if he escaped back to the shelter, the crisis could not be resolved. Although his second-level shelter is a wooden house, it is still not enough if he faces a pack of wolves. He must upgrade the shelter to level 3 within a short period of time to have a certain degree of protection. But now is not the time to think about these things. We should deal with the wolf in front of us first. Otherwise, he can't even go back to the shelter. So what's the point even if the shelter is level 100? Lin Yifan took a deep breath, carefully brought the axe to his nose, and sniffed it, and immediately smelled a strong smell of blood. The wolf is injured. The axe he just swung had injured the wild wolf. And the injury should not be light, otherwise there wouldn't be so much blood on the bones. But even so, Lin Yifan did not dare to take it lightly. Right now, the wolf's footsteps disappeared, and even its breathing could not be heard. Naturally, there was no way to determine where the wolf was now. Lin Yifan stood there and waited, but the wolf did not attack for the second time. However, he could confirm that the wolf did not go far. It's still nearby, eyeing him hungrily. Chapter 22. Poisoning the wolf. Lin Yifan didn't dare to move, and didn't dare to fight at all. He can't see anything with his eyes now, and is no different from a blind person. But the fact that the wolf hiding in the dark could find him so clearly was enough to prove that the wolf's eyes were normal. Under such circumstances, he really didn't dare to move. He was afraid that he would be ambushed as soon as he started to move. However, the confrontation time passed extremely quickly. It felt like less than a moment, and 5 minutes had passed. Lin Yifan still didn't dare to move. But at this moment, he suddenly found that a unique sound was ringing in his ears. It sounded like a baby's whispers, like a woman's complaints, and like the gentle admonitions of a close relative or elder. A lot of messy sounds intertwined together, seeming far and near, and completely inaudible. After these voices were intertwined together, they seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, and Lin Yifan became more and more irritated. I couldn't help but reach out and pat my ears, try to get rid of the distracting noises. However, no matter whether he clapped his ears or covered his ears, the sound were still there and would not disappear just because he covered his ears. If someone stood in front of Lin Yifan at this moment, he would be able to see his eyes. You will find that his eyes are now full of red bloodshot, and even his pupils are turning scarlet. This scarlet color is exactly the same color as the blood moon hanging in the sky. Lin Yifan himself found it hard to believe that the two were unrelated. It's just that he is too weak now. He has to survive even the impending natural disaster, let alone something that can be heard but not touched. After trying several times, he was unable to dispel the disturbing sound in his ears. In fact, as time went by, he found that the strange sound became more and more chaotic, and he became more and more irritated, and even had the urge to go crazy. This made him vaguely aware of the crisis at night, and perhaps this strange sound was the key. No, I can't stay in a wild any longer. We must get back to the shelter as soon as possible. Lin Yifan bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to calm himself down completely, and then he no longer cared about the wolf that attacked him. After throwing the box containing the fire into the ring space, he quietly moved towards the shelter. This place was already very close to the shelter, and even with his current location, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes to reach the shelter. However, Lin Yifan had only walked forward about 10 steps when he immediately heard some noise coming from the left. He reacted quickly. He turned his right hand, which was holding the poison arrow, and stabbed it hard to the left. However, this time he missed. Obviously, the wolf was also very cunning and would not let him hurt it easily again. Lin Yifan had not expected that this attack could really hurt the obedient wolf. It was more of a deterrent. Sure enough, after this attack, the wolf disappeared again. Lin Yifan still did not relax his vigilance, but his pace forward was much faster. 2 minutes later, the shelter was finally reached. Lin Yifan looked through the mist at the shelter, standing not far away, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then at this moment, he heard a sound of breaking air in his ears. Because of the extremely fast speed, the sound is extremely weak, but extremely strong. Lin Yifan had no time to react at all, and if he resisted, he would definitely get hurt. So he could only squat down suddenly, then pick up the poison arrow in his hand and stab it upwards hard. Puff! The sound of the arrow piercing into flesh rang out instantly. Bang! Then there was a sound of something falling to the ground, and the sound came from right in front of Lin Yifan. But because it was too dark, he couldn't see clearly, so he could only carefully get into position and prepare for the next round of attacks. However, at this moment, a shrill scream sounded. Ouch! 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 Lin Yifan originally wanted to leave immediately, but he was reluctant to give up the meat. After all, it was a wild beast that he had killed with great difficulty. Even though wolf meat doesn't taste that good, he still doesn't want to miss it. After all, no matter how ordinary the meat tastes, it is still meat. In today's world of survival, what is more important than meat? At least now, Lin Yifan is reluctant to give up. However, wolves are dangerous after all, and they must be dead before you can approach them. So, he stood there and waited for a while until the motivation in front became weaker and weaker. Then he moved over carefully. But he still didn't dare to touch it. He poked it slightly with the axe in his hand, but the wolf still didn't move. Only then did he pick up the wolf's corpse. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned over and felt around again, because he remembered that killing a wild beast might result in a treasure chest dropping. He had previously killed a king cobra, and a treasure chest dropped from it. The treasure chest is extremely important and must not be missed. And the fact was just as he expected. He indeed found a treasure chest next to the wolf corpse. I just can't tell what color it is, but as long as it's a treasure chest, it must be good stuff. After putting the treasure chest and the wolf corpse into the ring space, Lin Yifan did not dare to delay any longer and turned around and quickly rushed back to the shelter. Because the strange whispers in his ears were so noisy that he could hardly control his emotions. If he delayed any further, he was really afraid that he would go crazy. But when he stepped into the shelter, the strange whispering disappeared, and it disappeared so suddenly that he thought for a moment that what he had heard before was an illusion. In order to verify whether it was an illusion, he walked out of the shelter after stepping into the shelter. But he did not go far. He just walked under the eaves, and when he stepped out of the shelter, the strange whispers immediately appeared. However, compared to before, the sound was much weaker, but as time went on, the sound began to get stronger again. Lin Yifan frowned, picked up the water box under the eaves, and walked into the shelter to ponder in his heart. Is this strange whisper only heard in his area, or does it exist all over the world? If it exists all over the world, where does this sound come from? It is so desperate, so chaotic, and so crazy that anyone who hears it will be slowly affected and eventually driven crazy. If this happens all over the world, then could this sound be the night here, the wordless terror? Lin Yifan was unsure, but he could only let it go for the time being. In the fire inside the shelter, the wood he had added earlier had burned out, but there was still charcoal under the ashes. So after adding a few pieces of wood, the fire quickly started burning. The warmth and light finally made Lin Yifan feel alive again. Although he had only been outside for about half an hour after dark, he felt exhausted. After sitting down to rest for a while, drinking a sip of water, and eating 2 pieces of toast, he finally came to his senses. Chapter 23, finally back to the shelter. It was already past 5 o'clock. Although it was still early, it was pitch black outside. It really is not dark, but it is worse than dark. Lin Yifan sighed, and then stopped feeling sad. Anyway, things had come to this point, and he could only follow the rules of this world. After he had rested for a while, he took out the wolf corpse from his space ring. Sure enough, apart from a scar on the neck, there was only a scratch on the abdomen. The scratch was actually quite shallow, but the flesh had turned black. The wolf had died of poisoning. This gave Lin Yifan a slight headache. Could he still eat meat from a wolf that died of poisoning? Forget it. Even if I want to eat meat, my life is more important. Although the meat cannot be eaten, the ingredients are still useful. Lin Yifan carefully peeled off the wolf's skin, and he originally planned to throw away the remaining flesh and blood. But after thinking about it, I decided to stay for the time being. The wolf meat is already highly poisonous, and it might be useful in certain situations. So, Lin Yifan put the mutton on the fire and roasted it with an open flame until it was half cooked, so that it was not too bloody. Then he threw it into the ring space for preservation. He had tried it before and found that the time in the ring space was stagnant, so after putting things in it, they would not decay due to the passage of time. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to keep this thing. After dealing with the wolf corpse, Lin Yifan began to sort out today's harvest. Actually, to be honest, he didn't get much today. Apart from the 3 treasure chests, there were only some medicinal herbs he dug up while exploring the road. However, because of the buff of the critical hit, the quantity of medicinal herbs was not small. He originally wanted to plant them, but there was no extra cultivation soil, so he could only leave them in the space temporarily. What's left is the golden eagle egg and 3 treasure chests. The golden eagle eggs now have no hatching materials, so they can only be left alone for the time being, so the 3 treasure chests were taken out. There are 3 treasure chests, white, green, and blue. The white one comes from the bird's nest, and the blue one comes from the mosquito swarm. And the last green color is what you get from killing the wild wolf. Lin Yifan looked at the green treasure chest and secretly guessed that the treasure chest dropped by killing the beast was probably at least a green treasure chest. This is a good way to obtain high-quality treasure chests, but it is too dangerous. Whether it was yesterday's king cobra or today's wild wolf, if Lin Yifan didn't have a weapon in his hand and his quick reaction, he would not have been able to capture it so easily, and he might even have lost his life. However, there was a wild wolf nearby, so there must be a wolf pack. I have to be careful next time. After Lin Yifan put aside his random thoughts, he began to open the treasure chest. White treasure chest, open. Talent activated. Get 8 times the critical hit reward. Meat buns times 18. Chocolate times 8. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up when he looked at the fist-sized meat buns and the chocolates, each weighing at least 45 grams in the box. These are all good stuff. Since he came here through time, he had not starved himself, but due to the limitations of his cooking skills and the ingredients he had, he could not make the food as delicious as he wanted. Even the toast we eat during the day is just ordinary toast. How can it compare with meat buns? As for chocolate, there is no need to say more. It is a perfect energy bodyguard. It is small and easy to store, has high energy, and tastes good. It is most suitable as a reserve food. Lin Yifan took a meat bun and took a delicious bite. It was so delicious. The only pity is that the meat buns were cold. But it didn't matter. He still had a frying pan. After putting water in the frying pan, he used an axe to chop a few wooden sticks as thick as fingers. Then place a wooden stick on the pan to form a simple stand. Then take out 4 buns and place them on the stand to slow steam. The remaining 13 buns and chocolates were put into the space for preservation. He was reluctant to use these 2 foods to exchange for supplies, so he had to put them away for himself to eat. Then he started to open the second treasure chest. Green treasure chest, open. Talent activated, gain 9 times critical strike bonus. Universal Caltebastien Soil por 9. Primary pig, iron times 45. Exquisite silk, quilt times 9. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, all of a sudden, supplies filled the chest burst out all over the ground. Especially those 9 quilts, that's such a huge pile. When it exploded, if Lin Yifan hadn't been quick-eyed and quick-handed, it would have almost hit the fire. He quickly stuffed the quilt into the space ring and then breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the breeding soil, with extreme surprise that he couldn't suppress it. Product name: Universal Cultivation Soil. Grade: Ordinary. Evaluation: it can be used to cultivate any plant and increase the growth rate of the plant. The higher the grade, the greater the bonus to the plant's growth rate. It is the favorite of farmers. Those are 9 pieces of universal cultivation soil. Even if it is ordinary grade cultivating soil, it is first-class good stuff. If we had grain seeds, maybe we could feed ourselves by planting them. He moved all the new growing soil to the side of the previous growing soil. Then the blueberry tree that was dug out for growing mint was planted in one of the potting soils. The same goes for these growing soils. Only 2 types of plants can be grown in one piece of growing soil. In addition to the existing medicinal herbs, he now also had the prickly pear seeds from yesterday and half a piece of ginger. These 2 things were also buried in yesterday's high-quality breeding soil, but because of the planting limitations of the breeding soil, they did not germinate. After Lin Yifan dug out the prickly pear seeds and half a piece of ginger, he planted them separately in a piece of potting soil. Anyway, he had a lot of potting soil at the moment, but fewer food plants could be planted. As for those medicinal herbs, it's fine as long as there are enough of them. If it is not needed in large quantities, there is no need to plant it at all. But thinking about the weather outside now, it is raining and the temperature is dropping. If it continues like this, many people will probably catch a cold. Lin Yifan thought about it, then dug out the mugwort from the good quality cultivation soil and planted it in ordinary cultivation soil. Then plant the piece of ginger in good quality growing soil. Although there are many kinds of herbal medicines that can be used to treat colds, there are many types of colds. Colds like this one caused by cooling weather and rain are considered wind colds. To treat colds, what is needed is to expel the cold from the body, so cold-dispelling herbs should be used. Although ginger is a food ingredient and a spice, it is also the most suitable medicinal ingredient for dispelling cold. Therefore, growing ginger is the most suitable. But in addition to ginger, he also planted some other medicinal herbs for reducing fever. Anyway, the breeding soil is empty anyway, so it is always better to be prepared. After all the crops were planted, Lin Yifan also harvested mugwort and mint. Mugwort times 632. Mint need hotvanert. It may be because the planted items cannot produce a critical hit effect when harvested, so these 2 items did not produce a critical hit when harvested. Although Lin Yifan was a little disappointed, there was nothing he could do. He put both medicinal herbs into the space and planned to turn them all into powerful mosquito killer when he had time later. Then he took out a piece of primary iron block, and after looking at it carefully, he found that it was just a very ordinary piece of iron. Each piece of iron is about the size of an egg. After playing with it for a while, Lin Yifan threw the iron block into the ring space. He needs 100 primary iron blocks to upgrade his shelter, but now he only has 45, which is more than half of the total. However, being able to get 45 yuan at one time is considered extremely lucky. If he hadn't gotten the critical hit buff, he would only have been able to get 5 or 6 pieces of iron from this treasure chest. After calculating in this way, Lin Yifan felt that he had made a fortune. Satisfied, she started on the last treasure chest. It is also the blue treasure chest he is most looking forward to. Chapter 24, Attribute Fruit. The material of the blue treasure chest is neither stone nor wood, but rather a blue metal. As for what kind of metal it was, Lin Yifan didn't know. However, it doesn't matter what material the box is made of. What matters is what's inside. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan opened the treasure chest without hesitation. Blue treasure chest, open. Talent activated, get 3 times the critical hit bonus. Primary Xinling fruit, times 3. Random attribute spirit crystal, times 6. Glowstone, times 9. Intermediate iron block, times 30. Compressed biscuits, times 15. As soon as the box was opened, I saw a large box full of things. When Lin Yifan looked at the unpacking list, he found that he didn't recognize most of the items. For example, he had never heard of the primary Xinling fruit. When he took 3 milky white fruits, about the size of a fist and shaped like peaches, in his hands, his eyes widened. Primary Xinling fruit. Effect: random attribute points +2. Item description: a fruit that grows in a unique area and can strengthen the body. It is rare and extremely precious. Each person can only take 3 pieces a day. No points will be added for taking more. It turns out to be something that can increase attribute points. Although when I just came here, the survival manual said that there are things in this world that can enhance one's life strength. But after all, no one has ever gotten it, so Lin Yifan has always been skeptical about this. Unexpectedly, he even gave away a blue treasure chest, which contains something that could increase one's life strength. Could it be that there is really a chance to become a scion in this world? If that's true, it's crazy. But even if it is crazy, it is a madness full of temptation. Human beings. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Who doesn't want to live longer? That's what Lin Yifan thought anyway. Without hesitation, he took out a fruit and took a bite. The sweet juice immediately filled his entire mouth. The taste is similar to passion fruit. The flesh is extremely delicate and there is no residue at all. Lin Yifan originally just ate it like a pill, but the delicious taste made him unable to help but savor it carefully. About 10 minutes later, he finished eating all 3 fruits. He licked the juice from his lips with satisfaction, and then opened his personal information impatiently. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: subhealthy human. Talent: random buff, 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff: get a critical hit. Get a critical hit. Today, any harvest you make will generate a critical hit, doubling or multiplying the harvested items. The lower limit is 1.5 times, and the upper limit is 10 times. Strength: 8. Agility: 10. Stamina: 7. Intelligence: 9. Remaining attribute points: 6 points, can be added at your own discretion. Lin Yifan looked at the extra attribute points, his face full of joy. His personal information was not outstanding. After all, when he was on Earth, he was a social animal, working from 9 to 5 including night shifts, which meant his working hours totaled 12 hours. He had no time to exercise at all, so his physical condition went from being healthy when he just entered society to sub-healthy within 2 years. The reason why he was able to kill the king cobra and the wild wolf these 2 days was thanks to the fact that when he was a child, he admired the heroes in martial arts novels and learned martial arts for a period of time. However, he was an orphan and had no ability to learn systematically. He just learned the basic moves from the internet or by watching old men practicing Tai Chi in the park. He himself doesn't know whether it is good or bad. Anyway, I just treat it as a way to keep fit. I practice it a few times every day. Apart from anything else, it looks pretty serious when I put on the pose. Moreover, his reaction speed is indeed much higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not be able to dodge the attack of the wild wolf. Not to mention that he took this opportunity to counterattack. But 20 years of training is not as good as 2 years of office life. He originally doubted whether he could live past 50 with that kind of office life. Now, there's hope to increase the intensity of his life, which is simply a blessing from God for him. After thinking carefully for a moment, Lin Yifan figured out the points. First of all, he had to rule out intelligence. He felt that his current intelligence was not too impressive and should be enough for survival. He did not need to enhance it for the time being. Among the remaining 3 items of strength, agility, and stamina had the lowest value, and he indeed felt exhausted after coming back from a day of searching for supplies. What good is it if you can't sustain yourself physically? No matter how strong or agile you are, you can still do it. Therefore, Lin Yifan added 3 points to his physical strength without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt a warm current in his body, which appeared out of nowhere in the dantian area of his lower abdomen, and then flowed throughout his body, not knowing whether it was towards the blood vessels or meridians. After a while, the warm current gradually dissipated, and the fatigue brought by a day's hard work also dissipated along with it. He felt refreshed, and even his breathing became smoother. Surprised, he almost added the remaining 3 attribute points directly to physical strength. However, he still held back. After thinking carefully about the battles of the past 2 days, strength is secondary, but agility must be high enough. There's also a wolf pack near him. Wolves are small wild beasts that mainly attack by rapid thrust, biting, and pouncing. Therefore, the most important thing for him when dealing with wild wolves is to be able to avoid their attacks. Then he must be fast. Thinking of this, he added 2 points to his agility, raising his original 10 points to 12 points. Although his agility has improved, his senses are not that strong. I just felt like my body seemed to be a little lighter. I stood up and tried a little. If nothing else, my jumping ability was indeed increased a lot. Although this result did not surprise Lin Yifan particularly, he was still satisfied. The last attribute point is placed on strength. Now that this attribute has been added, strength has become the weakest, and adding 1 point will at least make it equal to intelligence. I can vaguely feel the increase in strength, because he felt a slight itching and burning in the muscles of his body, but it only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Maybe it has been enhanced a little. Lin Yifan was not sure either, but he thought that if his body had a reaction, it would always be enhanced. He once again summoned his personal attributes. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: healthy human. Talent: random buff, 1 draw per day. Omitted. I guess there is no need to explain it further, right? Today's buff: get a critical hit. Get a critical hit. Also omitted, please understand it yourself. Strength: 9. Agility: 12. Stamina: 10. Intelligence: 9. Remaining attribute points: 0. Evaluation: congratulations. You have finally become a healthy human being who is qualified to enjoy evaluation, and you are no longer a weakling who cannot even get evaluation. Lin Yifan looked at the sudden comments, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What is a weakling? After all, he is someone who can kill king cobras and wild wolves. How can he be a weakling? This person is so poisonous. Chapter 25 is time to try your luck. After Lin Yifan complained to himself, he closed his personal information with satisfaction. Although the evaluation was not pleasant, at least he is a healthy person. He is still quite satisfied. However, he wanted to have more attribute fruits. This is simply a panacea. As long as there are enough attribute fruits, even if you can only eat 3 a day, you can still add 6 attribute points that day. That's 180 attribute points a month. So after a year, wouldn't you be a Super Saiyan? It makes me happy just thinking about it. However, Lin Yifan also knew that this was just a fantasy. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have taken advantage of a loophole to get this blue treasure chest. Just the group of mosquitoes guarding the treasure chest makes it impossible for anyone to get it easily. Moreover, he got a triple critical hit when he opened the treasure chest today. Otherwise, there would only be 1 attribute fruit in a blue treasure chest. You can imagine how rare this thing is. But no matter what, no matter how rare it is, as long as there's a chance to get it, you can get it. It all depends on your strength. As long as you have enough strength, you can always get the treasure. Lin Yifan was extremely clear-headed, so he didn't hesitate at all and immediately put aside the attributes of the attribute fruit. After all, the things that come out of the blue treasure chest are not only fruits of this attribute, but also 4 other things. Intermediate iron block. Needless to say, it is the same as the primary iron block. The only difference is that it is a little purer. Unfortunately, the intermediate iron block cannot be decomposed into primary iron blocks, so it can only be temporarily placed in the space as a bottom layer of the box. Anyway, it will be used sooner or later. Now to upgrade the 3rd level shelter, you need primary iron blocks. When you upgrade the shelter later, intermediate iron blocks will definitely be indispensable. If you can save more, it will naturally be a good deed. As a strategic survival material, whether compressed biscuits taste good is another matter. What matters most is their strategic significance. Lin Yifan would take out bread to exchange for supplies, but he would never take out compressed biscuits to exchange for supplies. These 15 packs of compressed biscuits can sustain 1 or 2 months if you just want to survive. It is best to keep them as war reserve supplies. What's left are glowstone and random attribute spirit crystal. Faced with a choice between 2 options, Lin Yifan instinctively chose to look at the former first. Shining stone. Function: it can dispel darkness and fog and provide illumination in the wild at night. Duration: 2 hours. Special reminder: the wilderness at night is full of endless dangers. Even with the shining stone to drive away the darkness, it is still dangerous. If it is not necessary, please do not go out at night. It is safest to stay in the shelter. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up instantly when he looked at the effect of the shining stone. The experience of traveling at night to night really left him with lingering fears. The complete loss of vision would make anyone feel terrified, and Lin Yifan was no exception. Not to mention, there were also wild beast attacks at night, but what frightened him the most was the strange whispers. What on earth is that? It can actually make people lose control of their emotions little by little, and even start to go crazy. This is simply going to turn people into crazy people. This is really terrible. Physical attacks can be defended, but he really doesn't know how to defend against mental attacks. Could it be possible to add a little more intelligence? Maybe I can try it later. Lin Yifan thought to himself, but no matter what, he didn't want to go out and wander around at night unless it was necessary. However, it is still necessary to keep this shining stone. Just like tonight, he doesn't want to stay in the wild, but accidents always happen. And there are only 9 pieces of shining stones, so at most they can only be used for 18 hours. I don't know if I can get this thing next time. It's really getting less and less. After placing the key in the ring space, Lin Yifan took a deep breath and looked at the last thing in the blue treasure chest with anticipation. There were 6 black stones, each about the size of a fist. Although their shapes were different, it was certain that they all had the same weight. Random attribute spirit crystal times 6. Special note: the properties of the spirit crystal contained in the original stone can only be known after removing the outer skin of the original stone. It's time to gamble on your luck again. Lin Yifan 1 read the explanation and immediately understood it. This is actually gambling on stones. When he was on Earth, he had heard of gambling on stones, but at that time the gambling was on jadeite or other jades. It is also covered with a thick layer of stone skin. No technological means can determine whether there is jade inside the stone skin. Everyone who buys rough stones is gambling. If you win the bet, you will become rich overnight, but if you lose the bet, you will lose everything. So there's a saying that one knife makes you poor, one knife makes you rich, one knife makes you heaven, and one knife makes you hell. Lin Yifan had only seen it in novels and on TV, and had never experienced it himself. I didn't expect that after coming here to survive, I would actually gamble on stones. Always gambling on luck, gambling on luck. It seems that this world of survival is really superstitious. After Lin Yifan complained a few words in his heart, he took out the golden eagle egg he picked up during the day. He was still wondering what Ling Jing was. Unexpectedly, he got the spirit crystal so quickly. However, the hatching conditions for the golden eagle egg are 1 wind attribute spirit crystal and 1 fire attribute spirit crystal. Now, it really depends on luck. I have 6 chances, but I don't know if I can get what I want. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Then he took out the axe and began to gently knock on the stone skin outside the spirit crystal stone. Lin Yifan originally thought that the stone skin would be difficult to peel off, but he didn't expect it to break into pieces with just a knock, which was quite easy. Once the surface stone skin is broken, the spiritual crystal inside will be revealed. It was a piece of crystal as clear as crystal, but with color. The first spirit crystal that Lin Yifan knocked out was blue. It was a water attribute spirit crystal, which was not the 2 attributes he wanted most. He sighed softly, put the spirit crystal aside, and then opened the second one. The second piece is still not what I want. It is a yellow earth-attributed spirit crystal. The third piece is the same as the first one. It is a blue water-attributed spirit crystal. Only 3 chances left. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and continued. The fourth piece finally produced a red fire attribute spirit crystal. This finally made him breathe a sigh of relief, as the only thing missing was a piece of wind attribute spirit crystal. Lin Yifan calmed down and smashed the remaining 2 pieces of Lingling stone into pieces in one breath. Suddenly, a green spirit crystal and a transparent spirit crystal appeared in front of him. Needless to say, the green one is definitely not it. It is transparent. It is a spirit crystal with wind attribute. Lin Yifan took a long breath. This kind of gambling activity was really exhausting. Fortunately, he won a gamble. Lin Yifan quickly put the golden eagle egg and the 2 spirit crystals together. I immediately saw the words hatched displayed next to the golden eagle egg. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to hatch. Chapter 26. Sorting out supplies. That's a golden eagle. What man doesn't want to own an eagle? Whenever Lin Yifan thought about the fact that he would soon own an eagle, his heart beat faster with excitement. However, it takes 2 hours to hatch, so the eggs can only be put down temporarily. Start counting the supplies obtained in exchange for blueberries today. He hung almost all the blueberries there, 10 in a pack, and there were thousands of them in total. At this time, the entire wooden house was almost filled with basic materials such as wood, stone, and clay. This was during the 2 times he came back, when he put all the wood into the space and put the stones outside the door, leaving only the clay inside the house. Because the amount of clay is relatively small and the volume is not large, 200 parts of clay actually only have a volume of 1 or 2 cubic meters. But even so, the wooden house was still packed full. He quickly sorted out all the materials and began to check how many materials were needed to upgrade the 3rd level shelter. Rough wooden house, 15 square meters. Grade, level 2. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a wooden house built with raw wood. Although the workmanship is crude, it can shelter from wind and rain. It can also withstand attacks from small wild animals. But don't run into a group of wild boars. That's not something a small wooden house can withstand. Next level, level 3 shelter, rough stone house. Basic upgrade conditions. Black iron grade stone house blueprint, 1 odd. Primary wood 300/362, already satisfied. Primary stone 500/517 satisfied. Primary clay 200/208, already satisfied. Primary pig iron 100/45. Warm tip. If you can find a better shelter blueprint, you can build a shelter according to the better blueprint, so you can get better security. Except for the primary pig, iron, and drawings, all other materials are ready. Lin Yifan really had a headache regarding the drawings. He had opened quite a few treasure chests in the past 2 days, but he had never found anything like blueprints. There's still more than half of the primary pig, iron left, and I don't know if I can get it on the market. I hope I can. Just at this time, the buns were steamed hot. Lin Yifan ate a bun with one hand and opened the light screen to check the chat channel with the other. He was busy most of the day, and except for a few glances at the chat channel at noon, he almost never looked at it again. Every time he looked at the chat channel, he would instinctively check the number of people in the upper right corner first. Current population of District 10086, 95,321. Nearly 1,000 people went offline again. Human life is really worthless. Lin Yifan sighed a little, but he was not as touched as he was in the past 2 days. To put it bluntly, everyone is the same after entering this world. Luck, strength, and hard work are all essential. Otherwise, the only outcome is elimination. Lin Yifan is now satisfied as long as he can ensure that he will not be eliminated and can live as well as possible. As for other people's affairs, as long as it does not affect my own interests, I might lend a hand. But once it comes to his own interests, he thinks he can't do it. So after looking at the number of people, he stopped paying attention and looked down at the chat channel. After a busy day, most people are still idle at this point, and there is no limit on the number of times one can speak in the chat channel. So at this time, the channel is full of information, so fast that it is impossible to see clearly. After taking a closer look, I saw that most of the messages were flooding the screen, usually looking for relatives, friends, or loved ones. But there are only 100,000 people in their area. If they could have found the person within the area, they would have found him long ago. Why wait until now? Lin Yifan had no one to look for. Although he felt that he was an orphan without a father or a mother, he was not really without a father or a mother. It's just that his parents divorced when he was 4 or 5 years old, and both parents didn't want him. Even his grandparents didn't want him. Only his grandmother, who lived alone, took him in and raised him despite her old age. Unfortunately, he had just graduated from college and had not had time to honor his grandmother before she passed away due to illness. Therefore, he no longer has any relatives to miss. As for friends, he does have 2 close friends who lived in the same dormitory during college, but they went their separate ways after graduation. After coming to this world, he had looked for it in the group, but he didn't find any. Moreover, he has been quite high profile in the district these past 2 days, and most people know him. If his 2 brothers were really in this district, there is no way they wouldn't know him. In addition to these 2 best friends, he also has a girlfriend whom he occasionally thinks about. The reason why he only thought about it occasionally was because he and his girlfriend had only been in a relationship for less than a week, and they were introduced by someone else, which meant that both parties felt that they were suitable for each other before they confirmed their relationship. To say how deep their feelings were, it wasn't really that deep. After all, they had never even slept together, and their intimacy was only limited to holding hands. Moreover, he also looked in the group, but the girl was not there. Since they are not in the same district, they have no way to find someone across districts, so they can only leave it to fate. Lin Yifan no longer paid attention to the chat channel, and the private chat channel was still $9.99 plus, as usual. Lin Yifan did not open the private chat channel immediately, because 2 people's avatars were flashing in the friend channel next to it. One is a sexy little wildcat, and the other is Ruan Qingtan. Of course, he only has these 2 friends now, and he hasn't added anyone else yet. Lin Yifan was the first to open Ruan Qingtan's chat page, and saw that the other party had sent him descriptions of 5 items. Among the 5 items, 3 are drawings, namely, flush toilet construction drawings, bathroom heater construction drawings, and solar water heater construction drawings. Lin Yifan looked at the 3 pictures and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Since they were all drawings of components used to build the bathroom, this really made him feel sad. Although he couldn't place these things in his current shelter because there was no separate room yet. But according to Lin Yifan's estimation, when the shelter is upgraded to level 3, it should be possible to separate the rooms. Even if the building rules at that time did not allow for separation of the rooms, he would still isolate the contact by himself. At least the bathroom has to be built. How can people eat grains and cereals without feces, urine, and farts? In the past 2 days, Lin Yifan went to the woods outside to relieve himself, but at night he could only wait until dawn before going out to relieve himself. This is still quite painful. Thinking of convenient things, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that he was missing an essential daily necessities. That's tissue paper. When he went out to relieve himself these past 2 days, he had to make do with leaves, and the experience was extremely bad. So, the bathroom must be set up. You must also prepare tissues. Chapter 27, Mysterious Blood. There's no need to rush for tissues. There are plenty of auctioneers. It would be better to get these drawings first. So he sent a message to Ruan Qingtan. Aren't you going to keep these drawings for yourself? Due to physiological problems, girls actually need a separate bathroom more than men. That's why Lin Yifan couldn't help but ask first. Ruan Qingtan quickly sent a message. It's useless for me to keep it. I only have the blueprints, but if I want to turn the blueprints into real objects, I need materials, and I don't have any. Besides, I've been looking for treasure chests all day today. I have neither cut down trees nor knocked down rocks. I am counting on these blueprints to exchange for supplies and upgrade the shelter with good luck. It's just that I promised yesterday that if my drawings are to be sold, I will give you priority to choose. If you want them, you will also have the right of first refusal. Since the other party has made up his mind to sell, Lin Yifan has nothing to say. Because what the other person said made sense, but she didn't have the materials, and even if she had the drawings, she couldn't implement it. It would be better to use it to exchange for supplies. Since he had decided to get it, Lin Yifan was not stingy and sent a message like a nouveau riche. Then name your price. I want all 3 drawings. When Ruan Qingtan saw Lin Yifan's reply, he felt relieved. In fact, she didn't really want to sell all the drawings to Lin Yifan first. To put it bluntly, people are selfish. If someone could offer a better price than Lin Yifan, or give better conditions, she would naturally choose to trade with that person first. But now, most people are unable to achieve an equal exchange, and basically they all want to take advantage. Occasionally there's someone who wants to exchange, but the conditions are very harsh, and the price is very low. It's like someone is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. How could Ruan Qingtan accept this? So after going around in circles, her best trading partner is still Lin Yifan. However, she did not dare to ask for too much, and after a brief calculation, she honestly gave a real price. Boss, I still need 74 units of wood, 78 units of stone, and 49 units of clay to upgrade my shelter to level 2. I'll give you all of these 3 blueprints and those 2 items. Can you help me get them together? Lin Yifan was speechless after reading Ruan Qingtan's words. 2 whole days had passed. He thought that no matter what, at least half of the materials were gathered. Unexpectedly, this girl didn't even look for any materials and went looking for treasure chests. But I was lucky enough. Not only was I able to find a treasure chest, but I was also able to get so many blueprints. This can be considered a rare talent. Although the materials Lin Yifan currently has on hand are intended to be used to upgrade the 3rd level shelter. But he is not actually that anxious. He is now well fed, warmly dressed, and has basic security guarantees. There is still 1 day before the mosquito riot, so it doesn't matter if we upgrade 1 day later. Moreover, the price offered by Ruan Qingtan was actually fair and could even be considered a loss. Because when it comes down to it, the value of the drawings is definitely higher than these basic materials. It's just that everyone is too poor now. So if you change the drawings at this time, you can only make money and not lose money. Not to mention, Lin Yifan has always been generous to people he knows. He didn't even bargain and didn't even look at what the 2 items were. He just went straight into the deal with Ruan Qingtan. Ruan Qingtan was sitting by the fire at this time, waiting anxiously. When he saw the transaction sent by Lin Yifan, he was immediately surprised. He also quickly put the 3 drawings and 2 other items into the trading column. After receiving the drawings, Lin Yifan took a look at them and started studying them directly. But he is unable to produce it yet. Because ceramics are needed to make flush toilets, glass and metal aluminum are generally needed to make them, and these are also needed to make solar water heaters. However, these things are still not available in this period of time, so Lin Yifan is not in a hurry at all. I just took a quick look and temporarily gave up the idea of building a bathroom. At this time, he finally remembered to look at the remaining 2 things that Ruan Qingtan had traded to him. One of them was actually a drop of blood sealed in amber. When Lin Yifan looked at the blood, he suddenly felt a little palpitated, as if he was facing some terrifying monster. Looking at the instructions again, his idea was further confirmed. Blood of a mysterious bird. Effect unknown. Special tip. If you can find a bird egg that is about to hatch, you may be able to drip this drop of blood onto the egg, which may allow the hatched bird to be stained with the blood of the original owner of the blood. What if this is the blood of the phoenix or Kuanpun? It's time to gamble. Do you dare to gamble? Lin Yifan looked at this long string of special prompts and was speechless for a moment. Let him gamble his luck again. The creature who released the message is truly a complete gambler. But should he take a gamble? Judging from the aura emanating from this drop of blood, the owner of the blood is definitely not simple. At the very least, it is a top-notch bird of prey. Moreover, even a drop of blood sealed in amber can emit such a powerful aura. One can imagine how terrifying the original body is. Could it be a mythical beast like the phoenix or Kuanpun? But isn't this a mythical animal? How could it really exist? Lin Yifan changed his mind and felt that everything made sense. After all, he has now traveled to this world of survival that is full of weirdness and danger, and can also eat attribute fruits to enhance himself, which has long surpassed the boundaries of science. Then there are several mythical beasts, which is completely reasonable. If the original owner of this blood is really a divine beast, then even if one can only get a trace of its bloodline, it would be extraordinary. Although the golden eagle is also considered a bird of prey, it is nothing compared to this legendary beast. Isn't it just a gamble? Let's gamble. Lin Yifan carefully used an axe and a stick to break the resin wrapped around the blood, and then carefully dropped the drop of blood onto the incubating golden eagle egg. Golden eagle egg was originally extremely quiet, accumulating strength and preparing for the final sprint to escape. But from the moment the mysterious blood dripped onto his eggshell, the whole egg began to tremble rapidly. It seemed as if it was about to break out of the shell in the next second. Lin Yifan looked at the golden eagle egg that was shaking faster and faster, and his heart was filled with extreme nervousness. This is the pet he has always wanted. If something really happened because of his greed, he would want to kill himself. Fortunately, the golden eagle egg slowly stopped shaking after a quarter of an hour. Then, Lin Yifan saw that the eggshell suddenly broke. A bird's head, covered with yellow fluff, cautiously poked its head out of the eggshell. It bent its little bird head and looked at Lin Yifan curiously. Chapter 28 Fluffy. Lin Yifan looked at the little bird and couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this the golden eagle? Looks too much like a chicken, doesn't it? Especially in the middle of the bird's head, there are a few strands of black fluff, which really looks like a newly hatched chick. But the only difference is that the newly hatched chicks are only the size of eggs, but this one is the size of a fist. It's quite a strong chick. Lin Yifan looked at the little golden eagle, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke cautiously. Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, just nod your head. After saying this, he himself felt like he was crazy. No matter how rare the golden eagle is still just a bird. How can you possibly understand what people say? However, at this moment, the little golden eagle nodded, and a hint of unusual brilliance appeared in its round eyes. This really caught Lin Yifan off guard, and he almost thought he was seeing things. He stood there in a daze for a while before he stumbled and said, You really understand what I'm saying? The little golden eagle nodded again and began to gnaw on the eggshell. Lin Yifan subconsciously wanted to stop it, but quickly stopped, because it suddenly occurred to him that some birds do eat their own eggshells after hatching. Although in the eyes of humans, eggshells are just calcium carbonate and have no nutritional value at all. But it is different for birds. The eggshells contain a lot of nutrients and elements that are beneficial to them. Therefore, some birds will eat the eggshells bit by bit after they are born. Lin Yifan looked at it, enjoying the meal so much that he didn't try to stop it. What's more, how could a bird that could understand him not know whether it could eat eggshells? Only after it had eaten all the eggshells did Lin Yifan say excitedly, Little guy, let me give you a name. Look at you, you're all hairy. Why don't you just call me Mau Mau from now on? Mau 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 Mau. Are you satisfied with this name? If you're satisfied, just squeak. Maybe it's because he has been living alone since he came into this world. Even though you can contact other people through chat channels, in reality, it is still inevitable to feel lonely. Suddenly, he had a little pet to keep him company, and it was a legendary golden eagle. No wonder Lin Yifan was excited. At this time, the little bird had finished eating the eggshell and was beginning to feel sleepy, and it was not known whether it understood what he said. She actually looked up and gave a soft chirp. After chirping, he began to doze off. Lin Yifan's heartbeat quickened with excitement as he watched this scene. This little golden eagle can actually understand what he says and can even respond to it. Its IQ is too high. How could Lin Yifan not be excited to have such an intelligent pet? But after seeing Mao Mao fall asleep, he stopped bothering it. Although he didn't know how to raise a bird, he knew a little about raising a child. Children spend most of their time sleeping when they are young. This little bird must be similar. But what does the golden eagle eat? How to feed? Lin Yifan frowned and felt a slight headache, because he really didn't know how to raise the little golden eagle well. However, he was not panicked. Although he didn't understand, there were exactly 100,000 of them, 186. No, there are only about 96,000 left now. But among so many people, it is impossible that not one of them knows how to raise birds. Therefore, Lin Yifan immediately opened the chat channel and sent a message on it. Does anyone know how to feed a golden eagle? So if you can give me a complete guide to feeding a golden eagle, I will reward you. Lin Yifan is quite famous in District 10086. At least most people know him. So, as soon as he sent this message to the chat channel, everyone started to get excited. Wow, it's Bossy Yifan. Boss, you've been busy all day. Are you tired? Do you need me to comfort you with my voice? My voice is so nice. You dead she-male upstairs. Stop using your clipped voice to fool Bossy. Boss won't let you be his boss. Boss only likes beautiful girls like me. So boss, look at me. Hey, stop being so funny. The great teacher is asking questions, not choosing concubines in the comment section. You guys who just want to get ahead with your bodies, stop being so disgusting. However, the boss actually asked about the method of raising a golden eagle. Could it be that the boss got a golden eagle and wanted to raise a golden eagle? Golden eagles are not easy to raise. They are carnivorous and have big appetites. We can't even feed ourselves, so how can we feed others? Most people are just talking nonsense or making their own comments. There is absolutely no value at all. Zhang Lin Yifan couldn't help it and felt a little headache, so he posted another comment in the comment section. Everyone, please stop talking nonsense. I really want to ask for help. How should I raise a golden eagle? I will help you for a fee. Now, everyone finally realized that Lin Yifan was really asking for help. As a result, there are gradually fewer people who like to talk nonsense. At this time, Lin Yifan suddenly saw that someone sent him a message in his friend channel. When I opened it, this was Ruan Qingtan's message. You want to raise a golden eagle, right? Before I came to this world, I was an employee of a large poultry breeding base. I have some experience in raising various birds. If you believe me, I'll tell you in detail. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that Ruan Qingtan actually had another trick up his sleeve, so he immediately replied. Tell me quickly, how should we raise a young golden eagle? What else should we pay attention to? When Ruan Qingtan saw these words, he immediately understood that he had really obtained a golden eagle chick. What kind of luck is this? Ruan Qingtan was full of envy, but still answered seriously. Although golden eagles are rare birds on Earth, they're actually quite easy to raise. This is an omnivorous bird, but it mainly feeds on meat with other foods as a supplement. When the bird is young, you can feed it fresh meat. Remember to cut the meat into thin strips so that it is easier to digest. In addition to meat, feed it fruit every 2 days. Any kind of fruit is fine as long as it likes it. Also, you need to give him water. It's best to prepare a jar so that he can drink water and take medicine, so that our pets won't be harmed due to our negligence. After Lin Yifan read it carefully, he immediately stood up, took out a box full of water, and placed it in front of Mao Mao. Then he sent a message. Thanks for your advice. I know what to do now. By the way, what kind of reward do you want? Reward. Ruan Qingtan hesitated for a moment, then sent a message with a heartbroken face. No need for compensation. It's just a matter of convenience. She did want compensation, but she wanted to have a good relationship with Lin Yifan even more. Chapter 29. Be a lone ranger or join an organization. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that in their group, Lin Yifan's strength is definitely in the top tier. Therefore, as long as you are not mentally ill, you will want to have a good relationship with him. The same goes for Ruan Qingtan. In fact, she had thought about whether she should be like those women in the comment section and seize the opportunity of his acquaintance with Lin Yifan to have a good flirt with him. But after thinking about it, she still felt that there was no need. It is obvious that Lin Yifan is definitely not the kind of person who is controlled by his lower body. He should value and ability more. That's why Ruan Qingtan wanted to show himself well. Lin Yifan also understood her thoughts. He had a good impression of Ruan Qingtan, so he was willing to accept her favor and sent a message saying, Okay, then I won't be polite. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. I'm your friend. After saying this, Lin Yifan suddenly thought of Ruan Qingtan's ability and sent another message. By the way, if you have the chance tomorrow, help me draw up a blueprint for a level 3 shelter. As a reward, I will make you a set of beds, tables, and chairs. If I can make a bathroom set in the future, I will also give you one. Lin Yifan is very generous to his friends. Ruan Qingtan was still heartbroken for missing such an opportunity to gain benefits. But when I saw the following message, I suddenly felt it was worth it. She had already upgraded the shelter to level 2, but in the empty house, apart from 7 or 8 empty treasure chests, some food, and the only thing in it was the fire in front of her. It could be said that the family is penniless. Every time a mouse comes in, it has to give her a handful of rice. There is no shortage of common furniture, such as beds, tables, and chairs on the market today. After all, there is never a shortage of smart people in this world, and it is not difficult to make such things. As long as you have the drawings and learn how to make them, you will need very little materials. It is not difficult to make them at all, so there are already many people selling these things on the market, but the prices are not low. In today's world, hard currency is various basic supplies, and everyone has compiled a set of ratios for exchanging supplies for deductions. The lowest quality supplies are wood and stone, and the exchange ratio is basically 1-to-1. Clay is rarer than these two items, so one piece of clay can be exchanged for 2 pieces of wood or stone. And above the clay is the primary iron block. Yesterday, there was not a single piece of iron in the entire market, but today, iron pieces appeared. Apparently, quite a few people in Area 10086 have upgraded their shelters to level 2. Currently, a crude, simple wooden bed sells for 100 pieces of wood or stone on the auction house. To make a simple wooden bed, only 20 pieces of wood are needed as raw materials. This shows how exaggerated the benefits are. Lin Yifan also made a batch of wooden furniture and sold it at the auction house. In terms of pricing, we are the same as others and have no intention of engaging in malicious competition. Anyway, he has many channels to make money, and the powerful mosquito killer that is about to be released will definitely make him a fortune. There is no need to block all the ways to survive. After all, back on Earth, countless experts had said that from a macro perspective, if you want to make money from the people, you must first let the people have money. Otherwise, everyone has no money, so what's the point of making money? After Ruan Qingtan agreed, Lin Yifan took the lead in making a wooden bed, a wooden table, and wooden chairs, and traded them to her as a deposit. When Ruan Qingtan saw the things that Lin Yifan traded for him, he was so grateful that he burst into tears. On impulse, he sent a message to Lin Yifan. Boss, actually I've never told you that my talent is better at opening treasure chests, so I can get a lot of the things I want. Now, I will tell you this secret as a token of my sincerity. If you want to build a team and organization, please leave a position for me. I think my talent should be of some use in the group. Lin Yifan was somewhat surprised by Ruan Qingtan's confession. You know, personal talent is the most important trump card. I won't let anyone know easily. Not to mention, her talent is so special. And what she just said was absolutely correct. Her talent, when placed in a group organization, was like a national treasure. But she actually admitted her talent so candidly, which really surprised Lin Yifan. However, why did Ruan Qingtan suddenly bring up matters related to the team and the organization? Could it be that someone has started an organization? After opening the chat channel and observing the auction house carefully, I found that someone had actually formed an organization, and they're still recruiting people. The first and second orders listed at the auction house are 2 recruiting orders. The first order was to sell a piece of wood for 10 stones, and the initiator was an organization called Apostles of the Dark Knight. The second order was to sell 10 pieces of wood for 1 stone, and the initiator was an organization called Heaven and Earth Society. As long as you buy an order, you will join their organization. In other words, these 10 basic supplies are the membership fee. Lin Yifan looked at the 2 lists, and for a moment, he really admired the people in the organization. The membership fee for 10 basic supplies is not too much, but not too little either. Most people can afford it if they try hard. According to people from these 2 organizations, as long as you join their organizations, they will work together and keep each other warm. Of course, I don't know whether others believe this or not, but Lin Yifan certainly doesn't believe it. But this has nothing to do with him, and he has no intention of building up power now. He is living a good and free life by himself. So why should he cause himself so much trouble? So don't be polite and send a message to Ruan Qingtan. I don't have any plans to start an organization at the moment, but thank you for your trust. But I still want to advise you that your talent is very special, and many people will be jealous of it. If it leaks out, it's fine if we can't meet each other now, but if we can meet each other, it will be very dangerous. So, you should try not to publicize your talent to others, unless you want to join a certain organization and become a treasure chest opening machine for this organization. Ruan Xingtan naturally understood the good intentions in Lin Yifun's words. This moved her even more, and she quickly replied, "Boss, I only told you because I only trust you. Since you want to be a Lone Ranger, I will follow your footsteps and become a Lone Ranger too. I hope that you will take good care of me and give me, your little follower, a chance to make a living. I will definitely follow your lead." Lin Yifun twitched his lips. He really didn't expect that Ruan Xingtan would be so abstract. However, since this was her own choice, Lin Yifun had nothing to say. Anyway, under fair trade circumstances, he would not let Ruan Xingtan suffer any loss. After closing the chat page with Ruan Xingtan, Lin Yifun went to see the fifth thing that Ruan Xingtan had traded to him. This thing is nothing special. It's just a plant of Houtuinia cordata. Although it is somewhat useful, he doesn't like eating Houtuinia cordata, so he is too lazy to care about it. However, he still planted the Houtuinia cordata into the potting soil, since there was still space in the soil. Moreover, although he doesn't like to eat Houtuinia cordata, the members of Southwest F4 like it very much. After planting the Houtuinia cordata, Lin Yifun finished eating the remaining 3 buns. After cleaning the pan, pour in clean water and start boiling. Drinking cold water is no match for drinking hot water. It was at this time that he clicked on the private message sent by the second friend. It's the sexy little wildcat. Wow, wow, wow. Brother Yifun, this is so scary, so scary. I met a savage today. Savage? What the hell? Chapter 30. Savage? Or madman? Lin Yifun's face was full of astonishment. The last time he heard of wild men was in Shenangjia on Earth. Of course, it was finally verified that the so-called wild men were actually just gorillas and had nothing to do with humans. But in this world of survival, the appearance of other creatures is not a strange thing. Of course, it is also possible that the sexy little wildcat saw it wrong. After all, this world is shrouded in fog even during the day. Although the fog is thinner near the shelter, the visibility basically does not exceed 10. So it is very likely that I've seen it wrong. So Lin Yifun asked, "Savage, are you seeing things? Could it be a gorilla?" The sexy little wildcat had obviously been waiting for his message and replied immediately, "No, I'm not mistaken. That's not a gorilla. When I was on Earth, I went to the zoo and saw a gorilla. There's no way I couldn't recognize it. I can be sure that it's a wild man." Seeing how confident she was, Lin Yifun couldn't help but become serious and sent a message seriously asking, "What does the wild man look like?" The sexy little wildcat also replied immediately, "I saw the savage today when I was out looking for supplies. He was 5 or 6 meters away from me. Because of the fog, I couldn't see his face clearly. All I could see was his disheveled hair, a ragged black sports suit on his body, and an axe in his hand." "Axe? What kind of axe?" Lin Yifun asked hurriedly. The sexy little wildcat paused for a moment before sending a message. "I can't see it clearly, but the general shape is very similar to the novice axe given to us when we first came to this world." Lin Yifun narrowed his eyes and made a rough judgment in his mind. This savage is definitely not a savage. If he really is a savage, how could he be wearing sportswear? There were probably other survivor shelters near the sexy little wildcat, so the two of them met. However, at this time, the sexy little wildcat message came again. "Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I saw his eyes. His eyes were scarlet and glowed faintly in the mist, a bit like the blood moon hanging in the sky at night. Whenever I look at that blood moon, I can't help but feel scared. It always feels weird. Every time I look at it, I feel like going crazy." When I looked into the eyes of this savage, I had the same feeling, which was very crazy, and it always made me feel like I was looking at pollution, as if I would be polluted if I looked at it for a few more seconds. Scarlet eyes? Do normal people have eyes of this color? And it's glowing, which makes it even more abstract. The last time he heard of someone's eyes glowing was when it was Ultraman. But if he was really a savage, why would he be wearing sportswear? This is totally inexplicable. At this time, messages from the sexy little wildcat came one after another. I also saw that he was swinging the axe and hacking wildly, while he was roaring a little crazy, like a mad beast. It was extremely scary. I was so scared that my legs went limp. Without a second thought, I immediately turned around and ran towards the shelter. But guess what? The wild man actually chased me, and he was very fast. Luckily, I was not far from the shelter at the time, and I started running first, so I managed to get into the shelter before he caught up with me. After I ran into the shelter, I saw through the crack in the door that he had stopped right there, as if the pause button had been pressed, and he was motionless. About 10 minutes later, the wild man turned around and went into the forest. I was afraid that he was hiding in the forest, so I didn't dare to go out. After 2 or 3 hours, I was so hungry that I had no choice but to go out to find supplies. But fortunately, that savage didn't ambush me. Otherwise, I feel like I would have been offline by now. Even though it was a text message, Lin Yifan could feel the fear of the sexy little wildcat. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand that anyone who encounters such a thing will be frightened. Even Lin Yifan felt a little heavy at this moment, although he still didn't know what this humanoid creature was. What is certain is that this creature is very aggressive. And more importantly, Lin Yifan couldn't help but think of the strange whispers he heard in the wild after dark at night. He actually had an impulse to go crazy at that time, and the whispering could suppress his reason and arouse the madness in his heart. If he had not returned to the safe house in time and had stayed in the wild, even if he could have relied on his willpower to hold on for a while, he would definitely not have been able to survive a whole night and would have simply become a madman. So, if he guessed correctly, the savage that the sexy little wildcat saw was. He is not a real savage. It is very likely that he was bewitched by the whispers at night and eventually lost his mind completely, becoming a survivor of the madman. It seems that in the future, even if we are stranded in the wild after dark due to an accident, we must return to the shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he didn't die in the mouth of the beast, he would probably be turned into a madman who completely lost himself because of the whispering. However, since this sexy little wildcat turned into a madman when she encountered a survivor, it means that the shelters of these survivors should be not far apart. It's just that now, no one has the ability to explore further. But sooner or later, one day, survival will become a distant dream, and by then, I am afraid it will be a period of chaos. In such a precarious environment, don't think you are lucky to meet someone like you, because you never know who will turn around and stab you. Therefore, before the chaotic period comes, we must strengthen our own strength. Only in this way can we be invincible in the future. At this time, the sexy little wildcat, who had not received a response from Lin Yifan, sent another message. Brother Yifan, are you still watching? If you are still watching, can you help me think about what I should do? If that savage comes back and I run into him again, I will definitely die. When Lin Yifan saw the message from the sexy little wildcat, he had some guesses in his mind. According to the sexy little wildcat, after she ran back to the shelter, the person did not continue to chase her. This shows that although people can move freely in the wild, there should still be restrictions. And this restriction is most likely related to the shelter. It should be that it cannot enter the shelter or cannot get close to the shelter. That's why they stopped tracking immediately after discovering the pursuer entered the shelter. But the problem is that the survivors have to go out to find supplies, otherwise they will starve to death sooner or later. Therefore, Lin Yifan found that he really had no way to comfort the sexy little wildcat. Chapter 31. Want to die? Have a good journey. We can't let the sexy little wildcat stay in the shelter forever, can we? Unless he is a bootlicker and keeps a sexy little wildcat. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to survive. But is Lin Yifan a bootlicker? Of course not. So, he simply pretended to be stupid and sent a message dryly. Don't worry so much. It is said that those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. Since you have managed to escape this disaster, you will definitely be able to have good fortune in the future. You will definitely not meet him again. But I'm still so scared. This is not the answer the sexy little wildcat wants. Her eyes kept rolling around, and she deliberately sent a message in a delicate tone. Brother Yifan, I am weak and vulnerable to being pushed down. I seem to have used up all my luck to be able to escape this time. You don't even know. This afternoon, someone mustered up the courage to go out and look for supplies despite the danger. But in the end, they found nothing. Now, people are starving, but they have no food. Their shelters can't even be upgraded to level 2, and they are becoming increasingly dilapidated. When a gust of wind blows, the entire shelter is shaky and looks like it will collapse at any time. I really don't know how to live anymore. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Brother Yifan, I actually came here to say goodbye to you. This world is really not suitable for me. Every minute and every second here is torture for me. So, I actually plan to end my life this afternoon. I just wanted to say goodbye to you, brother, so I have endured until now. Now, the goodbyes are over. Brother, I am leaving. You must take care of yourself. Goodbye. Lin Yifan's mouth twitched as he watched the sad scene posted by the sexy little wildcat. If it were someone else, he might really be worried. But would the sexy little wildcat give up like this? It's impossible. As for why Lin Yifan was so sure, it was because on the light screen in front of him, a list of names kept appearing. This list is the list of those shelters in District 10086 that have been upgraded to Level 2 so far. This is a small right that Lin Yifan obtained as the first person in the entire district to be upgraded to a second-level shelter. He can view the list of all people who have been upgraded to a second-level shelter in the entire 10086 district. He had not paid attention to it before, but just now he realized that as the number one in the district, he actually had such rights. Although this power is of little use, it is just to get a general understanding of who are the first-tier personnel in the district. He said he wanted to form his own team, so this right would be very useful indeed. But he has made up his mind to follow the path of a Lone Ranger, so this right is of no use to him. And on this list, the sexy little wildcat is among them. You have to know that there are only about 4,000 or 5,000 names on the entire list. Compared with the current population of the entire district, this ratio has reached 20-1. Since this woman was able to make it into the first echelon, she is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Either she has a very strong hidden strength, or she is very resourceful and can coax a lot of people to work hard for her. If it were used in peacetime, this method would indeed be worthy of condemnation and would not be acceptable. But in this world of survival, where one is insecure and can lose one's life at any time, as long as one can survive, any means used are considered strength. The reason why the sexy little wildcat acted like this with Lin Yifan was just because she treated him as a fish in the pond and wanted to take advantage of his sympathy to gain some benefits. Although Lin Yifan would not look down on her methods, the premise was that they could not be used on him. Now that it was being used on him, he was not polite and sent a direct message. Then have a nice journey. I won't see you off. At this time, the sexy little wildcat was sitting next to the campfire, eating the steamed buns sent by dog number 1, drinking the hot water sent by dog number 2, and eating the wild fruit jam sent by dog number 3. She was so proud. The number of dogs she has now ranked is 107. Lin Yifan is the 108th bootlicker she chose, because 108 is the lucky number of this sexy little wildcat, so she chose to put this number on this big guy. And she has always been very confident in her methods of teasing men, so she never thought that Lin Yifan would not fall for her tricks. She was completely stunned when she saw the message Lin Yifan sent her. She had already made up her mind that after she got Lin Yifan, she would ask him for meat. As a result, the big slap slapped her directly. But how could she give up just like that? The sexy little wildcat immediately perked up and prepared for the next round of weakness attack. However, when she worked hard to write a short essay and sent it to Lin Yifan, but suddenly she found that she had been blocked. That's right. After Lin Yifan sent that message, have a safe journey, he directly blocked her. He doesn't have the time to argue with such a time management master. He simply doesn't care how big a blow his quick and decisive action will be to this sexy little wildcat. At this moment, he was drinking hot water while rubbing the powerful insecticide. There are only 2 days left before the mosquito swarm breaks out. We must produce the most powerful mosquito repellent in the shortest possible time to gain the most benefit. After rubbing for half an hour, there were more than 50 medicine sticks in front of Lin Yifan, and this only consumes 1/10 of the medicinal materials. But Lin Yifan didn't want to rub it anymore for the time being, so he directly put the powerful mosquito killer on the auction house to exchange for basic supplies, especially primary pig iron, which is what he is most in need of now. Therefore, the main material for this batch of powerful mosquito repellent he exchanged was primary pig iron. Part of it was used to exchange for the blueprints of a third-level shelter. He was not in a hurry to upgrade the shelter before, but after seeing the list, he had to get anxious. Since he was the first to be promoted to the second-level shelter, he was able to obtain the right to view the list. If someone else reaches level 3 ahead of time, this right will belong to him/her. But he didn't want to expose himself to other people's sight, so the best way was to upgrade to the third-level shelter first. In this way, not only can you keep the right to view the list, but you may also get some rewards. There's a green treasure chest as a reward for upgrading from level 1 to level 2, so the reward for upgrading from level 2 to level 3 will definitely be one level higher than the green treasure chest. The blue treasure chest that was opened earlier had already made Lin Yifan taste the sweetness. So, he must upgrade the shelter to level 3 tonight. Worried that others didn't notice the order he posted, he prepared to go to the chat channel to advertise his order. However, when he opened the chat channel, he was confused by a message. Chapter 32 Bitten to Death by a Mosquito. At this moment, in the chat channel, a person named Hegwang Tanshin was sending messages one after another quickly. Help, help! Does anyone have anything to deal with mosquitoes? I just upgraded the shelter to level 2, and a large number of mosquitoes surrounded me. Now, these mosquitoes are surrounding the outside of the house, buzzing all the time. A small number of mosquitoes even fly in through the cracks in the wooden house, and they hurt me and make me itchy. What should I do? What should I do? I have so many mosquito bites on my body. I feel like my whole body is swollen. Will I be bitten to death by mosquitoes? No, I feel weaker and weaker, and my head is dizzy. I may be dying soon. My fellow countrymen and friends, this is my last message. I can't hold on any longer. More and more mosquitoes are flying into the wooden house. Now they're all biting me. I feel like all the blood in my body has been sucked out. You must not underestimate the outbreak of mosquitoes. It can really kill people. Finally, I wish you all live well. Goodbye, no. Farewell forever. From the moment he sent his first message, his mood became increasingly agitated. Even just through words, one can feel his fear. And after his last farewell message, no more messages were sent. At the number mark in the upper right corner, it immediately showed that one person was missing after he sent the message. Now, this harmony with the light and dust has been offline. The chat and comment section, which was originally full of advertisements, bragging, and nonsense, has become quiet. Only the last message of harmony among the world is quietly bidding farewell to everyone. Several minutes passed before someone finally spoke in the comment section. Is this killed by mosquito bites? I saw there seems to be one person missing from the head count. Mosquitoes can actually bite people to death. Isn't this too scary? And his shelter had already been upgraded to level 2, but he was still bitten to death. My shelter is only level 1. What should I do? What's the difference between level 1 and level 2? We're all going to be bitten to death by mosquitoes anyway. This is an inhumane survival world. It doesn't give us any chance to live. What should we do now? There are only 2 days left before the outbreak of the mosquitoes. If we don't have anything to deal with mosquitoes, I'm afraid we will all die. Wait, I just saw the strong mosquito repellent on sale at the auction house. Lin Yifan must have made the medicine. Let's go and exchange it. Hey, there really is a strong mosquito repellent. At this time, someone finally discovered the powerful mosquito repellent that Lin Yifan had hung up, and the people who were originally chatting immediately disappeared. Lin Yifan also soon noticed that handfuls of the powerful mosquito repellent were disappearing from the place where they had been placed previously. After the medicine handle disappeared, a pile of iron blocks appeared in its place, which was the primary pig iron he wanted to exchange. In just less than a minute, all the powerful killing files used to exchange for primary pig iron were exchanged for. Lin Yifan finally gathered the 100 units of primary pig iron needed to upgrade the shelter. Now, he only needs a blueprint of a level 3 shelter, and he can upgrade the shelter to level 3. However, Lin Yifan was not happy at all. He had just witnessed the loss of a life, and even he felt bad about it. After all, it is a life, and he just disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is more intuitive than occasionally checking the information to find out how many people died. At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly saw that his private chat channel suddenly began to flash wildly. When he opened it, he saw a man with the ID Father of God, sending him messages frantically. Lin Yifan, I want to make a deal with you. Give me the formula of the strong mosquito killer in your hand, and I will promise you the honor of being an elder of the Tiandahui. Lin Yifan, I know you are here. Please reply to my message quickly. I am very busy and don't have time to wait for you here. Lin Yifan, you're shameless, right? You don't even reply to my message? You are looking for death. I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and give me the formula for this strong mosquito killer. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of all members of our Tiandahui. You must think carefully about the consequences of this. Don't regret it until you are about to die. My patience is limited, and I will never give you a chance. Lin Yifan was speechless after reading the series of messages sent to him by this man named Father of God, who gave him the nerve to come up and ask for things right away. He even resorted to threats. I really don't know what's going on with his train of thought. However, Lin Yifan did not expect that this Father of God was actually the founder of the Heaven and Earth Society. But no matter what, don't even think about taking the formula of powerful mosquito killer from him. Therefore, Lin Yifan replied with one word without hesitation. Rol. Simple and crude, without any linguistic art. He had originally been full of confidence and thought that Lin Yifan had to give him this face and would never dare to refute his hand of God, but he was completely confused. Then he was furious and sent a message excitedly. Lin Yifan, you are so shameless. You actually dare to reject the Tiandahui. You are courting death. You will be the biggest enemy of our Tiandahui from now on. Just wait for me. I will definitely make you regret it. However, his long string of excited speeches was not sent successfully at all, because after Lin Yifan sent him the message, "Get lost," he directly blocked him. No hesitation at all. Strangers can send messages to each other, but a blocked person can never send messages to the person who blocked him. Therefore, in order to seek peace and quiet, Lin Yifan would directly block those people he disliked. As a result, at this moment, a lot of malicious remarks targeting Lin Yifan immediately appeared in the comment section. How can Lin Yifan be so disgusting? Guang Tongchen has already begged for help in the comment section. He has medicine in his hand, but he is unwilling to save the other person's life. This is too cold-blooded and heartless. That's right. We are all compatriots in trouble and should help each other, but Lin Yifan just watched others die without doing anything. I guess he just wants to watch people die. Don't forget, the only formula for this strong mosquito repellent in our entire district is in his hands, but he just watched people die without helping. What can we expect from such a person? Chapter 33, Someone Asked for Medicine. At this point, the chat channel has been completely overwhelmed because there is no limit on the number of chats and no cooldown time for speaking. Therefore, if someone intends to flood the screen with messages, they can do so almost unlimitedly. Some people have wanted to find their relatives before, and they have been posting missing person notices endlessly in the comment section. Although it is a bit annoying, most people can understand it, so no one curses. They even took turns to swiping the screen in tacit understanding, so that more people could see it. But it's different now. All the messages on the screen are scolding Lin Yifan, scolding him for being selfish and for not taking out the powerful mosquito repellent in time to save people. Even if someone stood up to speak for Lin Yifan, it would be of no use when a large group of people were frantically swiping the screen. However, Lin Yifan didn't care about these at all. After taking a look, he directly closed the chat channel. Although he would sympathize with the person offline, he was not a saint and could not care so much. Therefore, he did not feel any psychological pressure at all, but instead started to check private messages. The private chat channel was also flooded with messages, but the number of chats in the private chat channel is limited. Each person can only send 10 messages a day without adding friends. Therefore, although the private chat channel was also flooded with messages, the situation was not as serious. Moreover, if you block someone in the private chat channel, you'll not be able to see his messages. Even the private chat channel is quite user-friendly, allowing you to select multiple people to be blocked at once. Therefore, it only took Lin Yifan 4 or 5 minutes to blacklist all those who sent him unfriendly messages. The rest of the private messages are basically from people who want to trade with him. Although there are some who want to take advantage, there are also some people who really want to trade. For example, some people want to exchange wood for stones, some want to exchange stones for food, and some even want to exchange stones for clothes. Anyway, there's everything you can exchange. For those who come to him to make a deal without the intention of taking advantage, Lin Yifan will basically agree to anything he can. However, there was a purchase information that surprised Lin Yifan a little. A person with the ID Hong Xiaoqiang sent him a purchase message. Mr. Yi, my daughter is sick and has a high fever. Do you have any antipyretic medicine? I want to exchange my current supplies for antipyretic medicine. My current supplies include wild boar meat, rabbit meat, a small bag of green mushrooms, 6 bamboo shoots, and 2 unopened white treasure chests. You can pick whatever you like. 2 points can be analyzed from this information. One of them is that Hong Xiaoqiang is actually with his daughter. He had never heard anyone talk about infants and young children before, and he originally thought that these young infants and young children went to a separate area. After all, the ability of infants and young children to survive in the wild is almost zero, and it is absolutely impossible for them to survive such an intense survival situation in the wild. Therefore, it is most reasonable to place them separately in a place with low difficulty. But now it seems that his previous guess was wrong, and these infants and young children were actually separated from their parents. However, it is already so difficult for an adult to give birth, let alone raising a child who is unable to survive. This is simply a disaster. Judging from the transaction list drawn up by Hong Xiaoqiang, he is definitely a strong man. Not to mention anything else, just the wild boar meat is not something that ordinary people can get. When a wild boar goes mad, it can even be compared to a tiger or a lion. It is extremely difficult to kill a wild boar alone. Even if the wild boar was caught in a trap, it was enough to show that this person had strong hunting abilities. Although Lin Yifan has already decided on his future path, he wants to be a lone ranger. But being a lone ranger just means not wanting to form an organization. It doesn't mean there are no small groups. People like Hong Xiaoqiang, who are strong but also have weaknesses, are the most suitable people to be friends with. What's more, Lin Yifan has no shortage of herbs for reducing fever. Not to mention anything else, mint is very suitable for reducing fever. However, what surprised Lin Yifan was that Hong Xiaoqiang actually kept 2 white treasure chests. It would have been fine if he didn't open them himself, but he even took them out for trading. This really surprised him. But he still wanted the treasure chest very much, especially now that his harvest critical hit buff was still there, making it the perfect time to open the treasure chest. Therefore, Lin Yifan did not hesitate to send a message to Hong Xiaoqiang directly. I have some mint in my hand. Mint can be used to reduce fever. If you want it, use those 2 treasure chests to exchange it. At this time, Hong Xiaoqiang was sitting by the fire, holding his 6-year-old daughter in his arms and constantly applying cold water to her forehead. His face was full of anxiety and worry, and the light screen in front of him kept refreshing. He was looking at the auction house. He had already placed an order there, looking to buy antipyretic drugs. It's just a pity that at this time, everyone is looking for supplies to fill their stomachs or upgrade their shelters. How could they pay attention to things like medicinal materials? Even if someone occasionally picks a few herbs, they may not necessarily have a fever-reducing effect. So, after so much time, Hong Xiaoqiang still hasn't found any medicine to reduce his daughter's fever. As for him sending a message to Lin Yifan alone, it was just a chance, and he didn't expect to get a response. Unexpectedly, Lin Yifan actually responded to him. I quickly opened the private message, and when I saw the word mint, my eyes suddenly lit up. Although mint is a very common medicinal herb, its medicinal effects are extraordinary. Hong Xiaoqiang doesn't know many medicinal herbs, and mint happens to be one of them. He immediately replied excitedly, No problem, no problem. I'll give you both boxes and a rabbit. Can you give me some more mint? Priyu. Roasted rabbit meat is quite delicious, so Lin Yifan did not refuse and readily agreed. Sure, but mint needs to be decocted before drinking to reduce fever. Can you decoct the medicine there? If not, I can help you decoct it. I happen to have a frying pan. Be a good person to the end and see the end. Since you want to make this friend, you naturally have to show some sincerity. It was just a matter of decocting some medicine, a piece of cake, and Lin Yifan didn't mind showing this bit of sincerity at all. However, Hong Xiaoqiang was filled with gratitude and replied excitedly, Brother Yi, thank you so much. I really don't have anything to boil the medicine with. It's really great that you can help me boil it. Brother Yi, I, Hong Xiaoqiang, will remember your kindness. In the future, if Brother Yi needs me, just let me know. I will never delay. Having said that, he sent another item information. The information about this item immediately made Lin Yifan's eyes light up. Chapter 34 Bronze, Level 3 Shelter. Because the item information sent by Hong Xiaoqiang is what Lin Yifan needs most. Level 3 Shelter Blueprint. Great, Bronze. Lin Yifan's upgrade materials for the 3rd level shelter have been prepared, but the drawings have not been finalized. He had placed the order at the auction house for more than 2 hours, but no one had made a transaction. Among those who chatted with him privately, there were some who were willing to trade with him for the blueprints for upgrading the shelter. However, the worst thing they wanted was the Formula 4 powerful mosquito killer. Lin Yifan had tried this before. Things like recipes can actually be restored to recipe drawings after learning them. But it's not completely unlimited. Anyone who has already learned this recipe will never be able to learn this recipe again if they subsequently restore the recipe to a recipe drawing. And what you have learned before will be forgotten and can no longer be produced. Powerful insecticide, in recent days, it is absolutely crucial. It can be exchanged for a large amount of supplies in the shortest time. But there is another reason. Lin Yifan is afraid that after others get the formula of powerful mosquito killer, they will raise the price of the powerful mosquito killer to the extreme. By that time, most ordinary survivors probably can't afford strong mosquito repellent. Although Lin Yifan has not found a basis yet, he vaguely feels that it is better not to have too many survivors die in the same area. If too many people die, unexpected situations may occur. Then there is the issue of humanity. Lin Yifan still has some humanity left, and if he is able, he still hopes that these compatriots can survive as much as possible. It is precisely because of this that he has not yet traded for the third-level shelter blueprint. But I didn't expect that a blueprint would be delivered to my door. Moreover, it was a bronze-level blueprint. Those who wanted to trade with him before had brought out black, iron-level blueprints. It can be seen how precious this bronze-level blueprint is. Hong Xiaoqiang didn't take a photo of this drawing before, probably because he was reluctant to do so. With his strength, upgrading the shelter to level 3 is only a matter of time, so he naturally couldn't bear to give up this blueprint. But since he had already taken it out, Lin Yifan naturally wanted to get it, and immediately sent another message. I want this blueprint. As long as you trade it to me, I can promise you that no matter how much mint your daughter needs to reduce her fever, I will boil it into a decoction for you. In addition to mint, I can also give you some toast or buns and some blueberries. As far as I know, when people are sick, they should try not to eat greasy meat, especially when they have a fever. Toast and buns are easier to digest. Blueberries are high in vitamins and are sweet and sour, making them perfect for your kids to eat recently. As long as he can exchange it for the blueprints, Lin Yifan is willing to pay the price. What's more, it was just some toast and blueberries. He was not short of food now, let alone these ordinary foods. It would be most suitable to be used in exchange for supplies. Hong Xiaoqiang was even more grateful and was almost willing to sell himself as a slave to Lin Yifan. After the transaction was successful, Lin Yifan did not immediately upgrade the shelter or open the treasure chest, but helped Hong Xiaoqiang cook the medicine first. After cooking the medicine, he steamed 2 more buns and took the remaining bag of toast and traded them all to Hong Xiaoqiang. Then we started to study the issue of upgrading the third-level shelter. He looked up at the shelter, and the information popped up immediately. Rough wooden house, 15 square meters. Grade, level 2. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a wooden house built with raw wood. Although the workmanship is crude, it can shelter from wind and rain. It can also withstand attacks from small wild animals. But don't run into a group of wild boars. That's not something a small wooden house can withstand. Next level, level 3 shelter, rough stone house. Basic upgrade conditions. Black iron level stone house blueprint. 1/1. You have obtained the bronze level shelter blueprint. Do you need to upgrade the bronze level shelter? Iron level shelter upgrade conditions. Primary wood 300/362. Already satisfied. Primary stone 500/517 satisfied. Primary clay 200/208 already satisfied. Primary pig iron 100/122 satisfied. Bronze shelter upgrade conditions. Primary wood 500/362. Primary stone 800/517. Primary clay 400/208. Primary pig iron 100/122. Intermediate pig iron 25/30. Warm tips. Shelters built with better shelter blueprints will be more solid, safer, and more comfortable. If the survivors have the conditions, please build a better shelter. Lin Yifan looked at the upgrade conditions for the bronze-level shelter and his brows suddenly tightened. The upgrade conditions for this bronze-level shelter are very different from those for an ordinary iron-level shelter. Therefore, the upgrade materials prepared by Lin Yifan were not enough. The only high-quality materials were the intermediate iron blocks. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate, but no matter what, the intermediate iron blocks are obviously the hardest to find. If you can find this thing, the others will be very easy. Now, there is no shortage of intermediate iron blocks, so collecting the remaining materials will not be tiring. It will just take some time at most. Lin Yifan thought for less than 3 seconds and immediately decided that he wanted to build a bronze-level, third-level shelter. It's fine if there is no choice, but if there is a choice, you should naturally choose the better one. Therefore, Lin Yifan immediately took down the powerful mosquito repellent that was used to exchange for the blueprints and once again placed in order to exchange for wood, stone, and clay. Don't mention that the blueprints cannot be exchanged, but these basic materials are easy to exchange. In just less than 10 minutes, he had acquired all the basic materials he needed. Lin Yifan looked at the pile of materials in front of him, and without any hesitation, he immediately began to upgrade the third-level shelter. There was a series of ding-dang-dang sounds. The original wooden log cabin soon became a fortress-like roundhouse made of stone, mud, and iron sheets. The outer layer of the house is made of mud and stone, about 40 to 50 centimeters thick, and the innermost layer is an iron wall about 5 or 6 centimeters thick. I don't know how such a thick iron wall can be made with just a small piece of raw iron. But these are not what Lin Yifan needs to consider. He only needs to know that this shelter is his. The entire shelter covers an area of approximately 85 square meters, and the house is divided into 4 parts by square bluestone slabs. On the far left is a larger room with a smaller partition that is only 6 or 7 square meters. So Lin Yifan guessed that this was the master bedroom with a bathroom. The middle was still a living room, and on the right was also a partition compartment in which the workbench he had made earlier was placed. This is obviously an operations room, and on the wall of each space, there is a large window through which you can see the dark world outside. Chapter 35, Security is Coming. It's also very considerate. Although the window is not small, the safety measures are very good. The glass window structure is built inside, and the glass is pulled horizontally from side to side, not pushed inwards and outwards. This structure can make the glass window more stable and less likely to be pushed open after being locked. And this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that there is an anti-theft design made of steel bars outside the window. Even the steel bars are as thick as fingers, so even if a tiger or a lion comes, the safety level is very high. At the same time, there is a layer of filter in the middle, which can be used to prevent mosquitoes. In this way, there is nothing to worry about the impending mosquito outbreak. It can be said that the protective properties of the entire window have almost reached the extreme. In addition, there is only one fire in the shelter, located in the middle of the house. Now, not only was the room divided into 3, but there were also 3 fire pits. There is a small fire in each independent space, but now only the fire in the middle is burning and the other 2 small fires are not lit. And I don't know if it's because of the better ceiling that the wall's thermal insulation is also better. Although only the fire in the middle was burning, the temperature inside the shelter was constantly rising. The outdoor temperature has now dropped to 10 degrees. This temperature is not cold, but in such a damp and cold environment, it would be quite painful if there is no other way to keep warm. The current indoor temperature is at least 15 or 16 degrees. If all 3 fires are lit, it will definitely rise a little bit. It is worthy of being a bronze-level, third-level shelter. Lin Yifan is quite satisfied, but when he stood in front of the bathroom in the master bedroom and looked at everything bare inside, he still felt a little disappointed. He has already learned the drawings of flush toilets, bathroom heaters, and solar water heaters, but unfortunately, he does not have enough materials and cannot make them yet. Otherwise, he would have a perfect shelter. No, there's still no kitchen. But a kitchen is not a necessity, so we can talk about it later. Since there's a room to live in, it is natural that the room will be more comfortable. Lin Yifan moved the bed into the room and took out 2 down quilts, placing one underneath as a blanket and the other on top as a quilt. I'm still missing a pillow. Lin Yifan stood in front of the bed and decisively opened the auction house. There happened to be a pillow for sale in the auction house, and he decisively bought it for 10 stones. However, after putting the pillow on the bed, he still felt like something was missing. But what is missing? But he just couldn't figure out. After hesitating for a moment, he took a photo of the bed and sent it to his only friend now, Wan Qingtan. Asked, I always feel like there's something missing in my bed, but I don't know what it is. Can you help me take a look? At this time, Wan Qingtan was gnawing on bread and drinking cold water. She did have a bed, but there was nothing on it, just a layer of thatch. She had cut the thatch from the grass outside during the day today. That's right, right in front of her shelter was a large thatched field. It's a pity that the thatch was also wet because of the rain. After she harvested the crops in the morning, she placed them by the fire and slowly roasted them. Now they're just barely dry, but lying on it is always uncomfortable. As a result, Lin Yifan actually sent her such a photo, which made her look a bit emo. Reluctantly replied, Boss, I know you're doing well, but I'm really not doing well. You better stop provoking me. In my opinion, your bed is already perfect. If you have to point out any flaws, it's probably the lack of a four-piece set. If you sleep like this, the quilt will get dirty easily, and it will be difficult to clean. If it is a down quilt, it will be impossible to clean it. Four-piece set. So what's missing is four-piece set. Lin Yifun's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the auction house, wanting to exchange for a four-piece set for himself. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find a four-piece set. I could only find a blanket and a sheet, but they are not the same set. The blanket is from Kaido Kid, and the sheet is from Snow White. The two are quite mismatched, but he had no choice, so Lin Yifun bought the blanket and sheets. Only after I had laid out the sheets and blankets did I feel satisfied. Just looking at the pattern above, I couldn't help but talk about it. If he has the chance in the future, he will definitely change to an Ultraman suit. After admiring the made bed for a while, Lin Yifun began to light the fire in the room. It is actually very simple to make a fire. Just pull a few pieces of burning wood from the fire in the living room and you're done. However, he did not put out the fire in the living room, although he knew nothing about planting. But he was very clear that plants like to live in a warm environment. After finishing the work, Lin Yifun finally had the mind to open the two treasure chests he had exchanged from Hong Xiaoqiang. He didn't have much hope for the white treasure chests, as most of them contained either food or ordinary basic supplies. The only surprising thing is probably the critical hit bug of his harvest today, which can make more things appear in the treasure chest. Lin Yifun placed the two treasure chests in front of him and opened them directly. Talent activated, gained 6 times the critical hit bonus. Salt 498G times 6. Mushroom Essence 260G times 6. Lin Yifun's eyes lit up instantly. It turned out to be salt and mushroom essence. This is simply the soul of life. Although he also has salt now, the amount of salt is very small, and there's also little salt on the list that he took out for exchange, and almost all of it was exchanged by him. But even so, there were only 200 or 300 grams, and he had been using it sparingly, fearing that it would be gone after he used it up. Now, he has 6 bags of salt, each weighing 1 kilogram. If he uses it alone, it will be enough for several years. There is also mushroom essence. When combined with salt, anything you cook will taste delicious. This treasure chest just hit the spot in Lin Yifun's heart. He happily put all the salt and mushroom essence into the space, fearing that they would be lost. After putting it away, Lin Yifun started to open the second treasure chest. This time, he even clasped his hands together and prayed to all kinds of gods and Buddhas, hoping that he would have good luck when opening the treasure chest like the one before. However, this time, luck was not so kind to him. Talent activated, get 10 times the critical hit reward. The reward multiple is quite good, with the maximum reward being 10 times. This is the largest critical hit multiplier he has ever had since he obtained this buff today. However, what came out of the box was a bit confusing for him. Chapter 36, Ranking List Open. It was a pile of small square boxes with a pink surface, which obviously had nothing to do with Straight Man. The words on the box made Lin Yifun even more confused. Kotex tampons, 18 pieces / bag, times 10. Tampons? Were tampons? Lin Yifun was a little confused. He picked up a box, read the description on it, and suddenly blushed. Women's products. It turned out to be women's products. However, have feminine products evolved from sanitary napkins to tampons? Lin Yifun didn't understand, but he was indeed a little disappointed. This is a 10-fold critical hit. If it was replaced with salt or mushroom essence, he could use it for another 3 to 5 years. But now, he is just given a bunch of useless tampons. However, although it is useless, it is a necessity for women. Lin Yifun originally wanted to put the tampon up for auction, but after thinking about it, he decided to ask his good friend Ruan Qingtan first. Do you need this thing? Ruan Qingtan was lying on the wooden bed at this time, browsing the chat channel. Occasionally he would send a message, but most of the time he was just watching. She now has Lin Yifun's support. Although her life is not comfortable, at least she has enough food and drink, and she can even upgrade the shelter to level 2. For many people in the chat channel, having a full meal is a luxury, let alone upgrading their shelter to level 2. After comparing them in this way, she immediately felt satisfied. Even his gratitude towards Lin Yifun became more sincere. When she saw Lin Yifun send her a message, she opened the message immediately without even a second's pause to check. This sight made her eyes widen, and she replied excitedly. It's really necessary. It's really necessary. It's my life-saving medicine. My period will come in 2 or 3 days, and I was originally worried about what to do. I didn't expect you to come up with tampons. They are much more practical than sanitary napkins. I don't have to worry about the smell of blood on my body, attracting wild animals, and my movements won't be restricted. It's simply a baby tailor-made for me. Speaking of this, Ruan Qingtan suddenly remembered that she couldn't just ask for it for free, otherwise it would be a bit immature. But after looking at the things in my room, I found that there were not many things that could be compared with tampons, so I sent a message awkwardly. It's just that I don't have anything worthwhile to exchange with you right now. How about this? Can I buy it on credit first? From now on, if you like anything of mine, you can use it to repay this debt. Of course, I also know that my request is quite excessive. How about this? Don't trade this thing away yet. Keep it and trade to me. As long as I have something you like, you can exchange some of the tampons for me. Do you think this is okay? Of course, it is impossible to let Lin Yifan give it for free. Although Lin Yifan, as a grown man, has no need for this thing, it is a necessity for women. Moreover, there should be very few of these things on the market nowadays. If they were put up for auction, they would definitely be rare and scarce items, and there would be no shortage of buyers. He was able to tell Ruan Qingtan first that he had this thing in his hand out of consideration for that little bit of face. He is not that generous to give it away for free. However, there is no problem in giving your friends some priority trading rights. Anyway, he doesn't need these supplies now, so it doesn't matter. So I agreed directly. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Come to me when you need it. Ruan Qingtan was so grateful that he immediately replied. Brother Fan, is there anything you want in particular? I'll tell you the truth. My talent is related to opening treasure chests. As long as you make a wish for something you want before opening the box, you can increase the probability of getting such an item by 30-inch. Also, every 7 days, I have a 100 chance of making a successful wish. I've already used up this week's chance. If there's something you particularly want, I can open it for you next week. However, this talent also has certain limitations. Even if the wish is 100 successful, it is related to the level of the treasure chest. If the object of the wish is very precious and high level, but I use a white treasure chest to make a wish, the object that comes out will be a castrated version. The last time I made a wish, I wanted to get an item that could upgrade the shelter directly to level 2, but in the end, I only got a blueprint. So, if Brother Fan really needs a certain high-level item, he should try to use a high-level treasure chest. Even if he gets a castrated version, the completeness will be much higher. Lin Yifan looked at Ruan Qingtan's message and was not surprised at all. He had already guessed that Ruan Qingtan's talent was related to opening treasure chests. But I didn't expect that there would be a 100 success rate once a week. This is simply cheating. Since they took the initiative to offer him the opportunity, Lin Yifan would naturally not refuse it and said readily, Okay, I'll tell you what I need then. After saying that, Lin Yifan took the initiative to trade a box of tampons over. The sincerity that should be given is given in full. After confirming the ownership of these tampons, Lin Yifan boiled some hot water for himself, washed himself as much as possible, and then got into bed. He was quite satisfied with today's harvest, but he was a little disappointed that he did not get the first place reward in the district for upgrading the 3rd level shelter. Could it be that someone upgraded the shelter to level 3 earlier than him? But this shouldn't happen. However, there's always someone better than you. He has a special talent, but who knows, there may be people with even more special talents than him. So although Lin Yifan was a little disappointed, he could only give up for the time being. After a busy day, Lin Yifan was finally able to lie down in the soft quilt and sleep soundly. When I woke up, it was already 6:30 in the morning of the next day. After washing myself up, I started steaming buns to prepare breakfast. At the same time, more than 300 copies of powerful mosquito repellent were put up for auction. Part of it is used to purchase primary pig iron, while the other part is used to purchase rare materials such as ceramics and intermediate pig iron. But at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that a ball of light about the size of a fist had appeared in the middle of his house. The light from a light ball is very soft, emitting a comfortable temperature. What is this? Lin Yifan walked forward in confusion, but just as he touched the ball of light, it changed direction like a living thing and suddenly entered his mind. This sudden accident gave him a big fright. What the hell is this? Just when he was full of anxiety, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. And just like an e-book, you can open it and flip through it quickly. He flipped through the pages quickly, from the chat channel to the auction house, and then to the date, and finally stopped at a blank page. The white light that had previously grabbed Lin Yifan's head now appeared on the blank page. After the white light flickered slightly, a string of words appeared on it. Human race ranking. Number 1. Jack Christ, District 307. Number 2. Chun Jinlong, District 4955. Number 3. Sakuraji Hyros, District 20356. Number 4. Lin Yifun, 100867. Myself. Do you want to hide your personal information? Number 5. Morrisiri, 46005 District. Number 6. Azimali Jaxi, District 62180. Number 100. No one on the list. Number 1000. No one on the list. Number 10,000. No one on the list. Note: the ranking list is only open to survivors whose shelters have been upgraded to level 3. There are currently 65 people on the list. There's even a ranking list? Lin Yifun looked at the list in front of him in surprise, and the next second he saw that most of the people whose names could be seen on the list had turned into a string of stars. Obviously, personal information is hidden. Seeing this, Lin Yifun quickly hid his personal information. When I looked again, the top 10 had almost hidden their names. After the 10th place, some people did not hide. However, although the names of the top 10 were hidden, Lin Yifun still remembered that there were only 2 Chinese names on the list. One is him who is ranked 4th, and the other is Chun Jinlong who is ranked 2nd. His ranking is actually higher than his, and he is definitely a strong one. Chapter 37. Artifact to prevent theft. In this world, the strong prey on the weak, and only the strong can live a better life. Moreover, billions of people from all over the world have come here. Even if their former country is gone and their positions have disappeared, deep down, they will still focus on their compatriots. Just like Lin Yifun, even though he knew that he and Qin Jinlong were now competitors, when he saw this familiar Chinese name, he couldn't help but feel closer to him. But that's all, because just a few seconds after the leaderboard appeared, the long-awaited reward finally arrived. Dear survivor Lin Yifun, congratulations on becoming the first survivor to enter the tribe's rankings and ranking 4th. I hereby give you a reward. Reward 1. 1 Qingling flower seedling. The effect is unknown, vaguely related to calming the mind and stabilizing the soul. Reward 2. A set of 300 square meters of illusion light shield. Effect. After the light shield is turned on, all the scenes inside the light shield can be changed according to your wishes. If you do not grant the privilege, outsiders can only see the changed scenes. Reward 3. 1,000 kilograms of rice. Effect. Fill the stomach. Please choose 2 of the 3 rewards mentioned above as your ranking rewards. Lin Yifun looked at the message and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. Each of these 3 rewards is of the best quality. Judging from the efficacy description of Qingling flower, isn't it the best defense against the eerie whispers in the dark? Although the wildness at night is very dangerous, many dangerous wild animals will come out at night to hunt for food and will attack any living thing they encounter. But the most dangerous thing is actually this strange whisper, which can directly affect the mind and turn a person into a crazy lunatic. Moreover, Lin Yifun tried to block his ears and even deliberately weaken the sound around him so that he could ignore the impact of the sounds. However, these methods were useless. The whisper seemed to be ringing in his soul. No matter how he covered his ears, the sound would continue to echo in his mind. The sound is sometimes far away, sometimes near, sometimes up, sometimes down, and it is impossible to find where the sound comes from. The unknown is the most terrifying thing, not to mention that this thing can make people crazy. Even Lin Yifun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart whenever he thought of the strange whispers. If this Qingling flower can really offset the impact of the whisper, then it would be like a magic weapon to him. The daytime hours are getting shorter and shorter, and it will become more and more difficult to find supplies. Although with Lin Yifun's current capital, he will definitely not starve to death. But in this crisis-ridden world, if your strength does not continue to grow, you will slowly be eliminated by WeChat. According to the setting of the survival world, sooner or later, the survivors must go into the wild at night to look for supplies. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find supplies to feed oneself during the short daytime. Since Lin Yifun wants to become stronger, he naturally wants this opportunity. Therefore, he must order the Qingling flower. After firmly choosing the first thing, Lin Yifun turned his attention to the remaining 2 options. 1,000 kilograms of rice is very straightforward. It can fill your stomach. According to the normal consumption of a young and middle-aged man, as long as he saves a little, these 1,000 kilograms of rice are enough for a person to live for 2 or 3 years. If anyone were here, they would probably choose this. But Lin Yifan still decisively chose the second option, because nothing is more important than protecting your own kennel. Judging from the traces of wild men wandering around, the distance between each shelter should not be too far. Sooner or later, someone will come and attack him, and he doesn't want his lair to be destroyed while he is out looking for supplies. Moreover, the 300 square meter light shield illusion is simply a magical device to prevent thieves from stealing your home. Lin Yifan has always been worried that his shelter would be discovered by someone in the future, and if that happens, he would be wiped out and would have no place to cry. Now that this magical weapon to prevent theft has appeared, how could he miss it? So without even thinking about it, I immediately chose the second option. Of course, he didn't even have time to see what the two rewards he chose were like. Another reminder message came. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this area to upgrade the shelter to level 3. You are hereby rewarded. Reward 1. 1 piece of bronze level equipment. Reward 2. 1 random blueprint. Reward 3. A reminder of a recent hidden crisis. Please choose one of the 3 rewards above. Special reminder. Hidden crises are often related to subsequent environmental changes and may be extreme natural disasters. Please pay close attention to this, as it may be related to your life or death. Lin Yifan looked at the familiar message prompt and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that if he gave the ranking reward, he would not give the reward to the number 1 in the area. Although the rewards for the ranking list are quite generous for Lin Yifan, the range of his activities so far is still concentrated in this 10,086 area. He couldn't be sure now whether the natural disaster risks faced by every district were the same, but he must know the natural disaster crisis that their district would face next. Of course, there is one more important point. As the first person to create an achievement in this server, you can view the information of the person who completed the achievement. If this benefit was taken away by other people, it would not be a good thing for Lin Yifan. With the assets he owns now, he will soon be able to achieve a well-off life. Once people get to know this situation, there will probably be a lot of people who want to break in and steal the house. As for how to choose this option reward, Lin Yifan had experienced it once, so this time he was familiar with it. I chose the 3rd reward without hesitation. After he chose the reward, the information in front of him began to flash rapidly and then combined into a new message. This tip, 32 hours later, the world of survival will face its first extreme natural disaster, a mosquito swarm outbreak. Mosquito swarm outbreak, danger level. Warm tip, don't underestimate mosquitoes. 1 mosquito is not scary, but what about billions of them? Are you afraid of them? Because the above hidden crisis prompt has been opened by this survivor, a new crisis prompt is given. This article's tip, 5 days later, the world of survival will face the second extreme natural disaster, heavy rain. Heavy rain, danger level. Warm reminder, the danger level ranges from 1 to 10. The higher the star, the more dangerous it is. Survivors must pay attention to the danger level. In addition, heavy rain may cause a major flood, and even a shelter may be flooded. Lin Yifan looked at this message, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. He had expected the mosquito outbreak, and he had also thought about the coming rainstorm. The rain is getting heavier, from the drizzle at the beginning to the moderate to heavy rain now. In a few days, it is estimated that Jinshan Mountain will be flooded. By then, no one knows how many people will die. Chapter 38. Mosquitoes are coming? However, although we have guessed that there will be heavy rain, it may even trigger natural disasters. However, he really didn't expect it to come so soon. He now has a level 3 shelter during the mosquito crisis, so he is confident that he can get through it safely. But the flood caused by the heavy rain is different. If the geographical location is not chosen well, even the shelter may be flooded. By then, there will be really no way out. Moreover, according to previous observations, the location of his shelter was actually a valley with dense forests on both sides, but in fact they were all mountains. Although the front and rear have not been explored yet, there are mountains visible to the naked eye. In other words, his shelter is right in the middle of a depression between several large mountains. Once heavy rain brings floods, the danger level here will be very high. It seems that we must explore the surrounding area after daybreak to see if there are any rivers or lakes. If these exist, we must consider relocation or diverting the river. If we were just moving, we wouldn't have any idea how to move the shelter. If the shelter cannot be moved, there is no point in moving it to another location. Here, you must stay in a shelter at night to ensure absolute safety. Otherwise, it is too dangerous to stay in the wild alone. Therefore, The best way is to find a way to drain the water or move the shelter to a higher and safer place. The security issue is certainly a headache for him, but what is more worrying for him at this moment is the question of whether to make the announcement or not. Floods are different from mosquito swarms. There are ways to prevent it, but if a flood really occurs, we can only rely on God's will. Now, the mosquito swarm riot has not been resolved yet. If we inform everyone about the impending flood disaster, I guess no one will believe it. After a bit of hesitation, I finally decided not to announce the news until the mosquito riot was over, so as not to make everyone despair. It's a pity that if the news is not announced, there will be no treasure chest rewards. But as long as you do your best, you won't be short of things, so don't be too disappointed. However, he found that the private chat channel exploded again, but he still ignored it. But when he saw his friend's channel flashing, he still clicked on the chat box. The people who initiated the chat with him were Wan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. The two people's purpose was very similar. They came to congratulate him on becoming a celebrity on the human rankings. After politely exchanging greetings with the two of them, he turned his attention to the window. There was a fire burning in the house, and in order to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, all the windows in the house were open last night. Anyway, there was a screen window, so even if a few mosquitoes occasionally chased after him, they would never be able to get in. So even with the window open, he slept peacefully last night. But then he discovered that there were actually a few mosquitoes on the screen window because their legs were stuck in the tiny mesh. These mosquitoes were exactly the same as the large group of mosquitoes he had burned to death yesterday in order to get the blue treasure chest. Could it be that a mosquito is chasing me? Or has the mosquito swarm riot come early? I frowned, puzzled. But no matter what, fortunately, screens were installed on the windows yesterday. Otherwise, these mosquitoes would definitely have gotten in. I don't know if this happens only to him or to everyone. If everyone had this situation, then a lot of people would probably suffer. His mind involuntarily thought of the person who was bitten to death by a mosquito yesterday. So I quickly opened the chat channel, and sure enough, I saw that the number of people in the area in the upper right corner had dropped by nearly 4,000 in just one night. There were originally more than 95,000 people, but now there are only 91,000. With so many people surfing the internet in one night, something unexpected must have happened. Sure enough, when he looked at the chat channel, he saw ghosts howling, and it was miserable. Last night was so terrible. A lot of mosquitoes suddenly appeared. If I hadn't upgraded my shelter to level 2, I would have been bitten to death by mosquitoes. There were a lot of mosquitoes here too, and I only have a level 1 shelter. Fortunately, I found that I couldn't get the materials for upgrading, so I just grabbed a strong mosquito repellent and survived the night without any danger. 4,000 people died in one night. I had added 400 to 500 friends, and 40 to 50 of them have already gone offline. It's really terrible. Luckily, I didn't get attacked by mosquitoes last night. Otherwise, if my shelter hadn't been upgraded to level 2 and I didn't have this strong mosquito repellent, I would have definitely died last night. But what is going on? Didn't Boss Yi Fun say that the mosquito swarm would break out in 3 days? It's only the second day. How come there is a mosquito swarm attack? It's probably the advanced team. I was also attacked by mosquitoes last night, but the number was not that large. I went to the nearby woods yesterday to check if there were any swarms of mosquitoes. They were so dense that I couldn't even count them. So the ones last night must have been the advanced team. Just the advanced team's raid has knocked more than 4,000 people offline. It looks like we have to upgrade the shelter to level 2 or buy enough strong mosquito repellent. It was only at this time that he realized that the last batch of powerful mosquito repellent he had made last night had all been bought. However, the advanced team statement is reasonable, but the lethality is too great. It was just the previous troops. So many people were knocked offline in one night, and this was just the pre-crisis of the Samsung natural disaster. The heavy rain and floods in 5 days will be a 4-star natural disaster. I don't know how many people will survive by then. At this moment, I suddenly saw that everyone in the chat channel was constantly tagging him. Boss, do you have any more strong mosquito repellent? I want to buy some more. I want it too. Can you make some more and hang them up so that we can all have some? If you ask me, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Top bosses like Yi Fun should share their supplies with everyone. Otherwise, it would be too selfish. That's right, we are all compatriots. Since you have something to repel mosquitoes, you should share it with everyone. Otherwise, how will others see you? Seeing these idiots pop up again, I couldn't help but roll my eyes and sneer as I sent a message. I don't care what you think of me. If you want to get something for free, get away from me. Just because I'm easy to talk to doesn't mean I don't have a temper. Your moral blackmail will not work on me, because I have no morals. If you insist on fighting to the death with me, I will show you my immoral side. You'd better pray that I can't find you. Otherwise, I'll at least get some interest back for the new and old grudges. Chapter 39. Mutated Ginger King. Since Lin Yifan dares to be so high-profile, he is naturally not afraid of being hated by others. Not to mention this world, whether or not everyone will eventually meet each other is still an unknown. Even if we really meet, so what? As long as you have absolute strength, you can crush everything. Lin Yifan has now found a way to improve his strength. As long as he finds more fruits that can increase his own attributes, his strength will continue to increase. One step ahead, every step ahead. Now, he is already ahead of most people, and he also has the abnormal talent of daily random buff. As long as he is lucky, he might get rich one day. As for other people, Lin Yifan would naturally be willing to lend a helping hand if he can. But the prerequisite is that he is willing. He has some morals, but he doesn't accept kidnapping. Anyone who wants to get something for free from him must be prepared to bear his wrath. So, after Lin Yifan sent these 2 messages, he added another sentence. By the way, let me say one more thing. I'm a petty person. I have memorized your IDs. You better not appear in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind taking you offline as well. After saying that, he directly put those people on the blacklist, refused to do business with them, refused to chat with them privately, and refused everything. As for other people in the chat channel, some of them originally wanted to take advantage of the situation. But when they saw Lin Yifan was so neat and tidy, they immediately put away their little thoughts and sent messages to flatter him in the chat channel. Boss, you're right. Shameless freeloaders like these should be kicked as far away as possible. We have come to this world of survival, but there are still people who want to kidnap others through moral blackmail. This is so stupid that they will die of their own stupidity sooner or later. Fortunately, the boss was not successfully blackmailed by this kind of people. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of money. Boss is so smart. How could he be tricked by such a villain? Lin Yifan looked at the harmonious chat records in the chat channel and didn't pay any more attention to it. He had received all the rewards he deserved, so there was no need to worry about what he didn't get. He wasn't so short of bronze-level items now. Moreover, he is now even more looking forward to what kind of buff he can draw today. Whether it was the item sublimation the day before yesterday or the critical hit of yesterday's harvest, they allowed him to surpass most people in just 2 days. The world ranking has been reduced to 4th place. If he could draw a better temporary buff today, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity and reach the 1st place in one fell swoop. When it comes to deciding fate, Lin Yifan has always been very pious. He put his hands together and prayed earnestly to all the gods and Buddhas before he began to draw today's buff. Draw lots. Draw successful. Today's buff. Finding gold with a right way. Finding gold. Increase the probability of finding metal materials. If you have metal materials you want, don't miss today. Good luck. It turns out to be such a buff. Lin Yifan frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed. What he wants most is actually item sublimation. So far, item sublimation has brought him the greatest improvement. Of course, this doesn't mean that getting a critical hit is bad, but relatively speaking, item sublimation can allow him to have higher level supplies. However, disappointment is disappointment. But Lin Yifan immediately began to think about the direction to explore today. As for whether he could find useful metal materials, he chose to leave it to fate. Moreover, the most important thing for him today was not to open up wasteland and explore, but to find water sources such as rivers or lakes. He was always worried because he couldn't find the source of the flood. At this time, the time had come to 7:30. However, the dawn today was half an hour later, and it was not until 8 o'clock that it officially dawned. The time of darkness has also been advanced by half an hour, which means that the daytime time is now only 8 hours. It has been shortened by 2 hours compared to the day before yesterday. Don't underestimate these 2 hours. If you're looking for supplies, these 2 hours are very precious. I went to the left side the day before yesterday and to the right side yesterday. So today I'll just go straight ahead and take a look. After Lin Yifan finished his breakfast, he put on a straw raincoat and a waterproof hat and prepared 2 hot buns in the ring space to have his lunch. The time in the ring space is not completely prohibited, so physical objects placed inside will cool down just like those placed outside. But Lin Yifan couldn't care less about so many things now. He was going to explore the water source today, so the distance he had to walk would definitely not be short. So today is different from the previous 2 days. He probably won't come back at noon today. In order to prevent the fire in the house from going out, Lin Yifan put 10 units of wood in the fire to ensure that it could burn for 20 hours. Next, he wanted to check those pots of growing soil. It must be said that the high-quality growing soil was indeed incomparable to ordinary growing soil. Last night, Lin Yifan planted ginger and mint in high-quality breeding soil. At this time, half of the soil pot was covered with dense mint, and the other half was covered with a large number of ginger seedlings. Lin Yifan harvested all the mint, a total of more than 1,000 units of mint, plus the part he didn't finish yesterday. There were already 1,200 units of mint. Although this number is quite large, there are still more than 90,000 people in their 10,086 district. These people all need powerful mosquito repellent, so after calculating, there is still too little mint. We must continue planting and even clear out all the growing soil for planting, otherwise, there will be no way to catch up with the mosquito outbreak tomorrow night. Lin Yifan, who had already made up his mind, immediately pulled out the ginger growing in the other half of the high-quality cultivation soil. Looking at the ginger as big as a millstone, his eyes almost popped out. He knew that ginger would have a very high yield if grown in a good nutritional environment. However, the fact that the output is so high is really a bit subversive. Especially when he looked at Sheng Jiang, the information that popped up made him so excited that he almost jumped up. Mutated Ginger King. Quality, unknown. Cause of mutation, unknown. Effect, prevent colds, treat colds, and be used as a seasoning. Item review. Originally, this was just an ordinary piece of ginger, but after being planted in high-quality cultivation soil, it mutated by chance. Although chance cannot be explained, the effect of the mutated Ginger King will be 100 times that of ordinary ginger. Please use it with caution. Was it ginger that shocked Lin Yifan? No, what shocked him was the high-quality breeding soil. He had never expected that this thing could actually change plants and cause them to mutate. Chapter 40 Mau Mau's Abnormality. Although Lin Yifan doesn't understand yet how big the difference is between the mutated king ginger and the non-mutated ginger. But it is really incredible that good quality breeding soil can cause plants to mutate. However, why did the mugwort, mint, and wild blueberries that were planted before not mutate? Lin Yifan couldn't figure it out. Maybe there is a probability? Since you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Even if it is just probabilistic, if one ginger king can be mutated, others can be mutated as well. What's more, the good grade cultivation soil is excellent. If we can get better breeding soil, perhaps the probability of mutation can be increased. However, ginger only needs a small piece to continue to reproduce. With such a large piece of Ginger King, after removing the ones that need to be planted, there will be a lot left. Moreover, in the past 2 days, many people have caught a cold and fever due to being caught in the rain. If you have time at night, you can make more ginger soup, and then you can make a fortune by using this Ginger King. After dividing the king ginger into several small pieces and planting them in ordinary grade cultivation soil, Lin Yifan then planted the mugwort and mint back into the good quality cultivation soil. In this way, there will be enough materials to make powerful mosquito repellent by tonight. As for those medicinal herbs planted in ordinary cultivation soil, although they grew much better than when they were first planted, they were still far behind the growth bonus of good quality cultivation soil. It's been a night already. The blueberries that I planted last night already had buds, but they haven't yet finished bearing fruit. Lin Yifan estimated that it would take at least 3 days for this bunch of blueberries to fully ripen. With this calculation, the growth efficiency of high-quality cultivation soil is more than 3 times higher than that of ordinary cultivation soil. It seems that if there's a chance, he still needs to get high-grade breeding soil. He has not found good varieties of wheat and rice yet. If he finds them, he will definitely cultivate them well. As a Chinese, life would be meaningless without wheat and rice. Especially since Lin Yifan is from the south, his favorite thing is rice. He hasn't had it for 2 or 3 days, and he misses it so much. After all the plants that needed to be transplanted were transplanted, he watered all the plants in the cultivation soil thoroughly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a cooing sound in his ears. I quickly looked back and remembered that the golden eagle, Mau Mau, who had fallen into a deep sleep after hatching from the shell yesterday, had finally woken up. After Mau Mau fell asleep, Lin Yifan made a nest for him in a box and even put a silk quilt inside. I'm afraid this precious thing will get cold. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, he got up to check on Mau Mau. He was worried that it might starve to death, so he wanted to feed it some meat. That's right, golden eagles eat meat. This is a completely carnivorous animal. No wonder adult golden eagles are so ferocious. However, Mau Mau did not wake up. After carefully observing his health condition, Lin Yifan found that he was really just sleeping. Only after he saw that its feathers became more shiny, even while it was sleeping, did he feel relieved. Seeing Mau Mau wake up at this time, I hurried to the box and found that compared with the tenderness when he just hatched yesterday, Mau Mau had grown a lot. When it just hatched yesterday, it was only the size of a fist, covered with soft fur, and its eyes were not even fully open. But today, this little thing has grown a lot, and a few small feathers have grown on its hair. Her eyelids were fully open, and her golden eyes clearly revealed her attachment to Lin Yifan. Mau Mau, I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. Lin Yifan spoke with some surprise. He hadn't spoken for 2 or 3 days and was a little uncomfortable for a moment. It seems that staying alone for a long time may really cause your language ability to deteriorate. We need to talk more in the future. Mau Mau came just in time. Lin Yifan was quite shocked that Mau Mau had grown half his size overnight. Normally, although birds grow faster than primates, it is impossible for them to grow this fast. He had asked someone before and found out that it takes at least 3 to 5 days for a bird to hatch and open its eyes. If you want fine feathers to grow, it will take a week or so. As a result, Mau Mau completed the growth process that would have taken a week to complete overnight. How could Lin Yifan not be shocked by this? Is it because of eating the eggshells? But this assumption is obviously unreasonable. It is very common for birds to eat eggshells after hatching. The same is true for other birds. It is impossible for them to grow so fast just by eating eggshells. The only thing Lin Yifan did for Mau Mau was to drip a drop of mysterious blood on the egg before it hatched. This blood could give the young bird special blood. After Mau Mau broke out of the egg, he observed it carefully, wanting to see what special bloodline the mysterious blood had made the little golden eagle grow. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan couldn't see any clues at all, so he thought that the drop of mysterious blood had no effect. Now it seems that Mau Mau has definitely awakened his special bloodline. Putting aside other things, the growth rate alone is enough to show that his special bloodline is not simple. At this time, Mau Mau jumped out of the box and opened his mouth to make a cooing sound towards Lin Yifan. There was a hint of impatience and a hint of comfort in his voice. Although Lin Yifan didn't understand, he could roughly guess that Mau Mau was hungry. Are you hungry? Wait a minute, I'll get you some meat. While muttering to himself, Lin Yifan took out the wild boar meat that Hong Xiaoqiang had given him last night from the ring space and cut the meat into thin strips with an axe. Mau Mau was already jumping up and down beside her, his little green eyes almost glowing green as he looked at Rousey. Lin Yifan couldn't bear to let it eat his fill, so he quickly fed the shredded meat to Mau Mau's mouth. After Mau Mau couldn't wait to finish eating a few pieces of meat, he suddenly flapped his wings, jumped half a meter high, and snatched a piece of wild boar meat that had not been cut in Lin Yifan's hand. Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to snatch it back. It's not that he was reluctant to give it to Mau Mau, but the piece of meat was as big as a fist, and he was afraid that Mau Mau would choke. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he saw Mau Mau swallow the piece of wild boar meat in one gulp. The speed was so smooth, like some kind of chocolate, and Lin Yifan was stunned when he saw it. He was startled and said nervously, "Mau Mau, you just swallowed such a big piece of meat like that. Are you going to have indigestion?" However, Mau Mau just responded with a small roll of his eyes, showing complete contempt. This really made Lin Yifan speechless, and he said unhappily, "I care about you, but you still despise me. Forget it, I don't want to care about you anymore. You deserve to choke to death." Having said that, as daybreak approached, he still picked up Mau Mau and put it in his pocket. He patted its little head and said, "It's almost dawn. I'm going out to look for supplies. You just stay here and sleep when you want. Call me when you're hungry." Got it. Mau Mau's IQ is not low. According to Lin Yifan's judgment, it is probably about the same as that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. So Mau Mau could understand what he said. He wanted to leave Mau Mau in a shelter, but the little thing was still too young, and he didn't know how long it would take for it to eat. He was afraid that if he was out for the whole day, Mau Mau would starve to death. Chapter 41, worthy of being a home guardian artifact. Lin Yifan was lucky to have such a pet, and he couldn't bear to see it die. In this damn place, I never know when I'll run into anyone like me. If he made a wrong judgment and everyone was not in the same plane, then they might never meet. This kind of loneliness will drive a person crazy sooner or later. Even if there's a chat channel to communicate with people of the same kind, it is difficult to sustain it. But if there is a creature with a high IQ by his side, with whom he can communicate occasionally and whose emotions can be responded to, then he may be able to hold on for a longer time. Therefore, Lin Yifan would never allow anything to happen to Mao Mao. Even if it was not a golden eagle, even if it was just a cockroach or a mouse, he would take good care of it. Mao Mao was also very obedient. He rubbed his head on Lin Yifan's palm and then hid in his pocket, only showing his little head to look at the outside world curiously. At this time, the time finally came to 8:30. Lin Yifan opened the weather date page, as usual, and saw that the temperature had dropped again. It was still 12 or 13 degrees yesterday, but today the temperature has dropped to 9 to 10 degrees, and yesterday's moderate to heavy rain has turned into heavy rain. When I opened the door, I saw the dense rain curtain with thick moisture, making visibility even lower. Even with Lin Yifan's eyesight, he could only see about 10 meters away at most, and he couldn't see clearly any further. Looking at the heavy rain in front of him and the shallow puddles that had accumulated in front of the houses, his worries grew deeper and deeper. The terrain here is too low. Even if there are no lakes or rivers nearby, his shelter will most likely be flooded by water as the rainfall continues to increase. It seems that even if the shelter is not moved, a drainage ditch must be dug around it. Lin Yifan was about to go out, but he suddenly remembered that in the previous ranking reward, he was given an item he called the Illusion Shield, a protective device for stealing homes. Although it is highly unlikely that anyone would steal a house in this kind of horrible weather, if someone doesn't use it, then he's a fool. Lin Yifan took out the Illusion Light Shield, which was actually something like a compass. However, the text on it is very abstract, and the patterns are very special, but you can see the mysterious charm at a glance. Lin Yifan placed the compass in the main hall of the shelter and turned it on. Suddenly, a circle of brilliant light appeared in the compass, which expanded little by little and finally enveloped the entire shelter and even included a large circle outside. The shelter was only about 70 or 80 square meters, and the light shield directly enclosed a large area of low shrubs in front of the shelter. Lin Yifan strode out of the light shield and turned around to see that his shelter had disappeared. And where the shelter was originally located, a huge banyan tree appeared. But if you look closely, the size of the entire banyan tree and the area covered by its canopy are exactly the same size as the shelter. Lin Yifan looked at the illusion in front of him in amazement, feeling both shocked and happy. He originally thought that this so-called illusion light shield would at most create a mist on the spot to cover the shelter. I didn't expect that I could actually turn the shelter into something else directly. This is really magical. But I have to say that this thing is really useful. If he wasn't bound to the illusion shield, he might not be able to find his shelter, because as he walked forward, the illusion still existed, and even when he stood in front of the shelter, he could only see the huge banyan tree in front of him. In other words, even if someone knew that this was an illusion, as long as they couldn't find a way to break it, they would never be able to get in, even if they knew that the shelter was the banyan tree. This is definitely the best anti-theft artifact. It's worthy of being a reward for the overall ranking. It's really amazing. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but open the ranking list and looked at the 3 people ahead of him. If he, who is ranked 4th, can get such a generous reward, then the reward for the top 3 must be even more generous. It seems that he needs to work harder to push his ranking forward when the ranking is updated next time. I just don't know if there will be a reward next time. However, these things are not something that needs to be considered right now. Lin Yifan was very sober, so he just thought about it for a moment and then immediately returned to reality. After admiring the illusion before him for a while with satisfaction, he began today's exploration with peace of mind. He was actually quite curious about the random buff he drew today. The way to find gold. Both the name and the introduction say that it is only related to metal objects. Could it be possible that he could find a lot of metal materials today? If that's true, it will be a good thing. The only metal object he had in his hand, apart from the frying pan at home, was this ordinary iron axe. Let's not talk about the frying pan for now. That thing is a daily necessity. Even if it can be used to hit someone on the head, for Lin Yifan, the frying pan is still more suitable for daily use. But this ordinary iron axe is different. Although most people now still use rusty and low-quality axes. He can own an ordinary iron axe because of his talent bug, but generally speaking, he still wants an axe of level 100 or higher. Moreover, In addition to the axe, he now urgently needed a shovel and a hoe, which were essential tools if he wanted to dig a drainage ditch. There are also sickles, hatchets, kitchen knives, and the like, which are also urgently needed. Lin Yifan was thinking in his mind while exploring forward. The direction he chose today was right in front of the shelter. He had already roughly explored both sides. Although the exploration was not very clear, he was sure that there were no rivers or lakes nearby on both sides. The only things we haven't had time to explore are directly in front and directly behind. Directly in front is 500 meters, and there are only low shrubs, the tallest of which is only about 1 person tall. It doesn't really block the view, but in this kind of weather with fog mixed with dense rain curtains, visibility is already low, so blocking the view or not is not that important. Anyway, as long as there are no marks on the road, you will definitely get lost. So in order to avoid getting lost, Lin Yifan chose to use an axe to clear the way today, for fear that he would not be able to find the way when he came back. As a result, his speed was naturally not very fast, but he was not in a hurry. To put it bluntly, there's no use being anxious. However, there are many more treasure chests today than yesterday. In less than half an hour, 2 white treasure chests were found. Because the white treasure chest basically contains basic supplies, and Lin Yifan is not short of basic supplies now, so he is too lazy to open it. Just throw the treasure chest into the ring space, and wait until you get a buff like item sublimation or double harvest before opening it. This will maximize benefits. After exploring for another hour or so, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that there was a small cave at the bottom of the hillside, not far away. This cave is really small, about the size of a bowl. If there weren't a pile of strange rocks scattered outside the cave, he might not have noticed this cave. Chapter 42. Surprise. Why is it called a pile of strange stones? Because normal stones can appear in various colors or patterns. But there is a unique texture on the stone, which always makes people feel at a glance that it is stone. But that pile of stones was not like that. All of them were blue-black in color, with almost no mottled lines. The color of each stone was quite consistent. The shapes are relatively random, but from the cross-section of the stone, it can be seen that these stones were probably knocked down violently. But these are still normal. What really makes Lin Yifan feel strange is, this pile of rocks is actually glowing. Just like the halo behind the Buddha's head, it is emitting a long halo. Lin Yifan closed his eyes tightly. He almost thought he was dazzled. He closed his eyes 3 times in a row before he was sure that he was not dazzled and that he had not seen it wrong. That pile of rocks is glowing. How could he ignore such a strange school? He quickly cut through the thorny vines blocking his way and walked quickly to the pile of rocks. At this time, he finally knew what this pile of stones was. Fine airo nore per 16. Iron content, 99. Special reminder, fine iron or cannot be used directly in industrial manufacturing. It needs to be forged into pig iron in a forging furnace before it can be used. There's iron ore. Lin Yifan picked up a piece of iron ore with surprise. Although it was only the size of a fist, it weighed more than 10 kilograms. No wonder the iron content is as high as 99. It's a pity that iron ore cannot be used directly and needs to be cast in a foundry. In the past 2 days, Lin Yifan has been purchasing various drawings, but he has never seen the drawings of a casting furnace. The number of drawings he received in the past 2 days was actually not large, because the drawings on the market were basically of the most basic level. He had already purchased all the ones he could use, so there was no need to collect the remaining ones that were dispensable. He purchased all the industrial drawings he could find, such as operating tables, synthesizers, and foundries. Unfortunately, so far he has only purchased the operating table drawings. The synthesizer and the foundry never appeared. Putting aside other things, Lin Yifan has been thinking about this synthesizer for a long time. The conditions for upgrading the shelter are becoming more and more stringent, and the materials required have also changed from primary to intermediate. Primary materials can be collected from the wild. For example, primary wood can be obtained by chopping down trees. Primary feed can be obtained by knocking down stones, and primary clay can also be obtained by digging it yourself. But the intermediate materials are different. Apart from the treasure chest, currently only the synthesis room can be used to synthesize primary materials into intermediate materials. Moreover, the function of the foundry is not just to forge iron ore. If he wants to forge weapons, he also needs a foundry. Especially for weapons of excellent quality or above, not only can they only be made on a foundry, but there are even requirements for the level of the foundry. For example, the bronze level weapon, Swift Cloud Chasing Bow, in his hand, now requires an intermediate casting table to be made. Of course, Lin Yifan now only wants to have a basic casting table, otherwise it would be too ambitious. In fact, if he really wanted a blueprint of a casting table, there was a way. Ruan Xingtan has already promised him to give him the right to use his talent for the next week. So as long as he prepares the treasure chest, he will be 100% able to have what he wants. Originally, he wanted Ruan Xingtan to help him draw a blueprint for a level 4 shelter. But now it seems that the forging table and synthesis drawings are more important. If he can't get these two blueprints next time, you'll have to use up Ruan Xingtan's talent times next week. While thinking, Lin Yifan quickly threw all the ores into the space, and then stood up with satisfaction. I originally wanted to continue exploring, but thinking that lunchtime was approaching, there happened to be a large rock nearby, and there was a broadleaf tree at this location, and there was little rain. So he simply sat down on a big rock, took out the buns he had brought in the morning, and prepared to have lunch first. As a result, at this moment, the small cave next to the other party's iron ore suddenly made a slight movement. What? Lin Yifan immediately turned his head and stared at the small cave, and immediately saw a gray rat head poking out of the cave. Mouse! Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little disappointed. He had been thinking that if it was a rabbit, he would catch it and have a snack, but it turned out to be a mouse, which immediately made him give up the idea of having a snack. If it were 2 days ago, he would definitely not dislike the mouse. But now it's different. Now he has a planer, bread, and wild boar meat in his space, so there is no need to eat rat meat. So, the mouse was scared and ran away in a panic, and he was too lazy to catch it. But at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that a large part of the entrance of the small cave had collapsed because of the panic of the mice. Then he saw that there was a pile of chestnuts in the cave. This is good stuff. Whether you cook a sweet soup to fill your stomach or make sugar-roasted chestnuts as a snack, it is a very good choice. And there are chestnuts in the rat's nest, which means there must be a chestnut tree nearby. Although I don't understand it, if I can find it, I can accumulate some food reserves. Lin Yifan quickly dug out the chestnuts from the cave, and there were actually 4 or 5 pounds of them. He picked up a chestnut and peeled it. The chestnut meat inside was still very fresh and tasted crispy and sweet in his mouth. I couldn't help it and ate 4 or 5 of them raw before I stuffed all the chestnuts into the space with satisfaction. Unexpected gains always make people happy. After Lin Yifan put away the chestnuts, he sat back on the stone contentedly and continued to eat the buns. However, thinking about the pile of iron ore, although there are 16 pieces in total, according to the volume, there should be a lot of it if all of them are forged into pig iron. But there are still many places that need pig iron, and this little bit is still just a drop in the bucket. If only we could find a mineral vein. Iron ore never exists alone, let alone this kind of fine iron or with an iron content of 99, which must come from the core position of the ore vein. There must be iron ore nearby. It seems that in addition to looking for water sources in the afternoon, iron ore and chestnut trees will also have to be added to the search targets. While he was thinking and calculating, he finished eating the 5 buns he brought with him. So he didn't delay any further and got up to continue exploring. The rain in the afternoon was a little heavier than in the morning. The dense rain curtain fell on the straw raincoat and made a noisy sound. Such weather really made him a little irritated, but he still calmed himself and continued to explore. The results in the afternoon were pretty good. By just 1 o'clock, I had picked up 2 treasure chests, and one of them was green. This put him in a pretty good mood. However, his good mood only lasted for 4 or 5 minutes before it was shattered by the strange scene before him. Because a pool of water appeared in front of him. A pool of water that is as dark as an abyss and has no bottom at all. Chapter 43. Treasure Chest. Will there be tasks? Anyone who knows about a pond knows that clear water is shallow, green water is deep, and black water is profound. The pool of water in front of me is as black as ink, and I'm afraid it's an abyss. But the pool was very small, only as wide as a bed at most. Although the pool is very deep, it is so small that it should not be dangerous. But what made Lin Yifan feel uneasy was that this pool of water had no outlet or inlet, but it was not stagnant water. Through the water surface, one can vaguely see dark waves flowing beneath the water. From this point, it can be determined that there is an underground river connected to this pool. Now this pond seems harmless to people and animals, but once a flood occurs, this pond will inevitably become the source of the flood in this area. This made Lin Yifan, who had originally still held out hope, feel extremely depressed. He didn't actually want to move. The current location of his shelter was actually quite good. The view directly ahead is wide, and the forests on both sides are rich in supplies. Moreover, the density of the forest is not too high, so there will not be too many wild beasts. The most important point is that he looked carefully before going out today. The shelter is surrounded by nearly 500 or 600 square meters, and the terrain is quite flat. So as long as all the weeds and trees on the ground are cleared away, it can be used for expansion. And his illusion light shield can cover 300 square meters, which is just right for use here. It is not easy to find another place with such a good geographical location. Therefore, as long as he could stay where he was, Lin Yifan IV didn't want to leave this place from the bottom of his heart. However, the pool of water in front of him forced him to leave. Unless he could make the underground river connected to the pool unobstructed, preventing the water from overflowing to the ground and becoming the source of the flood. But this is definitely not something that can be done by human power. So, Lin Yifan could only look at the pond and sigh. However, at this moment, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. A string of words kept appearing on the light screen. Congratulations, a special treasure chest has discovered you. If you can complete the task issued by this special treasure chest, you can get this special treasure chest. The rewards in the special treasure chest will be much more than other treasure chests. Of course, special treasure chest tasks are not mandatory tasks. Survivors can freely choose whether to do them. If they don't do them, they won't lose anything. But if they do them, they may make you rich overnight. So, dear survivor, do you accept the special treasure chest mission? Special treasure chest? What is this? Lin Yifan's face was full of confusion, and this special treasure chest would actually issue tasks on its own, and one had to complete the tasks before getting the treasure chest. How is it like the treasure chest has become a spirit? Even if the world is already upside down, it can't be this upside down, right? However, no matter how crazy this so-called special treasure chest mission is, he received the mission at the edge of this Blackwater pond, so it might be related to this Blackwater pond. Could he refuse? Of course not. Lin Yifan chose to accept the task without hesitation. Dear survivor, you made the right choice. Special treasure chest mission. First stage. This mission has 5 stages. Please hunt a wild boar yourself and bring back 15 kilograms of pork. Countdown. 23 hours and 59 minutes. It's actually a multi-ring task, which is really a headache. Moreover, the first round of the task actually required him to hunt a wild boar with his own hands. Should this mission be a little more outrageous? Are wild boars so easy to hunt? In the entire 10086 area, Hong Xiaoxiang was the only one who hunted a wild boar. Of course, Lin Yifan didn't say that he couldn't deal with the wild boar. The main problem was how to find the wild boar. As a wild beast, how can you find what you want? What's more, this is actually a time-limited task. Lin Yifan couldn't help but start considering whether he should just give up. But do you have to hunt by yourself? Can other people's? How about trying it first? There was a piece of wild boar meat in Lin Yifan's backpack, but of course it weighed less than 15 kilograms. But he doesn't have it, but Hong Xiaoqiang does. So he directly opened Hong Xiaoqiang's private chat and sent a message. Do you have any fresh wild boar meat? If you do, give me 15 kilograms first. At this time, Hong Xiaoqiang was in the rainforest, pressing a wild boar to the ground, preparing to kill it with an axe. A wooden stick as thick as an arm was stuck in the wild boar's body, piercing its belly. Therefore, even if Hong Xiaoqiang couldn't kill it, the wild boar wouldn't live long. However, he stopped at this time because he set a special reminder for Lin Yifan. As long as Lin Yifan sent him a message, he would receive it immediately and would keep reminding him. He is a grateful man, and to him, his daughter is the most important. Lin Yifan saved his daughter, so he was his savior, so he set up this special reminder. In case Lin Yifan needs to find him urgently, he can respond immediately. So at this moment, he immediately stopped what he was doing and went to check Lin Yifan's message. After reading it, he quickly replied, "What a coincidence. I just happened to kill a wild boar today, and it's still alive. If you want wild boar meat, I'll kill it right away and cut the meat for you." When Lin Yifan saw this message, his eyes lit up. The wild boar is not dead yet. Then if he comes over to add the final blow, wouldn't the mission be completed? Lin Yifan quickly sent a message. Wait, don't kill the wild boar yet. Trade it to me now and let me make the final move. Don't worry, I only need 15 kilograms of wild boar meat. I will return the rest to you. I can also repay you with other supplies. Just tell me what you need. Hong Xiaoqiang had no shortage of food, and he originally wanted to exchange wild boar meat with Lin Yifan for supplies. At this time, he naturally understood what he meant and quickly sent a message. Boss, you don't have to be so polite to me. If you had given my daughter antipyretics last night, she might have gone crazy. This wild boar is a thank you gift to you. You can keep all of them. After saying that, he pulled up the wooden stick, let the wild boar be skewered on it, and then initiated the transaction. After reading the message, Lin Yifan felt more favorable towards Hong Xiaoqiang. After thinking about it for a while, he took out a silk quilt from a mustard seed space, put it on the transaction bar, and then clicked to agree to the transaction. After getting the wild boar, he was immediately shocked by its miserable condition. When Hong Xiaoqiang took out the wild boar meat yesterday, Lin Yifan thought he got it by luck. But now it seems that he was wrong. Hong Xiaoqiang is not just lucky, his fighting skills are also absolutely top-notch. Chapter 44. Single ring has a reward. Wild boars, although the name doesn't sound very good. But in fact, this thing is a very ferocious beast among wild beasts. If a wild boar goes crazy, it can be as dangerous as a tiger or lion. Even if it was Lin Yifan, if he didn't have the bronze-level swift wind chasing cloud bow in his hand, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could deal with a wild boar. But the wild boar in front of him could actually be pierced through by a sharpened wooden stick. This requires not only great strength, but also a deep understanding of the wild boar's body structure to accurately avoid the hard bones and pierce the wild boar's body. How could such a person be an ordinary person? However, whether Hong Xiaoqiang is a prominent figure or not is not important to Lin Yifan. He already has enough advantages now, and as long as he continues to maintain them, his future will also be bright, so why should he envy others' existing strength? What's more, the wild boar is about to die. If he doesn't finish off the enemy, his mission will be ruined. Lin Yifan immediately collected his scattered thoughts, picked up the axe, and chopped the dying man to death with one blow of the axe. Then, too lazy to skin the pig, he violently cut off one of its hind legs. After weighing it briefly, he confirmed that it was no more than 15 kilograms, and then opened Hong Xiaoqiang's private chat again. Take the deal, and I'll give you the remaining wild boar meat. At this time, Hong Xiaoqiang was so grateful to Lin Yifan that he burst into tears because he gave him a silk quilt. He asked Lin Yifan for warm clothes, actually with the idea of giving it a try. Although some people are getting cold-resistant supplies from treasure chests nowadays, the weather is getting colder and colder, and those supplies are not enough for their own use, so they will not be sold at all. Therefore, although Hong Xiaoqiang asked Lin Yifan for cold-resistant items, he did not actually hold much hope. But he didn't expect that Lin Yifan not only gave it to him, but also a silk quilt. With this silk quilt, I can't survive even if the temperature is set to minus 10 degrees Celsius. How could he not be moved by this? Just when he was thinking about how to repay this favor, he received information about a transaction from Lin Yifan. Hong Xiaoqiang was not willing to agree and immediately rejected the deal, then sent a message sincerely. Brother Lin, you can keep the wild boar. The silk quilt you gave me in exchange is worth far more than that wild boar. I don't know how to thank you. Lin Yifan didn't care at all. It was just a silk quilt. He didn't need it. He had several quilts in his space. To him right now, a dying wild boar is definitely worth more than a silk quilt. So, I rejected it directly. You don't need to thank me. Our trade is fair. I said I only need the finishing blow and 15 pounds of pork. That's all I need. You can take the rest back yourself. Don't forget you have a daughter to raise. Even if Lin Yifan has a heart of stone, he will still have some compassion for children. After all, he grew up from childhood, and although he encountered many bad things, it must be said that he also received a lot of kindness. Hong Xiaoqiang was even more moved. He turned his head and looked in the direction of a shelter. He made a decision in his mind and sent a message to Lin Yifan. Brother Lin, I have an unreasonable request. I want to follow you. As long as you give me and my daughter a bite to eat, if you let me go east, I will never go west. If you let me go back and forth, I will never go north. From now on, all the supplies I find will be distributed by you, Brother Lin. If you don't believe me, I swear here that if I go against what I said today, let me be struck by lightning. Lin Yifan looked at Hong Xiaoqiang's expression of loyalty and was silent for a moment. The reason why he was willing to help Hong Xiaoqiang was because he felt soft-hearted at first. Later, he developed a liking for Hong Xiaoqiang because of his gratitude, so he was willing to exchange a silk quilt for the wild boar. But she didn't expect that a silk quilt could win his loyalty. Lin Yifan was still skeptical about this, but he still wanted to win over someone who had weaknesses, bottom lines, and abilities. Although he has made up his mind to follow the path of the Mavericks in the future, The Mavericks are not lone rangers, and they also need teammates. With Hong Xiaoqiang's ability, it wouldn't be difficult to survive even without his help. It would just be more difficult to survive with his daughter. Now that you have shown your favor, why not give it a try? After Lin Yifan made up his mind, he did not hesitate and sent a message. I do need teammates, but I want teammates who can give me absolute loyalty, and loyalty cannot be expressed with words. There's a long time to come. If you can really let me see your loyalty, I can promise you that as long as I'm alive, I will ensure that your daughter lives. When Hong Xiaoqiang saw the message, he was overjoyed. Brother Lin, we have a long way to go. I will definitely let you see my loyalty. Seeing this, Lin Yifan sent another message. Please take the wild boar meat first. I'm a little busy today and don't have time to clean up the wild boar meat. Okay, then I'll pack it up and give it to Brother Lin. This time, Hong Xiaoqiang did not refuse the deal. Lin Yifan didn't care about Hong Xiaoqiang at this time, because after he cut off the pig's hind legs, the light screen in front of him began to flicker. Congratulations to the survivor. You have completed the first stage of the special treasure chest mission and will be awarded a random attribute point. 1 point. Now start the second stage of the special treasure chest task. This task has 5 stages. Use the 15 pounds of pork obtained from the first stage of the task to lure out the crocodile from the pond and kill it. Countdown, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Lin Yifan was surprised and delighted. He really didn't expect that by completing a single stage of this treasure chest mission, he could get random attribute rewards. Even if it's just a little bit, it's a random attribute. If you can get random attribute rewards in every round, then you'll get 5 points in 5 rounds, which is equivalent to 2 half-attribute fruits. Lin Yifan was full of energy now, but when he saw the second round of tasks, his expression suddenly darkened. He was actually standing not far from the pool at this moment, about 10 meters away. He had walked to the edge of the pond before, but did not find any signs of animal activity in it. Unexpectedly, there are crocodiles here. Although I don't know what kind of crocodile there is in the pond, even if it is the weakest Yangtze alligator, it will be difficult to deal with if it goes crazy. If it was a large crocodile, with his current abilities, even with this swift wind chasing cloud bow in his hand, it would probably not be easy to deal with it. Although the attribute rewards are tempting, the prerequisite is to ensure one's own safety. Lin Yifan was very clear about this from beginning to end. If you want to complete this second task, you must think of a safe way. Chapter 45, Hunting Crocodiles. Lin Yifan was not in a hurry. He put the wild boar meat left over from the first round of tasks into the space, and then began to approach the pond. Although he knew there were crocodiles in the pond, he had already approached the pond once before. In the absence of meat in the hands, there was no attack. This basically confirms that as long as there is no specific object in the hands, the crocodile will not appear. So, he could check the pond with confidence and, based on the geographical location, find a way to make a trap to deal with crocodiles. After Lin Yifan walked around the pool, he soon had an idea. He found a stone more than 1 meter tall on the left side of the pool. He had the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow in his hand. The accuracy was not 100, but at least 90. This is also the most powerful weapon he can rely on. As long as he can find the highest point to shoot the arrow, he will have a chance to kill the crocodile. However, the bow and arrow is a long-range weapon, and the ideal attack range is between 12 meters and 65 meters. Whether it is too close or too far, it is impossible to achieve the strongest attack power. Therefore, he had to attack the crocodile from 12 meters away. However, he didn't know how fast the crocodile was. If the crocodile appeared immediately after the bait was thrown out, it would be difficult for him to create distance and attack. Of course, he also wanted to stand far away and throw bait to lure the crocodile out and kill it. But if you miss or hit the wrong spot, it may affect the kill. And now he doesn't know how many chances he has to lure and kill the crocodile. What if there's only one chance? Wouldn't his mission be wasted then? But now, he has helped me complete the task again. The huge rock in front of him was about 4 or 5 meters high and about 10 meters away from the edge of the pool. With such a short distance, Lin Yifan was confident that he could hit the target. With an idea in mind, he didn't waste any more time. After climbing up the boulder with both hands, he took out the wild boar meat and threw it towards the pool. After throwing it, he immediately took out the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow from his personal space, tightened the bowstring, and stared at the edge of the pond with a solemn expression. Crash! Less than a minute after the wild boar meat was thrown into the water, ripples appeared in the pool. After the waves rolled over, a ferocious crocodile head slowly emerged from under the water. The crocodile was very alert. Even though it saw the wild boar meat on the shore, it did not go ashore immediately. Instead, it stared around with its eyes wide open. Lin Yifan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he immediately laid down on the rock, fearing that the crocodile would discover him and prevent him from coming ashore. Fortunately, there was a bulge on the stone. He hid behind the bulge, which was enough to protect his body. The crocodile observed for more than a minute before cautiously climbing ashore. After the crocodile came ashore, Lin Yifan discovered that this creature's body was actually 7 or 8 meters long. This further confirmed Lin Yifan's previous judgment that there was indeed an underground river under the pool. Moreover, the area of this underground river is very wide. Otherwise, how could it give birth to such huge crocodiles? As for what species this crocodile is, then Lin Yifan doesn't know. He had not studied the crocodile species, but since one could grow to such a large size, it was definitely not a good one. However, judging by the crocodile's previous vigilance, it should not be very brave. If it cannot be killed with one blow, it will probably be difficult to lure it out again. Realizing this, Lin Yifan suddenly felt the pressure coming. After taking a deep breath, he carefully pulled the bowstring and pointed the arrow directly at the crocodile's head. But after thinking about it, he changed his target of attack to the crocodile's eyes. Although the head can guarantee a kill with one strike, Lin Yifan discovered that the crocodile's head was covered with thick scales. Even if his bow was bronze grade, what if it couldn't break the defense? But the eyes are different. One of the weaknesses of any living creature is definitely the eyes. As long as you can shoot out the eyes, you can keep them temporarily without killing them. However, shooting the eyes is too difficult. Lin Yifan was a little hesitant, but he quickly made a decision. Shoot the eyes. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Although it is difficult, as long as they can hit the target, they may be able to keep the crocodile. After taking another deep breath, Lin Yifan no longer hesitated and decisively drew the bow and shot the arrow. Puff! Hit it! Unfortunately, the arrow did not hit the crocodile's eyes, but its mouth. And luckily, the arrow pierced the crocodile's mouth directly and nailed the crocodile to the ground. The severe pain immediately caused the crocodile to struggle. While struggling, he immediately wanted to retreat back into the water. However, Lin Yifan had already made preparations, so how could he let it escape? He immediately shot the second arrow, which also hit the crocodile's eyes. And this time, he finally hit it. Hiss! The severe pain made the crocodile hiss like a snake spitting out its tongue, and it was obvious that it had suffered a serious injury. But Lin Yifan still didn't dare to relax. Crocodiles are famous for their strong vitality, and it is right on the shore and will soon be slipped back into the pool. For the random attribute rewards, you must keep it. Seeing that the crocodile was about to run away, Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, jumped off the rock, and rushed forward with an axe in hand. He raised the axe and chopped it hard on the crocodile's neck. But unfortunately, the scales on the crocodile's neck were too thick, and he couldn't break through it even with an axe. After the crocodile discovered Lin Yifan, it immediately swung its tail towards him fiercely. Lin Yifan dodged quickly with a quick step. But this time, he also found a new target of attack. Since I can't chop off the head, I might as well go and poke Pianzi. The crocodile's fur is under its tail. When it raises its tail to attack, the fur will be exposed. Lin Yifan quietly took out a feather arrow from the space ring and held it in his hand. After finding an opportunity, he ruthlessly hit the crocodile's skin swallow. Suddenly, the crocodile that was struggling in pain shuddered, and then struggled even more frantically. Obviously, Lin Yifan's move was really going to kill it. She was overjoyed and pulled out another feather arrow and started attacking other weak points. Because its mouth was nailed to the ground, the crocodile could not move at all. It could only wave its tail and attack Lin Yifan frantically. However, Lin Yifan is at the Dharma realm after all, and he might be scared when facing the crocodile in its prime. But when facing a crocodile that is at the end of its strength, he still has a way to deal with it. He swung the axe, dodging the crocodile's tail that was attacking him, and chopped at the crocodile's head frantically. After chopping it 30 or 40 times, he finally cut off the crocodile's head. And at the moment after the crocodile died, his light screen began to flicker again. Chapter 46 in the water? At this moment, Lin Yifan felt that his hands were so sore that he couldn't lift them. He didn't realize it when he was using the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, but when he actually started to chop it, he realized that the leather of this thing was really durable. Although his axe was not very good, it was at least of average quality. As a result, when the crocodile's forehead was hit, only a white mark was left. But it was much more difficult to deal with than the wild wolves and king cobras he had faced before. I don't know if it's because this thing is the target of the mission, so it's so difficult to kill. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan sat down on the crocodile's back. Only then did he have the mind to look at the task prompt information. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the second stage of the Special Treasure Chest mission. The reward is 2 random attribute points. Now start the third stage of the Special Treasure Chest mission. This mission has 5 rings in total. Get a diving suit. Countdown: 23 hours and 59 minutes. Special tip: since the first 2 rounds of tasks were completed within 1 hour, the task completion was judged to be excellent, so the survivors can freely ask a question about the next round of tasks. The reward that Lin Yifan cares most about is the reward of random attribute points. He originally thought that the second round would be the same as the first round, and he would get some random attribute points as a reward. I didn't expect it to become 2 o'clock. This is really a pleasant surprise. If each round of tasks is completed, the random attribute point rewards obtained will increase. After completing these 5 rounds of tasks, his physical fitness will usher in a new round of growth, and he will be more confident in dealing with future natural disasters. However, when he saw the third round of tasks, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He was able to complete the first round of tasks purely by luck, but although the second round of tasks looked difficult, it was actually not that difficult for him, who possessed the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow. But I really don't know how to complete the third round of tasks. Of course, he knew what a diving suit was. When he found the pool, he even thought about getting a diving suit and going underwater to see the situation. However, the fact is that neither the auction house nor the individual can find the diving suit. Now, where can he find it? However, this last special reminder is quite interesting. It can be said that it is like sending a pillow when you feel sleepy. He was just worrying about where to get a diving suit when he received this task reminder. This made Lin Yifan start to doubt. Was he just too lucky, or was everything deliberately arranged? However, even if he had doubts in his heart, he could only follow the mission and move forward step by step. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan began to ask questions. Where can I find a diving suit? The rules allowed only one question to be asked, so after careful consideration, Lin Yifan took great pains to organize this sentence. I just hope that the result will not disappoint him. After the light screen flickered slightly, a paragraph of text immediately appeared. The diving suit is in the water, of course. Such an extremely simple sentence left a monk like Lin Yifan confused. What's the meaning? What does it mean that the diving suit is in the water? Could it be that he should jump into the pond to look for it? Lin Yifan looked at the inky black pool of water and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. The crocodile just now climbed out from the deep end of the pool. Who knows if there are still crocodiles under the pool? On the shore, he had to rely on the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow to barely kill a crocodile. If he encountered one in the water, he would only be able to treat it as food. However, there is no other river nearby, only this pond. If the task prompt was not fooling him, then if he wanted to complete the third round of tasks, he had to go down into the pool. Want to take a risk? Lin Yifan frowned, hesitant for a moment. After standing by the pond and hesitating for 2 or 3 minutes, he finally decided to give it a try. To put it bluntly, life in this world is always uncertain. If you don't fight and try, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Now, a path to becoming stronger is right in front of him, and he is reluctant to give up. After making up his mind, Lin Yifan didn't hesitate anymore and immediately prepared to go into the water to investigate. After all, it was getting late, and there were only 2.5 hours left until dark. It would take an hour and a half to get back to the shelter from here, even at the fastest speed. He only had an hour to explore. However, before doing this, the crocodile must be dealt with first. Although Lin Yifan's ring had a lot of space, the supplies he had accumulated over the past few days have been stuffed inside, taking up most of the space. This crocodile is about 5 or 6 meters long. It would be impossible to put it in without clearing some space first. However, we can't rush back to the shelter now. Should we just throw away those basic supplies first? No, these were all accumulated through hard work. How could he just throw them away? Lin Yifan frowned and thought about it. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. He quickly opened Hong Xiaoqiang's private chat and sent a message. Are you in the shelter now? At this time, Hong Xiaoqiang happened to be still in the shelter. He had been dealing with a wild boar before. He had just finished dealing with it and sent the wild boar meat back to the shelter. After seeing Lin Yifan's message, he quickly replied, "I'm at the shelter. Is there anything I can do?" After seeing the message, Lin Yifan immediately replied, "I will trade a batch of supplies to you. Please store them in the shelter for me temporarily. Then you can give them to me later after dark." That's right, the solution he thought of was to take advantage of a loophole in item trading and trade his things to others, asking them to help store them. Wait until you return to the shelter and then trade the items back so that you can complete the transportation quickly. After seeing Lin Yifan's message, Hong Xiaoqiang felt warm in his heart and quickly replied, "Brother Lin, as long as you are willing to believe me, I have no problem." The reason why Lin Yifan went to find Hong Xiaoqiang was actually to test the waters. Naturally, there was no hesitation at this time, and he immediately placed some basic materials, such as wood, stone, etc., in the space ring. There were roughly 1,000 units in total, all of which were traded to Hong Xiaoqiang. As for rare materials, such as food and weapons, he still kept them in the space ring. Although basic supplies are necessities for Lin Yifan, it is not difficult to collect them. Even if Hong Xiaoqiang betrayed his loyalty and swallowed up all the supplies, it would not be considered a major loss. The answer can help us see a person clearly, which is a good thing. After clearing out the space ring, Lin Yifan stuffed the crocodile corpse into the space. Moreover, he deliberately left some space so that in case he came across something good after getting into the water, he would not miss it. Chapter 47. The Cave in the Pool. After dealing with the problem of the ring space, Lin Yifan did not go into the water immediately. Instead, the personal attributes are opened. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Life level: healthy human. Talent: random buff, 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff: finding gold in a right way. The right way to find gold: increase the probability of finding metal materials. If you have metal materials you want, don't miss this opportunity. Strength: 9. Agility: 12. Stamina: 10. Intelligence: 9. Remaining attribute points: 3. Evaluation: congratulations, you have finally become a healthy human being who is qualified to enjoy evaluation, and you are no longer a weakling who cannot even get evaluation. Random attribute point rewards were obtained in both the first and second rounds. Originally, Lin Yifan was thinking of not adding any points. After I go back at night, I will study it slowly to confirm what path I want to take in the future, and then add points accordingly. Because he had studied it before and knew that attribute points that had already been allocated could not be redistributed, so he had to be extremely cautious. But now he was about to go into the pool. Who knew if there would be any danger down there? For the sake of his own life, he naturally had to add all the strength he could first. With the last attribute fruit, Lin Yifan added most of the attributes to agility, thinking that even if he couldn't win, he could at least run away. But now that he's about to go into the water, even if his agility is increased, it will probably be of little significance. Of course, increasing intelligence is even more useless, so the best choices are strength and stamina. Between the two, strength represents combat effectiveness, while physical strength represents physical strength and endurance. In a choice between the two, physical strength and endurance are definitely more important for the next underwater adventure. So Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and added all 3 random attribute points to physical strength. Suddenly, he felt a pain all over his body, as if every cell in his body was rapidly dividing and regenerating. However, this feeling of discomfort only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing without a trace. Instead, there was an incomparable sense of fulfillment and comfort. Lin Yifan wasn't sure how much his physical strength had increased, but at least from a sensory perspective, it felt pretty good. At least the fatigue brought by a busy day has disappeared without a trace, and I feel unimaginably energetic. This made him, who was originally a little uneasy, immediately feel more confident about this underwater exploration. However, he did not go into the water immediately. Instead, he warmed up for a while before taking off all his clothes and preparing to go into the water. But before going into the water, he took out an arrow from the space and threw the axe back into the space. The reason why I didn't take the axe was because the axe was made of iron after all, and it was too heavy. If placed in water, it can easily become a burden. But arrows are different. The main body of this thing is made of wood, and only the arrowhead part is metal, so it is relatively lighter. The arrowhead is also very sharp, and is more suitable for self-defense than an axe. Of course, there's nothing we can do about it. The best self-defense weapon is actually a dagger or a knife. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan was unlucky. He opened so many treasure chests, but didn't find any knife products. He had already made up his mind. If the treasure chests he collected today still didn't yield any knife products, he would just go to the trading house and buy one. It's not that she doesn't want to buy it now, but she just opened the auction house and saw that there was nothing for sale. So we can only settle for the next best thing. Everything was ready, and Lin Yifan didn't hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth and jumped directly into the pool. The moment he entered the water, he shivered from the freezing, cold water. After floating on the water for a long time, I finally got used to it. He then held his breath and immediately began to dive and explore. The direction he chose to explore was not the bottom of the pool. Although the instructions for this third round of tasks are simple, they actually reveal a lot of hidden information. It can be confirmed from the previous two tasks that the tasks in each link are connected. The wild boar meat in the first ring is used to lure the crocodiles in the second ring. After killing the crocodiles in the second ring, the third ring task will prompt him to go into the water. But the task of the third ring requires him to find a diving suit. This means that one of the subsequent tasks must include going down to the bottom of the pool. But this round 3 mission is absolutely not necessary. Therefore, Lin Yifan's exploration direction has always been the edge slightly below the mouth of the pond. As he dived deeper, he discovered that although the area of the pool mouth was only 2 or 3 square meters, it was like a cloth bag underwater. The further down you go, the wider the area becomes. Lin Yifan carefully explored the wall of the pool. The strange thing was that the wall of the pool was really a complete stone wall, with neither moss nor aquatic plants. There wasn't even any taro paste, and of course no fish either. Judging from the traces on the stone wall, he carefully held onto the wall and explored downwards little by little, but because he did not bring any diving equipment, he could only come up to the surface to breathe every 1 minute. This way, the time consumed is greatly increased. But Lin Yifan had no choice but to continue exploring. But this feeling of aimlessness is really not pleasant. He also made a rough estimate and confirmed that he had dived about 10 meters deep, but the water in the pool was still bottomless, which showed that this was a bottomless pool. At this time, there was only 1 hour and 45 minutes left until dark. In other words, he only has the last 15 minutes left. If you can't find a diving suit within 15 minutes, then this task will have to wait until tomorrow. Fortunately, when he dived for the 5th time, which was the last dive of the day, he finally found a small cave on the wall of the pool at a depth of 12 meters. This small cave could only accommodate 1 person. He carefully entered the cave and swam 1 or 2 meters inside. Suddenly, he found that he had emerged from the water. Hey, this is actually an independent space. Lin Yifan poked his head out of the water and looked around cautiously. This is a cave, and a fairly large one at that, with an area of about 20 to 30 square meters. There is light in the cave, and the light comes from glowing stones. And the brightness is quite good, even comparable to the old-fashioned 50 or 60 watt light bulbs. But what really shocked Lin Yifan was that there were stone beds, stone tables, and stone chairs in the cave. There are actually traces of human life here. Chapter 48 Pocket Size. No, it doesn't have to be human, because the sizes of the stone bed, stone table, and stone chairs are wrong. Whose normal person's bed is only 1 meter wide and about 1.2 meters long. Moreover, the table and chairs are also miniature versions, with the height and size only suitable for children. But if it was really just a child, how could it be possible for him to live here? Lin Yifan just took a look and found that there was no other entrance to the cave except swimming through the pool. You also have to swim over from that pool, which requires diving more than 10 meters. How many kids can do that? But if not children, then what? Could it be that there really are creatures of other races also trying to survive in this world? Lin Yifan had this absurd thought when he saw the manual referring to them as the human race. But because it was so ridiculous, I didn't think much about it. But now he had to think more, because at this moment, he found a leather booklet on the table. The booklet was covered in dust, proving that its owner had not been here for a long time. Lin Yifan picked up the manual, dusted it off, and then opened it carefully. There were a lot of words written on the booklet, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize a single word. Those characters are just a bunch of scribbles. They look a bit like hieroglyphs, but they are extremely abstract. Even half-guessing will be of no avail, because this is a completely different writing system, a completely different system from the inner Earth civilization. Although there seem to be many kinds of writing and language in Earth civilization, once we trace back to ancient times, they're actually still derived from oracle bone inscriptions, hieroglyphs, and cuneiform. Therefore, even if you have never come into contact with those words, as long as you are an Earthling, you will feel a sense of familiarity. But the words in this booklet are different. It is a completely different kind of strangeness, a strangeness that has never been seen before and never understood. After finally finding a clue, he couldn't understand it, which made Lin Yifan very frustrated. Especially now, he didn't have much time, but he checked the entire cave and found no diving suit at all. Helplessly, Lin Yifan could only give up temporarily and come back to complete the task tomorrow. However, having come all this way, he was unwilling to go back empty-handed. There just happened to be some reserved space in the space ring, and it couldn't be wasted if it was empty. So, Lin Yifan stuffed all the stone beds, stone tables, and stone chairs in the cave into the space. Of course, the thing you cannot miss is the glowing stone. This is an oval-shaped stone about the size of an adult's head, emitting a soft white light. When you get close to the stone, you can even feel a warm sensation. The effect is somewhat similar to the little sun, a heating device used by many ordinary families in the South on Earth. Lin Yifan was ecstatic. If nothing else, the heating effect alone was enough to surprise him. And when he looked at the stone, attributes appeared. Glowstone special item. It has the effect of emitting light and heating, and can be used to replace the fire, but it needs to be charged with crystals, and a large amount of recharge can be accumulated at one time. Current energy, 165 points, 1 day, /15 points. This thing can actually be used instead of fire. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up, although it is not a troublesome thing to make a fire in the shelter. However, burning a fire will produce carbon dioxide, so windows or doors must be opened in the shelter to keep the air flowing. It's okay now. Even if the temperature drops further, it's not to the point where people will be frozen to death. But if the temperature drops below 0 one day, it will greatly affect the insulation effect of the shelter. Moreover, a fire is no different from any other fire. When people are not at home, there is always a fire hazard. Even though it has now been upgraded to a level 3 shelter, it would still be dangerous if a fire broke out. But with this glowing stone, all of these could be avoided. Although, the glowstone needs spirit crystal to be charged, which seems a bit luxurious. After all, he only used 2 spirit crystals when he hatched the golden eagle. However, according to the logic of Lin Yifan's previous experience in playing games, although there is a shortage of spirit crystals now, there may not be a shortage in the future. Not to mention, there are still 165 points of energy in the glowstone, and if it consumes 15 points on average every day, it can still be used for 11 days. He still has 4 spirit crystals in his hand. Once these are used up, he may not be short of spirit crystals anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan quickly took down the glowing stone, but did not put it in the space. Instead, he held it in his hand and began to explore the cave carefully. However, apart from those stone furniture, there were not many large items in the cave. There is a small stove in the corner, which is made of stones and soil, and is only about 40 or 50 centimeters high. Like the other stone furniture, it is quite small. On the stove, there was an iron pot and an iron shovel, which were several sizes smaller than the iron pot beets that Lin Yifan knew. The iron pot was probably about the same size as a soup bowl, and the iron shovel looked like a spoon. Moreover, the iron pot and shovel are so rusty that I don't know if they can still be used. Now that you have come across it, you certainly can't waste it. Maybe you can still use it after polishing it. Lin Yifan put the iron pot and shovel into the space and continued to explore. In a corner not far from the stove, 3 more pieces of ironware were found, also of very small size. Moreover, the shapes of these 3 iron tools are very unique. One of them is similar to a hoe, but its bottom is a triangle. The second one looks a bit like an axe, but it has no blade and instead looks like a sharp corner. As for the third item, Lin Yifan actually knew him, because it's a hammer. Moreover, this hammer is about the same size as the hammers he had seen before. Judging from its appearance, it probably weighs about 20 pounds. However, when Lin Yifan reached out and picked up the hammer, he was stunned. He originally thought that a weight of about 20 pounds would be considered good, but the fact was that he couldn't even lift it with one hand. He now has 10 points of strength, which is already in the upper middle level among humans. According to the average strength of human beings, it should not be a problem for him to lift 700 to 800 kilograms with one hand. But he didn't pick up the hammer. The weight of this hammer must be at least over 100 kilograms. It is totally unscientific that something this small can have such a heavy weight. Lin Yifan thought about it, put down the hammer, and picked up the triangular hoe again. He did manage to lift it up, but the weight was quite unreasonable. According to his estimation, this small hoe must weigh at least 40 or 50 kilograms. I tried the iron angle again, and found that its weight was almost the same as the triangular hoe. Is this a tool that ordinary humans can use? Chapter 49, Are there really other races? So small yet so heavy. Human size and strength are not suitable for these tools. Then there's only one explanation left. There are other races in this world of survival. Lin Yifan swallowed, feeling confused and uneasy. Other races? What kind of races would they be? Could it be an intelligent race? Will they be a friendly race? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Not to mention that from the current situation, the resources in the world of survival are actually not that abundant. No matter what race you are, if you want to survive and live freely and comfortably, you must have resources. For resources, even humans may fight among themselves, let alone those who are not of the same race. Maybe their level is too low now and they haven't encountered other races yet, but sooner or later they will encounter them. By then, I'm afraid there will be another bloody war. As intelligent creatures, humans are not actually very powerful. It is already difficult for them to face extreme natural disasters, and now they have to face other races. I don't know how many people can survive in the end. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan felt a little heavy-hearted, but he did not give up on himself. To put it bluntly, he has come to this fucked up world and can't go back to the peaceful and stable Earth. So he has no choice but to face it. If you want to survive, there's only one way, which is to make yourself strong. As long as you are strong enough, you can face everything. What's more, judging from the situation inside the cave, no one has been here for at least several years. He had also explored the area near the shelter before and found no signs of any intelligent life. And according to his previous experience of playing games, this survival world is actually a large-scale survival game, and the rules and games are similar. They have only been in the world of survival for a few days and are rookies among rookies. In the game, novices stay in the novice village. Only after reaching the standard level can they leave the novice village and go to higher-level places to meet higher-level players. In order to protect novices, the game will never allow high-level players to enter the novice village. They are probably in the novice village now. As long as they don't leave the novice village, there won't be any high-level races breaking in. As long as they develop steadily during this novice protection period, they will definitely find a way to break through in the future. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and stopped thinking about random things. Instead, he looked down at the 3 pieces of iron. Regardless of whether these tools are suitable for him or not, he must not waste them. Judging from the weight, this pile of ironware is obviously not ordinary ironware. Even if he can't use it, he can decompose it into raw materials and maybe even get special materials. However, what surprised him was that when he saw the glowing stone, the item description appeared immediately. But why are there no explanations for these iron artifacts? No, many things don't have descriptions except for some special items or medicinal plants. Most of them don't have descriptions. I don't know how to activate this item description. Could it be that, like in online games, identification skills are required to identify things? Lin Yifan shook his head, threw the 3 pieces of iron into the ring space, and then continued exploring. But this time, he didn't get anything, especially the diving suit he wanted the most. There was no trace of it. I don't know if he went in the wrong direction, or if the so-called task prompt was just playing tricks on him. But at this moment, there are only 1 hour and 35 minutes left until dark. Although Lin Yifan was unwilling, he did not dare to delay any further. Although last night's experience in the wild was safe, he did not plan to take any more risks until he could resolve the mental impact of the Hell of Doubt. With a plop sound, Lin Yifan jumped into the pool, swam quickly back to the edge of the pool, put on his clothes, and then ran quickly towards the shelter. After rushing for a long time, we finally returned to the shelter before dark. He was not short of water now, but he still went to get the water box under the eaves. The rainwater collected under the eaves is relatively cleaner and does not need to be filtered. Just let it settle for a while, and you can basically drink it directly. Of course, Lin Yifan still prefers to boil it into water to drink. If conditions permit, he doesn't want to gamble with his body's immunity. The fire in the shelter was still burning, but Lin Yifan put out the fire in the room and even dismantled it. He now has a glowstone in his hand, which is most suitable for use in the room. As for the living room, he still planned to keep the fire, although the glowstone could replace the fire. But after he came to this world, he never let the fire go out. The sense of security that the fire brought him was far beyond what a piece of glowstone could compare to. Not to mention, he still had to keep the fire going for cooking. However, thinking of the stove he saw in the cave today, Lin Yifan decided to replicate one suitable for his use in the kitchen tomorrow. Without a stove, cooking is always difficult. When I think of the stove, I naturally think of the rusty iron pot and shovel. Now that I have brought it back, I naturally have to try to clean it up. Lin Yifan took out the iron pot and shovel from the ring space, took a wooden box, filled it with water, and then threw the two things into soak. Of course, he wouldn't clean it now. He had more important things to do, because he needed to check the supplies he received today first. He didn't specifically go out to look for treasure chests and supplies today, so he only picked up a few treasure chests while clearing the way. There are 3 white treasure chests and 2 green treasure chests. One of the green treasure chests was dropped by the crocodile. Lin Yifan ignored the white treasure chest. He didn't lack basic supplies now, so there was no need to open it at this time. If one day he draws an item that can be upgraded or it gets a double daily buff, he can maximize his benefits by opening the white treasure chest. As for the green treasure chest, he didn't plan to open it now. He planned to wait until after 12 o'clock to draw tomorrow's random buff. Maybe it's a buff related to unboxing. After putting the 5 treasure chests in the corner, Lin Yifan prepared to deal with the crocodile. However, when he took the crocodile out, he found that he had no idea where to start. The crocodile's skin was very hard, and even his axe had difficulty cutting it. His skinning skills were not that good, but such good crocodile skin must not be wasted. Whether it was used to make armor or shoes, it was first-class material. It would be a shame if he skinned it and destroyed it. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly found that someone had sent him a private message in his friend channel. He originally thought it was Hong Xiaoqiang, but unexpectedly, it was Ruan Qingtan. I opened the chat channel with Ruan Qingtan, and there were only 2 items of information on it. When Lin Yifan opened it, he was immediately filled with surprise, because the information about those 2 items is exactly what he needs most right now. Chapter 50, Planning for the Future. What is Lin Yifan lacking most now? Of course, it's various drawings and various life skill books. Of course, the life skill book was just his own fantasy because he didn't know whether it existed in this world. However, at this moment, his fantasy came true. The 2 items that Ruan Qing gave him were 2 skill books. Basic Skinning Skill Book. After learning, you can obtain basic skinning skills. The skinning targets are limited to ordinary beasts below level 5. Learnable. Basic Cooking Skill Book. After learning, you can obtain basic cooking skills and make basic dishes. Can be learned. 2 books on life skills, even if they were just elementary ones, were enough to make Lin Yifan ecstatic. However, he does need skinning skills, but what about cooking skills? It seems that there is no need for it. He is not a person who cares much about appetite. As long as eating can fill his stomach, he doesn't care about other things. Moreover, his goal is to become stronger. Cooking is easy to do, but if you want to do it well, it takes a lot of time and effort to polish it. He doesn't have that much time to spend on this kind of thing, so cooking skills are not suitable for him. Of course, he could also take the skill book and exchange it for other supplies. Anyway, since Ruan Qingtan sent him this message, it meant that he was willing to give him the things. However, as a lucky person with special talents, Ruan Qingtan still holds a certain weight in Lin Yifan's mind. So from the very beginning, he planned to include Ruan Qingtan in his own small group as a logistical support. Because her talent is not suitable for fighting, she is only suitable for staying in the rear. It would be most appropriate for her to learn the cooking skill book and then have him provide the ingredients for her to cultivate. But the premise of all this is that Ruan Qingtan is willing to be loyal. Even though this is a beauty for Lin Yifan, what he still needs is a valuable companion, not a vase that depends on him. So, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Yifan did not drag his feet and directly sent a message to Ruan Qingtan asking, "Let me ask you a question. Do you want to join other organizations?" At this time, Ruan Qingtan was preparing dinner for herself. Her shelter had been upgraded to level 2, so her safety was guaranteed. She also found a lot of good things when she opened the treasure chest today, especially food and even instant noodles. But she didn't have hot water and was now hesitating whether to ask Lin Yifan for hot water. But she is not a person who will take advantage of others. She has always been grateful for Lin Yifun's care for her, although it seems that theirs is a fair deal. But she is not an ungrateful person. Even if she can get good things from the treasure chest, she can put them on the trading house to exchange for the desired supplies. But the problem is, someone has to be able to afford the supplies he wants. In fact, other people cannot afford the supplies she wants, and she cannot use the supplies that others are willing to give her. But Lin Yifun is different. He always gives her what she needs, which is a favor to someone like her who has no fighting ability. Not to mention, if it weren't for the meat Lin Yifun gave her, she wouldn't be alive today. So she always remembered this kindness and always wanted to repay it. She even thought that if Lin Yifun was a little bit more evil, so evil that he made excessive demands, maybe she would be able to let it go. However, the fact is, Lin Yifun has always been very sensible and has always done fair deals, leaving her no chance to hate him. Now she's lying down. Yesterday, she asked Lin Yifun if he had any idea of forming an organization. In fact, she just wanted to follow him. Even when Lin Yifun expressed that he did not want to create an organization, he was extremely disappointed for a while. He didn't expect that he would ask her such a question today, which really confused him. What on earth is this person trying to do? But no matter what he wanted to do, Lin Yifun still followed his own ideas and answered honestly. I have no idea at the moment. We haven't met each other yet, and we are all trying to survive. I can still survive, so I don't want to join the organization. But if everyone gets together in the future, I will definitely want to join the organization, otherwise it will be difficult to get along. That's why I asked you yesterday if you wanted to set up an organization, but you refused. Ruan Qingtan's answer was quite honest and realistic. But his answer did not disappoint Lin Yifun, but made him more satisfied. If Ruan Qingtan starts to express his loyalty in various ways, then not a word he says is true. Now that this was the case, he was truly relieved, so he sent another message. I really don't plan to form a large organization. My goal is to become a strong person in my own right. There is no way I'm going to waste my time on this kind of thing. But becoming a strong person also requires a team, so I want to find a few like-minded friends who can support me and form an elite team. In the future, we will become stronger together and survive in this world together. You have great talent. Although I don't know much about your character, from what I've seen so far, your temperament is quite to my liking. Would you like to consider joining my team? This time, Lin Yifun did not keep the audience in suspense, nor did he beat around the bush. He just directly and straightforwardly extended the invitation. When Ruan Qingtan saw his request, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although she has not unlocked the ranking list yet, in Area 10086, she is sure that Lin Yifun is the strongest. She had finally gotten in touch with this strongest person and had originally wanted to curry favor with him. Now that the thigh was finally extended to her, she naturally could not refuse and quickly replied, "Don't think about it. I'm willing to join. I'm willing to join 1,000 times. I promise that I will absolutely trust you and will never betray you. If I do, I will not be able to have a good death. It's just that my talent is not suitable for fighting, and I don't have much talent for fighting, so I may only be able to be a logistics person. What I want is for you to provide me with logistics support." Lin Yifun originally wanted to mention the issue of loyalty, but he didn't expect Ruan Qingtan to take the lead and express his loyalty. How loyal are you to this? Lin Yifun didn't want to delve into it further now. They had never met each other before. When they were on Earth, they were just netizens. Expecting loyalty is wishful thinking. He knows very well that the reason why both Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang are willing to follow him is simply because they are impressed by his strength. They also saw that he could bring benefits to them, but that was enough. He didn't want to get something for free. It was enough for him to be able to make a fair deal. So, he didn't waste any words and said directly, "Your talent is suitable for logistics, and you're a girl. Fighting and killing is not suitable for you. It is safer to stay in logistics, and you can better play to your strengths. It's just that we are all still in different places now, so there are some things I can't help you with. But I can promise that if we can meet up one day in the future, if you want to work in logistics, I will definitely meet your request." Ruan Qingtan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't like fighting and killing. She is still a college student on Earth and works as a part-time model, but she is not very famous. Although I exercise occasionally, it is just to maintain my figure. In fact, I can't lift anything with my shoulders or hands. After arriving in the world of survival, she had suffered a lot in the past few days in search of supplies and treasure chests. Being able to stay in logistics is the best choice for her. Chapter 51. learning to skin. Ruan Qingtan originally didn't know how to start the conversation and asked for a logistics position for himself. Now that Lin Yifan has agreed on his own initiative, that couldn't be better. Of course, I obviously cannot enjoy this job at the moment, but at least there is hope. As long as there is hope, there is hope. Ruan Qingtan felt much better, so he immediately replied, "No problem, no problem. As a logistics staff, I am just what you want. So, Captain, it is settled. I will follow you from now on. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry, I never go back on my word," Lin Yifan replied with a smile. After getting the promise he wanted, Ruan Qingtan felt better and sent another message. "By the way, Captain, do you have other teammates? If so, I hope to get to know them. Although we can only do business online now and cannot gather together, we are still teammates after all. We can communicate with each other, and if there is any need for me, I can also help everyone." Lin Yifan thought about it and felt that this was indeed a good thing. Now that it has been confirmed that a team will be formed, it is natural to improve the strength of the team members. Hong Xiaoqiang is very capable, especially in hunting, where he has unique experience. In this world, you can get a treasure chest by killing a wild beast, so Hong Xiaoqiang naturally has no shortage of treasure chests. Ruan Qingtan is best at opening treasure chests. If the two of them can cooperate with each other, they will definitely be able to increase their strength quickly. This is also a good thing for him. As for whether the two of them will turn against him after they become stronger, Lin Yifan is not worried at all. I can't say I'm not worried. I can only say I don't care. He wants teammates who can stand behind him. If they turn against him, that's a good thing, so he won't be stabbed in the back in the future. So, he introduced Hong Xiaoqiang to Ruan Qingtan. It's a pity that there is no group chat function here, so they can only add each other as friends after introducing themselves to each other. As for how the two of them chatted and communicated, Lin Yifan didn't plan to interfere anymore. We are all adults now, and naturally we have our own rules for what we say and what we do. If he has to take care of everything, he would rather not form a team at all. His time cannot be wasted on such meaningless little things. He exchanged the basic skinning skill book from Ruan Qingtan using a handful of blueberries and a silk quilt. As for the basic cooking skills book, he asked Ruan Qingtan to keep it and study it by herself, but whether she was willing to learn it or not was her own business. Fortunately, after hearing Lin Yifan's proposal, Ruan Qingtan readily agreed. Obviously, he also knew that this life skill was very suitable for him as a logistics personnel. After Lin Yifan got the basic skinning skill book, he learned it immediately without hesitation. Then he opened his personal information, which was a rare occurrence. In fact, he always forgot that he had personal information, because this thing is so game-like that he will instinctively ignore it. Before, when he was adding some food to himself by the pond, he had never opened his personal information. Now, I finally remembered and decided to open it and take a look. Name, Lin Yifan. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Stamina, 13. Intelligence, 9. Remaining attribute points, 0. Age, 23. Life level, excellent human. Talent, random buff, 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff, finding gold in a right way. Finding gold. Increase the probability of finding metal materials. If you have metal materials you want, don't miss it today. Life skills. Basic skinning. Proficiency 1000 to 0. Evaluation. You are now an excellent human being. Your physical fitness is already at the forefront among humans, but don't be proud. You are still very weak. Hey, my personal information has changed. Lin Yifan looked at the information panel in surprise and found that not only had the information sorting changed, but the life level had also improved. He remembered very clearly that his previous life level was healthy human being, and now he has reached excellent human being. Just increasing 3 points of physical fitness can increase the life level by 1 level. This is really a pleasant surprise. Could it be that physical strength is the key reference to life level? You know, he had 8 random attributes before. After adding all the points, his life level only changed from sub-healthy to healthy. This time, I only added 3 attribute points to physical strength, but it actually increased the life level by 1 level. It is a bit unreasonable to say that there is no connection between the two. It seems that before getting random attributes in the future, I still have to add them to physical strength first to give a try. Although we don't know yet, what does the improvement of life level actually mean? But according to his previous experience of playing online games, the higher the life level, the stronger the strength will definitely be. As for the other attributes, just take your time. Then, Lin Yifan looked at the life skills column again. This item was not on the previous information page. It seems that this attribute will only appear after learning life skills. And there is also proficiency, but aren't 1,000 points of proficiency too much? I don't know if I can directly upgrade life skills after the proficiency is maxed out. At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly found a small knife appeared in front of him. The knife is about the same size as a fruit knife, but the blade is slightly curved. He looked carefully and saw Xiao Dao's information. Skinning knife, skinning skill-bound item, can be used for. There's even a matching skinning knife, Lin Yifan said in surprise. And he could feel that the skinning knife was quite sharp, at least much sharper than his axe. After playing with it in his palm for a while, Lin Yifan squatted down beside the crocodile and began to skin it. He originally thought that after learning the skinning skill, he would be able to complete the skinning automatically with just one command, just like in the game. But I didn't expect that I would still have to do it myself. Fortunately, the skinning knife was sharper than he had imagined. The crocodile skin, which was difficult to cut with an axe, was very fragile under the skinning knife. With a light scratch of the skinning knife, a cut was made in the crocodile skin. Following the cut, he peeled off the entire skin bit by bit. Although this was not his first time skinning animals, he found that this time skinning was much easier than before. Not only is the entire crocodile skin peeled off completely, but after being peeled off, it does not even need to be tanned. The entire crocodile skin actually becomes a pile of rectangular leather. Chapter 52, Special Iron Pot. Lin Yifan looked at the stack of leather in front of him, and his brows twitched slightly. He originally thought that he would have to deal with the crocodile skin himself after peeling it off, but now it is much easier. Primary leather times 6. Only 6. They even cut corners. Lin Yifan was speechless. These finished leathers were only about 20 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long. But that piece of crocodile skin is 5 or 6 meters long. The width is nearly 1 meter, but the finished leather is only 6 small pieces. The kickbacks are too much. However, the snake skin and wolf skin he had picked off before were still semi-finished products hanging there and could not be turned into finished leather. If you think about it this way, even if this skinning skill involves cutting corners and taking kickbacks, the time and effort saved can still be considered worthwhile. Never mind. Time is the most valuable thing these days. There's no need to worry about so many things. Lin Yifan comforted himself with a few words in his heart. Then he lowered his head to take a look at the attribute panel. Only then did I realize that my proficiency had actually increased by 6 points. It seems that proficiency is not gained by slaughtering a beast, but is related to the amount of leather obtained. This can help accumulate proficiency faster. Otherwise, it would take who knows how long it would take to accumulate these 1,000 points of proficiency. Lin Yifan picked up a piece of leather and touched it, and found that the leather was quite thick. But it is thick but not hard, and even a little soft, but it is extremely tough. He tried to cut it with an axe, but it only left a white mark. It was not easy to cut it through. If he could use these leathers to make leather armor, then he would have more protection in his future journey of survival. However, how to make leather armor is still a problem, but he is not in a hurry. Now that we have skinning skills, there may be tailoring skills or armor-making skills. We will always find a way if we wait. After putting the wallet away in the space with satisfaction, he turned his attention to the remaining crocodile meat. There's a lot of crocodile meat. Even after removing the skin of a 5 or 6 meter long crocodile, there is still 400 to 500 kilograms of meat. I don't know if this crocodile meat tastes good. Lin Yifan looked at the pair of crocodile meat with some anticipation in his eyes. He was just an ordinary ox and horse on earth. He worked hard every month to earn a little money, which was barely enough to support himself. When he occasionally went out for a big meal, he only dared to choose the more expensive buffet. Crocodile meat is considered a special meat, which is difficult for ordinary people to eat. At least Lin Yifan has never tasted it. This time I can enjoy it. Just at this time, Lin Yifan discovered that the iron pot that he had soaked in water before had been soaked through by the water. So he walked to the door of the shelter, reached out and dug a basin of mud from the side outside the door. Then put the mud into the iron pot and cover the entire pot. Then keep rubbing it with your right hand. A rusty iron pan is difficult to clean, but it is not completely impossible to clean. If it were on Earth, you could just get a cleaning ball and some detergent and spend some time to clean it out. But the conditions are not met here. But the absence of conditions does not mean there is no way. There is sand and gravel mixed in the soil, and the rust can be cleaned by using the friction of the soil and gravel. It just takes more time and effort. But Lin Yifan had no other choice. With no other conditions in place, he could only use this crude method. He had already thought about it. If this small iron pot could be cleaned, he would stew a pot of crocodile meat and enjoy it tonight. If you can't clean it up, then clean it up next time. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to throw it away. The weight of this iron pot is not ordinary. Although the pot is small, its weight is several times that of an ordinary iron pot. Obviously, the material is not ordinary pig iron, and it is probably the same as the material of those ironware. But fortunately, although the material is not ordinary, the rust on it is still normal rust. Lin Yifan spent nearly half an hour and finally cleaned the small iron pot. I have to say, this small iron pot, after cleaning, looks really good. Without the rust stains covering it, the body of the iron pot can finally be seen. This glossiness can be compared to silver. Lin Yifan looked at the pot in surprise and confirmed once again that the material used to make this pot was definitely not ordinary pig iron, whose pig iron can emit a silvery white color. Of course, what is more important is that the moment he cleaned out the iron pot, he finally saw the information about the iron pot. Mithril cast iron pot, the only one, produced by Barrelet. Attributes: delicious +2, physical strength recovery +1. Item status: damaged, can be restored by finding materials. Materials needed: mithril 0 of 2. Intermediate pig iron 50 halves satisfied. Note: this is an iron pot carefully made by the blacksmith apprentice Barrelet. Is his true love. If anyone steals his iron pot, he will fight to the death. It's just an iron pot, but it's also the only item like the glowstone. Lin Yifan looked at the iron pot in front of him, which was only as big as a bowl, with astonishment on his face. Moreover, it's just a pot. Can the food cooked in this pot really have any attributes? He found it a little bit unbelievable, so he simply cut a piece of crocodile meat and put it into the iron pot, then added onions and salt, put it on the fire, and started to cook. When it comes to cooking skills, Lin Yifan is really not that good. It's not that he doesn't want to do well, it's just that his talent for cooking is really not good enough. At most it could just be cooked, which was why he clearly had a frying pan before. I got some seasonings like salt and ginger, but I couldn't make any delicious food. So he was too lazy to waste his energy and just made grilled skewers every time. It was simple and crude. Although it didn't taste good, it was edible. It was the same now. He could only simply throw the food into the pot, add the seasonings, and leave the rest to the fire. If delicious food can really be made in this way, then this iron pot is truly amazing. In fact, the iron pot did not disappoint him. When the broth began to boil, a rich aroma wafted out. Although Lin Yifan had never eaten crocodile meat, he had already smelled the fishy smell of the meat. With his limited skills, he definitely doesn't have the ability to remove the fishy smell. But now, there's not a single fishy smell in the meat, only a pure fragrance that makes people salivate at the mere smell of it. Lin Yifan was not in a hurry. After the broth had been stewing for more than 10 minutes, he used the chopsticks he had made before to pick up a piece and put it into his mouth to taste it. As soon as he took a bite of the crocodile meat, his eyes started to light up. The rich and overbearing meaty aroma exploded in his taste buds, as if rushing straight to his forehead. The meat is chewy and not dry, but has a delicate and smooth texture. Is this the meat he can cook? Chapter 53, Beautiful Troubles. Lin Yifan came back to his senses with satisfaction only after he finished the whole pot of meat. It had been so long since he had eaten delicious food that he actually lost himself in the eating. After eating the whole pot of meat, he found that most of his fatigue had disappeared. Is this the effect of restoring physical strength? Lin Yifan felt his body's reaction and was filled with surprise. Although his physical fitness is now much stronger than before. But once I go out during the day, I basically try my best to find supplies and have no time to stop and rest. Even for an Iron Man, physical fatigue is inevitable in such a high-intensity environment. The food cooked in this iron pot can restore physical strength, which is equivalent to prolonging endurance. In this way, you will not only be less tired, but also improve your efficiency. This is naturally a good thing for Lin Yifan. That is why he plans to keep this iron pot for himself. Although, the effect that this iron pot can play in his hands is far less than that in Ruan Xingtan's hands. After all, Ruan Xingtan has now learned cooking skills, and the food he makes has a chance of having attributes. If you add the bonus of this iron pot, You can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. However, his trust in Ruan Qingtan was not enough to require him to give the iron pot away. What if it's been fished away and never comes back? For Lin Yifan, this iron pot is simply a cheating tool in the early stages, so he naturally cannot take the risk. But who is this Baolant? He is just an apprentice blacksmith, but he can make such a unique equipment. He must be an amazing person. I don't know where this person went. Could it be the owner of that cave? Lin Yifan felt a little uneasy in his heart. He always felt that this man named Baolant would bring him danger. After all, this iron pot is Balorant's treasure. If it knew that Lin Yifan took it, revenge would be inevitable. But soon, he suppressed his emotions. Who knows if this Baroline is still alive? Maybe he'll die. If he wasn't dead, why would he leave such an important thing in the cave? So he must be dead. Lin Yifan kept comforting himself in his heart and started stewing the crocodile meat. He had already planned to stew some cooked crocodile meat in an iron pot and put it in the space so that he could use the crocodile meat to replenish his energy while going out to look for supplies. However, Lin Yifan looked at the crocodile meat that he had cut twice, but there was only a small gap missing. He began to have a headache. What should he do with this batch of crocodile meat? The space in his ring is almost full of things. If he stuffs the crocodile meat in it, he would not be able to have backpack freedom when he is out looking for supplies. Therefore, we still need to find a way to deal with the remaining crocodile meat. The best solution is to exchange it for the supplies it can use now. However, he now had too much food to exchange for supplies. There was still some toast left over from yesterday, and there was also quite a bit of wild boar meat that Hong Xiaoqiang had given him. He also snatched back most of the 15 kilograms of wild boar meat used to lure crocodiles today. Although he would not eat it himself, after all, it was something that had been gnawed by a crocodile. But if you take it out to exchange for supplies, I'm sure there will be a lot of people who want it. However, what gave Lin Yifan a headache was that he found that he didn't know what supplies to exchange. The shelter has been upgraded to level 3. If you want to upgrade it to level 4, you must have a blueprint. But so far, no one in the entire 10086 district has issued a city-level shelter blueprint. Since there are no blueprints, it will be useless even if all other supplies are prepared. There's no need to rush. As for food, he has no shortage of it at all now, so the things he wants to exchange are really very few. Because of this, he was no longer so enthusiastic about sorting out supplies. However, he didn't dare to just sit there and do nothing. Tonight is a crucial night because of the mosquito attack tonight. But until now, Lin Yifan has not seen any mosquitoes, which makes him a little puzzled. If there was one thing Lin Yifan lacked the most right now, it would be a diving suit. He still planned to go to the bottom of the pond tomorrow to complete the remaining serial tasks and accumulate some random attribute points for himself. So he opened the trading house and began to look carefully to see if anyone was selling a diving suit. If he could buy a diving suit at the auction house, then his running mission would be easily completed. But to his disappointment, no, there was none at all. Although he didn't get the diving suit, Lin Yifan wasn't completely without gain. He found someone selling potatoes at the auction house, and the person selling potatoes was obviously targeting him, because the item designated by this person for exchange is powerful mosquito repellent. 5 kilograms of potatoes in exchange for a bottle of powerful mosquito repellent. This deal is actually quite sincere. At a time like this, 5 kilograms of potatoes can keep a person alive for several days and are absolutely life-saving supplies. Although strong mosquito repellent is useful, it is only useful today. Once the crisis of normal mosquito swarm riots has passed, strong mosquito killer will be basically useless. Lin Yifan still had a lot of powerful mosquito repellent in his hands, although he did not return to the shelter during the day. But before he left, he made several hundred copies of powerful mosquito repellent and put them up for auction. And put the remaining raw materials in the space ring and take it with you. When he was clearing the way, he would occasionally sit down to rest. As soon as he sat down to rest, he would immediately start rubbing powerful mosquito repellent on his hands. Therefore, throughout the day today, he has sold more than 2,000 copies of powerful mosquito repellent in scattered quantities. And up to now, powerful mosquito repellent has not been fully redeemed. It can be seen that many people have found their own way to deal with complete riots. But these have nothing to do with Lin Yifan. He has already notified everyone he should have. Since they're unwilling to buy his powerful mosquito repellent, then their death naturally has nothing to do with him. This batch of powerful mosquito repellent also brought Lin Yifan extremely generous rewards. The price he asked was not that high. Apart from exchanging for various blueprints and skill books, the rest were for basic supplies. The lowest amount is to exchange for 100 units of primary materials. Now, he has tens of thousands of basic materials such as wood, stone, and pig iron. These materials filled his entire shelter. Especially in the living room and kitchen, there's only room to stand. Lin Yifan looked at these basic supplies and couldn't help but feel a headache for a moment. He wanted these basic materials in order to synthesize higher-level materials to build his fourth-level shelter. But the problem now is that he still hasn't received the blueprints of the synthesis room. But there were so many basic supplies that he almost had no place to put them. It was really a beautiful trouble. Chapter 54. Kind reminders are bitten back. Moreover, it was the middle of the night, and Lin Yifan had no way to move these supplies out of the door. Besides, a synthesis room is a must. Otherwise, how can he upgrade the shelter to a higher level? So, he simply posted a purchase order at the auction house. Use 5 pounds of crocodile meat to purchase the blueprint of the synthesis room. Anyway, what he has the most right now is crocodile meat, several hundred kilograms of it. He even cut off 2 large pieces of meat, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds, and gave them directly to Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. Hong Xiaoqiang originally wanted to give him the remaining wild boar meat, but Lin Yifan didn't need it at all and directly refused. After working for a long day and eating and drinking, Lin Yifan finally remembered that the medicinal herbs and fruits planted in the cultivation pots had not been received yet. If the fruits in the cultivation soil are not picked after they are ripe, they will soon rot and then enter a new round of growth. Although Lin Yifan is not short of food now, he cannot waste it. All the ripe blueberries were picked, weighing more than 20 kilograms. It may be because the market is relatively saturated with wild fruits. Blueberries are not very filling to the stomach and can only be used as small wild fruits for temporary use. Basically, they can only be exchanged for basic supplies. But Lin Yifan is not short of basic supplies now, so he doesn't know what to do with the blueberries. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly thought of Ruan Qingtan. She has learned basic cooking skills now, so it should be no problem for her to make some candied fruit, right? So he directly opened Ruan Qingtan's private chat and asked, "Can you make preserves out of blueberries?" Make blueberries into candied fruit. Ruan Qingtan was also packing up at the moment. Seeing the private message from Lin Yifan, he quickly replied, "Of course you can, but blueberries are small fruits, so it might not be cost-effective to use them to make preserves. I estimate that it takes at least 6 or 7 kilograms of fresh fruit to make 1 kilogram of preserved fruit. It's better to use it to make blueberry jam, which can be used to dip bread or soak in juice. It's just that blueberry jam requires sugar, but I can't make sugar right now, so it's a bit troublesome, but it's okay without sugar, and the taste might be a little sour. Need sugar?" Lin Yifan thought for a moment and opened the auction house. Anyway, he has no shortage of basic supplies now, and he is too lazy to spend time looking for anything that could be exchanged for basic supplies. Sure enough, there was still sugar in the auction house. Although the exchange price was a bit high, 50 grams of sugar had to be exchanged for 50 pieces of wood. 1 gram of white sugar is equivalent to 1 unit of wood. Although white sugar is indeed a good thing, it can be used to replenish physical energy and can even be used as an emergency medicine for injuries. But this exchange price is still a bit outrageous for most ordinary survivors. However, this didn't matter to Lin Yifan. He directly used 500 pieces of wood in exchange for 500 grams of sugar. Then initiate a transaction with Ruan Qingtan. Is 500 grams of sugar enough? I have about 20 kilograms of blueberries here. If it's not enough, I'll buy some more. Ruan Qingtan looked at the sugar that was traded and was immediately very excited. Enough, enough, Captain, you trust me too much. This is precious sugar. You actually traded it to me like this. Aren't you afraid that I will embezzle it? If this little bit of stuff can make you look down on someone, I can afford the loss. Lin Yifan replied calmly, and then traded the remaining blueberries. After that, I no longer cared about it. Trust the people you employ. If you don't trust them, don't employ them. Since you have decided to treat Ruan Qingtan as a teammate, you still have to give him the trust he deserves. Of course, the premise of all this is that he can afford the loss. After processing the blueberries, Lin Yifan picked the mugwort and mint planted in high-quality breeding soil. Directly obtained 1,200 pieces of mugwort and 1,500 pieces of mint. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that the production of this thing was so high. But since the seeds have been planted, they naturally cannot be wasted. So he simply opened the chat channel and sent a message. Everyone, does anyone need strong mosquito repellent? The mosquito swarm is about to start tonight. If anyone doesn't have any mosquito repellent, please contact me. Since we are all from the same region, I can provide you with strong mosquito repellent at a low price. Every bit of profit is worth it. So Lin Yifan still wants to use up this batch of mugwort and mint. In fact, according to his original idea, his powerful mosquito killer should be in short supply. However, reality slapped him in the face. He had only sold about 1,000 copies of powerful mosquito repellent in the past 2 days. Of the hundreds of copies that he had put up for auction in the morning, there were still dozens left. However, he can understand it. They're all people who came from Earth, and all the people in Area 10086 are Chinese. The Chinese have thousands of years of history of knowing how to repel and prevent mosquitoes. Even if this world of survival lacks medicinal materials, we can always think of other ways. It is normal that people are unwilling to buy his strong mosquito repellent, since they can find more convenient and material-saving methods to prevent mosquitoes. Not to mention that there are other lucky ones who have also been prescribed mosquito killer formulas and mosquito repellent formulas. It's just that none of their formulas have reached a strong level. But their products are sold at a lower price, and most people who are already financially strapped will naturally choose cheaper things. However, although Lin Yifan understood it, for some reason, he always felt that the appearance of powerful mosquito killer might be related to the direction of this disaster. Maybe in the end, this powerful mosquito repellent is the real winning thing. Otherwise, why would it appear? Moreover, as soon as the potion formula appeared, he discovered the mosquito swarm. According to the nature recommended by this world for survivors, Lin Yifan didn't believe that there was no direct relationship between the two, and he already had a vague feeling that the number of survivors in each district might also be a key point. Today, there are more than 85,000 survivors in Area 10086. Lin Yifan didn't know how many people there were in other districts, but he still wanted to protect as many as possible. So I wanted to post a message in the chat channel to remind everyone. However, at this moment, he discovered that all the messages flooding the chat channel were insulting him. Oh my, this Lin guy finally showed up again. He used to claim to be noble, but what happened? He knew there was a mosquito crisis and that our lives were in danger, but he still priced the strong insecticide at a high price. How noble is that? What's that saying? A person who seeks fame and reputation. That's right. I've discovered a long time ago that Lin Yifan, this cold-hearted bastard, although he speaks nicely, has actually never done anything beneficial to any of us. You're right. Lin Yifan is a sophisticated egoist. He must have seen that his strong mosquito repellent failed to successfully kill everyone, so he pretended to lower his attitude. Don't believe him. We won't believe him. We've found mugwort, which is a mosquito killer. Who needs his crap? That's right. We don't need strong mosquito repellent at all now. So Lin Yifan, stop pretending. People will no longer believe you and will not buy mosquito repellent from a cold-blooded person like you. Besides, it's not just Lin Yifan who has the killing documents for sale. The Tiandahui also has them for sale, and the price is even lower. If you want to buy them, go to the Tiandahui. Don't give a piece of wood to people like Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that he was just busy for a day and no longer had a voice in the chat channel. But he became a cold-blooded and ruthless person that everyone wanted to kill. This is true. It's ridiculous to think about it. Chapter 55. Tiandahui members refused to trade. Lin Yifan took a quick look at the information in the chat channel and quickly understood why he was being attacked. Although the records in the chat channel will quickly disappear due to constant screen swiping, they are actually always there. As long as you are patient and keep scrolling, you will eventually find it. Even on the day you first came into this world, the information you sent out is still there. Lin Yifan flipped through the large words and quickly found the person who had targeted him first. And this person is from the Tiandahui. In fact, the only time he had dealings with the Tiandahui was when the president of the Tiandahui, a man nicknamed Father of God, wanted to take the formula of the powerful insecticide from him. Moreover, this person did not want to trade fairly with him and only wanted to get something for nothing. Lin Yifan was too lazy to pay attention to him and blocked him directly after rejecting him. After that, he never dealt with the people from the Tiandahui again, or even with anyone else, because he had been looking for water today, and after finding the pool of water, he had been working hard to complete a series of tasks. Now it seems that he is being targeted by the Tiandahui, and now it seems that the Tiandahui is developing very well. Not only are there many people who claim to be members of the Tiandahui, but there are also many people crying and shouting that they want to join the Tiandahui. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lin Yifan. He doesn't care whether others like him or dislike him. But there is a prerequisite. Don't show it in front of him. Now that the people from the Tiandahui have actually shown up in front of him, he naturally won't be polite and decisively send a message. People of the Tiandahui, I have one last warning for you. You can hate me to the core, and if we ever meet in real life, it doesn't matter if you want to kill me. But there is one prerequisite. Please shut your stinking mouths. If I see you sending messages to insult me or humiliate my reputation in the chat channel again, I will write them down every time. Then you should start praying. Pray that I will never meet you. Otherwise, I will let you know how to write the word regret. In addition, from now on, any materials I sell will be rejected by members of the Tiandahui. As soon as his message was sent, the chat channel exploded instantly. Fuck, the boss is worthy of being the boss. Since he is not afraid of the Tiandahui and dares to confront the Tiandahui directly, he is really awesome. Oof. Lin Yifan, stop threatening me here. Our Tiandahui is now the largest guild in the entire 10086 district, with 4,000 to 5,000 members. You dare to go against us like this. You are courting death. That's right. We have so many talented people in the Tiandahui. Even if you, Lin Yifan, are a little stronger, can you compare to so many of us? If you have any sense, come out and apologize to our Tiandahui. We won't accept your apology. We in the Tiandahui are working hard to make low-cost mosquito repellent for our compatriots in District 10086, just to allow more people to survive. But you have a good thing like strong mosquito repellent, but you sell it at such a high price. We won't accept your apology, even if you are so heartless and ungrateful. That's right. If you really want to ask for everyone's forgiveness, just give us the strong mosquito repellent formula in your hand so that we can help everyone. Lin Yifan was too lazy to pay attention to those idiots from the Tiandahui, so he simply closed the chat channel. Then he put a batch of crocodile meat directly on the auction house. This batch of crocodile meat is only used to exchange for ceramics, pig iron, and various special items. Although by now, most of the survivors who are still alive are no longer short of food. However, not having a shortage does not mean it tastes good. In fact, most survivors can only eat wild fruits or dry food to fill their stomachs. Because starting from today, the probability of a white treasure chest appearing is much higher than the previous 2 days. But a white treasure chest can only contain the most common food. Most of them are the cheapest bread, cold and dry steamed buns, and the like. It can keep people from starving to death, but that's all it is. It's impossible to make it delicious. As for meat, it is still a very scarce commodity. So far, the only meat listed at the auction, besides wild boar meat, is the crocodile meat listed by Lin Yifan. The wild boar meat also came from Hong Xiaoqiang, and the rest were just some small things like rat meat and frogs. Moreover, the conditions for exchange are extremely harsh, basically requiring exchange for weapons or blueprints. Moreover, their quantities are very small. Even if someone takes weapons or blueprints to exchange for them, they can't get much in return. But Lin Yifan was different. He had several hundred kilograms of crocodile meat. He divided the meat into pieces of about 100 grams and directly served more than 100 portions. There is no way to change them all. In addition to the crocodile meat, he also took out the mutated ginger king that he had dug out in the morning and boiled a lot of ginger soup. However, he did not put the ginger soup on the shelves, but opened the chat channel again. Ginger King's soup can be used to prevent and treat colds. It is given priority in exchanging for blueprints and special items. Anyone who needs it can contact me privately. Tiandahui, please stay away. Since I came to this world, it has rained every day. Moreover, most people are not as lucky as Lin Yifan, who can get a straw raincoat from the treasure chest. Most people can only go out in the rain to collect supplies, and at the end of the day, it is really chilling. Moreover, the temperature is getting lower and lower. Many people have already fallen ill. It is estimated that in a few days, many people will lose their lives due to this cold. There are very few medicines that can be prescribed in the treasure chest. There are some traditional Chinese medicines that can treat colds, but the herbs are extremely rare. Lin Yifan has been deliberately purchasing medicinal herbs these days, but even so, there are only a few kinds. Moreover, most of them can only cool down and detoxify, and the effect of treating colds is extremely weak, far less effective than ginger soup. Not to mention, this is Ginger King's soup. He had already drunk a bowl of it before, and as soon as the turmeric soup went into his stomach, he immediately felt warm all over, and it was so comfortable. This effect is much better than ordinary ginger soup. Moreover, this was not just his feeling. He also gave a small bowl to Hong Xiaoqiang and his daughter, as well as Ruan Qingtan. They also said that Ginger King soup is very effective. And in the original chat channel, members of the Tiandahui were still attacking him. Because of their constant screen swiping, the messages of ordinary survivors will be drowned out as soon as they are sent out. So much so that ordinary survivors are too lazy to send messages. But as soon as Lin Yifan sent this message, the entire chat channel immediately exploded. The ordinary survivors who originally came to speak began to ask for ginger soup. Fuck, it's ginger soup. I've had a cold for 2 days, and I've started to have a fever today. Boss, please give me a bowl. I want one too. I want one too. I caught a cold on the first day I came to the survival world. I've been trying to hold on for the past few days. I thought I would die from this cold. Lin Yifan is so cold and indifferent. He knows that everyone is sick, but he is not willing to contribute ginger soup for free. He is unlike us in the Tiandahui. Fuck your Tiandahui. You are so generous and kind. Please share your resources with us. Don't listen to him, boss. I want ginger soup. That's right. You always say that the bosses are indifferent, but why don't you guys from the Tiandahui distribute supplies to us for free? Chapter 56, What? Do you have any objections? Facts have proved that most people are actually very indifferent when their own interests are not involved. He will never meddle in other people's affairs and argue or defend someone who has nothing to do with him. They just stay out of it and think it has nothing to do with them. But once their own interests are involved, their sense of justice and protectiveness will instantly erupt. For example, now, the Ginger King soup that Lin Yifan put on sale involved the interests of most people, so those who were originally lurking and watching began to jump out. Lin Yifan didn't feel anything about this, neither happy nor disappointed. To put it bluntly, others are indifferent to him, but he is not very enthusiastic towards others either. Even if we take out the King Ginger soup now, it will be used to exchange for supplies, not for charity. Therefore, no matter whether others like him or dislike him, he never takes it to heart. However, no matter what, humans are emotional animals. He must have felt unhappy when he saw that the whole article was full of sarcasm and insults towards him. Now, the situation has reversed, and at least the visual effect still looks quite good. Lin Yifan knew what these people who spoke for him were seeking. So I didn't let them down and sent a message. It seems that there are still more sober people in our district. Thank you for not being brainwashed by the Tiandahui. Brothers and sisters who want Jiang Wang Tang can directly leave a message at the auction to place an order and bid. If it is suitable for the transaction, I will trade directly. Currently, there is no unified currency in the entire survival world, and everyone can only barter, which leads to chaos in the entire market. And for someone like Lin Yifan, who uses one item to buy other things, it all depends on mutual consent. Because the value of everything in everyone's mind is different, so the only thing we can do is look at the willingness to trade. This also made the transaction quite troublesome, as Lin Yifan had to spend a lot of time looking through other people's bids one by one. He now kind of missed the currency system in online games. At least it wasn't that troublesome. However, Lin Yifan believes that sooner or later, the currency will be unified. No matter what other races or other humans are like, at least those of them who were born in China have always been keen on the issue of great unification. Even now, everyone is still struggling to survive. Otherwise, those ambitious people would have been unable to sit still long ago. Just like the father god of the Tiandahui, he is obviously an ambitious person. Moreover, he is not only ambitious, but also capable. He was able to attract thousands of people to join the Heaven and Earth Society in such a short period of time. If he is allowed to continue developing, the entire 10,086 area will sooner or later become his world. Lin Yifan actually doesn't care who rules District 10086, as long as they don't provoke him. However, it absolutely cannot be like this in the Tiandahui. It is for this reason that he would not hesitate to come out and suppress it. But now it seems that suppression alone is far from enough. Currently, there is only one guild called Heaven and Earth Society in District 10086. If another guild does not emerge to compete with them, the future situation will remain unchanged. However, Lin Yifan really didn't want to join a guild, which was really a headache. Or maybe just support a new guild. That's a good idea. But who should we support? If you support a white-eyed wolf, you will end up losing the rice instead of the chicken. It seems that we still need to observe and find someone who is ambitious but has bottom line, who is suitable to support. However, there are only two people who can be considered to have recognized Lin Yifan at present, namely Hong Xiaoqiang and Wan Qingdan. But these two people are not ambitious people. Asking them to establish a guild and compete with the Tiandahui may be a bit too difficult. However, finding a new target is not something that can be done overnight, so it seems that there is no need to rush this matter. Lin Yifan put aside the thoughts in his mind temporarily and began to browse the auction house. The auction house seems quite chaotic because of the barter rule, but one good thing is that there is no handling fee for auction house transactions nowadays. Moreover, the auction house has a query function. If you want to buy a certain item, you can enter keywords to check the orders posted by others. The entire operating logic is like a low-profile version of Taobao, Duobao, and Jinbao. After waiting for a few minutes, Lin Yifan typed in the 3 words, Jiangwang soup, and a large number of orders immediately appeared. They were all purchase orders, and he looked through them carefully. You know what? Some people are really sincere. Even though the materials that these people offered in exchange were not what Lin Yifan urgently needed, he still chose to trade. Anyway, the supplies he urgently needs now are difficult to obtain in the market, so he might as well buy all those that are worth purchasing first. At worst, I can just hang it up and replace it with something else. It's just a little troublesome. But people who would buy ginger soup at this time are basically those with serious illnesses, and they might not survive without this bowl of soup. Of course, there were some people who tried to take advantage of the situation, but Lin Yifan simply ignored them. But there was another group of people whom he also refused to trade with, and that group was made up of members of the Tiandahui. Lin Yifan discovered that as his life level improved from sub-health to today's excellence, even though he did not improve his intelligence, he found that his memory had improved a lot. He had spent more than 10 minutes looking through the chat history because he found that any name he had seen would leave an impression in his mind. When I see it again, I will remember it immediately. This time, when he was selling Ginger King soup, he had clearly stated that he refused to trade with members of the Tiandahui. However, there are still many members of the Tiandahui who have put up orders to purchase Jiangwang soup, and some of them are surprisingly sincere. For example, one of them actually took out a unit's worth of ceramics and asked for purchase. Ceramics are indeed a material that Lin Yifan is in short supply of right now. He wants to build a bathroom, and this thing is a necessity. But until now, he has acquired less than 5 units of ceramics, which is not even enough to build a flush toilet. The ceramics that the members brought out for tomorrow's regular meeting did make Lin Yifan very excited. But even though he was taking action, he still refused the transaction. If you want to establish your authority, you must do what you say. His refusal to trade caused the chat channel to scroll down again. Lin Yifan, why did you reject my purchase? I just checked and saw that many people offered 5 units of primary pig iron, and you agreed to the deal. Why did you reject mine? He rejected me too. Last time I offered 6 units of primary pig iron, but it was still rejected. Yes, he claims to be kind and righteous, but he treats people differently. He is just a man who seeks fame and reputation. I don't think he really wants to help us. He just wants to play a trick on us. It's great to have ginger soup. To play tricks on us like this is really too much. After Lin Yifan traded all of the Ginger King soup in his hands, he finally had the mind to check the chat channel. Seeing this, he immediately laughed and sent a message. Yes, I am just teasing you. I just look down on you. I just don't want to trade with you. What? You guys from the Tiandahui have any objections? Chapter 57. Same name and surname? Lin Yifan is not a flamboyant and high-profile person, but that doesn't mean he won't be flamboyant. If they could find each other offline now, he might still have some reservations. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. He is indeed not weak now, but he is not yet at the point where he can fight 100 people alone. He still has this self-awareness. If the other side comes with a group of people, even if he can escape, he will probably have to drink a pot of wine. Unfortunately, now everyone can't find each other offline. So what is he afraid of? As for the day when we can find each other, considering the coming mosquito swarm and the upcoming rainstorm, who knows when we can find each other offline? Whether they can survive one disaster after another is still an unknown. So Lin Yifan was not panicked at all. The members of the Tiandahui were also very angry with him, and the Father of God, who had remained silent before, finally could not sit still anymore. He took the initiative to join the chat channel and pointed out Lin Yifan by name. Lin Yifan, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. As a strong man in our 10086 district, although I don't know if you're the strongest, I still admire you very much. But as a strong person, you must always have the responsibilities of a strong person. Everyone in this area is our Chinese compatriots. Since you have the ability to help everyone, you should naturally help them instead of standing idly by and even taking advantage of us. Of course, I also know that some of our brothers in the association hate evil and offended you by speaking without restraint, but my brothers still have conscience and cannot stand your cold-bloodedness. Why do you have to hate all of us? As for your refusal to trade, that is your freedom. I am not qualified to comment on it. But I hope you can consider the needs of 10,086 as a whole and not be so ruthless. When Lin Yifan saw this paragraph posted by Father of God, he was almost laughing out of anger. Look, he is cold-blooded and heartless. He has no conscience. People just can't stand what he did, so they come out to stand up for him. These casual words nailed Lin Yifan to the pillar of shame. If he were on Earth where the internet is well developed, he would have become a rat crossing the street that everyone would want to beat. But now, he is afraid of nothing. However, he had no intention of making a sarcastic remark, and only replied with a few words. I am ruthless, what can you do? I'm making this clear today. Anyone who joins the Tiandahui will be my enemy. After that, he simply closed the chat channel and no longer responded. However, Wan Qingtan's message suddenly came. Captain, I have a good friend who I have known for more than 10 years on Earth. She said she wants to talk to you about something. Do you want to communicate with her? It seems to be related to the natural disaster. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that Wan Qingtan's luck was so good that even his best friend was in the same district. Although Lin Yifan didn't want to meet too many people right now, since she was Wan Qingtan's best friend, he had to give his team member some face, so he replied readily. Sure, give me her ID and I'll chat with her privately. Lin Yifan's private chat channel is always filled with 999 plus messages. Some people are either sending messages to curse him, some are sending messages to beg him for things, or some are trying to get something for nothing. Of course, there are a very small number of people who want to exchange supplies from him, but they are relatively small. When Lin Yifan is free, he will check out the private chats. If he sees something that suits his taste, he will take the initiative to propose communication and transactions. But most of the time, it's just meaningless nonsense, so he now reads less and less information on private channels. Fortunately, you can also use ID to find people here. Chen Yunhuo. When Lin Yifan saw the name, he was stunned for a moment, because he once had a classmate with the same name. She is a big campus beauty. However, although she is the campus belle, she is an ambitious woman. When she was in school, she was the most popular girl. Whether it was her academic performance or her interpersonal skills, she was first class. At that time, Lin Yifan was just an ordinary poor boy born in a rural area. Although he was admitted to the university based on his own ability, he was actually somewhat out of tune with other people in the university. Because he was poor and had never seen the world, he couldn't get along with most of his classmates. Naturally, he was isolated intentionally or unintentionally. However, Chen Yunhuo is an exception. Her family is well off. It is said that her family owns a company with assets worth tens of billions. Logically, she should be a pampered princess who is high above everyone else. But in fact, she can remain gentle to everyone, even Lin Yifan. Even when Lin Yifan's application for a scholarship was blocked, it was Chen Yunhuo who spoke up for him, which allowed him to successfully apply for the scholarship and graduate from college. Although Lin Yifan later expressed his desire to repay Chen Yunhuo, he was directly rejected. After that, they never had any contact again. But what I should say is that Chen Yunhuo and he have no intersection at all. He does want to have some intersection, but although she is gentle, she actually keeps a distance from everyone. The same goes for him. He simply couldn't find any opportunity to interact with Chen Yunhuo. But no matter what, for Lin Yifan, Chen Yunhuo can be regarded as his benefactor. He has always remembered the favor and thought that he must repay it when he has the chance. But I didn't expect that I haven't even repaid his favor yet. The earth was gone, and he, along with all human beings, was thrown into this world of survival. I originally thought that I could never repay this favor, but I didn't expect that someone with the same name and surname would appear now. I don't know if these two are the same person. If it is really Chen Yunhuo, then this unfinished cause and effect can be understood, which is also a good thing. Lin Yifan quickly found Chen Yunhuo's ID and sent her a private message. Are you Chen Yunhuo from Nanjing University? Chen Yunhuo was also waiting for his message and immediately replied after seeing it. It's me, do you know me? At this time, Chen Yunhua contacted several alumni of Nanjing University and prepared to establish a new trade union. However, their strength is very weak, and they can basically only struggle to make ends meet. So even if Chen Yunhua is ambitious, he could do nothing in the end. Then she thought of Lin Yifan. She remembered the name, but was not sure if it was the same person. Unfortunately, she sent many private messages, but Lin Yifan never responded. It should be said that he hardly responded to anyone's private messages. This left her at a loss as to what to do, but she didn't expect that her best friend actually knew Lin Yifan. This is really a pleasant surprise. What made her happy at this moment was that Lin Yifan actually knew Nanjing University, and he also knew her, which was enough to prove that he also came from a difficult class. In this way, his chances of getting Lin Yifan's help were even greater. Chapter 58, Chen Yunhua's Purpose. Similarly, Lin Yifan also felt quite surprised at this time. Originally, I thought they were just people with the same name and surname. China had a population of 1.3 billion at the time, so it was very normal for people to have the same name and surname. He would ask, but it was just a possibility. He didn't expect it to be her. He still had some good feelings towards Chen Yunhua, not to mention that she was Wan Qingtan's best friend. So his tone softened, and he said, "I'm Lin Yifan. You helped me once when I applied for a scholarship in college. Do you still remember me?" Chen Yunhua already had an impression of Lin Yifan, but when she heard him talk about college, she recalled everything that happened back then and quickly said, "Of course I remember. I didn't expect you were also in District 10086. In fact, when I saw your name earlier, I thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it was really you." Then he pretended to be emotional and said, "It's great that we are all still alive. The day I first came to this world of survival, I almost thought I was dead. Yes, everyone is still alive. It's really good." Lin Yifan replied. Then I discovered with great pain that I actually had no topics to talk about with the person I once had a crush on. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively turned to the main business and sent a message asking, "All right, Wan Qingtan said you had something to talk to me about. What is it?" Chen Yunhua originally wanted to take advantage of the friendship they had in college and get closer to him, but I didn't expect Lin Yifan to be so straightforward and get straight to the point. This made her not know how to start the conversation. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Actually, I want to ask you to come forward and form a guild. Ever since everyone mentioned the guild the night before yesterday, many people in District 10086 have started to form guilds. But now everyone can't even guarantee food and clothing. Although everyone is clamoring to form a guild, in fact, few people have the energy to do it. Therefore, the Tiandahui is the only one that actually does it. But I still can't stand some of the ways of the Tiandahui, and the founder of the Tiandahui is hostile to me. Now we can only chat and trade online, which is fine. But if one day we can meet offline, I'm afraid he will attack me. I thought about forming a guild to fight him, but my ability is limited. The living environment in the survival world is actually a bit harsher for us women, so it's impossible for me and my friends to do it alone. You are now the most famous strong man in the entire 10086 district. Although I don't know if you're the best in the district, you're definitely not far behind. If you can come forward to form a guild, I believe that many of your followers will join the guild. Then we will be able to become bigger and stronger." Lin Yifan frowned. He really didn't expect that Chen Yunhua came to him for this matter. But he clearly remembered that he and Wan Qingdan had once told him that he had no intention of forming a guild. He just wanted to find a few teammates whom he absolutely trusted and form a small team. Chen Yunhua is Wan Qingtan's best friend, so there is no way Wan Qingtan wouldn't tell her. But she came to him anyway. It seems that she is really determined to form a guild. However, Lin Yifan really had no interest in forming a guild. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If the guild really becomes stronger, can he really stand idly by when the guild is in danger? Although Lin Yifan wanted to be a ruthless and indifferent person, in fact, he knew very well that he could not do it. Therefore, it is best for him not to burden himself with responsibilities. Even if the person who came in the morning was Chen Yunhua, he did not intend to change his mind and decisively sent a message. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in this matter. I'm sure Wan Qingtan has told you that I just want to form a small team, find a few teammates who can support me, and then live in this world for a long time. You helped me in the past, and I remember this favor. If there is anything I can help with, then I will naturally not refuse. However, I really can't help you with the matter of forming a guild." Of course, Yuan Xingtan had told Chen Yunhua about Lin Yifan's resistance to forming a trade union. But Chen Yunhua still came to the door. Of course, it was impossible to give up like this, and hurriedly persuaded. Qingtan did tell me that you have no interest in forming a guild, but don't rush to refuse. Let me analyze the benefits of forming a guild for you, and then make a decision, okay? I know that your goal is to become a strong man, a truly strong man. So you think that forming a guild will be a burden to you, but in fact it won't. As the president of the guild, you can just be a leader, and the affairs of the guild can be completely handed over to your subordinates. Once the guild is established and more members join, we will be able to gather more resources. The special nature of this world allows every survivor to obtain precious items, but precious items are not useful to every survivor. If our guild can come up with a unified exchange standard, then we can use what members want to exchange for these precious items. In this way, we can centralize resources, and you can use these resources to advance on your path to becoming a strong person, which will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. How could Lin Yifan not know what Chen Yunhua said? Even Yuan Xingtan had told him the pros and cons before, and he himself was not a fool, so how could he not understand? However, after weighing the pros and cons, he still wanted to follow his heart. He didn't want to be a leader. If there was an organization, there would be burdens, and things would not be done so quickly. He didn't want to be a burden himself. However, although he did not want to be a leader, he could support a guild to fight against the Heaven and Earth Society. He was worried before about not being able to find a candidate, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. When Chen Yunhua was in college, he was the president of the student union. He had first-class organizational and team leadership skills. Maybe she doesn't have a strong ability to survive, but to be able to survive in this world until now, she at least has a certain ability to protect herself. What's more, Lin Yifan already owed her a favor, so using this opportunity to repay the favor was the most appropriate. So, Lin Yifan sent a message. I understand what you said, but I really have no idea about running a guild. However, you can set up a guild on your own and let yourself be the president. I can also promise that I will give you some support within my ability. Of course, my support is based on certain conditions. You should have noticed that I hate the Tiandahui. I support you in forming a union just to fight against them. But it just so happens that you and the Tiandahui are not on good terms either. In this respect, we have the same goal. Now, it depends on whether you have the courage to do this. Chapter 59. Just consider it a favor. Lin Yifan's words were very clear. He was willing to support a new gang. But the purpose was also very straightforward, which was to deal with the Heaven and Earth Society. He didn't hide anything and didn't lie. He was very open and honest, which surprised Chen Yunhua a little. Of course, since Lin Yifan was willing to support her in setting up a gang, he naturally had no reason to refuse. They both wanted to deal with the Heaven and Earth Society, and their goals were the same. However, Chen Yunhua still has some self-awareness, and she really doesn't have the confidence to set up a guild on her own. So I couldn't help but persuade. Lin Yifan, why go to so much trouble? If you become the president of this guild, you can always hold the power of the entire guild in your hands. Why take the risk of supporting someone else's guild? Even if it's me, I can't guarantee that after the guild is established in the future, I will always ensure that your interests come first. I don't need you to guarantee my interests. Lin Yifan remained calm and sent a message calmly. Anyway, don't say so much. Just answer me. Do you dare or not? If you dare, then we will cooperate. If you don't dare, then we will just pretend that we never mentioned these things. You will still be my senior from now on. Since you helped me in school, I will still help you if you need any help. This is a great opportunity. Chen Yunhua is ambitious and naturally knows how to seize opportunities. She thought about it carefully, but she was unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity, so she replied firmly, Okay, then I will set up this guild. If the guild can thrive under your support, I can also promise you that in the future, if you need anything or need to do something, as long as it does not affect the operation of the entire guild, I will do my best to do it for you. Your words are enough. Lin Yifan replied to a message and then said, Then I'll leave the rest to you. If you need any reasonable support, please tell me. If I can do it, I'll do my best to meet your needs. Chen Yunhua did not act pretentiously and immediately began to think about what kind of support she needed now. After thinking about it carefully, I just sent a message. I do need some basic material support, but we are a cooperative relationship after all, and I can't ask for your support for nothing. I have a special blueprint in my hand, and I need to identify it to confirm the information on the blueprint. I would like to use this blueprint as an exchange for some strong mosquito repellent from you to attract new members. Are you willing? At the same time, Chen Yunhua also sent an item information. Special drawings need to be identified by an appraiser or an identification card to know the item information. Item level, currently unknown, at least rare or above. Since it is a blueprint of at least excellent grade, it is indeed a good thing. Lin Yifan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chen Yunhua was so lucky that he could actually open something like this. However, he is not an appraiser now and does not have an appraisal card, so he does not know when he can appraise this special drawing. But no matter what, things of excellent quality are good things for these rookies who have just arrived in this world of survival. Although powerful mosquito killer can be considered a good thing, it will be of no value after the mosquito crisis is over. Chen Yunhua is now willing to exchange the special blueprint for powerful mosquito repellent. It is obvious that he wants to seize this opportunity to advertise the guild and attract a wave of members. So Lin Yifan was not stingy and looked at the amount of powerful mosquito repellent left in his hand. Zhu Zhu still had 400 or 500 doses. So he simply took out 100 transactions and gave them to Chen Yunhua and then sent a message. These 100 copies of Strong Mosquito Killer are used to exchange for blueprints. In addition, I have about 360 copies in my hand, which I can authorize you to sell. You can set any price for these strong mosquito repellents that I have authorized you to buy. I only want special items, such as ceramics, cement, glass, or various blueprints and spirit crystals. You can give me these later, don't worry. Of course, if you can't sell them, that's fine. Just return the remaining ones to me. I will do it myself. How about it? Do you dare to do this business? Chen Yunhua was completely stunned after hearing what Lin Yifan said. Family knows family business. Her special blueprint is indeed valuable. But is it really worth 100 copies of powerful mosquito killer? Of course not. Especially at this juncture, although the mosquito swarm has not yet arrived. Since it is said to be 3 days later, it will definitely happen tonight. At this point, the value of powerful mosquito repellent far exceeds anything else. But Lin Yifan gave her 100 copies right away, and also authorized her to sell the remaining 360 copies. His generosity was unimaginable to her. So Wu Liu hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but send a message asking, "Are you willing to let me handle several hundred doses of strong mosquito repellent? Aren't you afraid that I might take the money?" Lin Yifan said, "There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just some supplies. If I lose them, I'll just lose a little, but it won't cost me my life. And it's worth it to use these things to see a person clearly. Of course, you don't have to worry. If you really want to take advantage of this money, then go ahead and take it. Just think of it as repaying the favor I owe you when we were in school, but from now on, we are strangers. It's fine if you don't do it in front of me, but if you do it in my hands, don't blame me for not remembering our friendship." Lin Yifan is a grateful person. He will remember those who have helped him and repay the favor. But this does not mean that favors can bind him for life. As long as he feels that he has repaid them, they will just be strangers in the future. Even if Chen Yunhua is the school belle, it is still the same. Chen Yunhua was absent-minded for a moment when she heard Lin Yifan's words. In fact, she did not have a deep impression of Lin Yifan. The reason why she intervened in the matter of his scholarship being snatched away was purely because the person who snatched it did not get along with her. But I didn't expect that after 2 or 3 years, Lin Yifan still remembered this favor. They were even willing to take out such a large amount of supplies to repay the favor. But now it is obvious that Lin Yifan's favor is far more important than this batch of powerful mosquito repellent, so she naturally would not pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons. Then I sent a message seriously. I will not embezzle these supplies. I will make good use of them to build the union we want. Just wait and see. I won't let you down. Lin Yifan. Then I'll wait and see. After the transaction, Lin Yifan didn't say anything more to Chen Yunhua because he suddenly remembered something. He actually forgot about the golden eagle Mao Mao. Chapter 60, The Mosquito Swarm, finally came. Since he went out in the morning, Lin Yifan put Mao Mao in his pocket. Mao Mao was also very sensible and never made any noise to interfere with Lin Yifan's search for supplies. Even when he took off his clothes and went into the pool, Mao Mao didn't make any noise. To the point that Lin Yifan actually forgot about Mao Mao and didn't feed him for the whole day. He quickly reached out to take Mao Mao out of his pocket, only to find that it had fallen asleep. He carefully lifted Mao Mao in front of his eyes, gently touched its little head with his hand, and whispered, "Mao Mao, Mao Mao, wake up." Mao Mao then opened his eyes, and his pair of green eyes blinked twice, making two chirp sounds. The voice sounded so pitiful that it made Lin Yifan feel really guilty. He quickly cut off a small piece of crocodile meat, handed it to Mao Mao, and apologized guiltily. "Mao Mao, I'm so sorry. I forgot about you earlier. Are you hungry? Next time if you are hungry, you must remind me, understand?" "Sure." As soon as Mao Mao saw the crocodile meat, his green eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately started to eat the meat happily. After eating a piece, it made two more chirp sounds. "Do you want to eat more?" Seeing Mao Mao's eyes fixed on the crocodile meat, Lin Yifan quickly cut off another small piece to feed him. After finishing this piece, the little thing actually wanted to eat more. Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, fed him another piece, and then refused to feed him anymore. He was worried that if Mao Mao ate too much at once, he would get an upset stomach. After Mao Mao finished eating the meat, he jumped down happily and hopped a few times. After a while, he returned to his nest and began to sleep soundly. Lin Yifan was a little worried, so he sent a message to Ruan Xingtan, who had some experience in raising birds. "I have a bird, and it has been sleeping all day. I just woke it up and fed it some meat, but now it has gone back to its nest to sleep. Is this normal?" Ruan Xingtan was chatting with Chun Yunhua at this time. Seeing Lin Yifan's question, he did not hesitate and quickly answered, "This is normal. Birds need a lot of sleep during their early life to digest their food and get nutrition. I forgot to feed it during the day and only fed it at night. Will there be any problem?" Lin Yifan asked again. Ruan Xingtan had raised birds before and was very familiar with these things. He replied, "It will be fine. Our school had a bird research association before, and I heard from the people there that young birds only need to eat one meal a day, so they don't need to be fed frequently. If you feed them too often, they may get sick due to indigestion. Besides, when the young birds are hungry, they will open their mouths to ask for food. You could just feed them at that time." Lin Yifan heaved a sigh of relief and then said gratefully, "Thank you very much." It was already late and the temperature was getting lower and lower. At this point, it was less than 5 degrees. Lin Yifan was not cold. He had enough warm clothes, not to mention that he lived in a level 3 shelter. No matter how cold it was, no one could make him feel as cold as him. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a crackling sound coming from the window. When I looked up, I saw that the window glass was covered with a dense layer of mosquitoes. Lin Yifan looked at these mosquitoes, and his scalp suddenly felt tingling. In order to get a blue treasure chest on the tree, he had faced mosquitoes before and killed many of them with strong mosquito repellent. Although those mosquitoes are also very large, they are similar to the southern mosquitoes on Earth. Lin Yifan is from the south, so although he was shocked by the number of mosquitoes, he did not feel uncomfortable because of the mosquitoes themselves. But each of these mosquitoes in front of me is a large flower mosquito, more than 3 times larger than the mosquitoes in the south, and their size is comparable to that of a bee. The mouth part is about 3 or 4 centimeters long, like a needle, which makes people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. How did this mosquito become so big? Lin Yifan looked at these mosquitoes, puzzled. The mosquitoes were not this big 2 days ago. How come they have become so big today? Can mosquitoes grow up? But none of this mattered. He immediately closed all the doors and windows of the shelter, then checked it carefully, fearing for any gaps or loopholes. Mosquitoes are so scary that even if one flies in, it will be a horrible disaster. However, in order to avoid carbon dioxide poisoning, Lin Yifan put out the fire in the living room. He already had a lighter in his hand, so he didn't need to keep the fire going. After he put out the fire, he suddenly found that the number of mosquitoes that kept hitting the window had decreased. However, there were still mosquitoes hitting the window in the room. Lin Yifan thought about it and soon understood why. All insects have a natural tendency to seek light. A special representative is the moth, which is known for flying into the flame. This mosquito is also an insect, so it naturally has the instinct to pursue light. There was a fire burning in the living room, so the mosquitoes came in through the window. He put out the fire, and the mosquitoes lost their target of chasing the light and naturally dispersed. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan hurriedly walked into the room, took out a down quilt from the space, and hung it on the window. The down quilt is opaque, so once it is hung on the window, the light emitted by the incandescent stone in the room is completely blocked. Sure enough, as soon as the window was covered, The number of mosquitoes flying around outside the window immediately began to decrease. Lin Yifan heaved a sigh of relief, although he believed that with the protection of the third-level shelter, the mosquito swarm would definitely not be able to break through. But the sound of mosquitoes hitting the window always made him feel nauseous. However, while he could handle it, others were not so lucky. At this moment, there was wailing in the chat channel. "Oh my god, why is this mosquito so big? It's almost as big as a bee. Fortunately, I upgraded the shelter to level 2, otherwise, even if I had the strong mosquito killer, I probably wouldn't have survived. This mosquito must have mutated. Ordinary mosquitoes definitely can't be this big. I just carefully observed the patterns on the mosquito's body. These mosquitoes must be poisonous. Everyone must be careful and try not to get bitten. Everyone, hurry up and use the powerful mosquito killer produced by Boss Lin Yifan. My shelter hasn't been upgraded to level 2, but I exchanged for 2 powerful mosquito killers. Now that I've lit one, no mosquitoes dare to get close to me. Ha ha ha, my bet was right. Whoa whoa whoa, I was bitten. It's all the fault of the Tiandahui for deceiving me. I could have upgraded the shelter to level 2, but the Tiandahui said that it was useless to upgrade to level 2, and I had to buy mosquito repellent. They were willing to sell me mosquito repellent at a low price, so I gave them all the supplies. But now, these ordinary mosquito repellents can't kill mosquitoes at all. I've been bitten several times. I was also deceived by the Tiandahui. They said their mosquito killer was the same as that of Boss Lin Yifan, but it turned out to be useless. Evil Tiandahui, if I am lucky enough to survive this time, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 61. Terrifying Natural Disaster. I drank too much during the Chinese New Year. Sorry. Lin Yifan had no idea what was happening in the chat channel, because a task information popped up in front of him. Main Mission Series 1 of Survival for All, fighting against mosquito swarms. Only the survivor ranked first in the region is eligible to accept this mission on behalf of all survivors in the region. Task content. Lead the people in this area to survive this natural disaster as much as possible. Collective task reward 1. The top 100 regions in terms of regional personnel survival rate will receive a collective blessing of double harvest, and the blessing duration decreases according to the ranking. Group task reward 2. In the top 100 districts, everyone can receive a treasure chest reward. The level and quantity of the rewarded treasure chests are linked to the ranking of the district. Personal contribution reward. Successfully survive this natural disaster, and you will get 1,000 basic contribution points. During this natural disaster, you can also get contribution points by contributing supplies to help others. 1 basic supply equals 1 contribution point. Contribution points can be exchanged at the Survival Store, Survival Shop opening mission. After the mosquito swarm disaster ends, the number of survivors in the current area will be among the top 100. Personal contribution reward 2. When the area where the survivor is located ranks among the top 100, the survivor with the highest contribution value in the area will receive Silver Level 4 Shelter Blueprint, times 1, Mithril times 10, Random Attributes times 10, Unique Reward, only issued to the survivor with the highest overall ranking in the area. Lin Yifan looked at the task in front of him, and his brows twitched suddenly. He really didn't expect that there was actually a main quest. Judging from the first piece of information, there are still many natural disaster quests in this world. In other words, they will have to go through countless natural disasters in the future. However, it must be said that although natural disasters are terrible, as long as you can complete the natural disaster mission, the reward is really generous. Of course, this is for ordinary survivors. For Lin Yifan, these rewards are actually not very tempting. His talent is to refresh the buff every day. The day before yesterday, he drew a critical hit, which is much more exaggerated than doubling the gain. As for the treasure chest reward, does he need a treasure chest? He has already opened the blue treasure chest, so he has no shortage of treasure chests. However, he had to start paying attention to the contribution value rewards. Although the survival store has not been opened yet, you can already open the page and see the products on it. There are not only precious materials, but also various blueprints. Even the blueprint of the synthesis room that he wanted most was for sale. However, both the drawings and materials are extremely expensive. For example, the synthesis room blueprint requires 5,000 contribution points to purchase. You should know that 1 unit of basic supplies can only be exchanged for 1 contribution point. 5,000 contribution points means 5,000 units of basic supplies. Although Lin Yifan is not short of basic supplies now, he has only accumulated less than 4,000 basic supplies. In other words, if he wanted to get this blueprint, in addition to surviving until tomorrow morning to get 1,000 contribution points, he also needed to get all the basic supplies in his hand. All of them were contributed in exchange for contribution points, and only then could they be barely put together. Seeing such an outrageous price, even Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel the pain. However, it is a shortcut after all. If you can't get what you want from the treasure chest, going to this unscrupulous store to buy it is also a way. However, in order to open the survival store, one actually needs to complete tasks, which really gives Lin Yifan a headache. Speaking of which, Lin Yifan actually had a vague feeling long ago that the number of survivors in the area might be a key factor. The first time he got a warning about the natural disaster because the shelter was upgraded to level 2, he gave a secret hint. It was for this reason that he did not hesitate to make public the news of the mosquito disaster at that time, in order to allow more people to survive. And recently, he prepared as much strong mosquito repellent as possible for this purpose. However, he did not expect that the Tiandahui would show up and prevent many of his plans from being implemented smoothly. He was indeed irritated by those ungrateful people, but even so, he still handed over all the powerful mosquito repellent he had produced to Chun Yunhua. Now it has been proved once again that his original guess was correct. However, even if he had made some preparations beforehand, there are more than 7 billion humans coming from Earth. If there were 100,000 people in each district, there would be more than 8,000 districts. Among so many people, there are definitely many strong ones, and even more so many smart ones. Can he really lead 10,086 into the top 100? Lin Yifan was indeed a little unsure, not to mention that there was still the unstable factor of heaven and earth society in District 10086. If someone sang a different tune, it would be even more difficult. But opening this survival store is extremely important. If it cannot be opened, their area will fall further and further behind. Not to mention, he also has a unique task, which allows him to obtain Silver Grade Level 4 Shelter Blueprint and Mithril, as well as 10 random attribute points as rewards. What is the use of Mithril? It is still unknown, but if it can be put together with the other 2 rewards, it is definitely not an ordinary thing. The 4th level Shelter Blueprints and random attribute points are what Lin Yifan needs most at the moment. He had built all the 3rd level shelters to bronze level, so naturally he was unwilling to just build an ordinary 4th level shelter. But so far, let alone the blueprints of a silver grade 4th level shelter, even the blueprints of an ordinary 4th level shelter have not appeared. Therefore, this silver grade city level shelter blueprint is probably the one that is easiest for him to obtain. And those 10 random attribute points are something that Lin Yifan cannot give up at all. You know, after the mosquito swarm disaster ends, the rainstorm disaster will soon come. Moreover, the disaster level of mosquito swarm disaster is only 3 stars, while that of heavy rain disaster has reached 4 stars. So the next time a natural disaster comes, it will definitely be more dangerous than this time. If he can't increase his strength as soon as possible, Lin Yifan will always feel uneasy. So no matter what, he was reluctant to miss this opportunity and had to give it a try. But now he only had 2 bottles of powerful mosquito repellent in his hand, which he kept for himself as a backup, just in case. The rest are all with Chun Yunhua, and there are only more than 300 copies. Compared with the number of tens of thousands of people, it is simply a drop in the bucket. We still have some materials. If we can make all of them into powerful mosquito repellent, we can probably make 1,000 or 2,000 copies. But for the group of tens of thousands of people in 10086, it is still just a drop in the bucket. But even so, he could only produce this part of powerful insecticide first. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples and resigned himself to his fate before starting to work. Chapter 62, A Drop in the Bucket. While Lin Yifan was diligently rubbing the medicine, Chun Yunhua was talking with several guild backbones. President, what should we do now? Several of our members have gone offline. The mosquito repellent that should be distributed has been distributed, but the quantity is limited. Are we just going to watch them go offline? This is too pitiful. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only barely save ourselves, and we can't help so many people at all. Why don't we go ask that big guy? I feel like he must be the number 1 person in our district. If he's willing to come forward, maybe more people can survive. Chun Yunhua frowned, looked at the messages from these old partners, took a deep breath, and sent a message solemnly. I want to save people, and I know you want to save people, but we really don't have the ability. Our union was able to get started so quickly thanks to that boss. So regarding saving people, I can ask that boss, but if he doesn't have the will, I hope you can understand. Don't try to blackmail that boss. From what I know about him, he is definitely not someone who can be blackmailed. If we piss him off, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Then, she sent a message to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan, do you have any strong mosquito repellent? It's been less than an hour since the mosquito swarm disaster began, and 4,000 to 5,000 people have already died. It's really tragic that so many lives have been lost. If you still have strong insecticide or materials, I hope you can make some more and give them to me to save people. Of course, don't worry. I will never let you work in vain. I have attracted quite a few members this time, and because they are all life-saving favors, their loyalty is quite good. I believe that we will soon be able to accumulate some precious materials. When the time comes, I will use these materials and return them to you at an equivalent value. Do you think that's okay? After seeing the message, Lin Yifan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Chun Yunhua was so kind. But this matter was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to be in the spotlight right now, and he had no interest in being a lone savior. But if he wants the reward, he must keep as many people alive as possible, and Chun Yunhua is the most suitable person to do this. Human life is at stake. If we delay for one more minute, a large number of people will die. Lin Yifan didn't dare to waste time. So he immediately agreed and started rubbing the powerful mosquito repellent on his hands. Maybe it's because of his improved proficiency. He used to only be able to rub them by hand one by one, but now he can make 3 or even 5 portions at a time, which save a lot of time. As soon as he made a batch, he gave it to Chun Yunhua. After 15 minutes, he had prepared all the ingredients. But even so, there are only more than 2,000 copies of Powerful Mosquito Killer, which is still a drop in the bucket considering the number of survivors in Area 10086. But Lin Yifan had no other choice. All his materials had been used up. Even if he wanted to save people, he was powerless. Even if you are really unwilling, you can't cook without rice. Anyway, he has a clear conscience. But I have a clear conscience. I do have a clear conscience. But when I turned around and looked at the mission reward, I felt a little painful when I thought about not being able to get it. No, this task must be completed. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and suddenly came up with an idea. He opened the chat channel directly. At this time, it was already 10 p.m. At this time of day, many people have already rested. After all, going out to look for supplies during the day requires a lot of physical energy. If you don't get a good rest at night, you really can't bear it. But tonight, the chat channel is extremely lively. No, it cannot be said to be lively, but rather a miserable sure scene. My fellow countrymen, I have been bitten by mosquitoes all over my body and am about to die. My name is Chun Xiaojia and I live at number 13, Jinyang Street, Fuzhou City, Fujian Province. My mother is Li Xiaomei and my father is Chun Yonghua. If anyone sees them, please tell them that I am sorry for you. My name is Li Songyan. My shelter has been flooded with mosquitoes and I am about to die. My mother's name is Zhang Yuhong. If you meet my parents, please tell them that your son misses you so much. My name is Wu Luyan. I live at number 13, Wuyun Street, Jinyun County, Zhejiang Province. My father's name is Wu Langxiang. My name is Chun Xiaoqi, and I live in Hongyu Village, Baijiang County, Lianyungang City, Jiangsu Province. My name is Li Dongshang, and I live in Qingtian County, Lishui City, Zhejiang Province. Every word spoken is the final swan song of every survivor. Because after they spoke, their avatars immediately fell into darkness. Others who were still alive also responded. Chun Xiaojia. My name is also Chun Xiaojia. I'll remember what you said. If I run into your parents, I'll definitely bring them over. Li Songyan. My last name is Li like yours. I'll remember what you said, and I'll bring it to you when I have the chance. Wu Luyun. I am also from Jinyun County, Zhejiang. If I meet your parents, I will definitely tell them what you said. One memory after another. Even through words, I can feel everyone's sadness. Lin Yifan, who originally thought he had been able to remain aloof and indifferent, finally couldn't help but be moved. The mosquito swarm began at 9:40, and it is only 10:05 now. In just 25 minutes, the total population of Area 10086 has dropped to 70,000. You know, before the mosquito swarm came, there were nearly 90,000 people, and in such a short period of time, almost 20,000 people went offline. But when will the mosquito plague end? No one knows, not even Lin Yifan himself. If this natural disaster continues until tomorrow morning, how many people will survive? Lin Yifan observed carefully and found that the victims were basically those whose shelters had not been upgraded to level 2 and who did not have strong mosquito repellent. They used ordinary mosquito repellents purchased from the Tiandahui, which had some effect. But facing such a large number of mosquitoes, it is of no use. If you want to save these people, there are only two ways. One is to provide powerful mosquito repellent, and the other is to upgrade the shelter to level 2. No matter which method is used, the materials required will be astronomical. There are 70,000 to 80,000 districts in the entire human race. Even if he can save all the remaining people in District 10,086, can he really make it into the top 3? Even if he could really make it into the top 3, would that little reward be worth all the supplies he had to pay? Lin Yifan didn't know, but deep down, he still wanted to give it a try. And the most important point is that even if he was willing, he alone did not have enough supplies to support it. What to do? Just give up like that? Of course not. Chapter 63. Accept the mission or not. Since the reward is related to everyone in the entire district, Lin Yifan naturally cannot work hard alone. It is also not something that he can accomplish through his efforts alone. So, he sent a message directly in the chat channel. Everyone, I have received a mission that is related to the number of survivors in each district during this natural disaster. He copied and posted all the information about the natural disaster mission in the chat channel, and then sent. Everyone, no one can complete this natural disaster mission independently. Only when all the survivors in the area unite together can this mission be completed. Now, I need to ask for your opinions. If you want to do this task, then we will work together. If you don't want to do it, then I will just give up this task. As soon as this information came out, everyone started to get excited. This world of survival actually has missions? Is this true? Yes. Is this true or false? If there really are missions in this world, why have I never received one? Humph. Is there any need to think about this? It must be fake. Lin Yifan had so many supplies, but he watched so many compatriots die. How can he be a good person? The guy upstairs is from the Tiandahui, right? Stop slandering the boss here. He is not someone's biological father, so why should he help others for free? Anyway, I believe that Boss Lin Yifan would not lie. I also believe in Boss Lin Yifan. He was the one who told us that there would be a mosquito swarm disaster and asked us to be prepared. That's why so many of us were able to survive. He had no reason to lie to us. Everyone, I can prove that what Boss Lin Yifan said is true, because I also received a mission before. It was a unique treasure chest mission, but unfortunately I was not capable enough to complete it, but it was enough to prove that this sort of survival does have a mission. I also received a mission, but the mission information was very vague and the reward was not mentioned. I wanted to give it a try, but unfortunately I was too incompetent and could not complete the mission. In the end, I had to give up. Lin Yifan looked at everyone's chat messages and was not surprised that others received tasks. There's never a shortage of lucky people in this world. Since he can get the task, others can naturally get the task as well. However, according to everyone, one thing is certain, it is not that his treasure chest mission is so difficult, but that all missions are difficult. This made him feel a little more balanced. Otherwise, even if he can accept the high difficulty task because he can get rewards with random attributes, there will always be some imbalance. Lin Yifan looked at everyone talking, but no one expressed their opinion, and the number of people was still decreasing, which made him a little anxious. Once again, I sent a message asking, stop chatting for now. Everyone should express their opinions on what I said earlier. Otherwise, if we continue to delay, more people will die, and our chances of completing the mission will be even smaller. This time, the originally bustling chat channel suddenly became deserted. Only those who see hope of survival and constantly ask for everyone's help, as well as those who leave last words, are still sending messages. Lin Yifan looked at everyone for a long time without anyone expressing their opinions and sighed slightly, but he actually understood in his heart. We all meet by chance, and everyone's supplies are earned through hard work. Who would be willing to just give them to others? People are selfish, let alone things that involve their own survival. Even for Lin Yifan himself, if it were not for his special talent that allowed him to accumulate a large amount of supplies in a short period of time, he was not sure if he could be so generous. What's more, the entire center of the Earth had a population of 7.3 billion at the time. Assuming 100,000 people in each district, there would be as many as 7 or 8,000 districts. With so many districts, no one can guarantee whether they can make it into the top 3. If you can't get in, then everything will be in vain. It's normal not to want to gamble. So although Lin Yifan was a little disappointed, he didn't think that anyone had done anything wrong. It's a pity that I lost the silver grade city-level shelter blueprint and the 10 random attributes. I lost this opportunity, and I don't know when the next chance will come. But at this moment, the first person who expressed his opinion finally appeared in the chat channel. And this person is also Lin Yifan's old acquaintance, Chen Yunhua. Chen Yunhua, let me make a statement first. I am willing to take out my supplies to help my compatriots in this district overcome the difficulties. Now I want to say a few more words. I know it's not easy for everyone to accumulate a little bit of supplies, but we are all compatriots after all. I believe everyone feels bad just watching them die. So, I hope everyone can give out supplies to help more people get through this difficult time. Of course, I'm just hoping, not asking. But if we can really get into the top 3, not only will we get double the harvest for 12 hours, but we'll also get 3 treasure chest rewards. I think it's still worth a try. After the first person spoke up, gradually more people began to speak up. Although there were a few who were reluctant, most people were actually willing to donate supplies. This made Lin Yifan feel relieved, and he quickly sent a message. Thank you all for your selflessness. We are united as one. I believe our future will definitely get better and better. However, what surprised Lin Yifan was what everyone said next. You don't have to thank us, sir. This is our own wish. And we are not helping you, sir. We are doing this for the entire 10086 district. Yes, what the above person said is right. We're doing this for ourselves and for everyone in our district. I really want such a generous reward. That's right. I can't bear to give up such a good reward. I have to give it a try. Come on, I still have 50 units of wood and 15 units of stone. Brothers and sisters whose shelters have not yet been upgraded to level 2, please contact me, and I will help you with the upgrades. I have 6 units of clay and 18 units of wood. Just keep 2 units of wood for burning the fire, and the rest can be used to add bricks and tiles. If you need them, please contact me immediately. The entire chat channel was suddenly very lively. Lin Yifan looked at everyone's comments and felt a mixture of emotions. In this moment, he felt human. Yes, human nature is indeed selfish, especially when facing life and death. Everyone will choose to save their own life first. But while saving your own life, you still have to have some snacks. At least at this moment, many people are willing to use their idle resources to help others. Chapter 64. Sharing information requires money? At this moment, Lin Yifan's private chat channel lit up. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Chen Yunhua. Lin Yifan, thank you for helping everyone, but this is too chaotic. Who knows? Some people might take advantage of the situation and deliberately steal other people's supplies. We still need to make some plans. Lin Yifan certainly understood Chen Yunhua's concerns. At this critical juncture, if someone really tried to cheat for supplies, it would chill the hearts of many people. Don't think that no one would do this. There are people with conscience, but there are also always many selfish people. After thinking about it, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that as the first person in Area 10086 to upgrade to a level 3 shelter, one of his benefits was that he could check the shelter levels of other people. At this time, those who have not upgraded to the second level shelter and do not have strong mosquito repellent have basically died. Those who are still alive and have not upgraded to a level 2 shelter all have powerful mosquito repellent in their hands. However, a dose of strong mosquito repellent can only last for about 2 hours. If it cannot be replenished within 2 hours, you will still face certain death. Nowadays, the quantity of powerful mosquito repellent is very limited. Lin Yifan has handed them all to Chen Yunhua, and Chen Yunhua has distributed them all, but it is just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, if we want to keep more people alive now, the best way is to collect basic supplies and let this group of people upgrade the shelter to level 2. In fact, there are not many mugwort and mint on the market, and the supplies that people can take out are basically some basic materials such as wood, stone, and clay. Therefore, the only way to rescue those who are still alive but have not upgraded their shelters to level 2 is to help them upgrade their shelters to level 2. If we want to use these supplies for people who really need them, we just need to make the shelter information public. But how to release the information is a problem. But at this moment, a message suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of Lin Yifan. We sense that survivor Lin Yifan is interested in making the shelter information public, so we can provide paid information sharing services. Does it cost 1 spirit crystal to share the shelter ranking information with everyone in the area for 1 hour? When Lin Yifan saw this message, he couldn't help but be stunned. This is really like a pillow when you're sleepy. He was just worrying about how to announce the information. I didn't expect there would be a paid sharing function, but isn't the payment too expensive? One spirit crystal takes 1 hour, and he had only used 2 spirit crystals to hatch a golden eagle before. But there is no other way now. Even though District 10086 lost a lot of people today, there's still more than 60,000 people alive. Even if he took screenshots and published them, how long would it take? So even though it hurt, Lin Yifan still spent a spirit crystal and chose to share the information. However, this is not enough. If resources cannot be planned in a unified manner, unnecessary waste is likely to occur. After thinking about it again, Lin Yifan sent a message to Chen Yunhua. How many core members can you trust 100 in your guild? If you have enough manpower, I will ask those who are willing to provide supplies to trade the resources to you first. After you have counted them, you can distribute the supplies to those in need one by one. Chen Yunhua was naturally very happy about it. Since she dared to set up a union, she must have some background, so she accepted it without hesitation. No problem. I have about 10 core members here, which should be enough to handle this matter. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll announce it in the chat channel later. Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel relieved that someone could take over. However, after thinking about it, he sent another message to Chen Yunhua. Old classmate, although you helped me when we were in school, this matter is different. This is a matter of life and death. So I have to say this up front. Since you have accepted this, you should do your best to carry out the task, but don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain myself to the people of the district. Lin Yifan can gamble on things like human hearts, because he can afford to gamble and afford to lose. But apart from him, most people find it difficult to collect supplies and are willing to use them to save people. They can really be described as kind. Since Lin Yifan was in charge of this matter, he absolutely could not let everyone's kindness be wasted by people with ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not be able to live with his own conscience. Chen Yunhua obviously knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately replied to him. Don't worry. Although I have my own thoughts, I can still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. As long as you are willing to hand over the supplies to us for distribution, we will openly and transparently register your information. I have even thought about it. I will make a donation list and make it public after the matter is over, so that people in the whole district will know who donated the supplies. Only then did Lin Yifan relax and directly initiated a transaction with Chen Yunhua. He had a lot of basic supplies, especially wood and stone, totaling several thousand units. Originally, he planned to build a synthesis room to synthesize these primary materials into intermediate materials, and then use them to upgrade the 4th level shelter. But now, the blueprints for the 4th level shelter haven't been received yet, but there's no need to worry about supplies. Chen Yunhua, who received the transaction from Lin Yifan, was also shocked by his wealth. I couldn't help but send a message. How come you have so many primary supplies? Lin Yifan naturally wouldn't say that this was because he had a talent that allowed him to draw buffs every day, so he casually said, "It's just luck. I'll leave these supplies to you to distribute. Try to keep as many people alive as possible." Then he went to the chat channel and sent a message. My fellow countrymen in District 10086, in order to avoid confusion and waste of supplies, and to prevent people with ulterior motives from stealing supplies, I have shared with you the shelter information of everyone in the district. We need to rescue those people whose shelters have not yet been upgraded to level 2. So I chose to cooperate with a union and handed over all the idle supplies I had to them, and they will distribute them in a unified manner. If you trust me, please hand over your unused supplies to them. They will count all the supplies and hand them over to those who need them as needed. All data will be made public in the chat channel so that everyone can supervise together. Lin Yifan didn't know how many people would listen to him, so he handed the donated materials to Chen Yunhua for unified management. But what needed to be said had been said, what needed to be done had been done, and he couldn't care less about the rest. Chapter 65. The Invisible Man Who Builds Weapons. However, the donated materials will only be counted as contributions if they are actually used. The supplies that Lin Yifan just handed over to Chen Yunhua have already been distributed to those in need and are being used to survive this natural disaster. So a series of new information appeared on the light screen in front of him. Now start reporting the progress of the mosquito swarm disaster. Report once every hour. Countdown to this natural disaster. 10 hours. Ends at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now start reporting the progress of this natural disaster mission. Report once every hour. Remaining number of people in District 10086. 68,475, currently ranked 86th. Congratulations to the survivor, Mr. Lin Yifan, who has made 3,686 contributions to all the survivors in District 10086 during this natural disaster and is currently ranked first in the district. This information can only be viewed by the survivor himself. Lin Yifan looked at this string of information and his brows immediately furrowed. He was not surprised that his contribution value ranked first in the region. It would even be a surprise if he didn't rank first. However, he was somewhat disappointed with the regional ranking. Although it was still within the top 100, there were still 10 hours left before the disaster ended. If there are no effective measures to prevent the number of people in their area from continuing to decline, then it would be absolutely a dream to want to stay within the top 100. But now, everything that should be done has been done. He has donated most of the basic supplies, and those who are willing to donate supplies have also donated them. The rest of the people are either unwilling to donate or want to donate, but are unable to do so. It was the middle of the night, and it was impossible to go out and search for supplies. Unless there are new variables, it will be difficult to stay within the top 100. Is it true that after doing so much, it is still useless? Lin Yifan reached out and scratched his hair, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Just because others can't travel at night doesn't mean he can't. He has the light obsidian that can dispel the fog at night, and the pure spirit flower that allows him to keep the stars amidst the eerie whispers. With these two things, he can walk at night. Of course, although this can ensure that he can walk at night, there are not only these two dangers at night, but also the attacks of wild beasts. But he had observed before that the animals currently roaming the area near the shelter were small wild animals. The largest wild beast was the wolf that attacked him the last time he was stranded in the wild at night. With his current physical condition, he no longer needs to fear attacks from wild wolves. Then he could just go out in the dark to chop trees and look for stones. However, the only melee weapon he had now was the new ordinary great axe. It was fine against ordinary beasts, but if he was unlucky and encountered a large beast, it would not be enough. In particular, although an ordinary grade axe can chop down trees faster than a broken axe, the speed is actually very limited. Therefore, I still have to find a way to get a higher level axe. As for melee weapons, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that he once exchanged a black iron grade 100 forged sword manufacturing drawing from the sexy little wildcat. The black iron cavalry sword is always better than ordinary ones. Just to make a black iron grade 100 forged sword, you need 10 middle grade iron blocks and a fire attribute spear crystal. He did have a piece of fire attribute in his hand, but he didn't have an intermediate iron block before, so he temporarily put aside the sword forging ceremony. Although he collected enough materials later, he forgot about it because he was so busy. Now we can make this 100 forged sword first. We can use it for self-defense or for chopping trees. It is better than the axe. Lin Yifan did not delay. After studying the drawings, he immediately started making them. Black iron grade 100 forged knife can be crafted. Materials needed: fire spirit 1 of 1. Intermediate iron block 30/10. The materials are ready. Do you want to make it? Lin Yifan chose yes without hesitation. When he fell, the iron block and fire spirit crystal in front of him moved without wind and slowly flew from the ground to the air. At the same time, a transparent figure slowly appeared in front of him. The figure was human-like, but only about 1 meter tall. The transparent figure was holding a transparent hammer to hold items in his hand. After the figure appeared, he began to swing the transparent hammer at the intermediate iron blocks and fire spirit crystals. Then, a burst of fire and lightning appeared above the intermediate iron block and the fire spirit crystal. Soon, the middle iron block and the fire spirit crystal melted rapidly into a ball of transparent liquid with a metallic luster. Then, the transparent figure put down the hammer in his hand, picked up the ball of transparent liquid, and quickly pulled and squeezed it with both hands. The liquid in the transparent man's hands quickly began to change shape, and in the blink of an eye, it was squeezed into the shape of a knife. As the shape of the knife was completed, the transparent figure took 2 steps back, and then Lin Yifan saw that the transparent figure seemed to puff up his mouth and blow air onto the knife. Suddenly, a scorching flame appeared instantly. Lin Yifan was unable to dodge, and several strands of his hair were singed off by the flame. Lin Yifan looked at the flames that appeared out of nowhere in shock, his face full of disbelief. Do you have to be so magical? A A transparent man can actually spit out real flames? This completely overturned Lin Yifun's understanding of science. However, when the flames began to burn the long knife squeezed out of the transparent liquid, the long knife began to change color inch by inch. Soon, a black long sword with a metallic luster appeared in front of him. The transparent figure walked up to Lin Yifun and stretched out a hand towards him. "Are you asking me for something?" Lin Yifun was stunned for a moment and asked hesitantly. The transparent figure actually nodded. Lin Yifun stared with his eyes almost popping out. He really didn't expect that this invisible man actually wanted something. But, after all, they were all made by others. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed at the crocodile meat and asked, "Do you want some alligator meat?" The invisible man turned his head and looked at the crocodile meat. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded slightly. "Would love to have alligator meat." Lin Yifun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing he lacked now was crocodile meat. After generously cutting off about 10 pounds of crocodile meat, he handed the meat to the invisible man. After the invisible man took the meat, he immediately started jumping on the spot, as if he was very happy. Lin Yifun didn't know how to respond, but he was really curious about where this invisible man came from. So he asked, "Hello, Master Founder, where are you from? Why is your body transparent?" However, the invisible man did not give him any response at all, because after he asked the question, the invisible man disappeared instantly. Also disappearing was the piece of crocodile meat. Chapter 66, Another Try. Why did the person suddenly disappear? Lin Yifun looked at the invisible man who suddenly disappeared. His brows furrowed, and his face was full of confusion. This person is really weird. He suddenly appears and disappears, and he is completely transparent. Is this really a human? It looks like a ghost. Is it a ghost? But do ghosts need to eat meat? Moreover, it would be fine if the invisible man suddenly appeared and disappeared. But where did the crocodile meat go? Such a big piece of meat. It's really weird that it just disappeared like that. Moreover, to make a weapon, one has to pay a separate crafting fee. Could it be that the invisible man is the blacksmith of the world of survival? If this is true, then the secrets of this world may be more than you can imagine. But now is not the time to think about these things. Now, the most important thing for Lin Yifun is to make the number of survivors in their area rank among the top 100. Otherwise, the survival store would not be able to be opened, and the supplies he donated would be wasted. Of course, even if the survival store cannot be opened this time, Lin Yifun believes that there will be a way to open it later. But time is money. Although some of the supplies in the survival store require extremely expensive contribution values, they can save a lot of searching time and can quickly increase strength, so they're still worth it. Not to mention, Lin Yifun also saw the attribute fruit in the survival store. However, one attribute fruit actually costs 5,000 contribution points, which is so expensive that Lin Yifun finds it a little hard to accept. But now, there's no clue how to find the attribute fruit, so even if the contribution value required is much, it is still a way to enhance strength. Therefore, the most important thing now is to quickly find primary supplies and accumulate contribution points for yourself. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Yifun then looked down at the knife in his hand. This turned out to be a two-handed machete. The blade alone is 1.2 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. The blade has a cutting edge on one side and a back on the other. The back of the blade is thick, while the blade has a cold glow, and you can tell at a glance that it is extremely sharp. Lin Yifun looked at the knife carefully and suddenly realized that it was not an ordinary machete at all. This is actually a Mo Dao. According to the legend, the Mo Dao. Once it comes out, both men and horses will be shattered. Lin Yifun picked up the Mo Dao, which was heavy, probably weighing more than 10 pounds. If he hadn't improved his physical fitness recently, he might have been able to pick it up, but it would have been difficult for him to wield it. But now, this weight is just right for him. Due to the limited space in the shelter, there was no way to test the knife, so he could only swing it around a little to get a feel for it, but he was satisfied. He believed that with this knife in hand, he would have a better chance of success whether he was chopping down trees or fighting wild beasts. Not to mention, he also had a bronze-level, wind-chasing, and cloud-breaking bow in his hand. In this way, he has a weapon to carry with him, whether for close combat or long-range attack. The only pity is that he hasn't found bird feathers yet, so he has no way to make new bows and arrows. When he got the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow, he had already used up 2 or 3 of the 20 arrows that were given to him. Although they could still be used after some repairs, he always felt that their accuracy was not as good. I still have to find a way to get some bird feathers and make a new batch of arrows. Lin Yifan thought about it and put up an order to buy bird feathers at the auction house, still using crocodile meat. After some consumption, there are still 300 or 400 kilograms of crocodile meat. Fortunately, the weather has been cold recently, so the meat will not spoil quickly even without special treatment. However, leaving it like this would not work. After thinking about it, Lin Yifan sent a message to Hong Xiaoqiang. Brother Hong, can you make dried meat? Hong Xiaoqiang was coaxing his daughter to sleep at this time and was about to get up to count the supplies while also preparing to go out and search for the things he needed tomorrow. Seeing the message sent by Lin Yifan, he quickly replied, "Of course, but a rainy day like this is not suitable for making dried meat. It will easily go bad unless it is baked into jerky." Lin Yifan thought about it and decided that it would be fine to bake the meat into jerky. At least it wouldn't be wasted. So he directly proposed a deal to Hong Xiaoqiang, traded the remaining crocodile meat to him, and then sent a message. "Then please take the trouble to make all this crocodile meat into jerky. Then I'll give you 1/3 of it as a reward." Lin Yifan has always been generous to his own people. Hong Xiaoqiang has been in contact with him for some time and knows his character, but he did not refuse. Without the crocodile meat taking up space, Lin Yifan's space ring finally had new space. But even so, he still placed a large amount of temporarily unused supplies in the shelter. Then he took the glowing stone and pure spirit grass and stepped out of the shelter. The moment you walk into the darkness, the shining stone suddenly emits white light. The brightness of the white light is similar to that of an incandescent lamp of 50 to 60 degrees, and it can illuminate the area within 2 meters around you. As he walked into the darkness, although Lin Yifan could still hear the strange whispers in his ears, the feeling of growing more restless the more he listened was alleviated a lot. Although I still feel a little irritated after listening to it for a long time, I can control it subjectively and will not lose control. Lin Yifan took a rough look at the surroundings and finally decided to go to the forest on the left first. There were few bushes and thorny vines in the forest on the left. He urgently needed to cut down trees and had no time to waste on clearing the road. As he was rushing to the forest, Chen Yunhua sent him a message. "Yifan, everyone in this area who is willing to donate supplies has already donated them. We have also transferred the supplies to those in need according to demand, but everyone has too little supplies. We can only upgrade the shelters of 1/3 of the people who have not been upgraded to the second level to the second level. As for the rest of the people, we really can't do anything." Lin Yifan took the time to look at the message and sent her a message directly. "How many people haven't upgraded their shelters to level 2? Chun, there are probably about 4,000 people." "Okay, I got it." After thinking about it, Lin Yifan sent another message. "First, find a way to distribute some of the strong mosquito repellent to those who haven't upgraded their shelters to level 2. Make sure they don't die within 3 hours. I will find a new batch of basic supplies within 3 hours and let them upgrade the shelter to level 2. After sending this message, he ignored Chen Yunhua and didn't care whether she could do it or not. Trust the people you employ. If you don't trust them, don't employ them. Lin Yifan had witnessed Chen Yunhua's management ability with his own eyes, and he believed that his old classmate could do it. And what he has to do is simple. Just cut down trees. Just smashing stones. Just digging clay. Chapter 67, Fighting for Others. Fortunately, there are plenty of trees and stones in this area. Although there is not much clay, Lin Yifan has asked others, and they know that as long as you dig half a meter underground, the soil you dig out can be considered clay. Therefore, if he had enough time now, it would be possible for him to gather the missing materials for those who have not yet upgraded to the second level shelter. However, this is not an easy task. To upgrade a level 1 shelter to a level 2 shelter, in addition to the level 2 shelter blueprint, it also requires 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and 30 units of clay. There is no shortage of blueprints now. Starting from the 3rd day, you can find the blueprints of the second level shelter in the white treasure chest. So now most people basically have the drawings ready, but it is not so easy to get all the materials. Because the survivors who have not yet upgraded their shelters to level 2 are basically the old, weak, and sick. They have no ability to cut down trees or hit stones, let alone dig clay. So, even though only a few materials are needed, so many people are unable to upgrade the shelter to level 2. Lin Yifan took a deep breath, faced the freshly made machete, and began to cut down trees quickly. I have to say that the black iron grade is worthy of being called the black iron grade. and it is far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons. Before, when he used an axe, it took him at least 3 to 5 minutes to chop down a tree. Even though his physical strength had been greatly enhanced with the blessing of the freedom attribute, it still took him at least 2 minutes to chop down a tree. But now, only 2 cuts are needed and a tree falls down. And it doesn't matter what kind of tree it is. Even for a relatively hard pine tree, it basically only takes 3 cuts. Cutting down a tree can yield at least 3 units of wood. If the pine tree is harder, you can harvest up to 6 units of wood. The only pity is that he didn't get a critical hit today, otherwise his speed would have been even faster. Lin Yifan held his breath and started chopping trees quickly without stopping. It only took him 40 minutes to chop out 20,000 units of primary wood. Lin Yifan's hands were shaking as he looked at the piles of wood. Even though his physical strength had reached an excellent level, such high-intensity tree chopping was still too exhausting. He found a piece of wood to sit on, took a deep breath, and began to send a message to Chen Yunhua. 20,000 units of primary wood. Is that enough? At this time, Chen Yunhua was still collecting mugwort and mint. Lin Yifan had previously announced the formula of powerful mosquito repellent. So everyone in the district knows that these 2 things are used to make mosquito repellents. So if someone occasionally comes across these 2 medicinal herbs, they will collect them. However, Lin Yifan had never purchased these 2 materials on the market. All the materials he used to make the primary mosquito repellent were grown by himself using high-quality cultivation soil. This also means that the mugwort and mint in most people's hands are useless. The Heaven Earth Society had also purchased these 2 materials, but except for the members who joined them, others basically did not trust them, so they did not hand over the materials. Because of this, Chen Yunhua's collection was relatively smooth. With the support of a large population base, he actually acquired a lot and was able to produce probably another 300 to 500 copies. She was originally planning to hand this batch of materials to Lin Yifan, but she didn't expect that he would come to her first. But when she saw the message Lin Yifan sent her, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes and almost thought she was dazzled. He sent a message with disbelief on his face. 20,000 pieces of primary wood? Are you serious? Lin Yifan didn't have time to explain and initiated the transaction directly. However, a few moments after initiating the transaction, he canceled it. It would be fine if 20,000 pieces of wood were left in the wild, but Chen Yunhua was in the shelter, and if such a large amount of wood was piled in, it would probably burst her secondary shelter. After Chen Yunhua saw the transaction information, she believed it was true. With a shocked look on his face, he sent a message. How did you do that? Even if it was someone he trusted, Lin Yifan would not tell him his details, so he just said perfunctorily, "Don't worry about this. I got it by luck. I will trade this batch of materials to you in batches. You can give them to those who need them first. There will be another batch of stones and clay later, but stones and clay are relatively difficult to obtain. See how much everyone has, especially those who are unwilling to donate. Try to buy the materials they have first. If you don't have enough supplies to purchase, you can go find your bestie and ask her to find another teammate of mine. He has enough meat." Lin Yifan really had no choice. What was easy as the machete in his hand allowed him to chop down trees quickly, but it was a different story with stone and clay. There were not many stones in the area near him. Of course, there was a place with some stones, but it would take him more than 10 minutes to get there. Even if he tried his best, he would not be able to collect so many stones in such a short time. After saying that, he traded 1,000 units of wood. Chen Yunhua also traded mugwort and mint to him, and Lin Yifan did not refuse. He quickly rubbed all the herbs into powerful mosquito repellent and traded it to him. Although Chen Yunhua didn't know how Lin Yifan managed to get so much wood in such a short time. But since they didn't want to talk, she didn't dare to ask more. As for the stones and clay, she wasn't that worried and sent a message casually. There's not a lot of shortage of stones and clay. For most ordinary people, picking up stones is more costly than cutting down trees. As for clay, the amount used is a little less, and it has rained recently, so it's easier to get. Right now, the shortage of these 2 items is probably only about 500 to 600 copies, so you don't have to worry too much. Only 500 or 600 copies were missing, which made Lin Yifan breathe a sigh of relief. If the stone also needs 20,000 copies, then he really has no idea what to do. Now this is the only thing missing. It's not difficult. Lin Yifan did not delay and quickly began to collect stones after standing up. Although there were relatively few stones in their area, there were still quite a few of them in the forest. Lin Yifan spent an hour or so collecting about 600 pieces of stones, and then spent another hour collecting about 500 pieces of clay. After trading all the materials to Chun Yunhua, he collapsed to the ground. The rain was getting heavier at this time, and the big raindrops hit Lin Yifun's face, which was a bit painful. But he was too tired. So even so, I still lay down and rested for more than 10 minutes before I finally recovered. However, when he looked at the wildly rising contribution value, he felt so relieved. Although he worked very hard for 3 hours, he managed to accumulate more than 20,000 contribution points, which was enough for him to exchange for many things. For example, the synthesis room blueprint that he wanted the most. As long as he could successfully open the survival store tomorrow, he could get this blueprint. There are also ceramics, glass, and lacquer tree juice, which are also available in the survival store. As long as he can exchange them, his bathroom can be built. Lin Yifun's fatigue seemed to dissipate a lot as soon as he thought about having a clean and tidy bathroom soon. However, just when he was about to get up and go home, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps not far away. His muscles suddenly tensed up, and he turned his head cautiously to look at the place where the sound came from. But what I saw was a person. Chapter 68, Maggot-Filled Skeleton. Yes, it looks like one person. The man stood in the fog, and his face was unclear. Although glowstone can emit light and dispel fog, the range it can dispel is only 2 or 3 square meters. And the place where that person was standing happened to be at the very edge of the light. The hazy fog allowed one to clearly see that it was a person, but one could not see his face clearly. He was standing in the fog, neither moving forward nor backward. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Lin Yifun always felt that his eyes were on him at this moment. A chill rose from his back involuntarily, and he shuddered subconsciously. He stood up carefully, holding the machete tightly in his hand, and said with a vigilant look on his face, "Brother, who are you?" However, the other party did not answer his question and still stood there stupidly. Lin Yifun swallowed his saliva, his expression full of hesitation. Logically speaking, his best choice at this moment was to run away. As long as he can run back to the shelter, he can ensure his own safety regardless of whether the person is a human or not, or whether he is dangerous or not. But for some reason, he had a vague feeling that if he turned around and ran now, there would be great danger. Although he didn't trust his sixth sense very much, his sixth sense was not wrong after coming to the survival world. Now his sixth sense tells him that there is danger. He dares not and cannot gamble. So after standing there and hesitating for a moment, he gripped the knife handle with both hands and carefully moved in the direction of the man. He took every step carefully, and after each step, his eyes were fixed on the man, afraid that he would react. However, what was strange was that the man clearly did not react at all, but Lin Yifun took several steps forward and found that the distance between the two of them did not change at all. He was still standing in the coverage of the glory stone, and that person was still standing on the edge of the light of the glory stone. He took a few more steps forward and found that the distance between them had not changed at all. Moreover, even if he stepped back, the distance between them did not change. However, just when he wanted to turn around, that inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose again. It was as if that person would turn into a demon in an instant and tear him to pieces quickly. Such a strange situation made Lin Yifun's forehead break out in cold sweat, and he muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on? Could it be that there are ghost walls in the world of survival?" He reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and then suddenly discovered that the figure seemed to be holding something in his hand. This thing was just blocked by the fog, and I could only barely see that it was a stick, but was it really a stick? Lin Yifun wasn't sure, but at this moment he suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, the sexy little wild cat, who treated him like a fish in a pond, told him one thing: there are wild people in this world. Moreover, this guy can wear modern people's clothes and hold an axe in his hand, but he looks dazed and is completely like a walking corpse. The most important thing is that according to this sexy little wild cat, the savage is very fast and can move freely in the fog. Could it be that the person in front of me is the so-called savage? The figure could not be seen clearly, but Lin Yifun was certain that the person in front of him must have been a man, otherwise he would not be so tall. And the wooden stick in his hand, which looks like a stick, may not necessarily be a stick. After all he could see was only a dozen centimeters, and there might be an axe underneath. If we could see clearly what this person is wearing, perhaps we could confirm it. Unfortunately, he had no way of getting close. But if this person is really the wild man that sexy little wild cat mentioned, then its appearance here is enough to show that this place is not far from the shelter of sexy little wildcat. At least there's a chance to find it. But now, Lin Yifan was sure that he dared not provoke this person, so after hesitating for a moment, he decisively began to retreat towards the shelter. Fortunately, he was very familiar with this area, and even if he retreated without looking at the road, he could easily find shelter. But the journey that was supposed to take only a dozen minutes took half an hour, causing Lin Yifan to waste all the time of a glowing stone. Lin Yifan felt a little painful because he only had 9 pieces of glowing stones in total, and each glowing stone could shine for 3 hours, so there were only 27 hours in total. Nowadays, apart from the blue treasure chest, there is no other way to get it. It is really one less piece as you use it. But he only felt pain for a moment, and then he let go of all his emotions. Because he discovered that at the moment when the shining stone was pressed, the person who had kept the same distance from him from beginning to end began to approach him. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Yifan, instantly plunging him into endless fear as if he would be wiped out by this aura in the next second. Having finally lived a carefree life, how could Lin Yifan bear to die? Even though he was so frightened that his whole body was numb, he still bit his tongue hard, forced himself back to reason, turned around, and pushed open the door of the shelter. There was a large fire burning in the hall of the shelter, and the warm light shone through the open door and onto the fog at the entrance. In an instant, the fog began to twist wildly like a living thing, and then quickly dispersed in all directions. All the places where the light shines are empty. The person who was originally shrouded in fog was completely exposed as the fog dissipated. Looking at the person in front of him, Lin Yifan took a breath of cold air and his scalp almost exploded. How can this be a human being? It's a bunch of maggots. Countless maggots were crawling and twisting on a skeleton, densely packed and countless. Occasionally a hint of grayish-white bone would show up, but it would soon be filled with maggots. That's right, the so-called person in front of me is just a skeleton crawling with maggots. A monster that can make everyone feel extremely disgusted and not want to even take a second look at it. But the weird thing is, it can move. He even held a rusty, broken axe in his hand, and the connection between the axe handle and his hand was covered with maggots. Lin Yifan looked at the densely packed maggots and subconsciously took a half step back. Even he felt nauseous and his stomach was churning. He almost couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. Chapter 69, Maggot Human Bones. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth hard and finally suppressed the urge to vomit. It's not that he didn't want to vomit. It's simply because he didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. Because the monster was still approaching him. Even though the light from the fire had dispersed the fog, the monster was still moving forward. When Lin Yifan saw the monster's appearance clearly, a string of information finally appeared in front of him. Contaminated maggot human bones. Level 1. Attack method, physical attack. Skills, wild axe slashing. Special reminder, maggot human bones are special monsters that are mysteriously contaminated. All maggots must be burned to ashes to be completely destroyed. Although this monster is dangerous, crises also come with opportunities. It depends on whether you are brave enough. Maggot human bones? The name is quite descriptive. Although the humanoid monster in front of him still barely maintains its human form, it is actually no longer a human. It was just a skeleton covered with countless maggots, and looking at the clothes left on the skeleton, Lin Yifan could roughly determine that this monster should be the wild man that the sexy little wildcat had seen before, because the remaining clothes on his body and the axe in his hand indicated this. Lin Yifan had guessed at the beginning that the so-called savage should be a human being who was lost in the strange whispers and became a walking corpse. But now it seems that his original guess was not accurate enough. It is estimated that the reason why humans who were lost in the strange area became zombies was because they were controlled by these maggots. The flesh and blood of lost people will also become a source of nutrition for these maggots. But I didn't expect that in just a few days, all my flesh and blood would be devoured. It seems that the crises in this world are countless, and natural disasters are only a part of them. Perhaps this strange whisper is a more terrifying existence. Moreover, this thing actually followed him here. What on earth does it want to do? Lin Yifan's face gradually became heavy. He didn't know if this thing would break into the shelter, but he knew that no matter whether he could break in or not, he had to destroy this damn thing. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. He gritted his teeth, holding the machete tightly in both hands, and when the monster came within 2 meters of him, he chopped it down without hesitation. He used almost all his strength in this strike. The blade weighs more than 10 pounds, and when combined with the force brought by the momentum, it probably weighs 1,000 pounds. He wanted to write, and even if there was a stone pillar in front of him, he could probably chisel out a mark. Not to mention, it's just a skeleton full of maggots. Lin Yifan was full of confidence, but strangely, his knife was actually blocked. What blocked his sword was the tattered axe in its hand. It held the axe in one hand, and its eyes, which were made of maggots, were looking straight at Lin Yifan. Obviously, such eyes should be empty, but Lin Yifan felt as if he was being locked in, and every cell in his body was about to burst. Most importantly, it's powerful. Although Lin Yifan did not use all his strength in this blow, he basically used 70 of his strength. However, it blocked it easily with just one hand holding the axe, which made Lin Yifan shocked. But what really made him feel upset was not the power of this maggot monster, but the strange whisper in his ear that suddenly became smaller. When he entered the darkness earlier, he had the green spirit flower on him, so although he could still hear the whispers, which had a slight impact on him, he was able to suppress them with his willpower. However, at this moment, the originally slight whisper suddenly became several times louder, as if a speaker was playing in his ears, which immediately made him upset and restless. No, if we continue like this, we're going to be in danger. Lin Yifan shook his head vigorously, suppressing his annoyance, and quickly stepped back. He really didn't expect that even though he was carrying the Qingling flower on him, he would still be affected. No, we can't fight in the wild. We must retreat to the shelter first. When it comes to his own safety, Lin Yifan did not hesitate or be stubborn at all. He turned around and retreated back to the shelter. However, what was unbelievable to him was that before, as long as he retreated back to the shelter, the strange whispers would disappear. But this time he was standing inside the shelter, but the whispers that made him agitated, although the volume had dropped a lot, were still ringing in his ears. His mind was constantly being teased. Although he could remain sane and clear-headed in the short term, if it went on for too long, his sanity would sooner or later be completely destroyed. Lin Yifan suddenly raised his head, staring at the maggots and human bones outside the door, his eyes becoming firmer little by little. At the same time, I began to think, how can I completely eliminate this thing? Obviously, what controls the maggot human bones is not the human bones inside, but the maggots on top. But the problem is, there are countless maggots. Could it be that every maggot is the controller? The previous information prompts of this thing also made it very clear that all the maggots must be eliminated in order to completely destroy this maggot human bones. That means every maggot is a controller. This really gave Lin Yifan a headache. Although his knife attack was blocked, even if he had chopped it down, it probably wouldn't have had much impact on this thing. At most, it could only kill a few bugs, but for such a large number of bugs, the damage caused would probably be negligible. Maybe you could try a fire attack. Lin Yifan turned around and picked up a piece of burning wood from the brazier. After walking to the door, he threw the wood towards the maggot human bones. However, it was blocked by maggot human bones with an axe. But Lin Yifan had anticipated this might happen. So when he was picking up the wood just now, he deliberately picked up a piece that had been mostly burned into charcoal. Although the main body was opened by the axe, the charcoal was brittle to begin with and exploded into sparks all over the sky, many of which fell on the maggot human bones. Suddenly, Lin Yifan saw several insects that touched the charcoal fire fell to the ground and were scalded to death. Sure enough, I'm afraid of fire. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. He had been wondering why this thing kept following him. You know, when a sexy little wildcat saw it before, although it would chase people, it could not get close to the shelter. But now, they can stand at the door of the shelter, and it seems that they have no intention of leaving. Now, he had a guess in his mind that this thing might be chasing the light, because all insects have one nature, which is to follow the light. Even though their nemesis is fire, they will still chase after light and flames uncontrollably. It seems that it is not that difficult to deal with this thing. Chapter 70, Another Blue Treasure Chest. Lin Yifan looked intently at the maggot human bones who was standing in front of the shelter door, searching for him left and right. He took out a bow and arrow from the space, then pulled out a handful of thatch that had been left behind, rolled it into a straw rope, and then wrapped the rope around the arrow. Then he took out the wild boar meat that Hong Xiaoqiang had given him and cut off the fat. However, wild boar meat had more lean meat than fat, and even after a lot of effort, it was only the size of a fist. Lin Yifan threw the fat into the frying pan and put on a fire to boil the oil. He needed to make a rocket that could burn. Although animal fat was not as flammable as diesel and gasoline, it could still be used. But the quantity was still a little too little. After thinking about it, Lin Yifan went to find Hong Xiaoqiang and asked him for some more fat, which filled a whole pot of hot oil. Lin Yifan was afraid that the straw rope would not be able to absorb the grease, so he tore off a piece of cloth from the pajamas he had worn before and stuffed the cloth into the straw rope, then carefully poured the lard on it. Wait until the cloth and straw rope on the arrowhead are soaked with lard. Then put the arrow on the fire and light it. When the entire arrow was burning with a large flame, he took the remaining hot oil and the frying pan to the door. The maggots and human bones outside the door are still wandering around, with no intention of leaving. Lin Yifan took the frying pan, waited slightly, found the right angle, and poured the hot oil in the pan directly onto the maggot human bones. Maggots and human bones can use an axe to resist the attack, but hot oil is a liquid and cannot be blocked by a small axe. Sure enough, although part of the hot oil was blocked, most of it still splashed onto the body of maggot human bones. The hot oil was very hot, and it scalded many maggots to death, but compared to the number of maggots on the maggot human bones, it was just a drop in the bucket. However, the maggot human bones obviously had no sense of pain. Even when hot oil was applied to their bodies, they did not react at all. However, it would be enough to just pour hot oil on the maggot human bones. Lin Yifan took out the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow from the space, walked to the door, drew the bow and arrow, and pointed it directly at the maggot human bones. That's right. Lin Yifan's solution is to use fire. The burning wood would be blocked if thrown over, but this was a bronze-level bow and arrow, and he didn't believe that a mere level 2 maggot human bones could dodge it. Now the maggot human bones are covered with hot oil. As long as they are ignited, they will definitely be burned clean. Whoosh! The burning arrow created a sonic boom in the air. The flame on the arrow even stretched out a long tail. This arrow exactly met Lin Yifan's expectations. Although maggot human bones tried to block it, it was unable to do so. The arrow directly pierced the head of the maggot human bone. The flame that was ignited before did not go out, but animal oil was not like gasoline and diesel, so it burned a little slowly. However, it is fuel after all, and it will eventually burn if you take time. Sure enough, after about 2 or 3 minutes, the oil on the maggot human bones was finally ignited. In just a moment, flames instantly spread all over the body of maggot human bones. Countless twisted insects struggled and twisted continuously, and then died in the flames. The remaining maggots finally sensed the danger and crawled toward the ground frantically, trying to escape. However, Lin Yifan had anticipated this, so he also ignited the grease on the ground. Half an hour later, the burning flames finally consumed all the lard, and the flames slowly stopped. The maggots on the maggot human bones were finally all killed, leaving only a human skeleton scattered on the ground. And next to the human bones, there's a blue treasure chest, emitting a faint blue light. Lin Yifan looked at the blue treasure chest, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It can even drop a treasure chest. It was hard for Lin Yifan to be unhappy. He had only gotten one blue treasure chest so far, and he had opened a lot of good things in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed so well now. Now that he can get the second one, he will probably be able to increase his strength a lot. However, although the treasure chest was an unexpected surprise, the pile of human bones next to the treasure chest was what really attracted Lin Yifan's attention. Before the maggot human bones died, one could only vaguely see the bones inside through the maggots, which were pale white. But now, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the bone had undergone a strange change. It is no longer a cold pale white, but a warm jade white color. Under the red moonlight, it actually has a holy beauty. Lin Yifan took the glorious stone and put on the pure spirit flower. Then he carefully walked out of the shelter and came to the side of the human bones. A pile of holy mysterious bones, left after the maggot human bones were killed. Function: unknown. Special tip: a pile of bones that look useless but look good. Maybe they can be used for sacrifice. Sacrifice? Lin Yifan looked at the information on the human bones, and his brows twitched slightly. It turned out that these were bones that could be used for sacrifice, but who could be sacrificed to? Could it be that it is burned for Guanyin Bodhisattva? Lin Yifan sneered. After all, it was something that could trigger information, so he collected the human bones. But these things are human remains, after all, and it's a bit disconcerting to see them in a shelter. He took an empty treasure chest, packed it up, and threw it in a corner. As for sacrifices and such, he is not interested. If worshipping gods works, why would he work so hard? What needed to be done had been done, so Lin Yifan picked up the blue treasure chest and returned to the shelter. Speaking of which, he also collected several treasure chests during the day today, including 3 white treasure chests, 2 green treasure chests, and this blue treasure chest, none of which have been opened yet. There was only a little over an hour left until 12 o'clock, so he still wanted to wait and see if he could get a good buff tomorrow that would help him open the treasure chest. At this time, he received a message from Chun Yunhua. Lin Yifan, all the supplies you collected have been distributed to those in need. Currently, everyone in our entire 10086 area has upgraded their shelters to level 2. As a result, there will be absolutely no problem with this natural disaster. When Lin Yifan saw the message, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all the effort, if there is no result at all, he will really become autistic. I replied, "Okay, I got it. Keep an eye on this. If the number of survivors drops rapidly, tell me immediately." "No problem." Chun Yunhua hesitated for a moment and sent a message asking, "By the way, can you see the rankings now? What is our district rank? Are we confident that we can be in the top 200? Just at this time, it was 12 o'clock. Now the task progress will be reported once every hour. The new task progress is finally here. Chapter 71, Good News. In the previous 2 broadcasts, Lin Yifan was either desperately chopping trees, picking up stones, and digging clay, or chasing after maggots and human bones. Even if there was a mission announcement, he simply didn't have the time to read it, so much so that he didn't even know what their district's current ranking was. Now that the new report is out, I finally have time to watch it. He quickly turned on the light screen and saw that the information on it had been updated. Report the progress of the mosquito swarm disaster. Report once every hour. Countdown to this natural disaster. 8 hours. Ends at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Current remaining number of people in District 10086. 63,322. Currently ranked 43rd. Congratulations to the survivor Mr. Yifan for his outstanding contribution to District 10086 during this natural disaster. His current contribution value is 15,321 points, ranking 1st in the district. This information can only be viewed by the survivor himself. Lin Yifan looked at this string of information and felt relieved. Although he tried so hard, many people still died in their area, but the ranking did improve a bit and they have entered the top 50. In this way, the chances of staying in the top 200 will be much greater. As for his personal contribution value, it has increased by more than 10,000 points. Apart from anything else, at least he can easily get the synthesis room blueprint. Now they just need to ensure that their district's ranking remains stable in the top 200, but it doesn't look like it should be too difficult at this point. After all, it has come to this point, and most of the dam survivors are dead, and the remaining ones basically have level 2 shelters and can survive this natural disaster. It's a pity that I couldn't get into a higher ranking. If I could get into the top 3, there would probably be better rewards. But this is not something that Lin Yifan can do alone. He has done everything he can, and there is nothing he can do anymore. After he told Chun Yunhua the district ranking, he no longer paid attention to it. Because it is already 12 o'clock, a new day has come, and his buff can be refreshed again. At this moment, nothing is more important than refreshing the buff. He couldn't wait to open the personal information. Name, Lin Yifan. Strength 9. Agility 12. Stamina 13. Intelligence 9. Remaining attribute points 0. Age 23. Life level excellent human. Talent random buff 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Lottery available. Life skills. Basic skinning. Proficiency 1000/6. Special item. Mithril cast iron pot. Only one. Created by Barrelet. Attributes. Delicious +2 physical strength recovery +1. Item status. Damaged can be restored by finding materials. Materials needed. Mithril 0 of 2. Intermediate pig iron 50 halves satisfied. Note. This is an iron pot carefully made by the blacksmith apprentice Barrelet. It is his true love. If anyone steals his iron pot, he will fight to the death. Evaluation. You are now an excellent human being. Your physical fitness is already among the best among humans, but don't be proud, you are still very weak. Lin Yifan looked at his increasingly long personal information and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He is now an excellent human being after all. If he can draw a good buff, his personal ability may be able to improve a little. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together and worshipped all the gods and Buddhas in the sky with utmost piety before he began to draw lots. Draw lots. Successful draw. Today's buff. Good news when unboxing. Opening a box brings joy. Whether you open a treasure box or a treasure chest, anything that is related to luck will bring you extra surprises. Lin Yifan was a little disappointed. What he wanted most was actually the sublimation of the item. Now he has a blue treasure chest in his hand. If he can open it and get items to upgrade, then this blue treasure chest can be upgraded into a purple treasure chest. Although the blue treasure chest is very precious, it is far inferior to the purple treasure chest. Referring to the things that come out of the green treasure chest and the blue treasure chest, their values are not at the same level at all. But now he has no choice. Even though the blue treasure chest is very precious now, this survival world gives him the feeling that it is too much like a game world. The only difference is probably that the people here are real people. Each one is flesh and blood. Once dead, they are dead, and there will never be a chance of resurrection. From a game perspective, he is only in the novice village now. Development in the novice village is always the most basic and also the most important. If you can lay a solid foundation when you are a novice, you will go further in the future. Correspondingly, many precious materials in the novice period will soon be eliminated. The blue treasure chests seem rare now, but the green treasure chests were also rare 2 days ago. But today during the day, there are already a lot of green treasure chests, so who knows, in a few days, blue treasure chests will be everywhere. Therefore, at this stage, the best option is to use all the existing materials on yourself and turn them into your own strength. So Lin Yifan didn't hesitate anymore. He moved out all the treasure chests and prepared to open them all at once. Today he has 3 white chests, 2 green chests, and 1 blue chest. Out of personal habit, Lin Yifan starts from the white treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. Good news for unboxing. Congratulations to all the items you got this time. The quantity has doubled. Get 250g of white sugar times 2. Get 500g salt x2. Good job. Lin Yifan exclaimed, what a guy. He originally thought that today's opening the box buff would give him an extra reward when he opened the treasure chest. I didn't expect this joy to be so real. The harvest is directly doubled. Although it is not as good as the critical hit he had drawn before, it is also very good. Moreover, sugar and salt are daily necessities. Lin Yifan had never gotten them before. He had to exchange them with others in the trading house. Not only were the quantities very small, but the exchange conditions were also extremely harsh. Now that he has 500 grams of sugar and 1 kilogram of salt, he won't have to worry about these things for a long time. However, Lin Yifan was very curious about one thing. Does the joy in unboxing joy mean that the rewards are different? In order to verify it quickly, Lin Yifan quickly took out another white treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. Good news for unboxing. You can choose the category of the unboxing items. The categories are as follows: food, daily necessities, and general supplies. Please choose. You can even choose how to classify the items you unpack. This is so awesome. And the joy in joy when unboxing is indeed random. Then it is not impossible to get the item sublime buff randomly. Chapter 72. Just some flashy stuff. Lin Yifan's heart was full of hope, but now he had to choose the category first. The supplies that could be obtained from the white treasure chest are basically very common primary supplies. Even if it is food, they will only give some ordinary food that can fill their stomachs. As for ordinary supplies, he could chop out tens of thousands of units of wood in 3 hours. Lin Yifan now has no shortage of food or common supplies, so the only things he can choose are daily necessities. It's just a white treasure chest, nothing to worry about. Lin Yifan made his choice directly. I choose daily necessities. Congratulations on receiving 5 packs of wet wipes and 1 box of Dole's condoms. I wish you a happy life. Wet wipes are fine and are definitely useful supplies. At least using wet wipes when pooping is definitely cleaner than using paper towels. But what about this condom? In this damn place, what's the point of giving him a condom? Get a female alligator? Lin Yifan was really speechless. He just threw the condom into the space without even bothering to look at it again. Just some flashy stuff. But suddenly, Lin Yifan took out the condom again and frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if this is a real survival game in single-player mode, It is highly unlikely to give out this kind of props that are only used by 2 or even more people. Unless, this isn't really a single-player survival game. It's just a single-player game for now. It seems that we need to prepare in advance. Although humans are social animals, when too many people gather together, various conflicts will arise. If Lin Yifan doesn't want to lose his advantages in the future and become a stepping stone for others, he must always stay far ahead. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists suddenly, his face full of determination. Then he took out 3 green treasure chests and opened them all. Intermediate iron block times 45. Original cut steak times 6. Simmons mattress times 1. Glass times 9. Seamless underwear times 3. Kitchen knife Atlas times 1. Black iron raincoat times 1. 888 cold remedy formula times 1. Pheasant feathers times 600. The 3 green treasure chests randomly got the 3 buffs of double items, category selection, and urgent matching required. This allowed him to get the things he needed most urgently. For example, pheasant feathers. When he got the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, the arrows that came with it had been almost used up. Although he had learned how to make bows and arrows, he had never found a required material, bird feathers. He had originally planned to wait until the golden eagle shed its feathers and then pick up their feathers to make bows and arrows. But for some reason, Mao Mao hasn't lost any hair until now. That's true. Not a single hair has fallen out. Lin Yifan was very puzzled. As a bird, why did it not shed any feathers at all? Logically speaking, as a young bird, it should shed feathers frequently, because only when the earliest down falls off will harder feathers grow. But the strange thing is that Mao Mao doesn't shed hair. It's a stingy eagle. The collapse of this hope gave Lin Yifan a headache. If all the arrows in his hand were used up, then his trump card, wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, would be nothing more than a piece of scrap copper and iron. Now, bird feathers are finally available. 600 bird feathers were enough to make 60 arrows, enough for him to use in a short period of time. The black iron grade raincoat is also what Lin Yifan urgently needs right now. Although the straw raincoat is also useful, it is too heavy and not very flexible after all. But the most precious thing that came out of these 3 green treasure chests would have to be the 888 cold remedy recipe. Many people have caught a cold now. Although the ginger king soup that Lin Yifan sold before has a certain therapeutic effect, these people from Earth have been taking medicine whenever they catch a cold since they were young. Therefore, the body has already developed drug resistance. The healing effect of the original Chinese herbal medicine, Jianwang decoction, is actually very weak and far inferior to the effect of 888 cold relief. Therefore, as long as Lin Yifan can produce 888 cold remedy, he will be able to make a lot of money for a long time to come. Because up to now, there has not been a single prescription on the market, and the one in Lin Yifan's hand is probably the first one in the entire district. The probability of finding a prescription in a green treasure chest is probably very low. Otherwise, with Ruan Qingtan's special talent, she should have been able to find it long ago. As for the prescription, Lin Yifan learned it without hesitation. He could teach other skills to others, but he wanted to do the medicine making himself, because he will not put his life in the hands of others and let others decide it. That is to say, the herb picking skill book has not appeared yet, otherwise he would have to learn another skill. Lin Yifan moved the Simmons mattress into the room and placed down the wooden bed before he began to change his underwear. Yes, clean underwear is also a necessity for him. After coming here, although he changed clothes frequently, he never had underwear. This made him feel quite uncomfortable. It's really nice to be able to get a new one now. It's a pity that the bathroom has not been repaired yet. Otherwise, taking a hot bath would be a real pleasure. But now we have glass, ceramics, and pig iron. Once the intermediate stones are produced, the bathroom facilities will be complete. After storing away the items from the green treasure chest, Lin Yifan took out the blue treasure chest. The last blue treasure chest not only yielded spiritual crystals that allowed it to hatch the fine carving, but also 3 Xianling fruits that could increase random attributes, and Guangyao stones that could dispel fog at night. This allowed Lin Yifan to grow rapidly. But that was also thanks to the double harvest buff last time, otherwise he would only get 1/3 of the things. This time, getting the buff from the box depends entirely on luck. If you're not extremely lucky, you may not be able to bring rich supplies like the previous blue treasure box. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan did not have the ability to force his own talent and could only choose to leave it to fate. After praying deeply, he prepared to open the blue treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. Good news for unboxing. Among the items opened in this treasure chest, a random item will undergo a mutation. Obtain primary Xianling fruit ×2. Get appraisal ticket ×1. Get mountain bike ×1. Appraisal scroll triggers opening the box for joy, causing a mutation and becoming Eye of Appraisal. Lin Yifun's eyes widened as he looked at the string of information in front of him. It is worthy of being called a blue treasure chest. Every item that comes out of it is so precious. The primary Xianling fruit that he had been thinking about all the time finally got it again. Without thinking, he stuffed 2 Xianling fruits into his mouth and gained 4 random attributes. However, he did not assign attributes, but instead touched the mountain bike in front of him lovingly. Chapter 73, The Eye of Identification. For Lin Yifun, this mountain bike is really a pleasant surprise. Given his current physical condition, the chance of encountering danger when going out to search for supplies is actually not very high. Even if he happened to encounter some wild beasts and birds of prey, he had the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow in his hand, so he could kill almost anyone he saw. Unless you encounter a ferocious beast like a tiger or a lion, even a crocodile can be killed with some tricks. However, what bothers him most now is actually the hurry. How fast can you go just on your own 2 feet? Besides, although his physical fitness is much better than before, he is not a god after all. Just like tonight, he was able to cut down so many trees in such a short time, and he was risking his life. If he hadn't been chased by the maggot human bones, forcing him to fight for his life, and finally getting a blue treasure chest, he would have probably gone back to his room to sleep. How can I last until 12 o'clock? Anyway, he has done his best and left the rest to fate. He has done what he should do, and he can't care about the rest. Traveling is also a physically demanding activity, not to mention that it takes a lot of time. For example, it takes an hour and a half to get to the water pond from the shelter. He had imagined before how nice it would be if he had a means of transportation, such as a mountain motorcycle. Although this mountain bike is not as good as a mountain motorcycle, it is better than nothing. Lin Yifun happily played with the mountain bike for a while, then turned his attention to the last item. That was a ball of light. No, it was not a ball of light at the beginning. It was a scroll at the beginning. After being upgraded, it became a ball of light. What exactly is the Eye of Identification? Lin Yifun didn't know, but he vaguely felt that this thing was definitely an incredible good thing. I just don't know how to use it. He stretched out his hand carefully and touched the light with his fingertips, then was discovered and a string of information appeared in front of him. Eye of Identification, a special skill item that can be integrated with both eyes. Is it integrated? It's actually a skill-type special item. Lin Yifun raised his eyebrows, but did not hesitate and directly chose fusion. Whoosh! The moment he made his choice, a ball of light flew towards him instantly, then split into a slightly smaller ball of light in front of his eyes and penetrated into his eyes. As soon as the ball of light entered his eyes, Lin Yifun suddenly felt a coolness in his eyes, but it was not uncomfortable, just like 2 drops of eye drops were dropped into them. After a while, the cool feeling continued to fade away, and he opened his eyes, but didn't feel much. If there is any difference, it is probably that his vision has become clearer. He originally had a slight myopia, about 100 degrees. But because I don't like wearing glasses and it doesn't affect my life much, I have never worn glasses. But myopia is always myopia, and it will have some impact to some extent. But now he feels his eyes are extremely clear, and it is very likely that his myopia has been cured. Just cure one myopia? Lin Yifun frowned, feeling a little disappointed, although it was a good thing to be able to cure his myopia. But no matter what, this is something that came out of the blue treasure chest, and it has been upgraded. That's the result? Wait, they were talking about Eye of Appraisal, so it must be related to appraisal. Lin Yifun suddenly remembered something. Before, Chen Yinhua wanted to exchange powerful mosquito repellent from him and gave him a special drawing. The instructions attached to this drawing require an appraiser or an appraisal card to be identified. Now that he has obtained the Eye of Identification, can he also identify it? Thinking of this, Lin Yifun quickly took out the special drawing. Sure enough, as soon as the drawing appeared in front of him, the text description underwent new changes. Special drawings need to be identified by an appraiser or an identification card to know the item information. Item level, currently unknown, at least rare or above. Do you want to identify? It can indeed be identified. Lin Yifun was delighted and immediately thought, identification. As his thoughts came to an end, he found that his eyes were once again slightly cool. As the coolness came, the drawing in front of him also changed. Originally, there was nothing on this blueprint, just a few special gray lines. You can vaguely feel it's a bit mysterious, but from the patterns on it, you can't tell what this drawing is at all. But now, the gray drawing slowly faded away and revealed its original appearance. The message has changed as well. Primary wall construction drawings. Grade, excellent. Materials required per square meter. Granite 30 to 0. Lime 40 out of 0. Glutinos risa 10 kg onol. Everything within the wall is considered a refuge. When Lin Yifan saw the last 8 words, his eyes lit up like lights. Within the walls, find shelter. Doesn't that mean that as long as he can build a wide enough wall and enclose an area, the entire area can be considered a shelter? He always felt that he could only stay in the shelter at night, and he needed to bring the glowing stone and pure spirit flower with him when he had a meal or even went out for a walk. Even so, he might still encounter danger. This kind of life is really depressing. Moreover, whether it is a shelter or a ring space, the space inside is limited. When there are too many supplies, there is simply no room for them. Although supplies such as stones and what can be placed outside the shelter, it is very troublesome to go out and get them at night. But if he could enclose a yard with a wall, these problems would not exist. And the most important thing is that he can grow vegetables in the yard outside the shelter. That's right, it's growing vegetables. Lin Yifan had observed the land here before. Although it was not very fertile, it was not very barren either. If you take good care of it and have seeds, there is no problem growing your own vegetables. However, there is too little time during the day, not enough to collect supplies and treasure chests, let alone have time to turn the soil and grow vegetables. There is plenty of time when it is dark, but I cannot go out, so I can only sit around and pick my feet in the shelter every day. Once the fence is built, you can grow vegetables in the yard at night, which is so comfortable. As long as he built enough walls, the yard would become bigger and bigger, and there was hope of building a manor or even a city in the future. The more Lin Yifan thought about it, the more excited he became. However, when he saw those materials, he couldn't help but have a headache. Granite is a special stone. So far, no piece of it has appeared on the market, and the same is true for lime. But these two things are natural materials after all, and will appear in the future sooner or later. But glutinous rice is different. This stuff is food. Even if you can get some out of a box occasionally, it would only be 1 or 2 kilograms at most. To build a wall, 1 square meter requires 10 kilograms of glutinous rice, which is 20 pounds. Lin Yifan didn't want to think about why glutinous rice was needed to build a wall. He just wanted to know where he could get so much glutinous rice. Chapter 74, Don't worry about too much debt. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling a little disappointed. Apart from anything else, glutinous rice is really difficult to make. But although disappointment is disappointment, there is always hope. Lin Yifan directly learned the map of the wall. Although he was unable to build a wall at present, he would definitely build a large manor for himself in the future. Then, he began to look through his ring space, wanting to see if there was anything he had accumulated over the past few days that needed to be identified. Too bad there's no second one. However, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that there was something else that might be worth studying. He took out a leather booklet from the space ring. This booklet was the one he found in the cave under the pool today. Since he couldn't understand the words on it, and time was limited at the time, he didn't do much research on it. Now that I have some free time, I can study it carefully. And he still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if the eye of identification was useful in identifying these special characters? But unfortunately, it didn't work. However, although his eye of identification was of no use to the text in the booklet, he discovered that there were hints of identification throughout the booklet. Mysterious booklet, identifiable. Is it authenticated? Since it can be identified, of course it should be identified. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows, and then he was discovered that the originally tattered booklet suddenly changed its appearance. The original booklet was only the size of a palm. Although it was made of some kind of animal skin, it was not only covered with stains and dust, but was also quite torn. However, now, although the car is still only the size of a palm, the stains and dust on it are gone, and even the damaged parts have been repaired. The entire booklet presents the ancient color of animal skin, and a string of words appears on the cover. However, that string of words was the same as the words in the booklet, words that Lin Yifan could not understand. However, the description of the items in this booklet has changed. Barrelance Forging Diary, You can use a translation card or a translator to translate. This is a forging diary written by the blacksmith apprentice Bowlet. It records everything he experienced in the process of learning blacksmithing. It contains a lot of his dark history, so he cherishes this booklet very much. Anyone who dares to make a move on this booklet will incur his monstrous wrath. It's the blacksmith apprentice Barrelite again. It seems that the cave does belong to this person. However, this Bowlet seemed to have a bad temper and was quite stingy. Taking his iron pot would incur his immense wrath, and taking his diary would incur his immense wrath again. But Lin Yifan not only took the iron pot, but also took his diary. It seems that this raging anger is unavoidable no matter what. But will he be afraid? No matter how many there are, don't worry. No matter how many lice there are, you won't feel itchy. Besides, the forging diary is a good thing after all. If it can be translated, maybe I can learn some forging techniques. But translation is a problem. So far, this is the first time he has obtained a card-like item. That is, the identification card before it is upgraded. Translation card is obviously also a card, so it can most likely only be obtained from a blue treasure chest, but he has only obtained 2 blue treasure chests so far. As for translators, it is estimated that one needs to learn translation skills before becoming a translator. I don't know if there is anyone in their district who can become a translator. Lin Yifan thought about it and decided to try his luck, so he opened the chat channel. I just didn't expect that it was already past 12 o'clock in the morning, but the chat channel was still so lively, and everyone was still discussing the survival rankings and donating supplies. Brothers, how much supplies have you donated? How many contribution points have you earned? I donated more than 100 units of basic supplies, and now I have 125 contribution points. When the survival store comes out tomorrow, I will definitely buy some delicious food to reward myself. The guy above, can you be more thoughtful? There are so many things in the survival shop that can enhance your strength and even attribute fruits. You don't save up contribution points to exchange them, but buy delicious food instead. How unsuccessful! You should save up if you have the potential. One attribute fruit requires 1,500 contribution points. Even if I demolished the second-level shelter and donated it all, I still couldn't accumulate enough. Oh, I don't know if I will have another chance to accumulate contribution points later. Otherwise, it will be so frustrating to see so many good things, but not be able to buy them. Don't worry, everyone. As long as we survive until tomorrow morning and our district can be ranked in the top 100, we can get 1,000 contribution points. If we donate more supplies, we can definitely get an attribute fruit. Didn't Chen Yunhua, the president of the Immortal Society, say this before? Our district is now ranked 42nd. Even if the ranking drops later, I think it will be no problem for us to be in the top 100. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Otherwise, let alone rewards, our survival store won't be able to open. We might fall behind others forever. Lin Yifan watched everyone's discussion and suddenly felt that the time had come to announce the next round of natural disasters. So he put aside the matter of finding a translator for the time being and sent a message. Brothers and sisters, don't worry. It's already this point, and the resources in each district should have been almost consumed. As long as we maintain the current number of survivors, staying in the top 100 shouldn't be a problem. Then let me talk about contribution points. To be honest, my shelter has been upgraded to level 3. As the first person in our district to upgrade to a level 3 shelter, I received a reward, which I exchanged for natural disaster information. From that message, I learned that in addition to the current mosquito swarm disaster, there will be countless other natural disasters. In just 4 days, the second natural disaster will come. This natural disaster is heavy rain disaster, and the index is 4 stars. So please be prepared. According to the situation of this natural disaster mission, there will be natural disaster missions every time a natural disaster comes. If you can complete it, there should be generous rewards, and contribution points are one of them. As soon as Lin Yifan sent these messages, the entire chat channel fell silent. After a while, someone asked carefully, "Boss Lin Yifan, is what you said true or false? Will there be another natural disaster in 4 days?" Yes, this natural disaster hasn't even passed yet, but the next one is just around the corner. You're not going to give us a way out. There's a natural disaster every 3 days. How can we survive? That's right. Although this is a survival world, at least give us a way to survive. Just now I was rejoicing that I survived this natural disaster, but I didn't expect to hear bad news so soon. There is really no hope at all in this day and age. Chapter 75. Can I still offer sacrifices? Lin Yifan looked at the discouraging remarks of the crowd, but he was not surprised. If Lin Yifan had not known the news in advance about this mosquito swarm disaster, no one would know how many people would have survived. However, by looking at the ranking of the number of survivors in the area, we can get some clues. There are only more than 61,000 people still alive in their area. In just a few days, more than 40,000 people died. How is this death rate different from a massacre? And this is already ranked 42nd. Lin Yifan had calculated before how many districts there are in the entire human race, and there are probably more than 80,000 districts. So how many people are still alive in those districts that are ranked lower? You know, there's no shortage of selfish people in this world. Not everyone will be like Lin Yifan, who, after receiving the news of a natural disaster, chooses to announce it so that everyone can prepare in advance and more people can survive. I'm afraid that in those districts at the bottom of the rankings, the first person to upgrade to the second-level shelter did not even choose to read the message and directly chose other rewards. But these have nothing to do with Lin Yifan. What he needs to do is to make himself stronger and stronger. After going through this natural disaster mission, some things become very clear. The number of survivors in the area is indeed related to many things, such as collective tasks. Even Lin Yifan had to admit that the rewards brought by the collective mission were indeed very tempting. Therefore, he hopes that more people in the area can survive to the best of his ability. Seeing everyone's morale getting lower and lower, Lin Yifan thought for a moment and sent a message. Everyone, don't be so discouraged. Since this world is a place for survival, it must be for us to survive. No matter how dangerous the natural disaster is, there is always a way to deal with it. For example, didn't everyone survive the mosquito swarm disaster this time? When the collective mission is over tomorrow, the mission rewards we get will definitely make everyone's survival much stronger. So, I believe that if we can survive this natural disaster, we will definitely be able to survive the next one. Everyone must not give up, and I will do my best to help you. At this time, some smart people asked Lin Yifan in the comment section, "Boss, we were able to survive this natural disaster thanks to the tips you gave us before. I believe that with your leadership, we will definitely be able to survive the next natural disaster. And since you know the plan for dealing with this natural disaster, you must have an idea for the next one. Please tell us about it." Yes. You are the pride of our district and the backbone of our district. If you know any news, you must tell us. Lin Yifan had a headache. To be honest, even he himself didn't know how to deal with the next rainstorm disaster. The pool of water appeared so suddenly that it was most likely the source of the flood, but the problem was that until now, he didn't know how to deal with the problem. But at this moment, a new message prompt appeared. Survivors publish information about natural disasters and receive a humanitarian reward. Blue treasure box, ×1 open. Another blue treasure chest. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that when he obtained the hidden crisis information, he could choose whether to make it public. Whether you choose to publish or not, you will receive a reward. When he announced the previous information about the mosquito swarm, he was rewarded with a green treasure chest. I didn't expect that this time I would get a blue treasure chest directly as a reward. This is really a sudden and unexpected surprise. Lin Yifan liked this kind of unexpected surprise the most, so he chose to open it without thinking. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. Good news for opening the box. There are 3 items in the treasure box you opened. You can choose to sacrifice the 3 items and get 1 item you want. Sacrifice or not. Lin Yifan frowned. He really didn't expect that there would be such an option. This really made it difficult for him to choose. You know, the things in the blue treasure chest are extremely precious. For example, the treasure chest that was opened before, even if the opening the box buff was not triggered, the original things in the treasure chest were also extraordinary. Whether it is the attribute fruit, identification scroll, or mountain bike, they're all first-class good things. Sacrifice such a good thing just to exchange for something you want. Is it worth it? Moreover, he already had ways to obtain the things he needed most urgently, so there was really nothing he wanted in particular. Wrong. He did have one thing that he needed urgently. Diving suit. He urgently needs a diving suit. Otherwise, he will not be able to complete the task of running around the pawn treasure chest. Of course, he could also search slowly, but he had already discovered that the sooner a task was completed, the higher the task rating would be and the better the reward would be. The first 2 rounds of tasks were completed on time and received extra rewards. Although this time, it was not completed as timely as the first 2 rounds. Lin Yifan still wanted to finish it ahead of time if possible. Moreover, he was even more afraid that he would not be able to find a diving suit to complete the mission. If it can't be completed, then it will be a waste of time. And the most important point is the pond. Lin Yifan has a feeling that the treasure chest mission he is doing now is very likely related to the pond. Therefore, no matter how good the things that come out of the blue treasure chest are, it is still more important to complete the task. With a plan in mind, Lin Yifan was too lazy to continue wasting time worrying about it. I choose to sacrifice. Sacrifice successful. Please tell me what you want. Lin Yifan quickly said, diving suit. I want a high-quality diving suit. The reward has been delivered. Please check it yourself. This information was really good. Lin Yifan was surprised to find that the blue treasure chest in front of him changed into a frosted transparent box. You can vaguely see that there are quite a few things inside. Lin Yifan opened the transparent box and saw a blue diving suit in the box. In addition to the diving suit, there were also many additional equipment. Searglicht, oxygentang, musk, fins. This turned out to be a complete diving set. At this time, Lin Yifan also saw the information description of this pile of things. Diving suit. Great, bronze. It can perform underwater operations for 6 hours at a depth of 1,000 meters. After 6 hours, it is necessary to return to the surface and let the oxygen tank recover for 18 hours before the next underwater operation can be carried out. It can actually operate at a depth of 1,000 meters under the sea for 6 hours. Lin Yifan's eyes almost popped out. Although he was poor before, he had experience with diving equipment, because he is quite good at swimming and grew up by the water when he was young. The place where he went to school happened to be a coastal city with a particularly developed beach tourism industry. With the mentality of giving it a try, he went for an interview for a beach lifeguard position, and luckily he got introduced to diving, and he showed quite a talent for it. Later, he changed from a diving lifeguard to an underwater lifeguard, so he could tell the quality of a diving suit at a glance. Chapter 76, How Did It Rank First? After Lin Yifan checked all the diving equipment, he put it into the space with satisfaction. With this set of equipment, going to the beach tomorrow will definitely not be a problem. Moreover, Lin Yifan found that the third round of tasks had also been completed, but the strange thing was that although the tasks were shown as completed, there was no change in the rewards or other things. I guess I have to go to the edge of the pond to truly complete the task. It seems that I have to go to the pond early tomorrow morning. Lin Yifan originally planned to rest quickly, even though it was now darker than daytime. But it is already past 12 o'clock. According to the pattern of dawn in the past few days, it is estimated that dawn will not come until 8:30 this time. But even so, there are only 7 or 8 hours left for rest. So, it is better to conserve your energy. However, before that, Lin Yifan couldn't help but take a look at the chat channel. Seeing that everyone was still waiting for him to come up with a solution, he felt that it would not be a good idea to let everyone continue waiting. He sent a message. Everyone, there is no good solution at the moment, but I will actively look for it. You can also brainstorm and see if there is a good solution. Rain disasters are no better than mosquito plagues. Although the natural disaster index is higher, it is a natural disaster that many people have experienced when they were on Earth. Therefore, Lin Yifan felt that instead of pinning his hopes on him, it would be better to let them figure it out on their own. When everyone heard him say this, they were extremely disappointed. Of course, despite being disappointed, most people did not direct their anger at him. However, there were some fleas that jumped out at this time. Zhenxiang Yongheng. If you ask me, Lin Yifan is just hiding it. He doesn't want to tell us how to deal with it. He even said that he is the best in our district. He doesn't care about our life or death at all. I have a big sword. That's right. He had a plan last time. How could he not have one this time? He definitely doesn't want to tell us. The arrogant man said, Lin Yifan, you are just lucky you upgraded the shelter to level 3 earlier than us, but don't think that you can win the support of all of us, unless you help us unconditionally. Lin Yifan looked at these familiar IDs and suddenly laughed out of anger. It's the Tiandahui again. There's really no end to it. But no matter what you say, I can't do anything about it. I just can't do anything. Even if I had a way, I wouldn't tell the Tiandahui. Get away from me. After sending the message, he blocked these IDs. Lin Yifan had already discovered that as long as the IDs were blocked by him, he could choose not to let these people see his messages when sending messages. So, when he said later that he would not tell them even if he had a solution, he really kept his word. At this time, the president of the Tiandahui, Father of God, couldn't help it anymore. However, he had been blocked by Lin Yifan, so Lin Yifan could not see the message. So he actually found someone else to send messages for him in the chat channel. Lace ponytail, Lin Yifan, I am God the Father. I know you have conflicts with our Tiandahui, but we are all here to let more compatriots survive, so why should we make such a fuss? I think there's a way. I invite you to join our Tiandahui and become the honorary president of our Tiandahui. Together we can lead the people of District 10086 to live a good life. Is that feasible? When Lin Yifan saw this message, he rolled his eyes and unceremoniously added this lace ponytail to the blacklist. Then closed the chat channel and go straight to bed. He is quite vindictive. He will never forgive anyone who offends him until he has taken revenge on him. If you want him to cooperate with the Tiandahui, let alone give him the title of honorary president, he won't even look at it even if you give him the title of president. However, although he slept, he was still thinking about the progress of the natural disaster mission. So when the new progress was reported every hour, he couldn't help but take a look. 1 point, 40th place. 2 points, 33 RD place. 3 points, 28 TH place. 4 points, 20 TH place. 5 points, 16 TH place. 6 points, 12 TH place. 7 o'clock, 8 TH place. Lin Yifan watched his ranking move higher and higher, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Especially at 7 o'clock, it actually entered the top 10, which was something he had never expected. And there is still 1 hour left before the mission ends. Maybe in this last hour, I can move up in the rankings. Every time after reading the news, Lin Yifan would share it with Chun Yinhua, and she would be the representative to release the information to everyone in District 10086. So at this time, not only Lin Yifan was waiting for the result, everyone was anxiously waiting for the result. However, for Lin Yifan, ranking in the front row is enough, and the rest is not important to him. So, he carefully made himself a breakfast and prepared lunch as well, so that he wouldn't have to rush back to eat lunch. There were still some buns left over from before, so he fried 3 buns for himself and cooked a bowl of broth, which he drank to his great satisfaction. For lunch, I prepared barbecue and steamed buns. Although they would get cold if placed in the space, they would not be unpalatable. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Yifan has no rice. If he had rice, he would prefer to eat rice. In addition, he dug out a part of the king ginger grown in the cultivation soil, cut it into small pieces, and put it up at the auction house. He was too lazy to cook ginger soup now. He had no shortage of basic supplies anyway, so he might as well use the whole piece of ginger to exchange for something more valuable. After a busy period, 8 o'clock finally arrived. Congratulations to all the survivors. You have survived the first natural disaster since arriving in the survival world. You will receive 1 bonus attribute point and 1,000 contribution points. Congratulations to all the survivors in Area 10086. During this natural disaster, you united and overcame the difficulties together. You have won the first place in the number of survivors and will receive the ranking reward. Only the top 3 will receive the ranking reward. Congratulations to all the survivors in Area 10086 for receiving 6 attribute points as a leaderboard bonus, receiving the collective blessing of double harvest for 48 hours, and receiving 3 green treasure chests and 6 white treasure chests. Congratulations to District 10086 for obtaining the qualification to open the survival store. This survival store is now open. The above information is reported to all servers. Lin Yifan looked at the series of information. His eyes lit up again and again. He really didn't expect that the reward for all survivors, in addition to contribution points, actually had some random attributes. This was truly a pleasant surprise. But why is their district ranked first? At 7 o'clock, the ranking was still 8th. Even if it could climb up a bit, it wouldn't directly lead to first place, right? This is too outrageous. What exactly happened? Chapter 77 bet on the strength of all. Going from 8th place to first place is no small leap. Logically speaking, it was already the last hour and the ranking should have been fixed. It was impossible for such a big leap to occur. This is unreasonable. Totally unreasonable. However, it is unreasonable, but it is always good to be able to get the first place. So even though Lin Yifan was completely confused, he still took the benefits without hesitation. Let's not talk about anything else, just the 6 random attribute points. Even if the first place is a huge pit, he will jump without hesitation. Not to mention treasure chests and other rewards. These 2 group tasks alone brought him full 7 random attribute points. The reward was so generous that it made him tremble with fear. But the real big prize is his personal reward. Lin Yifan turned the page on the light screen, and what was behind it was his personal reward information. Total statistics. In this added task, you have obtained a total of 15,332 contribution points, ranking first in the contribution value of District 10086. You can get ranking rewards. Silver level 4th level Shelter Blueprint times 1, Mithril times 10, Random Attributes times 10. The only reward, only issued to the survivor ranked first in the overall ranking of this area. Another 10 points of Random Attributes. Lin Yifun's mouth corners are about to crack to his ears. A total of 17 Random Attributes. He had only obtained 7 or 8 points of Random Attributes from eating fruits and completing tasks before, but even so, his physical fitness jumped from a sub-healthy state to an excellent state. Add these 17 Random Attributes, and you'll be a total superhuman. No matter how strong the external force is, it is not as strong as your own strength. Lin Yifun had no time to look at other rewards at this moment. He immediately opened his personal information and began to study how to add points. Name: Lin Yifun. Strength 9. Agility 12. Stamina 13. Intelligence 9. Remaining attribute points 17. Age 23. Life level excellent human. Talent: random buff 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff: good news when you unbox. Life skills: basic skinning, proficiency 1000/6. Special item: Mithril cast iron pot, only one, created by Ballant. Attributes: delicious +2, physical strength recovery +1. Item status: damaged, can be restored by finding materials. Materials needed: Mithril 0 of 2. Intermediate pig, iron 50 halves, satisfied. Note: this is an iron pot carefully made by the blacksmith apprentice Ballant. Is his true love. If anyone steals his iron pot, he will fight to the death. Evaluation: you are now an excellent human being. Your physical fitness is already among the best among humans, but don't be proud, you are still very weak. In order to be able to dive longer, Lin Yifun put all of the random attribute rewards he received from completing tasks into physical strength. This makes his physical strength the highest among the 4 attributes. Of course, the increased physical strength did not disappoint him. He could clearly feel that his physical fitness had been greatly improved. And he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he could feel someone's physical strength increasing, and his strength and speed also increased. As for whether his intelligence had increased, he didn't know. After all, he wasn't taking any exams now, so he didn't know whether he had become smarter, but his memory had improved a lot. I know that Lin Yifun has a vague guess in his mind. Maybe it is not necessary to divide the random attributes equally into 4 attributes. As long as his physical strength is continuously increased, when his physical fitness is good enough, the other attributes will naturally increase as well. Although this is just a guess, after Lin Yifun came to this world, he trusted his 6th sense very much, so he immediately decided to take a gamble. What's more, it doesn't matter even if you lose the bet. Putting in physical strength can also enhance your physical fitness. There is no such thing as a waste. Therefore, without hesitation, I added all 17 random attributes to physical strength. Suddenly, Lin Yifun found that his whole body was hot, and his heart began to beat wildly. He could clearly hear the thump, thump, thump sound of his heartbeat, as if it was about to explode at any time. His rapid heartbeat made him feel a little manic. He bit his tongue hard and managed not to vent his anger. Maybe a minute, maybe 10 minutes. In this manic mood, Lin Yifun felt that every minute and every second was so difficult to endure. Finally, the restlessness in my body calmed down. The pounding heart returned to normal, the hot body cooled down little by little, and the restless emotions finally returned to normal. Who? Lin Yifun took a few deep breaths, still feeling a lingering fear. He really didn't expect that quickly adding points to his physical strength would actually bring such a negative impact. However, when Lin Yifun felt his body, he felt that something seemed to have changed. With its eyes closed, it can only sense that every inch of its muscles hides surging power, and every drop of its blood is like the condensation of vitality. And it seems as if my internal organs have been strengthened. The feeling cannot be described in words. The only 2 words that can be used to describe it are sublimation. He was sublime. His body was sublimated. However, Before Lin Yifan could enjoy the beauty brought by his body's sublimation, he was almost knocked unconscious by a strong stench. What's that smell? It's so stinky. He suddenly came to his senses, opened his eyes, and tried to find the source of the smell. But he found out that the smell that was so stinking that it could kill people was actually coming from his own body. He looked down at his body and immediately discovered that there was a thick layer of dirt on his skin. This layer of dirt is dark red, almost black, and looks like sewage mixed with dirt, making people feel uncomfortable at a glance. And that disgusting stench comes from these dirt. Lin Yifan had no time to think about where all this dirt came from. He now had only one thought: to quickly wash himself clean. Fortunately, he has always had the habit of storing water in empty boxes, and he has enough empty boxes, totaling nearly 20. Except for a part used to store things, the remaining 13 boxes were all used to collect water and are still stored. He quickly carried a few boxes of water into the bathroom and started taking a shower. In order to wash the dirt off his body, he even went to an auction house and exchanged 2 kilograms of crocodile meat for a bottle of shower gel. After using half a bottle of shower gel, he finally washed himself clean. It was not until this moment that he realized what was happening to his body. Chapter 78, Iron Pot complete. Cleansing the meridians and removing the marrow. Lin Yifan's body had obviously undergone a meridian and marrow cleansing, which had expelled all the impurities from his body. That's why there was such a thick layer of smelly dirt on his body. I never thought that using up all my physical strength would have such benefits. Moreover, Lin Yifan clearly felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. It's hard to describe the details, but what is certain is that he can definitely live to be 100 years old now. And he also felt that his strength should have increased significantly. He reached out and picked up a piece of wood beside him and squeezed it hard, and the wood shattered instantly. You know, that is not the fragile metasequoia wood, but a piece of Dalbergia wood, which is famous for its hardness. It seems that giving full points to physical strength can also improve other aspects. I just don't know if it is displayed on the personal information. Lin Yifan quickly opened his personal information. Name: Lin Yifan. Strength: 20. Agility: 18. Physical strength: 30. Intelligence: 22. Remaining attribute points: 0. Age: 23. Life level: Extraordinary level 1. Upgrade to Extraordinary level 12. Can break through to the next life level. Talent: Random buff, 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff: good news when you unbox. Life skills: basic skinning, proficiency 1000/6. Special item: mithril cast iron pot. Only one, created by Barrelet. Attributes: delicious +2, physical strength recovery +1. Item status: damaged, can be restored by finding materials. Materials needed: mithril 0 of 2. Intermediate pig, iron 50 halves, satisfied. Note: this is an iron pot carefully made by the blacksmith apprentice Barrelet. It is his true love. If anyone steals his iron pot, he will fight to the death. Evaluation: you have now surpassed the limits of human beings and become an extraordinary life form. From this moment on, you have truly embarked on the road of evolution. What level you can evolve to in the future depends entirely on your destiny. Extraordinary life form. This is actually a supernatural life form. It turns out that only by transcending human limits and becoming an extraordinary life form can one truly embark on the road of evolution. Moreover, a single point of physical strength is indeed useful. As long as physical strength increases enough, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change, which will drive a substantial increase in several other attributes. What surprised Lin Yifan was that he originally thought that the increase in strength should be the largest, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. The attribute that increases the most is actually intelligence. But what Lin Yifan didn't understand even more was, has he really become smarter? Why don't I feel anything at all? What is the use of intelligence? Lin Yifan was puzzled, but no matter what, as long as the attributes could be increased, it would be good, no matter which one increased more. He was feeling very satisfied when suddenly he saw the special item on his personal information. Mithril cast iron pot, the only one, produced by Barrelet. Attributes: delicious +2, physical strength recovery +1. Item status: damaged, can be restored by finding materials. Materials needed. Mithril 0 of 2. Intermediate pig, iron 50 halves, satisfied. Note: this is an iron pot carefully made by the blacksmith apprentice Ballalant. Is his true love. If anyone steals his iron pot, he will fight to the death. He has been using this pot to cook since he got it. Moreover, it was thanks to this iron pot that he was able to chop 10,000 units of wood in such a short time last night. Because he used this iron pot to cook a lot of crocodile meat. When he felt tired while chopping trees, he would start to eat the crocodile meat. Although the physical strength recovery is only +1, as long as you eat enough meat, it is still very effective in recovering your physical strength. Without the help of this iron pot, he might not have been able to do it. He had always regretted that the iron pot was broken, otherwise, the food made from it would definitely have more properties. He just didn't know where to find mithril. This time, by coincidence, mithril happened to be among the rewards he received. He dug out about 10 square pieces of metal the size of fingers from the rewards on the ground. They were mithril. After pinching it with his hand, Lin Yifan discovered that the metal was not as hard as he had imagined, but an extremely rare soft metal. When on Earth, Lin Yifan had seen a lot of soft metals. Because he studied metal materials engineering in college, he had come into contact with more different types of metals. But he could guarantee that he had never seen such a strange metal. So this thing is a unique metal in this world of survival. Moreover, it will become a reward for large-scale tasks and must be extremely precious and rare. Maybe in the future it can bring more uses, but I don't know if it's worth using it to repair a broken iron pot. But no matter whether it is worth it or not, Lin Yifan still decided to repair it. We'll talk about the future later. It's better to strengthen our strength now. Mithril cast iron pot, the only one, produced by Ballalant. Attributes: delicious +2, physical strength recovery +1. Item status: damaged, can be restored by finding materials. Materials needed: mithril 10 halves, satisfied. Intermediate pig, iron 50 halves, satisfied. Do you want to consume materials to repair it? Note: this is an iron pot carefully made by the blacksmith apprentice Ballalant. Is his true love. If anyone steals his iron pot, he will fight to the death. Repair it immediately. As soon as the order came down, Lin Yifan suddenly found that a small transparent figure holding a hammer appeared in front of him. Moreover, when this transparent little man saw Lin Yifan, he immediately ran over and gave him a hug and even patted his shoulder as if to say hello to him. When Lin Yifan saw this transparent little man, he remembered that when he was forging the big sword last night, such a transparent little man also appeared. Judging from the appearance of the hammer, these two transparent figures should be the same person. And after the transparent little man patted his shoulder, he raised his little hand, and a small blacksmithing platform appeared in front of him. However, this blacksmithing platform, like the little man, is also translucent, a bit like jelly. He picked up the pot, fixed it on the blacksmith's table, and began to swing the hammer, hitting it with a clanging sound. As the hammer was swung, the silver-white pot, which was originally a little bumpy and covered with scratches due to the friction and scrubbing with sand and gravel, soon changed. First, the bumps on it disappeared, then the scratches disappeared, and the glossiness of the entire pot became better and better, showing a delicate and flexible silver-white color. And vaguely, there are some traces of lines on the silver-white wall of the pot. However, Lin Yifan found that he could not see the lines clearly. He could only confirm that there were lines here. I don't know what these lines are. He vaguely felt that this pot could cook food with properties, which might be related to these patterns. Chapter 79. Should we make a private transaction? Lin Yifan stared at the transparent man, swinging the hammer, his heart full of anticipation. With every blow of the hammer, the surface of the pot gradually became as smooth as a mirror, and its silvery white luster sparkled in the sun. Those faintly visible lines seemed to flow on the wall of the pot like some kind of mysterious rune, emitting a faint light, and became clearer and clearer to the naked eye. These lines, could they be some kind of magic circle? An absurd thought arose in Lin Yifan's mind. However, although this idea is ridiculous, anything can happen in this world of survival full of unknowns. The appearance of a magic circle doesn't seem impossible. Anyway, it is very clear now. The reason why this pot can produce food with attributes is probably inseparable from the mysterious power contained in these patterns. And that mithril sounds quite magical. Maybe it is the material for making magic circles? Just as he was thinking, the transparent man suddenly stopped moving, handed the silver-white pot to Lin Yifan, and motioned for him to take it. Lin Yifan took the pot and asked doubtfully, "Has this been fixed?" The transparent little man nodded, then actually stretched out a hand towards him, as if asking for something. Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that when he was forging the big sword before, the transparent little man who was summoned to forge it also asked him for something. Previously, it was not certain whether these two little men were the same person, but now it can be completely confirmed. Lin Yifan is not a stingy person. Although he had given most of the crocodile meat to Hong Xiaoqiang to make smoked meat, he still kept several dozen kilograms. So he cut 2 or 3 pounds of crocodile meat and handed it to the transparent man. As soon as the transparent man received the crocodile meat, he immediately started jumping around and was obviously very happy. This made Lin Yifan's heart move. He put the bird feathers, iron blocks, and what he got from the box yesterday in front of the little man, and then said with a smile, "How about we make another deal? You help me make these materials into arrows, and I'll give you 5 kilograms of meat as a reward." He always felt that this transparent little man should be conscious, and according to the normal rules of the game, he used the blueprints to create things according to the rules. The reward that the person who came to build it should receive should be obtained from the rules, and should not be asked from him. But this invisible little man can still ask him for things, so maybe he can do some private transactions. If private transactions are really possible, there will be a lot more room for maneuver. After all, without the middlemen to make a profit from the price difference, he can save more on the materials he pays, and this transparent man can also get more. It is definitely the best of both worlds. And Lin Yifan really made the right bet this time. After hearing his words, the transparent little man actually paused, stood there thinking for a moment, and then stretched out 10 fingers towards him. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, "You want 10 pounds of meat?" The transparent little man nodded immediately. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes. Although 10 kilograms of meat was nothing to him, it was a deal. He would definitely ask for a high price and pay it back. If he agreed to the request so easily, it would not be so easy to bargain for the subsequent transactions. So he immediately showed an embarrassment, sighed bitterly, and said, "If you want 10 kilograms of meat, then this deal can't be done. I don't have that much meat anymore. It seems we can only wait until next time for our deal." After saying this, the transparent little man became anxious. He immediately picked up the materials on the ground, then picked up the hammer and started forging. About 2 or 3 minutes later, 30 arrows were forged. The transparent little man picked up an arrow and handed it to Lin Yifan, motioning him to check it. The moment Lin Yifan saw the arrow, he knew he had made a fortune. He had actually learned the blueprints for making arrows, but all he could make were ordinary arrows. But feathers were hard to find, and he finally got some from the box, but ended up only making some ordinary arrows, which made him feel a little unwilling. That's why he set his sights on this transparent little man. And sure enough, his bet was right. Wind Chaser Arrow. Grade, black iron. +2. Damage +2. Used with high-quality bows and arrows for amazing results. These arrows are all of black iron grade and have attributes. Even when used with a high-quality bow and arrow, the effect can be doubled. How could Lin Yifan not be excited? Who made him have the bronze-level, wind-chasing, and cloud-breaking bow in his hand? A good bow and a good arrow are a perfect match. Lin Yifan nodded at the transparent man with satisfaction and said with great appreciation, "Great craftsmanship. Really great craftsmanship. You are amazing." After that, he cut off 6 pounds of meat, handed it to the transparent man, and said, "I originally saved a pound of meat for myself as lunch today, but now I'm giving it all to you to show my gratitude to you." After the transparent little man got the meat, he jumped up and down again. Seeing that the transparent man was also very satisfied, Lin Yifan asked again, "Can I trade with you next time?" The transparent little man thought about it, then pointed at the pot, and then pointed at himself. Lin Yifan immediately reacted. "You mean I can only summon you after I summon people to create items, and then we can do other transactions?" The transparent little man nodded immediately. Lin Yifan suddenly realized, and then laughed. "That feels good. If I need anything in the future, I will summon you. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss." The transparent man nodded and quickly disappeared. Also disappearing were the meat he had given it, as well as the hammer and forge he had summoned. Having seen this situation once before, Lin Yifan didn't make a fuss this time. After he put the 30 arrows into the space, he turned his attention back to the pot. The pot has been completely restored, the surface is as smooth as new, and the texture has become clearer. Lin Yifan reached out and gently touched the wall of the pot, feeling a warm energy coming from his fingertips, as if his pot was no longer an ordinary kitchen utensil, but a spiritual treasure. Mithril cast iron pot, the only one, produced by Barrelet. Attributes: delicious +5, physical strength, recovery +3. Item status: repaired. Special effect: there's a chance to trigger delicious critical hit when cooking, and the food attributes are doubled. Delicious +5, stamina recovery +3, and an additional special effect. Lin Yifun's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The properties of the repaired iron pot have been greatly improved, and it even has additional special effects. This is simply one of the equipment he needs most at the moment. He couldn't wait to try out the pot, so he immediately took out some ingredients from his backpack and prepared to cook a sumptuous meal. Although his cooking skills are not up to par, with the help of this pot, even ordinary ingredients can be used to make amazing dishes. Lin Yifun placed the pot on the fire, poured in some water, and then put the chopped crocodile meat and wild vegetables into the pot. Just yesterday, he picked some shepherd's purse at the water outlet by the pond. As the water in the pot gradually boils, a rich aroma spreads, making people salivate. Chapter 80, the synthesis room, is finally there. Lin Yifun took a deep breath, and just by smelling the aroma of the meat, he felt refreshed. The effect of this pot is really amazing. He was secretly delighted and continued to cook with concentration. After a while, a pot of fragrant crocodile soup was ready. Lin Yifun scooped a spoonful of soup, blew it gently, and then couldn't wait to put it into his mouth. In an instant, a warm energy flowed from the throat into every part of the body, as if the whole person was injected with new vitality. Eat delicious crocodile soup. Physical strength recovery +3, strength temporary increase +1, duration 1 hour. Physical strength recovery +3, and a temporary strength boost. Lin Yifun was pleasantly surprised. The effect of this pot far exceeded his expectations. It not only greatly improved the properties of the food, but also brought additional benefits. With this pot, he would be more secure in his next adventure. After eating and drinking, Lin Yifun felt that his condition had reached its peak. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt the power filling his body, his heart becoming more excited. However, it is still dark outside. According to his estimation, it will not be light until at least 8:30 today. It's only 8:15, it's still early. Lin Yifun moved a wooden stool and sat down next to the fire in the living room. He used the mithril cast iron pot to take out the meat that was originally prepared for lunch and reprocessed it, while taking out the silver level 4 shelter map. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that after his shelter was upgraded to level 3, he never opened the shelter information again. The reason is very simple, because he has not yet obtained the blueprint of the 4th level shelter. It doesn't matter whether he reads the information or not. There's no way to upgrade the shelter anyway. Now is the time to take a serious look. Bronze brick and tile bungalow, 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen. Grade, level 3. Zerg defense +3. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a single-story bungalow built of stone bricks and tiles. Although it is not very beautiful due to its simple workmanship, it has strong protection against Zerg. However, this shelter is not waterproof. If you encounter a flood, please escape from the shelter as soon as possible to avoid losing your life. Next level. Basic level 4 shelter. 2-story brick and tile small detached house. Basic upgrade conditions. Basic level 4 shelter blueprint. 1/1. You have obtained the basic level 4 shelter blueprint. Do you need to upgrade it? Basic level 4 shelter upgrade conditions. Intermediate wood 300 to 0. Intermediate stone 500 to 0. Intermediate clay 200 to 0. Intermediate pig iron 100/0. Silver bureau level 4 shelter upgrade conditions. Intermediate wood 600 to 0. Intermediate stone 800 to 0. Intermediate clay 400 to 0. Intermediate pig iron 300 to 0. High grade pig iron 50/0. Glass 15/12. Ceramics 25/18. Warm tips. Shelters built with better shelter blueprints will be more solid, safer, and more comfortable. If the survivors have the conditions, please build a better shelter. Lin Yifun was almost overwhelmed by the series of upgrade conditions. Even an ordinary level 4 shelter requires a large amount of intermediate materials, not to mention a silver grade level 4 shelter. It seems that before the synthesis room is built, there's no need to think about the level 4 shelter. However, thinking of the synthesis room, Lin Yifan quickly opened the survival store. In the store, all the commodities that were originally gray and white and could not be purchased have now turned into colors. He didn't have the heart to look at anything else now. He just wanted the synthesis room blueprint. 5,000 contribution points is not an easy task, even for Lin Yifan. He almost worked very hard yesterday before he finally managed to get the contribution points up. As a result, just this one blueprint almost used up half of the contribution points, and Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel a little painful. However, if you don't buy in the store, you can only go through other channels. But if it is so easy to get through other channels, I guess it wouldn't be so expensive in this store. It is an urgently needed item, so instead of wasting time and effort thinking of other ways, it is better to just spend money directly. Lin Yifan purchased the synthesis room drawings without hesitation. It was a small scroll. When I opened it, I saw a synthesis room outlined in simple lines. However, drawings are just drawings. If you want to turn them into objects, you still need to collect materials to build them. Synthesis room. Primary pig iron, 60/24. Mithril, 5 out of 8. Primary stone, 100 of 256. Fortunately, Lin Yifan had most of the materials needed to build the synthesis room, especially the most difficult to obtain mithril, which he happened to have in hand. In this way, only primary pig iron is left. This thing was hard to find a few days ago, but it is not difficult to find these 2 days. He was too lazy to go through the trouble and simply used 3 pounds of crocodile meat at the auction house to make up for the missing primary pig iron. Synthesis room. Primary pig iron, 60 of 60. Mithril, 5 out of 8. Primary stone, 100 of 256. Enough materials, should we build it? Build a synthesis room. Lin Yifan didn't hesitate for even a second and immediately chose to create it. Soon, he heard a tinkling sound in his ears. However, the sound came from the empty room next door. He had previously placed some miscellaneous items in that room, but he had just cleaned it out. Now it is empty. I didn't expect that building a synthesis room actually requires a separate empty room. Lin Yifan stood up and walked to the door. He immediately saw 3 transparent little men holding tools such as hammers and making a crackling sound to build a synthesis room. Lin Yifan looked carefully and found that the 3 transparent figures were not the ones he had seen before. It seems that if you create different things, the transparent figures you summon will also be different. Thinking of his previous deal with the transparent man, Lin Yifan also cut off a piece of meat and divided it into 3 roughly equal portions. After the transparent figures were completed, each of them was given a portion of raw meat. However, what Lin Yifan did not expect was that these transparent little men did not dare to accept it at all. After waving his hands repeatedly, he even bowed to him and then disappeared. This made Lin Yifan a little confused. Could it be that he only needed to send things when there was only a transparent little man? Could it be that these transparent little people are also an organization, and they're just working like slaves, arranged to do the work? Giving them gifts is equivalent to bribing them, so they dare not accept the gifts? What are you thinking? It turns out that you have been too deeply poisoned by bureaucracy. Lin Yifan reached out and patted his forehead, feeling speechless at his ridiculous idea. But since they don't charge, it's just a good idea to save some money. After throwing the crocodile meat back into the space, Lin Yifan finally had the mind to start checking its synthesis room. Chapter 81, Distant Hope. Lin Yifan pushed open the door of the synthesis room, and a faint smell of metal and wood hit him in the face. In the center of the room stood a large workbench, strewn with various tools and materials. There are several drawings hanging on the wall, densely marked with various symbols and data. Lin Yifan couldn't understand most of these symbols and data, but he didn't need to understand them. He just had to know how to use them. He walked to the workbench and carefully examined the interface of the synthesis room. The interface displays various synthesizable items and the required materials, including wood, stone, pig iron, etc. Lin Yifan couldn't wait to try to synthesize some basic items to see what the effect would be. He chose to synthesize intermediate wood, which was one of the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. Of course, another reason is that he doesn't have many primary materials on hand, and Dado had already exchanged them for contribution points last night. Only some primary wood was left for the firewood, but the quantity was very small, only 20 or 30 units. However, This time he was not trying to synthesize a lot of materials. He just wanted to understand the synthesis room, so this amount of materials was enough. At this time, a string of information appeared on the panel of that city. 5 primary woods can be synthesized into 1 intermediate wood. Now, there are 25 primary woods, which can be synthesized into 5 intermediate woods. Do you want to synthesize? According to Lin Yifun's original expectation, 2 primary materials were synthesized into 1 intermediate material. I didn't expect that it would take 5 primary materials to synthesize 1 intermediate material. This synthesis ratio is really too high. But now, does Lin Yifun have any choice? He had no choice, so he could only agree. Lin Yifun put the required wood onto the workbench in the synthesis room. And at this time, Lin Yifun suddenly found that this workbench looked very familiar. He walked out of the room quickly and came to the living room. Sure enough, he saw that the workbench he had built earlier and placed in the corner was gone. The synthesis room can actually automatically combine the workbenches into one piece. This can save some space. Lin Yifun muttered something, then walked back to the synthesis room and activated the synthesis option. Soon, a soft light appeared on the workbench. The materials gradually merged in the light and finally turned into a complete ball of light, and then fell into the shipping card slot below. Synthesis successful. Obtain intermediate wood X5. Success. Lin Yifun excitedly picked up a piece of intermediate wood and looked at it carefully. The texture of this piece of wood is much harder than the primary wood. The wood grain has also changed, and the color has turned into dark red, like mahogany. Anyway, in terms of color and texture, it is obviously more suitable for construction. Next, he tried to synthesize intermediate stone and intermediate clay, and the results were equally satisfactory. Lin Yifun was secretly delighted. With this synthesis room, he would be able to collect the materials needed to upgrade the shelter more quickly. However, what gave Lin Yifun a headache was that he suddenly realized that the synthesis room he had finally built after spending so much effort was only at the elementary level. A junior synthesizer can only synthesize primary materials into intermediate materials. If he wants to synthesize more advanced items, he needs to upgrade the level of the synthesis room. Lin Yifun wants to upgrade the silver grade level 4 shelter. In addition to a large amount of intermediate materials, he also needs 50 units of high-level pig iron. Up to now, he has not yet produced high-grade pig iron, which shows that this grade of material is definitely not something that can be easily obtained at this time. The only way to hope is to upgrade the synthesis room. This made Lin Yifun a little irritated. He opened the synthesis room information. Primary synthesis room. Upgrade materials. Primary bronze times 100. Intermediate pig iron times 150. Intermediate wood times 500. Intermediate stone times 500. Fire spirit times 5. Lin Yifun felt a headache when looking at these materials, let alone the fire spirit essence. Apart from the last time, when he got 6 spirit crystal raw stones and 2 fire spirit essences from the blue treasure chest, he had never seen this thing again. And the reason why he was able to get 6 spirit crystals that time was because he had the item critical hit buff on that day. Otherwise, even if it is a blue treasure chest, you can only get 1 raw spirit crystal stone, not to mention that the reason why this raw stone is a raw stone is because it is wrapped in a shell. No one can guarantee what the properties of the spirit crystal in the stone shell are. It is even difficult to guarantee whether there is any spirit crystal in the original stone. This one thing alone can make Lin Yifun bald. Not to mention, bronze is required to upgrade. Although what he wanted was only basic bronze, Lin Yifun had never found this material in any treasure chest so far. There is some on the trading floor, but even if I take them all, I'm still 80 units short. If you want to upgrade the synthesis room to level 2, it is not an easy task just to collect these materials. It seems that this 4th level shelter is still a long way off. However, Lin Yifun was not discouraged. Just by looking at the description on the blueprint, he could tell that the level 4 shelter was a small 2-story detached house. Moreover, among the required materials, even high-grade pig iron is required, which shows that the shelter built will definitely be very safe. Good things come to those who wait. Lin Yifun temporarily put aside the disappointment in his heart because he had more important things to do. He took out the pile of iron or that he had dug up on the roadside yesterday from a space ring. There were no synthesis rooms before, so there was no way to synthesize iron or into pig iron. Now, although we have a synthesis room, this problem can be solved. Lin Yifun placed all the iron ore on the workbench and began processing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The synthesis machine made a slight mechanical operating sound, and the pile of iron ore was quickly devoured by the machine. A moment later, a pile of fist-sized iron blocks were spit out from the exit on the other side. Intermediate pig, iron times 65. When Lin Yifan saw the pile of iron blocks, his eyes immediately lit up. He was surprised that he could synthesize intermediate pig iron directly instead of primary one. But if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. Lin Yifan already had primary pig iron in his hands, so after digging out the pile of iron ore, he compared it with the finished pig iron. It was unusual to find that iron ore and pig iron of the same size were heavier than the pig iron. It now seems that the iron ore he discovered has a very high iron content, so it could be directly synthesized into intermediate pig iron. However, he was still short of more than 200 units of the intermediate pig iron he needed. If he used primary pig iron to synthesize it, he would need nearly 800 units. But so far, except for the iron ore he picked up this time, all the primary pig iron came from opening treasure chests. A full 800 units of primary pig iron. How many treasure chests would it take to open this? We must find a way to find this iron mine. Chapter 82, Bottomless. Revised. However, although the iron or matter is urgent, it is still not as important as the serial tasks regarding the mysterious treasure chest. After all, where exactly is the iron ore? It's still a shadow of the matter now. But the rewards for the series of tasks in that treasure chest can actually be obtained. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to complete that task first. However, when thinking of iron ore, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered something. Where he picked up the iron ore, he also found a rat hole, and there were a lot of chestnuts in it. He had tasted one before. Although it was still raw, it tasted very sweet. If it is made into sugar-roasted chestnuts, it is also a good snack. And if you use the mithril cast iron pan to stir-fry it, it may add some properties. Since it was still early, Lin Yifan took out the chestnuts from the space, washed them, and then put them in an iron pan to start frying. However, the iron pan was not big and could only fry 1 or 2 pounds at a time, so Lin Yifan could only make a part of it first. He threw the chestnuts into the pot, added water, and started to simmer. When the water boiled, he opened the lid and let it stew. There wasn't much water in his house, just enough to cover the chestnuts, so by the time the water was almost boiled, the chestnuts were also ripe. He added a little fresh sugar and started stir-frying quickly. After more than 10 minutes, a pot of sweet chestnuts was ready. Sugar-fried chestnuts. Physical strength recovery plus 5/hour every 5 pills. Lin Yifan looked at Li Zi. Although he only had one attribute, he was quite satisfied. Physical strength recovery plus 5 is already the limit of the attribute that this iron pot can achieve. Why is he not satisfied? Although he didn't need to recover his strength now, he still ate 2 to satisfy his craving after smelling the sweet taste. The taste is fragrant and glutinous. At this time, the sky finally brightened. Lin Yifan opened the door, only to find that the rain had stopped. Although the rain had stopped, the fog was still quite thick, with visibility of only 4 or 5 meters. If we enter an unfamiliar wilderness, we will probably get lost if we are not careful. But Lin Yifan was not worried about this. He always had a good sense of direction, not to mention that the place he was going to today was a pond. The road to the pond was cut out by him with his own hands, piece by piece, so he would never get lost no matter what. Lin Yifan took out the supplies that were taking up space in the space and placed them in the shelter. The plants planted in the cultivating soil will be harvested when they need to be harvested and taken care of when they need to be taken care of. Then he rode his newly acquired mountain bike towards the pond. However, when he passed by the place where he picked up the ore yesterday, he couldn't help but explore the area to see if he could find iron ore. Unfortunately, he still didn't find any trace, so he could only put the matter aside for the time being and complete the task first. When we arrived at the pond, even though we were delayed for a moment, the whole journey only took more than half an hour. It took him nearly 4 or 5 hours to open the road yesterday, and it took him more than an hour to walk back. Now it only takes more than half an hour, and the time saved is really considerable. The moment he arrived at the pool, he discovered that the task that he had completed last night but had been unable to submit had finally changed. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the 3rd stage of the special treasure chest mission. The reward is 3 random attribute points. Now start the 4th stage of the special treasure chest mission. This mission has 5 stages in total. Explore the pond. This is a mysterious pond that suddenly appeared. There seem to be many secrets hidden at the bottom of the pond. Please explore it carefully. Exploration area, 0. Countdown. 5 hours and 59 minutes. Lin Yifan looked at the 3 random attributes of the reward and felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that the reward would be multiplied according to the number of rounds, so he could get 4 points of random attributes in the 3rd round of tasks, but he didn't expect it to only increase by a little. However, although he was a little disappointed, he was still quite satisfied. This is a random attribute. I spent so much effort on a natural disaster mission yesterday, but only got 17 points of random attribute rewards for the mission. But for this mysterious treasure chest mission, the random attribute rewards obtained in the first 3 rounds alone are already 6 points. If the next 2 rounds are like the previous tasks, and the random attributes of the rewards can increase a little after completing each round of tasks, then he can get 15 points of random attribute rewards just by completing these rounds of tasks. This is so fragrant. The content of the 4th round of tasks did not surprise Lin Yifan at all. Since the 3rd round required him to find a diving suit, it was only natural that the 4th round required him to explore underwater. However, the task time was unexpectedly reduced to only 6 hours. Lin Yifan's diving suit can just last for 6 hours of underwater operations, which means that his round trip is just the right time for the mission. Hope the dive goes well. After Lin Yifan prayed silently in his heart, he took off his clothes and put on the diving suit. Then he ate 5 chestnuts to ensure that he could recover 5 points of physical strength within an hour. Only then did he go into the water after warming up. The temperature today has dropped to 5 degrees, and the temperature underwater is really cold. But fortunately, the diving suit has a certain temperature regulation function, so it is not that difficult to endure. After he adjusted to the water for a moment, he immediately swam to the bottom of the pool. The cave he found yesterday was 10 meters deep. But at that position, the bottom of the pool was still not visible, so even Lin Yifan didn't know how long it would take him to swim to the bottom of the pool. Soon, he dived to the place where he found the cave yesterday. He stood there and observed for a while. Then he found that the pool here was surrounded by cliffs. And judging from the traces on the cliff, this pool looks like it was dug artificially. This discovery shocked him greatly. You know, the entire pool is on the cliff, which means that the entire pool is a deep pool dug out from a piece of rock. Such difficulty would not be an easy task, even in the high-tech era. I don't know how they did it. Who dug it out here? Lin Yifan sighed a few words and didn't think about it anymore. The most important thing now is to complete the task, and there is no time to waste on these things. He gathered all his strength and continued to swim towards the bottom of the pool. The further down you go, the lower the light intensity becomes, until finally everything was pitch black. It's so deep, I'm afraid it's below 50 meters. Lin Yifan turned on the searchlight on his diving suit and made calculations in his mind. He used to be a diving instructor and had some knowledge about water depth. When light passes through the water, it will become weaker as the water gets deeper. The water is about 10 meters deep, and the light is actually very weak. If Lin Yifan hadn't been lucky yesterday, he might not have been able to find the cave. But when you reach a depth of 50 meters, there is basically no light. But until now, Lin Yifan has not felt the bottom of the pool, which makes him more and more frightened. How deep is this pool of water? Chapter 83, Exploring the Bottom of the Pool. Lin Yifan continued to dive, and the searchlight of his diving suit drew a faint beam of light in the dark, deep water. As the depth increases, the water pressure gradually increases, and the pressure-resistant function of the diving suit begins to take effect. But even so, Lin Yifan could still feel the oppression of the surrounding environment. The water depth is more than 60 meters. Is this really a pool dug by humans? Lin Yifan was becoming more and more shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to doubt whether his previous thoughts were correct. As he dived, he carefully observed the surrounding rock walls. At this time, we suddenly discovered that starting from a depth of about 62 meters, strange patterns appeared on the rock walls of the pool. These lines are crooked, a bit like hieroglyphs, but more abstract than hieroglyphs, more like some ancient symbols. But perhaps due to water erosion, some symbols have become blurred and difficult to recognize. But the deeper you go, the clearer the lines become, and there's also a faint light appearing on the lines, like a guiding light in the dark underwater. Lin Yifan had more and more doubts in his heart, and he didn't know when a vague sense of crisis appeared around him. It was like something was staring at him. Lin Yifan became alert and slowed down his diving speed a little. At the same time, he began to look around, trying to find the source of the danger. However, nothing was found. It was so quiet underwater that Lin Yifan almost forgot how long he had been diving. Fortunately, there is a timer on the diving equipment, which allows him to clearly control how long he has been underwater. Finally, we reached the bottom of the pool. The moment the soles of his feet touched the ground, Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even in the water, the feeling of having your feet not touching the ground always makes people feel empty. And the moment his feet touched the ground, it was as if a switch was turned on. It was originally pitch black under the water, with no light at all except for the lines on the cliff wall. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared. After staying in the darkness for too long, Lin Yifan's eyes were pierced by the light, and he closed them subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, there was light in front of him. At this time, he finally knew what was glowing. There were small stones embedded in the bottom of the pool. Each stone was only the size of a fist, but their brightness was definitely comparable to that of an 80-degree incandescent lamp. Moreover, there is no sand, gravel, or soil at the bottom of the entire pool. Instead, it is paved with flat marble tiles, and the glowing stones are inlaid on the tiles. Looking further ahead, it was clear that the mouth of the pool was only a square with a diameter of less than 2 meters, but the bottom of the pool was as big as a football field. At this moment, under the illumination of the light, the occasional small fish swimming by, the water plants floating with the waves, and the gravel and mud settled on the marble tiles are all clearly visible. But what really caught Lin Yifan's attention was a giant stone building in the middle of the bottom of the pool. Lin Yifan looked at the scene in shock. This building looks like the remains of some kind of building, but its overall shape is that of a broken pyramid. It is bigger at the bottom and smaller at the top, and every step upwards is a staircase, but strangely, there's indeed a part missing at the top. Lin Yifan quickly swam towards the top of the pyramid. However, what shocked him was that from the moment he approached the pyramid, he suddenly realized that he was really far away from the top of the pyramid. It's like standing at the foot of a ladder to heaven and looking up at the heavenly palace. His heart tightened, but he still increased his swimming speed and swam quickly towards the bottom of the tower. At this time, Lin Yifan discovered that the surface of this building was also covered with marble, but the marble had unique patterns. These lines are basically the same as the lines on the cliff and obviously come from the same civilization. The difference is that the light emitted by these lines is not green, but purple. Lin Yifan continued to climb towards the top of the tower and found that the lines became darker and darker in color from low to high. When it reached the top of the tower, it was already dark purple. However, when he climbed to the top, he suddenly discovered that the top of the tower was broken. However, after careful observation, he discovered that the top of the tower was intentionally designed to be broken, because there was something like a small plate on the top of the tower, as if it was used to offer sacrifices to something. Unfortunately, the plate was empty, with only a few grains of sand and stones dropped on it. Lin Yifan frowned, but the main goal of his move was to explore the entire pool. Now that we have reached the bottom of the pool, I wonder how the exploration is progressing? He opened the mission progress. Special Treasure Chest Mission Part 4. This mission has 5 rings in total. Explore the pond. This is a mysterious pond that suddenly appeared. There seem to be many secrets hidden at the bottom of the pond. Please explore it carefully. Exploration area, 15. Countdown, 4 hours and 13 minutes. The explored area is only 15? Lin Yifan's brows suddenly wrinkled into the shape of a Chan character. He was now at the bottom of the pool. Although the area of the bottom of the pool was not small, it was clearly visible under the light. So, how come this is only 15 of the explored area? How was this calculated? If this is only 15, were we exploring for the remaining 85? Is it possible to touch them brick by brick? Monk Lin Yifan was completely confused, but since things had come to this point, he had to find a way to complete the task. He carefully recalled his previous exploration process. Before he went down to the bottom of the pool, he had been paying attention to the progress of the mission. Therefore, it could be confirmed that before he reached the bottom of the pool, the exploration area had always been 0. Therefore, one thing can be confirmed, that is, the exploration target of this mission is the bottom of the pool. So, as long as we explore the bottom of the pool carefully, we will eventually complete the task. Lin Yifan encouraged himself and continued to explore. There was nothing on the top of the tower, so he didn't waste any more time. However, he needed to confirm how to calculate the exploration indicators. He moved his position while observing the progress of the task. Most correctly, when his body touches 5 marbles, the mission progress will increase by 1. Therefore, his guess was correct. The criterion for this task was the marble at the bottom of the pool. Lin Yifan suppressed his excitement and spent a full hour and a half touching all the marbles at the bottom of the pool with his body. When you open the task progress again, you will see that the exploration area has reached 95. How come there is still 5 short? Lin Yifan's brows were almost wrinkled into a shape of a Chan river character. He had already explored all the places at the bottom of the pool that could be explored. He didn't even leave out places without marble floors, but the progress was still 5 short. This almost drove Lin Yifan crazy, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered something. It is the plate on the top of the tower, and the things on the plate have disappeared. Could it be that the last 5 of exploration lies in the thing that disappeared from the plate? Chapter 84, is this the source of water? But what is on the plate? Where did it go? According to the logic of the game mission, if the thing on the plate is also one of the conditions for completing the mission, then there must be clues left. But the entire bottom of the pool is in sight. If there is something else at the bottom of the pool, it would be impossible not to see it. Therefore, the things on the plate might be in places he would never expect. Lin Yifan thought about it and quickly swam back to the top of the tower. He looked at the empty plate carefully and suddenly discovered that the edge of the plate was also engraved with patterns similar to those on the rock wall and the surface of the pyramid. It's just that these lines are more delicate and more complex. But what's strange is that although the lines here are fine and complex, the degree of wear is quite high. Logically speaking, the rock wall is most easily worn out due to the waves of water flow, but the lines here are more severely worn than those on the rock wall. It looks like someone often touches these lines with their hands. But how could this be possible under such a pool of water? But in any case, this is enough to show that this plate is definitely not ordinary. Lin Yifan reached out and gently touched the surface of the plate, trying to feel if there were any hidden mechanisms or clues. However, the surface of the plate was smooth and cold, without any abnormality. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed an almost invisible crack on the bottom of the plate. The cracks are so tiny that they are almost unnoticeable unless they are illuminated by strong light. Lin Yifan's heart moved, and he gently pressed the edge of the crack with his fingers. Crack! There was a slight sound, and the bottom of the plate slowly opened, revealing a hidden compartment. In the secret compartment, a palm-sized stone slab lay quietly. The surface of the stone slab was also engraved with those mysterious symbols, but unlike before, these symbols emitted a faint golden light. Lin Yifan carefully took out the stone slab and held it in his hand. The moment he touched the stone slab, the mission progress suddenly jumped to 100. Then he noticed that the light screen in front of him was flashing and a string of task information appeared. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the 4th stage of the special treasure chest mission and being rewarded with 4 points of random attributes. Now start the 5th stage of the special treasure chest mission. This mission has 5 stages in total. Find the treasure chest. You should now understand that the entire pool is man-made and everything in it is full of mysteries. If you can find the treasure chest, you may be able to unlock the mystery of the pool. Countdown, 2 hours and 59 minutes. Seeing this message, Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. The 4th round of tasks was finally completed. The reward was the same as what he had encountered before, which was exactly 4 points of random attributes. He still added all the random attributes to physical strength. After adding 7 points of physical strength in a row, Lin Yifan felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot. However, there is still no change in the personal information. This made him a little disappointed. He was still thinking about how much physical strength he needed to raise his life level to the next level. But it is understandable if you think about it. He had added 17 points of physical strength before finally reaching the extraordinary level of life. If you want to upgrade further in the future, you will definitely need more and more attributes. And now the easiest source of attributes for him to obtain is this treasure chest mission. Lin Yifan looked at the slate in his hand, his brows furrowed. What exactly is this slab of stone? Why was it hidden so secretly in the plate at the top of the tower? What does it have to do with the secret of the entire pond? He looked at the stone slab carefully and found a line of small words engraved on the back of the stone slab. The handwriting was ancient and strange, and very similar to the mysterious patterns at the bottom of the pool. But for some reason, although Lin Yifan could not understand the mysterious patterns on the outside, he could understand the words on the stone tablet and the information contained in it. When light and darkness meet, the truth will come to light. Lin Yifan frowned, feeling vaguely that this sentence seemed to imply something. He looked around and discovered that the lights at the bottom of the pool and the golden light of the stone slabs were intertwined to form a strange light and shadow effect. Light and darkness meet. Seeing this scene of light and shadow, he subconsciously repeated this sentence in a low voice. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly. So that's what it means. He swam quickly to the bottom of the pyramid, because he remembered that there was an area at the bottom of the pyramid that was not fully illuminated by the light, and there was a small shadow hidden inside, making it difficult to see clearly. Where light and darkness meet. Isn't this the point where light and darkness meet? Lin Yifan swam quickly to the shadow area, and after careful observation, he found that there was indeed a circular groove on the ground. The size of Anna's groove fits perfectly with the stone slab in her hand. Lin Yifan did not hesitate and immediately put the stone slab into the groove. Crack! The moment the stone slab was embedded in the groove, the entire bottom of the pool suddenly shook. Lin Yifan steadied himself and watched the changes around him nervously. With a low roar, the bottom of the pyramid slowly opened, revealing a passage leading to the depths. The inside of the passage was pitch black, but Lin Yifan could feel a strong airflow surging out of the passage, causing the originally calm water to instantly form ripples. It almost shook Lin Yifan back several meters. After a long while, he finally managed to stabilize his body. Looking at the passage in front of him, Lin Yifan did not hesitate. It was obvious that the final link of this special treasure chest mission was the passage in front of him. He took a deep breath, gripped the searchlight tightly in his hand, and swam in resolutely. The passage was not long, and soon Lin Yifan swam to the end. At the end is a huge stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stands a huge stone tablet, which is engraved with dense symbols and patterns. And at the top of the stone tablet, there is a crystal ball emitting soft light. As soon as Lin Yifan entered the stone chamber, he felt a strong impact. This kind of impact is all too familiar to anyone who has been to the seaside. This is the tide. When the tide is high, the water beneath the surface will also surge rapidly. The shock wave formed by this surge is actually quite terrifying. In serious cases, it can even shatter a person's internal organs. The water shock waves in this secret room were also very strong, but fortunately, Lin Yifan was wearing a high-quality diving suit. So even though the shock wave of the water almost washed him away, it at least managed to keep him steady. At this moment, Lin Yifan has clearly realized where the water in this mysterious pool comes from. It's this small secret room in front of you. Chapter 85, Is This the Ding Shuizu? Lin Yifan steadied his body and fixed his eyes on the stone tablet in the center of the stone chamber. The symbols and patterns on the stone tablet are exactly the same as the mysterious patterns seen before, but more complicated. The crystal ball suspended on the top of the stone tablet emits a soft light. Lin Yifan touched the light of the crystal ball with his hand and suddenly found that the light actually resonated with the ground. When he blocked the light with his hand, the water flow that appeared in the shadow of his palm quickly shrank. And when he withdrew his hand and the light of the crystal ball fell on the ground again, water flow appeared on the ground again. This crystal ball can actually control the flow of water. The scene before him once again refreshed Lin Yifan's worldview. A fist-sized crystal ball can actually control the flow of water. And most importantly, Lin Yifan saw clearly that the ground was really the ground, and it was even paved with marble. But even with such ground, water is still gushing out continuously. Something that is totally inconsistent with scientific basis just happened. This made Lin Yifan understand once again that this world of survival is a whole new world. In this world, anything is possible. Suppressing the emotion in his heart, Lin Yifan began to look for the mission items for the last round of missions. That is, a treasure chest. When he was at the bottom of the pool, he had searched everywhere he could, but there was no sign of the treasure chest. And yet, there is such a secret room here. Combined with the location of the mission items in the fourth round of mission, it can be basically confirmed that the mission treasure chest is in this secret room. However, the secret room is only about a dozen square meters and can be seen at a glance. So where is the treasure chest? Could it be in some recessed secret room again? Lin Yifan frowned and began to search carefully on the walls around the secret room. However, he searched all the walls and still found nothing. Then the only thing left is this crystal ball. Lin Yifan raised his head and looked at the crystal ball hanging above his head. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to take it down and take a look. However, just as his hand touched the crystal ball, large areas of lines on the stone tablet below the crystal ball suddenly lit up from bottom to top. When all the lines on the stone tablet lit up, the light instantly condensed into a golden light and rushed straight up to the crystal ball. And at the moment when the golden light came into contact with the crystal ball burst into dazzling light, and the entire stone chamber was illuminated as if it were daytime. The dazzling light made Lin Yifan close his eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the crystal ball had slowly landed on the base of the stone tablet, and the light was gradually fading. The water that was constantly gushing upward from the ground became smaller and smaller as the light dimmed, until finally, all the water in the secret room became stagnant. And under the crystal ball, an ancient treasure chest finally slowly emerged. Finally found it, Lin Yifan was excited. He swam quickly to the treasure chest and discovered that it was also engraved with mysterious patterns. But unlike the lines in other places, these lines are denser and more mysterious. While Lin Yifan was observing the treasure chest, a white light flashed before his eyes. The mission information was updated at this time. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the 5th stage of the special treasure chest mission and being rewarded with 5 points of random attributes. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the special treasure chest mission. You will be rewarded with a special item, water bead, and a purple treasure chest. After so much trouble, this mysterious treasure chest series of tasks is finally completed. Lin Yifan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After once again putting 5 random attribute points into physical strength, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 rewards. Water-fixing beads, a one-time special item. As long as you bind a water-fixing beads to a water source, the water source will remain in its current state forever. Let a water source remain as it is forever. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up instantly. According to his expectations, this deep pool of water was the source of danger from the second natural disaster, rainstorm disaster. That's why he came here to do the serial tasks. The difficulty of this series of tasks is indeed quite terrifying. If he didn't have the ability himself and a friend who is lucky and capable, then his first round of mission to kill wild boars had already failed. Of course, the rewards for this series of tasks are also quite generous. Apart from anything else, the 15 points of random attribute reward alone are enough to make him excited. I didn't expect that he would be rewarded with props, and they were props that could help him solve this second natural disaster. How could he not know about this? Without even thinking twice, he directly bound the fixing water pearl to the pool of water. In this way, he can safely survive the second round of natural disasters. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It's just a pity that the way he solved the threat of natural disasters was to use a unique prop. He solved the natural disaster for himself, but was unable to help others. Otherwise, he would have been able to safely reap the benefits in the second natural disaster mission. The reward for the last natural disaster mission made him quite satisfied. If he could do it again, perhaps his life level could be raised to another level. Lin Yifan shook his head, temporarily putting these messy thoughts behind him, and then focused on another reward. Purple treasure box can be opened. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that the final reward for this mysterious treasure chest mission would actually be a purple treasure chest. So far, this is the first time he has obtained the purple treasure chest. Think about the previous blue treasure box. The rewards each time were quite generous. Compared to this higher level, purple treasure chest, the things inside are definitely more precious. It just so happens that his talent buff today is good news from unboxing. If he is luckier, he will definitely get a lot of money. However, the oxygen tank of the diving suit is almost exhausted, so we have to get back to the shore as soon as possible. As for the bottom of the pool, I will come down and explore it carefully when I have time. For some reason, Lin Yifan always felt that there was a big secret at the bottom of the pool, but she just couldn't crack it now. He swam back from the secret room to the pyramid altar at the bottom of the pool, only to find that the pyramid altar, which had been motionless before, was now rotating. Moreover, the rotation direction of each layer of the entire pyramid is different. But what is strange is that although the pyramid is rotating, the water flow does not fluctuate at all. I don't know if it's because of the fixing water beads. Lin Yifan looked up and down the pyramid again, but didn't find any clues. He estimated that he would have to decipher the patterns before he could find out the ultimate secret of the pool. So he didn't rush and return to the surface directly. After getting ashore, he changed out of his diving suit and put on the camouflage uniform placed on the shore. Then he grabbed 5 chestnuts to replenish his strength while preparing to open the purple treasure chest. Chapter 86, A Great Harvest. The highest level treasure chest ever obtained. Lin Yifan had high expectations for this purple treasure chest. So before opening the treasure chest, he prayed for a rare moment and then said with his mind, "Open the treasure chest." Talent activated. Good luck with unboxing. Congratulations on the increase in the items you receive from unboxing from 3 to 5. Mithril, times 10. Advanced Cultivation Soil, times 1. Level 1 Team Dungeon Transfer Scroll, times 1. Dungeon Teammate Summoning Scroll, 3 people, times 1. Wind Boots Blueprint, times 1. This time, Lin Yifan was quite satisfied with the good news after unboxing buff bonus. So far, all treasure chests have been able to produce 3 items. The only time it was not 3 was when he used 3 items as a sacrifice and then got one thing you wanted. I didn't expect that this time, 3 rewards could be turned into 5 rewards. If this was just a white or green treasure chest, then it would be the same whether it contained 3 or 5 rewards. But this is a purple treasure chest. Whatever was opened, it wouldn't be too spicy. Lin Yifan was still very happy to be able to get 2 more rewards. However, the 5 rewards he received made him a little disappointed. Needless to say, Mithril was also a reward of 8 pieces of Mithril for completing the natural disaster mission in the morning, which enabled him to repair the broken iron pot. So needless to say, this thing is definitely an important item. Even if you can't use it at the moment, the more you accumulate, the better. Not to mention the high-grade cultivation soil. There is a lot of cultivation soil in his shelter. Moreover, he had witnessed with his own eyes how powerful the cultivation soil was in growing plants. Especially high-grade cultivating soil, which can greatly shorten the planting time. Moreover, he was quite looking forward to this high-grade breeding soil. He had previously obtained a portion of excellent breeding soil that can make a blueberry tree bloom and bear fruit in just one night. This high-grade cultivation soil is of higher grade than the excellent cultivation soil, and I believe it will be more effective. He threw the growing soil into the space, ready to take it back and plant something to try it out. As for what to plant, he has already thought about it. That is to grow glutinous rice. He wanted to build a wall in front of the shelter to give himself more space. To build a wall, you need enough glutinous rice. So, he has to grow enough glutinous rice. Whether it is advanced cultivation soil or mithril, they're all first-class good things. But the remaining 3 things really made Lin Yifan a little confused. The 2 items, level 1 Team Dungeon Teleport Scroll and Dungeon Teammate Summoning Scroll, 3 people, are obviously used to enter the dungeon. But so far, Lin Yifan has never heard of the existence of copies. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. The world is already in a mess, and even a mysterious treasure chest quest can be set as a chain quest, so it is completely reasonable to create a copy. But what is inside the dungeon? How dangerous is it? No one knows this. Therefore, the copy must be planned slowly, and only after you're fully prepared can you give it a try. But I think there must be rich resources in the copy. Of course, it is also possible that there are all kinds of powerful monsters and hidden treasures in it. And the danger level should be quite high, otherwise they would not be required to form a team to complete it. But since we're going to form a team, we have to plan carefully this time. No one knows what dangers there are in the copy, so this time, Lin Yifan plans to find a few reliable teammates to explore this secret together. In fact, there was no rush, so Lin Yifan let it go for the time being. Turn your attention to the last item, Wind Boots Blueprint. Lin Yifan was somewhat interested. Although he didn't know the specific effect of the boots yet, since they were blueprints from a purple treasure chest, they must be good. He decided to study it carefully when he got back to see if he could make this pair of boots. Wind boots sounds like equipment that increases speed. Lin Yifan guessed in his mind, and at the same time, he was also a little bit expectant. Equipment that increases speed. That increases the chance of survival. Therefore, it is necessary to create the wind boots as soon as possible. After studying the drawings, Lin Yifan saw the materials needed for production. Jai Fengshuan. Materials needed. Mithril times 6. Primary leather armor times 5. Primary cloth times 6. Lin Yifan carefully checked the materials needed for the gas boots blueprint and found that the most important material was mithril. Fortunately, he had just obtained 10 pieces of mithril from the treasure chest, Plus the 8 pieces he had obtained from completing the task before, he now had 18 pieces of mithril on hand. If there are enough blueprints, they will be enough to make several pairs of wind boots. As for animal skins and cloth, there is naturally no shortage of them. Therefore, the materials for making wind boots were not a big problem for him. After Lin Yifan decided to return to the shelter, he immediately started making wind boots. Although the properties of wind boots cannot be seen at present, it is better to wear them early on as they can increase acceleration at a glance. Overall, Lin Yifan was very satisfied with the gains from opening the purple treasure chest this time. Although there is nothing that can directly improve attributes, each item is practical. However, although things like wind boots and mithril look very good, the most valuable ones are actually the level 1 team dungeon teleport scroll and the teammate summoning scroll in the dungeon. Regardless of what is in the dungeon, the fact that you can summon teammates to meet in person is its greatest value. Although since coming to the world of survival, Lin Yifan always felt that sooner or later, these survivors who were divided into different places would meet in this world. However, this conjecture has not been verified so far, and this teammate summoning scroll in the copy basically verifies it. Although currently you can only summon teammates within the dungeon, as long as such a thing really exists, then summoning teammates at will in the future will definitely not be a problem. Therefore, these two things are still the most valuable things in this purple treasure chest. Of course, this copy still needs to be treated well. It's hard to say about other areas, but in their 10086 area, this is the first copy. We must take it seriously and figure out what benefits the copy can bring. However, today is not a good time to do dungeon run, as there is not much time left during the day. It is clearly written on the copy transfer scroll that you must enter the copy during the day, and the time limit after the copy is opened is 6 hours. It will automatically close after 6 hours, and the people in the copy will be automatically ejected. Although I don't know whether it will take that long to complete this dungeon, I still have to leave enough time. Chapter 87 Hardworking Miners. While filling his stomach, Lin Yifan sorted out the thoughts in his mind. When his strength had almost recovered, he stood up and prepared to leave. He still wanted to explore the pond, as there were too many secrets hidden at the bottom of the pond. He had a vague feeling that if he could figure out all the secrets in the pond, perhaps he would also be able to understand the operating rules of the world at the next level. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability at the moment, so all he can do now is to work hard to improve his strength. Moreover, although the water-fixing pearl can ensure that the pool of water will not become the source of the upcoming rainstorm disaster, who knows if there may be water sources in other directions. Therefore, he must explore the area around the shelter while there is still time. Only in this way can he feel at ease. Moreover, he also wanted to find some iron or veins. He already had a primary synthesis room, but if he wanted to upgrade the shelter to level 4, he had to find a way to upgrade the primary synthesis room to the intermediate level first. But this requires a large amount of intermediate pig iron. Lin Yifan has already calculated that even if he exchanges the entire 10086 area and all the pig iron listed at the auction house now, it is afraid that it will not be enough. So the only hope is to find iron ore. Lin Yifan took out his mountain bike and rode back to the rat hole. Although he had explored it before, there was no iron ore near the rat hole. However, Lin Yifan thought about it carefully and realized that iron ore has no feet and will not run from one place to another for no reason. So, the iron ore must be there, he just didn't find it. It took him about 10 minutes to get back to the rat hole and begin to explore it carefully. He even took out a hoe and started digging a hole near where the iron ore was found before. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 2 meters. Lin Yifan was just digging a hole, but when he dug 3 meters deep, he actually found something unusual. The top layer of the soil in this area is leaf mold formed by the decay of leaves, and the depth is about 0.5 meter. The layer below the leaf mold is quite fertile black soil, about 1 meter deep. Further down, it becomes ordinary yellow mud. But when it reached a depth of 3 meters, the soft soil layer turned into a hard rock layer, and the color of the rock showed a faint metallic color. Although the color is still very different from the iron ores he picked up before, Lin Yifan can be sure that there must be iron elements in these rocks. This means that he finally found iron ore. Lin Yifan was overjoyed, but he did not continue digging because there was not enough time. The daytime hours are getting shorter and shorter. Yesterday it was daylight at 8 o'clock and dark at 4:30. Today, it is daylight at 8:30 and dark at 4 o'clock. There are only 20 minutes left until dark, and even if we rode a mountain bike, it would take a lot of effort to get back to the shelter in 20 minutes. So he can only dig this iron or tomorrow. Of course, he could also choose to stay here and stay up all night to mine, since he had the glowstone and pure spirit flower in his hand. But he didn't intend to do so. He had been exploring the bottom of the lake all day and digging here for so long. Even though his body could rely on chestnuts to restore his strength, he was mentally exhausted. Moreover, glowstone and pure spirit flower can only keep him from being affected by the fog and strange whispers. But the threats in the darkness of this world are not limited to these. Lin Yifan still remembers the maggots and human bones he encountered last night. Last night, he relied on the protection of a shelter and cleaned up all the animal oil in his and Hong Xiaoqiang's hands, and was able to barely eliminate the maggots and human bones. But this place is so far away from the shelter, and there's no grease that can burn. If we encounter maggots and human bones, again, it will be troublesome. Therefore, even though the temptation to stay up all night to mine was great, Lin Yifan still decided to return to the shelter. He timed his trip very well today. It was dark when he returned to the shelter, so he didn't take any risks. As usual, I brought the collected rainwater into the house, filtered it, and then used the purified water to cook dinner. With the mithril cast iron pot, even if Lin Yifan's cooking skills are lousy, he can still make decent food. However, he still decided to find a way to get a basic cooking skills book, even though he had already developed Ruan Qingdian and asked her to study the cooking profession in depth. But it is better to rely on yourself than on others. What belongs to others will always belong to others. How can you have the freedom to own it? What's more, the mithril cast iron pot is most suitable for the profession of cooking. If a cook uses this item to make food, the properties of the food will definitely be explosive. However, even if Lin Yifan was not a stingy person, he would not be willing to give such a precious thing to others, even if that person was Ruan Qingdian. After all, they were people he had never met in real life, so Lin Yifan really didn't dare to trust them 100. So, in order not to waste the mithril cast iron pot, he decided to become a cooking master himself. So he opened the trading house and started looking for the basic cooking skill book. However, Lin Yifan always felt that he had forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. It was not until he failed to find the basic cooking skill book in the trading house and thought of going to the chat channel to ask everyone about it that he saw the messages quickly scrolling across the chat channel and finally remembered what he had forgotten. Among the rewards for last night's natural disaster mission, there was a collective blessing that doubled the harvest within 48 hours. And he actually forgot this. He had opened so many treasure chests today, but he hadn't thought about this at all. However, every treasure chest he opened only contained today's buff refreshed by his own talent skill and did not trigger the collective blessing of double harvest. At this time, the content that kept refreshing the chat channel was all related to this. Didn't we say that we have a 48-hour collective blessing of double harvest? Why didn't I trigger the doubling of my gains today, whether I opened a treasure chest or collected supplies? That's right, I didn't trigger the double harvest either. What's going on? Could it be that they're lying to us, and there is no collective blessing at all? But the system announcement has already been released. How could they deceive us? Is there a bug? We put so much effort yesterday and almost emptied our supplies to get this first place, but the reward turned out to be stuck with a bug. Do you really want to bully us like this? That's too much. It's really too much. If you don't want to give us this collective blessing, then don't issue a notice. If you issue a notice and then don't give it, isn't that just pure teasing? Chapter 88, A Group of Troublemakers, Revised. Lin Yifan looked at the constantly refreshing messages in the chat channel with a frown on his face. He originally thought that it was because of his talent skill that caused his blessing of double harvest to be blocked. But I didn't expect that other people had encountered the same problem. What is going on? Could it be that the reward for this mission is going to change? If that's the case, then we're in big trouble. In order to get this reward, most people in the district contributed all the materials last night, which resulted in the current ranking reward. Now the reward is gone just like that. This is definitely a huge blow to them. Moreover, he was the one who sent the information about the natural disaster mission. If this reward cannot be fulfilled, it is estimated that no one will believe him anymore. If he wants to complete the collective task in the future, it will be difficult. There will definitely be people with ulterior motives who will come out to make things difficult for him. No, someone immediately jumped out of the chat channel. Nine Dragons Madblade. If you ask me, this matter should be blamed on Lin Yifan. He was the one who asked everyone to give all the materials to complete the task, but now the task reward is gone. Fang Jincheng. What the above person said is right. Lin Yifan, you liar. Did you know that there was something wrong with this reward a long time ago? So you deliberately let us compete for the first place? Wu Nai Di Yi Shuai. He must have done it on purpose. Maybe these things were all scams from the beginning. He just wanted to cheat everyone's materials, so he made it up as a collective task. Let's make him return the materials quickly. We must not let a scammer like him get away with it. Lu Yun Luadi. That's right. I felt something was wrong last night. I was willing to give the materials to Lin Yifan because I trusted him. Now I think it's really stupid. Lin Yifan, give me the materials back. Give them back to me quickly. I am not a little yellow-haired. Lin Yifan, you are really too much. We all trust you so much, but you cheated us of the materials. You deserve to die. Return the materials. You must return them. In just a moment, the direction of the chat channel changed completely. Originally, everyone was just wondering why the collective blessing of double the harvest did not take effect. Now, with ulterior motives, the disappointed people put all the blame on Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan looked at the people who were leading the commotion and knew that it was the Heaven and Earth Society that was taking action again, so he felt very annoyed. But he was actually having a headache at the moment because he didn't know why the collective blessing didn't work. If the collective blessing cannot take effect, it will be difficult for him to refute the accusations against him, and he may not be able to turn things around. At this time, Chen Yunhua also sent a message and asked anxiously, Lin Yifan, what's going on with this collective blessing? Why isn't it taking effect? I don't know at the moment. Lin Yifan looked at the message, rubbed his temple with his hand, and sent a message. Don't say it didn't work for you. It didn't work for me either. Chen Yunhua was so anxious that her head was about to burst. It's over. It's over. What should I do? If this reward cannot be fulfilled, then all our previous efforts will be gone. Not only will the guild we built fall apart, but how will we in District 10086 survive in the future? Don't worry, I will figure it out. After Lin Yifan calmed himself down, he began to record the previous task information. The task information record is a separate page, similar to the chat channel. As long as the above records appear, they will always exist. So it is not difficult to find the records. Lin Yifan found out the mission information about the delayed completion of the natural disaster mission that happened that morning. Congratulations to all the survivors. You have survived the first natural disaster since arriving in the survival world. You will receive 1 bonus attribute point and 1,000 contribution points. Congratulations to all the survivors in Area 10086. During this natural disaster, you united and overcame the difficulties together. You have won the first place in the number of survivors and will receive the ranking reward. Only the top 3 will receive the ranking reward. Congratulations to all the survivors in Area 10086 for receiving 6 attribute points as a leaderboard bonus, receiving the collective blessing of double harvest for 48 hours, and receiving 3 green treasure chests and 6 white treasure chests. Congratulations to District 10086 for obtaining the qualification to open the survival store. This survival store is now open. The above information is reported to all servers. Lin Yifan read the long list of thank yous carefully, word by word, but still couldn't find any problems. Moreover, this was a task that the system automatically announced to the entire server, and he didn't announce it himself. So how could it not count? What's more, all other rewards have been received. Why is it that only this reward has not arrived? Lin Yifan was puzzled, but things had to come to this point, and there had to be a safe solution. Reputation is difficult to build, but it only takes a moment to collapse. If he fails to properly resolve the problem this time, he will no longer have any credibility in the entire 10086 district. He also wanted to unite the strength of the entire district to face the second natural disaster mission, hoping to win the second natural disaster mission. Therefore, this solution must make everyone feel safe. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples, feeling a little annoyed. In fact, it is very simple to find a safe solution. Just make up for their losses. Therefore, Lin Yifan finally applied this decision and sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, I am also very sorry that the collective blessing of double harvest has not expired. In fact, I don't know why myself, but I can't understand it anyway. But no matter what, your loss last night was indeed caused by my guidance, so I should compensate you for this loss. So I have decided that within 3 days, I will return all the primary materials you contributed last night. I hope that everyone will not stop uniting because of this incident. Otherwise, when we face natural disasters or man-made disasters again, we will definitely pay a heavy price. As soon as Lin Yifan sent this string of messages, the troublemakers from the Tiandahui in the chat channel immediately started sending messages and shouting, "Lin Yifan, stop pretending. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost so much material last night. It's only right that we should be compensated. Stop using regional justice to pressure me. I won't fall for it. What the above person said is right. It was originally yours, but you are still stirring up trouble here. Do you know that we are fools? You want to return the materials, right? Then you have to return the principal and interest. That's right, you must pay back the principal and interest, and you must sincerely apologize to us. You deceived all of us, and you must pay the price." Chapter 89, I regret it now. Lin Yifan looked at those people in the chat channel who were still pushing their limits and getting angry. To put it bluntly, the reason why he was willing to give compensation materials to everyone was that he wanted to temporarily protect the stars and unite to get a good ranking in the next natural disaster mission. But this does not mean that he really has no temper and will not allow others to endlessly challenge his bottom line. What's more, these people are members of the Tiandahui, and the conflict between him and the Tiandahui has been going on for a long time. Now the Tiandahui couldn't find a chance to retaliate against him. If they could find a chance, given the hatred that Tiandahui had for them, they would definitely retaliate against him by any means necessary. Even so, he naturally had no reason to be polite and sent a message coldly. I've said before that I have a bad temper. Since you guys are so dissatisfied with me and hate me so much, why would I compensate you with materials? So, I won't compensate you for the materials. You can do whatever you want. The materials aren't used on me anyway, so it's none of my business. After sending this message, he immediately sent another message. My fellow compatriots who have been affected by this, please don't blame me. I didn't know you anything. Now that the collective blessing has not taken effect, I am willing to post materials to compensate you out of humanitarian considerations. But now it seems that there is no point in doing this, so why waste time and energy? It doesn't matter if you really want to blame me. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. What does it mean to divert trouble to others? This is called diverting trouble to others. It can even be said to be a naked conspiracy and revenge against everyone. That's right, Lin Yifan was basically dissatisfied with most of the people in District 10086 at this time. In addition to collective blessings, the mission rewards also include random attributes and treasure chest rewards. Judging from the rarity of random attributes, most people probably won't be able to get these things. But they have received the rewards and enjoyed the benefits, but now they are still not satisfied. Everyone knew clearly that no one had received any collective blessing, but now that the Tiandahui was pushing the blame on Lin Yifan, most people chose to sit back and wait to reap the benefits. Although it is natural for them to do so in the face of interests, Lin Yifan, the person involved, is quite unhappy. Originally, he could have endured it for the sake of the next natural disaster mission, but the people from the Tiandahui were so unreasonable that still few people spoke up for him. Then what the hell is he going to endure? No matter how tempting the reward for the mission is now, it is certainly not indispensable. At worst, he could just work harder in other areas and still catch up with his development. So, he simply took this opportunity to go back on his word. And this movie caught everyone off guard. Those who were originally waiting for Lin Yifan to replenish their supplies suddenly became anxious and filled the chat channel with messages. Boss, please don't go back on your word. Although the supplies we donated may not be a big deal in your eyes, they are our lifeblood. We are very grateful that you are willing to subsidize us. What the above person said is right. The big boss is willing to subsidize us, and we are really grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. The people of the Tiandahui don't know what is good for them. That's their business. Don't take your anger out on us. Boss, those bastards from the Tiandahui are just troublemakers. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are full of shit. They don't know how to repay kindness, but we do. Boss, I have written down the names of those troublemakers. I will give them to you now. You can seek revenge or complain. We will fully support you. All we ask is that you give us the supplies. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the entire chat channel became heated, and everyone's comments quickly reversed. Previously, most of the people who were causing trouble were from the Tiandahui, who kept causing him trouble, but there were very few people who spoke up for him. They were basically drowned out by the flood of messages on the screen. If it weren't for Lin Yifan's good eyesight, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the few messages that spoke for him. Although he said that he would not provide supplies to everyone, that doesn't mean he won't support everyone. For example, Lin Yifan is willing to respect those who sincerely want to help ordinary people. Therefore, he had just sent private messages to those close to him, telling them that they would still be provided with their materials, but as for the others, he would definitely not let them go. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with everyone. So after making this decision, he didn't say anything else and simply chose to play dead. His pretending to be dead immediately broke people's defense. The chat channel was full of insults against the Tiandahui, but these had nothing to do with Lin Yifan anymore. Even if there was some connection, he was in no mood to care about it at the moment. Because now he finally understood why the collective blessing of harvesting double had not been implemented. The collective blessing of double harvest actually needs to be activated by yourself, and there are prerequisites for activation. And this prerequisite is in the newly opened survival store. Although Lin Yifan knew that the survival store was already open and even bought a basic synthesis room blueprint, he did not study it carefully. Because it was almost dawn that morning, and he was in a hurry to go out to do business, so the matter was temporarily delayed. It happened to be empty at this time, so he carefully studied the survival shop thoroughly, and then he found a method on how to activate the collective blessing on the last page. Collective blessing card. For sale, 1,000 contribution points. Only the top-ranked person in the region is eligible to purchase this card to benefit the entire region. In order to let the survivors in the region know your contribution to the region, after you purchase this card, you'll get a 12-hour notification pinned to the top. Don't miss this great opportunity to gain fans. Lin Yifan looked at the card and felt a little amused. As the number one person in District 10086, he has always used this opportunity to make money. But I have never thought about being a savior. But now it seems that the world of survival is pushing him to become the savior. What is the purpose of this? Lin Yifan was puzzled, but this collective blessing had to be activated, so he had no choice but to buy the card. The moment he bought the card, a bold and red message immediately appeared at the top of the chat channel. Regional notice. Survivor Lin Yifan successfully triggered collective blessings. Double harvest. Please cherish your time. Countdown. 39 hours and 59 minutes. The notice is in bold red, so eye-catching that anyone who is not blind must see it. Chapter 90. Compensation? Lin Yifan looked at the notice that suddenly appeared in the chat channel, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He knew that once this notice came out, the atmosphere of the entire 10086 district would completely change, and those fence-sitters would definitely cheer for him. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the chat channel exploded again. Boss is awesome. Boss Lin Yifan is indeed the pillar of our district. Thank you, big guy. Now we can finally grow up in peace. Those bastards from the Tiandahui were cursing the boss just now. Why are they silent now? Does their face hurt? Haha, you dogs of the Tiandahui. Keep jumping around. See how the big guy slaps you in the face. Boss, we were wrong. We shouldn't have followed the Tiandahui people in making trouble. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Boss Lin Yifan, you are the savior of our district. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you in the future, I will be the first to disagree. The wind direction in the chat channel suddenly reversed. Those who had been blaming Lin Yifan now turned their guns around and began to praise him crazily. However, the members of the Tiandahui seemed to be dumb at this moment, and no one dared to jump out to provoke them. Lin Yifan sneered, but his heart was not disturbed at all. He knew that the reason these people changed their attitudes so quickly was simply because of their own interests. If he had not initiated the collective blessing today, I am afraid that even if these people did not stand on the side of Tiandahui and criticize him, they would definitely bear resentment towards him. However, Lin Yifan didn't care about these. He had long seen through human nature, especially in this world of survival, where interests are the eternal driving force. The reason why he started the collective blessing was not to please these people, but for himself. Although the collective blessing of double harvest is beneficial to the entire district, the biggest beneficiary is actually himself. As the number one survivor in the entire region, his speed in acquiring resources far exceeds that of others. Now with the bonus of double harvest, his development speed will be increased to another level. As for ordinary survivors, although they can also benefit from it, their basic resource acquisition is limited, and the double bonus does not bring much improvement to them. What's more, Lin Yifan knew very well that these people would not be grateful to him for his generosity. Once their interests are damaged, they will still stand against him without hesitation. Human nature is like this. Why bother? Lin Yifan shook his head, turned off the chat channel, and began to focus on his own affairs. Because just now, the moment the collective benefit of double the harvest was activated, a large ball of light appeared in front of him. As he picked up the broken ball of light with his hands, a pile of things suddenly fell in front of him with a crackling sound. Mithril, times 10. Advanced Cultivation Soil, times 1. Level 1 Team Dungeon Transfer Scroll, times 1. Dungeon Teammate Summoning Scroll, 3 people, times 1. Wind Boots Blueprint, times 1. It turned out to be something that came out of the purple treasure chest. Lin Yifan looked at the pile of precious items in front of him, his face full of astonishment. Then there were speculations. Perhaps double the harvest has actually been enabled for a long time. It was only because he didn't buy the welfare activation card that it was not implemented. Now that he has activated it, he will be given the double reward of the items he got when he opened the treasure chest before. And judging from the time, the activation time of double the harvest is just after 8 o'clock in the morning. That is after the natural disaster mission is completed. Unfortunately, the treasure chest opened before 8 o'clock did not double the reward. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. But it's okay. Although the treasure chest from last night has been opened, the natural disaster mission also gave him a lot of treasure chest rewards. There were 3 white treasure chests and 3 green treasure chests. I was busy going out in the morning, so I didn't open the treasure chests. Now that I have some free time and there are double rewards and buffs, it is a good time to open treasure chests. He first took out a white treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Obtained. Rise times 2 gene. Talent activated. Good luck in unboxing. Congratulations on doubling the amount of items you received in this unboxing. Obtained. Rise times 4 gene. Collective blessing started. Congratulations on the items unlocked this time. The quantity has doubled. Obtained. Rise times 8 gene. Lin Yifan's eyes almost popped out when he saw this string of information. He really didn't expect that the double buff of collective blessing would actually rank behind his talent buff. The original reward of only 2 kilograms of rice was increased to 8 kilograms. This buff is too big, but it smells good. It would be even better if the treasure chest contained valuable materials. Lin Yifan couldn't wait to start opening the remaining treasure chests. Unboxing. Obtained. Fulling Jatsai times 2, bags, Lao Gama times 1 bottle. Talent activated, quantity doubled. Collective blessings started, double the number. Obtained. Fulling Jatsai times 8, Lao Gama times 4. Unboxing. Obtained. Steel wool times 4, dishwashing liquid times 4. The items opened from the 3 white treasure chests are basically common daily necessities, and there are no special attributes in the daily talents, so the quantity of supplies opened is just a little larger. Lin Yifan had never had any hope for the white treasure chest in the first place, so now that he could get some practical items out of it that he could use, he wasn't disappointed at all. So after taking a look at the things he opened, he directly found a box to pack them up and put them where he could easily reach them. Next, it's the highlight of this unboxing, the 3 green treasure chests. If it were 2 or 3 days ago, Lin Yifan would definitely be looking forward to the green treasure chest, but now he not only got the blue treasure chest, but also opened a more precious purple treasure chest. This second-to-last green treasure chest was not very pleasing to his eyes. Moreover, some curious people in the area have done statistics and found that most of the things that can be opened from the green treasure chests are better than the basic supplies. But if you want to get something precious, it is unlikely to happen unless you are extremely lucky. However, although the things that come out of the green treasure chest will not be very good, if you are lucky, the buff of good news when opening the box can give a special bonus. For example, item sublimation, giving up 3 for 1, item mutation, etc. You might get some good stuff. For this reason, when Lin Yifan faced the 3 green treasure chests, he prayed earnestly to all the gods and Buddhas before he began to open the boxes. Open the treasure chest. Obtained. Glass times 15 intermediate pig, iron times 15 compressed, dry, food times 7. The items are doubled again. Lin Yifan was a little disappointed, but he didn't think much about it and immediately opened the next treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Talent activated. The unboxed items will mutate automatically. 3 reward items will become 1, and the attributes of the reward items will be greatly improved. Obtained. Premium Simmons X2. When Lin Yifan saw this information, his eyes immediately lit up, and then he couldn't wait to open the properties of the Simmons mattress. Top quality Simmons. Attributes. Physical strength recovery times 3 per hour. Random attribute +1 per night. This is a magical bed. As long as you lie on it, you can get the most peaceful sleep, the best rest, and make your body healthier. Lin Yifan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although he had a bed now, it was a simple wooden bed. Even with a blanket, it was still uncomfortable and far less comfortable than a Simmons mattress. I felt a little regretful at first, and even thought about getting myself a Simmons mattress if I had the chance. I didn't expect that my dream would come true so soon, and there are two of them. They are the top quality Simmons mattresses, with special properties. It's like a pillow is given to you when you are sleepy. Chapter 91 Men and Women 3-Piece Suit. It would be fine if the Simmons mattress had attributes, but one of its attributes was that it could increase a random attribute after one night of sleep. This is what really surprised Lin Yifan. So far, apart from attribute fruits and random attribute rewards obtained from completing tasks, Lin Yifan has no other way to obtain random attributes stably. This made him feel very insecure. He wanted to become stronger, but without a stable channel to obtain random attributes, he could only rely on luck if he wanted to become stronger. As for luck, when you are lucky, it is naturally very good, but there are also times when you are unlucky, which is pure bad luck. Therefore, gambling on luck has always been the least desirable option and the one with the least certain final answer. Lin Yifan was unwilling to leave his fate to luck. He still wanted to control his destiny in his own hands. But without absolute support, how can we control our destiny in our own hands? Now, with this Simmons mattress that can increase a little random attribute every night, Lin Yifan feels that he finally has something to rely on. Although he could only increase a little random attribute in one night, as long as he could stay alive, the attributes would increase more and more. Lin Yifan happily placed the Simmons mattress in the room and tidied the bedding before he began to see what was in the last treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Obtain condoms ×4, abortion pills ×4, pregnancy-preserving pills ×4. Lin Yifan was speechless as he looked at the pile of paper boxes in front of him. He really didn't expect that this treasure chest was so user-friendly. The previous treasure chest gave him Simengsi, but this treasure chest gave him 3 sets of clothes for men and women. This is really too considerate. It's a pity that Lin Yifan doesn't need these things at the moment, so he simply stuffed the pile of things into the corner. However, although the rewards of these treasure chests are considerable, what really matters to him is the compensation reward of the purple treasure chest. Including what he got from the previous box opening, he now not only has 2 copies of Advanced Cultivation Soil, but also has 2 chances to enter the dungeon. If we can seize these 2 opportunities to enter the copy, we will definitely be able to take its development to a higher level. As a result, among the things open from the purple treasure chest, the most valuable ones are Mithril and Wind Boots Blueprint. Especially the Wind Boots Blueprint, he already had a copy in his hand, so this one was completely redundant. So he simply put this blueprint on the trading floor, ready to trade other blueprints of the same level. As for Mithril, Lin Yifan now understood that this thing was definitely a rare material and was used in a wide range of places, so it was not too much to keep as much as possible. After saving the Mithril into the space, Lin Yifan began to study the 2 portions of Advanced Cultivation Soil. Advanced Cultivation Soil. Attributes. Plant growth rate +5, plant mutation probability +15. The previous cultivation soil did not have any attributes, probably because it was not of a high enough level. This time it showed up. What exactly does growth rate +5 mean? Lin Yifan didn't quite understand it, but the premium cultivation soil, which was a lower grade than the advanced cultivation soil, could ripen 2 batches of blueberries in one day. Then if we put blueberries here for comparison, we can basically make a comparison. Each portion of this growing soil is about 1 cubic meter and is placed in a wooden frame. There is even a tray at the bottom to prevent water from dripping everywhere when watering. Lin Yifan grabbed a handful of cultivation soil and examined it carefully. It was an extremely fine black soil. The smell was not bad, but it was not particularly pleasant either. It had a faint smell of rotten leaves. Compared to the cultivation soil he had obtained before, the texture of the high-grade cultivation soil was finer, but he couldn't tell if the difference was big. However, when he planted the ginger in the fine breeding soil, a mutation occurred, turning the ordinary ginger into the king of ginger. But apart from that piece of ginger, no abnormalities occurred no matter what was done. I think the probability on this side should be less than 15. Lin Yifan moved the 2 portions of high-grade cultivation soil to the edge and put them together with other cultivation soil. Then he began to wonder what he should plant on these 2 portions of cultivation soil. Most of the plants he grows in the cultivation soil now are herbs, but nowadays, the amount of herbs used is not large. To put it bluntly, if he can find herbs, others can naturally find them as well. Most of the people in District 10086 are Chinese. Chinese people have a natural understanding of Chinese herbal medicine and can basically find the right medicinal herbs for common illnesses, such as colds and fevers. Therefore, Lin Yifun's previous idea of hoarding medicinal herbs to make a fortune was shattered. Now he has the prescription for Sanjiu cold remedy in his hand, but he doesn't know if everyone's physical fitness has improved and now no one says they have a cold in the chat channel. Since there is no longer much of a market for medicinal herbs, there is no need to waste the cultivation soil. According to Lin Yifun's own idea, what he wants to grow most is actually crops. Unfortunately, he has not found any crops so far, whether it is sweet potatoes, wheat, or rice. Even in the entire trading area, there were no crop seeds for sale, so the most common things planted in his current breeding soil were various wild fruits. For example, the blueberry plant that was dug up first and the fruit plant that was exchanged from someone else are now growing lushly and full of fruits. I don't know if it's because the fruits are planted in cultivating soil, but if he doesn't pick them himself, the fruits will not fall off and will continue to grow on the tree. If you take wild fruits like this out to exchange for supplies, you can't get any precious supplies. Basically, you can only exchange for some basic supplies. What Lin Yifun lacked the least now was basic supplies, so he was too lazy to bother with it. He just let the fruits grow on the trees and grab a handful when he wanted to eat them. But today he plans to pick all the fruits and use them to make jam. But before that, he still needs to get a basic cooking skill book first. Fortunately, elementary skill books like these were very scarce yesterday, but they are not so scarce today. He used 5 kilograms of crocodile meat, exchanged it for a book at the trading market, and started studying directly. Then I picked all the prickly ash and blueberries. Since they were all grown indoors and there was no dust, I was too lazy to clean them. After pouring it into the mithril cast iron pot, in small portions, he added some white sugar and began to stir it randomly. Lin Yifun has never made jam, but even if he has never eaten pork, he has seen pigs run. So, even though his skill in making jam was rough, he still managed to make it. Chapter 92. Closed Face Opening. Lin Yifun looked at the 2 large jars of jam in front of him and felt a little proud. Especially these 2 jams. They actually have special properties, which made him unable to react for a while. Secret Blueberry Jam, made by Lin Yifun. Usage: soak in water or eat immediately after opening the lid. Attribute: each spoonful of jam can restore physical strength +1. Physical strength limit +1. Duration 30 minutes. Secret Bubble Jam, made by Lin Yifun. Usage: soak in water or eat immediately after opening the lid. Attributes: each spoonful of jam can restore physical strength +1 and strength +1, and the duration is 30 minutes. Lin Yifun looked at the information on the 2 bottles of jam and was a little surprised. He originally thought that the attribute bonus of this ordinary jam made with simple technology should be similar, but he didn't expect that there was a slight difference. It seems that he can find more varieties of wild fruits and make them into jams. The jams made in this way will not only be of various types, but also have different tastes. Speaking of which, he is quite proud of his ability to make jam. As for himself, his talent in cooking is really average, and he can only cook the food normally. Now that I can make jam, even if it is only because I have learned the skill in this mithril cast iron pot, it is still something to be happy about. Lin Yifun bought the bottles of jam at the trading house. There were actually a few large cans. Someone must have been lucky enough to get a large can when opening a treasure chest, and then they left it behind. He could have made it himself, but it required glass. Currently, it still required glass to upgrade the 4th level shelter, so it was better to save as much as possible. After Lin Yifun put away the 2 bottles of jam, he started to prepare dinner. Patients feel sick of eating meat every day, even wild boar meat, rabbit meat, or crocodile meat. It just so happened that some rice was found in the treasure chest today, so Lin Yifun grabbed a handful of rice, washed it, and threw it into the pot. Then he took out some wild boar meat, cut it into small pieces, and threw it in. He also washed some wild mushrooms and fungus that he had saved before and put them in the iron pot. Then start adding water to cook the rice, and add a little salt and MSG. That's right, the rice he made was just a mess. He also wanted to make a rice dish that was delicious and tasty, but unfortunately his cooking skills were just so-so. However, the final result still made him quite satisfied. The rice is just the right amount of salty and has a soft and glutinous texture. The umami flavor of wild boar meat and mushrooms and black fungus combines perfectly with the rice. One bite, and it really leaves a delicious taste in your mouth. And the most important thing is the rice he cooked actually had some properties. Mushroom pork rice, made by Lin Yifan. Attribute: physical strength recovery plus 5/200 G. Special note: this is a pot of messy rice carefully prepared by the freshly baked rookie chef Lin Yifan. The color, aroma, and taste only occupy one place, which is barely acceptable. If 10 is the full score, it can barely reach 3 points. Keep up the good work. Dear rookie chef, Lin Yifan was quite satisfied with the attribute information at the beginning, but the special explanation at the end immediately made him very angry. What does it mean to open it close to the face? This is what it means to get close to the face and open it wide. Unfortunately, no matter how angry Lin Yifan was, it was of no use. He could only hold his anger in and finish the whole pot of rice. As for whether this would be a waste, this pot of special food with properties was not something Lin Yifan considered at all. To him, he was just making a dinner and he would just eat it, no big deal. He even dipped it in 2 large spoonfuls of jam. After eating and drinking, Lin Yifan went to transplant the blueberry trees and prickly pear trees into the 2 portions of advanced cultivation soil. Jam is a good thing, and he plans to make more. Whether he eats it himself or puts it on the trading floor as something valuable, it will be a very good choice. After finishing the transplanting work, Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After washing up in the bathroom, he prepared to take a nap. However, before going to bed, Lin Yifan took out level 1 team dungeon teleportation scroll and dungeon teammate summoning scroll, 3 people, and began to think carefully about who he should summon. Teammates can summon 3 people, and the only ones who are a little closer to Lin Yifan are Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. So naturally, the 2 of them were among the people he wanted to summon, but he was a little hesitant about who to choose as the 3rd person. At present, the best choice for the 3rd person is Chen Yunhua, who once made him fall in love with her during his college years. Since there was no better choice, Lin Yifan did not hesitate any longer and decisively sent a message to the 3 people. I accidentally got a copy of the dungeon transfer scroll, and it also came with a scroll for summoning teammates in the dungeon. I can summon 3 people at a time. If you are willing to go into the dungeon with me, I will summon you. Although he believed that no one would refuse, he still had to seek other people's wishes, so he gave them the right to choose in the opposite direction. Of course, the facts did not surprise him. Whether it was Chen Yunhua, Hong Xiaoqiang, or Ruan Qingtan, they all chose to agree. Lin Yifan originally wanted to push the copies back a bit, but at this time the rainstorm disaster was getting closer and closer. Although he used the water-fixing beads to seal the bottomless pool, he had not yet explored the entire surrounding area. Who knew if there would be other water sources? He couldn't guarantee at all now that if the rainstorm really caused a major flood, could his level 3 shelter really guarantee his safety? Lin Yifan wasn't sure, but he didn't want to gamble. Therefore, he still had to find a way to upgrade the shelter to level 4 as soon as possible to feel safe. Now that he's found the iron or vein, he just needs to hurry up and mine it. Then he will have all kinds of primary pig iron, intermediate pig iron, and even high-grade pig iron. Now that he has found the mineral vein, there is no need to worry. So he decided to go and do the dungeon tomorrow. He wanted to see what good things could be found in the copy. Lin Yifan had a dreamless night, and when he woke up in the morning, he had slept until 7 o'clock. And when he woke up, he found a message prompt in front of him. Random attribute +1. Lin Yifan was so satisfied looking at the extra random attributes. Increasing revenue and reducing expenditure is not as good as a long-term benefit. Just like before, he put this random attribute into physical strength. Although since the last time his life level was advanced, no matter how many points he put in his physical strength, the other 3 attributes did not change. But he was not in a hurry. He believed that since the first quantitative change had led to a qualitative change, the second one would definitely happen. Chapter 93, Planning the Manor. According to Lin Yifan's estimation, his method of only increasing physical strength and then using physical strength to enhance life strength and feed back the other 3 attributes is likely to only be able to be fed back once in each life stage. So according to his guess, he needed to raise his life level to the next stage before feedback could appear again. Up to now, he has added 15 points of physical strength. That is to say, he now has a full 45 points of physical strength, but his life level has still not been upgraded to the next stage. It would be a lie to say that there is no rush at all. The benefits brought by improving the level of life are almost addictive. However, Lin Yifan also knew that it was useless for him to be anxious, because he still hadn't figured out how many attributes were needed to improve the level of life. He can only keep adding attribute points, accumulating them bit by bit. But no matter how you put it, this feeling of being able to increase random attributes by just sleeping is really great. After stretching, Lin Yifan got up contentedly, washed up, and opened the weather forecast to check today's weather. Current time, 6:58 a.m., May 5th, 20245, survival calendar. Daybreak, 9 o'clock. Dark, 1500 hours. Today's weather, cloudy. Temperature, 3 degrees Celsius. Warm reminder, dawn is coming, and the day of survival is about to begin. Please be prepared, survivors. Also, we strongly remind you to return to the safe house before dark. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. The days are getting shorter again. Lin Yifan looked at the time of dawn and dust displayed and felt a little heavy. I still remember the day when I first came here. It was still daylight at 7 o'clock and dark at 5 o'clock, with a total daylight duration of 10 hours. But now, there are only 6 hours left. If this continues, the world will enter polar night in another 6 days. By that time, I'm afraid there will be another catastrophe. Of course, Lin Yifan believed that even if he really entered the polar night, there would not be no hope of survival. After all, this was the realm of survival. If everyone dies, then there's no point in living. And now is not the time to think about these things. The day after tomorrow, a rainstorm disaster is coming. This is a 4-star disaster. So many people died in a 3-star disaster. The danger of this rainstorm disaster will be even greater. Instead of worrying about the polar night, it is better to worry about rainstorm disasters first. Lin Yifan put aside his random thoughts, washed up, and started preparing breakfast. The breakfast he was going to prepare was also very simple, just like last night, just a pot of mixed rice. And while cooking, he was going to go out for a walk. If the arrival of polar night is an unavoidable reality, he must adapt to surviving in the wild in the dark. The best way to adapt is to go out. Based on his previous 2 experiences of being stranded in the wild at night, the closer he was to a shelter, the safer he would be. Apart from the maggots and human bones, there are basically no large beasts approaching the shelter. As for small wild animals, it doesn't matter if you don't encounter them. If you do, it's just a good chance to have a meal. But even so, Lin Yifan did not let his guard down. He took out a machete and held it in his hand and placed the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow in the space where he could take it out as quickly as possible. Then he took the glowing stone and pure spirit flower and walked out of the shelter. He didn't plan to go far this time. He just wanted to take a walk around the neighborhood. After all, there was rice cooking in the pot. If it gets burnt, it will be more trouble than gain. After carefully exploring the area around the shelter, he began to cut down and clear the bushes in front of the shelter gate. The bushes in front of the shelter gate are not very tall. Most of them are only half a person's height, and they usually do not block the view. It is precisely because of this that Lin Yifan is too lazy to clean them up. However, once the polar night really arrives, and it cannot disappear in a short period of time, he must find a way to be self-sufficient. Although he has a lot of breeding soil now, the area of each piece of breeding soil is limited. If it is used to grow crops, the breeding soil alone is far from enough. So he wants to open up the land. Lin Yifan had observed this before. The area in front of the shelter was covered with fertile black soil. In addition, there was a large amount of leaf mold formed by the accumulation and decay of fallen leaves. The land in this area was absolutely fertile. If it can be used to grow sweet potatoes and potatoes, it will definitely bring a bumper harvest. Moreover, he had planned before that when he had enough materials in the future, he would build a large wall around the shelter and create a large yard for himself. Then plant various crops in the yard to make life self-sufficient. In this way, even if he really encounters a long period of polar night, he can use lights and make this yard his last resort. With Lin Yifan's current physical strength, the bushes in the village are like a piece of cake for him. Even though he had to go into the house every few minutes to check on the rice in the iron pot to prevent it from burning, he still managed to clear out more than 200 square meters of space in an hour. Fortunately, he did not encounter any attacks from wild animals while clearing the lot. Instead, when he was cutting down a bush of wild rhododendron, he discovered a nest of wild rabbits. This nest of wild rabbits, consisting of 2 big rabbits and 6 little rabbits lived in a small hole made of 3 stones piled together under a wild azalea. Lin Yifan originally wanted to take down the whole nest of rabbits, but on second thought, he changed his mind. Rabbits are also a renewable resource, not to mention that there are already 1 male and 1 female plus a bunch of little rabbits here. So, as long as we raise them well, there will be an endless supply of rabbits to eat in the future. Since we want to live a self-sufficient life, we naturally have to find a way to solve the problem of meat. Raising rabbits is definitely a good thing with no harm. So he caught a bunch of rabbits, tied their feet with vines, and carried them all back to the shelter. Then he went to the side and cut some tough branches and vines, and went back to the shelter to start weaving cages. The breakfast he cooked was already ready. It was the same as last night, a pot of mushroom pork rice with special properties. He also deliberately cooked a little more to save for lunch. Since it was still early, he was not in a hurry and started weaving the cage after finishing breakfast. While closing the cages, he put a large piece of crocodile meat that he had left over from before into the iron pan and started frying it. Because another mouth in the shelter finally opened. This mouth is the golden eagle. The little golden eagle has not woken up since it fell into a deep sleep last time. Lin Yifan was originally very worried, but when he saw that the little golden eagle did not get thinner while sleeping, but its feathers became more and more shiny, he was no longer worried. Unexpectedly, the little golden eagle finally woke up today. And once she woke up, she would often use her pointed mouth to bite Lin Yifan's trouser leg and act coquettishly. But Lin Yifan almost couldn't recognize it. The feathers of this little golden eagle had completely changed. Chapter 94, Mau Mau's Big Change. The original fur color of the little golden eagle is the same as that of a newborn chick, with yellow fluff all over its body. There are only some long feathers on the tail, but they're the same yellow and black as a rooster's tail, which is not beautiful at all. It can be said that the newly born little golden eagle really lives up to its name, and that is why he named it Mau Mau. If Lin Yifan hadn't seen Mau Mau hatch from its shell with his own eyes, he wouldn't even have believed that the little thing was actually a golden eagle, a bird of prey. But since he fell asleep the night before, changes began to appear on Mau Mau's feathers. First, the small hairs began to fall off, and then the whole house was filled with feathers flying all over the sky. In other words, this kind of small fluff cannot be used to make feather arrows. Otherwise, Lin Yifan would not be short of bird feathers at all. He was so scared at the time, thinking that he didn't know how to feed Mau Mau, and that the little thing was starving and becoming malnourished. He even thought about waking Mau Mau up and feeding it some food to prevent it from starving to death. As a result, no matter how he fiddled with it, the little thing remained asleep. This left Lin Yifan with no alternative but to reluctantly feed it some water, and then helplessly let it fend for itself. But fortunately, after a few hours, all the shit yellow fur on Mau Mau's body fell off. Then, new feathers began to grow on its body, one piece at a time, and the feathers grew visibly to the naked eye. However, what Lin Yifan couldn't understand was that the newly grown feathers were actually golden red, not the usual yellow and black. He had seen golden eagles before. Most of the carved feathers were yellow and black, and their appearance was particularly high. The yellow feathers could present a golden texture, so they were called golden eagles. But Mau Mau's feathers have nothing to do with the golden eagle anymore. As for whether its body is still that of a golden eagle, Lin Yifan doesn't know. He had only seen a few golden eagles, let alone one that had lost all its feathers, so naturally he had no way of telling them apart. But no matter what, Mau Mau's breathing was steady, which finally made him feel relieved. As a result, I slept for 2 or 3 days and finally woke up now. And the little golden eagle standing in front of Lin Yifan at this moment was so bright and beautiful. The little golden eagle, which was originally only the size of a palm, has now grown to the size of a regular hen. Its feathers are red with gold, and they sparkle with dazzling luxury under the firelight. If I didn't know it was a golden eagle, I would have thought it was a fire phoenix. The beauty is dazzling. Lin Yifan couldn't help but touch Mau Mau's feathers. Just as he imagined, the feathers were extremely smooth. And he didn't know if it was his illusion, but when he stroked Mau Mau's feathers, he always felt that although the feathers looked colorful and seemed fragile, they were actually not that fragile. Instead, they were quite tough. In order to verify whether his feeling was right or wrong, Lin Yifan said to Mau Mau in a slightly flattering tone, "Mau Mau, can I pluck a feather?" Mau Mau's IQ is about that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, so Lin Yifan never treats it as a mere pet, but but instead communicates with it as an equal. After hearing his words, Mau Mau tilted his head slightly, turned around, pecked off a feather, and threw it in front of Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan picked up the feather and looked at it carefully under the light. He discovered that there was a blood-like liquid flowing along the main vein of the feather. Moreover, this liquid emits colorful light under the reflection of the light. When he pinched the feather with his fingernails, he used most of his strength but failed to break it. He pulled hard with his hands, using almost all his strength before he finally broke the feather. So tough. Lin Yifan looked at the feather in his hand in shock. Although he has recently put all his attributes into physical strength, his strength is still as high as 20 points, not to mention that he is now a life of extraordinary level. It turns out that just to pry open a feather, he had to use all his strength. But although it was a shock, it was more of a surprise. Although from the beginning, he only treated Mau Mau as a companion pet and had never thought of asking it to do anything. But in this world of survival, it is difficult for fragile life to survive. Even with his protection, accidents always come unexpectedly. Now that Mau Mau has such tough feathers, he has some ability to protect himself, which is naturally a good thing. What's more, Lin Yifan could see that although Mau Mau had undergone a metamorphosis, it was still in its juvenile stage because the feathers on its tail and wings had obviously not grown fully yet. As for why Mau Mau became like this, Lin Yifan had some guesses in his mind. He had obtained a drop of blood from a mysterious bird before, and when Mau Mau was hatching, this drop of liquid was absorbed by it. Therefore, the reason why Mau Mau has become what he is now is most likely due to this drop of blood. Lin Yifan is now also very curious about how Mau Mau will grow up in the future. Sure, while he was looking thoughtful, Mau Mau couldn't wait to call out twice. Lin Yifan looked down and saw Mau Mau staring at the roasted crocodile meat in the mithril cast iron pot, and he immediately laughed. Are you hungry? Don't worry, the meat isn't cooked yet. Wait until it's cooked before eating. Although Mau Mau can eat raw food, it is better to process it before it has the mithril raw iron pot that can increase its properties. If food with properties is good for humans, it may also be good for animals. Li Pingyan roasted the crocodile meat rather perfunctorily, but at least it was not burnt. After it was cooked, it was seen that the crocodile meat had some properties. Rough roasted crocodile meat made by Lin Yifan. Attributes: physical strength recovery +2 per 100 grams. Comment: this is a piece of barbecue made by a rookie chef who has no cooking skills at all. If the quality of the meat itself was not very good, this piece of barbecue would be inedible. Even if it is barely edible now, it is still a waste of food. Lin Yifan looked at the comments and suddenly became so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. Ever since he learned basic cooking, every meal he made would be evaluated, and the comments were extremely vicious. I don't even know who reviewed it. Fortunately, although the comments about the barbecue were unpleasant, Mau Mau did not get disgusted. After happily eating the whole piece of barbecue, he actually flew directly out of the shelter. Lin Yifan hurried to the door and shouted nervously, Mau Mau, it's dangerous outside. Come back quickly. Chirp. Unfortunately, Mau Mau only sent back 2 cheerful chirps before disappearing into thin air. Lin Yifan felt helpless, as there were still 20 minutes until dawn. Although he still had the pure spirit flower and glorious stone with him, it would not be a big deal if he left the shelter now. But Mau Mau had already flown away, and he couldn't catch up with it. Worried that it wouldn't be able to find him when it came back, he had no choice but to go back to the shelter and wait. Chapter 95, Natural Disaster Prediction. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Yifan opened the chat channel. But it turned out that the chat channel was in chaos. It's over, it's raining heavily here. If it keeps going on like this, my shelter will be flooded. Don't mention it, my shelter is flooded. I don't know why. It didn't rain until midnight yesterday, but it started to rain heavily this morning. What should I do? Didn't Boss Lin Yifan say before that the second natural disaster would be a rainstorm? Could it be that it has already started now? Didn't they say that the rainstorm disaster would come the day after tomorrow? How come it came today? I was thinking about the double harvest, so I spent the next 2 days collecting supplies and thinking of ways to deal with a rainstorm disaster. What the hell is going on now? That bastard Lin Yifan must have deliberately miscalculated the time of the rainstorm disaster so that we would all be in trouble. Don't trust him anymore. The guy above, what the hell are you talking about? When has Big Boss Lin Yifan ever lied to us? He said the rainstorm disaster will come the day after tomorrow, so it must be the day after tomorrow. As for the current rainstorm, It's just an appetizer at most. It won't really drown us. Everyone should think about how to deal with it when the rainstorm disaster really comes. It's raining heavily? Lin Yifan looked at the messages from everyone, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Because it wasn't raining where he was. When he looked at the weather forecast earlier, he thought it was the calm before the storm. Why is it raining where else? And it seemed that it was raining everywhere except where he was, except that the amount of rain varied. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. During the last mosquito swarm disaster, a small swarm of mosquitoes attacked the shelter in the last 2 days before the disaster came. Just like a warning before a natural disaster. Many people at that time suffered greatly because they had no protection, and some even lost their lives. But overall, the number of deaths was still small, and it was basically just a lesson learned. It seems that the current heavy rain should also be a warning of a natural disaster. But what Lin Yifan couldn't understand was why there was no heavy rain where he was. Could it be that it was because of the water beads? At this time, Lin Yifan saw that many people tagged him in the chat channel. Boss Lin Yifan, can you see your message? If you can, hurry up and shout. We can't hold on any longer. Yes. Boss, come out quickly and think of a way to save us. If this continues, my shelter will be flooded. You guys are really funny. Have you forgotten what happened last night? When the boss was being attacked, you didn't help him and you all hid there like turtles. Now that you are in trouble, you only know how to beg him. Why should he help you? Lin Yifan has remained silent until now, and he definitely doesn't want to help you. You should just join our Tyanda Hoi, and we can work together to overcome the difficulties. That's right. As long as you join the Tyanda Hoi, we will definitely find a way to help you. Don't trust that cold-blooded bastard Lin Yifan anymore. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that at this time. The Tyanda Hoi had not yet disbanded, and they even dared to jump out and show off in front of him. They probably thought that reality would not kill them. But at this time, he was too lazy to bother with these people. Because he was having a headache at the moment, how could he help more survivors survive? After all, although these survivors are fence-sitters, they are his indicators for competing for the ranking of natural disaster missions, and are equivalent to his mission monsters. So no matter what, more survivors must survive. But up to now, Lin Yifan has not obtained any props to resist the rainstorm disaster except a water-fixing bead. Logically speaking, the world of survival cannot deny people a way to survive. So every time a natural disaster strikes, there will definitely be corresponding props appearing. Just like the last mosquito swarm disaster, he had obtained the powerful mosquito killer formula early on, and was even able to confirm that as long as he upgraded to a level 2 shelter, he would be able to survive it safely. It's Itiha. Second level shelter. That's right. A level 2 shelter can resist mosquito swarm. So, can a level 3 shelter resist rainstorm? Lin Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, I regret to tell you that I have not yet obtained any items to resist the rainstorm disaster. However, based on the results of the last disaster, if you can upgrade your shelter to level 3, you will most likely be able to survive this disaster safely. Of course, I will also try my best to find props to resist the rainstorm disaster, but I hope everyone understands that in this world you can only rely on yourself. I can help you once or twice, but I can't help you for a lifetime. If you want to survive in this world, you still have to rely on yourself. As soon as Lin Yifan said this, the entire chat channel exploded again, and countless messages began to roll in. What? Upgrade to a level 3 shelter? Are you kidding me? I was able to upgrade to a level 2 shelter with everyone's help. Now let me upgrade to a level 3 shelter. What can I use to upgrade? This is simply a fantasy. Can a shelter upgraded to level 3 withstand a natural disaster like a rainstorm? If so, there is still a little hope. I have almost collected enough materials. If I work harder, maybe I can upgrade it to level 3 before the natural disaster comes. But this is too difficult. I haven't even gathered 1/10 of the materials yet, and it's raining heavily today. Where can I find the materials? This is simply leaving us no way out. There was a lot of wailing in the chat channel, but Lin Yifan could understand it, because it was indeed not an easy task to ask everyone to upgrade the shelter to level 3. But if there is no other way to resist the rainstorm disaster, then this is the only way, and we have to do it even if we can't do it. Lin Yifan believes that everyone can understand this point. However, he still wanted to comfort everyone, but at this moment, a screen full of messages suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Why are you all panicking? In the last natural disaster mission, Lin Yifan, as the first person in our district, must have received a lot of benefits. Otherwise, why would he work so hard to help everyone resist the natural disaster? So this time, we just have to wait for him to help us. You're right. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He's willing to put so much effort into helping everyone. He must have gotten something in return from us. If that's the case, he should give back to us. Lin Yifan, come out and give us the materials quickly. Let us upgrade the shelter to level 3 quickly. Otherwise, we will never trust you again. That's right, give us the materials quickly. Chapter 96, Qingling Fruit. Lin Yifan, who originally wanted to comfort everyone, suddenly felt bad after seeing the huge screen full of messages. It is said that a little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. Lin Yifan has always been clear about this, and because of this, he will never take the initiative to help others unless it is necessary. On the night when the mosquito swarm arrived, he tried his best to keep more people alive, purely for his own benefit. But he also understood that by doing so, he would cause himself many troubles. But he had no choice but to do it, so he could only pray that these people would be a little grateful and not take advantage of him. Everything was fine before. Although he felt a little unhappy about the collective reward last night, it didn't come to his face, so he could still bear it. Today he was still willing to give everyone some advice. But now he was really almost suffocated to death. This is intolerable. Lin Yifan was not some kind-hearted Guanyin bodhisattva. He directly opened the chat channel and sent 7 words. Block all the people just now. Then decisively put everyone who just spoke into the blacklist. Suddenly, the entire chat channel was clean. Because the blacklist can be controlled by thought, Lin Yifan didn't even bother to see how many people were blacklisted. Anyway, anyone who made such remarks would be blacklisted. After he had finished blacklisting them all, he was shocked to find that there were actually 20,000 to 30,000 people on his blacklist. 2 or 3,000 people. There are less than 60,000 people in the entire 10086 district now, which means that half of the people have just made comments. How can he not be furious? At this moment, Lin Yifan didn't even want to do the next round of natural disaster mission. Isn't it just a reward? Even if we don't do the natural disaster missions, is there no other way to obtain resources? Rather than making yourself unhappy, it's better not to do it. At this moment, Lin Yifan made up his mind. It happened to be dawn at this moment, and at the moment of dawn, Mao Mao, who had flown away before, finally came back. Mao Mao even had a yellow fruit in his claws. He flew in front of Lin Yifan and threw the fruit into his hand. This fruit is for me? Lin Yifan, who was originally in a bad mood, suddenly became sunny. Mao Mao nodded and nudged the fruit with his head, signaling him to eat it quickly. Lin Yifan took the fruit and looked at it carefully, and found that this fruit was completely different from all the fruits he had seen before. In terms of shape, this fruit is a bit like a peanut, but it is the size of a palm, with a smooth skin, a bit like a plum. The color is bright yellow-orange, but it is not the color of the peel, but the color of the flesh inside. Because when he looked at it under the light, the skin was actually transparent, and the color was the same as the flesh inside. Moreover, when he approached the fruit, he could smell a faint fruity fragrance. This fruity fragrance was also very special, a bit like the smell of apple mixed with peach. The fruity scent was barely there, but when he smelled it, he suddenly had a sense of ethereal soul ascending to heaven, as if all the garbage in his brain had been cleared out. In just a moment, he felt his mind became much clearer, and when he saw the message about the fruit, he finally understood why this happened. Qingling Fruit. Attributes: Intelligence +8. Special effect: Can wash away mental pollution. It turned out to be a fruit with the attribute of increasing intelligence and cleansing mental pollution. Although Lin Yifan still hasn't figured out what spiritual pollution is, but the fact that he could become clear-minded just by smelling the fruity fragrance was enough to prove that his mind must have been polluted. As for the source of the pollution, Lin Yifan also had some guesses. It was the strange whispers that appeared out of nowhere at night. Of course, this is just speculation, and he has no way to prove it at the moment. But no matter what, this fruit is of vital importance to him. So he didn't hesitate, and when Mao Mao signaled him to eat it quickly, he ate the fruit. He originally thought that he had to eat the fruit by chewing it, but he didn't expect that as soon as he bit through the skin, the juice inside kept pouring into his mouth and almost flowed out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly raised his head and stuffed the whole fruit into his mouth so that it was not wasted. He even carefully licked clean the juice that accidentally stained his lips, for fear of wasting any of it. The rich, fruity aroma intoxicated Lin Yifan so much that he almost drowned in it, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was not until his brain felt cold and a chill swept through it, making him almost shiver, that he finally came to his senses. Then, although his brain seemed to be frozen to the point of exploding, his mind was extremely clear, and he even felt as if his soul was leaving his body and his consciousness was ascending into the sky. Lin Yifan couldn't even describe in words. What exactly was he feeling at this moment? The only way to describe it is cool, really cool. After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt his soul returning to his body. When he opened his eyes, he had the illusion that the whole world was clean. Before, when he saw this thing, there was always a gray and foggy feeling, as if the whole world was covered with a layer of gray fog, and he always thought it was fog. But at this moment, the fog is gone. That gray feeling is gone. The whole world is extremely bright. At a glance, mountains are mountains, and trees are trees. Everything is so vivid. Lin Yifan looked at everything in front of him in shock. He couldn't help but rub his eyes hard, and almost thought he was hallucinating. But everything remained the same, which made him unable to help but mutter to himself in shock. What on earth is going on? Isn't this for cleansing the spirit? Can also cleanse the eyes? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. But Lin Yifan knew that this fruit was not ordinary. Qingling fruit. The name is only one character different from Qingling flower. If someone says this is a coincidence, he would never believe it even if you kill him. In addition to the name, even the effects are aimed at the spirit. If this is a coincidence, then it is too deliberate a coincidence. However, the information provided by the two items were not related at all, and he couldn't figure out what the relationship between the two was. But no matter what the relationship is, there is no doubt that it is a good thing. It was just a Qingling fruit, but it not only increased his intelligence by 8 points, but also brought about such a big change in his body. It was simply a treasure. If he could get a few more, it would definitely allow him to advance his life level quickly. However, just when Lin Yifan wanted to ask Mao Mao about the origin of the Qingling fruit, he suddenly found that Mao Mao was lying on the ground motionless. It was also at this time that he discovered that Mao Mao's originally bright and shiny golden red feathers had actually lost their luster. Chapter 97. Mao Mao is injured. He was fine before he left, but became like this when he came back. And Lin Yifan only realized now that for such a long time, he was only concerned with using the Qingling fruit that Mao Mao brought back for him and did not pay any attention to the physical condition of Mao Mao, this big project. How could he not blame himself for this? He quickly stepped forward, held Mao Mao in his arms, and asked nervously, Mao Mao, how are you? Are you exhausted? As a result, at this moment, he suddenly felt a wet feeling on the hand holding Mao Mao, and he also smelled a bloody smell. He quickly stretched out his hand and saw that there was red blood on his hand. Mao Mao, you're hurt. Lin Yifan was immediately shocked and hurriedly checked Mao Mao's body, only to find that its left wing was injured. It would have been fine if he was just injured, but the injury was quite serious. Not only did a lot of the beautiful feathers that had just grown fall off, but there was also a wound about 2 centimeters long that was bleeding. Moreover, the entire wing was pulled downward. Obviously, the bone was injured. No wonder it was a little crooked when it flew in earlier. It's just that Mao Mao had been leaning sideways and didn't expose his left wing, which is why Lin Yifan didn't notice it at first. Seeing the wound at this moment, Lin Yifan was immediately heartbroken. He hurried to the place where the cultivation soil was placed and pulled up a herb by its roots. This is a plant of Drinaria fortunii, which he had found on a rock wall before. Although the ecological environment of the survival realm is very similar to that of Earth, there is one thing that is indeed different. The herbs here are relatively scarce. Logically speaking, herbs are the most abundant thing in such deep mountains and forests. But in fact, although the vegetation here is lush, the types of vegetation are quite single. Just like the forest surrounding a shelter, there are only 5 or 6 species of tall trees, including pine, metasequoia, cypress, and banyan. As for the low shrubs, although Lin Yifan did not recognize those tree species, there would be no more than 5 species in total. Even the most common ferns in the southern jungles are quite scarce near him. According to the ecological environment, there should be many ferns near his shelter. As for Chinese herbal medicines, they're also of limited varieties and in small quantities. An ecological environment with such a single species is definitely unconventional, but this is the world of survival, and many things cannot be explained by common sense. This is also the reason why, whenever Lin Yifan comes across Chinese herbal medicine, as long as he knows the effects, he will try his best to bring it back. He found the bone-breaking plant on a rock wall 5 or 6 kilometers away, and it was growing on a cliff 5 or 6 meters above the ground. It took him a lot of effort to dig it back. Fortunately, there is no need to consider environmental factors when planting in cultivation soil. As long as the plants are planted, regardless of whether the growth rate will be affected, at least there will be no problem with their survival. Lin Yifan put the broken bones in a frying pan, smashed them with a flat piece of wood, and then began to clean the wound on Mau Mau's wings. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that Mau Mau's injuries did not seem to be caused by animals, because he actually found a small foreign object inside the wound. Lin Yifan carefully took out the foreign object from Mau Mau's wound and unexpectedly found that it was actually a small arrow. The arrow was only 1.5 centimeters long and half a centimeter wide, which was only 1/10 the size of the arrows he was using now. And judging from the tail end, this arrowhead should have been embedded in a wooden arrow, but now the wooden part has been broken. Judging from the broken marks, it is very likely that Mau Mau broke it with his beak himself. Lin Yifan looked at the arrowhead carefully and found that the craftsmanship of the arrowhead was extremely exquisite, and it was definitely made by an intelligent creature. Moreover, with such a small size, the probability of humans being able to use it is very small, unless it is the smallest kind of sleeve arrow. But looking at the appearance of the arrow, it does not look like a sleeve arrow. So Lin Yifan guessed that this thing might have come from other races. The tools he had found in the cave deep in the pool were not usable by normal humans and were most likely made by a short humanoid race. Also, when he used the blueprints to build weapons, the invisible man that appeared did not look like a normal human being. Judging from his height, he was also extremely short. It was very likely that he was the humanoid race he guessed. Originally, Lin Yifan thought that this thing should be far away from him, but now it seems that this humanoid race is very likely not far from him. Because Mau Mau couldn't go too far, it was obvious that it just wanted to go out and satisfy its urge to fly, so it was impossible for it to go too far. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed? Not to mention, the other party also hurt Mau Mau. Therefore, no matter whether it is the human race or other races, he must investigate it thoroughly. Otherwise, he will always feel uneasy. However, I have to go to the dungeon first today, and the next 2 days will be the time when heavy rain and disasters are coming, so exploration will have to wait a little longer. While Lin Yifan was daydreaming, he did not stop treating Mau Mau's wound. After cleaning the wound and applying the broken bones to Mau Mau, Lin Yifan tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped the cat's wings and body directly. Mau Mau struggled a bit, a little uncomfortable, but was held down by Lin Yifan. He reached out and touched Mau Mau's head and said in a serious tone, "Mau Mau, be good and don't move. Otherwise, your wound will be difficult to heal, and your wing is injured. If you don't take good care of it, the bones in your wing will grow crooked and you won't be able to fly anymore." Mau Mau's IQ is not low, although there is indifference in his little eyes, but after Lin Yifan said so, he still stayed where he was and did not move. Seeing that it was obedient, Lin Yifan asked again, "Mau Mau, let me ask you something. Do you remember where you went today? Where did you pick the fruit you brought back today? Did you get hurt while picking the fruit?" Although he already had a guess in his mind, Lin Yifan still wanted to verify it from Mau Mau. Of course, he didn't hold out too much hope. After all, Mau Mau was just a bird. Even if it was a smart bird, it probably wouldn't be able to give a definite answer. Sure enough, Mau Mau tilted his head and looked at him confusedly with his pair of green eyes. Although Lin Yifan had expected this, he was still a little disappointed. So he held the peel left from the qingling fruit in front of Mau Mau and asked in a different way, "Can you take me to find this fruit again?" Chapter 98. It's an air wall. Qingling fruit is so extraordinary. Mau Mau's injury is most likely related to it. Because according to the rules of the game Lin Yifan played before, the more precious something is, the more danger it will be accompanied by. Especially those rare fruits and elixirs that can increase their own properties, there are often powerful guardian beasts around them. The injuries Mau Mau suffered were most likely caused by the creature guarding the qingling fruit. So Lin Yifan guessed that as long as he could find the location of the qingling fruit, everything would be revealed. Moreover, the qingling fruit is indeed very useful to him. If he can find more, he will naturally want more. Mau Mau put his head close to the peel and smelled it carefully. The mung bean sprouts suddenly brightened up and immediately struggled to run out the door. Lin Yifan quickly took it away, laughing happily. It seems that you remember where this fruit came from, but we are not in a hurry. Let's wait until you recover from your injury, and then we can go find this fruit. Okay? Mao Mao was obviously a little unhappy and struggled hard for a few times, but unfortunately he was held in Lin Yifan's arms, so struggling was of no use at all. Seeing that Mao Mao was dejected, Lin Yifan comforted him with a smile. Okay, you don't have to be so disappointed. Just stay at home for the next few days. Once your wings are healed, we'll go right away, okay? In fact, another reason why Lin Yifan bandaged it like this was that he didn't want it to fly around. He originally thought that Mao Mao's feathers were very tough and could protect him in the wild. However, he hurt himself like this on his first trip out to play. How can he feel at ease about this? It was so hard to have a pet to accompany him, and Lin Yifan didn't want anything to happen to Mao Mao. Even if he could find the extremely precious Qingling fruit, it would not be as important as its life. And as long as Mao Mao remembers the way, it doesn't matter if he goes to find the place a day earlier or later. Not to mention, he has more important things to do today. It was already bright outside, and Lin Yifan packed up the prepared lunch and the fried chestnuts to replenish his energy. He took out everything that could be taken out of the space, leaving as much space as possible before preparing to leave the shelter. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had one very important thing to do, which was to draw today's talent buff. Speaking of which, because of his special talent, he is always looking forward to the arrival of a new day. I don't know what buff will be drawn today. I hope it's a buff that helps with dungeon clearing. Lin Yifan clasped his hands together, prayed earnestly to the gods and Buddhas, and then silently said with his mind, "Draw lots. Draw successful. Today's buff, pathfinding skill. Spiritual wayfinding. When you want to go to a place, you can easily find the way there, and it is the fastest shortcut. There is actually such a buff." Lin Yifan was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, and this buff came at the perfect time. He was just trying to find the location of the Qingling fruit, but ended up drawing such a buff. It could be said that he was given a pillow when he was sleepy. However, he had already planned to go to the dungeon to take a look today. Of course, he still had to find the location of the Qingling fruit. He had just calculated that the dungeon would take 6 hours. If he was luckier, he might be able to complete the dungeon earlier. Even if you're very unlucky and have to stay in the dungeon for 6 hours, there are still nearly 8 hours before the buff expires, but it will be dark by then. But with his current life level, plus the trump cards he has in his hand, even if it is dangerous to travel at night, he should be able to protect himself. In life, you always have to take risks. Lin Yifan had made up his mind and stopped worrying about it. Of course, the reason why he was so obsessed with entering the dungeon today was not because of clearing the dungeon. The point was that he wanted to try out the teammate's summoning scroll. Although he had only been in this world for a few days, he had no worries about food and clothing. Even now, his shelter had been upgraded to level 3, and he now had a house with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. But humans are social animals after all. Although they can communicate through chat channels, virtual communication is always virtual communication. There is no real meeting, so it is always a little lacking. Furthermore, since Lin Yifan is preparing to form a small team that he can absolutely trust and leave his back to his teammates, necessary investigations are naturally necessary. Although the 2 people he has chosen, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan, have performed well so far, he has never met them in real life, and he still feels a little uneasy. You can't judge a person by his appearance, so he still needs to meet him in person before considering it. Since the plan has been made, Lin Yifan will not change it easily. So after walking out of the shelter, he took out the level 1 team copy teleport scroll. This teleportation scroll is also very easy to use. Just walk out of the shelter and activate it with your mind. Send a copy. Lin Yifan was standing outside the shelter. After reciting something in his mind, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he saw the light again, he saw himself standing in front of a cave. He stood there and roughly observed the environment, and found that except for the cave in front of him, there was no road in other directions. Even from where he was standing, the surroundings were all covered by white mist. He wanted to walk into the mist to investigate, but found that he could not step into the mist at all. It was as if there was a transparent wall in front of the mist. No matter how he rubbed, pushed, or slapped it, he couldn't break the wall. It looks like this is an air wall. Lin Yifan has played many games. In order to reduce development costs, many online games use air walls to block players from entering other places except for the necessary game maps. So he was able to accept the air wall quickly, but where was the copy? Since it's a copy, There must be copy content, right? Whether it's fighting monsters and leveling up, or searching for treasure and exploring, there must be a theme. You can't just come here for sightseeing. Judging from the current situation, it is estimated that only by entering the cave in front of us can we know what this copy is for. Lin Yifan did not rush into the cave. Instead, after confirming that there was no danger here, he took out the copy teammate summoning scroll, 3 people. Since this teammate summoning scroll appears together with the copy teleportation scroll, it is most likely that they are props used in conjunction with each other. This also indirectly shows that this copy is not a single-player copy, so you still have to summon your teammates first. Chapter 99. I give you a choice, what will you choose? Although according to the instructions on the summoning scroll, this summoning scroll can summon 3 teammates. But so far, the only people he can barely trust and use as reserve players are Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. So he would rather waste the last spot and only summon 2 people. He had already greeted the 2 of them beforehand. So after Lin Yifan took out the summoning scroll, he used it immediately. Copy teammate summoning scroll, 3 people, instantly turned into a series of light spots, and then Lin Yifan saw 2 white beams of light falling from the sky. Swish! Swish! As the 2 beams of light fell to the ground, 2 figures slowly emerged from the light. The one on the left is a middle-aged man who is about 1.7 meters tall, but has a strong body and an honest face. However, there was a deep wound on the man's left shoulder. Judging from the marks on the scar, it was probably scratched by the claws of some animal. The blood on the wound has scabbed over, and it looks like medicine has been taken. But judging from the man's face, he probably isn't in good condition. On the other side was a thin girl, about 25 or 26 years old. She is about 1.65 meters tall. Although she looks a little haggard, you can see that she has pretty features and fair skin. She is definitely a pretty lady. If she were still on Earth, Lin Yifan would definitely not be able to get in touch with such a beautiful woman. While Lin Yifan was observing the 2 of them, they were also observing each other. For a moment, the 6 of them looked at each other, but no one spoke for a long time. After a long while, Lin Yifan, as the host, took the initiative to speak. Hello, I'm Lin Yifan. Nice to meet you. Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan also quickly came to their senses and introduced themselves. I am Hong Xiaoqiang. I am Ruan Qingtan. All right, I know your names. Lin Yifan waved his hand, interrupting the 2 people's dry self-introductions, and then said, I summoned you 2 here today, not only because I wanted to get to know you, but also mainly to do a dungeon run. I saw in the chat channel before. So far, this instance should be the first instance to appear in our area. It is precisely because of this that no one understands a dungeon, including me. So if we want to play this dungeon, everything we face is unknown, and there may even be life-threatening situations. So now, I'm giving you 2 choices. One is to stay and team up with me, and then go to this dungeon. The other choice is to quit. If you choose to quit, I will let you return the way you came. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. When faced with danger, it is normal for people to choose to retreat. If Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan chose to retreat, although Lin Yifan would feel a little unhappy, he could still understand it. And he was not lying. He originally thought that after summoning his teammates, he had to clear the dungeon or use up the dungeon time before he could leave the dungeon. As a result, he just found that a series of prompts appear in front of him. Instance opening. The town lost underwater. Instance background. Yun Titus was originally an ordinary town with 300 residents. They lived and worked in peace and contentment and led a self-sufficient life. Suddenly one day, a heavy rainstorm hit the town and a flood hit. The whole town was instantly submerged and all the residents died in the flood. Although these residents died, their souls were all imprisoned in the town and became vicious, vengeful spirits. Dungeon mission. Persuade the resentful spirits. Free all the resentful spirits within a limited time. There are 2 ways to free the resentful spirits: physical persuasion and mental persuasion. The persuasion method is up to you. Task rewards. For each spirit you convert, you will receive a conversion treasure chest. If you convert all the resentful spirits, you will receive 20 points of random attribute rewards, water repellent talisman production drawings, and water escape technique. The above rewards can only be obtained by the leader who opens the dungeon. The summoned teammates can only receive 15 points of random attributes, 5 top-quality water repellent talismans, and 5 top-quality water shield talismans. Number of ghosts rescued so far? 0. Duration. 5 hours and 55 minutes. As a survivor who opens the dungeon, you must complete the dungeon mission or wait until the dungeon time is over before leaving the dungeon. However, as teammates you summoned, you can choose to let them leave. Special note: the flood came without warning. It may be a natural disaster or man-made, but one thing is certain: there is another secret behind this flood. It was because Lin Yifan saw this series of prompts that he gave Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan the right to choose. Although it is still unclear how powerful the vengeful spirit is, it is definitely not an easy task to complete the task of converting the vengeful spirit within 6 hours. Moreover, he has been labeled as a vengeful spirit, so he is definitely not a good person. Of course, Lin Yifan also shared with them the reward information they could get after completing the task. Although their rewards were not as great as his as the leader, they were still quite considerable. As long as they get the reward, the following rainstorm disaster will not cause any harm to them. So it's a pretty tough choice. Fortunately, neither Hong Xiaoqiang nor Ruan Qingtan let Lin Yifan down. They did not make eye contact, nor did they hesitate at all. They said in unison, "We stay." After the words fell, the two looked at each other and smiled happily. Lin Yifan was also very pleased and said with a hearty smile, Okay, as long as you're willing to stay, you guys are worthy of being the teammates I picked first. You didn't let me down." Hong Xiaoqiang reached out and touched his short hair and said with a simple smile, "In fact, I have thought about retreating because I still have a daughter. However, in this ghost world, if you don't fight hard, you can't survive. If you retreat blindly, you will end up in a dead end sooner or later. So I thought about it carefully and decided to give it a try." Ruan Qingtan also nodded and said with a bachelor's face, "I think so too. Anyway, I can't contact my family, and I'm the only one in District 10086. If I can create a future, then maybe there's still hope to find my parents. If I can't even live a good life, then I probably won't have a chance to find my parents. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of me, if I still don't dare to take a chance, I might as well find a way out and avoid suffering in this ghost world." Sure enough, anyone who can survive the early stages of the survival world cannot be a coward who is afraid of death. The only thing that Lin Yifan didn't expect was that Hong Xiaoqiang also brought his daughter along. At this moment, she was standing behind Hong Xiaoqiang's, but sticking out her little head, blinking her bright eyes, looking at him curiously. Chapter 100 Child Protection Rules. Lin Yifan was shocked when he saw the little girl with messy hair, who was about 4 or 5 years old. He never expected that a child would appear here. But looking at the appearance of this little girl, you can tell without a doubt that this must be Hong Xiaoqiang's daughter, because the father and daughter look so similar with the same big eyes and double eyelids. The only difference is probably that Hong Xiaoqiang has a square face, while his daughter has an oval face. But fortunately, his face shape is different. Otherwise, if he really looked like Hong Xiaoqiang, he would probably be depressed again. But how did this kid get in? As soon as Hong Xiaoqiang saw Lin Yifan's expression, he knew what he was thinking. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying helplessly, "I don't know what happened. When you summoned me, Little Butterfly and I were not together. She was in the shelter, and I was chopping wood outside the shelter. But I don't know why, when I accepted the summons, Little Butterfly appeared beside me, and then we were summoned together." He pulled the Little Butterfly out from behind, pointed at Lin Yifan and Ruan Qingtan, and said, "Little Butterfly, this is your brother Yifan and sister Qingtan. Go say hello." "Hello, brother Yifan." Little Butterfly tilted her little head and looked at Lin Yifan curiously, speaking in a baby voice. Suddenly her eyes lit up again, and she skipped to Lin Yifan's side and said happily, "I remember now. When I was sick before, my father told me that it was you who gave me the medicine. Thank you, brother. After I took your medicine, I got better." Lin Yifan's expression was a little heavy at first. After all, this was a copy, and, judging from the copy description, it was definitely a very dangerous copy. If several adults were to face it, their lives would be in danger. Now that there's a child involved, the danger is even greater. But looking at the soft and sweet little girl smiling at him, Lin Yifan's heart couldn't help but soften. He sighed softly, ruffled Little Butterfly's hair, took out a few chestnuts from his pocket and handed them to her, then said, "Little Butterfly is well again. That's great. Try the chestnuts my brother cooked. They're so sweet." The Little Butterfly looked at Chestnut's eyes, which suddenly sparkled. She even couldn't help licking her lips, obviously wanting to eat them. But even so, she did not take the initiative to take the chestnut. Instead, she took a step back and said in a low voice, "Brother, I can't accept it. I heard from Dad that food is a very precious thing. If you give me the food, you'll have nothing to eat. I have the dried meat prepared by Dad, so you can keep your food for yourself." When Lin Yifun heard this, his heart couldn't help but turn a little bit, and he stuffed the chestnut into her hand and said with a smile, "That's someone else. Brother doesn't lack food. Just take it and eat it if I give it to you. As long as you are obedient, it will be fine." The little butterfly turned around and looked at Hong Xiaoqiang again with a questioning look. Hong Xiaoqiang then said, "Little butterfly, since it was given to you by Brother Yifun, you can keep it. But remember to say thank you." "Thank you, Brother Yifun." Little butterfly took the chestnut with joy and then greeted Ruan Qingtan with a smile. "Hello, Sister Qingtan. I've heard my father talk about you too. You're so beautiful." Ruan Qingtan also smiled with her eyes bent, and after hesitating for a moment, she took out a strawberry hairpin from her head, clipped it on Little Butterfly's hair, and said with a smile, "The little butterfly is so pretty too. This strawberry hairpin was given to me by my mother. Now I give it to you. I hope you can always be so happy." Seeing this hairpin, both Lin Yifun and Hong Xiaoqiang were moved. In this world of survival, although survival is not easy, as long as you're willing to fight, there's still a way to have enough food and clothing. But technological products like this can only be obtained from treasure chests. But so far, what has been obtained from treasure chests are basically survival supplies. Small ornamental items like this are rarely found. Not to mention, this was a relic left by a relative, but Ruan Qingtan gave it to the child. This was enough to show that she was a kind and generous person. You can always feel more at ease choosing this kind of person as your teammate. Hong Xiaoqiang couldn't help but say, "Sister Qingtan, we can't accept this. It's too precious and a child could easily lose it." "Oh, it's just a hairpin. How can it be precious or not?" Ruan Qingtan waved his hand unhappily, then sighed. "We have come to this hellish world, where we live today but not tomorrow. Apart from being alive, what else is precious? It is harder for a little butterfly and a little baby to survive in this world than for us adults. But no matter what, children are the hope of mankind. So I gave her the hairpin because I wanted her to grow up well. Only in this way can humans continue to reproduce in this world." When this topic was mentioned, the expressions of everyone present couldn't help but become heavy. Hong Xiaoqiang was in a better mood and said calmly, "Let's not worry about the problem of human reproduction. I have learned that children under the age of 16 will survive with one of their parents, and they are both physically strong, so the child's chances of survival are still very high. It's just that I was summoned to play a dungeon, and the child actually followed me. This is a bit confusing. It should be similar to the binding situation." Lin Yifun thought about it and guessed. It is probably because the children are too young to survive on their own. So this survival world has certain protection mechanisms for children, such as binding them to their guardians and making them subordinates, so that the two sides cannot be too far apart from each other. His guess was not groundless. He just took a look and found that among the 3 places summoned by his teammates, only 2 had been used, and the last place was shown as abandoned. This means that the little butterfly does not occupy a summoning quota, so he can only be a subordinate of Hong Xiaoqiang. This protection mechanism that binds minors and adults can always increase the survival rate of minors, which can be considered humane. However, bringing a child with you in this copy is a rather troublesome thing. But now that things have come to this, there's no other way but to take it one step at a time. Moreover, the dungeon time is limited. Although you can leave the dungeon when the dungeon time is up, the dungeon transport items are things that come from the purple treasure chest. It can be seen that the opportunity to clear the dungeon is quite rare, so if it is possible, Lin Yifun naturally wants to clear the dungeon. Chapter 101 Captain, why do you have a tail? What's more, the rewards for clearing the dungeon are indeed very generous. Moreover, the rewards for clearing a level are the rewards for clearing a level. I believe there should be other rewards while clearing the dungeon. Judging from the various rules currently displayed in the world of survival, the rarer something is, the higher its value. Even Lin Yifun was quite envious. So even if Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan both gave up on clearing the dungeon, he would never give up. So he clapped his hands and said seriously, "Okay, the dungeon time is limited. Since both of you and Little Butterfly have decided to stay and do the dungeon, let's not waste time. Let's plan it out and start doing the dungeon." "Yes, we really can't waste time." Hong Xiaoqiang nodded seriously, then turned his head to look at the cave and said solemnly, "However, The dungeon information that Captain Lin shared with us said that this time we're going to play a dungeon of a flooded town, but there is no water here at all. Could it be that we haven't really entered the dungeon yet and must walk into this cave to enter the dungeon? I guess so. Lin Yifan walked to the front of the cave and looked inside. Unfortunately, it was pitch black inside and he couldn't see anything clearly. First of all, let me say one thing. The situation in the dungeon is unclear and Little Butterfly has no ability to protect herself. So I suggest that Qingtan lead Little Butterfly in the middle. I'll fight in the front, and Brother Hong will cover the rear. I wonder if you two have any objections. How about I take the lead? Hong Xiaoqiang hesitated for a moment and said seriously, I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. Although my physical fitness is not as good as before, I still have some combat experience. If I lead the front, it will also keep you safer. In such an unknown place, fighting in the front is bound to be the most dangerous. Hong Xiaoqiang probably felt embarrassed because his daughter had come in for no reason and had distracted his teammates from taking care of her, so he thought about taking the lead himself. But how could Lin Yifan let him take the lead? It's not that I doubt Hong Xiaoqiang's ability. It's just that his life level has now reached an extraordinary level and has long surpassed the scope of ordinary people. It would definitely be safer for him to take the lead than for Hong Xiaoqiang to do so. So he walked directly to the front and said lightly, Brother Hong, you don't have to compete with me for the first charge. Although I am just an ordinary person on Earth, after coming here, my physical fitness and other aspects have developed well. It will be safer if I take the lead. After saying this, he took out the machete and the wind-chasing, cloud-breaking bow and checked them carefully to make sure there would be no problems when they were urgently needed. Then he turned to the two of them and said, Are you two ready? If you are, let's go. Hong Xiaoqiang also took out an axe at this time. Judging from the blade of the axe, it was at least a small, fine product. He also took out a bow, an arrow, even a compound bow. Such equipment made Lin Yifan look sideways. No wonder he could hunt wild boars by himself. He was indeed a very powerful jungle warrior. As for Ruan Qingtan, his equipment was surprisingly quite good. Her weapons were a pair of short blades, light and flexible, which suited her well. She also has a long-range weapon, a small crossbow that can be clipped onto her arm for use. For a woman like her who is not very strong, this set of equipment can basically be regarded as the most ideal equipment. In addition to weapons, she even has a set of leather armor. The craftsmanship of the leather armor is excellent. It seems to be a product of this world. It is estimated that the protective power is not weak. Seeing Ruan Qingtan's equipment, even Lin Yifan couldn't help but sigh that she was indeed a lucky person with special talents. You have to know that most ordinary people nowadays are still struggling to fill their stomachs. So how can they equip themselves to the teeth? Ruan Qingtan noticed Lin Yifan's expression and said awkwardly, I found all these equipment by opening boxes. Captain, if you have any special equipment you want, you can also tell me. I have a good chance of getting the ideal item. Qingtan is right. Her ability to open treasure chests is really top-notch. Hong Xiaoqiang also gave a thumbs up, stretched out his hand to fiddle with the axe in his hand, and said with gratitude, My axe and my compound bow were both made for me by Qingtan. With these two weapons, my combat power has been increased by more than 3 times. Lin Yifan already knew what Ruan Qingtan's talent was. If it weren't for the fact that the talent buffs he drew every day had a bonus effect on opening the treasure chest, he would have given the treasure chest to Ruan Qingtan to open. But he didn't want to talk too much about this matter with the two of them. So he smiled and waved his hand. I don't have anything I particularly want recently. If I do have something one day, I will definitely ask Qingtan for it. After saying this, he turned his head to look at the cave, took a deep breath, and said, Let's stop talking nonsense. Now that we are all ready, let's have a good meeting today. Let's face the first copy we face in this world. After saying this, he took the lead and stepped into the cave. But he found that his kick missed the target. The whole person began to fall vertically. He quickly tightened his core to steady himself and prevented himself from staggering due to weightlessness. After calming himself down, he immediately opened his eyes, only to find that everything in front of him was pitch black and he couldn't see anything around him. After about 10 seconds, he felt his body getting cold, and a slight buoyancy made him realize that he had entered the water. The darkness in front of his eyes finally and slowly dissipated, and his vision finally recovered. This was an area of icy blue water with quite clear quality. As his body sank, he could occasionally see schools of fish swimming by. It's just that the appearance of those fish was indeed quite unfamiliar to him. None of the fish he knew could match these fish. But what surprised him was that, although his whole body was in the water, he did not feel suffocated at all, nor did he feel any discomfort due to the water pressure. It was as if he had turned into a fish, able to move freely in the water. "Captain Yu, why did you grow a tail?" Just as he was wondering, Ruan Qingtan's exclamation suddenly came from behind him. "What's growing a tail?" Lin Yifan looked puzzled and subconsciously turned to look at Ruan Qingtan. As a result, just this one glance made his pupil shrink into a dot, because Ruan Qingtan also grew a fishtail. She turned into a mermaid. Chapter 102, The Underwater Town. Ruan Qingtan's lower body had turned into a big pink fishtail. Coin-sized scales covered it, gleaming brilliantly in the icy blue waters. Lin Yifan subconsciously looked down at himself, and sure enough, his legs had also turned into a thick fishtail. However, the color is different from Ruan Qingtan's. His is silver white, and the whole body is filled with metallic luster, which looks very defensive at first glance. And when he shook his legs slightly, he could see the tail fin on the fish's tail swaying gently in the water, so flexible that it was unimaginable, as if he had a fish's tail. Hong Xiaoqiang and Xiao Huti also grew fishtails. Hong Xiaoqiang's fishtail is dark purple, while Little Butterfly's is light purple. I have to say, this world is quite humane. Even though they have turned into mermaids, the father and son still maintain the appearance characteristics of blood ties. What's going on? Lin Yifan was a little confused, but soon calmed down. Needless to say, this must be a special setting of the copy. The purpose was to let them adapt to the underwater environment, so he calmly said, "It seems that the rules of this copy require us to turn into mermaids so that we can move underwater more easily." Then he quickly analyzed, "Everyone, don't panic. First adapt to your new body and see if you can swim freely." After discovering the changes in their bodies, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan were a little panicked at first, but they soon calmed down. Hong Xiaoqiang tried to swing his tail and found that although his movements were a bit clumsy, he could indeed swim in the water. Ruan Qingtan appeared more flexible, her tail paddling lightly and her body spinning gracefully in the water. This feeling is quite wonderful. Ruan Qingtan couldn't help laughing. "I never thought that one day I could become a mermaid." The little butterfly was extremely happy, cheering and swimming around them. "Wow, Dad, brother, sister, I turned into a mermaid. I turned into a mermaid." In the fairy tale world, it is said that mermaids are fairies from the sea. Not only can they sing beautiful songs, but they can also use magic. It's a pity that I don't know magic, and I can't sing beautiful songs. "Okay, little butterfly, come to your sister Qingtan quickly and don't run around." Hong Xiaoqiang quickly pulled Little Butterfly back and put her back to Ruan Qingtan. Ruan Qingtan was in a good mood. After swimming in the water for 2 circles, he smiled and said, "We don't usually have the chance to be a mermaid, but this time we have a rare chance, so let's experience it. It's great. Let's not just play around for now. We have to find the target of the dungeon quickly. The dungeon time is decreasing by 1 second. Lin Yifan reminded, since we have entered the underwater world, the dungeon mission should be in this area of water. Hong Xiaoqiang nodded and tightened the axe in his hand. Although he had turned into a mermaid, his combat awareness was still sharp and he remained vigilant. However, he obviously obeyed Lin Yifan's position as captain from the bottom of his heart, and at this time he still handed the initiative to him and asked, "Captain Lin, which direction do you think we should go?" Lin Yifan looked around and found that although the water was clear, the view was not wide. The area he could see clearly was only about 10 meters around him, and it became very blurry beyond that. Especially the waters in the northwest seemed a little dark, as if there was some unknown danger hidden there. They were in the water at this time, and their natural sense of direction that belonged to land actually disappeared in the water. Lin Yifan's instinct was to go to the bottom of the water, but now he found that he could no longer tell which direction led to the bottom of the water. This made him feel a little irritated for a moment, but at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that an illusory arrow appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. The direction the arrow pointed to was the dark waters. Only then did he remember that the talent buff he drew today was the one related to pathfinding with spirit. The arrow that appeared in front of him at this time should be the effect of his pathfinding spirit buff. So he pointed in that direction and said firmly, "My sixth sense tells me to swim in that direction." Although the term sixth sense sounded absurd, Lin Yifan did not intend to tell the truth about his talent. No matter how close you are to someone, you always have to keep a few cards up your sleeve to be invincible. Fortunately, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan trusted his judgment blindly, so even though his basis was extremely outrageous, they did not raise any questions. After the three of them formed their formation on the spot, they began to swim in the direction Lin Yifan pointed. Although they had just turned into mermaids and their movements were not very skillful yet, over time they gradually mastered the skills of swimming in the water. Lin Yifan swam in the front, with the machete in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Hong Xiaoqiang followed behind, axe in hand, observing his surroundings vigilantly. Ruan Qingtan swam in the middle with the little butterfly, and her short blade and small crossbow were ready to attack at any time. After swimming for about 10 minutes, I finally arrived at the dark light area. As soon as they entered this dark area, Lin Yifan and his companions found that there was an unknown pressure that was pushing them down. Even though they flapped their tails desperately, they still couldn't stop their bodies from sinking. After Lin Yifan found that he couldn't stop his body from sinking, he simply steadied himself and said to the two people behind him with a vigilant look on his face, "Everyone be careful. This should be the place we are looking for. Try to stay close to me. We can't disperse, otherwise it will be too dangerous." Clear. When Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan heard this, they quickly steadied themselves and pulled Little Butterfly towards Lin Yifan. The three people surrounded the Little Butterfly, forming a circle. The pressure poured on them at this time was becoming heavier and heavier, and they were sinking faster and faster. It was so fast that they couldn't even see the school of fish swimming past them. At this moment, time seemed particularly long. After an unknown amount of time, they saw a large patch of algae floating on the waves like a water monster, twisting into various shapes. It was also at this time that Lin Yifan realized why this was a dark area. It was because of these algae. Through the algae, they finally found the lost underwater town. No, it can't be called a small town. It should be said that it is the ruins of a small town. Because of the small town that once was, now only some dilapidated buildings and collapsed walls remain. The ruins were covered with algae, and occasionally a few strange fish swam through the ruins. It was clearly a silent ruin, but Lin Yifan always felt a sense of fear when he looked at it. It seemed as if a terrible crisis was hidden in this ruin. "It seems that this is the lost town," Lin Yifan whispered. "Everyone be careful. There may be vengeful spirits or traps here." Just as he finished speaking, a low roar suddenly came from the ruins. Immediately afterwards, several huge black shadows rushed out from the ruins and headed straight towards them. "What is this?" Ruan Qingtan screamed suddenly. A trace of fear flashed across his face. Because the black shadow was so huge that it was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The oppressive feeling brought by that huge object was so great that even Lin Yifan couldn't help but tremble with fear, not to mention that Ruan Qingtan was a girl. Chapter 103. Fighting the Giant Octopus. "What the hell is this thing? It looks like a giant octopus." Hong Xiaoqiang suddenly tensed up and said with shock on his face. At the same time, he immediately raised his axe and prepared to fight. Lin Yifan quickly pushed Ruan Qingtan and Xiao Huti behind him, turned the machete in his hand, and stared straight at the black shadow attacking him. When the black shadow arrived in front of him, he found that it was a tentacle covered with suction cups. It really is an octopus tentacle. Lin Yifan saw the tentacles attacking him and said solemnly, "Everyone, be careful. There are suction cups on the tentacles of octopuses. Once you get sucked by them, you'll be in trouble." After saying that, he glanced at Ruan Qingtan and Little Butterfly and said in a deep voice, "Qingtan, take Little Butterfly and step back. Leave this to me and Brother Hong." Ruan Qingtan did not refuse. She was quite self-aware and immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then you guys be careful. If there's a suitable opportunity, I'll use my crossbow to support you remotely." After saying this, he immediately grabbed the Little Butterfly and stepped back more than 10 meters to get out of the attack range of the giant octopus. This made Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang both feel relieved. Hong Xiaoqiang took a step forward, stood in front of Lin Yifan, and said with a serious expression, "Captain, the giant octopus has too many tentacles. Even if you cut off all of them, you won't be able to kill it as long as you don't injure its body. If we just fight at close range, we will have to cut off all its tentacles before we can get close to its body. This will not only consume our physical strength, but also waste too much time. How about this? one of us can attract his attention, and the other can attack his body with a bow and arrow from a distance. This way, we might be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Snap! After Lin Yifan cut off another tentacle that attacked him, he nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Then I'll leave the long-range attack to you. Hong Xiaoqiang interrupted Lin Yifan and quickly stood in front of him, saying solemnly, Captain, I know you want to do dangerous things by yourself, but when I was in the army, I was best at close combat. Although I also have a compound bow, my archery skills are not proficient and my accuracy is very low. And I've observed that your crossbow is of extraordinary quality. It should be much more powerful than my compound bow. This thing has a very thick skin, and my compound bow may not be able to penetrate its defense. So don't argue with me. I'll attract its attention head-on, and you quickly find the best shooting position. We should work together to get rid of this thing. Although Lin Yifan always thought that he was a cold-hearted and self-centered person, but deep down, he always wanted to take on the most dangerous things himself. But only now did he understand that in the process of fighting, the best choice was to have appropriate division of labor and cooperation, and let the best people do what they are best at. So he didn't hesitate anymore, patted Hong Xiaoqiang on the shoulder, and said, Then you better be careful and protect yourself. Your daughter still depends on you. After saying this, he immediately swam away. Recently, he also carefully studied the parameters of the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow, and had a rough idea of the range within which the best damage could be achieved. But this is in the water, after all, and the arrow may be affected by the obstruction of water flow during its flight. However, there is no time to think so much now. After walking about 10 meters away, Lin Yifan turned around decisively and drew his bow and arrow. Because at this time, Hong Xiaoqiang was already exhausted from the attacks of a large number of tentacles, so he couldn't delay any longer. Fortunately, the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow had a built-in aiming function. Even if Lin Yifan's archery skills were a little worse, he could ensure that the arrow would hit the position he wanted to aim at. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In order to relieve Hong Xiaoqiang's pressure, Lin Yifan shot 4 or 5 arrows in succession without even aiming. However, his consciousness was always locked on the octopus's head, so even though the trajectory of these arrows deviated a little, they still hit the octopus's head in the end. Go. Just when all the arrows hit the octopus's head, a special audio sound suddenly appeared, which seemed to be silent, but made Lin Yifan and the other two feel dizzy. Then Lin Yifan saw that the giant octopus, which was as big as a 4 or 5-story building, was twisting violently in the water. The shadow cast by the waving tentacles was quite brilliant with the shadow of the algae, directly stirring up the originally clear water bottom into turbidity. Hong Xiaoqiang was also hit hard by a tentacle, and then his body flew away uncontrollably. Lin Yifan swam over quickly, grabbed Hong Xiaoqiang's body, and asked nervously, Brother Hong, how are you? Are you hurt? Cough, cough, cough. After Hong Xiaoqiang stabilized his body, he put his hand on his chest and coughed twice, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm fine. I just got hit in the chest. It hurts a bit, but from what I can judge, there shouldn't be any injuries to the bones or internal organs. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the octopus that was still struggling and rolling, and said with a worried look, I heard that octopuses have very strong vitality. I don't know if this wave can kill them. Then I'll hit it a few more times and make sure it dies completely. Lin Yifan made up his mind and took out 5 arrows from the space ring again and quickly shot them at the giant octopus. The arrows were also locked onto its head, but this time too were knocked off by the randomly flying tentacles, leaving only 3 arrows hitting its body. Fortunately, after the 3 arrows hit the giant octopus, its struggles became less and less intense, until it finally became completely calm and sank to the bottom of the water. However, neither Hong Xiaoqiang nor Lin Yifan went over to check immediately, but continued to stand there waiting. Octopuses are no different from other creatures and have extremely strong vitality. Even if they look dead now, if they're still alive and yet still functioning properly, if they are attacked when they get close, it could be fatal. After more than 10 minutes, when the turbid water became clear again, Hong Xiaoqiang said cautiously, He should be dead, right? It's almost done. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Yifan put the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow back on his back, then took out a machete and held it in his hand. Then he carefully swam towards the direction where the giant octopus sank. Chapter 104, Is This the Vengeful Spirit? Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang swam slowly towards the place where the giant octopus sank. At this time, the turbidity in the water had dissipated and the vision became clear. When they got closer, they saw a huge creature lying quietly at the bottom of the water. A dozen thick and long tentacles spread out weakly on the ground, lying in front of them like a small mountain. Faced with such a behemoth, even if one can confirm rationally that this thing is dead. But Lin Yifan couldn't help but tighten the machete in his hand, vigilantly scanning every detail of the octopus, fearing that it would suddenly counterattack. It looks like he's really dead, Hong Xiaoqiang said in a low voice, his tone finally sounding a little more relaxed. Lin Yifan nodded, his eyes falling on the arrows that were deeply inserted into the octopus's head. The tail feathers of the arrow were still trembling slightly, as if the aftereffects of the battle just now were still lingering. He took a deep breath, swam to the octopus's head, and gently poked its body with the machete. Finally, this thing is solved. Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the giant octopus corpse in front of him was shrinking little by little. In the end, the giant octopus's body completely disappeared, and what was left in its place was actually a human corpse. What is going on? Hong Xiaoqiang was stunned when he saw this scene. Lin Yifan shook his head, his face full of shock because everything that was happening before his eyes really made his worldview collapse. But even though it collapsed, he quickly began to think about why all this happened. At this time, Ruan Xingtan also swam over with the little butterfly. Ruan Xingtan looked at the corpse, observed it carefully for a moment, and shouted in shock. Look, this is not a human body. Human ears are not this long, and the skin color is wrong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang hurried over to take a closer look. Only then did they realize that although the corpse looked like a human at first glance, its skin was light blue. They just ignored this fact because they were soaking in the water. Moreover, the corpse had long and thin ears and some other features, somewhat similar to those of Europeans on Earth. However, its appearance is more beautiful. Even many celebrities on Earth cannot compare with it in appearance. Wow, is this a smurf? Just as Lin Yifan and the other two were looking at the corpse, puzzled, the little butterfly next to them suddenly spoke curiously. Lin Yifan suddenly came back to his senses at this time and said in surprise, "You know what? This thing really looks like a smurf. Don't worry about whether it is a smurf or not." Hong Xiaoqiang didn't pay too much attention to it. He turned his head to look at the broken eaves and broken walls around him and couldn't help but say, "Why don't we think about it? Why does such a big octopus turn into such a junky thing after it dies? And our dungeon mission is to rescue the vengeful spirits, right? But we haven't seen any vengeful spirits yet, and we haven't even found any underwater towns. We only found a ruin. What should we do next?" But this time, Lin Yifan suddenly widened his eyes and said with surprise, "I understand. So this is the vengeful spirit." "Ah, what do you mean?" Ruan Xingtan asked puzzledly. At this time, a string of information appeared on the light screen in front of Lin Yifan. Instance opening. The town lost underwater, activated. Currently the number of converted resentful spirits. 1. Unconverted resentful spirits, 299. Duration, 5 hours and 28 minutes. Special note. The flood came without warning. It may be a natural disaster or man-made. But one thing is certain. There is another secret behind this flood. Although there was no extra information, it could be confirmed from this limited information that the giant octopus they had just killed was one of the vengeful spirits. At this time, the smurf-like corpse changed again. I saw a faint blue light flash by, and the corpse gradually faded and finally turned transparent. And when it turned transparent, the corpse actually opened its eyes and slowly sat up. Shit, is it a resurrection from the dead? Hong Xiaoqiang, who always presents a steady image, was shocked this time. He quickly pulled little butterfly back, then holding an axe, stared at the transparent corpse with a vigilant look. After standing up, the transparent corpse actually bowed deeply towards them, with a look of gratitude on its face. Then, the corpse turned into a ball of light blue light and quickly dissipated in the water. As the corpse completely disappeared, a light blue treasure chest appeared where the corpse had originally been. What's going on here? Could it be that the vengeful spirits formed by the residents of the town have now turned into various water monsters? As long as we kill the water monsters, they will be considered evolved vengeful spirits. Ruan Xingtan stared at the scene in amazement, then pointed at the treasure chest and said in shock, "Look, this treasure chest is actually blue. Could it be a blue treasure chest?" His eyes lit up as he spoke, and he said excitedly, "Speaking of blue treasure chests, I haven't opened one yet. I don't know what good things can be found in them." That should be the case. Lin Yifan confirmed Ruan Qingtan's guess, then looked at the treasure chest, shook his head, and said, "But this treasure chest is not a blue one. I have obtained a blue treasure chest before. Its color is darker than this one, and its material is also different. This should be the killing reward given by the dungeon after we kill the vengeful spirit." After saying this, Lin Yifan took a step to the side and said to Ruan Qingtan, "You come and open the treasure chest. Although I don't know if your talent is useful for opening dungeon treasure chests, I believe in your luck." Hong Xiaoqiang also said, "When it comes to opening treasure chests, I only admire Qingtan's sister." Ruan Qingtan hesitated, but seeing that they both trusted him so much, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, then I'll give it a try." Then he turned to the two and asked, "By the way, is there anything you want in particular? According to my talent, when I open a treasure chest, I have to think about what I want to increase the chance of getting it." This, Lin Yifan thought for a moment and said, "Then try to see if you can get high-grade pig iron. I'm in need of that right now." He had no intention of being polite. His patron said that in order to upgrade to level 4, high-grade pig iron was essential. As for Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan's shelter, it hasn't even been upgraded to level 3. Lin Yifan can use the synthesis room to provide the materials they need, so there's no need to waste them on opening treasure chests. Chapter 105 Abstract Sense of Ritual. But this is just Lin Yifan's personal idea, after all, since he has confirmed that he will form a team with Hong Xiaoqiang and others that can provide support. Of course, the respect and rights that people deserve should also be given. What's more, Lin Yifan is not a dictatorial person, and he will not blindly think that his decision is completely correct. He explained his thoughts to the two of them, and then said seriously, "We are partners now, and we're clearing dungeons together here, so the things we obtain should be divided equally. So, if you can't accept this plan, you can also express your thoughts. As a team, many things should be communicated on an equal footing. Don't be shy. Just say whatever you want to say." Of course, although Lin Yifan's words were very polite, he actually had his own standards in his heart. If the demands made by Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang were excessive, then of course he would not agree to them. Some business ethics and all communications should at least be within a reasonable range. Fortunately, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan are obviously not the kind of idiots who would take advantage of the situation and do not know what they are doing. Both of them were very clear about their current situation and where they were, and they all said seriously, "Captain, you don't have to worry so much about us. You are the core of our small team. It is because of you that we can gather here to play the dungeon today. We didn't do anything. We just came to clear the dungeon, but we can get so many benefits. It's already pie in the sky. These treasure chests should be handled by you." That's not what it means. Lin Yifan shook his head and said carefully, "Since we have formed a team, we naturally have to have a clear division of labor and rewards. Of course, I'm not self-deprecating. In today's instance, I did pay a little more, so I won't feel embarrassed to take the lion's share. But since you have put in the effort, you should get what you deserve. Why don't we make a deal? If you can really get the ideal materials when you open the treasure chest in this dungeon, then I won't be polite to you. I need to collect enough materials to upgrade my shelter. But in the same way, I will prepare the materials for you to upgrade your shelter to level 3. You only need to prepare the blueprints for the shelter. As for the supplies that I don't really need, you two will have to share them equally." Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang looked at each other and nodded. "No problem." Ruan Qingtan also started opening the treasure chest immediately. It was the first time that Lin Yifan saw someone use a talent skill. Originally, he thought that Ruan Qingtan's talent for opening a box was the same as when he drew a lot to get the opening box buff. He only needed to recite it silently with his consciousness. However, no one expected that Ruan Qingtan actually knelt down in front of the box, kowtowed 3 times, then put his hands together, muttered something to the god of luck, and prayed earnestly for 4 or 5 minutes before opening the treasure chest. Lin Yifan stared at her unboxing process in amazement, and Ruan Qingtan felt a little embarrassed. After opening the box, she touched her hair awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Although my talent is pretty good, the process is quite abstract. The first time I followed the process to do the unboxing prayer, I was speechless. It doesn't matter if it's abstract, as long as it's useful. Lin Yifan pulled the corner of his mouth and comforted him dryly. However, Hong Xiaoqiang, who was standing next to him, looked a little strange, as if he had something difficult to talk about. Just when Lin Yifan was about to ask, the little butterfly beside him said happily, Dad, Sister Qingdian is also going to kneel down and pray. It turns out that prayer is so useful. It seems that I have to pray well in the future so that we can live in a big house and eat delicious meals. When Lin Yifan heard this, he subconsciously glanced at Hong Xiaoqiang's face and immediately realized that it seemed that when using his talent, some special rituals were also required. Then he deliberately asked Little Butterfly, does your father pray often? That's right. Little Butterfly nodded immediately and said in a baby voice, I remembered that every morning when my father was going out hunting, he would kneel at the door, then lie on the ground and pray to the hunting god, and finally throw small stones to ask for directions. Little Butterfly, stop talking, you little girl. Hong Xiaoqiang's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly reached out and patted Little Butterfly's head, then smiled awkwardly at the two of them. These things are unimportant, so let's not talk about them. Lin Yifan was originally a little bit unable to hold back his laughter, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but say, Is this sense of ritual when you use your talent really useful? Have you ever tried not to do this kind of ritual? No, the ritual must be complete for my talent to work. Ruan Qingtan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying helplessly, Actually, I've thought about this before. My prayer after opening a box is a bit shameful, but I've tried not going through the ritual and my talent didn't work. I've also asked other people privately. Everyone's talents are all different. Many of them require rituals to take effect. Some are even more abstract than mine. For example, I know a survivor who fishes a lot. His talent is related to fishing. According to him, before every fishing trip, he needs to spend half an hour reciting a prayer. The text in that prayer is not Chinese characters, but a special kind of characters that we have never seen before, but he can recite it. However, when he recites the prayer, he must recite it word for word. If he misses a word, he has to recite it again. But his talent is also very strong. As long as he recites the prayer completely, he will have a rich catch that day. He may even catch a treasure chest in the water. But if he is unlucky, he may not recite the prayer correctly even once in a day, and he will not gain anything for the whole day. There are such talents. Lin Yifan was full of admiration. He had also explored everyone's talents before. However, most people obviously regard their talents as their trump cards and will not easily tell others about them. So the number of various talents that Lin Yifan can learn about is also quite scarce. He did have some guesses about everyone's talent ceremony. At present, it seems that both Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang need to pray to God before they can use their talents. So, does this mean that there are actually gods in this world of survival? He is not an imaginary god that people place their hopes on, but a real god. Chapter 106 Mysterious Fragments. Lin Yifan shook his head and retracted the random thoughts in his mind. What gods are there and what gods are not? For him now, it is too far away. Even if gods really exist, so what? He was just a human being who had just reached the extraordinary level of life. If he really met a god, he might be chased to death by the god with just one finger. Instead of spending time thinking about trivial things, you might as well think carefully about how to complete the dungeon, which is the important thing. Of course, before that, you should take a good look at what you can get from the reward treasure chest left behind by purifying the evil spirits. The treasure chest has been opened at this time, and Lin Yifan is in urgent need of high-grade pig iron to upgrade the 4th level shelter. Therefore, he actually became superstitious and couldn't help but said to Ruan Qingtan, Qingtan, go and see what's inside the treasure chest. Ruan Qingtan was stunned for a moment, but did not refuse. He immediately stepped forward to the treasure chest and reached out to take out 2 things from it. One of the things fell directly onto the ground as soon as she got it in her hand and almost hit her foot. It's so heavy. She screamed and jumped away, thus avoiding hurting her foot. When Lin Yifan saw the thing dropped on the ground, his eyes lit up. It's high-grade pig iron. It's really high-grade pig iron. Although these materials were calculated 1 unit at a time, Lin Yifan had figured it out before. Although these materials were not divided into units according to weight, the weight of each unit was definitely not light. For example, pig iron, even the lowest grade primary pig iron, weighs at least 10 kilograms per unit. The weight of intermediate pig iron is 1 unit heavier and can even reach 20 kilograms. High-grade pig iron is even heavier. Lin Yifan had obtained 2 units before, and each unit weighed about 50 kilograms. No wonder Yuan Qingtian couldn't lift it. Lin Yifan took a step forward and picked up the high-grade pig iron that had fallen to the ground. After playing with it for a while, he excitedly said to Yuan Qingtian, "Qingtian, your talent is amazing. You actually got the high-grade pig iron, as you wished. It's a pity there is only 1 unit." Yuan Qingtian said somewhat disappointedly, "This is high-grade material. It's great to have 1 unit." Lin Yifan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Not to mention that this is only the first vengeful spirit. There are 300 vengeful spirits in this instance. Even if each garden can only produce 1 unit of high-grade pig iron, it will be more than enough. Oh, by the way, there is another thing in the treasure chest." Yuan Qingtian handed the thing in his other hand to Lin Yifan and said with a puzzled look on his face, "This thing is a little strange. The information manual needs to be appraised. I don't know if it has any value." It was a prismatic fragment that looked black. The material was a bit like jade, a bit like metal, and a bit like stone. But in general, this is just a very ordinary piece of debris. If it didn't come from a treasure chest, I guess not many people would pick it up even if it fell on the side of the road. But when Lin Yifan saw the fragment, his expression instantly became serious. He reached out and took the fragment from Yuan Qingtian and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know what this thing is, since it was opened from the Wrathful Spirit's treasure chest, it must be something special. I just happen to have a way to identify it." As he spoke, a series of information appeared in front of his eyes. Mysterious fragments. Needs an appraiser or an appraisal card to know the item information. Item level. Currently unknown, at least rare or above. The eye of appraisal has detected an item that needs to be appraised. Do you want to appraise it? Identification. Lin Yifan chose to identify it immediately without any hesitation. The next second, the fragments that seemed inconspicuous suddenly burst into a gray-blue light. However, the light only flashed for a moment. But after the light went up, the fragments that originally looked inconspicuous changed their appearance drastically. At this time, the fragment is dark blue in color and the material is closer to jade, but it still exudes a metallic luster. However, the overall visual effect is quite extraordinary. If the fragments that have not been identified before are hard stones, then the fragments that have been identified are diamonds. New information slowly appeared on this fragment, but the information was very simple, with only a name. Water Attribute Originium Fragment, Special Item. Lin Yifan looked at the information on the fragment and frowned slightly. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Normally, all items had attribute descriptions. However, this fragment not only has no description of its attributes, but also no description of its origin and function. It's just a lonely appraisal. Yuan Qingtian and Hong Xiaoqiang, who were standing by, were also puzzled at this moment and couldn't help asking, This is considered to have been identified? How come there is still no information after the appraisal? Is there a mistake?" At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered something. When he had just entered the copy, there was a very special note in the copy information he received. Although the note did not explain, it hinted at one situation. That is, the reason why the town in this copy was flooded was probably due to unknown reasons. The appearance of this fragment is so strange. Maybe it is related to the flooding of the town. Maybe by collecting more fragments, we can figure out what these fragments are used for. Lin Yifan discussed his guess with Hong Xiaoqiang and the others before speaking. Anyway, the things that appear in the dungeon definitely cannot be without reason. Let's not worry about it for now and finish the Vengeful Spirit mission first. Hong Xiaoqiang and Yuan Qingtian looked at each other and agreed. However, Hong Xiaoqiang looked around and couldn't help but said worriedly, "According to the information, aren't there 299 more ghosts? But where are they?" Yuan Qingtian tilted his head and thought carefully. This ruins is nothing but algae and fish, and only broken weapons and walls remain. If there are other evil spirits, we can't miss them. So, those vengeful spirits should be hiding in a place we can't see. Maybe we have to meet some conditions to make them appear. Why don't we think about it? Before the giant octopus appeared, do we touch anything special? After hearing this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but start to recall what they had done before the giant octopus appeared. Chapter 107, The Silly Little Ghost. Lin Yifan thought about it over and over again, his head almost breaking, but he still couldn't remember. The same goes for Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. Just when the three of them were at a loss, the little butterfly held by Ruan Qingtan's hand suddenly grabbed a small seaweed and said happily, "Brother, sister, look, this algae is so beautiful. There are small crystals on the leaves." When Lin Yifan and the other two heard this, they subconsciously turned their heads and saw that little butterfly was holding a small seaweed about 1/2 meter long in her hand. The algae was like a living thing, and it kept shaking when the little butterfly held it in its hand. There was actually a small crystal the size of a mung bean on the algae. Algae? Crystal? When Lin Yifan saw this small crystal, a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. How can there be crystals on normal algae? Unless the algae is abnormal. Or maybe the crystal is abnormal. Seeing that the little butterfly was about to touch the small crystal with her fingers, she quickly shouted, "Little butterfly, stop it, don't touch that crystal." But he was still a step too late, as little butterfly's hand had already touched the crystal. And the moment she touched the crystal, a whirlpool appeared out of nowhere in the water in front of everyone. Seeing this, Lin Yifan immediately pulled Ruan Qingtan and Xiao Huti, who had no ability to protect themselves, behind him. The next second, a huge mantis shrimp appeared in the vortex. Is this a mantis shrimp? Ruan Qingtan, who was standing behind Lin Yifan, said in amazement. "This is not a mantis shrimp. This is a vengeful spirit." Lin Yifan shook his head and said solemnly, "In fact, these evil spirits are right next to us. Do you see the algae around us? There's a small crystal on each algae. Those small crystals are actually evil spirits. Before the giant octopus appeared, we actually touched the small crystals on the algae, but we had just arrived here and overlooked this small detail." When Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan heard this, they suddenly realized. But this time, the mantis shrimp doesn't seem to be that powerful. Hong Xiaoqiang looked at the mantis shrimp in front of him and said doubtfully, "The giant octopus was so huge and had such strong attack power. If we hadn't joined forces, even if one of us could kill it, it would probably take a lot of time. But this mantis shrimp seems a little far from it." It's not that Hong Xiaoqiang looks down on the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp in front of him is quite huge, more than 1 meter long, like a big centipede, and looks quite intimidating. But compared with the giant octopus before, there is a world of difference. Not to mention, this time after the mantis shrimp emerged from the whirlpool, it just stood in the distance and stared at them blankly, without even taking the initiative to attack. At first glance, this is a mentally retarded ghost. Lin Yifan was not surprised. With so many residents in a small town, there were always some with high IQs and some with low IQs. Even if these residents turned into vengeful spirits, those mentally retarded people would not become smart people just because they turned into vengeful spirits. Of course, even if this was a mentally retarded ghost, Lin Yifan did not show any mercy. He picked up the chasing wind and breaking cloud bow and shot an arrow at the shrimp's head. The arrow was right in front of the shrimp's eyes when it tried to dodge in panic. However, instead of dodging it, due to its clumsiness, the arrow, which was originally intended to hit its head, shot directly into its eye. Then the mantis shrimp twitched and collapsed to the bottom of the water, motionless. Lin Yifan twitched his lips and said with some emotion, "If every vengeful spirit is like this shrimp, it would be much easier for us to clear the dungeon." At this time, the body of the mantis shrimp also turned into light spots and dissipated, finally turning into a corpse. "Hey, this looks like a child's body." Ruan Qingtan walked forward and said in surprise, "I originally thought that only adults became ghosts, but I didn't expect that even children could become ghosts." The body of this vengeful spirit had the same light blue skin and pointed ears as the previous one, but this was the body of a child. Judging from its size, it is probably about the size of a small butterfly. Lin Yifan was fine. As a father, Hong Xiaoqiang couldn't help but feel some sympathy at this moment. He sighed and said, "Natural disasters are so cruel. The child was so young. He's gone just like that. It's really hard to predict what will happen in this world." Having said that, he turned to look at Lin Yifan and asked curiously, "Captain, are you saying that the world in the dungeon is the same as the world of survival? There must be a connection." Lin Yifan squatted down beside the corpse, carefully observing its clothes and clothing, wanting to learn more information, and replied, "The town in this instance was destroyed by a sudden flood. and all the people died in the flood. The next natural disaster we're going to face is also a rainstorm disaster. To put it bluntly, both are floods. Who knows? The aliens in this town may be just like us. They are survivors who came to this world of survival to seek a last chance of survival because their home planet was destroyed. But they encountered a horrible natural disaster that they could not resist, and finally all died here. As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan's faces changed. Because Lin Yifun's guess is not unreasonable. Just like their Area 10086, although there were 100,000 survivors at the beginning, there are only more than 50,000 left now. Not even 60,000. This was only the first natural disaster, and more than 40,000 survivors died. Now we are about to face the second natural disaster. How many people will be left after the second disaster? No one can guarantee it. No one knows how many more natural disasters there will be in the future. Maybe one day they will be buried under a horrible natural disaster along with the aliens in this small town. At this moment, even Lin Yifun couldn't help but feel grief for the loss of his friend. For a moment, the three of them fell into silence. It was not until the body of the little E turned into light and dissipated, leaving behind a treasure chest, that the three finally came to their senses. Lin Yifun stood up and stepped back. Ruan Qingtan walked forward consciously and opened the treasure chest after performing a series of prayer ceremonies. However, perhaps because this was a treasure chest left behind by the alien race, it did not contain the high-grade pig iron that Lin Yifun wanted, but only a small toy bell. Toys naturally belong to Little Butterfly. In addition to the small bell, there is also another thing in the box, which is a mysterious fragment. Like the previous piece, it also has only a name and no other description. Lin Yifun used the eye of identification to identify the fragments and put them away. Chapter 108. Your knees are not soft enough. Since they already knew how to find the vengeful spirits, Lin Yifun and Hong Xiaoqiang did not waste any time and started to quickly kill them. One of them is good at close combat, while the other is good at long-range attack. This is the best combination. After slowly getting used to each other, their cooperation becomes more and more tacit, and the speed of eliminating the evil spirits becomes faster and faster. On the contrary, Ruan Qingtan, who was responsible for opening the treasure chest, was busy like a dog at this time, but the progress was slow. Her prayer ceremony was too time-consuming. She had to repeat it every time she opened a treasure chest. Now that she had the body of a mermaid, kneeling and kowtowing was not as convenient as in her human form. It takes her at least 5 minutes to open a treasure chest. The summoned vengeful spirits were of varying strengths. Of course, so far, the strongest one was not as strong as the giant octopus. So with the joint efforts of Hong Xiaoqiang and Lin Yifun, they can basically kill one in 5 or 6 minutes. Not to mention that some of them are extremely weak, just like the mantis shrimp before, stupid and weak, and could be shot to death with just one arrow. So in just 2 hours, Lin Yifun and his companion eliminated more than 120 vengeful spirits. As a result, Ruan Qingtan, who made slow progress, only opened less than 40 treasure chests, so that dozens of treasure chests were piled up around her, almost drowning her. She had kowtowed so much that her face looked as pale as death. Every time she started the process, she looked as if she was ready to die. It was so miserable to see. Seeing her like this, Lin Yifun couldn't help laughing, so he asked Hong Xiaoqiang to stop and rest for a while, and then deliberately teased. Qingtan, your physical fitness is not good enough? I didn't even ask you to fight monsters, but you opened a treasure chest and exhausted yourself like this. You are such a loser. Besides, your knees aren't soft enough, and you're kneeling too slowly. After getting to know each other better, Ruan Qingtan was no longer so in awe of Lin Yifun. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Stop standing there and talking. I've been kneeling here for 40 minutes of the hour and kowtowed. Your knees are so stiff. Why don't you try kneeling here?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yifun immediately shook his head like a rattle and said with a smile, forget it. My knees are not very good. I can't kneel down except to kneel to the heaven, the earth, and my parents. I'd better leave the kneeling and kowtowing to you professionals." Having said that, he took out the chestnuts he had roasted earlier and gave 5 each to Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. Ruan Qingtan took the chestnut and his eyes suddenly lit up. This chestnut can actually restore physical strength and temporarily increase physical strength. It seems to be made by a professional chef. Although the food I make now also has properties, it is far inferior to this chestnut. Who made this? I made it. Lin Yifan peeled a chestnut and put it into his mouth, saying calmly, "You can actually cook?" Ruan Qingtan looked at him in disbelief, then looked down at Ban Li and said with admiration, "It does look like you made it. At least it looks like what you made." In fact, it is no wonder that she would be skeptical, because although this chestnut has excellent properties, its appearance is really terrible. The chestnut shells were black and almost burnt into charcoal. This was probably because they were in the water, otherwise their hands would definitely be black now. Lin Yifan certainly knew that chestnuts looked a bit unpalatable, but he really had no talent in cooking. Ruan Qingtan's suspicion hit him right in the sore spot, and he was so angry that he rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Okay, it's good to have something to eat. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. I'll eat it, of course." Ruan Qingtan was just joking, but when he heard this, he immediately pushed aside the chestnut mountain and stuffed it into his mouth. After eating 5 chestnuts, the recovery properties in the body were quickly activated. Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang found that their originally tired bodies began to recover rapidly. After only resting for less than 5 minutes, the physical strength that had been consumed was almost restored. This made the two of them admire it so much that they couldn't help but sigh. "This chestnut is really good. After just a short rest, I feel my strength has been restored. If we had such a good endurance elixir, we would be able to succeed in everything we do." However, Ruan Qingtan couldn't help but reveal his nostalgia and said with a sigh, "When I was working on Earth, if I had such a great endurance device, I would definitely be the best performing employee in our company." "Wake up, they are not employees, they are cattle and horses." Lin Yifan stood up while controlling his tail, stretched his waist, and said with a mocking face, "Also, although this is no longer Earth, cattle and horses are still cattle and horses. Hurry up and get to work." The three of them became familiar with each other, and Lin Yifan's youthful side couldn't help but show up. Although he looks calm, he actually has a sharp tongue. When he was on Earth, his friends called him the leader of the stab sect. After coming to this world, in his social group, except for Chun Yunao, whom he barely knew, none of his former social friends were in the same area as him. In a strange environment and unfamiliar social circle, Lin Yifan instinctively hid his true side. Before they actually met, he always remained taciturn, even in front of Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. However, now that they met in person, they naturally understood each other's natures better, and Lin Yifan no longer suppressed his nature. After he revealed his true nature, Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang still remained in awe of him, but they became less restrained in their words and actions. Now the three of them were talking and laughing, and occasionally they could play with the little butterfly, which relieved a lot of the stress they had been under for so many days. However, they did not rest for long. After their strength recovered, they started to perform their respective duties again. The 300 vengeful spirits were of varying strengths. The most powerful of them all transformed into the great white shark, the overlord of the sea, which was 7 or 8 meters long and weighed 3 or 4 tons, with extremely thick skin and tough flesh. In addition to having thick skin and flesh, Weisher also possesses powerful strength and agile speed, making him a tough nut to crack. Even though Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang were very powerful, they still paid a heavy price to finally take down this tough nut to crack. In this battle, Hong Xiaoqiang's already injured body was further injured. Even Lin Yifan was not spared. His right arm was almost broken. If it weren't for Ruan Qingtan's good luck, he actually got a few elixirs for healing from the treasure chest dropped by the vengeful spirit. It would have been a pipe dream for him to complete the dungeon. Of course, they have also tried to use telepathy to reform the people in the institution. Unfortunately, their persuasion is like talking to a deaf ear to the vengeful spirits. No, it's playing the piano to various seafood. Chapter 109 didn't pass. The bodies transformed by the vengeful spirits are all various kinds of seafood. And I don't know if it's because of this reason that these vengeful spirits have no intelligence at all. The so-called telepathy has no effect at all. People don't even pay attention to me, and some even slap me in the face. So in the end, the only way to persuade all the resentful spirits is to use force. When Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang teamed up to defeat the last vengeful crab ghost, they were exhausted and collapsed directly into the water. They didn't even want to move their fingers or even the tip of their tails. Although they can eat chestnuts to restore their physical strength is physical strength and spirit is spirit. Even if the physical strength can support it, the mental exhaustion caused by long-term fighting is impossible to recover from. Among the 300 evil spirits, nearly one-third have combat capability. Although the remaining two-thirds are not very powerful, some of them are also difficult to deal with. For example, some transform into giant sea urchins, some transform into sea turtles, and some transform into hermit crabs. Although their combat power is weak, their defense is extremely strong. It took Lin Yifan a lot of effort just to break their shells. If it weren't for the bronze-level attack weapon, chasing wind and breaking cloud bow in hand, it would have been really difficult. We should have cleared this instance, right? Hong Xiaoqiang, who had recovered his breath, said numbly. All the evil spirits have been persuaded by force. Why can't we leave the dungeon? At this time, there were still nearly 2 hours left until the end of the copy, and Lin Yifan actually wanted to leave the copy quickly, because he was still thinking of taking advantage of the pathfinding spirit buff to find the location of the pure spirit fruit. Unfortunately, although the number of evil spirits on the task progress list has reached 0, the copy task column has also been shown as completed. However, the mission reward has not been issued yet. Based on previous experience in completing missions, it is estimated that the reward for this dungeon mission will only be issued after leaving the dungeon. However, logically, the copy should be closed automatically after all monsters are killed, or there should be an option to exit. But now, they neither left the copy automatically nor saw the option to exit the copy, so there was only one explanation. Although the dungeon mission has been completed, it does not mean that the dungeon has been completed. Lin Yifan looked at the last special tip below the copy mission. Special note: the flood came without warning. It may be a natural disaster or man-made, but one thing is certain. There is another secret behind this flood. It seems that if you want to leave the copy early, you must find out the secret behind this flood. Up to now, he has not found any clues. The only thing that might be related to the secret could be the mysterious fragments found in the treasure chest. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Although the dungeon mission has been completed, this dungeon has not yet been cleared. Only when we find out the truth about why the town was flooded can we truly clear it. Otherwise, we can only wait until the time is up before we can get out." Huh? We still need to find out the truth about why the town was flooded. Hong Xiaoqiang frowned and said with embarrassment, "Where can we find it? This town has been submerged for who knows how many years. There are only a few ruins left in the entire town. Even if there are any clues, they can't have been preserved until now." Lin Yifan turned around and looked at Ruan Qingtan, who was still diligently opening the treasure chest, and said, "Of course there are no clues in these ruins, but since there is such a hidden mission in the dungeon settings, it is impossible that there are no clues left for us. Do you remember the mysterious fragment that was opened in the treasure chest? If I'm not mistaken, it's the clue for us to find out the truth behind the flooding of the town." As he spoke, he took out all the fragments and placed them on a flat ground. Ruan Qingtan has opened nearly 200 treasure chests, and there is a fragment in each of them. These fragments are large and small, and have different shapes, but the material is exactly the same, and the density is extremely high, so they will sink to the bottom immediately in the water. Lin Yifan even conducted experiments using fragments of the same weight and high-grade pig iron of the same weight. The fragments sank into water more than twice as fast as high-grade pig iron. This is enough to show that the density of these mysterious fragments is much smaller than that of high-grade pig iron. It can be seen that the material of the mysterious fragments is definitely extraordinary. Lin Yifan lay on the bottom of the water and began to carefully piece together the fragments like a puzzle, because he found that some of the broken pieces, when put together, could actually fit perfectly. Lin Yifan had suspected before that these fragments should have been a complete whole, but they broke into pieces for some unknown reason. If we could put all the pieces back together, maybe we could find the key point. While Lin Yifan was lying on the bottom of the water, piecing the pieces together, Hong Xiaoqiang, next to him, finally figured out what was going on and swam over to help him piece the pieces together. As for Ruan Qingtan, he was still conscientiously completing the treasure chest process, but as he had more experience in kneeling and kowtowing, his speed naturally increased. Originally, she could only open a dozen treasure chests in an hour, but now she can open 3 or 4 in a minute. Although it consumes more physical strength, time is tight, so she can only try her best. So, It took Yuan Qingtan less than half an hour to open the remaining 80 or 90 treasure chests. There are two fixed things in the treasure chest. One is the mysterious fragment, and the other is either high-level materials or some daily items. The types of these everyday objects are basically related to the identity of the vengeful spirit itself. For example, the vengeful spirits of child aliens usually drop toys or some children's products, such as clothes and socks. Moreover, they're all wearable by Little Butterfly, which just makes up for her daily needs. Except for child aliens, most adult aliens drop materials. Only a very small number of female aliens, or the vengeful spirits of older aliens, will drop some daily necessities. They're usually pots and pans, combs, mirrors, and the like. There was even an elderly female alien who dropped a cow bone comb with special attributes. Of course, the attributes are very general, only intelligence recovery +1. It was of no use to Lin Yifan, but it was quite useful to Yuan Qingtan, so this thing was given to her. The rest are just some materials, most of which are advanced materials, and only a very few are intermediate materials. But there's a small part of it, which is actually a special material, mithril. Shoptud etundo ti mysterious runa. Lin Yifan was in urgent need of various high-end materials, so he took them all without hesitation. As for those treasure chests, they did not waste them. Anyway, everyone had a space ring or storage bag, but the storage space was large or small. Lin Yifan asked Yuan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang to take apart each, and then he put all the boxes that they could not take away into the space. Fortunately, he emptied all his storage space before coming, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fit so many boxes. Although it is impossible to tell what materials these boxes are made of, their appearance alone makes them look quite extraordinary. If we take them back and disassemble them, we might be able to find a lot of good materials. Besides, not many things have been spawned in this dungeon so far, although the high-grade pig ire required to upgrade the shelter to level 4 has been collected. However, compared with the preciousness of the copy of the teaching volume, this gift is a bit embarrassing. These treasure chests are also part of the harvest, so they naturally cannot be wasted. After all the spoils were divided, Lin Yifan and the other two lay in the water and began to piece together the fragments. There are so many fragments, and they're of different sizes and shapes, so it is not easy to piece them together. Fortunately, Lin Yifan, Yuan Qingtan, and Hong Xiaoqiang were all quite patient. After division of labor, each person is responsible for piecing together a part of the fragments. Although the fragments were numerous and of various shapes, the three of them were experienced practitioners, with patience and meticulousness far beyond that of ordinary people. Lin Yifan was the first to piece together a small, complete pattern about the size of a palm. After these fragments were correctly pieced together, they instantly became one, without any signs of being broken. For this reason, what appeared in front of Lin Yifan at this moment was a complete piece of black jade. And on the jade piece, dense lines appeared out of thin air. These lines formed one mysterious symbol after another, as if they came alive, making people dizzy at a glance. How can this thing automatically restore itself? And what are these golden lines? Why do they feel so weird? Hong Xiaoqiang and Yuan Qingtan, who were standing by, looked at the black jade piece in Lin Yifan's hand with shock and solemn expressions. Yuan Qingtan even rubbed his temple with his hand and said with an uncomfortable look on his face, "Whenever I look at these golden runes, I feel dizzy and nauseous. Is this a curse?" Lin Yifan carefully identified the golden lines and felt that they looked familiar. It's Itiha. The runes at the bottom of the pool he had been to before were extremely similar to these golden runes. However, these golden runes are more mysterious, which is probably why people feel uncomfortable when looking at them. Lin Yifan didn't feel it was serious. He just felt a little dizzy at the beginning, but it became normal after watching it for a long time. In fact, he still couldn't figure out what these runes meant. Maybe, if you piece the whole thing together, you can figure out what it means? Now that it has come to this is the only thing we can do. Lin Yifan rubbed his temple and said to the two of them, "Don't worry about that for now. Let's put this thing together first." Lin Yifan, Yuan Qingtan, and Hong Xiaoqiang continued to piece together the mysterious fragments in the water. As they worked hard, more and more fragments were pieced together, and the entire piece of black jade took on the shape of an octagonal flower. But it's the flat kind. The golden runes on the black jade piece gradually revealed a complete pattern. These runes are not arranged randomly, but are combined together according to a certain rule, like a rune. What the hell is this thing? My brain almost exploded after I took a look at it. Ruan Xingtan covered his eyes with his hands, took several steps back, and said with a painful look on his face. Hong Xiaoqiang had already stood far away. When he heard this, he glanced at the runes from a distance, then quickly dodged and said honestly, I don't understand this, but if we feel so uncomfortable just by looking at it, this thing must be something extraordinary. As soon as these words came out, Ruan Xingtan couldn't help but twitch his lips. The little butterfly, standing next to Hong Xiaoqiang, said in a childish voice without any hesitation, Dad, I feel like you said some useless nonsense. When Hong Xiaoqiang heard this, he flicked little butterfly's head with his finger and said unhappily, You little girl, how can you complain about your father like this? The little butterfly immediately stuck out her tongue. Lulu. Lin Yifan ignored them. At this moment, there was only that rune in his eyes. Because the moment the runes were pieced together, a long string of words appeared out of nowhere in his mind. These words are composed of these mysterious runes. He couldn't understand the words, but he could understand their meaning. Forbidden spell, flood. The great magic was created by Crossan. Using this forbidden spell, you can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, summon a raging flood, and submerge everything. This spell is extremely powerful and must be used with caution, otherwise the backlash will be enough to kill the caster. Forbidden spell. This thing is actually the forbidden spell in the legend that only belongs to the magic world. Lin Yifan was shocked. He had seen forbidden spells in Western fantasy novels before, but he always thought that these were all made up by the novelist and could never exist in reality. But I didn't expect that there really was a forbidden spell. Lin Yifan took a deep breath, tried to calm his inner excitement, and continued to look through the information in his mind. Conditions for casting. One must use one's own blood essence as a guide and cooperate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to activate this spell. The caster must have a strong mental strength. Otherwise, he will not be able to withstand the backlash of the forbidden spell. Note, once this forbidden spell is cast, it cannot be reversed. The flood will devour everything. If there is intelligent life among the things it devours, the more intelligent life it devours, the more severe the backlash will be. The spell will only stop when the spiritual power guiding the caster is completely backlashed. Sure enough, it's just as described in the novel. Although forbidden spells are very powerful, they're also full of dangers. After Lin Yifan finished reading the information in his mind, the golden runes on the jade piece in his hand slowly faded and turned gray. Why did the runes on this stone slab become dim? Ruan Xingtan, who had been standing in the distance observing, asked with a puzzled look on his face. When Hong Xiaoqiang heard this, he turned his head to look at the black jade piece and frowned. It is really dimmed, and I felt before that the golden runes on it were like living things, but now I don't have that feeling anymore. Chapter 111 Coffins Around the Altar. What rune died? Lin Yifan suddenly came back to his senses, looked down at the black jade piece in his hand, and was stunned. But soon, he felt a string of words appear in front of him. Forbidden spell, flood, destroyed. Although this forbidden spell rune has been destroyed, the obsidian that carries the rune has left behind a portion of the image before the forbidden spell was activated. Do you want to view the image? Learn about the secrets of the past? It turns out the real clue is here. Lin Yifan played with the black jade piece in his hand and explained the existence of the forbidden spell to Ruan Xingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. He just said, this jade talisman carrying the forbidden spell rune is now completely destroyed, but there's an image left on it. After we watch the image, we should be able to find the key to passing the level. After saying this, he didn't care whether the stunned Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Xingtan could accept the sudden collapse of their worldview and directly turned on the video. Suddenly, the black jade piece that was supposed to sink in the water slowly floated in the water. The side with runes, like a camera, projected a picture into the distance. There is no sound on the screen, only the images inside can be seen. It was a peculiar valley with two hills on each side. There was a round stone on the top of each hill, as if it would roll down the cliff at any time. But the strange thing is that the two round stones have remained standing, and even trees have grown on them. And in the valley, as long as there is an altar, this piece of black jade will be placed on the altar. In front of the altar, a young man wearing a black robe and with skin the same light blue as the alien corpses was waving a staff with a black crystal on top, muttering something. Judging from the curve of his lips, he was chanting the spell to activate forbidden spell, flood. Is this the person who activated the forbidden spell? Ruan Xingtan, who was standing by, saw this scene and said with a puzzled look, "Strange. I see that the person who activated the forbidden spell and those corpses that turned into vengeful spirits are all from the same race. Why did he use the forbidden spell to destroy the residents of his own people and let so many of his own people die together?" Lin Yifan also couldn't figure it out, but when he saw the area around the altar, his face suddenly changed, and he asked in disbelief, "Look around the altar. Are those coffins?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang also looked around the altar. Only then did they discover that there were a large number of rectangular boxes placed around the altar. The materials of these boxes were special and were almost the same as the treasure chests they obtained after converting the vengeful spirits. The only difference is the size. These boxes are much larger. In terms of length and width, they are no different from coffins. The only difference is that these boxes are carved with exquisite runes, which, combined with a light blue color, do not seem to have anything to do with the gloomy coffins. But if you look closely, isn't that a coffin? Yes, those are all coffins. Hong Xiaoqiang nodded heavily and said solemnly, "Although these coffins look somewhat contrary to coffins because of the material and color, I have seen coffins before, and they definitely look like this. But why are there so many coffins here?" Ruan Qingtan frowned and asked in confusion. But at this time Lin Yifan discovered that the number of coffins was exactly 300, exactly the same as the number of vengeful spirits. If this was a coincidence, if it happened somewhere else, Lin Yifan might have believed it, but in this situation, he couldn't believe it even if he wanted to. What he couldn't understand, even more, was why this alien race wanted to activate the forbidden spell and destroy the entire town. What kind of grudge is this? And if they really had a blood feud, why would they prepare so many coffins? Could it be that he wanted to collect the bodies of the residents in the town after activating the forbidden spell? Lin Yifan was puzzled, but at this moment, the forbidden spell in the image was finally activated. The black jade piece placed on the altar floated into the air without wind. The golden runes engraved on the black jade piece quickly outlined a huge octagonal rune. After the rune was launched into the air, lightning and thunder immediately began to appear in the sky, and there was also a strong wind on the ground. Heavy rain poured down, quickly forming a torrent on the ground and flooding the valley. However, when the wind was blowing hard, many of the coffins that were originally covered had their lids opened by the strong wind. It was only then that Lin Yifan and the other two discovered that the coffins were not empty. There was actually a corpse in each coffin. Moreover, each corpse was neatly dressed, and one could tell at a glance that they had been carefully buried. Look at the appearance of these corpses. Do they look familiar? Ruan Qingtan said in shock as he looked at the corpses. Lin Yifan took a closer look and couldn't help but take a breath. It's those vengeful spirits. These corpses are the real bodies of those vengeful spirits. That means it wasn't the person who cast the forbidden spell who killed the residents of the town. These residents were all dead before the forbidden spell was cast. Ruan Qingtan took over the conversation, brain cells working frantically, and began to speculate. The person who cast the forbidden spell is of the same race as the residents of the town. Could it be that the purpose of the person who cast the forbidden spell was not to harm others, but to bury himself and his people under the water? But what is the purpose of this? Is it just to avoid being disturbed? Lin Yifan also had the same guess, but at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was actually something else on the altar. It was a box, and the piece of black jade was placed on top of the box. Lin Yifan also noticed that whenever the people who were performing construction work saw the box, their faces were filled with regret and pain. So, maybe the key point lies in this box. If we find the box, we may be able to find a way to leave the copy. Lin Yifan turned his head and looked around. After observing carefully for a long time, he suddenly found a small hill standing at the bottom of the water in the northwest direction. There happened to be a round stone on the top of the mountain, but at this moment, the stone was covered with weeds and algae. They swayed against the waves, so much so that Lin Yifan didn't realize at first that it was actually a single stone. He always thought that the top of the mountain was below the water plants and algae and never considered that they were not connected. Of course, even if he had discovered it before, he would not have thought much about it. Before seeing this video, everything was unknown. But now it seems that's where the altar is. Find the altar and the box on the altar, and all the puzzles will be solved. Chapter 112, Source of All Waters. While Lin Yifan was looking at the hillside in the distance, Ruan Qingtan walked up to his side without him noticing. And following his line of sight, he discovered the small hillside, compared it with the images in the picture, and immediately found the clues, saying, "You don't think that the hillside looks a bit similar to the hillside in the video?" Lin Yifan nodded and said in a deep voice, "I do have this feeling. Judging from the images we took, the town and the valley are not far apart. We are now at the ruins of the town. So, judging from the distance, the location of the hillside just happens to correspond." Wan Xingtan frowned when he heard this. After reading it carefully several times, he said with some doubt, "From a distance, they're indeed similar, but there's a stone ball on the hillside in the image, but it doesn't seem to be visible on this hillside. And there should be 2 hills in front of Sam, not just one. Maybe he's going in the wrong direction. I just looked around. There's only 1 hillside around there." Lin Yifan said in a deep voice, "The world has changed a lot. It has been so many years since the accident happened. It is normal for the landform to have some changes. It is lucky to have some traces of the original here. Whether it is true or not, let's go and take a look first." Hu Xiaoqiang, who was standing aside, interrupted. "That's right. Let's go and take a look first." After Lin Yifan made the decision, he took the lead and swam towards the hillside. Although he already knew that all the evil spirits in this copy had been eliminated, he did not dare to let his guard down. He still held the machete with a cautious look on his face. The ruins of the town are about 2 kilometers away from the hillside. Fortunately, they have turned into mermaids, otherwise it would not be easy to swim over. After about 10 minutes, the group of 4 finally stood at the bottom of the hill. "So there are 2 hillsides here," Wan Xingtan said in surprise while standing at the foot of the hillside. "Because this is not 1 hillside, but 2 hillsides, but the 2 hillsides are side by side. Looking from the direction they were in before, they can only see 1 hillside. As for the stone balls on the hillside, one is still there, but the other has rolled away to an unknown place. But none of this matters. They are here to find the altar, not to see the scenery." After taking a short rest in front of the 2 hillsides, Lin Yifan took the lead and swam towards the valley. The valley, once filled with birdsong and flowers, is now covered with algae, with the occasional small fish swimming through it. No trace of the image can be seen anymore. Lin Yifan and the other 2 could only start looking for the altar in the general direction. "It's a pity that after searching around, we found nothing," Wan Xingtan said with a headache. "Although we can now confirm that the altar is here, too much time has passed. It is too difficult to find the altar." Lin Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly, because although there was no silt at the bottom of the valley in front of him, it was covered with thick sand and gravel. Even if there really is an altar here, it has long been covered by sand and stones. It would be impossible to find it by just searching like this. "Oh, what is this? It's so beautiful." At this moment, the little butterfly, who was playing freely because there was no danger here, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Lin Yifan turned his head and saw that little butterfly was holding a round object the size of an egg in her hand. "What is this?" Hong Xiaoqiang, who was standing next to little butterfly, took the round object, looked at it carefully, and asked curiously, "Why does it feel like a crystal ball?" Lin Yifan walked over and found that the entire sphere was transparent, with only a small blue water drop in the middle, which swayed slightly as the sphere swayed. "The blue water drops here are actually real water drops," Wan Xingtan said with curiosity. Lin Yifan nodded, reached out, and took the crystal ball from Hong Xiaoqiang's hand. After carefully observing it for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "A drop of water sealed in a crystal ball. This is probably the secret we are looking for. Wait, I know what this is." The moment he took the ball in his hand, a series of information appeared in his mind, just like when he had touched the abandoned forbidden spell before. The source of 10,000 waters, sealed by Croston. This is a drop of precious source of all water, which can turn into a flood and submerge everything in the world, and can also absorb all water sources in the world, so it is both the source of life and the source of floods. The crystal ball that seals the source of all waters is made of ancient ice crystals, which can make the source of all waters fall into silence. If you want to use the source of all waters, you must first break the seal. Method to break the seal: Crossan's prayer. When Lin Yifan saw this string of information, his heart was suddenly shocked. He has always speculated that this copy is likely related to the upcoming heavy rain disaster, and it is possible to find a way to resolve the disaster in this copy. This solution is not the water-avoiding talisman production drawing rewarded by the dungeon mission. Although the clear water lake can indeed allow some people to survive, the real solution to the natural disaster is not just relying on the water-avoiding talisman. He had obtained the production drawings for powerful mosquito killers before, but when the mosquito disaster really came, although the powerful mosquito killers could allow some people to survive, it still could not allow the majority of people to survive. Because there is only one copy of the blueprint and materials are needed to make it. Even if the materials are available, he is alone and cannot make tens of thousands of copies of powerful mosquito repellent. Water repellent talisman is designed to target the second natural disaster, so its production difficulty will be even higher than that of mosquito repellent. Even if he leaves the dungeon now and returns to the shelter to start production, how many water repellent talisman can he produce? Therefore, he always believed that this was not the real solution to the rainstorm disaster. He has never found a real solution. Just like the mosquito swarm, he did not find a real solution to the law enforcement, otherwise so many people would not have died in that disaster. And this drop of source of all waters in front of us is the thing that can completely solve the rainstorm disaster. Let's get it. Whether for yourself or for everyone in District 10086, you must control this drop of source of all waters. If you want to obtain this source of all waters, the first prerequisite is to open the seal. Lin Yifan frowned, shared the information he saw with the people present, and said with a headache, "This task is really difficult to complete." Wan Xingtan also frowned and said speechlessly, "How many years has Croston been dead? His body must have been reduced to ashes, right? Where can we find him to pray? This is simply an impossible task." Chapter 113, The Last Vengeful Spirit. One after another, problems keep arising. Lin Yifan was getting a little annoyed after playing this dungeon. Now he is asked to find Croston. Where can he find him? It was obvious that when Croston cast the forbidden spell and submerged the entire town, he was hit by the backlash of the forbidden spell. Now you need Croston's prayer to unlock this seal. Wan Qingdan was right about half a year. This was simply an impossible task. But now that we have come this far, I will feel unwilling not to give up. Lin Yifan could only bite the bullet and say, "There are still 40 minutes left until the dungeon ends. Since the hidden mission has not been completed, we can only leave after the dungeon time is up. We have nothing to do anyway. Why don't we split up and look for clues related to Croston? Although the hope is slim, we can only give it a try." Wan Qingtan sighed helplessly, and then the group of four divided into 3 groups and began to search carefully in the valley. Hong Xiaoqiang had even started turning over the sand and stones. Lin Yifan also thought about whether he should try too, but he gave up in the end. Although he did not hold out much hope for completing this hidden mission, he always felt that the existence of the mission was reasonable and could not be so abstract as to be completely illogical. Since the mission asked him to find Croston, this person must still be there. Moreover, it must still be in this copy. But where will it be? Lin Yifan's head was aching. He thought about everything he could think of, but still had no clues. But just when he was about to give up, he suddenly found a huge seaweed floating on the waves in the middle of the valley. Because there were too many algae nearby, and 300 vengeful spirits. Although they had all been activated and neutralized, the algae that served as the portal to summon them did not disappear. Because of this area of sea is still covered with endless algae, which also causes Lin Yifan and his team to not pay much attention to the algae. If Lin Yifan had not been standing in front of the huge seaweed at this moment, and the seaweed with the crystal on it just happened to float in front of his eyes, he would probably have ignored it. "Come here quickly." Lin Yifan hurriedly shouted to Wan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang. Although he is quite confident in his own abilities, he is not a blindly confident person. This algae is much larger than the other ones, which seems wrong no matter how you look at it. Not to mention, the 300 vengeful spirits have all been purified. So based on the number of people, the vengeful spirit in this water plant can only belong to one person. This person is the Croston he is looking for. That's a magician. He is also a magician who can cast forbidden spells. Although Lin Yifan has not seen a real magician so far. No, he has not even seen a magician. But this doesn't mean that he can't imagine how terrifying a magician is. Therefore, no matter how confident he was in his own strength, he did not dare to rashly summon such a terrifying wizard's ghost alone. Hearing his call, Hong Xiaoqiang and Wan Qingtan also hurried over here with Little Butterfly. There is actually a vengeful spirit here. Wan Qingtan reacted immediately when he saw the algae and the crystal on the water flee. When she saw the entire body of this giant algae that was over 10 meters tall, She gasped and her tail almost went limp. How come his bath is so big? Ruan Qingtan exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yifan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Isn't it this big? There lives a terrifying evil spirit at the level of a mage." Mage! Hong Xiaoqiang was stunned for a moment. His face looked a little ugly, and he said with embarrassment, "Although I have never seen a magician in real life, I used to read novels when I had free time. The magicians in those novels can destroy the world. We also saw the horror of him detonating the forbidden spell in the video before. If we want to deal with such a vengeful spirit, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Of course, Lin Yifan knew it was not easy, but now there was only this last step left for this hidden mission. How could he be willing to give up? However, no matter how confident he was in his own strength, he did not dare to say that he could deal with a vengeful spirit at the level of a mage. Even if we add the two of them, it's still the same. He has no reason and no right to let others fight with him. This is also true even if they are teammates. So for a moment, he was silent. Ruan Qingtan couldn't help it, and said with a look of reluctance, "Are we just going to give up? It's obvious that this vengeful spirit is a hidden monster in this instance. I played games before, and to trigger a hidden mission like this, you need a lot of luck. I think we were able to trigger it this time, because this instance is the first one in the entire zone. Otherwise, we might not have such good luck. And if we can complete a hidden mission like this, the reward will definitely be very generous. It may even allow us to leap forward in life level. It's such a pity to give up such a good opportunity. But if I take this risk, my life may be in danger." Lin Yifan took a deep breath. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still said calmly, "A mage-level ghost is not comparable to the ones we faced before. If we are not careful, we may all die here. Of course, I admit that I am a little unwilling, but everyone's life is their own, and no one can make decisions for others, so you should think carefully before you speak." But Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment and said his guess. "I don't think I have to resort to force, because my mission is to find out the truth behind the flooding of the town and the secrets behind it. If Croston's ghost is like the ones we converted before, and has no self-awareness at all, and can only be converted by force, then we will not be able to understand the truth and find out the secret. So I have a guess. Maybe our mission is not to use force to persuade Croston, but to use another method to get the truth from him." Lin Yifan's guess was not groundless, but was based on the mission information he had obtained. The purpose of the hidden mission in the copy has been clearly stated from the beginning, which is to find the hidden secrets. Even at this point, the mystery still remains unsolved, and is even increasing. Chapter 114 Crosson. The Secret of the Coffin. The Secret of the Forbidden Spell. The Secret of Crosson. These secrets need to be told in detail by someone who is an insider. And the vengeful spirit of Croston is the last possibility. It is precisely based on this point that Lin Yifan vaguely feels that perhaps the so-called telepathy is used here. Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang looked at each other and were undecided for a moment. But the little butterfly blinked and said innocently, "Brother, I believe you." When these words came out, Ruan Qingtan and Hong Xiaoqiang were stunned. After looking at each other, their expressions gradually became clear. They said to Lin Yifan, "Little butterfly is right. We believe in you. As long as it is what you decide to do, we support you." Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment. After lowering his head to think for a while, he suddenly raised his head and said with a firm look, "Okay, let's give it a try, but we also have to consider safety issues." Having said this, he looked at Ruan Qingtan and said, "Qingtan, you're not a fighter anyway, so there is no need to stay here and take risks. Why don't you take Little Butterfly back to the town ruins and wait for us?" When Ruan Qingtan heard this, her face suddenly looked a little disappointed. She opened her mouth and wanted to refuse, but when she looked at the little butterfly, she couldn't say it. Hong Xiaoqiang, who was standing by, could understand her thoughts. He patted her shoulder and said, "Sister Qingtan, you don't have to think too much. Your talent is not suitable for fighting. Besides, you're a girl, so your physical fitness is relatively weaker. Of course, this doesn't mean that I look down on you. You girls are naturally more careful than us men, and we are more rough. To put it bluntly, we're just good at different things. There's no difference in strength. Now that the captain and I are here, it's natural for us to play as forwards, and you're here to stabilize our rear. This way, we can cooperate with each other and become stronger." Having said that, he reached out and touched Little Butterfly's head, saying lovingly, Besides, the little butterfly still needs your care. Although what I am about to say may not be auspicious, I still have to ask you for a favor. If the captain and I both die here today, according to the rules of this world for protecting children, the little butterfly will most likely follow you in the future, so I hope you can help me take good care of her. Of course, I still believe in the captain's judgment, so you don't have to worry too much. Just wait for us over there. Ruan Qingtan certainly understood what Hong Xiaoqiang said and was very self-aware. But she always felt a little guilty in her heart because she was always treated as being protected. But she was also very clear that the best way for her to help them now was to stay away from them with Little Butterfly and not cause any trouble for them. So he didn't say anything more, took Little Butterfly's hand, and said to Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang seriously, "You two must take care of yourselves. As for Little Butterfly, you don't have to worry. I will definitely protect her well. Unless I die, I will never let anything happen to her." "Oh, don't make it sound so serious." Lin Yifan was not nervous at first, but now he was a little nervous. He quickly said, "I'm also a person who cherishes my life. I will not do anything that I'm not sure of." Having said this, he squatted down in front of Little Butterfly again and said gently, "Little Butterfly, I want to borrow a few things from you. I'll return them to you when I'm done with my work. Okay?" "Brother, what do you want?" "I'll give it to you." Little Butterfly also has a storage bag, but it is filled with her snacks and toys. At this moment, she immediately took things out of her storage bag and stuffed them all into Lin Yifan's hands. Lin Yifan picked out a bell, a small windmill, and 2 small toys and returned the rest to the Little Butterfly. "Brother, these few things are enough for you. You can keep the rest," Lin Yifan said with a smile. Little Butterfly nodded obediently and then couldn't help asking, "Brother, are these enough? How about I give them all to you first? You don't have to be polite with me." "Enough, enough." Lin Yifan touched Little Butterfly's head and grabbed a handful of chestnuts and stuffed them into his hand. At this time, Ruan Qingtan, who was standing aside, reacted immediately. "Captain, are you trying to use the things dropped by the vengeful spirits to influence Croston?" "That's right." Lin Yifan nodded and squinted his eyes as he recalled. "I just remembered that in the image projected by the black jade piece earlier, among the people lying in the coffins, there were children holding these toys in their hands. Since Croston didn't kill the residents of the town, and he flooded the town to protect it, he must have feelings for the residents. If we can use telepathy, then the personal belongings left behind by the residents of these towns might come in handy." Ruan Qingtan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took out all the daily necessities he had collected earlier, especially the comb with attributes. She took it out solemnly, put in Lin Yifan's hand, and said, "Then you should keep all these things. Who knows, Croston might be reminded of him when he sees them, especially this comb. I feel that a comb that can have attributes is definitely not an ordinary item, even if the attributes are very ordinary. Not to mention, I can feel that this comb has been used for many years, and there are no bumps on the comb. It is smooth and shiny like new, which shows that it has been well protected. Maybe this thing can help." As the only daily item with attributes, Lin Yifan also agreed with what Ruan Qingtan said. So he took the comb and said, "Okay, then leave these things here for now. Time is running out. You and Little Butterfly should leave quickly." "Okay, then let's go." Ruan Qingtan didn't hesitate anymore and decisively took the Little Butterfly and swam towards the ruins of the town. Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang stood behind the two of them and watched them leave. "Then, let's prepare for battle." Lin Yifan spoke first after confirming that Ruan Qingtan and the Little Butterfly had swam away. Hong Xiaoqiang took out the axe, and after warming up for a while, he walked in front of Lin Yifan, took a defensive posture, and said solemnly, "I'm ready. Let's have a good look at how powerful this vengeful spirit who was once a magician is." Lin Yifan took a deep breath and reached out to lightly touch the crystal on the algae. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in front of the two. However, the vortex was not as big as they had imagined. According to previous experience, the more powerful the vengeful spirit, the larger its size would be, so the larger the vortex formed would also be. But the whirlpool in front of us can only accommodate one person, and the fact was just as they expected. About 10 seconds after the vortex appeared, a slender figure walked out of the vortex. At the same time, a solemn and cold voice sounded in their ears. "Who disturbed my sleep? Do you want to die?" Chapter 115, The Mage's Pressure. The moment the voice sounded, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Lin Yifan almost knelt down under this pressure. He gritted his teeth and managed to keep his body steady. As for Feng Xiaoqiang, he was already kneeling on the ground. Even though he gritted his teeth and tried to struggle to stand up, it was of no avail. I didn't expect that the legendary powerful pressure that can make people irresistible actually exists. Hong Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and said nervously. At this time, Lin Yifan finally saw clearly what Clawson looked like when he came out of the whirlpool. This was a young alien with pale blue skin that glowed faintly and long blue-purple hair that reached to his waist, swaying slightly in the water, but not scattered randomly. His facial features are handsome and three-dimensional. His face looks like it was carved, and the lines at every angle are very clear. Especially those golden eyes, which seemed like the concentration of power, making Lin Yifan dare not look directly at them. It has to be said that even from the perspective of human aesthetics, Clawson is an extremely handsome man. Even Lin Yifan admits this from the bottom of his heart. You two humans are quite brave to whisper in front of me. Clawson looked down at the two of them, his eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Although Clawson did not speak Chinese, strangely, both Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang could understand what he meant. After hearing this, Lin Yifan immediately realized that something was wrong. Although Clawson still maintained his human form, he also had the ability to communicate. But it was obvious that he had no desire to communicate, only anger at being awakened and disturbed. Of course, it is also possible that the instinct of vengeful spirits is to kill. But no matter what the reason is, what Lin Yifan and his team have to face now is an angry and bloodthirsty magician Clawson. He must be calmed down immediately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he slowly imitated the speaking style of medieval Europe and said with great respect, "Dear Mr. Clawson, we did not mean to disturb your sleep. We came here to solve some mysteries about the flooding of the town of Yuntitis. These secrets have been buried for too long, but some truths must be made known to people. Otherwise, both the people of Yuntitis and you, the respected and great mage, will be forgotten." However, Clawson's vengeful spirit was not moved at all and said indifferently, "Why should I tell you? Besides, the secrets of Yuntitis and me are also something that you weak humans can explore. You are really too ignorant. Forget it. There's no need for me to waste my time talking to you. You've disturbed my obsession, so you deserve to die." Although Clawson's tone was very cold, Lin Yifan was confident. Instead of acting humble, he withstood the pressure, straightened his waist, and said calmly, "Mr. Clawson, except for a few weak humans like us, no one has ever been here before, right? Moreover, as a great magician, if you really wanted us to die, how could we have survived until now? To put it bluntly, the only people who can take your secrets out of this space are us humans, so why do you have to scare us?" The pressure from Clawson was enough to prove that if he wanted to wipe out Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang, it would just be a matter of waving his hand. Their life levels are not at the same level at all. Even though Lin Yifan is now a supernatural being, under the pressure of Clawson, he can only barely hold back from kneeling. They have no ability to resist at all. But Clawson has not killed them yet, and he has even taken the initiative to communicate with them, which is enough to show that he has no intention of killing anyone. It was for this reason that Lin Yifan knew that he had made the right bet. After hearing this, Clawson's face was slightly moved, but his expression was still indifferent. He said, "Since you were able to summon me, you must have seen the image I left in the abandoned forbidden spell. Then you should know that the person who cast the forbidden spell and summoned the flood to submerge the town was me. And what makes you think I would want to expose the town's secrets? It was you who flooded the town, but it was not you who destroyed it." Lin Yifan pointed around. "In those images, we saw the coffins around the altar and the bodies inside. Those bodies are all residents of the town, but each of them died from sword wounds. You are a magician. If you want to kill a group of ordinary people, why would you use this method to kill people? So I boldly guess that it was not you who massacred the town, but someone else. The reason why you used the forbidden spell and flooded the entire town must be for another reason." Having said that, Lin Yifan took out from his arms the bell, windmill, and toys that he had borrowed from Little Butterfly, and the comb with attributes that Ruan Qingtian gave him. He placed these things in front of Clawson one by one, and then spoke again. "Mr. Clawson, you should recognize these things. If I'm not mistaken, these things should be the favorite things of the residents of this town when they were alive. In the image left by the obsidian, these things were placed next to the bodies of the townspeople. If you were the one who massacred them, how could you have done these things? So, I believe that all of this has a reason. Now that we are here, we hope to bring out the truth hidden here. Crossan's gaze lingered on those items for a moment, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. But soon, he regained his sternness. You think you can impress me with these old things? How naive. Besides, what's the point of digging out some truths? No one can give justice, and those innocent people who died will never come back to life, so there's no point at all. And I just want to accompany them and sleep together under the water. You disturb them and me, so you deserve to die. Boom! Crossan suddenly raised his hands, and the huge pressure rolled up violent water waves, directly pushing Lin Yifan and Hong Xiaoqiang out more than 10 meters. Puff! Hong Xiaoqiang's life level was originally inferior to Lin Yifan's. At this moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the water in front of him was dyed a brilliant blood red. Chapter 116, you actually know about magic weapons? Lin Yifan was not feeling well at this time either. It felt like his chest was hit hard by a heavy hammer, causing his internal organs to shift. However, when he saw Hong Xiaoqiang's condition, his pupils suddenly shook. He didn't care about his physical condition. He grabbed Hong Xiaoqiang and asked nervously, "How are you?" Cough, cough, cough. Hong Xiaoqiang coughed violently twice, and his body almost collapsed. He barely managed to stay together with Lin Yifan's support. But even so, he still clenched the axe in his hand, looked at Crossan in the distance warily, and whispered to Lin Yifan, "Captain, I'm fine. I was just shaken by the shock wave and spit out blood. But it's not a big problem. It's not a big deal, even though you have internal injuries." Lin Yifan's face was extremely ugly. He quickly took out a handful of chestnuts from his pocket and stuffed them into his hand, saying in a deep voice, "Although I don't know if recovering my physical strength can help heal my injuries, I don't have any medicine on me. Only these. Hurry up and eat 5 of them to activate your physical strength and recover." Hong Xiaoqiang did not delay and immediately ate the 5 chestnuts. Then he took a breath and said, "Don't worry, I'm really fine. I received medical training in the army. Although I just suffered some internal injuries, I spit out the blood clots. When I go back and take good care of my injuries for a few days, I'll be fine. The only question now is whether we can still go back alive." Lin Yifan raised his head and looked at Crossan from a distance, his expression extremely ugly. He originally thought that he might be able to influence Crossan telepathically by using the personal belongings left behind by the townspeople. But now it seems that he made a mistake. Although Crossan reacted to those things, it seemed that it was far from enough to influence him. However, although it had just released a huge pressure, causing Hong Xiaoqiang to suffer serious injuries. But Lin Yifan still felt that Crossan didn't really want to kill. He seemed to have some concerns. The reason why we took action against them was more like expelling them. As expected, Crossan suddenly said, "Forget it, you are just a few ants. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I will spare your lives today. Get out of this space quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." After hearing this, Lin Yifan became more certain of his guess. He said to Hong Xiaoqiang, "Brother Chong, please retreat to the ruins of the town first and meet up with Little Butterfly and the others to wait for me." "Captain, you still don't give up?" Hong Xiaoqiang frowned and said with a look of disapproval, "This guy is not easy to deal with. Anyway, we have already received the rewards for the dungeon, and the rewards for the mission can also allow us to survive safely. Don't take any more risks in the upcoming heavy rain disaster." Lin Yifan thought of that drop of source of 10,000 waters and couldn't help but said firmly, "I still want to give it a try. If I can complete this hidden mission, more people can survive. Of course, I'm not being naive. I'm doing this for myself. I won't hide it from you. The rewards I received from the last round of natural disaster missions were very generous, so I still want to try my best to get the reward from the next round of natural disaster missions. But no matter how good the reward is, you have to be alive to get it." Hong Xiaoqiang still persuaded. "Don't worry, I won't joke with my life." Lin Yifan patted Hong Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and said confidently, "Since I dare to take the risk, I naturally have some confidence. Believe me." After saying this, he swam directly towards Crossan without waiting for Hong Xiaoqiang's consent. Crossan still stayed where he was, his eyes looking straight in the direction of the ruins of the town. There was sadness, nostalgia, and endless regret in his eyes. In front of Crossan, the small objects that Lin Yifan had placed before were still there, not at all scattered by the fluctuations just now. After seeing this, Lin Yifan became more certain of his guess and said, "Mr. Crossan, I don't know what your concerns are, but I still hope you can trust me this time. I sincerely want to dig out the truth." As he said that, He picked up the comb with the tributes and handed it to Crossan. Look at this comb. I remember it was a personal item of an old woman. Judging from the marks left on the comb, it must have been very treasured by its previous owner. So this comb is not only well preserved, but it even has the aura left by its owner, making it a rare magical weapon. Now, I have obtained this thing, which shows that I have a connection with these things. So, even though I'm still very weak now, I may be the destined person to let the truth come to light. Lin Yifan didn't know whether an NPC-like existence like Crossan would discover these props with attributes. I don't know what they call these props, so I just use the names from magic props from previous magic novels. You actually know about magic weapons. You do have some vision. Crossan raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yifan in surprise. Then his eyes fell on those combs, and a trace of pain and nostalgia flashed in his eyes. After a long silence, he spoke faintly. Maybe you are right. Although you're still very weak now, you can get this comb. Maybe you are really destined to be with us. It's just that the secrets involved in what happened back then are too horrific. Even if you knew about it, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It might even put you in danger. When Lin Yifan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He really didn't expect that the name magic weapon he made up casually would accidentally increase his own value. But of course he would not make any random explanations. Instead, he pretended to be calm and said, "Although I have just reached the extraordinary level of life, I was only exposed to life evolution a few days ago, so it was a bit of a fortuitous encounter. As a person, I have always liked adventure. Maybe the truth is indeed dangerous, but crises often represent opportunities. I don't want to live my life in mediocrity, especially in the world of survival. I won't live long in mediocrity. So Mr. Crossan, please believe me. No matter how much danger the truth brings, I will not back down. It must be a kind of torture for you to become vengeful spirits under the water and never see the light of day. If I can help you get rid of it, wouldn't that be a good thing? Liberate it?" Crossan's voice was low and hoarse. "Do you really think I can be liberated? Do you know that everyone in the town of Yuntitas actually died because of me?" Chapter 117, The Truth of Hope. When Lin Yifan heard what Crossan said, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, "What exactly happened back then? Mr. Christine, please tell me the whole story. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you clearly." Crossan slowly closed his eyes, a look of reminiscence on his face, and slowly narrated. Everything started 300 years ago. At that time, the world where our mermaids lived began to collapse due to resource depletion. In order to leave us a way to survive, the spirit of the world teleported us all to the realm of survival. "Wait, Mr. Christine, you said you were mermaids?" Lin Yifan looked at Christine's legs in surprise, then looked down at his own legs and said in confusion, "Shouldn't a mermaid be like me now? Why do yours have legs? And you were also thrown into the world of survival? But since you are also survivors, why did you become NPCs in the dungeon?" "Our fishtails turn into legs because our life level has evolved." Christine opened her eyes. "In fact, the innate physical conditions of us mermaids are similar to yours, except that we are a little stronger than you. The other difference is that you live on land and we live in the sea. When we first arrived at the survival world, there were more than 10 billion people. After arriving at the survival world, we were divided into 100,000 small areas. In each small area, there are 100,000 people in each small area. I know that." Lin Yifan took over the conversation and said with a wry smile, "Because that's what we're experiencing right now." Crossan glanced at him and nodded. "Since you know this, I won't tell you what happened before. I'll just tell you what you don't know." Crossan pondered for a moment. "According to the time you came to the survival realm, you should have just experienced the first natural disaster and are about to experience the second natural disaster. We were the same back then, experiencing natural disasters every few days, sometimes violent hurricanes that swept through the entire area and tore everything to pieces. Sometimes it's hot magma that gushes out from the ground, devouring all life. Sometimes it's extremely cold frost that freezes everything. Even time seems to stand still. Every time a natural disaster strikes, it takes away countless lives." Crossan's voice was low and slow, as if every word was carrying heavy memories. His eyes looked through Lin Yifan and seemed to see the distant past, an era full of despair and struggle. Soon, people from every district of our clan were killed one after another by the horrific natural disaster. A month later, there were less than 20,000 people left in my district. Then we experienced the first merge, And that's when we realized that each area had different environments and rules, but the only thing that was the same was that the natural disasters never stopped. But after the merger, natural disasters continue to strike. Although our life level is also evolving, it is becoming more and more terrifying, so death is still inevitable. Croston's voice gradually became heavy. Then people kept dying. When the number of deaths reached a certain level, the servers were merged. After the merger, more people died. Later, we finally found hope of survival. Lin Yifan was terrified when he heard this, but his eyes lit up immediately, and he asked quickly, "What hope?" Croston smiled bitterly. "In fact, it can't be said to be the hope of survival, because we didn't really survive. We are just forced to adapt to the rules of this world because we realize that only by constantly evolving can we survive natural disasters. In the process of surviving, we also discover the existence of other races. Then we learned from them and found the way to evolve ourselves, which is to practice magic and become magicians. But the prerequisite for becoming a magician is that we must first become human, that is, turn our tail into legs." Croston took a deep breath, looked at Lin Yifan's fishtail with nostalgia, and said in a deep tone, "The tail of our mermaid tribe is the symbol of our tribe and the source of our strength. Losing our tail is like losing half our life. But in order to learn magic, we chose to use the transfiguration fruit to transform the fishtail into legs and then began to practice magic. But the fishtail can be transformed into a pair of legs. Although the life level has been raised, our strength and life force have actually become weaker. We can only rely on the power of magic to protect ourselves. We discovered that not every mermaid can practice magic. Only a very small number of people with talent can practice magic. Even those who can't practice magic can't evolve anymore and can only stay where they are forever. As a result, my people began to die in large numbers again. Only those who trained to become magicians were able to survive the natural disaster and even protect their people. They became the hope of our people. In order to obtain the magician's blessing, the tribesmen began to do their best to support the magician. Slowly, everything began to change. When he said this, a sarcastic smile appeared on Christine's face, and he said in a very mocking tone, "I don't know since when magicians with magical talents became gods high above. They treated the people with the same blood as them as slaves, constantly exploiting and oppressing them. They integrated into other races, formed alliances with the strong of other races, and began to enslave and exploit the weaker races. They were supposed to be protectors, but now they have become a disaster more terrifying than natural disasters." Lin Yifan didn't know what to say for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, everything seemed normal. When driven by interests, where is the humanity? Humans today simply haven't reached that level yet, but if everything develops along the path of the mermaids, then the strong humans will only exploit even more. However, Lin Yifan was able to summarize some information from Christine's remarks. Although the survivors develop individually at the beginning, they will gradually gather together and develop into a group. There are many races in this world, and their people may have come earlier than them, so their numbers may not be large, but their strength is definitely strong. Maybe because of the rules, those strong ones cannot attack these novice survivors now. Otherwise, they would have been captured and made slaves long ago. But if you don't develop your strength quickly, you will inevitably become a slave in the future. In this light, it may be very necessary to preserve the total human population. Only a large population base can give birth to a large number of geniuses and cultivate a large number of strong people. And given their human nature, it is highly unlikely that they would be willing to work like slaves for others. They are more likely to unite and fight against other races to the end. Therefore, as long as enough of them survive, their future path will be easier. Chapter 118 Little Pearl. With an idea in mind, Lin Yifan's panic suddenly calmed down a lot. Christine seemed to be trapped in painful memories at this moment, her face full of anger and sadness, and neither of them spoke for a while. After a long while, Lin Yifan came back to his senses first and said to Christine, "Mr. Christian, what happened afterwards? And what happened to your town?" "Your town? It was destroyed by those bastards." Christine came back to her senses, her face filled with tremendous anger, and her aura even stirred up the water waves around her, causing a violent riot. Lin Yifan was pushed several meters away by the wave and shouted, "Mr. Christine, calm down." After hearing this, Kristen regained her senses, retracted her overflowing breath, smiled bitterly, and said, "I'm really sorry. Whenever I think about what happened back then, I can't suppress the hatred and anger in my heart. Having said that, he took a deep breath, tried to calm his mind, and then said bitterly, I have told you before that people without magical talent will stop evolving forever and become slaves enslaved by magicians. However, ordinary people without talent can give birth to children with magical talent. So, ordinary people are not completely without a way out. However, in order to maintain their power forever, those magicians are so cruel that they slaughter all the children with magical talents, fearing that these children will overthrow their rule after they become powerful. However, not all magicians are so cruel. Some magicians stand on the side of ordinary people and try their best to protect them. Our town is protected by a great magician, so we can continue to thrive. Unfortunately, those kind magicians are weak and can barely protect a small area, but they're still unable to protect children with magical talent. And I don't know whether our town of Yantitas is lucky or unfortunate. In nearly 100 years, no child with magical talent has been born. Until I was born, Christine's face showed a painful struggle. When I was born, I showed a strong magical talent. The great magician who guards our town determined that I would definitely become a powerful mage. The magician is more powerful than the great magician and is the strongest in the field of magic. If I can grow up, there will be hope to change the current situation of our mermaids. Therefore, the great magician and everyone in our town joined forces to hide me. I didn't disappoint them. I started learning magic at the age of 6, and it only took me 10 years to become a great mage, a 9th-rank great mage. The great mage who was guarding us was only a 3rd-rank great mage. I was very proud at the time, and I also began to yearn for the outside world. But my existence is absolutely secret. Once the Magician Alliance finds me, I will be dead for sure. So they all advise me not to leave the town, but I won't listen. But I just can't listen. 2 small pearls in the shape of water drops actually fell on Christine's face. Lin Yifun's eyes almost popped out of his head as he stared at the 2 little pearls. That is tears? Mermaids' tears? Although the myth says that the tears of mermaids are pearls, no one has ever seen a mermaid, so everyone assumes that this is just a legend. But I didn't expect that mermaids could really cry out pearls. Lin Yifun subconsciously reached out and took the 2 small pearls, and suddenly, a huge sadness enveloped him. It actually made him shed tears involuntarily. He quickly threw the 2 small pearls away, and then he felt relieved. But Christine didn't notice him at all, as one little pearl after another kept sliding down his face. When Lin Yifun saw his appearance, he could basically guess what happened next. It must be because he left the town of Yantitas and was discovered by the people of the Magic Alliance, which brought disaster to the town. But he was too embarrassed to interrupt other people's sadness, so he could just leave it alone silently. However, he looked at the small pearls scattered on the ground. Although these small pearls would make people fall into great sadness once touched. But these are mermaids' tears after all, they might have a big effect. So he carefully collected all the small pearls and picked a piece of seaweed he saw and wrapped them up. And Christine finally came out of her sadness at this time. Seeing Lin Yifun collecting his little pearls, she said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I lost control of my emotions just now and made you laugh." Lin Yifun quickly waved his hands and consoled him. It's okay, it's okay. When everyone encounters sad and painful memories, their emotions will always be revealed to some extent. Christine nodded, then pointed to the small pearl in his hand and said, "Although our mermaid's tears can turn into pearls, these pearls will carry the emotions we felt when we cried. Once an intelligent life form touches them, they'll be drawn into those emotions. So although these small pearls are pretty, they're not as valuable as other pearls. However, when making magic tools, they can be used as materials to increase the magic channeling effect." Lin Yifun saw Kristen and noticed Little Pearl and felt a little embarrassed, so he quickly said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I just think these little pearls are pretty. It seems a bit of a waste if I don't collect them." "It's okay, just keep it." Christine waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Then he returned to the previous topic, his face heavy, and he smiled bitterly. "I guess you guessed it. I didn't listen to the people in the town and left the town on my own. Then I crossed the region and went to a more prosperous city-state to learn more powerful magic. And just as everyone in the town said, I was soon discovered by the Magic Association. I was not registered with the Magic Association, so the Magic Association wanted to arrest me, but my strength was pretty good, so they couldn't do anything to me. And I never told them where I came from, so they thought they wouldn't find the town. Later, I found an opportunity to advance to the level of a magician and became the magician everyone in the town was looking forward to. But when I rushed back to the town and wanted to tell everyone the good news, I found that everyone in the town had been massacred by the Magic Association. My father, mother, my brothers and sisters, my relatives and friends, and my teacher all died. Chapter 119, The Secret of the Area. Lin Yifan looked at Clausen, who was dropping the little pearls crazily once again, and he could understand his emotions. But he couldn't do anything now. He could only quietly collect the small pearls and comfort her dryly. Mr. Clausen, please accept my condolences. Some things have happened, and there is nothing we can do about it. It has been so long, and we have to let go of what we should let go of. Yes, it has already happened. Even if I regret it now, what's the point? Clausen raised the comb in his hand and said with tears streaming down his face, "This comb was my teacher's favorite personal item when she was alive. When I was a child, I used it to comb my teacher's hair, but I ended up killing her. No, I not only killed my teacher, I also killed all my relatives and friends, a total of 300 lives. The youngest child was only 1 year old, and he died. I was so angry. I swore I would take revenge. I wanted to kill all the members of the Magician Alliance. But when I wanted to leave the town, I found that I was trapped in the formation. Those beasts from the Magician Alliance not only killed the people in our town, they even used all the lives in the entire area as sacrifices and cast a world-destroying forbidden spell against me. The entire area?" Lin Yifan took a breath and said in disbelief, "You mean the whole area, not the kind of area with 100,000 people in one area, right? Also, doesn't each area exist independently? For example, the area we are in has not been able to communicate with people in other areas so far. That's indeed the concept of a region, but 100,000 people isn't that many." Croston smiled bitterly inside. At that time, there were only about 1 million mermaids left, spread across 20 regions. Our region had about 60,000 people, which was considered a relatively populous region. As for traveling between regions, you really can't do that right now. Each region is very large, and it's hard for people in the same region to meet each other. It's even harder to travel across regions. When your life level evolves to a higher level, your strength will become stronger and stronger. At that time, whether with the help of props or relying on your own strength, you will be able to complete the regional leap. So that's how it is. Lin Yifan nodded suddenly. In fact, it's good for everyone to stay in their own area. Once they can travel across regions, chaos will come. Christine sighed and nodded, and then said, "As for why our area has a relatively larger population, it's because there are gold, silver, and pig iron veins in our area. You should know about mithril and pig iron, right?" Lin Yifan nodded. "Of course I know. Pig iron is also quite common, but mithril seems to be very precious. I have only obtained a dozen units so far. Ordinary pig iron is indeed very common, but high-grade pig iron is still very valuable," Christine said with a smile. "Because after being hammered and tempered 1,000 times, high-grade pig iron can be forged into 100 forged fine iron, 1,000 forged fine iron, and 10,000 forged fine iron, which are all necessary materials for making magic weapons. As for mithril, it is a magical metal material with the property of conducting magic. This material has always been a precious item. That is why the mines of this metal are always fought over by the strong. There are so many people in our area because everyone in our area is a mining slave. They have been digging mineral veins for the Magician Alliance for generations. As a result, because of me, the flesh and blood and souls of these 60,000 innocent people became sacrifices for the world-destroying formation. I feel so guilty about it." Christian sighed deeply, but he didn't drop any little pearls as he didn't have so many feelings for the others right now. After a short while, he regained his composure and continued. "Although I had advanced to the rank of mage at that time, it was impossible for me to fight against the formation formed by the blood sacrifice of 60,000 people. As the last person in our area, once I die, the entire area will cease to exist, and the sins caused by the Magician Alliance will also cease to exist." "Wait," Lin Yifan suddenly interrupted Crossan and asked in shock. "What you just said means that if all the survivors in the entire area die, then this area will no longer exist. But didn't they say before that when the number of people in an area falls below a certain number, the areas will be merged?" Crossan heard this and nodded. When the population of a region is less than 20,000, the nearest region merger mechanism will indeed be triggered. But it takes time to trigger the merger mechanism, which takes about 3 days. But if everyone in the area dies within 3 days, then the area will collapse. But all the resources in the area will be merged into the area that was originally to be merged. That's why, after the emergence of strong people who traveled across regions, several brutal massacres occurred in order to grab resources from nearby areas. That's why I said before that the emergence of cross-region travel is not necessarily a good thing. So that's how it is. Lin Yifun's face looked extremely ugly. He had already figured out what Croston meant. In this world of survival, all resources were up for grabs. For example, if he set his eyes on the resources in the neighboring area, he would just enter the neighboring area, kill the number of people in the area to less than 20,000, and then kill all the remaining people during the 3-day merger transition period. Then you can get the resources in their entire area. This method is so vicious and brutal that it is suffocating, but we have to admit that the temptation of exclusive access to resources is really too great. Okay, these are still a long way from you. Crossan saw that Lin Yifun's face looked a little ugly, so he comforted him. Besides, you humans are relatively united, and massacres like this rarely occur. And the fact that you were able to enter this instance shows that you are quite strong, and of course you are also luckier. At least among your group of survivors, your strength and luck are both top-notch, so you don't need to worry about these. That's true. Lin Yifun nodded with a wry smile. But he does not think that human beings are kind. He can even say that human evil, the evil of greed, is far more terrifying than people imagine. But what Crossan said was right. As long as he was strong enough, he could make himself the one in control, and naturally he wouldn't have to worry about these things. But he didn't want to talk too much about this with Crossan, so he changed the subject and asked, "And what happened next?" What happened next? Chapter 120, The Last Secret. Since everyone in the area died, the area would be destroyed. Why is Crossan here? Moreover, those evil spirits turned into monsters in the dungeon, and he also turned into an NPC in the dungeon. Could it be that all destroyed areas will become copies? Later, Crossan raised his head, a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Later, I was unwilling to let all of this be destroyed, and I was even more unwilling to let the evil of the Magic Alliance disappear like that. It just so happened that when I had a chance encounter, I got a drop of Source of 10,000 Waters, which is a fragment of the law of the world of survival. All the living beings destroyed by the water summoned by Source of 10,000 Waters will be transformed into vengeful spirits. In the realm of survival, vengeful spirits are dungeon products, so I only need to use the Source of 10,000 Waters to summon the forbidden spell, Flooding the Sky, and then sacrifice myself to the forbidden spell, and I can turn this area into a dungeon. Although I will die in this way, the truth of that year will be sealed in the dungeon. As long as someone gets the dungeon transfer ticket in the future and enters this dungeon and finds the hidden task, they can find out the buried truth." When he said this, Clausen raised his head, looked at Lin Yifun with burning eyes, and said, "I don't know how many years I have waited in the copy. I also don't know if the Magic Alliance still exists. I don't even know if it still makes sense now that someone knows the truth. But this is the meaning of my existence. I beg you to take everything from our town of Yantitis outside and let more people know about the evil deeds committed by the Magic Alliance. Of course, I know that you are doing dungeons for the rewards. I can teach you everything I have learned in my life. However, you should not be able to practice magic now. Your life level is not high enough. But when your life level reaches the standard, you will be able to practice magic." Lin Yifun did not deny his selfishness and said frankly, "Mr. Croston, don't worry. I will definitely reveal all the truth. No matter if there are still people outside who know about your mermaid tribe, I will let more people know everything that happened in the town of Yantitis." As for practicing magic, Lin Yifun reached out and touched his head and said awkwardly, "To be honest, I'm still confused about the levels of life. Then I will first tell you what the life level is." Croston was also very straightforward and said, "Before you, I have actually seen humans. There are all kinds of races in the world of survival, and humans are the most common. Your initial life is very fragile, but your evolutionary talent is extremely high. For us mermaids, if we evolve to the extreme, we will become the king of sea monsters. But if you humans continue to evolve, you can become gods. Moreover, you can become different gods depending on the direction of your cultivation. For example, if you cultivate magic of different attributes, you can eventually become a god of law with different attributes. If you cultivate martial arts, you can become a god of war. There really are gods in this survival world." Lin Yifun's pupils constricted. When he saw Ruan Qingtan's gifted prayer before, he had guessed about the gods in his mind. But speculation is speculation, and actual confirmation is still a little hard to accept. God, people on Earth believe that it is a fantasy, an imaginary thing used to place their faith and wishes. But I never thought that gods really exist. But it's normal to think about it. If there are mermaids who drop little pearls when they cry, it's normal for there to be gods too. Crossan was not surprised at all, and said calmly, "There are gods in this world, and many gods were created by you humans through cultivation step by step. You humans have many ways to become gods. That's why you humans are in a much better situation than us mermaids. Besides, your gods and magicians are very protective of your own people, unlike us who enslave our own people." When saying this, Lin Yifan could clearly feel the envy and jealousy in Clausen's words. Lin Yifan smiled and said modestly, "There's nothing we can do. We humans are inherently weak. If we don't unite, we won't have any chance of survival." "That's true, but that was when I was there. I don't know what the situation is like now." Crossan nodded and then said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Now let me tell you about the evolutionary stages of primary life. You are now at the level of a first-order extraordinary life. When you evolve to the ninth-order extraordinary life, you will be able to break bones and train marrow and achieve transcendence. When you evolve to the ninth-order extraordinary life, you will be able to practice magic or martial arts, and then become stronger and stronger. So the extraordinary and transcendental stages are both called the initial life stage. Once you are able to practice, you will be considered to have entered the intermediate life stage. However, that is still very far away for you, and it is useless to know it now. In a moment, I will combine all my life's learning, my magical insights and research into a memory bead for you. I can't say it's a reward for you, but it can only be said to be an investment from me in you. I think you might be able to embark on the path of becoming a god. If one day you really become a god and the Magic Alliance still exists, I hope you can avenge me and the people of Yun Titus Town. Of course, this is not a compulsion. It's just a request." Lin Yifan naturally couldn't refuse such a good thing, where he could get the benefits first and the compensation could be given or not. He made a promise without hesitation. "If that day ever comes, I will definitely seek justice for you." Crossan was relieved. He looked up at the ruins of the town not far away, his eyes full of nostalgia, and said quietly, "Okay, I've told you everything you wanted to know, and I've also fulfilled my obsession, so I'm relieved. In a little while, I will transform into a memory bead of inheritance. When the time comes, you can take the memory bead and bind it. When you reach the ninth level of transcendence, you will be able to read the memory and practice magic. I wish you all the best in the future and hope you can become the strongest soon." At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that Christine's body began to fade, and it would probably disappear soon. But there were still many things he wanted to know, but now there was obviously no time. He could only take out the crystal ball that sealed the source of 10,000 waters, and said anxiously, "Wait, Mr. Christine, can you help me unlock this seal?" Crossan looked back at the crystal ball in his hand and smiled. "Once I disappear, the seal of source of 10,000 waters will naturally be lifted. Goodbye, young man. I'm going to take a last look at the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into bubbles and quickly rose up. And where his figure was before, there was only an ice crystal bead left. This is the inherited memory ball. Chapter 121, Extraordinary Level 2. Lin Yifan took a step forward, reached out, and grabbed the transparent bead in his hand. A cold touch almost made his hand lose consciousness. He was startled and quickly let go of his hand. As a result, a string of information prompts appeared in front of him. In a memory of the inheritance of the magician level, left by Crossan. This is an inheritance memory bead, left behind by a peerless mage-level warrior after his death. It contains all the magic cultivation and inheritance of the mage during his lifetime. Only when the mage is willing to die can he leave behind the inheritance memory bead. Drop in blood to bind. It actually requires a drop of blood to bind it. Lin Yifan was a little surprised, but he did not hesitate and immediately reached out and bit off his index finger. As a result, he bit his finger and suddenly remembered that he was in the water. Even though his body had turned into a mermaid, his body was still soaked in water. So when his blood flowed out, it immediately melted into the water, becoming a faint red color, and finally dissipated completely. However, just when Lin Yifan thought that he could only take this inheritance memory bead out and then bind it with blood, But suddenly, I found that the blood that had already melted into the water was slowly emerging again. The blood surrounded the inheritance memory pearl and was absorbed by him bit by bit. How can it be like this? Lin Yifan widened his eyes. However, before he could recover from his shock, the inherited memory turned into a white spot of light and instantly flew towards his forehead. He instinctively raised his hand to block it, but blocked nothing. He only felt a chill on his forehead, and then a cold air started from his forehead and quickly flowed through his meridians and blood throughout his body. Lin Yifan felt that his whole body could not move. What's going on? Even Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel a little panicked after suddenly losing control of his body. But soon, control of the body returned. Moreover, after the cold air in his body dissipated, he suddenly felt that the strength in his body had increased a lot, and his brain seemed to have been cleansed and became extremely clear. Those once vague memories have become much clearer. He can now even remember the time when he wet the bed when he was 5 years old. You know, memories will become more and more vague as time goes by, especially memories of childhood, of which very few can be retained. Most people's memories of their childhood are pretty good if they can remember some important events that happened when they were 7 or 8 years old. I have no memory of things that happened when I was 4 or 5 years old, let alone something as small as wetting the bed. Lin Yifan was also a person who had received higher education, and he immediately felt that something was wrong with his body. Is it an illusion? He clenched his fists, shook his head, felt the difference in his body and mind, and quickly opened his personal information. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Strength: 35. Agility: 18. Physical strength: 30. Intelligence: 40. Remaining attribute points: 0. Life level: Extraordinary level 2, upgraded to Extraordinary level 12, can break through to the next life level. Talent: Random buff, 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff: Pathfinding is smart. Life skills: Basic skinning, proficiency 1000/6. Basic cooking, proficiency 1000 of 45. Special item: Mithril cast iron pot. Only one, created by Barrelet. Attributes: Delicious +5, physical strength, recovery +3. Item status: Repaired. Special effect: There's a chance to trigger Delicious critical hit when cooking, and the food attributes are doubled. Special props: Mage level inheritance memory, left by Croston. Already soul-bound, can be learned after the life level breaks through to the transcendental perfection. Evaluation: You have now surpassed the limits of human beings and become an extraordinary life form. From this moment on, you have truly embarked on the road of evolution. What level you can evolve to in the future depends entirely on your destiny. Lin Yifan looked at the greatly increased strength points, intelligence points, and the breakthrough to the supernormal level 2 life level, and was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Is this the terrifying power of the magician? There was only one memory bead left, but there was such a powerful energy left, which not only greatly increased his strength and intelligence, but also broke through his life level. You know, Croston has been dead for many years, and before his death, all his magic power and flesh and blood were sacrificed to the forbidden spell. What was left behind was purely the vengeful spirit transformed from his soul. He did not expect that after so many years, it could still possess such tremendous power. Lin Yifan stood there and sighed for a while. Then he remembered the source of all waters. I wonder if the seal has been lifted. Lin Yifan quickly took out this source of all waters, only to find that the crystal ball that was originally wrapped around the source of all waters had now dissipated. The crystal clear blue water drop, wrapped in a layer of transparent membrane, lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Different information also appeared above the source of all waters. Source of 10,000 waters bound. This is a drop of precious source of all waters, which can turn into a torrential flood, submerging everything in the world. It can also absorb all water sources in the world. So, it is both the source of life and the source of floods. When Lin Yifan saw the 4 words bind above, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He never thought that source of all waters also needed to be bound. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that all the special props he got need to be bound. It seems that some rules of the survival world are indeed the same as those of the game. Special props and rare props need to be bound before they can be used. I just don't know if these bound items will fall off when their owners die. If the owner dies, the bound precious items will fall off, and the killing in the future will probably be endless. Repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpses, but killing people and setting fires earns you a gold belt. This sentence will definitely become the motto of many people. But no matter how much I feel, the binding must be done. Lin Yifan bound source of all waters, without hesitation, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from anything else, at least the rainstorm disaster in Area 10086 can basically be solved. This dungeon trip not only upgraded his life level, but also obtained the source of all waters and inheritance memory pearl, solved the upcoming heavy rain disaster, and also had a future direction for cultivation. It could be said that he made a lot of money. Chapter 122, finally leaving the dungeon. Anyway, Lin Yifan was quite satisfied with this dungeon trip. Guggy guggy guggu. At this moment, countless bubbles suddenly began to emerge from the bottom of the water, as if the water was boiling. Then Lin Yifan keenly discovered that the ground under the water was actually vibrating slightly. Is the copy going to be closed? Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the bells, combs, and other things scattered on the ground, and then grabbed a few thick seaweeds to wrap them up. But he didn't have time to pack everything up tightly. Then I felt a black screen in front of my eyes, and my body felt like it was suspended in midair. But in just a moment, his eyes lit up. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was standing in front of the cave before entering the copy. Beside him, there were 3 halo-like whirlpools. The next second, 3 figures fell out of the vortex. They were none other than Hong Xiaoqiang and his son, and Ruan Qingtan, who had previously cleared the dungeon with Lin Yifan. Ouch! The crisp cry of pain immediately brought Lin Yifan back to his senses. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Little Butterfly up. Little Butterfly, are you hurt? Little Butterfly stood up, rubbed her little butt with her hand, and said with a pout, "It just hurts a little bit, but it's okay, it's just a little bit. I'll rub it, and it will be fine." Although Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan also fell, they were adults and obviously had thicker skin. They patted their buttocks and stood up on their own. Hong Xiaoqiang stepped forward, picked up Little Butterfly, and began to check the situation, while Ruan Qingtan took a look around and said in surprise, "We are back to where the dungeon started. It looks like we have cleared the dungeon." Lin Yifan nodded. It has indeed been cleared, because the reward information for completing the copy mission was already rolling in front of him. "Dear Survivor, the copy mission has been completed. Congratulations on receiving the dungeon clearance task reward. Random attribute, 20 points. Congratulations on receiving the dungeon clearance task reward. Water repellent talisman production drawing, 1. Congratulations on receiving the dungeon clearance quest reward. Water escape technique, 1. The above rewards are only available to the leader who opens the dungeon. The rewards for the summoned teammates have also been distributed. Please remind your teammates to check." After Lin Yifan quickly read the reward information, he said to Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan, "Hurry up and take a look. Has the reward for completing the mission been issued?" When Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan heard this, they didn't bother to think about anything else and immediately started checking the task information. Hong Xiaoqiang was the first to exclaim, "My reward for clearing the mission has arrived. There are 15 points of random attributes, 5 top-grade water-avoiding talismans, and 5 top-grade water shield talismans. All of them are first-rate and precious." Ruan Qingtan also nodded and said with surprise, "My reward has come. 15 points of random attributes. This is the first time I get so many random attributes, and I don't know which attribute to choose." Hearing this, Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, "It depends on which direction you want to develop. If you want to be more powerful in combat, you can increase your strength. If you want to run faster, you can increase your agility. If you want to be more energetic and smarter, you can increase your intelligence. Forget about adding strength." Ruan Qingtan shook his head and said with self-awareness, "When I was on Earth, I was just a white-collar worker. I'm not without athletic ability, but I'm almost non-existent. I'm definitely not good at fighting. But you can increase your agility a little more. Running fast is the best way to save your life. As for intelligence, you need to increase it a little too. Although I don't know whether becoming smarter will be useful, it may be useful." After saying that, he was about to add some more, but Lin Yifan suddenly said at this time, "I forgot to tell you that my random attributes are all added to physical strength." Ruan Qingtan suddenly raised his head and said in confusion, Captain, what did you just say? Did I hear you wrong? Why did I seem to hear you say that you added all the random attributes to physical strength? You heard it right. I just added all the random attributes to physical strength. Lin Yifan nodded and said affirmatively. What? Hong Xiaoqiang asked puzzledly. Yuan Qingtan also looked at him in confusion. Lin Yifan thought about it and did not hide it. After adding a lot of physical strength to himself, his life level was upgraded. After the life level was upgraded, the points of the other 3 attributes also increased, which was quickly explained. Then he said, at first, I thought that no matter whether it was strength, agility, or intelligence, they all had to rely on physical strength, so I thought about improving my physical strength first, but I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. There is such a good thing. Yuan Qingtan's eyes widened, and he said with surprise, then I won't add any other attributes. I'll also add all the random attributes to physical strength. Until now, my life level is still just an ordinary human. It was only after the last natural disaster mission that I was awarded attribute points to upgrade. Otherwise, I would still be a sub-healthy human. Then your physical fitness is quite poor. Hong Xiaoqiang looked at Yuan Qingtan in surprise, then turned to look at Lin Yifan and said, actually, I have also been increasing my stamina, but I didn't take these into consideration. It's just because I was injured in my early years, and my stamina is the weakest of all my attributes, so I increased all of it. Brother Chong, what level of life are you at now? Lin Yifan asked curiously. He had previously guessed that Hong Xiaoqiang's life level was definitely not low. Otherwise, how could he hunt a wild boar by himself? And today's side-by-side battle made him confirm this. He was at the first level of transcendence before. Although Hong Xiaoqiang is a little weaker than him, he is obviously not much weaker. As for combat effectiveness, perhaps he is indeed stronger than Hong Xiaoqiang, but that is due to the strength of his life force and weapons. If he only relies on combat experience and fighting skills, he cannot even compare to Hong Xiaoqiang. Hong Xiaoqiang did not hide anything and said straightforwardly, when I came to this world, my life level was that of an excellent human. After the last natural disaster mission, I added all my attributes to physical strength, so I have been promoted to an extraordinary human. Only, Hong Xiaoqiang hesitated for a moment, then said with a wry smile, but I don't know why, even though I was promoted to a superhuman, there's always a negative buff on my personal information in the talent column. Chapter 123 is finally back. I sent the wrong manuscript. Please forgive me. Lin Yifan was a little surprised when he heard Hong Xiaoqiang mention the negative buff of talent, because, strictly speaking, his talent also belongs to the buff bonus category. However, the buff changes every day, and it all depends on your luck what kind of buff you can draw. I didn't expect that Hong Xiaoqiang also brought a buff. Although it is a negative buff, it is still a buff. There might be a related connection, so I quickly asked, what negative buff? What effect does it have on you? Tell me in detail, quickly. Actually, it can't be said to be a negative buff. Hong Xiaoqiang sighed, shook his head and said, you all know that my talent is related to hunting, but behind the buff, there's always a negative buff called old injuries. As for the impact of the negative buff, it's actually not that big. It just means that my talent has not been fully developed. I have to wait until the negative buff disappears before I can fully develop it. In addition to this, there is another effect, which is the reduction of physical strength. My physical strength will decrease by 1 point every day. It is precisely because of this that all my random attributes are all focused on physical strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I can't get the random attributes for a while and my physical strength drops to 0, my life will be in danger. Speaking of which, although I am still at the first level of transcendence, I actually only have 15 life points. In other words, if I don't get 15 random points today, my physical strength will be 0 in 15 days. There is actually such a buff. Lin Yifan frowned, thought carefully for a moment, and said in a deep voice, our physical conditions were digitized only after we came to this world. You actually have such a buff. There is only one reason. Before you came to this world, you had old injuries on your body, and they're old injuries that are difficult to heal. Hong Xiaoqiang nodded and said with a wry smile, you are right. In fact, when I was teleported to the world of survival, I was serving in a foreign mercenary army. I was on a dangerous mission at the time, and I was shot in the heart just before I was teleported. I originally thought I was going to die, but after coming to this world, I actually managed to survive. However, my injuries have not healed. I have used many herbs, but strangely, none of them could heal my injuries. Having said that, he pulled open the collar of his clothes with his hands, revealing the left side of his chest. There was a blackened wound on the chest, and blood occasionally flowed out. Seeing the wound, Ruan Qingtan couldn't help but interrupt. Is this wound always like this? Is there no way to remove this negative buff? For example, find some special items or skills. Hong Xiaoqiang shook his head. Maybe, but I haven't found a way yet. The bullet in the wound has been taken out, and I also exchanged wild boar meat for anti-inflammatory drugs, but the wound still can't heal. I guess that after this world systematized me, this wound became a negative buff. Maybe I have to find some special props or magic potions to eliminate the negative buff so that my body can heal. As he spoke, Hong Xiaoqiang closed the collar of his clothes and smiled nonchalantly. All right, it's actually no big deal. Although this negative buff prevents my talent from fully awakening, it doesn't affect my life now. As long as I can continue to increase my physical strength, I can stay alive forever. That will be enough for me. Otherwise, with my injuries at that time, I will definitely die. Lin Yifan didn't expect that traveling through the world would have such benefits. It seems that those who originally suffered from terminal illnesses may have hope of living after coming into this world. There are pros and cons, I guess. Brother Chang, don't worry. Since there are so many magical things in this world, there must be a way to heal your old injury. Lin Yifan smiled and patted Hong Xiaoqiang on the shoulder, saying, Besides, don't we still have you? Now we are comrades who have fought side by side. We will definitely help you find a way to resolve the negative buff. Hong Xiaoqiang smiled and nodded. Captain, I feel relieved when you say this. Ruan Qingtan also smiled and said, Yes, Brother Chang, we are a team. If we work together, we will definitely find a solution. Lin Yifan looked at Ruan Qingtan, then at Hong Xiaoqiang, and suddenly a warm feeling surged in his heart. Although they have not been in this world for long, after going through so many things, trust and tacit understanding have been established between them. He knew that although the road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers, having such teammates around him gave him a sense of belonging. But all good things must come to an end. After completing the copy, a countdown to its closure will appear. At this time, there are only 30 seconds left before the countdown ends. In fact, Lin Yifan and the others saw the countdown, but they all tacitly pretended not to see it. It was the first time they had seen their own kind since arriving in this world of survival, and now they were about to separate again. It would be a lie to say they were not sad, especially Ruan Qingtan, as a girl. Even though she was once a strong and decisive woman on Earth, she still felt helpless when facing the difficult road to survival. Now that she has finally met teammates she can trust, she is reluctant to part with them from the bottom of her heart. Oh, I can't bear to leave you. Finally, she couldn't help it anymore. Tears fell, and she sobbed and said, Although I haven't suffered much since I came to this world except for the first day, I am alone every day, struggling to survive. This kind of life is really too painful. I really want to stay with you guys forever. I don't know when we will see each other again after this separation. Don't cry. We'll see each other soon. Lin Yifan originally wanted to keep a secret, but now seeing Ruan Qingtan crying, he couldn't bear it. He then took out the other, primary dungeon transfer ticket and dungeon teammate summoning scroll from the space and said with a smile, There are more than one dungeon teleportation scroll and summoning scroll. How about this? After the next natural disaster mission is over, we will make an appointment to clear the dungeon again. Then we can bring more food and treat it as a picnic. As soon as these words came out, Ruan Qingtan's face suddenly brightened up. Okay, then it's settled. Okay, that's it. Lin Yifan took out the bells and combs that he had used to influence Clausen and returned them to Ruan Qingtan and Little Butterfly. He then opened his hands and said to the two of them, Okay, the copy is about to be closed. Let's hug each other and see you next time. Good. See you next time. However, before the three of them could hug each other, the transmission began. Lin Yifan's eyes went dark and his body once again felt suspended in the air. Maybe a second passed, or maybe a minute. When Lin Yifan saw the light again, he was already standing at the door of his own shelter. There is no place like home. Just as he stretched, he wanted to come in and have a good rest. But suddenly, I heard a burst of angry curses coming from inside the house. You flat-haired beast. I thought of keeping you as a pet because you look good. You little bastard actually dared to peck me. I'm going to roast you. Chapter 124 Uninvited Guests. Lin Yifan, who was exhausted both physically and mentally after playing the dungeon, originally wanted to go back to the shelter to rest for a while. While the buff of Spiritual Pathfinder is still there, go find the location of the pure spirit fruit that Mau Mau brought back. By the way, avenge Mau Mau. Unexpectedly, he heard someone talking inside the house at the door of his own shelter. He almost thought he was hallucinating, but when he reached out and dug his ears, he realized that he was not mistaken. There was actually someone in the room, and from the sound of the voice, you can tell that this guy is planning on Mau Mau. That's Mau Mau. To dare to take advantage of it is simply courting death. Lin Yifun's heart suddenly exploded with anger, and he quickly walked into the shelter. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a sturdy man wearing leather clothes, about 1.8 meters tall, holding an axe in the corner where he kept and used materials and cultivating soil, staring at Mau Mau with a ferocious look on his face. Mau Mau spread his wings. Almost all the hair on his body exploded, and he stared at the person in front of him. At this time, new blood was oozing out of Mau Mau's left wing, which had already been injured. Even the outermost part of the wing was drooping weakly. Obviously, it was injured again. But even so, it still did not retreat even a single step and still stood firmly in front of the supplies. It is actually protecting supplies. Lin Yifun never thought that Mau Mau was actually helping him protect the supplies. This made him, who was already extremely furious, his eyes instantly turn red. The person who broke in was only concerned about the supplies and didn't notice Lin Yifun behind him at all. He licked his lips, stared at Mau Mau greedily, and said, "You little bastard, go to hell." He raised the axe in his hand and chopped at Mau Mau fiercely. When Lin Yifun saw this, his anger instantly reached its peak. He rushed forward without hesitation, and the moment the axe hit Mau Mau, he kicked him hard in the back. The strong man was caught off guard and fell forward, and the axe flew out of his hand and hit the ground with a dull sound. "Who?" The sturdy man got up in a panic, turned around, and looked at Lin Yifun with a look of shock and anger, and said vigilantly, "Who are you?" Lin Yifun did not answer. His eyes were as cold as a knife. He took out a machete and spoke in a low and murderous voice. "Who I am? You broke into my shelter, and you asked me who I am? You broke into my shelter, stole my supplies, and even dared to touch my fur. You are so tired of living." The sturdy man obviously didn't expect someone to suddenly appear. His face changed, but he quickly calmed down and said with a grim smile, "Humph, so this is your shelter. But do you think you can stop me? I'll take those supplies. I'm going to roast this dead bird today. Take my axe." Lu Deshang's face turned grim. He picked up the axe that fell on the ground and chopped towards Lin Yifun. Lin Yifun didn't waste any time. He just dodged sideways and easily avoided the axe. "With such little ability, you dare to target me? You're really mean. Now it's my turn." Lin Yifun sneered and swung his knife back, aiming straight at Lu Deshang's neck. His life level is much higher than Lu Deshang's. In addition, he had accumulated a lot of combat experience in dealing with those vengeful spirits that were drawn into giant seafood in the copy today. Although Lu Deshang was of strong build, he was not as agile as him and did not have as much combat experience as him, so it was very difficult for him to defend himself. But this was also the reason why Lin Yifun didn't want to take his life. This was the first time someone had sneaked into his shelter. He would always feel uneasy if he didn't find out the origins of this person. Not to mention, if the first person touches his shelter, there will be a second one. What's more important is that outside Lin Yifun's shelter, there's a home protection artifact, Illusion Light Shield. As a result, this person was able to enter the shelter unimpeded. This is really abnormal. Therefore, Lin Yifun must keep the person alive to solve all these questions. Mau Mau, who was standing aside, had no idea what Lin Yifun was planning. Seeing the two people fighting, Mau Mau flapped his wings anxiously, wanting to go forward to help, but his injuries prevented him from flying, and he could only make low chirping sounds. However, even if Lin Yifun wanted to save Lu Deshang's life, he always held back a little. But his life level was there, and even if he consumed his physical strength, Lu Deshang was no match for him. As time passed, Lu Deshang's physical strength was consumed, and he swung the axe slower and slower, and cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him had such strong fighting power. "No, we have to test it first." Lu Deshang rolled his eyes twice, realized that he was no match for his opponent, and immediately planned to retreat. And Lin Yifun had been paying attention to him the whole time. Seeing his expression change, how could he not guess what he was planning? He didn't even give him a chance to escape. He seized an opportunity and kicked Lu Deshang in the knee. "Ah!" Lu Deshang screamed and immediately fell to his knees. Lin Yifan placed his machete directly on his neck and said coldly, "If you dare to resist again, I will chop you to death right now. Throw away the axe." The sharp blade cut the skin on Lu Dashang's neck. The cold pain made him realize that his life was completely in Lin Yifan's hands. So he could only reluctantly throw away the axe in his hand, raise his hands above his head, make a gesture of surrender, and say with a smile, "I surrender. I surrender now. And don't get me wrong, I was just passing by here and found a shelter. It's been a while since I've seen anyone, so I thought I'd say hello and make friends. I didn't expect that there was no one in the shelter. Survival in this world is very difficult. So I thought the owner of the shelter was gone. So I thought of taking these supplies away to avoid wasting them. And this bird, if it stays here, it will starve to death sooner or later. So I thought of taking it back and keeping it as a companion. But the bird didn't listen to me, so I just wanted to scare it to make it behave. I didn't really want to hurt it. However, since your master has returned, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first. Walk." When Lin Yifan heard this, he almost laughed out of anger and said sarcastically, "You can come and go as you like here. Since you're here, why don't you stay here? Answer a few of my questions carefully. If you can satisfy me, maybe I can spare your life. Of course, you can also be tough. When I was reading novels before, I just happened to learn a lot of methods of forcing confessions. I can try them out on you." Chapter 125, Two-Way Teleportation Talisman. Lin Yifan's expression was extremely indifferent. But Lu Dashang obviously didn't take his threat seriously and said with a smile, "Oh, don't be so angry. We are all compatriots from Earth. If we don't shed tears when fellow countrymen meet, how many of us should we have a little brotherhood? I just broke into your shelter unintentionally, and I didn't really take your supplies. Why do you have to be so unreasonable? How about this? I'll apologize to you, and we can forget our grudges and be friends in the future, okay? You hurt my Mao Mao, and you still want me to laugh it off with you? I'll fuck you." Lin Yifan's face was full of impatience. He grabbed Lu Daqiang's neck and said, "I'm telling you, I don't have time to waste my breath here. If you answer my questions obediently, you may still have a chance to save your life. If you waste time again, I will kill you right now." As he spoke, his hand that was pinching Lu Daqiang's neck became tighter and tighter. Lu Daqiang struggled desperately, trying to pry Lin Yifan's hands open. But Lin Yifan's hands were like iron clamps, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move them at all. The air in his lungs was getting less and less, and Lu Daqiang's vision began to turn black. At this moment, he finally realized that Lin Yifan really wanted to kill him. I'll tell you. Lu Daqiang finally got scared and said with all his strength, "Let me go. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything. I really will tell you everything." Lin Yifan remained unmoved. After a full minute, he let go of Lu Daqiang's hand only after he saw his face turn purple due to suffocation. "Ha ha ha!" Lu Daqiang collapsed on the ground, coughing desperately, with a look of relief in his eyes for having survived the disaster. Lin Yifan pulled a chair, sat in front of him, and said condescendingly, "Name? My name is Lu Dashang." Lu Daqiang's voice was hoarse, and he didn't dare to lie at all. "Lu Dashang?" Lin Yifan frowned and asked in confusion, "Why do I seem to have seen this name before?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Yifan suddenly looked up. "I remember now. You were a member of the Tiandahui. You cursed me in the chat channel before, so I blocked you." Lu Daben's face, which was originally filled with fear, turned pale in an instant, and he quickly shook his head. It's not me. I have never scolded you. I am as timid as a mouse. How could I dare to provoke a top powerhouse like you? It must be someone with the same name who called you names. My name is very common, and I hear people calling you names all over the street. I don't know if you're timid or not, but you are definitely not smart." Lin Yifan sneered and said sarcastically, "If you had never scolded me, how would you know that I am a top expert?" Guessed. Lu Daqiang was suddenly speechless and could only argue weakly. Lin Yifan waved his hands and said impatiently, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I don't care whether you scolded me or not. I just want to know what I want to know." Lu Daqiang was now lying flat on his back and said with a weak look on his face, "Ask whatever you want. I will tell you everything I know." "Where is your shelter?" Lin Yifan asked. Lu Daqiang thought for a moment and pointed to the northwest. "I don't know exactly where it is, but I'm sure it's in the northwest. You don't even know the location of your own shelter?" Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes. A trace of doubt flashed through his mind, and then asked, "Then how did you get here? And how did you get directly into my shelter?" Lu Daqiang opened his mouth, looking somewhat unwilling. Lin Yifan frowned don't challenge my patience again. Lu Daxiang had no choice but to say bitterly, I really don't know the location of my shelter here. The reason I was able to get here was not because I climbed over mountains and crossed rivers to find it, but because I used a teleportation talisman to teleport directly to the door of this shelter. Teleportation talisman? Lin Yifan stretched out his hand and asked for it without any hesitation. Give it to me. Lu Daxiang took out a card from his pocket, put in Lin Yifan's hand with reluctance, and said, This is a two-way teleportation charm that can be located. As long as I know the other party's name, I can locate the other party's position and then teleport to the other party's position. After being teleported here, I can stay here for 3 hours and then automatically return to the location before being teleported after 3 hours. There is such a good thing. Lin Yifan's face was full of surprise, and he did not doubt Lu Daxiang's words, because he could also see the information on the teleportation talisman. This bidirectional positioning teleportation talisman can teleport back and forth 3 times in total. It has been used twice now, and there is one more chance to use it. But even so, the value of this teleportation talisman is extremely extraordinary. Especially for seeking revenge, it is extremely useful. For example, if he wanted to seek revenge on the president of the Tiandahui now, as long as he knew the name of the president of the Tiandahui, he could teleport over and kill him. However, what Lin Yifan was more curious about was that Lu Daxiang actually knew who he was and dared to teleport him over. Did he come here on purpose to die? Lin Yifan was puzzled, so he asked the question directly. Lu Daxiang did not dare to hide it, and said dryly with an evasive look on his face, Well, actually, compared to ordinary people, I am already considered a relatively capable fighter. Before I came to this ghost world, I was a Sanda coach. It was easy for me to fight against 3 or 5 ordinary people. Forget it. I'll tell you the truth. Lu Daxiang sighed and said, Actually, this teleportation talisman is not mine. Someone in our association opened it from a mysterious treasure chest. Later, this talisman came into the hands of the president. The president knew that I was a Sanda coach and the best fighter in our association, so he used the talisman to teleport to my place and tested my fighting ability. Then he decided to teleport me to you. Because no one in this world has ever met offline, the president thinks that if I suddenly appear, you will definitely be scared, and then I can sneak attack you as long as I seize the opportunity. I also thought that with my combat power and sneak attacks, I would definitely be able to kill with one strike. I just didn't expect that after I teleported here, I would be directly at the door of your shelter, and you were not there. So I wanted to take this opportunity to go to your shelter and take a look, but I didn't expect that you would come back at this juncture. At this point, Lu Daxiang couldn't help but ask curiously, By the way, where did you go before? Why didn't I see you when I teleported here using you as my coordinates? Could there be a bug in the teleportation server? Chapter 126, Murder and Dumping. Lu Daxiang's face was full of confusion. Lin Yifan had a guess in his mind. He had just looked at the time displayed on the transmission service. Lu Xiaocheng can still stay here for 2.5 hours, so he was teleported here half an hour ago. Half an hour ago, Lin Yifan was in the copy. If my guess is correct, the two-way teleportation talisman can teleport to the location where the name is located, but if the located target enters the copy, the teleportation talisman cannot teleport people into the copy. Therefore, the person being teleported will be teleported to the location before the target enters the dungeon. It seems that this teleportation talisman can only be used in the same plane, and the copy space should belong to another plane. Because according to Crossan, after his death, the area where he was located had turned into nothingness. If he hadn't used Forbidden Spell, Flood, and Source of All Waters to summon a natural disaster and turn the area into a copy, the place where he would never appear again. This can also prove one thing from the side, that the copy is an independent space. Therefore, no matter how powerful the two-way teleportation array is, it cannot follow the target and teleport people into the dungeon. But no matter what, this is an incredible treasure. Lin Yifan threw the two-way teleportation talisman into his storage space without hesitation, and just now said to Lu Daxiang, The teleportation talisman belongs to me. You should have no objection, right? No objection. Lu Daxiang said with a stiff mouth and a bitter face. Lin Yifan nodded with satisfaction, stretched his waist, and said, Okay, I've got the answers to everything I wanted to know. Thank you for your honesty, so I can leave you with an intact body. Didn't you say that if I answered your questions properly, you wouldn't kill me? Lu Daxiang looked up in disbelief and shouted angrily, I have answered every question you asked truthfully. How can you go back on your word? How can you be called a strong man? How come you don't have any credibility at all? Does a strong person have to have credibility? Lin Yifan sneered disdainfully. And if I don't kill someone like you who has bad intentions, am I waiting for you to seek revenge on me later? I don't like to leave trouble for myself, so I'm sorry. After saying that, he took out a machete and prepared to give Lu Desheng a quick death. Although Lin Yifan had never killed anyone before, that was only because of legal restrictions. It doesn't mean that he doesn't dare. He also had a clear understanding of this world, especially after meeting Crossan. He understood more clearly that the resources in this world were limited. In the future, killing will be inevitable in order to seize resources. Just like Lu Desheng wanted to kill him as soon as they met. If he wasn't strong enough, he would be a corpse today. Lin Yifan had no mercy on someone who wanted to take his life. He did not give Lu Desheng a chance to continue talking nonsense. He reached out and grabbed his neck, then twisted it hard and broke it. I originally wanted to use a knife, but this is in my own home, and using a knife would cause blood to spurt out, and I would have to spend time cleaning up. As for how to deal with the corpse, Lin Yifan also has his own plans. He tidied up the storage space, left some space for it, and then threw the body into the space. He would then go back and find a place far enough away from the shelter to dispose of the body. Killing people and disposing of bodies were things that I would never dare to think about when I was on Earth, but now I can do it with ease. Moreover, Lin Yifan found that although he felt a little psychologically uncomfortable, it was only a little discomfort and there were no other adverse reactions. Could it be that I was born to be a cold-blooded killer? Lin Yifan looked at his right hand, which had just broken Lu Desheng's neck, and muttered to himself unconsciously, "Sure," until Mao Mao, who was standing beside him, rushed over and snuggled into his arms, making a chirping sound of grievance. Lin Yifan finally came back to his senses, reached out and touched Mao Mao's head, and said gratefully, "Mao Mao, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, the supplies at home would have been stolen." "Sure." Mao Mao shook his head happily, his green eyes full of pride. Okay, you're the best." Lin Yifan saw Mao Mao trying to take credit, praised him a few times, then changed the subject and said, "Mao Mao, although I am very grateful that you protected the supplies today, if you encounter something like this next time, I hope you will run away quickly. To me, you're much more important than supplies. If supplies are gone, I can always find more. But if anything happens to you, I will be heartbroken. So you have to remember, next time you encounter danger, run away quickly. Saving your own life is more important than any external affairs. Remember, although many of the items placed in the shelter are high-quality materials, especially those pots of high-quality cultivation soil, they are real treasures. But even so, Lin Yifan still cares more about Mao Mao's safety. However, although Mao Mao has the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old child, he is not a human being after all. He is very stubborn and simply cannot listen to Lin Yifan's advice. Seeing this, Lin Yifan could only sigh helplessly. He reached out and touched Mao Mao's injured wing, his face full of heartache. "Your wing is broken. I'll bandage it for you, and you just stay at home and recover for a while." The bones in Mao Mao's wings were a little dislocated. Fortunately, when Lin Yifan was on Earth, there was a barefoot doctor living next door to his hometown as a child. He learned a few tricks from the doctor. The serious illness could not be cured, but he did learn how to set bones. After he straightened Mao Mao's bones, he used an axe to split a few pieces of wood, clamped the wood pieces of Mao Mao's wings, and then wrapped them with cloth strips. In order to prevent Mao Mao from moving around mischievously, he simply wrapped Mao Mao like a dumpling, wrapping up even its legs, leaving only its bird head blinking its confused eyes. Lin Yifan flicked Mao Mao's head with his finger and said with a smile, "Until your wings are healed, just be a good ball, and I will feed you delicious food every meal." Although Mao Mao didn't understand, he felt that the boy was really obedient and sensible. It would be easy for it to break free from such a small piece of cloth if it really wanted to, but it just stayed there obediently without any resistance. It was already dark at this time, but Lin Yifan had no intention of staying at home. Although it was dark in the wilderness, it was very dangerous. However, the duration of Pathfinding Spirit is limited, and it is unknown when you can draw this buff next time. Therefore, you must find the place where Mao Mao picked the pure spirit fruit before the Pathfinding Spirit buff disappears. Of course, the most important point is that he also has to dispose of the body. Chapter 127, The Joy of Touching a Corpse. Although Lin Yifan was quite accepting of the matter of murder and corpse disposal. However, it is still a bit disconcerting to have a corpse in the space ring that you carry with you. Not to mention, there are a lot of food in the space. But thinking of this, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something very important. That is touching the corpse. It is said that there are no corpses when building bridges and roads, but there are gold belts when killing people and setting fires. Since the people have been killed, the looted spoils should at least not be missed. Lin Yifan took out Feng Desheng's body again, searched his body carefully, and sure enough, he found a small gray bag in his arms. Intermediate storage bag. Connotation space, 15 square meters. When Lin Yifan saw the level of this storage bag, his eyes suddenly lit up. His storage ring was upgraded from a storage bag, so he also got a storage bag. The storage bag he got was the most common storage bag, with a space of only 3 square meters. He had asked Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan before, and although their storage bags were larger, they were only 5 square meters. I didn't expect that this guy's storage bag was actually of intermediate level. It seems like it was a bit of a coincidence. Lin Yifan is still worried that other people's storage bags might not be opened, but it turns out he's just thinking too much. It turns out that anyone can open the storage bag, regardless of whether the owner is there or not. Unlike his space ring, which is a bound item, no one except him can open it unless he dies. Lin Yifan opened a storage bag, and immediately a lot of things fell out of it. Lin Yifan looked carefully and found that most of them were food, and only a very small part was supplies. However, Lu Desheng was just like him and only put some important supplies into the storage bag. So although the quantity of these supplies was small, the quality was quite good. There is even mithril among them. Although there are only 2 units, Lin Yifan only has that little mithril now, which shows that this guy's luck is already very good. What remained were some intermediate materials, such as intermediate pig iron, which were basically what he could use. In addition to these ultimate materials, there were 2 things among the supplies that surprised Lin Yifan. Exquisite feathers, owl feathers, times 15. Random attribute spirit crystal, times 4. Although Lin Yifan now has feathers in his hand and Mao Mao is with him, he is not short of feathers. But he didn't have many feathers in his hand, and he didn't want to get feathers from Mao Mao, but arrows are consumable items, and you can never have too many. These 15 fine feathers were a little surprise for him. But the real surprise is the random attribute spirit crystal. Therefore, after clearing the dungeon this time, he has accumulated enough high-grade pig iron to upgrade the silver grade level 4 shelter he wanted. However, the current primary synthesis room will soon be eliminated, and an intermediate synthesis room will be required to meet his needs. Therefore, upgrading the synthesis room is something that must be done. Upgrading the synthesis room also requires 5 fire spirit essence. But so far, he has only obtained 2 fire spirit essence, and all of them were used to hatch Mao Mao. I hope to get a few random attribute spirit crystals this time. Random attribute spirit crystal times 4. Special note. The properties of the spirit crystal contained in the original stone can only be known after removing the outer skin of the original stone. It's time to gamble on your luck again. It's time to gamble on fate again. Lin Yifan closed his eyes and prayed for a while, then decisively chose to open it. Obtain water spirit crystal times 1. Obtain wood spirit times 1. Obtain fire spirit crystal times 2. Although only 2 of the 4 spirit crystals were opened. Fire spirit, but Li Yifan was also quite satisfied. Anyway, spirit crystals are precious. Even if spirit crystals of other attributes cannot be used now, they will be used sooner or later in the future. After putting away the 4 spirit crystals this time together with the 4 remaining spirit crystals, Lin Yifan had some time to check the rest of the things. There were no weapons in Lu Desheng's shelter. The only weapon was the axe. Lin Yifan had checked it before. It was a black iron grade axe, slightly better than the one in his hand and of the same grade as his machete. But Lin Yifan was already used to using a machete, so this axe could only be used to chop down trees. Among the remaining things, there were 2 drawings. Lin Yifan took them out and looked at them, and his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the blueprints was actually a black iron-level leather armor blueprint. Its full name was Black Phosphorus Armor Blueprint, Chest Armor. Judging from this drawing, this black-scale armor should be a complete set of leather armor, and this one is just a part of it. Lin Yifan secretly calculated in his heart that if he could get a complete set of black iron-level leather armor, his defense would be greatly enhanced. Although there are only drawings of the breastplate part now, it is already a good start. Pay more attention in the future to see if you can find drawings of other parts. Another drawing also gave Lin Yifan a little surprise. That was a basic stove blueprint. Until now, Lin Yifan still relies on fire to cook, and he has thought about building an earthen stove himself. As a child born in the countryside, it is not difficult to build a simple stove. But the simple stove cannot be set up in the house, otherwise the problem of smoke will be difficult to solve. But if he stayed outside, he would have to go out to look for supplies during the day and would only stay in the shelter at night, and it would be risky to cook at the door at night. For Lin Yifan, he doesn't want to live in vigilance all the time, especially when cooking. He just wants to relax himself. So after careful consideration, he gave up the idea of building his own stove. Unexpectedly, there was a blueprint for the stove. Although it was just a basic stove, I believe the smoke problem could be solved. After Lin Yifan studied the two drawings, he immediately obtained the construction conditions of the two drawings. Black phosphorus armor, chest armor. Materials: mithril times 6, 640 seconds, satisfied. Primary leather times 8, 8/6. Primary fabric times 6, 6/105, satisfied. Primary stove. Materials: primary stone times 180, 180/269, satisfied. Clay times 60, 60/12. Lin Yifan was going to go out and look for Qing Lingqi next. Going out at night will be much more dangerous than during the day. So he originally thought of making leather armor for self-defense first, but he didn't expect that there were not enough materials. Currently, he only has 6 units of basic leather armor obtained from the crocodile. It seems that he has to go hunting and get some leather armor. As for the basic stove, it can be built at any time. Now, the market in District 10086 has reached saturation with primary materials such as clay, and it is always available in the trading market. So Lin Yifan was not in a hurry, but at this time, he suddenly remembered that he still had 2 equipment drawings in his hand. Chapter 128, Making Wind Boots. He had previously completed a mission at the bottom of the lake, and in the purple treasure chest he obtained, he found 2 precious blueprints for the swift wind boots. This is a good thing that can increase speed, but he forgot about it. It was obviously so dangerous to go to the dungeon, but he didn't even think of equipping himself with something that could save his life. Lin Yifan really wanted to give himself some light just thinking about it. He quickly took out the blueprint of wind boots. Jai Fengshuan. Materials needed: mithril times 6, 640 seconds, satisfied. Primary leather armor times 5, 5/6, already satisfied. Primary cloth times 6, 6/102, satisfied. Do you want to make wind boots? Sure enough, just as he remembered before, there were enough materials to make wind boots. Lin Yifan chose to produce it without hesitation. Suddenly, a transparent figure appeared in front of him, just like when he was forging the weapon before. But the difference is that this time, the transparent figure, judging from its body shape, is completely different from the transparent figure that appeared when the weapon was being forged. When the weapon was being forged, a transparent figure appeared. He was short, only about 1.4 meters tall, and holding a big hammer in his hand. He was a bit similar to the dwarfs in novels. But the transparent figure that appeared this time was as tall as an ordinary human, but thin, and it was obvious that it was a woman. In his hand, he held a pair of large scissors, which were also transparent. This transparent man appeared in front of Lin Yifan. He had no intention of greeting him, and picked up the scissors to start making things. About 30 seconds later, a pair of black leather boots appeared in front of Lin Yifan. The transparent figure also disappeared. From beginning to end, this transparent figure did not have any communication with Lin Yifan, which made him quite disappointed. He had originally thought of asking this invisible man to repair his clothes for him. He did not take out any of the 8 camouflage uniforms he had obtained from the boxes earlier to exchange for supplies. After all, he is not so short of supplies now, but wear-resistant clothes, such as camouflage uniforms, are indispensable. Moreover, no matter how wear-resistant the camouflage uniform is, it cannot withstand daily travel in the mountains and forests. After only a few days, the camouflage uniform on Lin Yifan has already shown a lot of wear and tear, especially the arm, which was torn into a long cut when fighting with the evil spirit in the dungeon. Once the camouflage uniform is worn, the waterproof effect disappears, so even if the torn part is repaired, the waterproof effect will not be restored. So he had to buy a new one. But he couldn't bear to throw away this old set, so he wanted to find someone to repair it. According to Lin Yifan's experience, the professional skill levels of transparent figures like this one that are summoned are very high. If the transparent figure could sew it up, it might be possible to restore the waterproof effect. Unfortunately, this invisible man didn't give him any chance to communicate, so he could only change out of the old camouflage uniform and put on a new one. Then he turned his attention to the pair of gray-brown wind boots. From the appearance, they were just a pair of very ordinary half-high leather boots. But when he saw the attributes of wind boots, his eyes lit up instantly. Wind boots. Grade, black iron. Attribute, speed +5. Additional skills, extreme sprint. Instantly double the speed for 10 seconds. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Lin Yifan originally thought that for equipment like this black iron grade, it would be good enough if it could increase some attributes. I didn't expect there would be additional skills. Although this additional skill can only double the speed within 10 seconds, and the cooling time is as long as 10 minutes. But if he ever needs to escape, this skill might just save his life. Things that can be kept secret are the best treasures. Lin Yifan put on the boots happily, jumped twice on the spot, and found that they felt very good on his feet. Most leather boots are very hard, but after putting on this pair of boots, the soles of his feet were quite soft, and the size was a perfect match for his feet, so it felt like nothing was wearing them. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Yifan stood up with satisfaction and continued to check Lu Desheng's storage bag. But apart from the things just now, there's nothing else in the storage bag. Lin Yifan felt a little unsatisfied, so he continued to search Lu Desheng's body, but found nothing except the clothes on his body. He said he would win a gold belt for killing people and setting fires, but this is all he got. Lin Yifan was a little disappointed and simply took off Lu Desheng's clothes. Lu Desheng was also wearing a camouflage uniform, the texture of which was similar to Lin Yifan's, and it had no wear and tear, and the waterproof effect was still there. Lin Yifan certainly wouldn't wear a dead person's clothes, but if he put them on the trading floor, he might be able to exchange them for some good supplies. So he hung the camouflage uniform on the trading floor, and then threw Lu Desheng's body back into the ring space again, and then he prepared to set out to look for the Qingling fruit. However, before leaving, he spoke a few words to Mao Mao, then took the storage bag left by Lu Desheng, and then set off with the Qingling flower and Guangyao stone. Although it was dark outside, it was actually not yet 5 o'clock. The wilderness was filled with thick fog, as usual. Even with the shining stone in hand, visibility was less than 5 meters. Lin Yifan looked at the thick fog and felt a little conflicted. Although he had already made plans beforehand, regardless of whether it was dark or not, he had to take advantage of the pathfinding spirit buff to find the location where Mao Mao picked the pure spirit fruit. But when he actually stood in this thick fog, he couldn't help but hesitate. The location of the Qingling fruit is definitely not close to the shelter, but his pathfinding spirit buff only has a few hours left. If he fails to time his trip well and fails to return to the shelter before the buff disappears, he is likely to get lost in the wild. Although he is quite powerful now, no one knows how many dangers are hidden in the wild. If he really gets lost in the wild, once the glowing stones in his hand are used up, then he will be helpless. But I would be unwilling to not go. If only there were no fog. Lin Yifan looked at the thick fog in front of him and couldn't help muttering to himself. Wait, mist is also water, right? Lin Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up. He now had the source of all waters. The source of all waters can absorb water, and fog is also made of water. So can it also absorb the fog? Just do it if you want to. He quickly took out the source of all waters. After this thing was bound to him, he found that he could control it as he wished. So he held the drop of the source of all water in his hand and used his mind to control the absorption of nearby water sources. Chapter 129 Piranha Plant. The next second, Lin Yifan found that the mist in front of him began to roll rapidly and finally formed a vortex around the palm of his hand and was quickly sucked into the source of all waters. Source of all waters can indeed absorb fog. Lin Yifan looked at the whirlpool in front of him with surprise, and his heart was excited. If he could really absorb the fog, even just temporarily, then his nighttime travel would be much safer. As the fog quickly dissipated, his vision gradually became clear. Originally, I could only see within a range of 5 meters, but now I can see more than 10 meters or even further. However, Lin Yifan also discovered at this time that the range that source of all waters could absorb was only this large. Moreover, once you stop absorbing mist, the surrounding mist will quickly fill the void. Therefore, even if you use this source of all waters, it is impossible to absorb all the mist. Moreover, Lin Yifan had a vague feeling that the fog was not just composed of water vapor, but should also be composed of other substances. Because even in places where the fog has been absorbed, although the vision is clearer than when there is fog, there's always a foggy feeling. It felt like he was 200 degrees myopic, but after Lin Yifan got the eye of identification, his myopia was cured. Then there's only one possibility left, that there are other substances in the fog, and this substance is the key to blocking the view. Although there is an effect, it is not as good as expected. This made Lin Yifan a little disappointed, but he was unwilling to give up this opportunity after all. So I decided to set out to look for the pure spirit fruit, while the pathfinding spirit buff is still there. He put the glow stone in a small net bag and hung it on his chest for lighting. This was the method he came up with after his last night outing. Holding the glowing stone in his hand is too cumbersome and will affect his combat effectiveness. But that drop of source of all waters can only be held in your hand. So Lin Yifan could only hold the source of all waters in one hand and the machete in the other, and then run quickly. An arrow appeared in front of him, which only he could see. It was the pathfinding spirit buff that was activated. Lin Yifan followed the arrow and quickly moved towards the direction of the Qingling fruit. Because the fog was constantly absorbed by this source of all waters, although it was still not very clear, his moving speed was still much faster than expected. Of course, it could also be due to the acceleration effect of wind boots. Following the arrow further and further away, Lin Yifan could still recognize the direction at first, because the road he was heading towards was the road leading to the pond. He had opened that road himself and remembered the direction clearly. But after passing the water area, the arrow continued to move forward. This was already a completely unfamiliar area. But fortunately, there are no low shrubs in this area, only towering trees. During the day, Lin Yifan had observed all the terrain within his sight. He had seen this forest full of towering trees during the day. So overall, I was able to figure out the direction and kept walking forward for about an hour. Lin Yifan finally saw that the arrow did not move forward anymore, but stopped. It seems that the Qingling fruit appeared here. Lin Yifan also slowed down his pace. Since he guessed that Mao Mao was injured while picking the Qingling fruit, he naturally did not dare to be careless. He had personally witnessed how tough Mao Mao's feathers were, and he could still be seriously injured like this. This showed that the creature guarding the Qingling fruit was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After walking forward cautiously for about half an hour, Lin Yifan came to a dense forest. The trees here are tall with lush branches and leaves. There are also many strange plants and mushrooms of different colors growing on the ground. Although Lin Yifan didn't know much about mushrooms, he knew that the brighter the color, the more toxic the mushroom was. Every mushroom here is extremely gorgeous, either rich purple or bright red. It can be said that the words, "I am highly poisonous," are written on each one. No matter how confident Lin Yifan was in his physical fitness, he didn't dare to touch these mushrooms. In addition to mushrooms, there are also many unique plants with various colorful flowers. There is a big purple flower in particular, which is more than 2 people tall. Not only are the leaves huge, but the flower buds are also frighteningly large. The shape of the flower is a bit like lily of the valley, but the color is not white but dark purple. The flowers are abnormally large, with an estimated diameter of at least 1 meter. Only the petals on the edge can be seen, and the interior of the flower is completely unclear. But you can smell a strange smell coming from the flowers. Lin Yifan identified the smell carefully and found that it was a bit like the smell of a rotting animal corpse. This made him involuntarily wary of the big flower, so he simply took a detour. But at this moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly came to his ears. He subconsciously rolled to the side, and when he turned around, he found that the big flower that was originally 2 meters away from him was now right in front of him. At this moment, he finally saw clearly the specific situation inside the flower. Rows of purple-black serrations hidden inside the flower actually seemed to be wriggling around like living things. And now, he finally found a culprit for the stench that Lin Yifan had smelled before. That is the black debris mixed in the black, jagged gap. Although the black debris mixed in the jagged seams had been severely rotten, Lin Yifan could still confirm that it was rotten meat. Although we don't know what animal the carrion is, it is enough to show that this strange flower is carnivorous. This is actually a carnivorous plant. Moreover, the flower was obviously attacking him just now. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been captured by the chrysanthemum and entered the flower. Fortunately, the rhizome of the flower is limited in length, and can only attack prey within 2 or 3 meters around it. Lin Yifan retreated cautiously, and only after he had retreated 4 or 5 meters away did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was somewhat angry about being attacked by a plant. He immediately took out his wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, bent the bow, and drew the arrow, ready to kill the carnivorous plant. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was movement under his feet. When he looked down, he found that a vine had been hooked around his ankle without him noticing. The vine was tightening rapidly, and there were even barbs on it, which were now piercing into his ankles. But the strange thing was that Lin Yifan didn't feel any pain at all. No, not feeling pain. I can hardly feel my entire leg. Chapter 1:30 Companion. Lin Yifan looked at his calves with his pupils constricted. He could no longer feel anything below his calves. In this situation, Lin Yifan had no time to fight with the candle piranha plant. He immediately chopped at the vine with a machete in his hand. However, the vine was tougher than he had imagined, and after he cut it with a knife, it only left a cut. At this moment, a red liquid with a rich, sweet fragrance began to flow out from the wound of the vine. Lin Yifan instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the fragrance and quickly held his breath. Then he kept using the machete in his hand, and after several cuts, he finally cut the vines. At this time, he finally discovered why he had lost sensation in his legs, because there were actually many wooden thorns stuck on the skin that was wrapped by the vines. Lin Yifan quickly pulled out the wooden thorns, and they finally recovered slowly after they were lost. At this moment, he also realized that he had entered a dangerous place. I no longer dared to relax and looked around vigilantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As waves of breaking air sounds rang out, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the open space around him was covered with vines. These vines had surrounded it in the center without anyone noticing, obviously treating it as prey. Lin Yifan frowned. He had already seen how powerful these vines were and didn't dare to underestimate them at all. Not to mention anything else, the thorns on the vines, once pierced into his body, would make him lose consciousness, which would be extremely fatal. So, don't let his vines get close to you. Lin Yifan's face was full of solemnity. After using a machete to block several vines that were attacking him, he knew that if he couldn't find a way to control these vines, he would probably die here tonight. Even if these dangers only appear at night, it will still take more than 10 hours for him to survive until tomorrow morning, and his physical strength simply cannot sustain it for that long. But what method could be used to control this vine? Lin Yifan was a little confused for a moment, but he did remember one thing. Plants are afraid of fire. However, he didn't have anything burnable on him. So he quickly opened Hong Xiaoqiang's private chat. Brother Chong, please trade me a batch of dry wood quickly. I need it urgently. When Hong Xiaoqiang saw the private message, he didn't even bother to ask what Lin Yifan wanted to do with the wood. He immediately took out more than a dozen units of dry wood and traded it to him. Thanks. After Lin Yifan got the wood, he immediately threw it on the ground. While resisting the attack of the vines, he took out a lighter and tried to light the wood. But what gave him a headache was that even though it was dry wood, it was not easy to burn this kind of wood in chunks. Fortunately, he had several powerful mosquito repellents he had made previously stored in his space ring. That thing is a bunch of dry mugwort, which is just right for starting a fire. Soon, the fire finally started. Lin Yifan was pleasantly surprised to find that the attacking vines stopped attacking him after the fire started. However, these vines did not go up. Instead, they surrounded Lin Yifan like living things. Some of them even stood up like snakes, staring at him from above. What on earth is this? Lin Yifan picked up a piece of vine that he had cut off, and there was a message on it. Blood-sucking vine section. A mutant vine that roams at night and is very aggressive. The sticks on the vine have paralysis power. They will hunt prey in groups. The prey will be paralyzed and their blood will be sucked dry. The nutrients of the blood-sucking vine will be lost after being cut off. It has no use except for burning fire. I thought it was a treasure, but it turned out to be useless. Lin Yifan threw the vampire vine into the fire and complained silently in his heart. He originally thought that something so difficult to deal with must be some rare treasure. But I didn't expect that this thing had no effect at all. It seemed that it was just a bunch of harmful things. The flames of the bonfire grew higher and higher, and as the surrounding fog was continuously absorbed by the source of all waters, visibility increased significantly. At this time, Lin Yifan finally saw where these vampire vines came from. It was a gigantic tree with a trunk at least 1 meter in diameter and an even larger crown. It was so dark that no trace of the sky could be seen. These vampire vines hang down from the branches. At first glance, they look like banyan trees, and even their leaves are very similar. But the difference is that the leaves of this tree are a strange dark red color, as if they were stained with blood, which is frightening to look at. And under this giant tree, Lin Yifan finally found what he was looking for this time. That is the qingling fruit tree. It was a small shrub that was only about 2 meters tall, and its entire body, from the trunk to the leaves, was light blue. The leaves of this small shrub and the qingling flower in Lin Yifan's hand are basically the same in shape, and the shape of the trunk is also similar. The only difference is the color. The qingling flower in his hand has an emerald green trunk and branches, while the flower is white, and its shape is a bit like a white peony. But the receptacle of the flower and the fruit receptacle are also very similar. So now Lin Yifan can confirm that the qingling fruit is indeed an advanced version of the qingling flower. There were 2 fruits growing on the fruit tree, and their shapes were exactly the same as the ones Mao Mao brought back before. Lin Yifan also noticed that these fruits all had fruit trays. There was a fruit tray at the very top of the tree crown, but the fruit was gone. Obviously, that was the fruit Mao Mao picked. This fruit tree and the giant tree are almost completely close to each other, and their roots are completely connected. Lin Yifan estimated that these 2 trees should be for his protection, so this giant tree and the blood-sucking vine on it are the guardians of the qingling fruit tree. However, if this giant tree is the one guarding the qingling fruit tree, then what on earth was the thing that hurt Mao Mao? The arrow that hurt Mao Mao was definitely a man-made weapon. Could it be that Mao Mao had been to other places? But this shouldn't be the case. If Mao Mao got injured after picking the fruits, and then went to other places, how could he have brought the fruits back intact? If Mao Mao had been to some other place and came here after being injured, how could he have picked the fruit under the attack of all the vampire vines? Since neither of these 2 possibilities is reasonable, the last possibility remains. Mao Mao is injured here. The danger's here. Besides the vampire vines, there are other hidden dangers. Chapter 1, 31 Elves. Lin Yifan's brows were furrowed, and his eyes looked back and forth between the giant tree and the qingling fruit tree. His intuition told him that the danger hidden here was far more than just the vampire vines. There was obviously something else behind Mao Mao's injury, and the thought of the arrow made him even more alarmed. Is there anyone else here? Lin Yifan muttered to himself, looking around vigilantly. However, apart from those vampire vines that were eyeing him hungrily, he did not find any trace of anyone else. The flames of the fire danced in the night, making crackling sounds, dispelling some of the darkness and cold. But he couldn't waste time like this any longer, as his pathfinding spirit, buff only lasted less than 3 hours. If he couldn't return to the shelter before the buff disappeared, he might get lost in the foggy night. Therefore, we must act as soon as possible. However, he is now in a dilemma. Should I choose to retreat now, or find a way to pick the remaining qingling fruit, and then leave? If you choose to leave now, you can basically leave safely as long as you break the encirclement of the vampire vines. But after running such a long way, am I going to go back empty-handed? Lin Yifan was somewhat unwilling. More importantly, he felt like he was being targeted. Although he didn't see any hairy people using bows and arrows around him, he could feel that an invisible crisis had enveloped him. Even if he wanted to leave now, the other party might not be willing to let him go. Not to mention, although this place is not close to the shelter, it is definitely not far either. If there were other humans or aliens here, it would be obvious now that they had no good intentions towards him. If we can't find out the truth this time, we will confront each other sooner or later in the future. At that time, he will be in the light and the other party will be in the dark, which will make it even more difficult to deal with him. But it was different in front of this qingling fruit tree. It was obvious that he wanted the qingling fruit, and the other party also wanted the qingling fruit. Then he just needs to snatch the qingling fruit, and he won't have to worry about the other party not coming out. Therefore, it is imperative to plot for the qingling fruit. Lin Yifan began to think carefully about how he could get close to the qingling fruit. Vampire vines are afraid of fire, otherwise, burn a path through it? It seems that it is not impossible. However, he didn't have any dry wood. If he wanted to burn a fire to survive, the amount of dry wood he would need would be quite a lot. But even if he doesn't, there will be a trading market. He opened the chat channel directly, not even bothering to read the messages that kept scrolling, and sent a message directly. Blueberries in exchange for dry wood. Those who are interested can place an order directly in the trading area. Then open the trading area and place an order on it. The thing he has the most is blueberries. His blueberry trees have always been planted in cultivation soil. Even if it is ordinary cultivation soil, one crop can be ripe in 3 to 5 days. Even though he made a lot of jam with blueberries, there are still more than 10 or 20 kilograms of stock in the space. Most of the survivors have survived to this day, and although they are no longer short of food, fruit is still a scarce commodity. But most people have enough wood now, and because everyone has to make a fire, most people will prepare some dry wood and keep it in shelter. As soon as he sent this message, the order he posted on the trading hall was quickly bought by someone. In less than a minute, he received nearly 100 units of dry wood. Previously, he used more than a dozen pieces of dry wood to burn a pile of fire with an area of nearly 1 square meter. From his current position, the distance to the location of the qingling fruit was about 15 or 16 meters. Therefore, if you want to bring a fire road across, you will need at least 200 units of dry wood. Fortunately, there are enough survivors in Area 10086, and the price he offered is also quite attractive. 5 blueberries can be exchanged for 1 unit of wood, so after 2 minutes, he got the wood he needed. He didn't waste any time and started to make a fire immediately after changing the wood. As the fires lit up one after another, the distance between him and the qingling fruit tree grew closer and closer. As the distance between them shortened, Lin Yifan became more and more alert. As he approached, the blood-sucking vines that were originally waving around because of fear of fire now began to overcome their fear of the fire out of their protective instinct. Originally, those blood-sucking vines were waving about 5 or 6 meters away from him, but when he got within 10 meters of the qingling fruit tree, those blood-sucking vines began to constantly try to overcome the fire. Lin Yifan was certain that if this continued, the instinct of the half-life guardian tree would allow these blood-sucking vines to overcome their fear of the fire, break through the protection of the fire, and attack him. Lin Yifan didn't dare to take it lightly, so he simply replaced some dry wood to make the fire bigger and more vigorous. This made the blood-sucking vines feel a little frightened, and they retreated a considerable distance. This made Lin Yifan feel relieved, so he burned the fire bigger and bigger as he moved forward. He was a little worried that the huge fire might cause a fire in the forest. But he was soon discovered, and his worries were unnecessary. Because the flames could not extend beyond the places where the dry wood was piled, probably because it had been raining every day recently and the ground in the forest was soaked with water. This also made him feel relieved, but even so, he did not let his guard down, because as he got closer and closer to the qingling fruit tree, the crisis hidden behind the vampire vines finally appeared. Whoosh! Just when he was only a few steps away from the qingling fruit tree, suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from above his head. Lin Yifan's pupils shrank, and his body instinctively dodged to the side. A sharp arrow flew past his shoulder and penetrated deeply into the ground. Sure enough, there is someone here. You finally decided to come out. Lin Yifan was shocked and quickly looked up in the direction where the arrow came from. However, the dense tree canopy blocked his view, and he could not see the attacker's position at all, so he couldn't help but squint his eyes and said, "It's already come to this, and you're still hiding it? How long will you be a coward?" However, the attacker was much calmer than he thought and was not affected by his provocation at all, still hiding in the dark. However, although the attacker was still hiding in the dark, he was obviously a man with a bad temper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more arrows shot towards Lin Yifan, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. However, what made Lin Yifan feel strange was that these arrows were shot from different directions, not from the same direction. It can be seen that the attacker hiding behind is not just one, but a group. This made Lin Yifan more cautious. He quickly swung his machete to block and quickly retreated, hiding behind a huge rock. There was also a campfire behind the boulder, which was the escape route he had left for himself. The battle plan he had planned at the beginning was to use himself as bait to lure out the people hiding in the dark, and then hide behind the boulder and try to attack with the chasing wind and breaking cloud's bow. His chasing wind and breaking cloud bow has the function of locking the enemy, so as long as he can lure the person out, his arrows can kill the person. But everything did not develop as he expected. Although the attacker had attacked him, he did not even show his figure and was still hiding in the dark. This left him with no choice but to use the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow to attack, which meant that he could only passively take the beating for the time being. After he hid behind the boulder, the attackers actually stopped attacking because every arrow they shot was blocked by the boulder. This gave Lin Yifan some guesses. He was originally very curious. Why was the vampire vine attacking him, but not the attackers? Now he was sure that the vampire vines were not unwilling to attack the attackers, but that they were staying in a fixed safe location. If they leave this safe position, they will also be attacked by the vampire vines. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan immediately came up with a solution. When the attackers attacked him before, although Lin Yifan had been on the defensive, his eyes were always paying attention to the direction from which each arrow was shot. With his current eyesight and the intelligence increased by the Qingling fruit, he can already clearly see the direction from which each arrow appears. He didn't need to find anyone at all. He just needed to attack in the direction where the arrow appeared. Lin Yifan pulled up the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, sneered and said, "You don't like coming out that much, do you? If that's the case, then don't come out." After saying that, he shot an arrow towards the direction where the first arrow appeared. Snort. Suddenly, a strange groaning sound was heard. When Lin Yifan heard the sound, he immediately confirmed that although the sword did not kill the man, it definitely injured him. So he took out another arrow from the space and shot another arrow in that direction. Puff! This arrow finally gave Lin Yifan the response he deserved. A corpse fell in the direction where his arrow hit. The light from the fire allowed Lin Yifan to see the appearance of the corpse clearly. Sure enough, he's not human, because humans don't have wings, but this corpse has wings. The corpse looks similar to a human, but it has a pair of dark green wings with black stripes on its back, which at first glance look a bit like dragonfly wings. The dragonfly man's appearance was also different from that of humans. His skin was dark green, with light purple hair and black lines similar to wings on his exposed skin. To be honest, he looks like a green shaman with tattoos all over his body. Although Lin Yifan had guessed before, he suspected that the person who attacked Mao Mao was not human. Moreover, in the copy, he himself turned into an alien merman, but a copy is just a copy after all, and no one knows whether what happened in it is an illusion or reality. But now what he saw was the truth. Facing a real alien race, even Lin Yifan, who had been prepared for a long time, still found it a little hard to believe. But no matter whether they are aliens or humans, Lin Yifan will not let go of anyone who can harm him. Shooting the first one was enough to prove that all his previous assumptions were correct. So he bent his bow and arrow without hesitation, aiming at the second direction. The first arrow shot at the second direction missed, but the second arrow hit the target and another dragonfly man's body fell down. Lin Yifan turned to the third direction without hesitation. At this moment, the dragonfly people who had been hiding in the dark could finally no longer hide. These dragonfly people flew down quickly from all directions, and their target was all Lin Yifan. But as soon as they appeared in the attack range of the vampire vines, countless vampire vines began to fly. On one occasion, he didn't even scream before being sucked into a dried corpse by the vampire vine. The remaining dragonfly people moved into the range of the fire and saved their lives. But even so, 2 dragonfly people were still injured. So at this moment, there are actually less than 3 healthy dragonfly people left. At this time, the distance between Lin Yifan and them was only 5 or 6 meters. But Lin Yifan didn't dare to shoot arrows directly, because while he was aiming at the opponent would also shoot him. He was alone, and although the other side only had 3 healthy men, the remaining 2 injured ones could still draw their bows and arrows. So if there really was a shootout, he would be the one at a disadvantage. However, these dragonflies were quite united, and the leader actually took the initiative to speak. "Human, this is our elf's territory. You shouldn't intrude." Lin Yifan was surprised to find that although he could not understand a word these people said, he could understand their meaning. He thought carefully about what had happened to him recently, and was sure that he had not learned the language of all races. So how on earth did he understand? Wait, could it be the obsidian piece in the copy? It was after Lin Yifan saw the obsidian piece in the copy that he was finally able to understand the foreign languages and what Clausine said. Now it seems that what he learned in the copy was not lost after leaving the copy, but became one of his skills. This is a good thing. After figuring out the key, Lin Yifan no longer took the matter to heart, but instead focused his attention on the aliens in front of him. He originally thought that this was a dragonfly man, but he didn't expect it to be an elf. Looking at the appearance of these elves, Lin Yifan was indeed a little disappointed, because they were quite different from the elves he had imagined. Chapter 132, Trapping and Killing. The elves in Lin Yifun's mind are cute creatures with delicate features, slim bodies, and a pair of small wings on their backs. It shouldn't be the dragonfly man in front of him. More importantly, according to the stereotype that Lin Yifun had from reading novels before, the elves should be nature-loving, and they're the darlings of nature. They should be kind, pure, and clean like the crystallization of life. And what is this thing in front of me? They looked like mutated dragonflies, with no trace of purity at all. Seeing how ruthlessly they attacked just now, it could be said that they were full of murderous intent. And judging from the situation at the scene, the vampire vines are also hostile to them, which means that they are not the natives here either. To the Qingling fruit tree, they are also invaders. Combined with what they just said, it can be seen that they also have human greed, insidiousness, and cruelty. This made Lin Yifun quite disappointed. That is why Lin Yifun responded to them with a blindly shot feather arrow. However, because it was not aimed at the target, this arrow did not have the effect of tracking the target, just like an ordinary arrow. It is obvious that although these elves look ugly, they are still powerful. Before, when he was on the tree, he was sent down so easily by Lingji. It was probably because his body was restricted and he couldn't fight freely, so he had nowhere to hide. That's why Lin Yifun was able to shoot it down even when he was shooting blindly. But it was useless now, as his arrow was easily dodged. But even though he dodged, this arrow actually angered these elves. So the elf who had spoken earlier suddenly let out a sharp and angry cry. "Human, you are so brave. We have already said that this is the territory of the elves. Not only did you break into our territory, but you also killed our companions by mistake. Now you dare to attack us. You are really looking for death." This so-called elf voice is actually quite unpleasant, a bit like a cicada. It was okay when it was relatively peaceful before, but now it is so sharp that it is quite piercing. Lin Yifun dug his ears, feeling a little impatient. However, a hint of doubt flashed across his face. If the fighting power of these elves is really strong, why do they have to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks? Moreover, he had already killed an elf, so logically, the other party should kill him to vent their anger. But listening to his nonsense, it seemed more like he was threatening him with words, trying to make him back down. This is totally unreasonable. Unless these so-called elves, apart from their archery skills, such as sneak attacks in the dark, have very weak combat capabilities. So after being forced out of their hiding place by him, they could only threaten him with words and did not dare to fight him head-on. If you think about it carefully, his guess makes sense. The attack strength of a bow and arrow is limited by a certain distance. It won't work if it's too far, and it won't work if it's too close. Now, there was only 3 or 4 meters between him and these elves because the huge rock he chose was right in the middle of all the fires. The fire road he created with the fire was only 12 or 13 meters long. These elves were on this side, about 3 or 4 meters away from where Lin Yifun was currently, so the damage that the bow and arrows could cause was actually quite weak. Moreover, at such a close distance, if his speed is fast enough, he can knock the opponent down with close combat before the opponent's sword is even fired. If he was really controlled now and chose to retreat and escape, he might become their target. Thinking of this, Lin Yifun suddenly felt relieved. He happened to be wearing the wind boots, which had a short-term acceleration skill. With the skill activated, it would only take him 1 second at most to quickly approach the group of elves. Therefore, he just needs to find a way to distract these elves for a moment. Then he can get rid of them. Lin Yifun narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. If he wanted to distract these elves, the best way would be to let another person attract their attention. It would be best if we could trick the elves into taking out the arrow they were holding, so that they would have to bend their bows and reload their arrows. And this period of time is enough for Lin Yifun to kill them back and forth. What's even more coincidental is that although Lin Yifun is alone now and there is no living person around him, there happens to be a dead person. It was Lu Deshang who had previously used the teleportation talisman to break into his shelter and was killed by him. He originally planned to find a place far away to dump the body, but the road between the shelter and the pond was opened up by him. Although he is not short of water now, he may be short of water in the future. The pond is the best source of water. If the body is thrown nearby, it will always be a bit disgusting. So Lin Yifun thought about dumping the body when he reached the farthest point of the target this time. Unexpectedly, he was trapped here before he had time to soak the stones. Now is the perfect time to recycle waste. After Lin Yifun took Lu Dashang's body out of the space, he returned the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, which was not suitable for close combat. into the space. With the machete in hand, he carefully warmed up and prepared to attack. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. Even though he could understand what the elves were saying, he didn't want to respond. After everything was ready, Lin Yifan quickly threw the corpse directly outside the boulder with the illusion of it jumping outwards. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Desheng's body appeared outside the stone, the elves were immediately attracted, and they all aimed their bows and arrows at Lu Desheng's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard in succession, and Lin Yifan saw that 3 feather arrows had been inserted into Lu Desheng's body. Seeing this, he was immediately delighted because this was exactly the effect he wanted. At the moment when the elves were distracted, Lin Yifan quickly activated the acceleration skill of Wind Boots and rushed towards the group of elves like lightning. He was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning, and in almost the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the elves. The elves obviously did not expect that what they had just taken out to attract their attack was just a corpse. The real enemy is Lin Yifan. What they didn't expect was that Lin Yifan's speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to put the second arrow on the target before he appeared in front of them. Squeak! A sharp and piercing cry of fear suddenly sounded and fell into Lin Yifan's ears like a sonic attack. But he had been prepared beforehand, and although he frowned for a moment because of the harsh sound, it did not affect his purpose at all. Chapter 133, is this a copy? What is Lin Yifan's purpose? Of course it's a massacre. He swung the machete in his hand mercilessly, directly chopping at the nearest elf. Squeak! The elf had no time to react before he was hit by Lin Yifan's knife and fell to the ground with a scream. The other elves panicked when they saw this. They all wanted to retreat, but Lin Yifan's speed was too fast and they had no time to escape. Lin Yifan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wielding the machete in his hand with impenetrable force, and each strike accurately hit the elves' vital points. In just a few seconds, Lin Yifan had chopped all the elves to the ground. After the battle, Lin Yifan was panting and standing among the corpses of elves on the ground. You human, you actually dare to kill our elf warriors. We elves will never let you go. Lin Yifan did not kill all the elves. He left one to question. In order to prevent the elf from escaping, he deliberately cut off its wings and broke its legs to ensure that it had absolutely no ability to escape. The voices of these elves are all similar, and Lin Yifan can't tell them apart anyway, so he doesn't know if the elf that stayed behind is the same one that spoke before. But when he was fighting with this group of elves just now, he could vaguely feel that the other elves were protecting this elf. That's why he chose to leave this one alive. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me the truth. Where is your tribe? Lin Yifan stepped on Fan Shier's chest and said coldly, I know you can understand human speech, so answer my questions obediently, or else your companions will suffer the same fate as you. Fan Shier had a pair of green compound eyes. When he heard Lin Yifan's words, he immediately raised his head in horror and squeaked, I won't tell you where my tribe is, but don't blame me for not warning you. We, the elves, have 10,000 people and nearly 2,000 warriors. Our team is only stationed here to guard the elf fruit. If you dare to slaughter us, our elf warriors will never let you go. So much nonsense. Lin Yifan frowned. He didn't get any of the answers he wanted, but he did learn some information about the elves. Is it just 10,000 people? It seems that this is just an endangered alien race. You know, Croston's mermaid tribe once had millions of people. Even the mermaids who were slaughtered because of him numbered as many as 50,000 to 60,000, not to mention the human population of more than 7 billion. Even though they lost a lot of human survivors in the last natural disaster, there must still be 3 or 5 billion people. A mere alien race of tens of thousands of people, and a race with zero melee combat ability. Doesn't Lin Yifan think he has nothing to fear? What's more, he had carefully observed the surroundings and found that apart from these so-called elves, there should be no other elven masters. Because the feeling of being stared at has disappeared at this moment. Then he just needs to kill the remaining elf, and at least in the short term, the elves will not be able to find him. However, Lin Yifan is not a person who likes to passively take a beating, so he still wants to figure out where the elves are first. Lin Yifan didn't want to talk nonsense, nor did he want to waste time. He simply stepped on one of Fan Shier's fingers and crushed it hard. Squeak! Suddenly, Vincier let out a shrill scream, and his pupils were seen trembling. Lin Yifan slowly loosened his legs and said coldly, Answer my question. Where are you elves? I will ask you this question 10 times. Every time you refuse to answer, I will crush one of your fingers. After I lose it, I will give you a quick death. Now, you still have 9 fingers. I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, we'll move to the next finger. 3, 2, 1. Very good. Lin Yifan crushed Van Siener's next finger with his foot without hesitation. As a fellow human being, Lin Yifan might feel a little burdened after so many massacres. But looking at the so-called elves in front of him, with their fly-like compound eyes, Lin Yifan couldn't muster up any sympathy at all, because he could clearly realize that this thing was not a human being. Although he didn't know whether it was an elf, he was sure that it was definitely not the same race as him. Therefore, even if he knew that his current torture could be described as extremely cruel, but he didn't have any psychological burden at all. Because they are not of my race, their hearts must be different. There was a deep fear in Fan Siener's eyes when he looked at Lin Yifan. He originally wanted to rely on his own race to intimidate this human into letting him go. But now it seems that he was just dreaming. Still not telling me? Okay, the third time. Lin Yifan's tone was extremely indifferent, and he stepped on Fan Siener's fingers. No. Van Siener finally couldn't hold on any longer and screamed madly. Stop abusing me. I'll tell you everything. In fact, we elves are not in this area at all. We're just here to play the dungeon. Are you here to play a dungeon? Is this a dungeon? Lin Yifan frowned and looked around in disbelief. He remembered clearly that he ran all the way here on foot. There was no copy used to transfer the volume. So how could there be a copy here? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible. Because the environment here is so weird. The ecological environment here doesn't look like an ordinary forest at all, but more like an enchanted forest. But when Lin Yifan went to the pond before, it was daytime. Although there was fog at that time, the visibility during the day was still several hundred meters. Although it is impossible to see the details clearly, the general terrain and environment can still be seen. Lin Yifan remembered it clearly. It took him only 40 minutes to get from the pond to the strange forest. They say a horse will die if it runs too far up the mountain. In such a dense forest, even if Lin Yifan's speed could reach 50 kilometers per hour, he could only run 30 to 40 kilometers at most. Not to mention, starting from the pond, he could feel that he was walking up the mountain. There is indeed a mountain range behind the pond. Logically speaking, at such a short distance, he should be able to see some differences here. But Li Yifan remembered very clearly that the mountain range behind the pool was all jungle, but there was definitely no such huge tree. Could it be that he really entered a new copy accidentally? Chapter 134, it turns out that he is someone else's boss. Lin Yifan was puzzled, but he said this was indeed a copy. So how did Mao Mao get in? Or is it that this area of theirs is actually a copy for the elves? Forget it. Who cares whether it is a copy or not? Anyway, for him, it doesn't matter whether it is a copy or not. His purpose, besides avenging Mao Mao, is to obtain more Qingling fruit. Now Mao Mao's revenge has been achieved, and the Qingling fruit tree is right in front of him. It was this group of elves that became his unexpected surprise. If they are not from this area, but come here to play the dungeon, then if they die in the dungeon, there will be no subsequent trouble. That's a good thing. But I finally got the chance to learn about the situations of other races. Lin Yifan still wanted to take this opportunity to get to know him better, so he asked Fan Siener, "Where did your people come from? Did you also come from another planet to survive in this world?" When Fan Siener heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a blank face, "We don't know about that. I was born in the Dark Night Forest, and we are not survivors, so I don't understand what you are saying. But I have indeed heard people mention survivors, especially you humans, many of whom have become strong from the survivor realm. But as to which planet you came from, we don't know. Anyway, we don't recognize the planet you mentioned. The fact that you appear in this world means that the planet you were born on has been destroyed." When Lin Yifan heard this, countless more questions popped up in his mind. Previously in the copy, he actually had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Alaston, but Alaston disappeared too quickly and didn't give him any chance at all. And the so-called elf in front of him seemed to be a native of this world. Of course, it is also possible that the ancestors of their race were survivors, but later they were slowly assimilated into this world and became the natives of this world. But none of this matters. What matters is, how many disasters are there in this world? So he lowered his head and asked condescendingly, "Answer me another question. How many natural disasters are there in this world?" This world is full of natural disasters. Fan Siener was serious for a rare time and said bitterly, Do you know why there are only tens of thousands of people in our tribe? Because there are too many natural disasters in this world. According to our tribe's records, basically every 7 days, there will be a new natural disaster. It could be a flood, a fire, or even the aurora borealis. Anyway, natural disasters are endless and there is no pattern to them. Anyone can die in a natural disaster. Only by constantly evolving can we become strong and survive one natural disaster after another. Until the day when a race has a god. That race will no longer have to face endless natural disasters and will be able to reproduce well in this world. God, Lin Yifan frowned. I have heard of gods, and I also know that humans are most likely to become gods. Then logically speaking, with so many gods among humans, we humans shouldn't have to face natural disasters anymore. But why do we still have to face natural disasters? You humans do have many gods, but they are not your gods. Van Sierra shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, from what I know, every 10 years, a new group of survivors will appear in this world. These survivors come from various worlds. You humans are the largest group of survivors in this world. Basically, one group of humans appears every 5 groups. Although you are all humans, you are not the same race. Only when a god is born among the humans from the same world as you can truly continue to thrive in this world. Lin Yifan was stunned. He really didn't expect that this thing would be divided into batches. It seems that these survivors from Earth will have to rely on themselves in the end. However, given the current situation, it is still unknown when humans will be able to remain single. It is estimated that by that time, there will not be many of their billions left. At this time, Fan Sierra patted his forehead and said, oh, by the way, although your combat power is quite strong, as far as we know, a new batch of survivors should have just arrived not long ago. In that case, you should be the best among this batch of survivors, right? I don't know about that, but it's true that I've only been in this world for a short time. Lin Yifan said frankly. Van Sierra was really annoyed. Then I am really unlucky. I chose a low-level dungeon to ensure safety. I thought I could easily get the clearance reward and get some good things in the dungeon. I didn't expect to run into a pervert like you. It seems like I'm just too unlucky. After saying that, he raised his head and pleaded with Lin Yifan. Respected human, can you please let me go? I was lying to you before. It is very common for people like us who come here to play dungeons to die in the dungeons. Our tribesmen will not come to seek revenge. And even if we want to seek revenge, it's impossible. The area where you new survivors are located is divided into copies. There are tens of thousands of copies, and it's impossible for us to enter the same copy. So, there won't be any trouble if you let me go. Of course, I also know that when we came to your area to play dungeons, we were actually robbing you of your resources. Now that we are in your hands, there is no way we won't pay a price. I am willing to use 5 spirit crystals to buy my own life. Please give me a chance. At this moment, Lin Yifan finally figured out why Fan Sierra said this was a copy. It turned out that it was not him who entered the copy, but the area where he was located, which was the copy for these indigenous people. Compared with natives like Van Zyl, he, a survivor, is actually a small monster or boss in the dungeon. This realization really made Lin Yifan feel speechless and ridiculous. He goes to other people's places and treats them as bosses, and others go to him and treat him as boss. He goes to others to seize support and strengthen himself, and others go to him to seize resources and strengthen themselves. It really is a give and take relationship, but this also saved him some worries, as he didn't have to worry about the elves coming to look for him. As for whether or not to agree to Fan Shi's request to save his life, Lin Yifan still needs to think about it. After all, the gold belt for murder and arson. He now has complete control over Van Sierra's life. If he can gain more benefits, why would he sell his life? Wouldn't it be better to have them all? Chapter 135, I want to buy a life. And it's easy to verify this. Just touch the corpse. He stood up and began to search the bodies of the elves. Soon he found a lot of things. The most eye-catching thing was the bow and arrow in the hands of each elf. He had seen the power of these bows and arrows before, but when he held them in his hands, he couldn't help but be surprised. This elven bow looks quite good. The bow is made of an unknown silver wood, and the surface is engraved with intricate runes that look like flowing starlight. The bowstring is woven from some kind of transparent silk thread. It feels cold to the touch, but is full of toughness. Lin Yifan gently pulled the bowstring, and he heard a low, buzzing sound in his ears, as if there was some mysterious power hidden in the bowstring. In terms of appearance, his chasing wind and breaking cloud bow is really no match for this bow. Moreover, the attack attributes are also quite awesome. Elf's Glory, Longbow. Quality, Bronze. Attack power, 10-12. Attributes, Agility +5, Accuracy +6. Special effect. After the arrow hits the target, there's a 30 chance of triggering explosion, causing splash damage to the target and enemies within 5 meters around it. Description. This longbow was made by elven craftsmen using moonlight wood and snow silkworm silk. It contains great power. Lin Yifan looked at the bow, an arrow in his hand. Even though he had the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, which was also a bronze equipment, he still couldn't help but fall in love with this bow. After all, she is so beautiful. However, even though he likes it, he still won't be happy if he is asked to exchange his wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow for this. After all, the most important attribute of the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow is not its damage, but its target-locking ability. Although this, Elf's Glory, is good, it does not have the ability to lock onto a target. Although Lin Yifan is somewhat confident in his archery skills, he does not think he can hit the target 100. So relatively speaking, the most suitable weapon for him is wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow. However, bronze-level weapons are still very valuable. And this time, he directly got 6, no 7. This can directly form an archery team. Even if he didn't plan to spend time organizing the organization, he could still exchange a lot for supplies. So he unceremoniously collected all the Elf's Glory and threw them into his own space. However, although there is a bow, there are no matching arrows. I guess these elves also have space equipment, such as space rings and space bags. After Lin Yifan carefully searched the corpses for a while, he indeed found several storage bags. However, when he wanted to open the storage bag, he found that it couldn't be opened at all. His brows furrowed immediately, and he said to Aesir with an unhappy look, "Why can't your storage bag be opened?" When Aesir heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Our storage bags are specially made by the elves and can bind souls. But our elves are special. Our birth is different from yours. We are born from the elf tree. So as long as the elf tree doesn't die, even if we die outside, we will eventually be reborn from the elf tree. It can be said that we are immortal unless our lifespan runs out. But it is precisely because of this that there are very few people in our tribe. Only one member is born every year. This is also the reason why there are very few people in our tribe." Having said that, Aesir looked up at Lin Yifan and said sincerely, "It is precisely because of this that the storage bags dropped by our elves cannot be opened unless we have the help of other elves. This is because the storage bags are bound to our souls, and our souls are not dead, so they cannot be opened. So I also hope you can let me go. Even if you kill me, I will eventually be conceived again. What's the point of killing me? It's better to accept my life-saving money. This will benefit both you and me." Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes, half believing and half doubting what Aesir said. Because of his strange discovery, it seems that Aesir was not lying. He was not as afraid of death as imagined, but he seemed not to want to die. And these storage bags that cannot be opened just happen to prove what he said. It seems that there is nothing wrong in letting him go. Anyway, those elves will not die, so the news of his massacre of the elves will be spread back sooner or later. In this case, it will be better to get some benefits. So he narrowed his eyes and said, "You want to risk your life, I can promise you. As long as you help me open these storage bags and give me everything in your own storage bag, I will let you go." He had felt before that this guy should be the leader of this group of elves. Even if he was not the leader, he was the person with the highest status. I don't know if other people have good stuff in their hands, but this guy probably has something good in his hands. Moreover, he asked for 5 spirit crystals right away. Judging from the nature of intelligent creatures, all intelligent ones like to bargain. If he dares to offer 5 pieces, then the spirit crystals in his hand must be more than 5 pieces. Lin Yifan was not impatient to bargain. He wanted everything. When Asher heard this, his face suddenly became a little ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "I can help you open those storage bags, but I hope you can let me take the things in my storage bags. You will spare my life, presumably because you guessed that I am the leader of this team. I will not hide it from you. I do have some good things in my hands, but these things are only useful to us elves, not to you. Of course I can open the storage bag and show it to you. Except for those things that are of no use to you, but are vital to our elves, everything else can be given to you. Since you have already decided to let me go, why don't you show me mercy again? I promise that our elves will let bygones be bygones. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I can do you a favor. I know you don't believe me, But this is the final oath of our elves. I am willing to swear by our elf tree god. If I break the oath, let me be abandoned by the elf tree god forever. Lin Yifan didn't believe in oaths at all, but he discovered that after Iziel made the oath, a green mark appeared between his eyebrows. And he could even sense the mark. He vaguely felt that if he asked Izer for a promise, the mark would take effect. Could it be that the Oath of the Elves is actually effective? It's just a storage bag. Even if there are some good things in it, I guess that's all. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to exchange it for a promise from the elves? Chapter 136 Primary Domain. However, what really made Lin Yifan feel behind him was that the elves could be reborn after death. This was too buggy. I don't know if this is just the way their race is, or if this bug exists because their entire race has evolved to a higher level of life. But it was obvious that Izer couldn't answer his question. And thinking about these things now is still too far away for Lin Yifan. They're still trapped in the area and have to constantly face the arrival of natural disasters. Instead of thinking about those messy things, they might as well think about how to survive the natural disasters and make themselves stronger and stronger. Since we can't kill him anyway, there's no need to bother with that. Lin Yifan made a decisive decision and threw the pile of storage bags in front of Aixir. I agree to your deal. Open these storage bags. When Sierra heard this, he was relieved and said gratefully, "Thank you. Don't worry, I will never go back on my promise." After saying that, he began to open the storage bags one by one. It was so refreshing. Seeing this, Lin Yifan was speechless and couldn't help but say, "I killed your companions and tortured you so cruelly, and you actually thank me? Shouldn't you hate me to death?" "There's nothing to hate." Asher shrugged and said calmly, "You have just arrived in this world, so you don't know it thoroughly. In fact, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong have a right to speak. The weak are like ants that can be easily crushed to death by the strong. Although we, the elves, are now indigenous people, our elders said that tens of millions of years ago, our race should have come from another world because all the races in this world came from that way. Some races are strong, so they occupy the best areas and have the best resources. Then they become stronger and stronger. We elves are weak, so we can only live in seclusion in poor mountains and bad waters. Occasionally, if we are lucky enough to open a dungeon, we can get some resources. For a weak race like us, being crushed by the strong is the most normal thing. If we were to hate every strong person, then our race would have been destroyed long ago. Besides, we won't die completely anyway. We can be reborn in a few years. It's just that our life level will be reset to 0, and we have to evolve from the beginning. It's better than dying completely right away. If you can let me go, I can save decades of time. How can this not be considered a favor?" At this point, Sierra raised his head and said to Lin Yifan earnestly, "I know you may look down on me, but I still want to advise you that one day in the future, when you leave the primary domain, you must learn to be tolerant. Otherwise, you will have a hard time living." Lin Yifan's brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chan character. Deep down, he absolutely did not agree with this attitude. Because for him, being alive is not everything. Dignity is also important. But if you look at it from Aesir's perspective, there doesn't seem to be any problem. It's all just to survive. The weak only have their own way of survival. But no matter what, Lin Yifan didn't want to end up in this situation. He didn't want to be a fish at the mercy of others, nor did he want to be pinned to the ground and slapped in the face and then forgive the person as if nothing had happened, or even be grateful for the person's mercy. So he has to be strong. Lin Yifan's eyes gradually became firmer, and he looked down at Sierra and said, "Thank you for your reminder, but your way of survival is of no use to me. Being alive is important, but how you live is more important. If you have to live such a miserable life, it would be better to die gloriously." Aixir shook his head and said with a wry smile, "You humans really have this in common in every batch. Maybe this is why you can become strong." Lin Yifan did not comment, but when he thought of the primary domain that Sierra mentioned, he couldn't help but think of his previous thoughts on the novice pit, and asked, "You just said that we are now in the primary domain. What exactly is this primary domain?" "The primary area? It's the area where you new survivors are." Asher did not hide anything and said cheerfully, "There are many domains in this world. I don't know exactly how many there are. Anyway, the area where our elves are located is the intermediate domain. Generally speaking, creatures in the higher domains cannot enter the lower domains. However, Whether it is the higher domain or the lower domain, they will occasionally open a teleportation node to other domains. When people from other domains enter this domain, it is like entering a dungeon. If you're lucky, you can make a lot of money by entering once. However, there's a time limit for entering other domains. For example, the time limit for us to enter your domain is 12 hours. We should have gone to search for treasure chests and resources, but we found the extremely precious qingling fruit here, so we stayed here. I didn't expect that a bird would snatch one away this morning, and then I'd attract an evil spirit like you at night. Just think about it. It's really unlucky. That bird is my friend. Lin Yifan smiled and said, I came here because Mao Mao brought me that fruit. To be honest, if you hadn't hurt Mao Mao, I might not have come here. Wait, the bird is injured. AI, Seer, said with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief. But we didn't hurt the bird at all. No, we couldn't hurt it at all. Our combat capability was actually very weak. We only had long-range bow and arrow shooting. But the bird's feathers are very tough, and our swords can't hurt it at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't let him take the fruit. Didn't you guys hurt Mao Mao? Lin Yifan frowned and picked up a feather arrow that fell on the ground. After looking at it carefully, he really found that the arrowheads of these feather arrows were different from those of Monk Mao Mao. It turns out that it wasn't you who hurt it. But if it wasn't you, who else would have hurt it? Lin Yifan's face looked a little ugly. After thinking for a while, Aixier said, maybe someone from another domain has entered this area. Anyway, that bird is very special. At least we can't hurt it. After saying that, he pushed all the storage bags in front of Lin Yifan, including the one in his hand, and then said, the storage bags have all been opened. According to the agreement, you should let me go. Lin Yifan reached out and touched the pile of storage bags, and found that they were all opened. Chapter 137 Wildfire. There are different amounts of things in the storage bag, and many of them are good stuff. However, Lin Yifan didn't have time to organize them at this time, so he strung the storage bags together with a belt and hung them around his waist. As they are both space-related items, storage bags cannot be placed in space rings, so they can only be hung on the body first. As for the one in Isil's hand, Lin Yifan took it, looked at it carefully, and found that there was actually not much inside. Apart from 6 or 7 spirit crystals, there were only some scattered small items, some of which were food. Apart from these, there was only a pile of feces from an unknown creature. Lin Yifan carefully picked a leaf, took out some feces and looked at it, and said speechlessly, is this what you have to take with you? Aixier said that the things he wanted to take away were exactly what Lin Yifan couldn't use. The only thing Lin Yifan couldn't use was the feces. Aixier looked at the small pile of feces with heartache and said nervously, yes, this is what I want to take away. This is the feces of the predator-toothed tiger. Only you primary domain have it. You have no use for this thing, but it is very important to our tribe, so please let me take it away. It's not true that feces is useless. At least it can be used as fertilizer. It was just a pile of shit. He was ready to let Acel go, so why did he have to snatch a pile of shit from him? As for the other things in Isil's bag, Lin Yifan had nothing except those spirit crystals. Those things are basically real objects, but they're placed together with a pile of feces, which is really disgusting to look at. He threw the storage bag back and waved his hand. Okay, you can go now. Thank you. Thank you. Aixier put away his storage bag, thought for a moment, and then said, by the way, although I don't know if we will meet again in the future, I want to do you a favor. It's about your pet being injured. I suggest you explore the area carefully. Your pet's feathers are quite extraordinary, and its flying speed is extremely fast. Whoever can hurt it must be very powerful. Besides, your bird seems to be quite intelligent. It may have evolved into a spiritual animal. A spiritual animal is full of treasures, and many people will covet it. If you want to protect it, you have to spend more time and effort. After saying this, Aishel did not stay any longer. He closed his eyes and soon became transparent and disappeared. The same was true for the elves' corpses. Apart from the storage bag and the bows and arrows he had taken away earlier, there was nothing left. Now, Lin Yifan no longer had any doubts about Isil's words. After he threw all the fallen items into the space, he temporarily put all his thoughts aside. Because the most important thing to him now is the Qingling fruit tree not far away. Even the elves from the intermediate domain value the pure spirit fruit so much, which shows that this thing is indeed extremely precious. Now that the things are in front of him, he must get them no matter what. However, with the departure of the elves, The blood-sucking vines surrounding the edge of the fire road became more and more violent, like long snakes dancing wildly, which made Lin Yifun's scalp tingle. And the closer he got to the Qingling fruit tree, the more violent the blood-sucking vines became. He could only carefully keep building up the fire and making it bigger and bigger before he could barely get close to the Qingling fruit tree. But when he stood 2 meters away from the Qingling fruit tree, all the vampire vines went completely crazy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vampire vine, which was originally afraid of fire, overcame its instinct of fear at this moment and swept towards Lin Yifun madly. Lin Yifun's brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chan river character. But did you expect him to back down just like that? Absolutely not. Looking at the location of the Qingling fruit tree, Lin Yifun roughly calculated that if he could burst out with double speed, he would only need 2 seconds to pick the fruit. His wind boots skill just happened to be on cooldown at this time. However, once he picks the fruits, these blood-sucking vines are likely to go completely crazy. By then, it won't be easy to withdraw. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Yifun thought for just 1 second and immediately made a decision. Bull, you have to gamble. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin Yifun gritted his teeth and instantly started running at double speed, rushing towards the lime tree. His figure almost turned into a flash of lightning, and he reached the distance of less than 3 meters in just a blink of an eye. He quickly reached out, tore off the 2 fruits, and threw them into the space ring, then wanted to turn around and run away. However, at this time, all the vampire vines were completely enraged and instantly swept towards Lin Yifun. Countless blood-sucking vines almost formed a vine web, completely covering Lin Yifun's way forward. Can't get out. In just a moment, Lin Yifun made a judgment in his mind. This made him feel a little desperate, but no matter how desperate he was, it was impossible for him to just give up like that. When he chose to take a chance, Lin Yifun actually thought of another way out. That is the Qingling fruit tree itself. All the blood-sucking vines grow out of the giant tree, and the giant tree happens to be the companion tree of the Qingling fruit tree. 2 companion bodies often have the characteristic of prospering together and suffering together. If he could cut down the Qingling fruit tree, perhaps everything would be solved. Of course, it is a pity to cut down the Qingling fruit tree, but it is still a matter of saving lives. So when Lin Yifun realized that he could not escape, he decisively took out the machete and chopped at the Qingling fruit tree. Although the giant tree was extremely huge, the Qingling fruit tree was extremely thin, with the main branches only as thick as an index finger. With this cut of his sword, the fruit tree broke directly into 2 sections. And when he chopped down with a knife, the countless blood-sucking vines behind him instantly covered him. The moment the vampire vine touched Lin Yifun, his entire body lost consciousness. However, in the next second, all the blood-sucking vines that were originally going to wrap around it fell to the ground and turned into dry vines. And in front of him, the giant tree that was originally lush and green suddenly began to wither and turn yellow. The leaves on the trees fell rapidly. Some fell into the fire and were quickly ignited. However, in the blink of an eye, the fire that was originally burning on its own ignited all the leaves and surrounded Lin Yifun. Lin Yifun looked at the wildfire that was getting more and more intense, and suddenly he became a little panicked. He had never expected this. If the wildfire continued, not to mention how many lives would be lost, even he would probably be burned to death here. What to do? Looking at the flames howling in the wind, Lin Yifun felt helpless for the first time. Chapter 138, Blooming Qingling Flowers. The wildfire burned more and more fiercely, and the originally wet ground had been dried up by the raging flames. The dead branches and leaves that had accumulated for countless years became the best fuel for the flames. The giant tree was completely withered, as if all the water had been drained out in an instant, turning into a dry, dead tree. The flames stirred the dry branches of the giant tree, forming one cloud of fire after another. Lin Yifun stood under the giant tree, his whole body burning from the raging flames. No, we must stop the wildfire from burning. Otherwise, I will definitely die today. Lin Yifun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and thought about how to solve the problem. This wildfire came suddenly, but it all started because of the withering of the giant tree. All the fuel that burned was actually the branches and vampire vines of the giant tree. If we can bring the giant tree back to life, can we solve the problem? It's not like he hadn't thought about using this source of all waters, but he had tried it before. Although he was now bound to the source of all waters, he could only control it to absorb water, but could not control it to release water. In fact, Alastin at that time was also unable to directly control the source of all waters to release water, so he could only cast the forbidden spell. Lin Yifan didn't know how to carve the runes for forbidden spells, but forbidden spells were not useful just by carving the runes. They also required strong magical power to support them. One must be at least at the mage level to be able to activate and release forbidden spells. Lin Yifan is not even a magician yet, just a small, extraordinary person. What can he use to activate the forbidden spell? So the only hope now is to bring the giant tree back to life. Of course, he had a basis for this idea. Because he still had a qingling flower in his hand, he saw the qingling fruit tree very clearly, and its branches and leaves looked exactly the same as the qingling flower. The only difference is that his qingling flower is only a dozen centimeters tall, and the flower on top of his head has not yet bloomed. It is still a small white bud, with no sign of blooming at all. Lin Yifan usually plants it in cultivation soil, but cultivation soil has the effect of accelerating the growth of other plants, but it has no effect on qingling flower. That's why he was the same when he got the flower, and he is still the same now. He had been unable to find a reason before, but this time he finally found the answer. Since this thing has a companion, it is likely that its growth is also related to the companion. But now is not the time to think about these things. Since the qingling flower and the giant tree are companion species, the qingling flower in his hand may be able to replace the previous qingling fruit tree. As for whether there will be another crisis of vampire vines after the giant tree is resurrected, Lin Yifan can no longer care about that. He could still find a way to fight against the vampire vines, but wildfire, as a natural disaster, was something he couldn't fight against right now. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, took down the qingling flower that was placed on his head to keep him awake when traveling at night, and planted it at the location where the qingling fruit tree was originally located. The original qingling fruit tree had completely withered, and even its branches and leaves had turned into a small pile of ashes. Lin Yifan's qingling flower was planted on this small pile of ashes. He watched the changes of the qingling flower, nervously, feeling a little uneasy. But fortunately, he made the right bet. The roots of the qingling flower quickly penetrated into the ashes, as if absorbing some mysterious power. The plant, which was originally only a dozen centimeters high, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flower buds on top of its head also gradually swelled, as if they would bloom at any time. The flames around were still raging. The heat wave was blowing in his face, and Lin Yifan's forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. He felt his skin burning, and breathing became difficult. All he could see was a sea of fire. His only hope was the qingling flower in front of him, so he didn't dare to leave. Finally, the bud of the qingling flower trembled slightly, and then a petal slowly unfolded. As the first petal blooms, a cool breath emanates from the flower and quickly spreads. Lin Yifan suddenly felt that the temperature around him seemed to have dropped a little, and the momentum of the flames also weakened slightly. He was immediately delighted, knowing that his guess was correct. Qingling flower could indeed affect the environment of this area. As the petals unfold one by one, the cool breath becomes stronger and stronger. The flames began to gradually recede, as if encountering some invisible barrier. The flaming clouds around the giant tree slowly dissipated, revealing the dried giant tree. Lin Yifan stared at the giant tree, praying in his heart that it could recover. Although the flame cloud had dissipated, the dead branches were still burning, but they had retreated a little, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Therefore, if we want to survive this wildfire crisis, we must revive technology. At this moment, the trunk of the giant tree suddenly trembled slightly. Lin Yifan held his breath and stared at the tree trunk without blinking. Then, a tiny crack appeared on the bark, and a hint of green appeared through the crack. There is hope. Lin Yifan was very excited. The cracks gradually widened, and the green became more and more obvious. The trunk of the giant tree began to come back to life, and the dry bark gradually fell off, revealing the fresh wood underneath. The dead leaves on the branches began to fall off, and new buds emerged from the branches. As the giant tree revived, the surrounding flames finally went out, and the dead branches and leaves on the ground no longer burned. Instead, They were replaced by moist soil, and a fresh scent filled the air. It was as if the wildfire had never occurred, because everything on the ground was no different from before the wildfire. Even the fire path he made with the bonfire was exactly the same as before, except that the wood burned a little deeper. If it weren't for the qingling flower behind him, Lin Yifan almost thought that what he just experienced was an illusion. What is going on? Lin Yifan was full of doubts. However, his doubts did not last long, because he had no time to doubt. He had just taken a breath when there was a sudden movement at the roots of the giant tree. Looking down, he immediately saw several thick vines emerging from the ground and quickly wrapping around him. Vampirevine. As expected, when the giant tree revives, the vampire vine will appear. Lin Yifan was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. He quickly pulled out a short knife from his waist and stared at the vines vigilantly. We must find a way to deal with the vampire vines as soon as possible, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. However, at this moment, the petals of the qingling flower fully bloomed, and in the middle of the pure white flower, the yellow stamens exuded a lingering fragrance. Chapter 139, The Childhood of Vampire Vine. When the breeze blows, the light petals tremble slightly with the breeze, like a beautiful girl in a white dress spinning her skirt. Boom! However, the next moment, a powerful energy burst out from the delicate flower. The huge shock wave made Lin Yifan's scalp numb. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but the shock wave had no effect on him. It was like a gentle breeze blowing on his face, only ruffling a few strands of his hair. However, after the shock wave passed, the vine's crawling speed slowed down instantly, as if they were suppressed. Qingling flower can suppress the vampire vine. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. However, the shock wave of the qingling flower was ineffective on him. Could it be because he was bound to this qingling flower? If this is the reason, then can he control the qingling flower to restrain the vampire vine? No matter if it works or not, it's always right to give it a try. Lin Yifan quickly approached the qingling flower, placed his hand on the petals, and sensed it carefully. Sure enough, he sensed a powerful energy from the flower, but he did not feel any threat. Instead, he felt a sense of gentle tolerance. More importantly, he discovered that he could actually channel this energy. He calmed down and slowly guided the energy to spread out, covering the giant tree and the blood-sucking vines. Sure enough, the movements of those blood-sucking vines became slower and slower, and finally stopped completely, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. But Lin Yifan still didn't dare to take it lightly, and continued to spread the energy. Then he saw that those thick blood-sucking plants slowly began to shrink and turned into thin vines, hanging on the branches of technology. When the breeze blows, these vines will sway along with it, looking like willow branches, which is quite beautiful. Lin Yifan did not dare to withdraw the guidance of the energy of the qingling flower, as he was afraid that these vines would revive again. The giant tree, which had recovered its vitality, actually grew tiny, tender leaves, and a small flower bloomed on the trunk of the giant tree, emitting a faint light. These flowers are somewhat similar to those of qingling flowers, but are obviously much smaller. Lin Yifan couldn't figure out what was going on with these flowers, so he didn't stop. However, he discovered that his body was a little tired, as if the qingling flower was sucking away his strength. So I took out 5 ripe chestnuts and ate them quickly, and then I felt a little better. However, his body was still getting tired. Obviously, in order to guide the power of qingling flower to spread, he needed to consume his own physical strength. Realizing this, Lin Yifan wanted to stop, but when he saw the small flower blooming on the giant tree, it actually began to wither slowly. After the small white flower withered, it actually grew into a small fruit. The fruit was very small at first, only the size of a mung bean, and then it slowly grew to the size of an apple before stopping. Although the fruit had stopped growing, Lin Yifan vaguely felt that it was not yet ripe. So even though he felt that his physical strength was on the verge of overdraft, he still held on and did not stop. Finally, the color of the fruit began to change from green at the beginning to slowly turning into yellow, and the skin became transparent. At this moment, Lin Yifan finally felt that the fruit was ripe. He quickly withdrew his hand from the petals of the qingling flower and collapsed to the ground. But fortunately, he made the right bet. The vampire vines did not appear again, and his crisis was over. This finally made him breathe a sigh of relief. He took out a portion of barbecue he had prepared in the morning from the space, stuck it with a branch, put it next to the fire, and roasted it slightly before he began to devour it. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and he felt extremely tired both physically and mentally. But Lin Yifan couldn't rest. After taking a short break after eating the barbecue, he immediately stood up, walked to the fruit of the giant tree, and observed it carefully. Suddenly, he found that this fruit looked familiar, very similar to the qingling fruit he had picked before. He took out the qingling fruit from the space and compared it with the fruit on the giant tree. As expected, he found that although the two kinds of fruits were different in size and color, they were similar in shape. He would never believe that these two fruits had nothing to do with each other. But can the fruit on the tree be picked? Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment. He could vaguely feel that he could pick the fruit. Finally, he trusted his sixth sense and reached out to pick the fruit. However, the moment his hand touched the fruit fell instantly. He quickly reached out to take it, but the fruit turned into a thin vine about 4 or 5 centimeters long, with 2 small leaves at one end. This is a vampire vine. As soon as Lin Yifan saw the vine, he immediately recognized that it was the vampire vine. But compared with the blood sugar that attacked him before, this blood sugar is just like that of a newborn baby. Wait, just born? Could this be the childhood of the vampire vine? Lin Yifan stared at the vampire vine seedling in his hand, feeling both surprised and confused. This seedling looks weak and harmless, completely unlike the ferocious vampire vine before. However, at this time, item information appeared on the small vine wheat. Vampire vine seedlings, young trees. Status, childhood. Features, can be domesticated, needs to be fed energy regularly. Potential, unknown. Note, young blood-sucking vines are extremely fragile and need to be carefully cared for, otherwise they may die. Can be tamed. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows, and excitement suddenly surged in his heart. If this vampire vine seedling can be tamed, doesn't that mean he can have a powerful plant partner? Although it is still in its infancy, its future potential is immeasurable. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan decided to try to tame the seedling. But how to tame it? He frowned, thought for a moment, and then took out with spirit essence from his space. He had used fire spirit crystal to hatch the golden eagle Mau Mau before. Although he didn't know the difference between feeding plant pets and animal pets, the spirit crystal contained pure energy, so maybe he could give it a try. And when he just took out the wood spirit crystal, there was a movement in the blood sugar absorption. The 2 small leaves began to tremble constantly, and when I touched them with my fingers, I could clearly feel their desire. Seeing this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Spirit crystals are very precious, and he only has about 10 of them now. This is thanks to the 6 he got from Ethier today. Among them, wood spirit crystals are the most numerous. 2 of the 4 left before were wood spirit crystals. Half of what Isol got this time were also wood spirit crystals. This also resulted in him having 7 wood spirit crystals in his hand, which could be used to feed him for a while. Chapter 140. Wild Wolves Appear. Seeing that the little vampire vine in his hand was becoming more and more excited, Lin Yifan did not hold back. He carefully placed the seedling on the ground and placed wood spirit crystal between the 2 small leaves. Suddenly, the 2 small leaves trembled slightly and then wrapped up the wood spirit like human hands. However, the 2 leaves were too small, only as big as a little fingernail, while the wood spirit crystal was the size of a quail egg. The small leaf struggled hard but could barely cover half of it. But soon, Lin Yifan discovered that the wood spirit actually emitted a faint green light. The green light was like a ripple, flowing along the leaves to the vine, obviously absorbing the energy of Mu Lin's spirit. As the energy was absorbed, the originally thin vines actually began to grow thicker little by little, especially the 2 small leaves on the top, which actually began to grow slowly from the size of a little fingernail at the beginning. The size of the wood spirit crystal was shrinking rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 small leaves had completely wrapped the wood spirit crystal. At the same time, the entire vampire vine became motionless, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. But Lin Yifan could feel that there were still energy fluctuations on the vampire vine, but the energy fluctuations were much smaller. It is probably because the vampire vine is still too small, and the energy contained in a whole wood spirit crystal is still too huge for it. The vampire vine cannot completely absorb a wood spirit crystal in a short period of time, so it falls into a dormant state. Lin Yifan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Mao Mao had encountered this situation before, so he was not in a hurry. However, the vampire vine is different from Mao Mao. Mao Mao has been very close to him since birth, but what the vampire vine is like is still unknown. After all, the vampire vine has a bad reputation, so even if it is in its infancy, we cannot take it lightly. You must always keep an eye on the condition of the seedlings to ensure that they do not suddenly get out of control. So he picked up the vampire vine from the ground and carefully measured its length, which was just enough to wrap around his wrist twice. So he simply wrapped the vampire vine end to end and put it around his wrist like a vine bracelet. It looked quite unique. After confirming that sucking blood sugar would not cause him any harm now, Lin Yifan stood up and looked around. The giant tree has come back to life, its tender green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, exactly the same as before. However, Lin Yifan's Qingling flower is gone. Ever since his pure spirit flower left his body, he began to hear strange whispers in his ears, like the devil's call, which made him feel very irritated. He looked at the Qingling flower that had grown together with the giant tree, his face full of regret. He dared to wander around in the wild in the middle of the night because he relied on the protection of this Qingling flower and would not be disturbed by the strange whispers. Now that he no longer had the Qingling flower to protect him, he was a little worried whether he could hold on until returning to the shelter. As for taking back the Qingling flower, it's not that he hadn't thought about it, but he still had concerns about those dormant, blood-sucking vines. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the giant tree that was lush and green before was now slowly starting to wither. The only difference was that this time, when the giant tree withered, it did not turn yellow and dry instantly like last time, but began to crumble bit by bit. The leaves are crushed first, followed by the branches, and finally the trunk. The whole tree seemed to be disintegrated, turned into dust, and blown away by the wind. However, the Qingling flower that grew under the tree and was supposed to coexist with the giant tree suddenly grew a lot bigger, and 2 more flower buds grew on it, which were slowly opening. It was as if it was absorbing nutrients from a giant tree. But in the end, the 3 flower buds just opened and did not bear fruit. But Li Yifan was already very satisfied, because the fragrance emitted by the 3 flower buds made him feel refreshed. However, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that plants like these, which grow together and survive together, also have the virtue of devoting themselves? But no matter what, it's always a good thing. Lin Yifan hurriedly stepped forward and carefully dug out the Qingling flower. The Qingling flower, that was originally only a dozen centimeters high, was now nearly half a meter high. The 3 little white flowers were crystal clear, pure, and flawless in beauty. When they danced in the wind, Lin Yifan felt that the world was beautiful. However, the Qingling flower has grown a lot bigger and can no longer be placed on the head. However, when the Qingling flower touched the vampire vine bracelet on Lin Yifan's hand, Qingling flower actually began to shrink immediately and finally attached itself to the vampire vine bracelet, like a decoration on it. And the strange whispers that had been ringing in his ears before also disappeared in an instant. Lin Yifan was delighted, but the strange whispering really made him feel a little scared. He was almost certain that if he didn't have the Qingling flower to protect him, he would have been driven crazy by the whispers within an hour or 2. After packing up everything, he was finally ready to return. It can be said that he made a lot of money tonight. Not only did he get 2 Qingling fruits, but he also got a batch of bronze-level bows and arrows from the elves. These are all first-rate goodies. But the biggest gain was the Qingling flower that had grown several times and the young blood-sucking vine on the wrist. If this young plant can be cultivated well and tamed, it will definitely be a great help. Although he had no sense of belonging to this world, he had just witnessed the horror of jungle fires. So before leaving, Lin Yifan carefully extinguished all the fires, making sure that not even a spark was left, and then he started back to the shelter. The return journey was unexpectedly peaceful. We encountered no danger or wild animals. Just when they were about to reach the shelter, Lin Yifan suddenly felt his scalp tighten. There was a slight noise in his ear, and he opened his eyes suddenly and looked vigilantly in the direction of the sound. He saw a pair of dark green eyes staring at him in the grass not far away. What is that? Lin Yifan's heart tightened. He quickly stood up and clenched the weapon in his hand. The creature in the bushes slowly walked out. It turned out to be a huge wolf-like creature covered with black fur, with sharp fangs and fierce light flashing in its eyes. Wild wolf. Lin Yifun's heart sank. This was not the first time he had encountered wolves around here. On the first night he arrived here, he didn't have time to get back to the shelter in time and encountered a wild wolf on his way home. The wild wolf was not very strong, so after some effort he managed to kill it. At that time, he suspected that there was a pack of wolves nearby, but since no wild wolves appeared later, he forgot about the matter. I didn't expect that wolves appeared again. It seems that the wolf pack has really come. Chapter 141. A Brutal Man and a Vine. Even though Lin Yifun is now completely different from before, not only has his life level evolved to the extraordinary, he also has a lot of life-saving weapons in his hands. But he still didn't dare to underestimate the wolf pack. One wolf was easy to deal with, but if there were hundreds or thousands of them, it would be a disaster. Even if he really encountered a wolf pack of this size, he would probably be eaten by the wolves. Sure enough, the black wolf in front of him was not acting alone. As it appeared, more black wolves walked out of the surrounding grass, with a total number of about 20 or 30. I'm in trouble. Lin Yifun's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He knew that he was surrounded by this group of black wolves. And judging from the looks of it, this pack of wolves must be here for revenge, because their target is very clear. It's him. Faced with a wolf pack of this size, even though Lin Yifun was conceited, he did not dare to confront them head-on. He quickly glanced around, looking for a route of escape, trying to break out. However, the black wolves obviously did not intend to give him any chance. Ouch! After a burst of proud wolf howls, the wolves slowly approached, with fangs bared and bloodthirsty light in their eyes. Lin Yifun instantly clenched the machete in his hand and prepared to fight. At this critical moment, Lin Yifun suddenly felt the vampire vine bracelet on his wrist tremble slightly. He looked down and immediately saw that the leaves of the seedlings were emitting a faint red light, as if responding to his nervousness. Could it still help me? Lin Yifun had an idea and quickly placed the seedling on the ground. The next moment, the originally thin vampire vine seedlings grew suddenly. The thin vines quickly became thick and then quickly extended. When they touched the first wild wolf, they entangled it instantly. Ouch! The wild wolf let out a shrill howl, struggled for a few times, and then fell to the ground, slowly turning into a dried corpse. Lin Yifun took a closer look and discovered that all the blood and flesh of the wild wolf had been sucked clean. Such a brutal scene, even he couldn't help but gasp. Although the wolves are united and brave, their IQ is not low. Faced with such brutality, they can't help but feel a little afraid. The wolfhounds that were surrounding Lin Yifun suddenly stopped. Their eyes were fixed on the vampire vine seedlings, and almost all the hair on their bodies exploded. Obviously, these wild wolves realized that this seemingly weak seedling possessed enormous destructive power. So they were terrified. Seeing this, Lin Yifun naturally would not miss this opportunity. He quickly took out the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, then drew the bow and arrow and locked onto the nearest wild wolf with his eyes as fast as lightning. He loosened his fingers slightly, and the arrow flew out of the air with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the wolf's throat. Whoosh puff! The arrow accurately pierced the wolf's throat, and blood gushed out instantly. The wild wolf let out a shrill howl. Its body trembled violently, and then fell to the ground. And at the moment the wild wolf fell to the ground, a thin vine of the vampire vine immediately swept towards the wolf's corpse. In just less than a few seconds, the originally plump wolf corpse immediately turned into a mummy. The leaves on the vampire vine turned blood red at this time, and even swayed slightly, as if they were full. However, the two leaves still wrapped the wood spirit inside, so from a distance it looked like a small head on a vine, shaking its head. You know what? It looks pretty cute, but that was just an appearance. Both Lin Yifun and the wolf pack were shocked by the ferocity of the vampire vine. It would take only a few seconds to suck a wild wolf dry. If it was to kill a person, it probably wouldn't take long to suck the person dry either. It is indeed a rare and ferocious creature. Seeing this, the wolves immediately became agitated. Although they are ferocious, they can't help but feel afraid when faced with such a swift attack. Especially the blood-sucking vine, which had already caused them to lose two of their companions. Now seeing the power of Lin Yifun's bow and arrow, the wolves' momentum suddenly weakened a bit. Ouch! The leading black wolf let out a low howl, as if commanding the pack to retreat. However, the wolves did not disperse immediately, but retreated slowly, their eyes still fixed on Lin Yifun and the vampire vine, apparently still hesitating whether to continue the attack. Lin Yifan naturally would not give them a chance to breathe. He quickly took out a few arrows from the space ring, drew the bow again, and aimed at another wild wolf. This time, his target was a larger black wolf, apparently the elite among the pack. Whoosh! The arrow flew out again, straight into the black wolf's chest. However, this black wolf was obviously more agile than the previous wild wolf. It leaped suddenly and actually avoided the fatal blow. The arrow grazed its front leg, leaving a trail of blood, but did not cause fatal damage. This quite a quick reaction. Lin Yifan frowned, secretly alert in his heart. The elite wolves in this pack are not easy to deal with, especially these beasts that have evolved a certain level of intelligence. Their fighting instincts and reaction speeds are far superior to those of ordinary wild wolves. Just as Lin Yifan was about to draw his bow and shoot another arrow, the vampire vine moved again. Its vines extended quickly like a snake and coiled around the injured black wolf. Although the black wolf was agile, its movements became much slower after its leg was injured, and the vines of the vampire vine instantly entangled its hind legs. Ouch! The black wolf howled in pain and struggled desperately, trying to break free from the vines. However, the power of the vampire vine was far beyond its imagination. The vines wrapped around it tighter and tighter, and even began to suck its flesh and blood. The black wolf's struggle gradually became weaker, and it finally fell to the ground. Its body quickly shriveled up and turned into a mummy. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly found a way to fight with the vampire vines. As long as he shoots and injures the enemy, the vampire vines can quickly finish him off. It is simply the best fighting partner. The brutality of both the man and the beast completely frightened the wolf pack. The remaining wolves retreated one after another, fear in their eyes. The leading black wolf glared at Lin Yifan with resentment on his face, and finally could only let out a low growl. Then, the wolves no longer hesitated, turned around, and quickly fled the area. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly put down the bow, an arrow in his hand. It's not that he didn't want to keep all the wolves. After all, he would get a treasure chest for every wild wolf he killed. Even if ordinary wild wolves can only drop white treasure chests, it is still a considerable gain. However, Lin Yifan no longer had any arrows in his hand. After a day of fighting, all the feather arrows he had made earlier had been used up. Without long-range attack capabilities, even with the cooperation of blood-sucking vines, it would be difficult to keep all the wolves. And what's more important is that just now, he received a faint thought in his mind. This thought kept telling him that it was too full. Chapter 142, The Rainstorm is Coming. When Lin Yifan sensed that thought, he almost thought there was something wrong with his brain. It was not until he looked down at the small, blood-sucking vine rubbing against his trouser legs that he finally believed that there was nothing wrong with his perception. However, he had no way to form a complete communication with the vampire vine. He could only sense its faint consciousness and barely understand his wishes. Obviously, although this little vampire vine has some consciousness, it cannot communicate clearly like Mao Mao. But even so, it is shocking enough. After all, it is just a plant, but it has developed the same consciousness as animals. How can people not be shocked? What's even more terrifying is that this seemingly weak plant can kill people in an instant without being seen. How terrifying! However, Lin Yifan did not feel any malice from the vampire vine. Instead, he felt extremely attached to it, and they obeyed all the orders he gave without any intention of disobeying. Therefore, even though Lin Yifan knew that the vampire vine was dangerous and that his life would be in danger if it got out of control, he still decided to keep the vampire vine. He squatted down and gently stroked the leaves of the vampire vine. The red light on the leaves gradually dissipated, and the vine returned to calm. The thick vines slowly shrank and finally returned to the shape of a bracelet. The 3 Qingling flowers were still blooming and looked even more beautiful and charming. Lin Yifan even had a feeling that while the vampire vine was absorbing blood and flesh to grow, the Qingling flower seemed to be growing along with it. But it's normal to think about it. To put it bluntly, the giant tree before was actually a vampire vine and coexists with the Qingling flower. Now the Qingling flower in his hand and his blood-sucking vine have also become a companion to each other, and it is reasonable for them to grow together. However, the wolves hold grudges, and if we don't kill them all today, we don't know if there will be trouble in the future. But let's talk about the future later. Lin Yifan has been busy all day. His physical strength can be restored by food, but his mental fatigue cannot be restored by external things. He was extremely tired at this time, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Lin Yifan packed up, collected all the treasure chests dropped by the wild wolf, and rushed directly back to the shelter. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Although Lin Yifan had an extraordinary physique now, he still felt a little cold in his camouflage uniform. When I opened the weather forecast, I couldn't help but gasp, because the temperature at this time has reached -2 degrees Celsius. But the strange thing is that there is still no ice outside. Under normal circumstances, once the temperature reaches below zero, icicles will usually appear in the wild. The temperature has clearly reached the required level, but there is still no ice outside. This only shows that the climate change in this world of survival cannot be viewed according to conventional wisdom. It is estimated that the world will not freeze until the rainstorm disaster ends. While Lin Yifan was daydreaming, he purchased materials and started building a stove. The stove's blueprint was in hand, and the materials for making it were sufficient. The only thing missing was some clay. Lin Yifan directly bought a batch of clay from the trading house and built a stove in the corner. This time, just like when the weapon was being forged before, a transparent figure appeared. This figure was different from the previous one. This person was also tall and strong, with a height of nearly 3 meters. When he entered the door, Lin Yifan even saw him hit by the door frame. After building the stove, this invisible man had no desire to communicate with Lin Yifan at all. He turned around and disappeared. Of course, Lin Yifan was too tired today, so he had no intention of taking the initiative to communicate. As soon as the stove was completed, he prepared to boil water. But it turned out that although there was a stove, there was no iron pot. He only had a frying pan before, but he found an iron pot in the cave under the pool. However, the iron pot was very small and could not be placed on the stove at all. In desperation, Lin Yifan could only go find a suitable iron pot. However, what made him even more frustrated was that the trading house didn't even have an iron pot. So I had to buy a blueprint in iron pot, and then I made a big iron pot. This is just an ordinary iron pot, and Lin Yifan didn't intend to use the iron pot to cook. He just wanted to boil some hot water and take a good bath. So naturally, I don't care whether the iron pan has any attributes or not. 6 days have passed since arriving in the world of survival. Lin Yifan went from being hungry at the beginning to having enough food and clothing now, and he can even take a hot shower. He can be said to be quite satisfied. However, he was not satisfied for a moment before he heard crackling sounds coming from outside the house. He opened the door of the shelter and found that it was raining heavily outside. The dense rain curtain limited his vision to only 2 or 3 meters in front of him. In less than a moment, a layer of water appeared on ground. Lin Yifan looked at the heavy rain and checked the date online. Current time, survival calendar, May 7th, 202-45-1201. Daybreak, 10 o'clock. Dark, 1400 hours. Today's weather, heavy rain. Temperature, -2 degrees Celsius. Warm reminder, heavy rain is coming. Please pay attention to the dangers of flooding. When Lin Yifan saw the words extremely heavy rain, he was startled. Because the 3-star natural disaster level, heavy rain disaster, has finally arrived. However, the natural disaster mission has not yet been launched, which shows that this is probably just a warm-up before the natural disaster comes, and the real natural disaster should not have begun yet. But this is just a warm-up before the natural disaster, and the rainfall is so terrible. So when a natural disaster really comes, how many people can survive? According to Lin Yifan's judgment, with this amount of rainfall, his shelter would be flooded in an hour at most. His 3rd-level shelter is like this, not to mention the shelters of other survivors, which are basically at level 2. I wonder what their situation is like. Lin Yifan quickly opened the chat channel and saw that the channel was in an uproar. Twisted manhwa. Oh my god, it's raining so hard. Spartan Warrior. Oh shit, it's raining harder and harder. I just opened the door to the shelter and took a look. Water has started to accumulate at my door. Zhang Jinghao. It's the same here. Luckily, I listened to Boss Lin Yifan and dug a deep drainage ditch around the shelter. Otherwise, I would have been flooded in the shelter in 2 hours at most. Sexy little lamb. Oh, how terrible, how terrible. My shelter is flooded. My little feet are soaked. Who can come and save me? Green mushroom. Is the little wild rabbit upstairs still alive? You keep acting like a bitch here every day, but you don't realize what time it is. People who know that your stinky feet have been soaked will think that it is you who has been soaked. Chapter 143, The Tiandahui suddenly became rich. Lin Yifan was speechless as he looked at the messages constantly refreshing in the chat channel. Speaking of this sexy little lamb, he is really no stranger to her. He had dealt with this little sheep before and even got a blueprint from her. Later, because the sexy little lamb treated him as a backup and asked him for things without knowing her own limitations, he blocked her directly. This was a natural disaster. Lin Yifan had originally thought that this kind of green tea girl who only knew how to act coquettishly and ask for someone to take care of her every day should have died long ago. But he didn't expect that she was still alive. And not only is he alive, he seems to be living a good life. As the first person in District 10086 to be upgraded to a Level 3 shelter, Lin Yifan has a benefit, which is that he can check the shelter levels of everyone else. But he seldom used this benefit. After all, whether others have been upgraded to the 3rd level shelter was not important to him at all. He just saw the sexy little lamb, and out of curiosity, he went to check it out. I was surprised to find that there were nearly 700 to 800 people in their group who upgraded the shelter to Level 3. Of course, Lin Yifan had no idea what kind of emergency shelters these shelters that had been upgraded to Level 3 were. But no matter what, being able to upgrade the shelter to Level 3 is a priority among 50,000 to 60,000 people. Whether it's by luck or ability, it shows that he has some skills. And this sexy little lamb is among these 700 or 800 people. I don't know how she did it, but she could become one of these 700 or 800 people among so many people. However, considering the style of the sexy little lamb, we can probably guess how she did it. Presumably, the number of fish in her pond is increasing, and this is possible only with the offerings of those spare fish. But no matter what, this is her ability. Lin Yifan did not continue to read everyone's messages. Since it was not a matter of life and death yet, he did not want to care too much. The source of all waters in his hand can directly end the rainstorm disaster, but he is worried that if he ends the rainstorm disaster now, the disaster mission will disappear. He is not a good man who is willing to save people. His biggest goal is to get the mission reward. If the mission reward is gone, why would he still hand in the task? Not to mention that there are many people in District 10086 who are his mortal enemies. For example, now, some people started scolding him again. Father of God, don't panic, everyone. Although the rainstorm disaster is terrible, don't we have Lin Yifan? He has vowed before that he will lead us to survive the natural disaster. When Lin Yifan saw this name, he became impatient. Although what he said was not harsh, anyone with a bit of common sense could see that he was trying to sow discord. And that is exactly the case. Following this message was a barrage of insults. Tiandahui Carrot Qinghe, stop talking about Lin Yifan. He said he was the boss of our district and that he would help us live well. That's pure bullshit. Has he said a word so far? Tiandahui Carrot Qinghe, Brother Qinghe is right. Lin Yifan won't care about us at all. No matter how strong he is, he will only rob us of our resources. Everyone should join our Tiandahui. We will lead everyone to survive. Tiandui Onlai, I'm putting my words here today. Anyone who believes in Lin Yifan again is the biggest idiot in the world. Such an idiot is not worthy of joining our Tiandahui. A long string of nicknames beginning with Tiandi Hui instantly refreshed the chat channel. Lin Yifan was really shocked when he saw this information. He had already suppressed the Heaven and Earth Society in this way, but he didn't expect that these guys were still there. It seems that the Heaven and Earth Society cannot be disbanded unless that guy named God the Father is dealt with. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that he still had a teleportation scroll in his hand. Lin Yifan took out the teleportation scroll, which had one more chance to teleport. Should we take advantage of this teleportation opportunity to destroy God the Father? Lin Yifan was a little hesitant. After all, he had just killed one person today and was now ready to take a rest. Should he kill another one? When did he become so murderous? At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly saw the private chat channel light up. When he opened it, he found that it was Chun Yunhua who sent him a message. Chun Yunhua, Junior, are you busy? If you have time, please reply. I have an important situation to discuss with you. I'm here, just tell me what you want to say. Lin Yifan saw the message and replied quickly. Speaking of which, although he agreed to support Chun Yunhua's gang, they actually rarely communicated. Lin Yifan was very busy, so busy that he had no time to check chat messages, let alone chat with others. Chun Yunhua would not have looked for him to chat if she had nothing to do. Now that she came to him on her own initiative, she must have something urgent. At this time, Chun Yunhua's message came back. Junior, Something is not right with the Tiandahui. Since last night, the number of members there has suddenly increased, and they are very active. Not only are they smearing your reputation everywhere, they are also recruiting people aggressively, saying that as long as you join the Tiandahui, you can get a water-avoiding talisman. So many people have joined the Tiandahui. The Tiandahui also has a water-repellent talisman. Lin Yifan frowned, feeling something was wrong. He worked very hard to clear the dungeon and finally got the production drawings of the water-repellent talisman, but until now, he has not had time to learn it. Although Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan each received 5 water-repellent talismans, they would never give them out. Where did the water-repellent talisman of the Tiandahui come from? Did they also go to brush the dungeon? When Lin Yifan thought of this, he immediately sent a message and asked, "Did the Tiandahui also go to clear the dungeon?" "No," Chun Yunuo replied quickly. "I have planted people in their place, and I can be sure that they have never played a dungeon. Even I don't know what a dungeon is." I guess you want to ask about the origin of the water-repellent talisman. In fact, this is also what puzzles me. It's as if they suddenly got a lot of good things. Among the things they took out to attract everyone to join, in addition to the water-repellent talisman that can survive the rainstorm disaster, there are even bronze-level props. I don't know what kind of opportunity they got to become so rich all of a sudden. Lin Yifan looked down at the teleportation scroll in his hand, and combined with Chun Yunua's words, he had to admit that Tiandahui seemed to be very wealthy now. Not to mention anything else, this teleportation scroll is definitely not something that can be opened from an ordinary treasure chest. Not to mention, the axe left by Lu Desheng can actually reach the black iron level. This kind of wealth is really unreasonable. Chapter 144, God, the Father, Content Overhaul, Setting Error. Neither a person nor an organization can become rich overnight, unless they get support from other organizations somewhere. But the problem is that apart from the Heaven and Earth Society, the only other organization left in the entire District 10086 is the Symbiosis Sect, run by Chun Yunua. Chun Yunua's Symbiosis Gate is actually doing quite well. When the last mosquito swarm disaster came, her guild, with the support of Lin Yifan, was in the spotlight. So in just less than 24 hours, nearly 20,000 people joined the union. As for the rest of the people, even if they have not joined the union, most of them have some respect for the Symbiosis Gate. Under the suppression of Chun Yunua and Lin Yifan, the Tiandahui was already on the verge of disbanding, and most of its members gathered together for the sake of profit. As a result, joining a guild would harm one's own interests, so naturally one would not want to stay. Therefore, when the Tiandahui was at its lowest point, the number of guild members had dropped to around 100. As a result, in less than a day, the Tiandahui used a large number of benefits to attract 30,000 to 40,000 members. Even within the Symbiosis Sect, many members left the Union and joined the Heaven and Earth Society. What is even more shocking is that those who defected to the Heaven and Earth Society actually received tangible benefits. This can only make him not shocked. However, Lin Yifan is not in a hurry about the rapid expansion of the Tiandahui, because now is not the right time. Lin Yifan originally wanted to protect the survivors in Area 10086. After all, these survivors were related to the rewards he could get in a natural disaster mission. As a result, these guys knew that Lin Yifan and the Heaven and Earth Society were at odds, and they also knew that the Symbiosis Sect was a union supported by him. But they still ruthlessly withdrew from the Symbiosis Sect and joined the Heaven and Earth Society. Lin Yifan is not some clay Buddha who can tolerate anyone stepping on him. Moreover, he now vaguely feels that if the people in a region cannot work together, they will only become a burden in the future. Therefore, he must make these fence-sitters remember that only loyalty can keep them alive, and betrayers will surely die. The time has not come yet, so there is no need to rush. But no matter how urgent it is, things that need to be investigated still need to be investigated. Lin Yifan quickly replied to Chun Yunua, "You continue to keep an eye on the movements of the Tiandahui, especially the source of their supplies, and see who they got them from. As long as I can confirm this, I should be able to find out where their materials came from." Chun Yunua was obviously very anxious and replied quickly after seeing the message. "Okay, Junior, but you have to be careful. The Tiandahui has been making big moves recently, and they've been slandering and insulting you blatantly. I think they will take action against you. My people told me that one of them got a fixed-point teleportation scroll, which can teleport people to a fixed location. They will definitely use it against you. No need to estimate. They have already come to me, and they want to kill me directly." Lin Yifan sneered and replied, "But if you want to kill me, don't you consider your own weight? Okay, don't worry about me. I can protect myself. Just protect yourself and try to find out the truth. Leave the rest to me." After closing the private chat channel, Lin Yifan's gaze fell on the teleportation scroll in his hand again. He was originally still hesitating whether to use this scroll to deal with God the Father. But now it seems that the threat posed by the Tiandahui is far greater than imagined. If left unchecked, it might cause considerable trouble to his subsequent natural disaster mission evolution plan. Those fence-sitters can be dealt with slowly, but Lin Yifan can't deal with this guy who insists on riding on his face for even a moment. "Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish," Lin Yifan whispered to himself, and then activated the teleportation scroll without hesitation. A white light flashed, and Lin Yifan's figure disappeared instantly. He only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he felt dizzy due to the feeling of weightlessness. But it only lasted for a short time, probably just a breath's time before the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. When Lin Yifan opened his eyes again, he was already standing in front of a dilapidated shelter. This shelter looks inconspicuous, even a little shabby. Although it is made of solid wood, it is extremely rough. The ceiling performance is quite good, which is probably why it was able to safely survive the mosquito swarm tribulation. Lin Yifan took a quick look and was basically certain that this shelter was at most a level 2 shelter, and it was the most common level 2 shelter at that. This made him frown even more tightly. Father of God is the leader of the Tiandahui. Logically speaking, his shelter should not be level 2, but at least level 3. This is really not common sense. Lin Yifan thought about the magical home-guarding artifact, Phantom Light Shield, that was set up around his shelter. How could he not know that everything he saw before his eyes was probably just an illusion that others wanted him to see? However, although the Phantom Light Shield is a home protection artifact, Lin Yifan knows it too well, so it's still easy for him to find a way to crack it. He stood there and observed for a moment, then found a path where humans walked. The paths walked by humans are completely different from the paths walked by wild animals. The roads that humans have walked on are always filled with traces of human activity. Even if they are deliberately covered up, some traces cannot be concealed. Lin Yifan walked slowly along the path he found. Sure enough, after walking only 2 meters forward, everything in front of me changed. The dilapidated secondary shelter had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a small building. The small building has a brick and tile structure, red walls, and black bricks and tiles. It is quite artistic. Although it is not as good as Lin Yifan's bronze level 3 shelter, the small building in front of him is at least a level 3 one. Lin Yifan approached the small building cautiously. It was dark and foggy, and no one could see him with their naked eyes. And when he approached the entrance of the shelter, he finally saw the owner of the shelter. He was a young man with a sinister look on his face and a pair of hooked triangular eyes that flashed with greed and complacency. Typical bad guy look. Lin Yifan looked at the face of Father of God and couldn't help but sigh. Inside the shelter, Father of God was sitting at a worn wooden table, looking down at a map in his hand. He looked so focused that he obviously didn't notice Lin Yifan's arrival at all. Lin Yifan did not rush to take action, but stood quietly at the door of the shelter, observing his every move. He still wanted to figure out what secrets were hidden behind the sudden wealth of the Tiandahui. However, at this moment, Father of God suddenly raised his head, glanced around sharply, and said in a cold voice, "Since you're here, why hide?" Lin Yifan was shocked. He didn't expect this guy's perception to be so sharp. So he didn't hide anything and walked straight to the front door and slowly walked into the house. "As expected of you, Father of God, you really have some skills to have even noticed my arrival," Lin Yifan said calmly. When Father of God saw Lin Yifan, he did not show any surprise on his face, but instead showed a strange smile. "Lin Yifan, you're finally here. I thought I would have to wait for you for a while, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly." When Lin Yifan heard him speak, his brows suddenly frowned, and he felt something was wrong. However, he has experienced so many life and death situations recently that he is no longer the same Wu Xiaomon. Naturally, he would not be scared away by just a few words, so he asked calmly, "What do you mean? How did you know I would come?" The Father of God did not answer, but clapped his hands gently. The next moment, the wall of the shelter suddenly cracked, and dozens of fully armed men in black rushed out from the darkness and surrounded him. Lin Yifan, do you think you are really smart? Ji Yuming sneered. From the moment you entered the shelter, you have fallen into my trap. As for how I knew you would come, the Father of God smiled proudly and said, of course. Where do you think the teleportation scroll in your hand came from? That was just a bait I put out on purpose. I'd expected that once you found a way to find me, you would be unable to resist killing me, so I specially prepared this great gift for you. It seems that I still underestimated you. Lin Yifan's heart sank. He really didn't expect that he would fall into the other party's trap. There were more than a dozen men in black surrounding him, and each of them held a small crossbow in his right hand, with the crossbow arrows pointing at him. However, Lin Yifan discovered that the eyes of these people were all golden red. What's even more weird is that the pupils are vertical, just like the eyes of a poisonous snake, and looking into their eyes can make one's scalp tingle. No, it is impossible for humans to have eyes like this. And more importantly, Lin Yifan did not hear any heartbeat from these people. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the elves he had encountered before who came to this area to play dungeons. I immediately realized that these people should also be aliens who came here to play the dungeon. Looking at the crossbows in their hands, Lin Yifan also felt that they looked quite familiar. The golden arrow is small and exquisite, but extremely novel. Moreover, the arrowhead has grooves on it, so once it enters the body of the prey, it is difficult to pull out in an emergency, and India and Pakistan will tear the wound. Lin Yifan could not forget such an exquisite arrow after just one look at it. Because the arrow that hurt Mao Mao was this kind of arrow. It turns out that you are the culprits who hurt Mao Mao. A murderous look flashed across Lin Yifan's face, and at this moment he finally understood why the Heaven and Earth Society suddenly possessed so many precious materials. It turned out that they had the support of these alien races, but why would these alien races support the Heaven and Earth Society? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Even the weak elves, their first reaction when they saw this human was to want to kill him. Not to mention this group of vertical pupil aliens. One can tell at a glance that they have considerable fighting power. They are definitely not comparable to the weaklings of the elves. How could such an alien race show kindness to humans for no reason? Unless they want more. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Father of God, do you know that these things in front of you are not human beings at all? Chapter 145, so this is your purpose, overhauled. Lin Yifan doesn't have a good impression of other races. Especially since these vertical pupiled aliens had hurt his Mao Mao. He was determined to avenge Mao Mao no matter what. But for Father of God, Lin Yifan wanted to give him a chance. Although this guy always goes against him, he is indeed a courageous man. Apart from anything else, the fact that he was able to set up a guild in such a short period of time shows that he has considerable abilities. If we can really turn back, it could be considered as not wasting talent. And although Lin Yifan is not against killing, he is not a murderer, so at this point, he still wants to give a chance. However, he wanted to give him a chance, but the Father of God did not want this chance. Instead, he sneered and said, Of course they are not human. They are distinguished alien visitors. They are here to help me become the strongest in District 10086. At this point, he tilted his head again and scanned Lin Yifan with a critical look as if he were looking at a commodity, and said in a very mocking tone, Lin Yifan, you are quite knowledgeable. Even the alien race knows about it. It would be a pity if you died like this. How about this? You should be smart and give me all your precious materials and tell me your talent truthfully. Then kneel down, count out to me, apologize, and be my dog from now on. Then I may spare your life. You only get this one chance, so you decide for yourself. Lin Yifan was almost laughing with anger. Even facing these dozen bows and crossbows, he was not afraid at all. Bows and crossbows are indeed very lethal. But like all shooting weapons, they must be fired at the appropriate distance to exert their maximum lethality. Now the distance between him and these black-clad aliens is only 2 or 3 meters. At such a short distance, it is hard to say who has greater killing power. What's more, the cooldown of the double speed skill of the wind boots that Lin Yifan was wearing had been completed. If he activated this skill, at least saving his life would not be a problem. However, he was unwilling to run away like this. He looked down at God the Father and said in a low voice, Father of God, if you try to get the skin of tiger, you will never have a good ending. Since you are stubborn, you can't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the group of vertical pupiled aliens with murderous intent. Pace, this human is stronger than that human. If we want to control Area 10086, we might as well control this human and let him work for us. From the beginning till now, the vertical-pupiled aliens who had been silent all this time finally started chattering. Lin Yifan still couldn't understand their tone of voice, but just like the elves before, he could understand what this group of aliens said. Lin Yifan originally wanted to strike first, but he immediately withdrew his intention to strike after hearing this. He pretended not to understand and questioned the Father of God. Translate for me. What are they saying? The Father of God sneered and said disdainfully, Lin Yifan, it's already this time, and you haven't woken up yet? You even dare to ask me to translate. Do you think you're qualified to understand the voices of your foreign friends? When Lin Yifan heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly curved. He originally thought that God the Father could understand the language of these foreigners, so he could cooperate with them. But now it seems that God the Father simply cannot understand what these foreigners are saying. He is simply being exploited. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit on the Daiutai so securely now, because everyone is going to replace it. However, this is a good opportunity. Maybe we can cut off the source of the problem. So, Lin Yifan simply ignored God the Father and said to the vertical pupil alien, I'm the strongest survivor in Area 10086. If you want to control Area 10086, then I am your best choice. You can actually understand what we say? Lin Yifan nodded. Yes, I can understand. Can we talk about it? As soon as he opened his mouth, the Father of God, who had been looking forward to seeing Lin Yifan, who was neither able to live nor die, was stunned and said in shock, You can actually communicate with them? How is this possible? I am obviously the son of destiny in District 10086, and they are obviously here for me. So why can you communicate with them, but I can't? What did you do? What did you do? As he said this, he quickly took out a small loudspeaker from his pocket, and then, holding the loudspeaker, he yelled madly at the group of vertical-eyed aliens. Didn't you say before that you came here just for me? Because I'm the son of luck for this district, and only I can rule the entire 1086 district. Come on, help me kill this bastard. Kill him quickly. Kill him quickly. As soon as Lin Yifan saw the loudspeaker, he knew what it was used for. The choice was used to convey his words to the vertical-pupiled aliens. Unfortunately, God the Father does not understand these alien races at all. Their purpose has always been for themselves. How could they change for anyone else? Seeing that Emperor's father was so stubborn, Lin Yifan finally decided to kill him. He looked up at the aliens and smiled. We humans have a saying that there can't be two tigers in one mountain. If you choose me to help you control Area 10086, then I'll have to trouble you to deal with this person. I have a lot of personal grudges with him, so I don't want to see him again, ever. If you can help me complete this task and let me see your sincerity, then everything will be fine for cooperation. As soon as these words came out, Pace's cold vertical eyes suddenly lowered their head and stared at God the Father. The Father of God was horrified by the stare, and he spoke haltingly. What do you want to do? We are partners, you. Puff. Before the Father of God could finish his words, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. What pierced him was the scimitar in Pace's hand. The Father of God died without even a struggle. Pace remained calm and said indifferently, It's just a disobedient dog. Although we, the Black Snake Clan, want to do some good things in District 10086, we will naturally clean up the door for disobedient dogs. When Paige said this, her eyes were fixed on Li Yifan, her face full of threats. Of course, Lin Yifan couldn't cooperate with them, but now that he had the opportunity, he naturally had to ask a few questions. E.G. smiled ingratiatingly and asked in a low voice, Yes, you're right. From now on, I will be your most loyal partner. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to go south, I will never go north. Anyway, no matter what you tell me to do, I will do it with all my heart and soul. However, I wonder if you, the distinguished guest, could tell me what race you are from? And what do you want me to do? At this time, the members of the Black Snake Clan put away their bows and crossbows, since they were somewhat benefited from Lin Yifan's earth-shattering and soul-stirring performance. Then he said slowly, We, the Black Snake Clan, are an extremely powerful race. We come from the 10,000 Snakes region, an intermediate region. We came to District 10086 for only one purpose, which is to form an alliance with your district. Your area has the highest survival rate among all the people who came here, so your area is suitable for god-making. Create a god? Create what god? Lin Yifan took a deep breath, his face full of shock. In fact, it's not his fault. Anyone standing here and hearing this would probably be so shocked that they would be unable to speak. Since it is to create a god, what is created is naturally a god. The accessory did not hide anything and said frankly, "We need someone to rule the entire 10086 area and become the god of 10,086 area. Do you know what a god is?" Lin Yifan shook his head. "I don't know." He was not lying, because although he knew that there were such species as gods, he really didn't understand what the concept was. "I know you don't understand." Pace smiled contemptuously. "God is the most powerful existence in our world. As long as you can become a god, you can live for thousands or tens of thousands of years and lead your tribe to the peak. So, as long as you listen to us obediently, we can push you to the position of God and let you lead your race to live better and better." But Pace's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "But the premise of all this is that you must listen to us and offer your loyalty. Only then will we help you. It's this vague concept again." Lin Yifan was a little disappointed and smiled faintly. "So this is the god, how amazing." Lin Yifan praised them dryly and against his conscience. Although he knew that they had bad intentions, he didn't expect that these guys didn't tell the truth at all. However, Lin Yifan didn't trust them in the first place, and the purpose of him being willing to lower his attitude was to find out the information. So he remained calm and said with respect, "Dear foreign guests, you are able to help me become a god. You are really amazing. I'm a very ignorant person. I wonder if I can ask you some questions. It seems that you have a good sense of self-awareness." Pace nodded appreciatively. "I'm in a good mood today. Just ask if you have anything to ask." Chapter 146 Captivity. Lin Yifan's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly realized that the IQ of these aliens did not seem to be very high. Of course, it is also possible that they look down on humans from the bottom of their hearts and regard humans as the lowest ants, so they look down on them so much. But for Lin Yifan now, this kind of contempt is a good thing. So he immediately pretended to be in admiration and asked curiously, "I just heard you say that you all came from the 10,000 snakes region. Are there really a lot of snakes there? And how many races are there in this world?" "A lot. The 10,000 snakes territory, of course, had a lot of snakes." Pace crossed his arms and said leisurely, "However, we are the snake tribe. We are intelligent creatures, not snakes. We must make this clear. If you confuse us again next time, don't blame me for being rude to you." When he said this, Pace's face was full of dissatisfaction, but he still replied, "As for how many races there are in this world, I can only say that I don't know, but there are countless of them. Anyway, don't ask so many questions. Although you will grow quickly with our support, those things are still too far away for you. You don't need to know, and you are not qualified to know. It's getting late. We will take this man's body away. From now on, just do what we tell you to do, and don't ask so many other questions. Oh, by the way, let me give you a task first." Pace rubbed his temple with his hand and said indifferently, "We are hungry. Let's quickly catch some fresh humans to feed us. We can also let us see if you're sincere in responding to us." "Capturing people to feed you? Are you kidding?" Lin Yifan's face turned cold instantly. Although he knew from the beginning that this group of aliens was different from the elves also wanted to kill him. However, Lin Yifan did not feel that strange feeling of disgust towards the elves, but rather a conflict of interests. Moreover, both sides chose to accept the cost of competing for interests. No, it can't be said to be both sides. Because only the elves died and he was unharmed, the elves still admitted their defeat calmly, which was the real reason why he was willing to let Iser go. But the Black Snake clan is different. From the first moment Lin Yifan saw these alien races, he felt uncomfortable all over his body. Before, he couldn't figure out why his body had such a big reaction instinctively when they met for the first time. Now I finally understand. It turns out they eat people. They literally treat humans as food. If Lin Yifan guessed correctly, the reason why they set their sights on the entire 10086 area was probably to keep all the people in this area as food. Why make him a god? It's all bullshit. They treat everyone in the entire district as livestock that can be killed at any time. Lin Yifan opened the chat channel and looked at the number of survivors. Sure enough, he saw that the number of survivors was much less. Ever since the last natural disaster mission, Lin Yifan has often paid attention to the number of survivors. Although I cannot accurately count every individual, I have always had an approximate idea of the number of people. He remembered clearly that last night, there were more than 55,000 survivors in the entire 10086 8-6 area. But up to now, there are only 54,500 people. Under normal circumstances, although there are survivors dying in accidents every day, a number of dozens of them is already very remarkable. If hundreds or thousands of people died on such a peaceful night, there must be something wrong. The rainstorm disaster has not really arrived yet. Even though it is raining heavily outside now, it is not a life-and-death situation yet, and people will not die so soon. Then the cause of death of these missing people becomes very clear. While Lin Yifan was thinking about this, Pace heard his words and immediately became angry. He said with a gloomy face, "What's wrong with having someone to treat you to a feast? You humans are weak, but you have delicate flesh and blood, and you are the best food for us, the Black Snake Clan. You are now our Black Snake Clan's partner. Shouldn't you help us solve the food problem? I'm telling you, you'd better bring me 10 or 8 human sacrifices within 2 hours, or we'll get really hungry and eat you first." Lin Yifan originally wanted to take action immediately, but after thinking about it, he held back and said with difficulty, "It's not that I don't want to arrest people, it's that I don't have the means to arrest people right now. I've only been in the survival world for a few days. If I hadn't been lucky enough to pick up a location teleportation talisman, I would have thought I was the only one in this world." "Huh? You only have a positioning teleportation talisman?" Pace frowned, looked at Lin Yifan with disdain, and said, "I didn't expect your development to be so slow. It's almost the second round of natural disasters, and even the positioning and teleportation symbols are not yet popular. It seems that few of you can get out of the primary domain." Having said that, Pace took out 2 cards and threw them in front of Lin Yifan. These 2 positioning teleportation charms have 3 teleportation opportunities each. Now hurry up and get me 6 pieces of food. We are starving to death. Lin Yifan picked up the 2 positioning teleportation talismans from the ground and compared them with the teleportation talismans he had obtained from Ludeshang before. They were exactly the same. It seems that the batch of teleportation suits in the hands of God, the Father, all came from these members of the Black Snake Clan. I don't know how many teleportation talismans they have in their hands. If there are enough, I can go find Wan Qingdan and the others for a drink and chat at any time. When Pesci saw that Lin Yifan did not use the teleportation talisman after picking it up, he immediately frowned. "What are you still doing here? I told you to get me some food. Are you deaf?" Lin Yifan slowly raised his head. A big smile appeared on his face, and he said quietly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Being hungry for a while won't kill you, but talking too much will definitely kill you. Why are you so eager to die?" "What do you mean?" Pestle suddenly felt something was wrong. However, before he could react, Lin Yifan had already taken out the machete from the space and stabbed it into Pace's chest with his backhand. Pace stared blankly at his chest, which had been stabbed through, and spoke in disbelief. You actually dared to attack me? You're a lowly human who is as weak as an ant. How dare you attack me? Are you crazy? And you don't really think you can kill me like this? You are too naive. We, the Black Snake Clan, are a superior race. How can you ants harm us at will? Chapter 147. If you can't kill him, burn him to ashes. Lin Yifan couldn't help but frowning when he saw Pace, who had been stabbed through the chest but was still energetic and didn't show any sign of weakness. Especially the other members of the Black Snake Clan, who laughed loudly at this time and said in a very mocking manner, "Another fool who doesn't know his own limitations. He doesn't even look at the talents of our Black Snake Clan. How could he be killed so easily? Humans always like to be smart, but every time they do so, I feel like laughing. They probably don't know how terrifying our Black Snake Clan is as a superior race. He did something stupid again. Every time I come to the primary domain, I always run into this kind of idiot who doesn't know his own limitations. It's really boring. Let's kill him quickly. Let's each share a little to fill our stomachs first." Pace looked at Lin Yifan, whose face was full of ugliness, and smiled even brighter. "You rookie humans are so interesting. Every time I see you doing something stupid, I find it very interesting. Only..." Pace's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with brutal, murderous intent, and he sneered. "But I hate betrayal the most. The betrayer shall die." Lin Yifan's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm bells, and he took 2 steps back in an instant. Looking closely, he saw a hand with purple nails quickly attacking the place where he was just now. If he hadn't retreated quickly, the claw would have grabbed his heart directly. Lin Yifan didn't know if his body could block this claw, but looking at the purple-blue nails, he knew without thinking that they were highly poisonous. "You hid so quickly?" Pace was stunned for a moment. A hint of amusement flashed across his lips, and he said leisurely, "It seems that although you are extremely stupid, you are indeed relatively strong among your group. If you are really given time to develop well, maybe you can really make a name for yourself. What a pity! You made a stupid mistake today, so you have no choice but to die here today." As soon as the words fell, Pace's figure disappeared instantly. Lin Yifan was startled and suddenly heard a faint sound of breaking air coming from the left. He quickly rolled to the right and just avoided Pace's attack. And he was not simply dodging just now. While dodging, the knife in his hand was also stabbing in the direction of the sound of breaking air. And his knife also did not miss its target, stabbing directly into Pace's stomach. But just like before, the configuration did not react at all. It just looked down at the knife in its stomach and sneered. "I've already told you that your attacks are useless to me. Why are you still wasting your energy? You might as well just accept your death. At least you can suffer less." Lin Yifan frowned, and he finally realized something was wrong. It was obvious that he stabbed Pace twice, and both times went straight through him. But no blood flowed out of Pace's body, as if his body was just air. However, the feeling of a knife piercing the flesh was not fake. Lin Yifan could be very sure that the 2 times he stabbed the knife must have been into the flesh. But why is it like this? Lin Yifan couldn't understand. However, if the body won't be injured, will the head also not be injured? Lin Yifan's eyes flashed, and with his empty left hand, he suddenly took out the axe he had received from Lu Desheng before and chopped Pace's forehead with his backhand. Pace still stood there and sneered. "Are you still not giving up? In that case, I will stand here today and chop you as you please. If you really hurt me in the slightest, I will spare your life today." The other members of the Black Snake tribe also burst into laughter. "Pace, why are you so bored? You're even teasing people here. This man is only an extraordinary person now. How can he possibly hurt us? I think we should not waste time. Let's kill him quickly and share the money. I'm almost starving to death." "Oh my, didn't this man just say that? We won't die from hunger. We finally got out to relax this time, so let's just have some fun." Lin Yifan was filled with shock. Until this moment, he finally understood why he couldn't break the defense of these Black Snake people. Because these people have no entity at all. The axe he just chopped on Pace's forehead, and although it looked like it had hit the flesh, in fact, his forehead seemed to be dented and a perfect gap appeared to catch the axe. What came out of the gap was not blood, but waves of black mist. Lin Yifan could even feel a strange and ominous aura coming from these dark rooms, just like the aura he felt when he heard those strange whispers without the protection of the Qingling flower. However, in addition to the aura, he also felt that this black fog was very familiar. Thinking carefully, I finally remembered it. The maggot human bones he had encountered before were just like these Black Snake people in front of him. They could not be killed no matter what. It was not until he used fire that all the maggots were burned to death. When the maggots were burned to death, a faint black mist emanated. The aura of that black fog is almost exactly the same as the aura of the black fog just now. Could it be that these so-called Black Snake people are not actually aliens at all, but rather strange creatures like maggots and human bones? However, maggot human bones have no consciousness at all and can only attack based on instinct. But these so-called Black Snake people, although their IQs are not very high, are indeed very similar to humans. So, this was just his illusion? No, it can't be an illusion. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes, looking at the relaxed Pace. Then he picked up a burning piece of wood from the fire behind him and poured it on Pace. His actions were as fast as lightning. Pace had always looked down on him, so he couldn't react at all and was stabbed right away. The flame on the wood was actually not very big, but when the flame touched Pace's body, it suddenly began to explode. Pace only had time to let out a shrill scream before he was completely engulfed by the exploding flames. In just less than 3 seconds, he, who was originally 2 meters tall, turned directly into a pile of ashes. Only his gray robe and some sundries fell to the ground with a clang. In other words, the burst of fire just now only burned his body. Such a weird scene made Lin Yifan's pupils dizzy. Also shocked were the other members of the Black Snake clan who were standing nearby, either leaning or watching the fun. Their pupils were filled with astonishment, and they murmured in disbelief. "This what's going on? Pace! Why did Pace disappear? Aren't we immortal? How could we be burned to ashes by the flames?" Chapter 148, Counting and Receiving Goods. Lin Yifan looked at the fire that instantly burned Pace to ashes, and once again confirmed his guess. These so-called Black Snake tribe members just like the maggot human bones, are not real creatures. Although Lin Yifan still doesn't know where these strange creatures came from. I don't know why maggot human bones is just a walking corpse, but the black snake people can have wisdom. But there is one thing he is sure of. These people should be related to the strange whispers. Because every time he heard the strange whispers, Lin Yifan had a creepy feeling, as if it could pollute his soul and turn him into a strange monster. But none of this matters now. The important thing is that he finally has a way to deal with these things. Without waiting for the other members of the Black Snake clan to react, he immediately turned around, picked up a fire stick from the fire, and threw it at them. He was too fast, and those Black Snake people were so shocked and horrified by Pace's death that they didn't react for a while. By the time the fire sticks hit them, it was too late for them to dodge. And even if they dodge, as long as a little spark hits them, they will be ignited in an instant. So in just less than a moment, the remaining 7 or 8 members of the Black Snake clan were all turned into ashes. After escaping death, Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was confident in his current strength, he had to admit that he was helpless in the face of such a group of immortal monsters. If he hadn't found a way to break the impasse, today would probably be the day he died. Lin Yifan sat down on the ground, his face full of fatigue from surviving a disaster. It took him a long while to finally come to his senses. He took a few pieces of wood and threw them into the dying fire. Finally, there was light again in this shelter that did not belong to him. He turned around and looked at the pile of leftover black smocks, and after thinking about it, he still couldn't bear to waste them. I stood up and picked them up one by one, only to find that the materials of these coats were very unusual. Not only is it extremely smooth to the touch, but the fabric actually begins to warm up automatically when your hand touches it. The temperature rises little by little, and finally it is often almost the same as body temperature. Can it be warm in winter and cool in summer? Lin Yifan couldn't help but have an absurd guess in his mind. Now that we have a guess, we naturally have to verify it. Lin Yifan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took off his clothes and put on a black robe. It's true, although this black robe looks extremely loose, it actually fits me very well when I put it on. The temperature at this time had dropped below 0, and even he could feel the cold. But as soon as he put on the black robe, he suddenly felt warm all over, as if he could not feel the cold outside at all. Lin Yifan was overjoyed. Although I don't know if it can keep you cool in the summer, it is certain that it can keep you warm in the winter. With such a warm black robe, he no longer needs to worry about cooling down. However, his joy did not last long, because among the pile of black robes left behind, only one had the effect of automatic warmth retention, while the others did not. The rest are just regular fabrics, maybe just a little bit better. This really disappointed him, but he was not disappointed for long. After all, one piece was enough for him, and he couldn't wear so many anyway. Lin Yifan did not waste this batch of black robes that had no temperature control effect. At least the fabric is good. He had just touched it. The fabric was very skin-friendly and felt better than silk next to the body. It would be very impressive to give it to someone as a gift. So he gave one to each of the people he knew, such as Hong Xiaoqiang and Wan Qingtan. Even Chen Yunhua gave one. The remaining few pieces were simply thrown into the space and hidden. After the black robe was put away, only some fallen items were left on the ground. Lin Yifan picked up all the fallen things. It's true, this group of creatures that are neither human nor ghost dropped quite a lot of things. However, there was no equipment at all, including their space bags. They probably think they are immortal, so they don't need any equipment to protect them. However, there are quite a few other things, the most numerous of which are various rune cards. For example, the teleportation talismans that he had always wanted came in a thick stack, roughly estimated to be 200 or 300 pieces. In addition to the teleportation talismans, there are also a large number of water-repellent talismans, which are countless in number. A rough estimate is that there are tens of thousands of them. The water-repellent talismans that the Tiandahui used to attract members obviously came from here. In addition to these, Lin Yifan also found 3 special teleportation talismans. Close-range cross-boundary talisman. Using this rune, you can teleport to another area closest to you and stay in this area for 6 hours and return to the original area after 6 hours. Lin Yifan held the 3 cross-border talismans, his fingers trembling with excitement. Although everyone knows that there are more than 80,000 areas like theirs. But no one knows where these areas are. No one knows how to get to other areas. Most people in this world have relatives. Who doesn't want to go to other areas to find their relatives? Unfortunately, until now, no one has found a way to go to other areas. Although Lin Yifan has no relatives, he still has a girlfriend. As soon as he entered area 10086, he went to look for his girlfriend, but he couldn't find her. Apparently, they were not in the same area. Lin Yifan and his girlfriend's relationship was not very deep. They had not been together for long and had never lived together. But a girlfriend is always a girlfriend. There is no other way. He would rather look for her than to do so. If there is any way, he still wants to go find her. Now that we have these 3 cross-border servers, we can go to the next world and take a look. I just don't know if his girlfriend is in the next world, but it never hurts to find out. But wanting to explore is one thing, but not right now. The second round of natural disasters is about to begin, and we must get through this round first. Lin Yifan put the 3 cross-border talismans into the storage ring, and then continued to check other things. But the remaining things were of no use. Some of them were meats, some were dried meats, some were pickled meats, and some were grilled meats. As soon as Lin Yifan took out the meat, he smelled a strange smell that made him feel nauseous instantly. In fact, the meats are cooked quite well with a lot of seasonings. If you ignore the weird smell, they're quite fragrant. But he couldn't ignore it. It was purely physiological disgust. Chapter 149, True and False God. This physiological disgust made Lin Yifan curious. What kind of meat is this? After observing carefully, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the shape of one of the pieces of meat was actually like a human ankle. No, not like. And that piece of meat is a person's ankle. At this moment, Lin Yifan finally understood why he had a physiological aversion to these meats. Because all this meat is actually human flesh. He is also a human being, and his genes have a natural memory of the flesh and blood of his own kind, which naturally produces a physiological aversion. Looking at the pile of meat, Lin Yifan, who thought he was decisive in killing, couldn't help but look grim. These are all people. Even if he killed people, it was not a pleasant feeling to watch his own kind being made into food. Lin Yifan also wanted to find an identity for these body parts, but they were chopped too small. He was not a professional autopsy student and had no idea where the body parts came from. All they could do was take a box, put all the body parts in it, and prepare to find a place to bury them tomorrow so that they could rest in peace. Apart from the corpse parts, there were only some worthless scraps left in the space bags of these black snake people. The only valuable thing was the 5 spirit crystals. Unfortunately, all 5 pieces are water spirit crystals, which can neither be used to feed the vampire vines nor to make leather armor. They can only be put aside for the time being. After collecting the stuff from the black snake people, Lin Yifan became more and more curious about where they came from. If they really came from a higher region, why did they carry so few valuable items with them but so many runes? Could it be that they want to use these runes to capture humans and fill their stomachs? Lin Yifan always felt that something was wrong, but the information he knew was too little and he had no way to delve into it further, so he could only put the matter aside for the time being. At this moment, he finally remembered that he had killed someone today. That is God the Father. However, at this moment, Lin Yifan found that his private chat channel lit up and there were continuous messages one after another. When he opened it, he found that the person who sent him the message was Chun Yunhua. Chun Yunhua, is my junior here? I need to talk to you. Chun Yunhua, is my junior here? If you are, please reply to me as soon as possible. Chun Yunhua, hurry up and reply. I have something urgent to tell you. Chun Yunhua, Junior, hurry up and say something. Lin Yifan looked at Chun Yunhua, who was constantly bombarded with messages, thinking that something big had happened, and quickly sent a message. Senior, I'm here. What do you want to talk to me about? Chun Yunhua, Father of God, do you know? He said he had something urgent to talk to you about, but you blocked him. He couldn't chat with you privately, so he asked me to pass on the message. God the Father. When Lin Yifan saw these 4 words, his pupils suddenly shook. His gaze slowly drooped down as he looked at the corpse lying not far away, and he actually felt a creepy feeling. If God the Father was speaking to him, then who was this God the Father? Lin Yifan took a deep breath and immediately replied, That's impossible. God the Father is dead. I killed him myself. How could a dead man let you pass on a message? God the Father is dead. Chun Yunhua was obviously shocked by this message and quickly replied, How is this possible? God the Father is clearly still alive and well. Even though he and I have always been competitors, I have not blocked him. I can be sure that God the Father is still alive. Junior, did you kill the wrong person? Besides, how could you possibly kill someone? As far as I can remember, we couldn't even meet offline. Lin Yifan didn't know how to explain it, because there were too many secrets involved, and he didn't want anyone to know these secrets for the time being. But Qin Yunhua has never been a person who speaks nonsense. Since he said so, it only means that this matter is true. So the question is, the real God the Father is still alive. So who is the God the Father in front of us? Lin Yifan took a deep breath and sent a message to Qin Yunhua. Tell him to come to me, and I'll take him off the blacklist. Lin Yifan didn't know who was the Father of God, and he didn't want to waste time looking for him. So he simply released all the people on the blacklist at once. The next second, a private message popped up. Lin Yifan opened it and saw that it was indeed a person nicknamed God the Father. However, in addition to this nickname, there is a strange word hanging behind the dead man. Nickname, God the Father True. Looking at the word truth, Lin Yifan was really confused. He opened his personal information and checked it carefully, confirming that there was no true or false marking on it. So I thought that this suffix was made up by someone themselves. After all, it was not uncommon for non-mainstream people to add all kinds of strange symbols or words to their nicknames. Maybe this guy is also a non-mainstream person. However, after Lin Yifan saw the message he sent, he no longer had the mood to think about it. Father of God, Lin Yifan, I know you hate me, and I don't like you either, but we are in the same district 10086. We prosper together and suffer together. So I hope you can believe what I say next. First of all, I'm the real Father God. All other people with this nickname are fakes. Don't trust them. Once you see them, kill them immediately. Lin Yifan felt that this guy didn't seem to be lying, so he sent a message. What is going on? Why are there so many godfathers? Did you come up with them specifically to seduce me? Godpei responded immediately. Lin Yifan, although I am not as strong as you, I am also a man of my word. There is no need for me to induce you. I am clearly informing you that a lot of my fakes have appeared. These fakes seem to be arresting people, but I don't know why they are arresting people. However, I found that the number of people here has fluctuated abnormally. Also, many members who used to have a good relationship with me have disappeared. Before they disappeared, they sent me a message. Do you know what it was? Seeing that this guy dared to keep it a secret, Lin Yifan was a little impatient and replied directly. Stop talking nonsense and explain the situation clearly. I just killed a Father of God. If you keep wasting my time, I don't mind killing another one. The Father of God did not dare to keep the secret any longer and immediately replied. The message they sent me was, Boss, I'm coming to you right now. Then they disappeared. I couldn't contact them. I didn't suspect they were missing at first. I thought they were busy with something. But later, I found that if one of them disappeared, there would be one less person in the area. And then I realized a horrible reality. They're dead. They're all dead. Chapter 150, The Bug, appears again. Lin Yifan looked at the long string of information in front of him, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Although the guy in front of me spoke sincerely, there was a dead body lying next to him after all. So he couldn't help but be half believing and half doubting. He turned his head to look at the body lying beside him, frowned, and sent a message. But I just killed a God the Father today. If you are real, who is he? You know, the Father of God he killed did not turn into black and gray like those members of the Black Snake clan. His flesh and blood are still there. Even though the blood had cooled and solidified, just like someone who had been dead for half an hour, it still emitted a strong smell of blood. This is enough to prove that the Father of God he killed was definitely a real person. But why would a real person pretend to be another person? This doesn't make any sense at all. And at this time, God the Father, true, sent him another message. Father God, true, I don't know, I really don't know what happened, but I can guarantee that I am the real one. If I lie to you, let me be struck by lightning and die without a burial place. Father of God, true? Oh, by the way, if you don't believe me, I can prove myself. I remember that a few days ago, when my Heaven and Earth Society was just established, I sent you a message inviting you to join my guild and promised to give you the position of honorary president. And after you rejected me, I scolded you for being shameless. I even troubled you many times afterwards, until my Heaven and Earth Society was completely crushed by the symbiosis sect you supported, and I was also put on your blacklist. If you remember, I believe this is enough to prove that I am real. Lin Yifan thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. It seems that this is indeed the true God the Father. But if he is the real God the Father, then who is the dead man over there? But no matter what, this matter must be made clear. If it is not made clear, one day, there may be a counterfeit impersonating him. Lin Yifan doesn't want to be impersonated by others, and he doesn't want anyone to use his title to do things that would harm others and kill people. So he sent a message. Okay, I believe you're the real Father of God, but it's useless for me to believe you. Those who pretend to be you have already appeared and even attacked me. So, if you really don't want more people to be harmed, go to the chat channel and tell everyone about this so that everyone can take precautions. Father of God, true, but I don't know how to prevent it. This is all the information I know now. I don't know how those counterfeits harm people. I don't know where those counterfeits come from. And I always feel that these imposters suddenly appear. They must have other purposes. It is impossible that they just want to kill a few people. After all, this ghost world is plagued by natural disasters all the time, and everyone is already living from today to tomorrow. Lin Yifan also fell in a deep thought, because what God the Father said was right. In this world of survival, human life is the least valuable thing. Not to mention other areas. Just in their area, at least dozens of people die every day. And like the last time the mosquito plague came, more than 10,000 people died in one night. It can be said that in this world, human life is like an ant. So, if the purpose is just to kill people, there's no need to waste so much time. Unless there is another purpose. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but turn around and look at the piles of ashes left behind by the Black Snake people. For now, they're the only reasons. Because they need food, and humans are apparently their favorite food. But how did these fakes pretending to be God the Father come about? I just can't understand this point. Then at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly heard a slight noise in his ear. Laugh. The sound was so small, like a candle being snuffed out. He turned his head suddenly and looked towards the place where the sound came from. What the hell is this? Lin Yifan suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where the body was before with shock on his face. At this time, the corpse disappeared. What remained was a pile of wriggling maggots. These insect repellents still maintain their human form because they are all wrapped in a transparent film. No, it can't be called a film. That's actually human skin. However, all the flesh and blood inside the skin had been eaten by the maggots, so only a thin layer of skin remained, wrapping the maggots inside. But it won't last long, at most 3 to 5 minutes, and these maggots will definitely devour all the skin. But at this moment, the corpse stood up. No, it can't be called a corpse now. All you can say is it's a bunch of maggots wrapped around a skeleton. Wait, isn't this maggot human bones? Lin Fan suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the maggot-wriggling skeleton in front of him with shock. Wasn't it exactly the same as the maggot human skeleton he had destroyed at his doorstep before? Could it be that the so-called counterfeit goods are actually maggots and human bones? But don't maggot human bones have no self-awareness? But this corpse had self-awareness before, and Lin Yifan had close contact with it at that time. Whether from the skin or the body temperature, he could be 100% sure that it was a living person. So, maggot human bones can actually imitate living people. Only after killing the maggot human bones that imitate living people will the maggot human bones be restored to their original appearance. A series of guesses flashed through Lin Yifan's mind. But soon, he had no time to think so much because the layer of flesh membrane on the maggot human bone was finally completely devoured by the maggots. The human body is made up of densely packed insects. Even though it was the second time Lin Yifan saw it, he still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. But what made his scalp tingle even more was the fighting power of maggot human bones. Although this thing is also afraid of fire, it is not as afraid of fire as the Black Snake people. The most important thing is that this thing can dodge. Moreover, their fighting power seems to be based on instinct, unlike the previous members of the Black Snake clan. Although they look intelligent, their fighting power also requires wisdom to control. But their intelligence and reaction ability are not high, so they can be killed easily by him. But this maggot human bones is different. This thing's fighting instinct is as if it was born with it and is extremely strong. Chapter 151, will this evolve? The last time, the reason why Li Yifan was able to successfully kill the maggot human skeleton was because he was in the shelter and the maggot human skeleton could not enter the shelter, so he was able to exploit a bug and kill it. But this place is different. This is not his shelter. In fact, this is the shelter of maggots and human bones. Moreover, he didn't have any burning fuel on him, so there was no way he could burn a large amount of flame to kill this thing. What to do? To escape or not to escape? Lin Yifan was a little hesitant. He had just looked around and saw that there were quite a few things placed in the shelter, most of which were materials. There are some materials that he urgently needs now, such as glass, ceramics, etc., and he is really reluctant to give them up. If we had fuel or alcohol, we might still be able to give it a try. Li Yifan hesitated for a moment, then immediately sent a message to everyone he knew. Please collect some alcohol or fuel for me. I need it urgently. Even God the Father sent this message. But let's be honest, although this guy is not a good person, he does have some tricks. And we have quite a lot of stock on hand now. Because Wan Qingtan, He Xiaoxiang, and others replied that they would purchase it immediately. Only he directly initiated the transaction information. And the item for the transaction was a large bottle of alcohol. Lin Yifan didn't hesitate and was ready to accept the deal. However, he was still one step short of it. Before he could confirm the transaction, the maggot human skeleton had already pounced on him. The densely packed maggots made a creepy, rustling sound in the air, like countless tiny teeth rubbing against each other. Lin Yifan quickly stepped back and pulled out an iron axe from his backpack, then chopped at it fiercely. Puff! The axe blade chopped into the pile of maggots, instantly splitting a crack, but the next second, the maggots quickly squirmed and filled the gap again, as if they were not hurt at all. Damn it! Lin Yifan cursed inwardly. This thing is not afraid of physical attacks at all. It is exactly the same as the maggot human bones and the group of black snake people we encountered before. No, although this thing is not afraid of physical attacks, its attacks are still somewhat useful against the black snake people. At least I can kill a few bugs. Although it's useless, it's better than nothing. But it is impossible to kill this thing just by relying on this point. So we still have to find fuel. Lin Yifan looked around. He was still in the shelter, but he was forced into a small room instead of the living room before. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with maggot human bones, his vision, and he didn't notice him the first time. Lin Yifan realized this and quickly leaned against the wall, hiding himself in a blind spot. Then immediately click on the private chat channel of God the Father. Quick, give me the alcohol. I owe you a favor. Godpay did not hesitate at all and readily traded the alcohol again. This time, the transaction was finally completed successfully. There's not much alcohol, only about 1,000 milliliters. But it is enough. After all, alcohol's combustion-promoting ability is much stronger than animal fats. But now there is still a problem: how to pour alcohol on the maggot human bones. This thing reacts very quickly. If you just throw it at me, it will never succeed. So we have to find a way. Lin Yifan thought about it, and suddenly remembered the ordinary black robes he had put away earlier. Although he gave away a few of them, he didn't know many people, so he still had 2 or 3 of them. I thought the fabric was good, and it would be a pity to throw it away, but I also thought it would be nice to use it as a favor in the future, so I put in the space. Now it's just right to be used. After he took out the black robe, he poured alcohol evenly on the black robe, completely soaking it in alcohol. The black robe had an average water absorption capacity and only absorbed half of the alcohol before it began to overflow. Alcohol is an important medical item. When you're injured, it can be used to save your life. It should not be wasted if possible. Lin Yifan put the remaining alcohol into the space, then picked up the black robe soaked in alcohol and quietly leaned forward to check the maggot human bones. Maggots and human bones did not leave and still stood in the living room motionless. After observing him for a moment, Lin Yifan took out a piece of wood and quickly threw it towards the maggot human bones to prevent any accidents. The force with which the wood was thrown was not great, but it could still be considered an attack, and it would be able to attract the attention of maggot human bones in the future. Fortunately, Lin Yifan's plan went smoothly. Maggots and human bones were indeed attracted by the wood and quickly dodged to the left. After seeing its movement trajectory, Lin Yifan immediately threw the black robe in his hand to the left in anticipation. The black robe had a certain delay in the air, but still successfully covered the maggot human bones. And because the black robe was large enough, Lin Yifan deliberately spread it out as much as possible before running over. So the black robe was hung directly on the body of maggot human bones. Crash! Seeing that his plan was successful, Lin Yifan did not dare to hesitate at all. He quickly took out his lighter, lit it, and then threw it at the maggot human bones. Boom! The explosiveness of alcohol caused flames to instantly burn on the pile of maggots. The air was filled with a burnt smell, and maggots were twisting wildly in the fire, making sizzling sounds. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, and then at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the heat resistance of these maggots seemed to be different. They actually began to actively separate from the burning parts, and the remaining maggots quickly reorganized and continued to approach him. This thing is much more difficult than the last time. Lin Yifun's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He had to find a way to solve it once and for all, otherwise he would have a hard time getting away today. It seems that the remaining half bottle of alcohol cannot be kept. Lin Yifun gritted his teeth in pain, quickly took out the remaining half bottle of alcohol, and slowed down his movements while the maggot human bones were burning. He rushed over and poured half a bottle of alcohol on the maggot human bones and also poured some on the ground. Then he lit the lighter again and threw it over. Boom! This time, flames shot up into the sky, and the entire shelter was illuminated by fire. The maggots twisted wildly in the flames, making sharp hissing sounds, like countless tiny creatures screaming. The high temperature of the flames prevents them from reassembling, and they are burned to ashes bit by bit. The maggots that fell to the ground were also burned into ashes by the alcohol. Lin Yifun retreated to the door and stared at the burning flames vigilantly. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the last maggot was burned to charcoal. Chapter 152, Another Self. After encountering such strange things one after another, even Lin Yifun couldn't help feeling physically and mentally exhausted. He walked out of the small room and sat down next to the fire, looking at the pile of black ashes left by the maggots and human bones beside it, his face full of surprise and doubt. These ghost things are really terrifying. It would be good if he had enough fuel. If not, even he would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy them. But even if there is enough fuel, it would be very troublesome if there are too many maggot human bones. Lin Yifun felt a little heavy-hearted. He still hadn't figured out where these maggots and human bones came from. What kind of conspiracy is hidden behind this? Secrets that cannot be discovered always make people feel uneasy, even for Lin Yifun. Just then, his private chat channel flickered again. Father of God, true, boss Lin Yifun. Are you done with your work? I just sent a warning in the chat channel, but many people didn't believe it, and some even accused me of exaggerating. If you're done, please help me explain. Your authority in our 10086 district is much greater than mine. They will definitely believe what you say. Lin Yifun frowned and replied, Why don't you ask me why I asked you for alcohol just now? Father of God, true, I don't think there's anything to ask. Since you asked for it, it must be urgent. And you also promised to remember a favor from me. That's enough. Lin Yifun didn't expect that this guy could be quite sensible sometimes. Before, because this guy's words were so unpleasant to the ear, he directly put him on the blacklist and never had any serious contact with him. Now it seems that this guy is really capable of setting up a guild for himself in such a short time. At least he's flexible and sensible. Although Lin Yifun hates such people, he has to admit that such people are more likely to succeed. The world was now full of dangers, and even if he and the Tiandahui were no longer on good terms, it would only be a verbal dispute. It's far from the point of fighting and killing each other. So if they can work together to do something, he is still willing to give them a chance. As for Lu Deshang's previous attack, it was most likely not the intention of God the Father, and he had already killed the person, so there was naturally no need to care so much about it. So Lin Yifun took the initiative to attack Lu Deshang, and how he obtained the fixed-point teleportation scroll from Lu Deshang, and then used the teleportation scroll to come to the father of this fake god and told him everything that happened. Including the black snake people and the maggot human bones, nothing is concealed. Just now he sent another message. Although I cannot confirm whether those counterfeits are transformed from maggot human bones, I can confirm one thing. Those counterfeits will reveal their true form after death. Father of God, true what? Maggot human bones? What the hell is this? How come I have never seen it before? Moreover, a group of insects can control a skeleton and attack, dodge, and even chase like humans. This is too weird. Lin Yifun nodded subconsciously, and then he remembered that they were chatting via text, so he replied, I find it weird too, but they can really do it. However, it's already weird that we came to this ghost world, so even weirder things won't be a big deal. And the most important point is that these things are connected together by sheer coincidence. There aren't that many coincidences in the world, unless someone planned it. Father of God, true. You mean there are other intelligent creatures directing them? But how is this possible? Such a strange thing. Can it really be driven by humans? Lin Yifun, it doesn't have to be human. Maybe it's another intelligent race. Even if it's human, it's not impossible. Don't forget that there were rumors of poisonous insects when we were on Earth. If these maggot human bones are controlled by the goo worm, then everything makes sense. Anyway, No matter what, maggot human bones are dangerous. Very, very dangerous. He looked deeply into the dark night outside the shelter, and his heart felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, so heavy that he could hardly breathe. This was the first time he felt anxious since coming into this world. In fact, his journey of survival in this world was quite smooth. Because of his special talent, he could basically get what he wanted very quickly. Moreover, he was lucky enough to obtain a lot of precious items that allowed him to move around at night. However, perhaps it is because he can move around at night that he encounters so many strange events. After all, no one else in the chat channel had ever encountered these things except him. Of course, it is also possible that someone encountered it but died, so the news did not spread. But no matter which one it is, one thing is certain. There is great terror hidden in the night of this world. Moreover, this world is far more complicated than they imagined, with natural disasters, monsters, unknown enemies, and now there are also maggot human bones that can be disguised. If his conjecture is correct, these maggots can imitate anyone, which means that their companions may have been replaced long ago. Even he himself may be replaced. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan felt a chill down his spine. He must go back as soon as possible to strengthen the defense of the shelter, and, at the same time, find a way to identify the imposter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep well in the middle of the night. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps outside. Who? He turned his head suddenly and gripped the iron axe tightly. In the darkness, a blurry figure slowly approached, and the voice had a strange smile. Lin Yifan, you are here as expected. This is the first time we meet. Does my face look familiar to you? Lin Yifan's pupil shrank. That voice was exactly the same as his own. No, not just the sound. Lin Yifan's hair stood on end as he slowly stood up, staring intently at himself, walking out of the darkness outside the shelter door. That's right, it's himself. Another himself. That face, those clothes, even the posture of holding the axe in the left hand and the machete in the right hand, are exactly the same as his. The only difference is their expressions. There was a strange smile on the other person's lips, and his eyes were so cold that he didn't look like a living person. Who the hell are you? Lin Yifan shouted, the axe blade reflecting the lingering flames. I am you. The fake tilted its head, and maggots slowly crawled out of its ear hole and then drilled back in. Chapter 153 Counterfeit. Lin Yifan looked at the maggots wriggling in the counterfeit's ears and felt so disgusted that he almost vomited. Maggots and human bones, although disgusting, they are inhuman after all, and they're not against his face, so even if he feels disgusted, he can still endure it. But now, this thing was pressing against his face. The thought of the wriggling maggots inside made Lin Yifan feel sick to his stomach. He took a deep breath and sneered. It's nothing but a bunch of wriggling maggots. Even if you can fake my appearance, fake is fake. It can't become real. Is it true or not? Does it matter? The fake one sneered and said disdainfully, when you die, I will be the only Lin Yifan, and then I will naturally be the real one. At this point, it turned its head and glanced at the pile of black ash left by the maggots and human bones beside Lin Yifan, and squinted its eyes and said, you are quite capable. You were able to kill a primary maggot human bone. I underestimated you. Lin Yifan didn't expect that even though it had been burned to ashes, this thing could still be recognized as maggot human bones. However, this did give him a guess in his mind. Perhaps, although this counterfeit looked confident, he was not really that confident. Otherwise, why hasn't he taken any action yet, but has been talking nonsense there? Unless he is like the maggot human skeleton that he killed at the very beginning and cannot enter the shelter. The reason why the maggot human bones, transformed by the false father of God, can be in the shelter is probably because it is already in the shelter. If his guess is correct, then dealing with this imposter would be much easier. But he no longer had any alcohol in his hands, and it was not easy to deal with this thing without fuel. But at this moment, his private chat channel suddenly lit up, seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking and instead kept chattering nonsense. Lin Yifan simply ignored him and opened the private chat channel to check. Unexpectedly, the person who sent in the message was actually God the Father, True. Father of God, True boss, what's going on? Why did another you appear in the chat channel? Could it be that your imposter has also appeared? When Lin Yifan saw this message, he immediately opened the chat channel. Sure enough, he saw a user with the username Lin Yifan constantly sending messages in the chat channel. My fellow countrymen, I am Lin Yifan. I found that I have been impersonated. Although I don't know what purpose this imposter has, I am sure he has bad intentions. So if another person appears with my name, don't believe him. Because I'm the real Lin Yifan, the others are all fakes. Now I am here to announce a message. A rainstorm disaster is about to come, but I have a lot of water-avoiding charms in my hand. I will distribute them all to you later. With the water-avoiding charms, everyone will be able to survive this disaster. As for the rules for distributing the water-repellent talisman, you can private message me to claim it. I have removed everyone from the blacklist, so everyone can private message me. When Lin Yifan saw this series of information, his brows immediately wrinkled into a Chan shape. He had just released all the people who had been blacklisted. But how did this imposter know this? Moreover, this counterfeit even has a water-repellent talisman. Where did it come from? The most important thing is that this thing can actually send messages in the chat channel. Could it be that these counterfeits also possess the light curtain information like these Orthodox survivors? But how is this possible? If this is true, then after the original owner dies, it is possible that he will be completely replaced by these counterfeits? Lin Yifan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He looked at God the Father, Zhen, who sent him the message, and there was some doubt in his eyes. If the counterfeiter can really completely inherit the original owner, then is this God, the Father, the real God the Father? Lin Yifan didn't know, but now he didn't dare to trust anyone anymore. Of course, these are not important now. The most important thing now is to kill the imposter in front of us. As for going to the chat channel to prove his innocence, he didn't even think about it, because this is a self-proving trap set for him. If he really tries to prove his innocence, he will really fall into this trap. The counterfeit has already taken the lead, and if he tries to prove his innocence now, he will only make things worse. So if you want to prove that you are the real Lin Yifan, the only way is that there is only one Lin Yifan in this world. However, before he could figure out how to kill the imposter, he discovered that the batch of water-repellent talismans that he had previously snatched from the Black Snake clan actually automatically floated out of his space. Lin Yifan's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. He always thought that the things he stored in the space ring could never be taken away by anyone as long as he was alive. But what is happening now? He tried desperately to stop it, but found that it was of no use at all. The water-repellent talisman was still floating out. Lin Yifan felt really uncomfortable after completely losing control of the space ring. The only thing to be thankful for is that, apart from the water-repellent talisman, nothing else floated out of the space ring. But no matter what, this batch of water-repellent talismans cannot be controlled by this counterfeit. Otherwise, he really will not be able to prove his innocence. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and sent a message to God the Father, True. Do you have any alcohol or other fuel? If you do, give it to me first. I will exchange it with you for a bronze bow and arrow. The batch of bows and arrows that he had obtained from the elves were still in his hands, and each one was a bronze level. Although it does not have a locking function, its attack power is not weak. At least in a short period of time, it is definitely a first-class weapon. He originally wanted to keep it for his teammates, but at this time, fuel is more important. As for whether God the Father really is real or fake, it doesn't matter at all now. As long as we can get him fuel, it doesn't matter whether he is real or fake. He is a good person. However, just as he expected, God the Father, truly, no longer had any fuel in his hands. At this time, the chat channel was also noisy. Everyone was discussing the water-repellent talisman, some of whom had already obtained it. Seeing them showing off the water-repellent talisman in the chat channel, the rest of the people became even more excited. Then Lin Yifan saw that his batch of water-repellent talismans began to decrease rapidly. Chapter 154. You are real. Who am I? Lin Yifan watched helplessly as the water-repellent talismans he had worked so hard to obtain disappeared into thin air one by one, his face looking extremely grim. However, the counterfeit deliberately took the water-repellent talisman in his hand and played with it. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the system recognizes me, Lin Yifan, more. Its voice suddenly became exactly the same as Lin Yifan's. Even the tone was exactly the same, and it said proudly, "Look, now I can use even your exclusive items at will." Although Lin Yifan's face looked ugly, he was not actually too panicked. After all, except for the water-repellent talisman, other things in his space ring were not controlled. This also shows that the problem is not with the space ring, but with the water-repellent talisman. In fact, Lin Yifan had been very confused before. He, Ruan Xingtan, and Hong Xiaoqiang fought hard to pass the copy, but only got a few water-repellent talismans and water-repellent talisman drawings. But actually having drawings is useless, because Lin Yifan has discovered that the materials needed to make the water-repellent talisman are quite precious. One of the essential items is mithril, but even he himself did not have much mithril, and most of what he had was obtained from various task rewards. That is why, at least at this stage, it is impossible for so many water-repellent talismans to appear. Therefore, he is now 100% sure that there is something wrong with this batch of water-repellent talismans. It's not just these water-repellent talismans. Even those location talismans are probably problematic. But now he still doesn't know what the problem is. But it doesn't matter. At least I know the key information, and that's enough. Lin Yifan's reason quickly cooled down, and he said indifferently, "All right, a fake is a fake. Don't think you can break my defense with just a few words. If you really have the ability to replace me, then kill me now. But can you kill me? You can't even get into the shelter." From beginning to end, the imposter stood outside the shelter and did not take a single step inside. This confirmed his previous speculation. These counterfeit bodies might not be able to actively enter the shelter. Since the opponent cannot enter the shelter, he is invincible. So what does he have to be afraid of? As expected, Lin Yifan's nonchalant words actually broke the counterfeit's defense. The fake's voice, which originally had the same tone as Lin Yifan's, suddenly became sharper, and he roared angrily. "You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! Why don't you believe what I say? It's like you were destined to be replaced. I advise you not to struggle. Just let me take your place, and you'll suffer less." Lin Yifan was too lazy to pay attention to him because he was currently purchasing fuel all over the world. Coincidentally, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan, whom he had previously looked for, finally found the fuel, a big bucket of tung oil. Tung nut oil is a vegetable oil. Although it is mostly used as paint, it does not mean that it is not a fuel. It's even a fuel that's quite good at boosting combustion. After Lin Yifan secretly traded the tung nut oil, he began to think about how to deal with the counterfeits. Maggots are only afraid of fire, and the fake one in front of us has a high IQ, so we must find a way to make it lose its mind. Only in this way can you find an opportunity to pour oil on it. So, after Lin Yifan prepared the fuel, he began to say with a smile, "You look angry? Why? Are you angry because of shame? A fake is a fake. It can never become real. Why are you talking nonsense here? Come and kill me. Come and kill me now. If you can't kill me, you're a grandson." Lin Yifan's words were like gasoline poured on a fire, instantly igniting the counterfeit's anger. At this time, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that there were more and more maggots on the counterfeit goods. Even the skin on his body began to become transparent, just like the false father of God before, and you could see the maggots wriggling inside the skin. At this moment, Lin Yifan finally confirmed that all the counterfeits were actually maggots and human bones. At this moment, he suddenly saw information appearing on the counterfeit's body. Intermediate maggot human bone. Possessing the ability to impersonate others, eloquent, insidious, and cunning, not very strong in combat, but very difficult to deal with. After seeing this information, Lin Yifan finally understood why there was such a big difference in IQ between these two people who were both maggots and human bones. It turns out that this thing is actually intermediate maggot human bone. But if you think about it another way, it's also quite terrifying. This is just the intermediate level. There must be higher levels above it. Who knows how intelligent those higher-level maggot human bones are? Lin Yifan felt his scalp tingling whenever he thought about it, and he could only force himself to calm down. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his private chat channel was constantly jumping. When he opened it, he found that people he knew were sending him private messages. "Father of God, true. Boss, please check the chat channel. Ruan Qingtan. Captain, what is going on? Why did none of you appear? And you're also giving out water-repellent talisman everywhere. Hong Xiaoqiang. Captain, check the chat channel quickly. Someone is impersonating you, and many people believe him." Lin Yifan saw everyone's messages. His expression slightly changed, and he quickly opened the chat channel. Sure enough, there was an uproar there. "Sexy little lamb. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for the water-repellent charm. You are truly a savior." "Lonely swordsman, what's going on? I have a friend with boss Lin Yifan. But why is it that I don't have a friend with this person who calls himself Lin Yifan? What's going on? Perfume is poisonous. The Father of God said earlier that someone was impersonating someone else. Could it be that this Lin Yifan is also a fake? Sexy is not coquettish. I don't care who is real or fake. For me, whoever gives the water repellent charm is the real one. Lin Yifan looked at the information in the chat channel with a slightly heavy expression. Since he already knew that those water repellent talismans were problematic, he couldn't just ignore them. He could only send a message. I am Lin Yifan. I don't want to argue here about whether I am real or fake. I just want to advise you that these water repellent talismans may have problems. I advise you to discard them immediately. Then, within a second of his message being sent, a person with the same username, Lin Yifan, immediately appeared below and sent a message. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. You're actually advising everyone to throw away the water repellent talisman. The rainstorm disaster is about to come. Without the water repellent talisman, are you going to let everyone die? You still dare to say that you're the real Lin Yifan? If you are real, who am I? Chapter 155, My Shadow. Why should I listen to you? Lin Yifan looked at the information in the chat channel with a slightly ugly expression. He raised his head slightly and saw the counterfeit outside the door, giving him a smug smile. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes and immediately had a plan in his mind. He quickly sent a message to a few friends. Do me a favor. Go to the chat channel and post messages questioning that guy. You must keep posting. God the Father, really, reacted quickly and immediately sent him a message. Do you want us to distract him? Lin Yifan did not hide it and readily admitted. That's right. It's not easy to destroy this thing. You have to attract his attention so that I can destroy him. The only person who came to ask questions was God the Father, true. Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan did not even have one question and immediately sent messages in the chat channel. As for the fake one, superb dad. Where did this counterfeit come from? How dare you question our captain? We have all seen the real Lin Yifan. You don't think you can bribe everyone with these fake photos, do you? Princess, please go to sleep. That's right. A fake is a fake. Our captain is not someone you can imitate. If you know what's best for you, just admit that you are a fake. Otherwise, I guarantee you will be in trouble. As expected, as soon as a series of questions came out, the counterfeit began to focus on the chat channel, speaking madly in an attempt to prove himself. Seeing that his attention was completely attracted, Lin Yifan immediately took action. He took out the barrel of tung nut oil, quietly opened the lid, and quickly pounced on the counterfeit. The counterfeit's attention was all on the chat channel. Although he noticed the tung nut oil coming toward him in time, he still couldn't dodge and was splashed all over. And because there was so much tung nut oil, not only was the counterfeit covered with tung nut oil, but there was also a large pool of it on the ground. It was precisely because of this large pool of tung nut oil that when he was trying to find the counterfeit cargo box, he slipped and fell flat on his face. You tricked me. The counterfeit fell to the ground and finally realized that he had been tricked. He was so angry that his face was distorted. Not only did the maggots in his ears begin to wriggle rapidly, but even the maggots in his nose started to move as well. Obviously affected by his emotions, the insects began to become restless. Moreover, Lin Yifan discovered that as the bugs became more agitated, the counterfeit's emotions became more difficult to control, and he even began to curse. You are a damned ant. How dare you plot against me? You are dead. I guarantee you are dead. Lin Yifan was naturally not afraid. He smiled slightly, quickly took out the wind-chasing and cloud-breaking bow, and then tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped it around the arrowhead. After it was covered with tung oil, he said with a smile, Hey, wake up. It's you whose life is in my hands now. Can you be more aware? You want to kill me? The fake's face suddenly changed when he saw the wind-chasing cloud-breaking bow in Lin Yifan's hand, and he said excitedly, No, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you will be seriously injured. Because you are also me, and I am also you. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes, because he suddenly discovered strangely that what this impostor had just said was not a lie. But he also couldn't understand what this sentence meant. Since he didn't understand, he didn't want to hold it in, so he immediately asked, What do you mean by that? Who told you that you are me, and I am yours? You are a fake, so don't bother trying to get involved with me here. The counterfeit was anxious, and pointed at the foot of 123 excitedly and said, Don't disbelieve me. Look carefully at your feet. Are there no shadows? Lin Yifan looked down, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he really discovered that he had no shadow. This was right next to the fire, so his shadow should have been very long, but now it was completely bare, with nothing there. The fake had been observing Lin Yifan's expression, and when he saw his expression, he said proudly, You see, you have no shadow. Thank you. Do you know why you have no shadow? Because your shadow is me now. And the reason why you can't hurt me is because I am your shadow. If you dare to hurt me, then the pain I suffer will be equally shared by the owner of the shadow. If you dare to kill me now, I can guarantee that even if I can't die with you, I can at least make you suffer. At this time, Lin Yifan finally figured out why counterfeits appeared. It turns out that maggots took over the person's shadow, and then turned into a person exactly like the shadow's owner. However, the shadow is too fragile and afraid of light and heat, so it will be burned to ashes instantly when it encounters flames. To put it bluntly, it's not the insects that are afraid of flames, it's the shadows that are afraid of flames. Now it was obvious that the imposter could not escape, for the grease on his body and the grease on the ground made it impossible for him to even stand up. However, Lin Yifan also had to have some concerns. If what the counterfeit said was true, then no one could say whether the damage suffered by the shadow would return to the original body. But now it is also clear that she must make a choice. Otherwise, this counterfeit will never give up. No, even though the counterfeit is a counterfeit, he is his own shadow after all. Since he is his own shadow, why can't he control it himself? Lin Yifan also noticed a strange phenomenon. Every time this fake spoke, the maggots in its ear holes would wriggle violently, as if they were transmitting some kind of information. What's even more strange is that when raindrops fell on it, they actually passed right through it, as if passing through a holographic projection. No, you are not a physical entity. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes. In this split second, Lin Yifan suddenly picked up a wooden stick on the ground and threw it out of the door with all his strength. It would pass through the imposter's body and hit the big tree behind him heavily. As expected, it did not feel like it hit a solid object. Lin Yifan looked at the piece of wood and suddenly realized. I understand. I finally understand. It turns out that you don't have a physical body at all, and those bugs in your body don't have corpses either. You are all just projections. No wonder you are afraid of fire and heat. It turns out that things like you cannot be considered real life at all. You are just relying on my shadow, a projection. Since your existence depends on my shadow, why should I listen to your orders? That's my shadow. It should listen to me. Chapter 156 Consciousness Attack. Although my shadow turned into a replica of myself, it was really unbelievable. But there are so many strange things in the world of survival that although Lin Yifan was surprised, he was not too shocked. The only thing he was thinking about now was how he could control this replica through the relationship between the shadow and himself. After all, the shadow comes from the projection of a light source. In a sense, it has nothing to do with the entity, and the entity cannot feel the existence of the shadow at all. Therefore, Lin Yifan had no confidence at all in relying on this to control the shadow. However, just as he realized this, a string of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Alert, alert! A consciousness of unknown origin has appeared and is trying to control you through your shadow. Unknown consciousness strength, primary. When Lin Yifan saw this message, he hadn't yet reacted to what was going on when he felt a sharp pain in his brain. It felt like someone was drilling into his brain with an electric drill, and it hurt so much that it felt like it was about to explode. He gasped, and his entire body instantly lost control, and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. And as his body fell, a heavy feeling of sleepiness came over him, trying to pull him into a deep sleep. Lin Yifan instinctively felt that he must not fall into a deep sleep. So he bit his tongue hard, using the pain in his body to stimulate his consciousness. And only then did he barely resist the sleepiness. But on one side was the devilishly tempting sleepiness, and on the other side was the pain that made him want to die. With such a double-edged attack, even Lin Yifan could only barely hold on. He now had no time to think about anything else, including the counterfeit who was so close to him. When people are in pain, time seems to be especially long. Maybe it was a second, maybe it was a minute. Lin Yifan had no idea how much time had passed. But he knew that he had a hold on no matter what. However, at this moment, a strange face appeared in his mind. A strange smile appeared on that face, and he kept tempting her. Lin Yifan, if life is so painful, then just give up. Anyway, you have no relatives or friends, and you have nothing to miss in this world, so why live in such pain? Give up, close your eyes, and quietly enter the ocean of sleep. This way, you will no longer have to face a painful life, and you'll be completely free. Give up? There is no such word as give up in my life. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, but firmly, You fake. Don't think you can trick me into giving up on myself with just a few words of nonsense. I will never give up on myself no matter what. Kill me if you're capable of it. Otherwise, just keep going and stop talking nonsense. Although the face was extremely ugly due to its distortion, Lin Yifan still recognized it at a glance. It was the face of the fake one. It was obviously this fake face, using some unknown means, that actually began to attack his consciousness, trying to make his consciousness disappear and die completely. But it was obvious that the counterfeit had good ideas. But because Lin Yifan's willpower was too strong, its consciousness attack failed to achieve the desired effect. Now that Lin Yifan had figured out the whole cause and effect, it was naturally even more impossible for him to let the counterfeit get his wish. He took a deep breath, ignored the fake's verbal temptation and threats, and silently used his will to resist all the pain. It's true, human adaptability is really terrifying. Although it was extremely painful at the beginning, as time went on, Lin Yifan keenly felt that the originally unbearable pain began to subside. It could be because of the body's adaptation, or it could be because of the rhythm of the attack, but no matter what the reason is for Lin Yifan, it is the beginning of victory. So he endured and endured, endured and endured. Even he himself didn't know how long it had been. But finally, the attack from the unknown consciousness disappeared. As the attack disappeared, all the discomfort instantly dissipated. More importantly, Lin Yifan was able to keenly feel that his mind seemed to have become clearer. It was as if his brain was taken out and washed in clean water, and it felt incredibly comfortable. Is this intelligence enhanced again? Lin Yifan had experienced the physical feedback when his intelligence was greatly enhanced. Although it's not as good as this time, the feedback feels similar. So when Lin Yifan realized this, he immediately opened his personal information. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Strength: 35. Agility: 18. Physical strength: 30. Intelligence: 55. Remaining attribute points: 0. Life level: Extraordinary level 2. Upgraded to Extraordinary level 12. Can break through to the next life level. Talent: Random buff, 1 draw per day. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Today's buff: Pathfinding is smart. Life skills: Basic skinning, proficiency 1000/6. Basic cooking, proficiency 1000 of 45. Special item: Mithril cast iron pot. Only one, created by Barrelet. Attributes: Delicious +5, physical strength, recovery +3. Item status: Repaired. Special effect: There's a chance to trigger Delicious critical hit when cooking, and the food attributes are doubled. Special props: Mage level inheritance memory, left by Croston. Already soul-bound, can be learned after the life level breaks through to the transcendental perfection. Evaluation: You have now surpassed the limits of human beings and become an extraordinary life form. From this moment on, you have truly embarked on the road of evolution. What level you can evolve to in the future depends entirely on your destiny. Sure enough, his intelligence increased again. He remembered clearly that his original intelligence was 40 points, and this was because of the intelligence bonus he received when he obtained the magic inheritance bead of Alox. Otherwise, his intelligence is the weakest of all his attributes. But now, it has become the most prominent one. At this moment, a prompt message finally appeared in front of him. Successfully resist the attack of an unknown consciousness, and be rewarded with 15 intelligence points. Lin Yifan looked at the message and raised his eyebrows slightly. For some reason, he always felt that this information came a little after the fact, and he had a vague feeling that his increased intelligence might not be a reward at all. Rather, it was the passive enhancement brought about by his successful resistance to the conscious attack of an unknown conscious being. Chapter 157: Killing the Imposter. This means that Lin Yifan's intelligence increased entirely due to his own willpower. The reason for the appearance of such a reward message might be to make everything reasonable. But none of this matters. As long as intelligence can be enhanced, it's a good thing. At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly heard a painful scream from the counterfeit outside the door. He looked up and saw the fake note-pulling person squatting on the ground with his head in his hands and a painful look on his face. His skin became more and more transparent, and the maggots under the skin were clearly visible. Maggots were constantly wriggling back and forth in the holes of his eyes and nose. After all, that was a face exactly like his own. No matter how bold Lin Yifan was, he couldn't help but feel disgusted when he saw it. However, the reason why this counterfeit became like this must be related to the consciousness attack just now. Realizing this, Lin Yifan's mood became increasingly heavy. This is just an intermediate maggot human skeleton, but not only is it so intelligent, it can even launch mental attacks. This time he barely blocked the attack by steadfastly holding on, but what if he encountered a higher level of maggot human bones? Can he still stop it? Lin Yifan's sense of crisis quickly reached its peak. It seems that I need to continue to increase my intelligence. Only when my intelligence is high enough can I have the ability to protect myself when I encounter advanced maggot human bones in the future. However, although Lin Yifan was daydreaming, he did not stop his hands. The fate of this counterfeit had been controlled by Lin Yifan before, and it was probably because of this that it was making a desperate attempt to attack with its consciousness. Although it is now down and looks to be in bad shape. But now, Lin Yifan has found the answer he wanted, so there's naturally no need to keep this disgusting thing. He picked up a burning log, strode to the door of the shelter, looked down at the imposter and said, "I told you, a fake is a fake. You will never be able to replace me." The skin on the counterfeit's body is now completely transparent. In just a few moments, it will completely turn into maggots and human bones. The counterfeit raised his head with difficulty and dug out the 2 maggots from his eyeballs, revealing his bloodshot eyeballs. He looked at Lin Yifan with great viciousness and said hoarsely, "So what if I lose? Since you already know that I am just an illusion, even if you destroy me, your shadow will still be occupied by other illusions. So sooner or later, you will be completely replaced by us. Let's talk about it on that day." Lin Yifan sneered and threw the burning wood in his hand directly at the counterfeit. Boom! A violent flame suddenly ignited, completely covering the counterfeit. Crackling. That was the crisp sound of maggots exploding when burned by flames. A strange fragrance began to waft around. That's the smell of burning protein. Lin Yifan's brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chan character. It was obvious that when the 2 maggot human bones were burned before, there was no smell. How come it happened this time? Could it be that the higher the level of maggot human bones, the more flesh and blood it can materialize? Yes, Lin Yifan could vaguely feel that although from today's perspective, the so-called maggot human bones was an illusion, it might not be a pure illusion. If it was just an illusion, why fill it with maggots? So, the body may be an illusion, but the maggots may not be. However, there was no basis for investigating all this now, so Lin Yifan could only put his doubts aside for the time being and calmly watch his counterfeit disappear into thin air. Bye! After the counterfeit's body completely turned into ashes, Lin Yifan originally thought that there would be nothing else except the fixed treasure chest dropped by killing maggot human bones. But he didn't expect that there would be something left behind on his fake body. He took a step forward, rummaged in a small pile of ashes for a while, and unexpectedly pulled out a ring. This is because of the bronze ring, which has a white gemstone on it. When Lin Yifan saw the ring, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he also has the same bronze ring. He stretched out his left hand, and on the middle finger of his left hand was such a bronze ring, and this ring was his space ring. Lin Yifan took off the 2 rings and placed them together. The 2 rings were indeed exactly the same. Just as he began to wonder what the connection between the 2 rings was, the 2 rings suddenly began to emit a faint green light. Then, the 2 rings flew up out of thin air, slowly approached each other, and finally merged together to become a white jade ring. It cannot be said to be a white jade ring, because the material of this ring is exactly the same as the white gem on the ring he owned before. Lin Yifan originally wondered whether the white gem was the real space stone that carried the space. But he didn't dare to do anything rash, so he couldn't verify it. But what is happening before our eyes can be used to verify it. The verification method is also very simple. Just open the space ring and take a look. Lin Yifan put the ring back on his finger, and with a thought, his consciousness appeared in his space ring. As he expected, the area of space changed. Originally, his space ring had 15 cubic meters of built-in space. Although compared to the storage bag with only 2 or 3 cubic meters of built-in space, his space ring is already quite good. But when it comes to actual use, the 15 cubic meters of built-in space is actually not enough. Now, the original built-in space of only 15 cubic meters has been expanded more than 3 times. The things that were almost piled up now occupied a small corner and a large area alone. When Lin Yifan withdrew his consciousness from the space ring, he saw that the properties of the space ring had changed. Product name: Space Ring, built-in space 50 cubic meters. Grade: bronze. Evaluation: with space stone as the core and refined gold as the auxiliary material, this bronze-level space ring has a built-in space of 55 cubic meters. It is an extremely rare space treasure. From the excellent grade, skipping the black iron rating and directly upgrading to the bronze grade, it seems that the fusion of these two rings has brought about a considerable improvement. However, Lin Yifan discovered that all the water-repellent talismans he had previously obtained from the Black Snake Land in the space ring had disappeared. However, those positioning and teleporting talismans were still there, which made him feel a little comforted. If even the positioning and teleporting talismans were gone, then all his work would have been in vain. In addition to this ring, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that this fake or drop treasure chest was also extraordinary, because this is actually a special black treasure chest, but it is not an ordinary black iron treasure chest. This turned out to be a special treasure chest. Chapter 158, A Pleasant Harvest. Every time you kill maggot human bones or a wild beast, a treasure chest will drop. However, the drop treasure chests are basically ordinary regular treasure chests, but the levels will vary depending on the strength of the monsters killed. The maggot human bones that Lin Yifan had killed before also left behind treasure chests. For example, the fake father of God that he had just killed dropped a very rare blue treasure chest. Even those members of the Black Snake Clan had treasure chests dropped, but the best of the treasure chests they dropped was only a green one, and most of them were just ordinary white. But he didn't expect that this fake item of his would actually drop a special treasure chest. Lin Yifan had come across a special treasure chest before. It was the treasure chest mission he took at the water pond before, and the final reward given was a special treasure chest. And this special treasure chest in front of him actually has a matching treasure chest task. Only after completing the task can the treasure chest be opened. Otherwise, no matter how many things are hidden in this treasure chest, he will not get them. It was clearly an imposter who was killed by his careful exoskeleton, but after finally getting a treasure chest to drop, he had to complete a quest to open it. This made Lin Yifan feel a little frustrated. But he had no choice. Many things in this world cannot be achieved by human wishes. He can only get what he wants by following the order of the world peacefully. So, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he still obediently lowered his head and looked at the task prompt on the special treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a special treasure chest, but unfortunately, you don't have the key to open it. However, if you can complete the task posted by the treasure chest, you can get the key to open the treasure chest. Do you want to accept the treasure chest task? Lin Yifan looked at this series of task prompts with a bitter smile in his heart. Could he refuse? He finally killed the imposter, and the reward was right in front of him. Could he give up? Of course not. So Lin Yifan had no choice but to accept the task. Special treasure chest mission opened. Task content: please kill 3 maggot human bones within 48 hours. Kill maggots and human bones again. Lin Yifan frowned tightly. It wasn't that the task was difficult. In fact, as long as he had enough fuel, maggot human bones would not pose much threat to him. But the difficulty of this task lies in finding 3 maggot human bones within 48 hours. This is definitely not an easy task. You know, Lin Yifan has only encountered 3 maggot human bones so far, and one of them was a counterfeit of himself. Now he's asked to find 3 maggot human bones within 48 hours, which is really too difficult. Lin Yifan was at a loss for a moment. He could only pick up the special treasure chest and put it in the space ring temporarily until he returned to his shelter. However, the special treasure chest cannot be placed in the space ring and can only be held in the hand. Fortunately, the special treasure chest does not weigh much before it is opened, so it does not cause much inconvenience to movement. Lin Yifan picked up the special treasure chest and put it aside, then began to search for things here. It has to be said that although this God the Father is a fake, no one knows what means he used to accumulate so much wealth in such a short period of time. The area of a third-level shelter is as much as 100 square meters. Even though his shelter is just an ordinary third-level shelter, the size will not change. The difference lies in the materials and craftsmanship of the shelter, as well as the strength of the protective measures. For this reason, even if this third-level shelter in front of us is dilapidated, it still has the area of a third-level shelter. But in this space of over 100 square meters, many corners are actually filled with things. Lin Yifan took a rough look and found that these things were basically materials, and most of them were intermediate materials. For example, intermediate wood, intermediate stone, intermediate clay, etc., and even a lot of intermediate pig iron. These materials are not that precious to Lin Yifan, who owns synthetic stones. But for those who don't have a synthesis room, it is definitely not an easy task to collect so many intermediate materials. The intermediate materials here add up to nearly 2,000 units. In addition to these ultimate materials, there are even some advanced materials, but these advanced materials are very common and not precious. But no matter what, all high-end materials are worth a lot of money. Not to mention that among these materials, Lin Yifan also found 28 units of mithril and 10 units of refined gold. Although Lin Yifan still hasn't figured out what special functions mithril and refined gold have, he can be 100% confirmed that these things are very precious. Not to mention, he also wanted to make armor. At present, he has the production drawings of the breastplate in his hand, but the production of the breastplate requires mithril as the main material, and she does not have much mithril, so she has not successfully made the armor so far. But with this harvest of mithril, he can go back and make armor. With armor protecting you, your life will be somewhat safe. Although Lin Yifan is not afraid of death, he still values his life very much if he can avoid death. Therefore, he pays great attention to things that can protect himself. In addition to these materials, Lin Yifan also found 5 plates of cultivation soil in the corner of another room, 3 of which were primary cultivation soil, but the remaining 2 were actually the quite rare black iron grade cultivation soil. Although Lin Yifan now has the higher level, bronze level cultivation soil in his hands, he also values the low level cultivation soil very much, because he found that apart from cultivating soil, no matter how fertile the land here was, it was impossible to grow crops. He had already planted some vegetable seeds on the land he had turned over in his own shelter a few days ago. These vegetable seeds were all heat-resistant and cold-resistant and were not very picky about the soil. Normally, these vegetable seeds will sprout within 2 or 3 days. However, 3 or 4 days had passed, and the vegetable seeds not only did not sprout, they even rotted. He tried many more times later. For example, potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, and other crops are all crops with relatively low soil requirements, but the seeds still rotted. Even the cuttings he took from the blueberry tree he had gotten before and used them as cuttings for grafting still turn out to be rotten. Only the plants he found in the wild could be transplanted to that land, but as long as the plants found in the wild had been planted in cultivation soil, they would not be able to be transplanted successfully. Chapter 159, Ownerless Shelter. Based on repeated attempts, Lin Yifan can basically confirm that only native plants can be grown on the reclaimed land. The crop seeds that come out of the treasure chest, or the plants that have been planted in the cultivated soil, cannot survive on the reclaimed land. Lin Yifan wanted to gather all the materials and build a large wall around the shelter and create a planting base inside the wall so that he could be self-sufficient in the future. Now that the reclaimed land cannot be used for planting, we can only think of other ways. The simplest way is to find enough cultivation soil so that large-scale planting can be carried out. However, although Lin Yifan obtained a considerable amount of cultivation soil, other people in the area obtained very little cultivation soil. Even if you occasionally get some, they are basically the lowest grade cultivation soil, and high-grade ones are very rare. Even Ruan Qingtan, who possesses special talents, currently only has 1 pot of black iron grade cultivation soil. She had wanted to give that part of the cultivation soil to Lin Yifan before, but was rejected by him. It's not that he looked down on it, it's simply because what he lacked was a large amount of cultivation soil, not just a little bit here and there. However, today's harvest was quite considerable. With 5 pots of cultivation soil, plus his own, there were 13 pots of cultivation soil in total. The specifications of each plate of cultivation soil are 1 cubic meter, so his 13 plates of cultivation soil can build 13 cubic meters of land. Moreover, Lin Yifan suspected that if low-level cultivation soil and high-level cultivation soil were mixed together, perhaps they could complement each other and become cultivation soil of the same level. While he was daydreaming, he took all the cultivating soil to the living room and prepared to put it into the space ring to take away. As for the things planted on the cultivation soil, Lin Yifan also looked at it carefully. Except for a small kiwi fruit, the things planted in the other pots were all ordinary crops. Lin Yifan did not pull out the crops. Anyway, he could not build the wall yet, and he did not have a large amount of crop seeds, so he could not plant them even if he wanted to. Of course, there's one more thing. He is not short of food now. Although he still has an obsession with farming, he is not in a hurry. Soon, Lin Yifan cleaned out everything in the shelter, leaving only an empty shelter. However, when Lin Yifan looked at the shelter, he still felt a little unwilling. No matter what, this is a third-level shelter that was built with a lot of waste of materials. It would be a pity to abandon it like this. But he had no way to tear down the shelter. The third-level shelter is not the same as the first and second-level shelters. Many of the materials used are reinforced concrete structures. It is not an easy task to dismantle it by yourself. You can't take it with you, and you can't take it apart. Lin Yifan could only sigh helplessly in the end, then walked out of the shelter and prepared to return. Then when he walked out of the shelter, he suddenly found that a message prompt appeared on the shelter that did not belong to him. If you find an ownerless shelter, you can choose to demolish it or take it for yourself. Lin Yifan looked at this message with a little surprise on his face. He really didn't expect that he could take over the ownerless shelter. If his shelter wasn't also level 3 and a bronze level 3 shelter at that, he might have actually been tempted. But there is no need for that now. And the most important point is that the original owner of this shelter was an imposter. Who knows if there will be any legacy issues with this shelter? Lin Yifan doesn't want to take any risks. So, he decisively chose to demolish the shelter. Suddenly, the shelter began to collapse rapidly, and in front of him, piles of materials appeared. These materials are basically primary, and some are intermediate. Judging from the quantity, they account for about 80 of the materials needed to build a third-level shelter. From this, it can be seen that dismantling the shelter will still result in some material loss. But relatively speaking, this kind of trouble will be less. After Lin Yifan stuffed all the materials into the space ring, he had no intention of continuing to explore here. He directly activated the return option of the fixed-point transmission service and returned to his shelter. It wasn't until he returned to a familiar place that Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mao Mao, who was left alone in the shelter to recuperate, heard the news that Lin Yifan had returned and immediately ran out of his nest and rubbed against his trouser legs. "Are you hungry?" Lin Yifan reached out and touched Mao Mao's head, then checked Mao Mao's wound. After finding that the injury had improved, he felt a little better and said with a smile, "Don't worry if you're hungry. I'll cook you dinner right away." Mao Mao is a golden eagle, which belongs to the raptor family. Originally, he should have eaten raw meat, but after eating the food made by Lin Yifan using the mithril cast iron pot, with properties, Mao Mao no longer wanted to eat raw meat. Therefore, Lin Yifan now has to squeeze out some time every day to cook food for Mao Mao. "I was busy all day today. When I came home in the evening, I just took a short break and went out again. I haven't had a rest since then. It would be a lie to say I'm not tired." But Lin Yifan still patiently cut a piece of crocodile meat, put in the pot, added seasoning, and cooked it carefully. Not sure if it was because of this mithril cast iron pot, but Lin Yifan discovered that the speed at which he stewed the meat was abnormal. The meat fibers of crocodile are quite rough, so it is not easy to cook. Even boiling it is not an easy task. Most people choose to use a pressure cooker to force cook crocodile meat. If you use an ordinary pot to cook it, it will take at least several hours. However, Lin Yifan only needed 5 or 6 minutes to cook the crocodile meat using the mithril cast iron pot. The fragrant smell made Li Yifan, who was originally exhausted both physically and mentally, swallow his saliva. However, he didn't have the habit of eating midnight snacks, so even if he swallowed his saliva, he still forced himself to suppress his desire. Because this pot of meat all belongs to Mao Mao. Mao Mao didn't hesitate to bring over a wooden basin after the meat was cooked. That wooden basin was made by Lin Yifan himself. It could be used to replace the soup basin. Naturally, its size is not small. Compared with a medium-sized wash basin, it is probably about the same size. After Lin Yifan took the wooden basin, he quickly filled it with crocodile meat. "Little greedy boy, eat quickly." Lin Yifan placed the wooden plate filled with crocodile meat in front of Mao Mao. He reached out and touched Mau Mau's head, then stood up contentedly and went to prepare to upgrade the shelter. He obtained a lot of intermediate and high-level materials from that guy today, which is basically enough to build a 4th-level shelter. Chapter 160, Upgrading the Shelter. Lin Yifan opened the shelter information to check whether there were enough upgrade materials. Bronze brick and tile bungalow, 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen. Grade, Level 3. Zerd Defense +3. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a single-story bungalow built of stone bricks and tiles. Although it is not very beautiful due to its simple workmanship, it has strong protection against Zerg. However, this shelter is not waterproof. If you encounter a flood, please escape from the shelter as soon as possible to avoid losing your life. Next level. Basic Level 4 Shelter, 2-story brick and tile small detached house. Basic upgrade conditions. Basic Level 4 Shelter Blueprint. 1/1. You have obtained the Basic Level 4 Shelter Blueprint. Do you need to upgrade it? Basic Level 4 Shelter Upgrade Conditions. Intermediate wood, 300 to 0. Intermediate stone, 500 to 0. Intermediate clay, 200 to 0. Intermediate pig, iron, 100/0. Silver Bureau Level 4 Shelter Upgrade Conditions. Intermediate wood, 600/903. Already satisfied. Intermediate stone, 800/809. Satisfied. Intermediate clay, 400/405. Satisfied. Intermediate pig iron, 300/301. Already satisfied. High-grade pig iron, 5069. Satisfied. Glass, 15/21. Already satisfied. Ceramic, 25/35. Satisfied. Silver Bureau Level 4 Shelter. The upgrade materials are sufficient. Do you want to upgrade? Lin Yifan looked at the message and couldn't help but smile. After upgrading the shelter to Level 3, he had always wanted to upgrade the shelter to Level 4. However, although he found the blueprints for the silver Level 4 shelter easily, he could not gather all the materials. The second natural disaster is about to come. According to experience, the 3rd level shelter is enough to withstand the upcoming natural disaster crisis. However, Lin Yifan still wanted to be more secure. Of course, the most important thing was that a Level 4 shelter was definitely more comfortable than a Level 3 shelter. Lin Yifan no longer has to worry about food and drink, so the next thing he pursues is naturally comfort. Upgrade the shelter. Lin Yifan let out a light breath, and then he saw that his shelter was rapidly disintegrating bit by bit, starting from the top. But as the walls were being disintegrated, new walls rose up. The new walls are thicker, taller, and more beautiful. Every tile on the wall is carved with exquisite patterns. As soon as Lin Yifan saw these patterns, his eyes widened. Because these patterns were very familiar to him, they were the magic runes he had encountered before. Why are there magical runes carved on the walls? Is it just for the sake of looking good? Absolument impossible. Therefore, these magic runes must have special functions. However, although Lin Yifan can now confirm that these are magic runes, he does not know what these magic runes represent, because the magic inheritance he obtained is currently just an inheritance bead. Before he opens the inheritance bead, he cannot obtain the magic inheritance. But as long as the effects of these magic runes are beneficial to him, he naturally won't care about it. However, in addition to the walls, there are also magic runes on the ground and even on the roof. It can be said that his shelter is completely covered by runes. But in addition to these changes, the biggest change after upgrading the shelter is that the original 1-story shelter has now become a 2-story standalone building. Each floor is about 125 square meters. The space on the first floor is much more spacious than before, and the layout has become more reasonable. The floor of the living room was paved with smooth tiles, on which faint magical runes could be vaguely seen flowing. Although the kitchen stove is still simple, it is equipped with a very high-end ceramic sink next to it. Lin Yifan looked at the ceramic sink, then at the rudimentary stove next to it, and suddenly felt that his rudimentary stove was really not presentable. At least, this basic stove is not worthy of the bright and beautiful ceramic sink. The primary stove must be upgraded. Lin Yifan walked into the bathroom nearby, while thinking about all sorts of things. When he upgraded his shelter to Level 3, he had already built a bathroom, but the bathroom at that time was not sophisticated enough due to insufficient materials. But nowadays, the bathroom is so high-end. There is a simple shower device in the bathroom. Once turned on, You can freely choose hot or cold water. But the most important thing is that there is a water heater in the bathroom, and it looks like it is solar-powered. Lin Yifan turned on the hot water and tried it. The hottest temperature was about 60 to 70 degrees. Although it was not enough to boil for drinking, it was also very good. In addition to the simple shower device, the entire bathroom is covered with tiles. Although it looks smooth and bright, it does not feel slippery when you step on it. It can be seen that these tiles are anti-slip. Although this ability is of no use to Lin Yifan, it is a standard for testing the quality of a bathroom. Such facilities are unthinkable in the first 3 levels of shelters. What made Lin Yifan even more curious was the situation on the second floor. He walked up the newly appeared staircase to the second floor and found that it was designed as 2 bedrooms and a study. The bedroom windows are inlaid with transparent glass, and the sunlight shines through the glass, making the whole room look exceptionally bright. Lin Yifan noticed that there were also fine magic runes engraved on the frames of each window, which must be some kind of protective measure. What surprised him most was that there was a small workbench in the study on the second floor. The surface of the workbench was also covered with magic runes. When he approached, these runes actually glowed slightly, as if responding to his arrival. This workbench is different from the large workbench downstairs, but after Lin Yifan tried it, he found that this small workbench is more practical. Moreover, anything that can be made on the large workbench below can also be made on this small workbench. Now he has 2 workbenches. It takes time to create things on a workbench. The higher the level of the item, the longer it takes to create. Because of this, what a workbench can create is always limited. Now that we have 2 workbenches, the speed of completing the work can naturally be much faster. And for some reason, Lin Yifan had a vague feeling that although the workbench on the second floor was small, its precision and controllability should be much better than the large workbench. Because there are many magic runes engraved on this workbench, this workbench is blessed by magic runes, so it is naturally considered a magic item. Although Lin Yifan knew a little about magic, he didn't know much. Therefore, it is impossible to judge what changes have taken place on this small workbench with the blessing of the magic runes. Chapter 161. There is still durability? Lin Yifan couldn't help but want to try it out. He had learned a lot of furniture drawings before, so he just picked a chair to make. The materials used to make the chair are very common, and only 3 pieces of primary wood are needed. So Lin Yifan didn't need to make any preparations. He just took out 3 pieces of wood from the space, put them on the workbench, and chose to make them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A faint voice was heard, and about a minute later, a brand new chair appeared in front of him. However, this chair has a different meaning from the ones he made before. The chair he made using this blueprint was just an ordinary wooden stool, without even a backrest. Apart from being strong and durable, it has almost no advantages. But the chair in front of me has no backrest, and the wood is polished and smooth, as if it had been polished. It is quite high-end and classy. Lin Yifan looked at the chair in front of him in surprise, then turned his head to look at the small workbench. He was very sure that there was nothing wrong with his drawings and the materials used, but why were the chairs different? The only possibility is that the items produced by this small workbench will be enhanced due to the bonus of magic runes. I just don't know if there will be any restrictions on this kind of enhancement. But whether there are restrictions or not is always a good thing. After tinkering with a new workbench for a while and satisfying his desire, Lin Yifan went to look at the other rooms. The layout of the second floor is similar to that of the first floor, but apart from the small workshops, there are only 2 parts left on the second floor. One part is a room with nothing inside. Judging from the size, it is probably a guest room, but the other part is different. It is also an empty room, but the difference is that the area of this empty room occupies 2/3 of the entire shelter. Lin Yifan stood at the door of this big room, his face full of question marks. What are you going to do with such a large empty room? Could it be turned into a dance studio? However, when he walked into the room, he finally knew what this room was used for. This turned out to be a constant temperature room. There was a huge thermometer hanging on the wall next to the door. The temperature in this room is kept at 23 degrees. You know, the temperature outside is almost 0 degrees now. Even if there's a fire and a thick blanket, it is still cold. The temperature in this room is most suitable for the human body. Staying in it, Lin Yifan feels his body relaxed. And he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he found that his physical strength recovered faster in this room. Just when he was wondering if his temperature sense was wrong, a message finally flashed before his eyes. Silver level 4 shelter. Grade 4. Zur defense +5. Waterproof performance +3. Opening the primary constant temperature room. The temperature in the constant temperature room is always kept at 23 degrees, no matter the seasons. Comprehensive evaluation. This is a 2-story single-family building that integrates basic magic runes. It can not only resist Zerg attacks, but also has certain waterproof and temperature regulation functions. The existence of magic runes gives the shelter growth potential. It is recommended to learn magic knowledge as soon as possible to activate more functions. Next level. Basic Level 5 Shelter. Multifunctional Small Villa. Basic Upgrade Conditions. Basic Level 5 Shelter Blueprint. 1 Basic Level 4 Shelter Upgrade Conditions. High Grade Wood 500 to 0. High Level Stone 1000 to 0. Advanced Clay 400 to 0. High Grade Pig Iron 300/0. Gold Level 5 Shelter Upgrade Conditions. Gold Level 5 Shelter Blueprint. 1 out of 0. High Grade Wood 1200 to 0. High Level Stone 1000 to 0. Advanced Clay 4000 of 0. High Grade Pig Iron 600/0. 100 Forged Steel 200 to 0. Glass 80 to 0. Mithril 80/18. Melody 10/0. Warm tips. Shelters built with better shelter blueprints will be more solid, safer, and more comfortable. If the survivors have the conditions, please build a better shelter. The constant temperature room is open. Lin Yifun's face was full of surprise. Although he was not so afraid of the cold now, it did not mean that he liked being cold. He is not an ascetic monk. It is tiring enough to collect supplies in the wild in broad daylight, and then he has to suffer the cold when he returns home. Just thinking about such a life is miserable. I don't know if others are interested, but he is not. However, when Lin Yifun looked at the remaining 2 attributes, he was a little confused. What is Zerg defense? Could it be that this shelter can prevent the Zerg? If that's true, that would be a good thing. Although we don't know how many natural disasters there will be in the future, and we don't know whether the mosquito swarm disaster will occur again. However, in such a desolate wilderness, the last thing you need is snakes, ants, rats, and insects. If a swarm of mosquitoes can occur, then why can't a swarm of mantises or a swarm of spiders occur? So this attribute is still quite practical. As for the waterproof property, Lin Yifun didn't care much about it. Anyway, he had this source of all waters in his hand, so he would not be flooded by water no matter what. Clatter. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Lin Yifun had just thought about the flood problem when he heard the sound of water dripping violently from the roof. He walked to the window and saw that it was raining heavily outside. The dense rain curtain made Lin Yifun's scalp tingle, because the rain was so heavy. In less than a minute, the land he dug in front of the shelter was flooded. If this continues, the first floor of the shelter will be flooded in 10 to 20 minutes at most. If it rains for another hour, his entire floor will probably be flooded. Sure enough, Lin Yifun had just been in front of the window for a while when a series of message prompts appeared in front of him. Alert, alert! Heavy rain disaster has officially arrived. All survivors, please be prepared and actively welcome the arrival of the disaster. I also wish you good luck and hope that you can survive this disaster. Alarm alert! Your shelter is flooded. Alarm alarm! Your shelter has been corroded by water and its durability has been reduced by 0.2. The current durability is 99.8. When the durability is 0, the shelter will lose all functions. The durability can be restored when a repair is found. For your safety, please try to avoid soaking the shelter in water. Lin Yifun looked at this message and suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. He thought of many settings, but the only one he hadn't expected was that the shelter would also have durability. He had always thought that the shelter was just like the novice village. Although it could be destroyed, it was impossible for it to be broken after just a few uses. Moreover, there was no durability in the first 3 levels. Now that he had finally upgraded the shelter to level 4, he only came up with durability. It was really frustrating. Chapter 162, Gray Pollutant, Setting Error, Major Revision. However, it's no use being upset now. The shelter has been upgraded to level 4, and it is a silver grade level 4 shelter, and it even has a constant temperature room. In comparison, the 4th level shelter is simply the ultimate luxury, while the previous 3 level shelters are at most residential houses. Therefore, even if this level 4 shelter has durability, Lin Yifun feels that he can endure it. However, he had never seen what a repairman looked like, so he naturally didn't know where to find one. and his shelter had only been in use for such a short time, but it had already lost 0.2 durability. If converted back to that, it would only take a day or two for the durability of his newly built shelter to be completely lost. Having spent so much on materials, Lin Yifan naturally could not accept that the shelter had lost its effectiveness. Therefore, we still have to get through the heavy rain disaster first. Lin Yifan looked at the heavy rain outside the window, and after thinking for a while with a little hesitation, he took out the source of all waters and wanted to give it a try to see if it could make the rainstorm disaster retreat. Source of all waters, it is still a small drop of water, but the color of the small drop of water has changed a little. Lin Yifan remembered very clearly that the source of all waters he had seen before was a crystal clear light blue, as clear as lake water. But now, there's a hint of white in the water droplets. Although this layer of white is only the size of a hair, it stands out against the crystal clear light blue. Lin Yifan looked at the white color carefully and suddenly found that it was not pure white, but grayish white. Why does this color look so familiar? Lin Yifan frowned and quickly began to look through his memories. Finally, he remembered. It's gray fog. The so-called gray fog is actually the fog at night. Maybe many people would not pay attention to it, but because Lin Yifan has traveled at night many times, he also carefully observes the weapons used at night. The fog during the day is pure white. When the fog is thick, you can't see your hand in front of you, but it makes people feel like there is a huge stone pressing on their hearts. But after all, it's just white mist, and it doesn't make people feel much sense of crisis. But the fog at night is different. It is a grayish-white fog that not only makes it pitch dark, but also weakens people's five senses and even causes confusion. Lin Yifan had never paid attention to these things before, because even when he traveled at night, he always stayed in familiar places nearby and did not stray too far from the shelter. Therefore, even though he occasionally felt that his senses were a little dull, because he was so familiar with the area, he could find his way back to the shelter even with his eyes closed. So Lin Yifan did not think about these things. But tonight when he went to look for the Qingling fruit, he found that his senses were getting weaker and weaker, as if he was about to become a fool, and his brain was completely unable to think. If he hadn't drawn the path-finding spirit today and could rely on it to find the direction, he would probably have been lost in the gray fog. No, that's not right. Lin Yifan suddenly came to his senses. He might have overlooked the horror of the gray fog before. The grayish-white mist does more than just block vision. It seems to erode people's minds, causing them to gradually lose their judgment and even cause memory confusion. When he was traveling at night before, it was the source of all waters that absorbed the fog and allowed him to travel freely at night. But he forgot the most important point. Therefore, the most frightening thing about the gray-white fog is that it tampered with memories. Lin Yifan lowered his head and looked at the source of all waters again. The grayish-white color seemed to have life, swimming slowly in the water droplets like some unknown pollution. And for some reason, he found that after staring at the gray-white substance in the source of all waters for a long time, he was actually bewitched. However, this temptation is very weak and is constantly weakening, because Lin Yifan keenly discovered that the gray-white substance in source of all waters was actually becoming less and less. According to the decreasing data, the gray-white substance in the source of all waters will completely disappear in half an hour at most. Also, if it rains heavily, why does the gray fog also become thick? Could it be that the gray fog is related to this rainstorm disaster? He muttered to himself, a bold guess arising in his mind. If gray fog can erode human consciousness, then is this rainstorm also the embodiment of some kind of natural disaster? As a treasure of the water system, source of all waters may be passively absorbing the energy from the rainstorm, while also inevitably being contaminated by the gray fog. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan decided to do an experiment. He took a deep breath and gently placed source of all waters close to the window. In an instant, the rain outside the window seemed to stagnate slightly. The moment the raindrops touched the window, they strangely hovered for a second before slowly sliding down. What was even more shocking was that Lin Yifan clearly saw that in the rain, there were actually extremely fine gray-white smoke filaments mixed in, and these gray-white smoke filaments are actually being absorbed by the source of all waters at this moment. And as the white smoke disappeared, Lin Yifan was shocked to find that the heavy rain in this area had actually begun to weaken. So, the gray-white smoke filaments are the cause of the rainstorm? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. The grayish-white smoke is corrosive, so the rainstorm formed by the grayish-white smoke also has strong corrosiveness. No wonder the durability of a shelter drops so quickly. That's what he said. How could ordinary rainwater corrode a silver-grade building? It turns out that the real problem lies in the rainwater. Lin Yifan finally understood. However, now the problem arises again. If he uses source of all waters directly to absorb the rainstorm, he will inevitably inhale more smoke. What if I inhale too much? Will the entire source of all waters be polluted by this smoke? But if it is not used, the shelter will be destroyed by heavy rains sooner or later. Just when Lin Yifan was in a dilemma, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Warning: gray fog pollution is detected infiltrating the shelter. Current pollution level, 0.5. When the pollution reaches 10, the shelter function will be partially ineffective. When it reaches 30, all facilities will stop operating. In addition to this series of alarms, a new mission to win has finally arrived. Main Mission Series 2 of National Survival, Fighting Floods. Only the survivor ranked first in the region is eligible to accept this mission on behalf of all survivors in the region. Task content: lead the people in this area to survive this natural disaster as much as possible. Collective task reward 1. The top 100 regions in terms of regional personnel survival rate will receive a collective blessing of double harvest, and the blessing duration decreases according to the ranking. Group task reward 2. In the top 100 districts, everyone can receive a treasure chest reward. The level and quantity of the rewarded treasure chests are linked to the ranking of the district. Personal contribution reward: successfully survive this natural disaster and you will get 1,000 basic contribution points. During this natural disaster, you can also get contribution points by contributing supplies to help others. 1 basic supply equals 1 contribution point. Contribution points can be exchanged at the survival store. Personal contribution reward 2. When the area where the survivor is located ranks among the top 100, the survivor with the highest contribution value in the area will receive Silver Level 4 Shelter Blueprint, ×1, Mithril ×10, Random Attributes ×10, Unique Reward, only issued to the survivor with the highest overall ranking in the area. Lin Yifan's face changed suddenly. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that a new survival mission would start at this time. Chapter 163: Purification. Major changes to the setting. Lin Yifan looked at the familiar natural disaster mission and suddenly felt relieved. The reason why he wanted to protect more survivors during this period of time was not because he was a saint, but it's because the survival mission requires more survivors. Lin Yifan was quite envious of the rewards for the natural disaster mission. As long as he could get this reward, his strength would be greatly improved. Lin Yifan really couldn't refuse such a temptation. However, this rainstorm is actually corrosive, which will definitely increase the difficulty of survival for the survivors countless times. Therefore, it is too difficult to continue the glory of the previous natural disaster mission in this natural disaster mission. And now, let alone helping others, Lin Yifan himself is almost in danger. After all, this rainstorm could destroy his shelter. Without the shelter, there was no way he could survive. No, we must take the initiative. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, pushed open the window, and raised source of all waters high into the stormy night sky. He doesn't want to think about it so much now. Who cares whether the source of all waters will be polluted or not, as long as he can survive. What's more, the gray-white mist in source of all waters is decreasing, as if it has been purified. Even if it absorbs more gray matter, it can be slowly eliminated. At most, it just takes a little longer. At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that there were new changes in the information of source of all waters. Source of all water. Function: control water and purify water. This is a drop of precious source of all waters, which can turn into a torrential flood, submerging everything in the world. It can also absorb all water sources in the world. So, it is both the source of life and the source of floods. What's going on? Lin Yifan looked at the changes in information on source of all waters in astonishment, full of confusion. He remembered clearly that this thing did not have the ability to purify during class before. How come it suddenly appeared? That won't work. This thing will mutate automatically? But no matter what, since it has become like this, there is nothing to worry about. As soon as Lin Yifan stretched his arm out of the window, The torrential rain pierced his skin like countless tiny needles, freezing him to the bone. The grayish-white polluted threads twisted wildly in the rain, as if they had smelled the scent of prey, and swarmed towards the source of all waters. The teardrop-shaped source of all waters suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light, like a miniature star spinning in Lin Yifun's palm. As soon as those gray-white silk threads came into contact with the light, they made a hissing, burning sound and were actually evaporated into wisps of black smoke. It works! Before Lin Yifun could be happy, he suddenly felt the whole sky shaking. A roar like muffled thunder came from deep in the clouds, and the rainstorm intensified instantly. The originally bean-sized raindrops swelled into fist-sized waterballs, each of which was filled with gray-white pollutants as thick as earthworms. Warning: targeted counterattack from gray mist will detected. The System Scarlet prompt flashed by, and Lin Yifun's eardrums were suddenly filled with some ancient whispers. The sound was like the indistinct mumbling of thousands of people, or like the noise of rusty iron rubbing against each other. His temples suddenly began to throb wildly, and warm liquid flowed out of his nasal cavity. He could vaguely feel that if he continued to refuse to accept the pollution, his life would definitely be in danger this time. Want to pollute me? Dream on. Lin Yifun wiped the blood from his nose and threw source of 10,000 waters directly into the air fiercely. I'll give you enough to eat. The blue water droplets hovered in the rainstorm and turned into a miniature vortex. All the rain within 100 meters radius was sucked into the spiral. The gray-white pollutants condensed into a blurry giant face in the vortex. Tentacles composed of countless silk threads extended from the open mouth and stabbed fiercely at the center of the vortex. Just when the polluted tentacles were about to pierce in, Lin Yifun suddenly took out 3 Qingling fruits from his backpack and threw them over. The crystal fruit exploded in the air, and the pure light green mist collided with the gray tentacles, making a crisp sound like breaking glass. Lin Yifun caught the falling source of all waters with a gasp and found that the gray-white silk threads inside it had occupied the entire water drop, as if it was a drop of turbid lotion. Even after watching it for just 1 second, Lin Yifun felt dizzy. Moreover, there's a circle of silver lines on the edge of the water drop, and the system pops up a new prompt. Source of 10,000 waters, 10 pollution purification. Continue to purify, the scope of evolution will be expanded. Do you want to continue? When Lin Yifun saw this message, he was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the heavy rain here had stopped. Even the water on the ground has disappeared completely. Although the fog is still there, it has returned to a clean white color. The strange whisper also disappeared. If it weren't for the shelter, the loss rate was only a few tenths of a percent. Lin Yifun almost suspected that everything that had just happened was just his imagination. However, since the source of all waters can really eliminate the rainstorm disaster, more people can survive. Naturally, Lin Yifun would not miss this opportunity, as he was still thinking about the reward for the natural disaster mission. So I chose without hesitation, continue purifying. At this time, the source of all waters had risen directly into the air. Lin Yifun could only vaguely see that the gray-white clouds formed a vortex and were constantly being absorbed by it. But the others are not clear. So Lin Yifun directly opened the chat channel. At this time, the chat channel was filled with wailing voices. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Why is my shelter suddenly depleted? Don't even mention it. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. My shelter is already half flooded. The damage is decreasing even faster. It's like jumping off a cliff, jumping to 50 in an hour at most. I estimate that my shelter and I will be offline together. Hey, just log off. I'm already in a mess. My shelter hasn't even been upgraded to level 3, and now it can't withstand the flood at all. The damage has reached 80. I estimate that I can only survive for about 10 minutes. Huh, it seems like the rain has stopped. What's going on? Isn't it said to be a natural disaster? Why did the rain suddenly stop? You know what? The rain has stopped here. Lin Yifun looked at everyone's chat history, and when he saw the 2 latest messages, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew from the beginning that a rainstorm disaster was not the same as a mosquito swarm disaster, and the harm caused by a rainstorm disaster was even more terrifying. Therefore, when he obtained the source of all waters, he decided to use this thing to help more people in Area 10086 survive. Before, he always thought that the water source was drawn away by using the source of all waters. I didn't expect that, although it's still a water source, the difference would be so huge. Chapter 164. The Attack of the Gray Object's Will. However, no matter what the process is, as long as the result meets expectations, it is enough for Lin Yifan. There are some problems that he still can't figure out, and it's useless to worry about them. Therefore, Lin Yifan was too lazy to think about it. Seeing that source of all waters was still absorbing the gray mist, he was too lazy to care about it. At this moment, Ruan Xingtan suddenly sent him a message. Ruan Xingtan, Captain, the heavy rain here suddenly stopped. Did you use the source of 10,000 waters? When Lin Yifan saw this message, he did not hide it. In fact, there is no point in hiding it. After all, Ruan Xingtan and Hong Xiaoxiang both know that he has obtained the source of all waters. Besides, there was no need to hide it, so he answered frankly, "Yes, I was the one who activated the source of 10,000 waters, but you must not spread this matter to others." Although there is no need to hide it from Ruan Xingtan, it does not mean that this matter should be publicized and known to everyone. Lin Yifan never wanted to be a savior, nor was he willing to be a savior. He has experienced too much human nature and knows very well how despicable human nature is. It is said that a little kindness will be repaid with a big hatred. He can save someone once, but he cannot save him for a lifetime. Rather than being morally blackmailed in the future, it is better to hide the darkness from the beginning. At least in this way, all his choices can be attributed to himself. Ruan Xingtan obviously understood Lin Yifan and quickly replied, "Captain, it is you. Thank you very much. I almost thought that my shelter would be lost. As for this news, I will keep it to myself forever." Lin Yifan smiled and was about to chat for a few minutes, but Ruan Xingtan's second message came. "Ruan Xingtan, but Captain, I always feel that there is something wrong with this rainstorm. Just before the rain stopped, I seemed to hear some strange sounds, like someone whispering in my ear." Lin Yifan's pupils shrank, and he asked hurriedly, "Did you hear it too? What was the specific content?" "I couldn't hear it clearly, but when I heard the whispers, I couldn't help but get irritated. It was like something was trying to get into my brain and tempting me to go crazy. Fortunately, it disappeared quickly. If it had lasted longer, I think I would definitely not be able to resist it." Hearing this, Lin Yifan asked again, "Is this the first time you have heard such whispers?" Ruan Xingtan, who was sitting in the shelter with lingering fear and eating roasted sweet potatoes, nodded quickly. But he soon realized that they were not face to face, and he could not see the nod. So he quickly sent a message. "Yes, this is the first time I've heard of it. Does this kind of hell happen often?" As soon as Lin Yifan saw this information, he knew that Ruan Xingtan had never left the shelter at night, because anyone who had left the shelter at night would have heard this kind of strange whisper. He briefly explained the situation and then said, "We should be able to survive this natural disaster safely. Just stay in the shelter and wait until dawn." After Lin Yifan sent this message, he immediately opened the chat channel. Sure enough, someone in the chat channel also talked about this matter. "Sexy little lamb. Hey guys, did you hear any weird noises? I just heard it. It was so scary. Perfume is poisonous. Is it that weird whispering sound? I heard it too. It was just when it was raining heavily, and I thought my house was haunted. In the end, I didn't find anything, but then the rain stopped and the sound disappeared. Lu Yunxing, and I heard it too, but it's not the first time I heard this strange sound. I didn't pay attention to the time tonight, and when I returned to the shelter door, it was already dark. Then I heard this sound, which scared me, so I rushed into the shelter, but there was no sound when I entered the door. I thought it was an illusion." Before, Lin Yifan was not sure whether this strange whisper could be heard only by him or by everyone. Now it seems that everyone can hear this sound. But where did this sound come from? Lin Yifan had no idea at all. He had studied the source of the sound before, but found that he couldn't even find the direction from which the sound came. Because the sound seemed to come from all directions, no matter where you go, the strength of the sound is the same. It seems like this voice is heard all over the world. But for some reason, Lin Yifan looked at the blood-red full moon hanging in the sky, which was still not obscured even when the sky was covered with dark clouds. He felt that the strange sound was probably related to the blood-red full moon, but he could not find a reason. But at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly discovered that the source of all waters that was still hanging in the air and absorbed the gray fog and eliminated the rainstorm disasters was shaking violently. The gray-white cloud vortex that was originally rotating slowly suddenly began to twist in the opposite direction, as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing the sky apart. At the same time, a blood-red message prompt appeared in front of Lin Yifan, and it was flashing wildly, as if afraid that he couldn't see it. Warning: the gray fog is condensing into a physical entity. Lin Yifan's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that just waving his will could condense into a solid entity? He didn't have time to think about what kind of entity this so-called entity was. As a result, a gray-white light column with a diameter of more than 10 meters was seen falling from the sky. Boom! The gray-white pillar hit the source of all waters, making a loud bang. In that beam of light, countless distorted faces emerged. Some of them looked like humans, some looked like monsters, and some were only in their infancy. But these faces are all clamoring. The tones of these shouts were all different, but when combined together, they made people feel dizzy, upset, and want to go crazy at any moment. After hearing these shouts, Lin Yifan finally understood where the strange whispers that had sounded in his ears before came from. It is the shouting that comes from these light beams. But now, Lin Yifan no longer cares about what consequences these shouting will cause, because he saw that the source of all waters that was hit by the gray-white light column was shaking violently at this moment. A string of crazy, flashing information prompts also appeared in front of him. Alarm! Alarm! The gray mist is trying to seize control of the source of 10,000 waters. The gray mist can actually seize control of the source of all waters? Lin Yifan was horrified, but before he had time to think about it, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his mind. This severe pain seemed to tear his soul deeply apart, causing him to tremble all over. Chapter 165, Interlocking. Lin Yifan fell to his knees, holding his head tightly with both hands, his nails digging deep into his scalp. His eyes were blood red, and his ears were filled with countless crazy whispers. Those distorted faces in the gray-white light columns were directly invading his consciousness through some strange mental connection. Warning! Warning! You are suffering from mental pollution. Please remove the pollution immediately. Please remove the pollution immediately. The system prompts were flashing wildly, and every time the scarlet numbers jumped, Lin Yifan felt as if thousands of steel needles were stirring his brain. He reached for his waist tremblingly, pulled out his machete with his last bit of consciousness, and slashed his thigh hard. The intense physical pain finally made him sober for a moment, but what flowed out of the wound was gray-white blood mixed with gray mist. And in this gray-white blood, Lin Yifan actually saw tiny worms wriggling. Although the worm was only as thick as a hair, Lin Yifan knew this kind of worm very well. It was exactly the maggot larvae on the maggot human bones. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and felt cold all over. He had always thought that maggot human bones were shadows that had mutated due to some circumstances. But now it seems that maggot human bones are actually caused by the gray-white mist that erodes the body and pollutes the spirit, turning living people into maggot human bones. Realizing this, Lin Yifan suddenly felt a little desperate, because up to now, he has no idea how to prevent the next mutation. Could it be that he could only watch himself turn into a walking corpse made up of insects? And just at this moment, Ruan Xingtan's message came in again. Lin Yifan barely managed to open the message. Captain, a gray beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky over here. All the plants are withering, and the whispering sound that disappeared before has now appeared again. My head hurts so much. I feel like I'm going crazy. Am I going to become a lunatic? What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to become a lunatic. Captain, please save me. When Lin Yifan saw these two messages, a wry smile appeared on his face. He wants to save her too, but now he can't even save himself. Lin Yifan struggled to look up. The azure light of source of all waters was being eroded by gray and white. Countless twisted shadows were surging in the water droplets, making people's scalp tingle at the sight. What's even more terrifying is that he feels that his spiritual connection with this artifact is being forcibly rewritten. He is about to lose control of the source of all waters. Is this the end? Lin Yifan looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with complexity and relief. However, at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly saw a blue beam of light appearing in the northwest direction. The beam of light instantly attacked him, and before he could even react, he saw the azure blue beam appear in front of him. However, unlike what he had imagined, this beam of light neither attacked him nor the source of all waters. Instead, it directly hit the gray-white beam of light, and the two beams of light entangled with each other, like two giant dragons fighting. What is going on? Lin Yifan's face was full of shock. But the next second, he found that all the pain had disappeared. Even the grayish-white blood on the thigh turned back to bright red. Only the motionless maggots in the blood dripping onto the ground proved that he was indeed very close to being contaminated by the gray fog and transformed into maggot human bones. Although he still didn't know what had happened, Lin Yifan was still relieved that he had escaped the crisis of turning into maggot human bones. He quickly tore off a piece of cloth and bandaged the wound on his thigh, and then everyone looked up at the source of all waters. Fortunately, without the gray-white light column, source of all waters returned to normal and began to absorb the gray-white mist again. And the speed is getting faster and faster, as if it is rushing to complete the process. And above the source of all waters, there was a blue beam of light coming from the southwest. Lin Yifan could finally see clearly what the blue beam of light was. It turned out to be a column of water. Lin Yifan could even see the source of the water column, which was actually the pool where he had done the treasure chest mission before. Because of the illumination of the gray-white and blue light columns, and the fact that the surrounding fog was absorbed by the source of all waters, Lin Yifan was able to clearly see the terrain within a radius of dozens of miles around him. That was why he could clearly see that the small pool was like a laser gun, and the light blue water column was the emitted laser. Lin Yifan just suddenly thought of the various runes densely packed onto the small pond. He had never understood before what were the uses of those runes. He even suspected that the pool of water was the source of the rainstorm disaster, and it was there that he obtained the water-fixing stone, which made him more and more convinced of his guess. But now it seems that he guessed wrong. Not only is that pool not the source of the rainstorm disaster, it could even be some kind of formation. Moreover, this kind of formation should be specially designed to cooperate with source of all waters, to deal with the will of the gray fog. It seems that everything makes sense. It was because he knew that there would be a rainstorm disaster that he thought about looking for water sources nearby to see if he could prevent the disaster from coming. It is precisely because of the search for water that you will find the pond and receive the special treasure chest mission beside the pond. It was precisely because he had received the special treasure chest mission that he entered the bottom of the pool, discovered those runes, and completed the mission to obtain the water-fixing stone and the purple treasure chest. And he was able to enter the dungeon and obtain source of all waters because of the dungeon teleportation talisman obtained from the purple treasure chest. Therefore, each of this series of events is closely linked to the next. If any link is missing, the rest cannot proceed. Lin Yifan couldn't help but wonder if his life had been controlled by someone. Is it true that everything he is experiencing now, every step he takes, and everything he does was planned for him in advance by others? But why would people do that? Lin Yifan doesn't know. But now, even if everything he guessed was true, he could only continue to move forward step by step. After all, the weak have no choice. Only the strong have it. Lin Yifan looked up at the source of all waters, and his desire to become stronger couldn't help but deepen a little. At this moment, new task information appeared in front of him. Chapter 166, The Source of Purification. This time the information flashed very quickly, faster than any previous time, almost as fast as lightning. Lin Yifan frowned and tried hard to concentrate before he could barely see the message clearly. Now issuing an urgent task, purifying the source. Mission description. The will of the gray fog is eroding the world, and the source of 10,000 waters resonates with the formation of the mysterious pool, forming a purifying force to fight against the gray fog. But the formation needs more powerful energy to be fully activated. Otherwise, the counterattack of the gray fog will be even more fierce. Mission objective. Go to the pond immediately, activate the core of the rune formation, and assist source of 10,000 waters in completing the purification. Quest reward. Practice the secret method soul casting. Lin Yifan stared at the task information, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Sure enough, his guess was not wrong at all. This series is all related. The rune formation in the pool complements the source of all waters, so it can form this source of purification. But now it seems that even if all this was arranged by someone in advance, it is obvious that this person still underestimated the gray fog pollution. So at this moment, he still needs to activate the formation. However, he also wants to go to the water pond. He gripped the machete tightly, raised his head, and looked toward the pool of water in the northwest, his expression becoming more and more determined. Some answers must be found. Otherwise, even if you can pass this hurdle now, you will still have to go in the future. Although he was still a little weak, the crisis was not over, and Lin Yifan did not dare to relax at all. Although the gray fog was temporarily suppressed, the two beams of light in the sky were still colliding violently and could lose balance at any time. If the two relationships lose balance, the purification of source of all waters will probably be interrupted once again. So, he must act as soon as possible. At the same time, Ruan Qingtan's message popped up again, but this time, her tone became unusually hasty, even with a hint of strange calmness. Captain, I seem to have seen something. Those whispers, they were talking to me. They said, we will all become part of them. Lin Yifan's heart trembled, and he immediately replied, Ruan Qingtan, stay awake. Don't listen to those voices, and don't be bewitched by them. However, the next second, the other party's avatar suddenly turned gray. Lin Yifan's heart suddenly turned cold. He had seen the situation too many times. After the survivors died, their portraits would instantly turn gray. He has seen too many people go offline, and some people often appear in the chat channel. Even if he doesn't pay much attention, he will occasionally remember a few of them. But often after a few days, these people's portraits will turn gray. For this reason, Lin Yifan is unwilling to deal with too many people because he does not want to face the fact that his relatives and friends around him are going offline. He and Ruan Qingtan were the earliest friends he knew, and they were also the first people he defined as friends. But I didn't expect that she would go offline so soon. Damn it! Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, and his emotions began to fluctuate involuntarily. Just as his emotions were fluctuating, the strange whispers immediately rang in his ears again. Lin Yifan's heart was instantly shocked. It seems that although the source of all waters is rapidly absorbing the gray fog, it does not mean that the spiritual pollution has completely disappeared. It just became weaker. Once his emotions fluctuate, mental pollution will immediately take advantage of the situation and sneak in. So you must keep your emotions stable. Lin Yifan took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, then put on his clothes and went out, quickening his pace towards the pond. Along the way, Lin Yifan discovered that the plants around him were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Occasionally, grayish-white mist seeps out of the ground, as if the entire world is being devoured by some force. What was even more strange was that he would occasionally hear a faint rustling sound in the wind, like the crawling of a swarm of insects, but when he looked around, there was nothing. It seems that I have to go faster. He endured the pain from the wound on his thigh and sprinted with all his strength. Finally, the pond was in sight. However, the scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. The originally calm pool of water was now boiling like lava, and the runes at the bottom of the pool were emitting a dazzling blue light. But beyond the light, countless gray-white mists were gathering from all directions, like a giant net, trying to cover the entire pool. And in the middle of the pool, there was a human figure floating. This figure turned out to be Ruan Qingtan. Her eyes were closed, her body was shrouded in gray mist, and tiny maggots were faintly visible crawling under her skin. Why is she here? Lin Yifan was shocked. But the next second, something even more horrifying happened. Ruan Qingtan suddenly opened his eyes. Her pupils had completely turned grayish-white. She slowly opened her mouth to Lin Yifan, revealing an inhuman smile. Captain, you are finally here. Let's become part of the new world together. Lin Yifan's hair stood on end, and he instinctively took a step back, holding the machete across his chest. You are not Ruan Qingtan, he shouted. Who the hell are you? Ruan Qingtan tilted his head, and a twisted smile flashed in his gray pupils. I am her, but not entirely her. Her voice suddenly became hoarse, as if countless tiny insects were rubbing against her vocal cords. The gray fog is reshaping us, and you'll become one of us. Before she finished her words, her body suddenly twitched violently, and countless tiny wriggling marks bulged under her skin, as if countless maggots were crawling in her flesh and blood. Lin Yifan's heart was pounding. He knew that Ruan Qingtan's change was irreversible. Warning: high concentration of mental pollution detected. It is recommended to evacuate immediately. The system's alarm exploded in his mind, but Lin Yifan did not move. He stared at the rune floating in the center of the pool. The azure light shrouding the rune was being eroded bit by the gray mist. No, we must stop the gray fog from eroding the runes. Otherwise, the political and legal system will become completely ineffective. If the formation completely fails, no one will be able to stop the counterattack of the gray fog. The core of the formation must be activated. He squinted his eyes, looking at the rolling pool of water, trying to find an opportunity to get into the water. He was already wearing a diving suit. As long as he could find an opportunity to get into the water, he could go to the bottom of the pool to activate the formation. Although until now, he still doesn't know how to activate the formation. But things will work out when the time comes, and there is no reminder of this in the mission. So the method to activate the formation is most likely under the water. However, Ruan Xingtan, or rather, the monster that occupied her body, obviously would not let him do as he wished. Chapter 167, The Realm of Bliss. Although Lin Yifan still couldn't figure out why Ruan Xingtan, who had gone offline, suddenly appeared here. But you don't have to think about it to know that the person must be coming with bad intentions. So far, none of the tasks issued by the survival world can be completed easily. Sure enough, Ruan Xingtan's limbs suddenly twisted at strange angles. The whole person slowly stood up from the pool like a puppet, and the gray mist wrapped around her body, forming a wriggling coat. If you look closely, you can occasionally see maggots wriggling in the gray mist. You can't escape, Ruan Xingtan grinned, his smile tearing to the roots of his ears. The gray fog will devour everything and turn the entire world into a paradise. After hearing this, Lin Yifan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "The realm of bliss? What is the realm of bliss? Otherwise, can you introduce it to me in detail? Maybe if I understand what the realm of bliss is, I will be willing to be devoured by you." As he spoke, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings, trying to find a way to enter the pool. Although using this method to delay time seems to be quite unskilled. However, according to Lin Yifan's understanding of these mutated monsters, although these things have a slight IQ, it is not high. As long as you control the degree, short-term delays are not a problem. As expected, after hearing his question, Ruan Xingtan actually began to answer seriously. The so-called paradise is naturally a world without worries. We will obtain immortal bodies and never die. So that's how it is. Is there anything else? Lin Yifan asked perfunctorily as he approached the pool cautiously. The surface of the water in the pool kept rolling, and a deep blue light was shining from under the water. Obviously, these blue lights are the runes under the water. Lin Yifan looked up at Ruan Xingtan and wanted to go into the water while she was not paying attention. However, at this moment, Ruan Xingtan suddenly reacted, rushed to Lin Yifan angrily, and screamed angrily, "How dare you lie to me? You want to go into the water to activate the formation? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Xingtan flew towards Lin Yifan. The gray mist instantly filled the surroundings, and like a devil's voice, whispers rose and fell in Lin Yifan's ears. Lin Yifan bit his tongue hard, and after forcing himself to calm down, he wanted to jump into the water. However, as soon as his body touched the water, he was swept back by the waves and fell directly onto the shore. "I can't get down." Lin Yifan looked at the water surface without confidence. Only then did they discover that the waves on the water were being stirred by the gray fog, forming an upward spiral water column. No wonder he couldn't get into the water. Lin Yifan's expression was somewhat ugly, but Ruan Xingtan laughed hoarsely. "I told you, you can't go into the water with me here. Just stay where you are and wait for this source of 10,000 waters to break. Then, together with this land, you will become part of the paradise." Lin Yifan's face looked grim. At this critical moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Use the water-fixing stone." He was stunned and turned back suddenly, only to see a man in a black robe standing at the edge of the pool. The man was completely shrouded in shadow, with only a bright blue crystal in his hand. It was exactly the same as the water-fixing stone he had obtained before. "Who are you?" Lin Yifan looked at the man and immediately asked. He had suspected before that someone had planned everything and brought him to where he is now. But she hadn't found him yet, so she couldn't be sure. Now this man in black appeared. Could it be him? "There's no time to explain now, but you have to believe me. I will never harm you," the black-robed man said sternly. "Hurry up and use the water-fixing stone in your hand to fix the rotating water column. Then go into the water to activate the formation, otherwise we will all die. Lin Yifan also knew that this was a critical moment, and it was not the time to pursue the issue. There is no time to think about whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Anyway, at this point in time, whether it is an enemy or a friend, we are all allies. Only by breaking the current desperate situation can everyone survive. So, after Lin Yifan looked at him deeply, he immediately took out the water-fixing stone. It was only at this time that he discovered that the fixing water stone was actually getting slightly hot. As soon as he let go, the water-fixing stone immediately flew towards the water bomb, and the rotating water column that was originally rolling continuously also stopped immediately. Hualalalal. The next second, the water column spinning in midair turned into scattered water droplets and fell onto the surface of the pool. The surface of the water was also calm, and it did not move at all even though the gray fog continued to sweep over it. Upon seeing this, the man in black immediately yelled at Lin Yifan. Now is the time to go into the water and activate the formation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan jumped into the water without any hesitation. At this moment, an inhuman roar came to his ears. Roar! Lin Yifan looked up and saw Ruan Qingtan suddenly rushing towards him. He dodged sideways and jumped into the water with all his strength. Stop him! Countless overlapping screams came from the gray fog, as if thousands of voices were roaring at the same time. Lin Yifan once again experienced the feeling of his spirit being torn apart. He scratched the wound on his thigh hard, using the intense pain to keep himself awake. Just then he managed to calm himself down, and then the ground began to shake violently, and countless gray arms stretched out from the soil, trying to grab his ankles. Get out of here! Lin Yifan swung his knife and cut off those arms. Sticky gray-white liquid splashed out and turned into writhing maggots when it hit the ground. And those maggots hadn't given up yet. They swarmed towards him madly, as if they would not stop until they could stop him. Lin Yifan's scalp tingled when he saw it, and when he stepped on it, it felt soft. The maggots were bursting and slowly growing on the soles of his shoes, sticky. He felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. He gritted his teeth and kept walking. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Finally, he jumped into the pool and disappeared on the water just as Ruan Qingtan's sharp claws were about to touch his back. Puff! The crisp sound of falling into the water instantly made Ruan Qingtan furious. Through the water, Lin Yifan could see that Ruan Qingtan's body was constantly waving, and countless maggots fell on the water, intending to completely cover the water surface. However, as soon as the maggots fell into the water, they died instantly. In just a moment, the corpses of countless maggots floated on the water, dyeing the entire surface gray and white. Chapter 168, Human Bones Underwater. Lin Yifan had not dived yet, and was staying about half a meter away from the water surface. He was originally still wondering what Ruan Qingtan was going to do. Why are you engaging in self-harm when everything is fine? From what he knew, although these things didn't have high IQs, they were actually quite afraid of death. However, when Lin Yifan saw a layer of maggots floating on the water surface, completely blocking all the light shining into the water bottom, he finally realized what Ruan Qingtan wanted to do. It was obvious that it wanted to use maggots to seal the entire surface of the pool so that the beam of light emitted by the underwater formation would not be able to penetrate the water surface. This is used to destroy the combination of the formation light column and source of all waters. Realizing this, Lin Yifan suddenly became a little anxious. However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. Don't worry about the water surface. These bugs can't block the light column of the formation. However, if the formation cannot be fully activated, it will be truly fatal to the source of purification. Go into the water now and find a way to fully activate the formation. Don't worry about anything else. Lin Yifan turned his head and looked at the man in black floating behind him. He was clearly under the water, but could make his voice heard. He wanted to ask, "Who are you?" But he couldn't speak in the water, but he had no doubt about the words of the man in black. Although until now, he still doesn't know what the black man's purpose is. But there was one thing he was sure of. At this moment, the black man definitely had no hostility towards him. Because they have a common enemy. If they cannot work together to overcome the current disaster, then both of them will probably die. So Lin Yifan didn't hesitate too much. After nodding at the black man, he immediately began to dive. His physical fitness is now several times better than before, so his diving speed is naturally much faster. He also discovered that the mysterious patterns on the stone walls surrounding the pool were now emitting a long blue light. All the blue light was gathered in the middle of the pool and finally gathered into a beam of light, rising into the sky. When Lin Yifan came into contact with the blue light, he felt a chill all over his body, and then his tense brain nerves began to feel comfortable instantly. It was as if his brain nerves were filtered. It was impossible to describe it in words. But there's one thing he is sure of: these blue lights do have a powerful effect on the gray fog pollution outside. While Lin Yifan was observing the blue lights, he did not slow down at all. It would normally take at least half an hour to dive to the bottom of the water, but this time only took him 20 minutes. The bottom of the water was no different from the last time he came. The flat lake bottom was covered with densely packed, mysterious runes. At this moment, all the runes around the edge of the lake bottom have lit up, emitting a faint blue light. Obviously, those runes have been activated. However, the runes in the middle position were still dead silent. Especially on the altar in the middle, not only were all the runes not opened, but Lin Yifan could even see that there was a human skeleton on the top layer of the altar. The human skeleton was covered with dense maggots, but they were different from the maggots on Ruan Qingtan's body. The maggots on Ruan Qingtan were all the same as the maggots on the several maggot human bones that Lin Yifan had encountered before. They're all white wriggling bugs, but the group of human bones under the water are different. Although the maggots on them are also densely packed, the number is not large. They just completely cover the human bones. So, what Lin Yifan saw this time was just a human skeleton crawling with maggots. However, it goes without saying that this human skeleton must be the real reason that suppresses the formation and prevents it from being fully activated. Maybe if we move this human bone, the formation can be activated normally. But Lin Yifan always felt that things were not that simple. However, he had no other ideas now, so he could only give it a try first. He quickly climbed up the altar and swam toward the top floor where the human bones were. However, just as he climbed to the top of the altar, the human bones that were originally motionless on the platform on the top of the altar suddenly moved. The human bones on the pillow emitted a gray-purple halo, especially the pair of eyes on the skull. Although they were also made of maggots, they emitted a deep purple glow. At first glance, it doesn't look like a ball of insects at all, but rather like a dark purple gem. The moment the human skeleton stood up, Lin Yifan found that his body became heavy. The water pressure underwater was not light, but his diving suit was really good, so he didn't feel any discomfort even when it was his first time in the water. Now, his physical strength is much better than before, so he simply ignored the water pressure. But at this moment, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, pressing him directly on the altar, with his whole body prostrated on the ground. For a moment, he couldn't even stand up. Moreover, the water pressure was still increasing, and he gradually began to feel difficulty breathing, as if it was going to crush him to death. Lin Yifan immediately realized the crisis and rolled to the side subconsciously. Sure enough, as his body rolled over, the gravity pressing on him disappeared instantly. It seems that this sudden gravity can only target one point. Lin Yifan muttered to himself. At this time, the human bones slowly began to rotate. When the human bones were facing Lin Yifan, he found that the gravity on his body appeared again. It seems that the direction in which the front of a human bone's faces is the direction that controls gravity. After confirming this, Lin Yifan was no longer panicked. He found the right opportunity and once again dodged the front of the human bones, then kept adjusting his position. Whenever the human bones turned towards him, he would quickly move behind them and continue to climb up. He had already climbed to the middle of the altar and was only 3 or 4 meters away from the top of the altar. It was such a short distance, and even though he kept adjusting his position, he quickly climbed to the top of the altar. Lin Yifan found the right opportunity and kicked the human skeleton on the back. The human bones that were kicked flew directly off the altar, and countless insects scattered in the water in an instant. Some of them even floated towards Lin Yifan. Although he was not afraid of these insects, he always felt disgusted by them, so he tried to avoid them as much as possible. But there were too many insects, and eventually 1 or 2 of them couldn't avoid it and touched his body. Lin Yifan frowned, stretched out his hand, shrunk the 2 insects that were touching his body, and slapped them away. But the next second, the bug disappeared. Chapter 169: Pollution Sources. Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment and looked down at his palm. The two maggots actually merged directly into his skin like phantoms. What's going on? His heart suddenly tightened, and he felt something was wrong. The archer clenched his hands, but it had no effect at all. Lin Yifan frowned, looking extremely ugly. However, the current situation was too urgent for him to think about it carefully, so he could only put it aside for the time being. The runes on the top of the altar finally began to light up with blue light after losing the suppression of human bones. The beam of light in the center of the pool suddenly intensified. The light that was originally blocked by the layer of maggots on the water surface penetrated the insect swarm like a sharp sword and rushed straight into the sky. The moment the gray fog came into contact with the light column, a hissing corrosion sound was heard, as if ice and snow were meeting the scorching sun. Successful, Lin Yifan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a shrill roar of Ruan Qingtan coming from above his head. Even though he was so far away from the water surface, he could hear the roar, which shows how big a noise Ruan Qingtan made. At this moment, because of the illumination of the blue light beam, the pool could clearly see what was happening on the surface, even though he was dozens of meters under the water. The body of Ruan Qingtan, floating on the water, began to twist wildly. The maggots rolled like boiling water, and the light column was purifying the insect swarm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purification has finally begun. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, something strange happened. The human bones that he had kicked to the bottom of the water suddenly began to tremble, and the maggots remaining on each bone burst out with dazzling purple light at the same time. The purple light came straight towards Lin Yifan, and even though he reacted quickly, he still couldn't dodge it immediately. But when the purple light came in front of him, he realized that it was not purple light at all. It was actually a bunch of purple bugs, and these bugs were like mist and became illusory. When he rushed in front of Lin Yifan, his temples were throbbing and the feeling of being mentally polluted appeared again. In Lin Yifan's mind, unfamiliar fragments of memory emerged uncontrollably. The rainy night, the burning village, the cries of being devoured by maggots. Are these the memories of human bones? He hugged his head in pain. With his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of the bottom of the altar, which was originally emitting blue light. Surprisingly, at this moment, new runes emerged. It turned out to be a blood-red rune. The blood-colored runes spread like a spider web, colliding violently with the blue light array. Although Lin Yifan didn't know what this blood rune was, he instinctively felt that he must stop the spread of the blood rune. Otherwise, the blue light array is likely to be affected. But how to stop it? Lin Yifan really had no clue. Even now, he can't protect himself. He can feel that if he can't stop the purple light from continuing to pollute his mind, then he will be the next skeleton. Just when he was at a loss, the man in black who had appeared before finally appeared again. The man in black appeared out of nowhere, and where the man in black appeared, a black crack appeared behind him. When Lin Yifan saw the crack, he suddenly felt as if he was being torn apart. That's a crack in time and space. You can't look at it, or the sharp blade of time and space will cut your soul. The man in black immediately blocked his sight and said in a deep voice, "You must leave the altar immediately. There is a pollution source under this altar. If you don't leave the altar, you will be directly contaminated." Lin Yifan was shocked when he heard this. He endured the pain of his spirit being torn apart and said excitedly to the man in black, "What do you mean? Didn't you say that this formation can be combined with the source of 10,000 waters to form this source of purification? Then how is this altar related to the pollution source?" "Because this altar is used to boost the pressure of pollution sources," the black man said quickly. "Not only is this altar used to boost the pressure of pollution sources, but even this formation is used to suppress pollution sources. Originally, what was placed on the top of this altar was this source of 10,000 waters. The source of 10,000 waters and this formation complement each other, and the power of the formation formed is the main force used to suppress the pollution source. It is because this source of 10,000 waters was taken away that the suppression power of the formation was insufficient, allowing part of the pollution source below to escape and cause such a big mess in your primary domain." At this time, Lin Yifan was already covered in cold sweat. It was not that he did not believe what the black man said, but when he struggled to retreat, he found that he could not move. He looked down and saw countless blood-colored runes entwined around his ankles, while a faint purple halo was visible under the skin of his right hand that had been infiltrated by maggots. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and the purple light under his skin became stronger and stronger, as if something was wriggling in his flesh and blood. Those blood-colored runes climbed up his calves like living things, and every inch they climbed brought a tearing and burning sensation. Oh no! He suddenly felt something was wrong. He clenched his teeth and tried to break free. But the entire altar seemed to have turned into a huge magnet, firmly sticking him in place. The figure of the man in black instantly appeared beside him, stretched out his hand to grab his arm, but his tone was more solemn than ever before. These runes are not part of the formation. They're the backlash of the pollution source. Back then, the Guardian used himself as the eye of the formation and the source of 10,000 waters as the center of the formation. The president sealed it. After so many years, the Guardian's body has been completely contaminated by the pollution source. Now that the source of 10,000 waters is gone, this formation can no longer suppress him. What's worse is that your body has actually touched the core pollution source. That thing is weird. It was extremely terrifying when it was invisible and shapeless. Now that it has touched your body, it must be trying to escape through your body. Lin Yifun's pupils suddenly shrank. What should I do now? He looked down at his arm and gritted his teeth. How about I just chop off this arm? The man in black did not answer, but suddenly raised his hand with 5 fingers spread out. A faint blue blade of light burst out from his palm and slashed directly at the blood rune under Lin Yifun's feet. Then he growled, "Follow me." Swish! The moment the rune was cut off, Lin Yifun felt his body lighten and he was finally able to move. He didn't dare to stay for a moment and immediately followed the man in black to leave the altar, floating in the air in the water, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, there was a violent vibration from the bottom of the altar, and the water flow in the entire pool began to spin wildly. "It's awake," the man in black whispered, with a hint of fear in his voice that Lin Yifun had never heard before. Chapter 170, Anti-Organism. When Lin Yifun heard this, he subconsciously turned around and asked, "Who? Awake?" However, the next second, the mud and sand at the bottom of the water surged, and a skeleton several times larger than the previous one slowly floated up. It was no longer a human skeleton, but a strange creature that looked like a giant snake. Every bone gap was crawling with dark purple maggots. There were no eyes in the head, only 2 balls of burning purple flames. But if you look closely, you can find that the 2 balls of purple flames are actually made up of insects. However, the insect emitted a purple light, which was as beautiful as a purple crystal, making Lin Yifun unable to take his eyes away for a moment. He was stunned for a moment before he asked, what on earth is this? It's clearly a monster made of skeletons, but it has a weird beauty. Don't look directly at it. This is the real source of pollution. It has a strong ability to pollute the mind. If you continue to look directly at it, your mind will soon be completely polluted. The man in black pulled Lin Yifun over and forced him to turn around. Then he continued, "Speaking of which, this thing has a very nice name, called Su Yin. It is said that it was once an extremely beautiful human, but later on, for some reason, it turned into a creature of the Ku type." K-type creatures? What are those things? Lin Yifun asked hurriedly. "Crimson creatures. I don't know how to explain this." The man in black hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, "All I know is that Cthulhu creatures are a species that believes in Cthulhu mythology. This species is very special. They don't have their own form. They are all transformed from other races that have been contaminated. The spiritual pollution you just felt is also called K-series divine will. Of course, this is their name. We generally call it K-series pollution. No one knows where this thing first came from. Anyway, up to now, the more powerful the K-series creatures are, the more polluting they are, so they're all called pollution sources. The skeleton you just saw was once a powerful K-type creature. It was later suppressed by a magic god of your race, but it could only be suppressed, not destroyed. Now, thousands of years have passed. The body and soul of that magic god have all perished, but this K-type creature is still alive and well." When he said this, the man in black's tone was filled with despair and unwillingness. Lin Yifun frowned, turned his head to look at the skeleton that was constantly condensing, and asked in a deep voice, "So what should we do now?" "Let it condense. What else can we do? We can only wait." The man in black smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "It is still inside the formation. It will not break through the formation until it is fully condensed. You cannot enter the formation, so you can't do anything to it now. However, Su Yin has completely awakened. This formation has reached the end of its strength. In a quarter of an hour at most, Su Yin will definitely break through the formation and get out. Hurry up and prepare for battle. Your domain doesn't even have a single powerful person, let alone a god. If this thing really gets out of this pool, then no one in your domain will survive. So, if you want to survive, you must eliminate the source of pollution here today. There is no other way. The corner of Lin Yifun's mouth twitched. At this moment, he could already feel the powerful pressure emanating from the creature named Su Yin. He was barely able to keep from kneeling down, having already tried his best, but now he was asked to fight with this thing, although he didn't know what to say. What's more, the purple light on his right hand had spread to his shoulder, and he could feel that something cold was eroding his consciousness. Am I infected? Lin Yifun moved his arms and asked softly. The man in black was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yes, you are contaminated, and what infected you is Su Yan's energy of the C-type. So if you can't eliminate it, then even if you survive, you will eventually be contaminated and become a C-type creature. By then, you'll be nothing more than a walking corpse. When Lin Yifun heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, So that means I have no other choice but to fight hard today? But even if I am willing to fight to the death with my current abilities, aren't you overestimating me? The black man nodded. Yes, but you don't have to worry too much. You are the current owner of the source of 10,000 waters, and you have a strong purification power in your body, but you haven't discovered it yet. I will find a way to fully release your power of purification. By then, you and Su Yin will be able to fight. Besides, don't you still have me here? I came here today to help you. As long as I am here, I will never let you die. Even if I die, I will die before you. Lin Yifun could feel that there was not a single falsehood in the black-clothed man's words, and they were even full of determination. This made him even more curious. Who is this black man? So he asked, Since neither of us knows today whether we can get out of this pool alive, you should at least tell me who you are, right? Otherwise, how can I trust you? When the black man heard this, he fell into silence. After a long while, he slowly took off his hood and revealed his face. When Lin Yifun saw the face of the man in black, his breathing stopped instantly. Directly under the hood was a face that was extremely familiar to him, because it was a face exactly like his. Lin Yifun Tongmu stared at the man in black in astonishment, quickly stepped back several steps, and exclaimed in shock. You, why do you look exactly like me? Are you also a clone? I'm not a clone. The man in black smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Actually, I am you, but not the you of now, but the you of the future. Lin Yifun didn't believe the black-clothed man's words at all. He sneered and said with a mocking face, Do you want to listen to what nonsense you were saying? The future me. Are you trying to say that you traveled through time from the future? Your purpose is to come back and save me? Although this world is crazy enough, aren't you a little too crazy? Although it sounds crazy, what I said is true. There is absolutely no falsehood. The man in black smiled helplessly and explained, I am you 10 years later, but I turned into a maggot human skeleton 5 years ago. However, I am different from other maggot human skeletons. I have always retained my memories. So I always remember that I am a human. I am not a C-type creature. I am not a maggot human bone either. I am a human. Chapter 171, I am your future self. At this moment, Lin Yifun finally noticed that this guy who claimed to be his future self also maintained human appearance. But if you look closely, you can find that under his skin, there seem to be blood vessels moving slightly. But human blood vessels absolutely cannot have that kind of peristalsis, so there can only be one thing under his skin. That is maggots. It is the creature of the K-type. Lin Yifun took 2 steps back, even taking out the knife in his hand, and said with a vigilant look on his face, I don't believe you. If you're really my future self, and you came here just to help me, then go and deal with that Su Yin now. Anyway, I will not hand over my offspring to a replica like you whose origins are completely unknown. If you say I'm a replica, then I'm a replica. The man in black smiled bitterly and said with a sigh, To be honest, there's really no difference between me and the replica. The only difference is that I still have human thinking. Oh, by the way, I know you definitely don't want to share a name with me. So in order to distinguish between you and me, I also gave myself another name, Lin Changsheng. Just call me Lin Changsheng. I know it's hard for you to believe me. I will naturally deal with Su Yin, but there is still some time. I have a few words that I must say. Lin Yifun said nothing, just looked at him quietly. Lin Changsheng didn't care. He took a deep breath and said quickly, Lin Yifan, this world is more terrifying than you can imagine. I even suspect that this is a fake world. It's just that I haven't found any evidence yet, and I'm already facing a desperate situation. In order not to die in vain, I tried my best to travel back to warn you. It's just that there may be rules to this matter. I can't break the rules and tell you too much. I can only tell you that this is a world of nesting dolls. Everything you see is not necessarily true, and everything you experience is not necessarily true either. But one thing is true, that is your strength. No matter how many lies you get from, your strength is real. Therefore, you must quickly increase your strength. Only in this way can you avoid following my old path. Also, don't trust anyone. Everything in this world is fake, including people, so you must be wary of everyone except yourself. Whether they are teammates or relatives, they may be fake NPCs. Puff! Lin Changsheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face, which was already pale to begin with, turned even paler. He raised his head, his eyes looking at the sky through the water, and stared deeply for a long time before he said mockingly, You are such a stingy person. You won't even give me any information at all. After saying this, he lowered his head again, looked deeply at Lin Yifan, and said, I've been struggling in this world for 10 years, working hard to become the leader of mankind and standing at the pinnacle of humanity. But in the end, I ended up like this, all because I trusted someone I shouldn't have trusted. I can't tell you the rest of the information, otherwise I will be killed immediately against the will of this world. I still need to stay alive to help you deal with Su Yin, so this is all the hints I can give you. Of course, if you have any questions you want to ask me, you can ask them. As for how much I can answer you, that's hard to say. Lin Yifan frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. He could actually feel from Lin Changsheng's words that he was not lying. But strangely, Lin Yifan's sixth sense kept telling him not to believe what Lin Changsheng said. This made him quite puzzled. Lin Changsheng didn't lie, so why can't we believe what he said? But since he really came back from the future, Lin Yifan still wanted to seize the opportunity and ask some questions in his mind. Since you have traveled back from the future, I want to ask you a question. Is Ruan Qingtan still alive? For some reason, he always felt that the fact that Ruan Qingtan turned into maggots and human bones was weird. When Lin Changsheng heard this, he looked at Lin Yifan with admiration and then answered readily. She is still alive. Not only is she alive now, she will be alive in the future too. After hearing this, Lin Yifan immediately realized why Lin Changsheng had just said that this was a fake nesting doll world. Obviously, what he is facing now seems to be a crisis for the entire primary domain, but it may be a crisis just for him. He was just trapped in a small world similar to a copy. Because only this explanation can explain why Lin Changsheng said that this is a fake nesting doll world. Realizing this also made Lin Yifan feel relieved. At least, even if he died here today, he would be the only one to die here. It would not cause all the people in District 10086 to be buried with him. Lin Changsheng looked at his expression, as if he could see through his heart, and poured cold water on him. I know you have guessed something, but don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. Although your guess is correct, it does not mean that the primary domain you are in will not be affected by the twists and turns here. In fact, the crisis that your primary domain is facing now comes from here. If you can't solve the problem here, then the people in your domain will definitely not survive. Lin Yifan could naturally think of this. However, he couldn't figure out how to deal with the monster behind him. At this moment, Lin Changsheng suddenly turned around and said with a serious face, All right, stop talking nonsense. Su Yin is about to break the barrier. I will stop it in a while. You should find a way to guide the purification power in your body. Only in this way can we completely destroy it. You always say that there is a purifying power in my body, but what exactly is the purifying power? Lin Yifan frowned and said irritably, I'm still just a human at the extraordinary level. You said that I have the power of purification in my body, but I don't feel it at all. It's normal that you didn't feel it. Lin Changsheng pointed at the blood-sucking vines on his wrist and the candle, Qingling flower, blooming on it, and said in a deep voice, Your power of purification has merged with this flower. If you can control this flower, you can use it to control the power of purification in your body. Lin Yifan looked at the Qingling flower on his wrist, puzzled. However, he could indeed sense the Qingling flower now, but he had no idea how to control it. But the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He took a deep breath and then looked down at his wrist. He immediately saw that the blood-sucking vine that was originally wrapped around his wrist like a harmless vine had suddenly grown a lot of thorns. And these insistences directly joined his wrists and even sucked his blood. Chapter 172, Su Yin is Ruan Qingtan. Lin Yifan instinctively wanted to shake off the vampire vine, but the vine seemed to have consciousness and tightly wrapped around his wrist, with the spikes digging deeper and deeper. "Don't move," Lin Changsheng shouted in a low voice, his eyes solemn. "It's helping you." "Help me." Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and endured the pain, watching his blood flow along the vines and finally seep into the Qingling flower. The originally pure white petals gradually turned scarlet, and then the whole flower slowly bloomed, emitting a faint fluorescence. At the same time, a strange power surged out from the flower and flowed back into Lin Yifan's body along the vines. He shuddered all over and felt a cool breath flowing through his limbs, as if washing every inch of his flesh and blood. "Is this the power of purification?" Lin Yifan murmured. Lin Changxing nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, this is the power of purification. It's just that the power of purification in your body is hidden too deep. You can't guide it out by yourself. Luckily, you have this blood-sucking vine. It uses your blood as a medium and the pure spirit flower as a carrier, and only then can it barely guide this power out. Now try to feel it and guide it." Before he finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly came from behind him. Crack! The two of them turned around suddenly and saw that the translucent barrier was covered with cracks. Su Yan's distorted face was pressed tightly behind the cracks, his scarlet eyes staring at them. "It's too late." Lin Changsheng pushed Lin Yifan away and said sternly, "Remember, use the power of purification to attack its core, in its chest." "What about you?" Lin Yifan staggered a few steps to stand firm and asked anxiously. Lin Changsheng did not answer, but just opened his clothes. Lin Yifan's pupils suddenly shrank. On the opponent's chest, dense maggots were wriggling under the skin, as if they would break out of the body at any time. "I told you that I am you in the future, but I am in the future and have been infected for 5 years. It is already the limit for me to survive until now." Lin Changsheng smiled bitterly and then said with relief, "It was because I knew my time was coming and I didn't want to become a walking corpse that I spent everything I had accumulated throughout my life to get this opportunity to travel through time. Now that I've traveled back in time, at least, let this replica of mine be of some use in the end." Boom streepje. The barrier was completely shattered, and Su Yan's huge body loomed down like a shadow, with a distorted face that looked nothing like a human being. Countless tentacles grew on each of their bodies, and these tentacles were also composed of maggots. The tentacles danced wildly and rushed straight toward the two of them. Lin Changsheng rushed forward suddenly with his arms open, and in an instant he turned into countless slender black vines, interweaving into a huge net, temporarily blocking Su Yan's attack. Lin Yifan looked at these vines, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Although these vines have grown countless times larger, he is very familiar with them. It's a vampire vine. If he had previously been completely unable to believe Lin Changsheng's claim that he was from the future, now he was somewhat convinced. He had just obtained the vampire vine and had not told anyone about it so far. Even if someone imitated him, it would be impossible for them to imitate the vampire vine as well. At this moment, Lin Changsheng suddenly roared, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do something. I can't hold on any longer." His voice had become hoarse and distorted. His body continued to disintegrate, and maggots burst one by one, oozing out of his 7 orifices. But even so, the blood-sucking vines that spread from his body still tightly wrapped around Su Yin, but it was obvious that they could not hold on for much longer. Lin Yifan quickly came back to his senses, focused his mind, and felt the purifying power, then slowly raised his wrist. Also, on his wrist, the Qingling flower, which was originally half opened, now opened to its fullest. A faint blue light emanates from the pure white flowers. Lin Yifan can now feel that the purifying power in his body is boiling. How to release it? How to attack it? But I have no clue. In a hurry, he could only rely on instinct and suddenly pointed his wrist at Su Yin with only one thought in his mind. Kill. Swish. A faint blue light suddenly burst out from the Qingling flower and pierced through Su Yan's chest like a sharp sword. Ah! Suyin was stunned for a moment, looked down at his chest, and then let out a shrill howl. The area hit by the blue light began to vaporize and disintegrate rapidly, revealing a dark hole. Well done! Lin Changsheng laughed excitedly. Lin Yifan, who was now completely exhausted, knelt on one knee, but his eyes were fixed on the empty hole. Because in that cave, there was a little girl curled up in pale white. The little girl had her eyes closed, but when she raised her head, her eyes slowly opened. His eyes were empty, but when he looked at Lin Yifan, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. I found Lin Yifan's heart suddenly shrank, and a chill crept up his spine. The little girl's face was a smaller version of Ruan Qingtan. This is impossible, he murmured, but the next second, the little girl's figure dissipated like smoke, and Su Yan's body collapsed and turned into countless black ashes. Lin Changxing's broken body fell to the ground, and countless blood sugars withered and broke instantly. The maggots under his skin crawled out one after another, but turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with the air. Seeing this, Lin Yifan didn't bother to think about what was going on with the little girl. He quickly ran to Lin Changxing's side and asked nervously, "How do you feel now? You look badly injured. Is there anything I can do to help you? If so, tell me right away. You can't help me, and I've already done my job. There's no need to linger on." Lin Changsheng chuckled calmly, then raised his head. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said faintly, "Did you see what happened just now? This is the truth." When Lin Yifan heard this, he immediately staggered over, grabbed his collar, and asked anxiously, "What is the truth? What is going on? Why is there Ruan Qingtan in Su Yan's body? Please explain clearly what is going on." I told you, this is the future world of nesting dolls." Lin Changsheng coughed up a mouthful of black blood. "The Ruan Qingtan you thought of? Maybe she never existed. Of course, it is also possible that the event you are in now is an illusion, and she might be a projection of a higher dimensional being. Anyway, anything is possible. But I advise you not to be too persistent, otherwise you won't end up well." "What do you mean? What on earth do you mean by that?" Lin Yifan was almost going crazy. Chapter 173. This is the 127th time you've tried to kill me. Everything that happened today has completely overturned Lin Yifan's 3 views. Even though he had already become very accepting of this messed up world after arriving in the survival realm, he still felt receptive to it at this moment. At this time, Lin Changxing's pupils had begun to dilate, his voice became lower and lower, and he laughed strangely. "Isn't the meaning very clear? This good friend of yours may have always been just a fictional character. You don't take it too seriously." Before he could finish his words, his body completely disintegrated and turned into maggot corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lin Yifan had no intention of caring whether Lin Chang was dead or alive. He knelt on the ground, every moment of his time with Ruan Qingtan flashing through his mind. Although they had only met once, it was undeniable that he still had a good impression of Ruan Qingtan. "She is beautiful, has a good personality, and I trust him 100. As a lower-class male who has never been favored by girls since childhood, it would be a lie to say that Lin Yifan was not moved at all. But now telling him that all this could be fake? How could he accept this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's obviously a real person. How could he be fake?" He clenched his fists, his nails dug deeply into his palms, and kept muttering to himself. He stubbornly wanted to convince himself. But at this moment, the Qingling flower on his wrist suddenly vibrated violently. Lin Yifan looked down and saw a line of bloody words appearing in the sky in the center of the white petals. "Want to see the real her? Then come to the bottom of the abyss. I'll be waiting for you here." Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, and only then did he notice that he was no longer under the water without him noticing. No wonder he was able to speak just now. It turned out that after all this time, he was suddenly transferred without realizing it. And the place where he was at this moment was actually next to a cliff. The cliff was bare. From a distance, it looked like an endless range of mountains, but just like the cliff where he was, it was all bare. The entire land seemed to have been engulfed in fire, leaving no life surviving and only ruins left by the flames. Lin Yifan stared at all this in a daze, and suddenly he found that this mountain range looked very familiar. Isn't that the mountain where his shelter is located? Why did it suddenly become like this? However, before he could figure it out, the space around him began to twist and collapse. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and dark mist poured out of the cracks. Lin Yifan was shrouded in the mist, and suddenly countless whispers rang in his ears. He seems to have discovered us. No, why is he awake? Yes. Isn't he the Lord's newly chosen vessel? How come he still has self-awareness? He seems to hate us and resist us. If that's the case, he definitely can't have the honor of being a lord. We must rewire his memory. Who will weave memories for him? My divine power is limited. I can't weave it. I can't edit it either. Then let the Lord do it himself. Shut up. The chaotic voice sounded like thousands of ducks quacking. Hearing this, Lin Yifan became upset and couldn't help but let out a roar. And when he was furious, the Qingling flower on his wrist also burst out with dazzling light. With the light, the black fog dissipated instantly. Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and looked at the deepest crack under his feet. The crack was not particularly deep, at least not as deep as he had imagined, probably only about 20 or 30 meters deep. At the bottom of the dark abyss, a huge pale throne could be vaguely seen. And on the throne, there was a figure sitting. When Lin Yifan saw the figure, his breathing almost stopped. The bottom of the abyss was filled with thick fog, but the figure was eerily clear. A slender outline, long black hair, and pale fingers resting lightly on the armrest of the throne. It's Ruan Qingtan. No, it has Ruan Qingtan's appearance and figure. But Lin Yifan doesn't know whether it is Ruan Qingtan or not. But there's no denying that she looks completely different. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and what flowed through her veins was not blood, but some kind of faint blue fluorescent liquid. Her eyes were half closed, with tiny bits of light shining through from under her eyelashes, as if there were stars hidden deep in her pupils. The most horrifying thing was that countless black chains as thin as hair were wrapped around her neck, wrists, and ankles, and the other ends of the chains were deeply embedded in the void, as if she was bound by the rules of the entire world. Lin Yifan's throat tightened, his heart beat wildly, and he instinctively wanted to step back, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. He fell suddenly, the wind whistling in his ears. Just as he was about to fall into the abyss, the vine of the Qingling flower on his wrist grew rapidly and tightly wrapped around a protruding rock. Lin Yifan was suspended in midair, looking up in the direction of the throne. Ruan Qingtan, who was sitting on the throne, slowly opened his eyes with a perfect smile on his face. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The moment Lin Yifan and Ruan Qingtan looked at each other, he felt a sharp pain running through his head. Countless unfamiliar memories flooded in like a flood, like scrolls of picture books, slowly unfolding in front of him. Among those pictures, there was one in which he saw himself standing in the ruins, holding Ruan Qingtan's body in his arms. There was a dagger stuck in her chest, and the 3 words Lin Yifan were engraved on the handle. On another scroll, he saw himself kneeling in a pool of blood, with Lin Chongqing's rotting corpse in front of him and the blood-stained Qingling flower in his hand. But this Qingling flower is different from the one in his hand. It is actually a sharp sword. The flower was simply wrapped around the hilt of the sword. The blade was extremely sharp, engraved with mysterious runes, and at this moment it was emitting a faint blue light. Obviously, this sword is full of evolutionary power. There was even a picture scroll where he saw Ruan Qingtan sitting on the throne, smiling and extending her hand to him, while his knife had pierced her heart. What are these? Lin Yifan held his head in pain, and the vines began to loosen due to his struggle. Do you remember what happened when you saw these pictures? These are all your memories. Ruan Qingtan smiled and patted his forehead, saying with some annoyance, By the way, what I just said was too general. Strictly speaking, these are all things you have experienced before, but you just can't remember them now. Lin Yifan looked up in disbelief and said blankly, Why don't I understand what you were saying at all? Ruan Qingtan still sat on the throne, but her lips did not move. Her eyes were compassionate and gentle, as if she was looking at a moth trapped in a spider web. The smile on her lips finally disappeared at this moment, and she sighed. You forgot again, but it doesn't matter. I just need to remember it. Then he snapped his fingers again and said seriously, This is the 127th time you've killed me, and it's still so clean and neat. Chapter 174, because these are the rules. At this moment, Lin Yifan felt that his head was swollen as if it was about to explode. Countless unfamiliar memories, like playing a movie, forced their way into his mind. Under the impact of such a large amount of memories, he couldn't even tell who he was for a moment. If someone saw his eyes at this moment, they would find that his eyes were completely bloodshot, as if they would burst at any time. But when he heard Ruan Xingtan's words, he couldn't help but look up and looked at her in shock. "Don't be so surprised," Ruan Xingtan chuckled, leaning lazily on the throne, and smiled nonchalantly. "Because I've seen your expression so many times, I'm really tired of it." "Who are you?" Lin Yifan said in a hoarse voice, enunciating each word. "What do you mean by this?" Ruan Xingtan looked at him quietly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but without any warmth. "I am Ruan Xingtan, but I am not Ruan Xingtan." Her voice was gentle, yet it carried a certain ethereal quality that transcended human nature. "You can think of me as the core of this world, the lock that maintains the existence of this world. As for what I meant by what I said, I didn't mean anything. I was just calmly stating the facts. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Anyway, a new cycle is about to begin. By then, you won't remember me either." Lin Yifan was completely confused at this time. He originally thought that he had some understanding of this crazy world. At least he found the direction for his survival. But now, he has no idea what kind of world this is. There were Ruan Xingtan after Ruan Xingtan, and he simply couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. But there is one thing he is sure of: the one in front of him is definitely not real. At this moment, the memories that kept pouring in finally stopped. Although his head was still aching, Lin Yifan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He rubbed his temple with his hand and said in a deep voice, "What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true?" "There is no evidence." Ruan Xingtan shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "And it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. It doesn't matter to me anyway. Maybe I liked you once, but you killed me again and again. Even though I know you were forced to do so by the rules, the little friendship I had with you still disappeared completely in the fear of death again and again. The reason why I'm still willing to see you now is because the rules force me to come and see you. But please be clear-headed, I don't have any good feelings towards you. What is the rule that requires me to kill you?" Lin Yifan frowned and asked in confusion. He could tell that Ruan Xingtan was not lying and she really didn't care. But this is also the point that Lin Yifan can't understand. What kind of weird rule is this? Ruan Xingtan stood up at this time, walked down the steps of the throne step by step, walked to Lin Yifan, raised his chin with her hand, and smiled charmingly. "What rules?" "Of course, it's the evil rules of this world. You like me, and I love you, so we are lovers. But what this world hates most is lovers. So, this world created a cycle of reincarnation, making us fall in love with each other and then kill each other over and over again, never stopping. Until one day, I no longer have love for you, and you no longer have friendship for me. This cycle will stop." Ruan Xingtan let go of Lin Yifan's chin, stretched lazily, and chuckled condescendingly. "So far, this cycle has been repeated 127 times, but once I lose my memory and enter the cycle, my feelings for you will involuntarily return. And you are the same, but in the end, we will both end up killing each other for racial justice. Look at this. What a disgusting game. I don't know when it will stop. How about this? You please be kind and stop this game." Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked with unclear intention, "So what can I do to stop this cycle of games?" Ruan Xingtan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the pale skin on his face actually turned red. He couldn't wait to say, "Change your faith and follow me in believing in the god of the red moon. Change your body to become a Cthulhu like me. Then we can be together forever, and this cycle of games will naturally stop. You never figured it out before. Have you figured it out this time? If you do, I will immediately set up an altar for you and make you a believer of the red moon god." Lin Yifan neither agreed nor disagreed, but asked, "Who is the red moon god you are talking about?" "The god of blood moon. He is one of the main gods of our Cthulhu mythology." Ruan Xingtan looked up at the red moon in the sky with a look of reverence. "He is the great god of fertility. He can make ordinary people like us become the immortal Cthulhu clan. It is the god I revere the most, and it is also the god that guides me onto the right path. I have wanted you to believe in it with me countless times, but you have always been stubborn and stubborn. Now that you have finally come to your senses, I am so happy." Lin Yifan looked up at the blood moon and finally understood why he had felt that the blood moon was full of evil. It turns out that after all this time, the blood moon was the real source of pollution. But no matter whether that blood moon is a god or not, Lin Yifan still has no interest in transforming himself into a Cthulhu. He didn't want his flesh and blood to be replaced by maggots, and he didn't want to become a walking corpse that was neither human nor ghost. Not to mention that becoming a maggot human skeleton does not necessarily mean immortality. Even if it really can make him immortal, he has no interest in it at all. The key to life is to live a wonderful life. If you live like a ghost, it is better to die early and be reborn. Lin Yifan slowly took a step back, raised his head with a determined look, looked at Ruan Qingtan, and said with a smile, "What if I don't kill you? Will the cycle not continue?" Ruan Qingtan raised her hand, gently touched his forehead with her slender fingertips, and said in surprise, "How can you not kill me? Unless you believe in the god of the red moon with me. Otherwise, you must kill me because this is the rule. So, you have to die every time?" Lin Yifan lowered his head. His voice was low and hoarse. At first glance, it sounded like he was full of reluctance. But if the person in front of him was the real Ruan Qingtan, he would definitely be able to hear the murderous intent in his words. Chapter 175, True? False? Ruan Qingtan seemed unaware of Lin Yifan's change and was still immersed in the joy of persuading him. He even looked a little touched. When he reached out his hand to touch Lin Yifan's hair, he said softly, "Yes, unless you are willing to believe in the god of the red moon with me. Otherwise, you can only kill me. But don't worry, this is not your fault. And this time, you're finally willing to change your mind. We don't have to face this kind of love-hate ending anymore. Our future will be bright, right?" There was a gleam of anticipation in her eyes, as if she had already seen a future in which the two of them would bathe together under the red moon. However, Lin Yifan slowly raised his head, a cold smile on his lips. "No, you are wrong." "What?" Ruan Qingtan was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't react. "I say you are wrong." Lin Yifan's voice was calm and firm. "I will not believe in the god of the red moon, and I will not become a disgusting monster. As for you," he paused, his eyes sharp as a knife, "since you said this is the rule, then I want to see what happens if you break the rule." Ruan Qingtan's expression changed instantly. She took a step back, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. What do you want to do?" Lin Yifan did not answer, but suddenly reached out and grabbed her neck. At this moment, Lin Yifan was shocked to realize that the Ruan Qingtan in front of him, who looked like a queen, was actually as weak as a chicken. There was no way to fight back in his hands. "I can't even struggle." This made Lin Yifan even more certain that there was definitely something wrong with this so-called rule. It's not like he hasn't faced maggot human bones before. Even the primary maggot human bones he encountered for the first time was not easy to deal with. But the Ruan Qingtan in front of him didn't have the slightest power to resist in his hands. He didn't believe that there was no trick. What do you want to do?" Ruan Qingtan really started to panic at this moment. Lin Yifan chuckled, becoming more certain of his choice, and said with a half-smile, "Since you said I must kill you, I will not kill you this time. Today I want to see whether this so-called rule can be broken." Ruan Qingtan's pupils suddenly contracted, and she struggled to break free, but Lin Yifan's strength was so great that she couldn't move at all. You're going to regret this." Her voice became hoarse, her eyes filled with anger and fear. "Breaking the rules will only make everything worse." "Then let's make it worse." Lin Yifan sneered and increased the strength of his hands. "Anyway, this world is already crazy enough. I don't mind adding fuel to the fire." Ruan Qingtan's face gradually turned pale, her body began to tremble, and the plump flesh and blood on her body began to wither at this moment, as if something was taken away from her body. Lin Yifan frowned, looking at Ruan Qingtan, who was about to turn into a skeleton, and was a little confused for a moment. What was going on? But before he could explore, the editor, Ruan Qingtan, curled up his lips into a strange smile. "Do you think this will end?" Her voice suddenly became hollow, as if it came from far away, and she said faintly, "The cycle cannot be broken." Before she finished her words, her body suddenly turned into a black mist and dissipated from Lin Yifan's fingers. Lin Yifan was stunned. He looked down at his empty hands and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, the entire space began to shake violently, and the surrounding walls twisted and collapsed like melted wax. The red moon in the sky suddenly enlarged, and the blood-red light enveloped everything. A low and hoarse voice sounded in Lin Yifan's ears. "You broke the balance. You will be punished." Lin Yifan turned around suddenly, but it was pitch black behind him. The next second, his eyes went dark, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. At the last moment before he lost consciousness, he heard the voice of Ruan Qingtan coming faintly. Welcome to the 128th cycle. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight made him subconsciously raise his hand to block it. Then he found himself standing on a familiar street, with people hurrying around him and cars rushing by, as if everything was normal. This is Earthstar World, Rome City. The scene before him was extremely familiar to Lin Yifan. It's the campus road next to Rongqing University. He had walked along this road countless times, going to the teaching building for classes. Even before leaving this world, he was coming back to handle graduation formalities. As a result, the formalities had just been completed, and people all over the world were thrown into the survival world. Unexpectedly, he is back here now. He looked down at his hands. There was no blood, no stain. Even the crazy fragments in his memory began to become blurry. Could the previous experience be just a nightmare? He muttered to himself. If possible, he would certainly like to return to life on Earth. After all, although he was like a beast of burden on Earth, at least he did not have to worry about his life. Although the money earned is not enough to make you rich, at least you can have enough food and drink, and you don't have to worry about being offline all the time. However, even though the memory in his mind began to become a little fuzzy, Lin Yifan still clearly remembered. There is no Earthstar anymore. So everything happening around him at this moment is his hometown. Lin Yifan, a clear female voice came from behind. He turned his head suddenly, his pupils suddenly contracted. It's Ruan Qingtan again. She was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, with her long hair tied in a ponytail. She trotted towards him with a bright smile on her face. What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you agree to go to the library with me today? She patted his shoulder gently, her tone familiar and intimate. Although her clothes were different, the smile on her face was exactly the same as the one she had when Lin Yifan first met her. Even if there is no love, seeing this person appear in front of him again and again, he can't tell the real from the fake. Lin Yifan's heart began to beat violently involuntarily. Countless fragments of memories flashed through his mind uncontrollably. Blood Moon, Throne, Cthulhu, 127 cycles, and the final sentence, welcome to the 128th cycle. Although this false world is beautiful, Lin Yifan remembers it clearly. This is punishment. It's his punishment for breaking the rules. Therefore, all the beauty here may very well be crisis and punishment. Can't indulge in it. Absolutely not. Chapter 176, what on earth is she going to do? I have to say that Lin Yifan's sense of autonomy is really strong. Even in this situation, he still had his own rationality. In fact, at this moment, if he had lost his mind a little, he would have fallen into depravity and would have sunk into this illusion until the moment of death. Lin Yifan pinched his palms hard with his fingernails, using the severe pain brought by the self-harm to force himself to calm down. Because of this, he did not notice that Ruan Qingtan's expression was a little strange at this time, especially her pupils, which were quietly flashing red. Seeing that Lin Yifan didn't say anything, she even took the initiative to ask, Yifan, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Yifan finally calmed down at this moment and asked in a deep voice, Ruan Qingtan, do you still remember? Manhwa. After asking, Lin Yifan's eyes were fixed on Ruan Qingtan, afraid to miss any expression on her face. Ruan Qingtan was stunned for a moment, then tilted his head blankly and looked at him puzzledly. Red moon? What is that? Are you talking about last night's moon? But the weather was bad last night, so it seemed there was no moon. Her eyes were clear, without any trace of disguise or concealment. Lin Yifan stared at her, trying to find a flaw in her expression, but there was nothing. She really seemed to not remember. In other words, in this cycle, she is not yet awakened. But there's another possibility, that is this person, her acting skills are so good that no one can see any flaws at all. But no matter what the reason is, it cannot be considered a good thing for Lin Yifan now. He was very sure that everything before his eyes was an illusion and not a cycle at all. But he had no idea how to break this illusion. Originally, he wanted to find a breakthrough from Ruan Qingtan, but now it seems that Ruan Qingtan is just an NPC with no self-awareness at all in this illusion. What's wrong with you today? You keep saying weird things that I can't understand at all. Ruan Qingtan suddenly reached out and touched his forehead, and asked with a worried look on his face. Do you have a fever? Is your brain damaged? Let me take a look. If you really have a fever, we have to go to the hospital immediately. Lin Yifan subconsciously took a step back and instinctively avoided her touch. Although those confused memories told him that he and Ruan Xingtan were lovers and had been entangled for 127 cycles and ended up loving and hating each other, they were still a couple in love. But his instinct told him that it was fake. It's all fake. He and Ruan Xingtan are not lovers. They are just teammates. There was no physical contact between them. His retreat caused Ruan Xingtan's hands to freeze in midair. He looked a little hurt and said angrily, "What's wrong with you today? I'm your girlfriend, and now you won't even let me touch you. If you want to break up with me, just tell me. There's no need to mess around with all this crap. Although I like you very much, I am not a person without self-esteem. I will never pester you. You can rest assured." Ruan Xingtan's sudden anger made Lin Yifan panic for a moment, and he subconsciously said, "You are imagining nonsense. I'm not breaking up with you." Having said this, Lin Yifan suddenly stopped talking. No, he and Ruan Xingtan are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Why did he explain this? Thinking carefully about what had just happened, his consciousness seemed to be not his own, and he couldn't help but say these words. But according to his own thinking, he would never say such a thing, because he doesn't have this position at all. Obviously, this illusion is still constantly modifying his memory and even his instincts, trying to force him to indulge in this false love. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He couldn't delay any longer. The longer he delayed, the greater the impact of this illusion would be on him. One never knows when he will completely lose himself, become addicted to this illusion, and never wake up again. However, he still had no idea where to start in order to break the illusion. So, Lin Yifan began to organize all the currently known information, trying to find a breakthrough. If this illusion was the so-called cycle restart, then he had to figure out two things. First, what are the rules this time? Second, who is the core of this illusion? Is it Ruan Xingtan? He looked up at Ruan Xingtan, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If Ruan Xingtan is the core of this illusion, then if she is killed, can the illusion be broken? But what if he guessed wrong? Are we just going to kill an innocent person like this? Lin Yifan looked at Ruan Xingtan's coquettish look like a little girl and couldn't help but feel soft-hearted for a moment. He even managed to force a smile and explained, "I am sorry. I was a little bit thoughtless today. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a little dazed. Please don't think too much." After hearing this, the anger on Ruan Xingtan's face disappeared instantly. She held Lin Yifan's arm affectionately and smiled sweetly. "That's good, don't worry. Although I was a little angry just now, as your girlfriend, I will definitely not hold it against you. Of course, you should stop having these random thoughts. It's getting late, so let's go quickly. If we go any later, there won't be any seats left in the library." She naturally took his arm and pulled him forward. Lin Yifan's body stiffened slightly, but he did not break free in the end. Perhaps if Ruan Xingtan is killed, this cycle of illusion can be broken. But Lin Yifan did not forget, this is the rule. But isn't everything that is happening before his eyes the punishment he suffers because he is unwilling to abide by the rules? Of course, he couldn't give up halfway. So this time, he still won't act according to the rules. He still wouldn't kill Ruan Xingtan. I still won't become a believer of Red Moon. He wants to find a third way, even if this path will cost him an unimaginable price. What he needs to do now is to maintain his own self, not be affected by this illusion, and then observe Ruan Xingtan. What is she going to do? It was only around 10 in the morning. Normally, few people would go to the library at this time. But Ruan Xingtan was so persistent in going to the library. If you say there is no trick, at least Lin Yifan would never believe it. He wanted to take a look right now to see what was in the library. Chapter 177 Sunshine. Is it warm? Lin Yifan let Ruan Xingtan pull him forward, but his eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The streets are still bustling and the sun is still warm. Deep down, Lin Yifan is actually a little greedy for the warmth that belongs to the sun. Since coming to the world of survival, it has been raining every day. Even when it is not raining, the whole world is foggy and gray. Not to mention the sunshine. Even the sky has never seen a trace of blue. In such an environment, Lin Yifan was actually feeling quite depressed and uncomfortable. He really missed the sunshine and the blue sky and white clouds. So, even though he knew that everything in front of him was fake, he still couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to feel more of the warmth of the sun. At this time, Wan Qingtan suddenly said, Lin Yifan, is this sunshine very warm? Do you like this kind of warm sunshine? Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she suddenly asked this, but he still answered truthfully. The sun is very warm, and I am even a little greedy for this warmth. Wan Qingtan immediately interjected. Then let's hold hands together and live forever in this warm sunshine. Okay? I really hate days without sunshine. At first glance, this statement sounded perfectly normal, but for some reason, Lin Yifan suddenly felt that she was testing him for something. But when he looked down at Wan Qingtan's face, he didn't find any clues. But Lin Yifan believes in his sixth sense. After all, this world is fake, and the sunshine is fake too. Wan Qingtan's words seemed more like an attempt to lure him to stay here. This is absolutely abnormal for a normal couple. Therefore, Lin Yifan simply conducted the experiment in reverse. Qingtan, he suddenly said, if one day you find out that this world is actually a huge lie, what will you do? Wan Qingtan paused, turned to look at him, and burst out laughing. Why do you keep saying weird things today? She reached out and pinched his face and said in a light tone, have you been staying up late reading science fiction novels and gone crazy recently? Lin Yifan didn't laugh. He just looked at her quietly, his eyes full of temptation and indifference. Wan Qingtan's smile finally faded away. She frowned and said in silence, are you serious? Or is this a test for me? Of course I'm serious. He nodded and said solemnly, if one day you found out that we were trapped in a cycle and I killed you every time, would you hate me? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The smile on Wan Qingtan's face froze immediately, but she quickly reacted and said with a smile and a friendly voice, I won't hate you. My love for you is witnessed by the heavens and the earth, and can be expressed by the sun and the moon. So no matter what you do to me, I won't hate you, because I know you must have had no choice. These words sound really sincere, but Lin Yifan's intuition was so fake and ridiculous. At this moment, he finally became certain again that Wan Qingtan was the key to breaking the deadlock. At this moment, the door of the library was just around the corner, but Lin Yifan's pace was getting slower and slower. Wan Qingtan seemed to notice his hesitation, turned around, and a barely perceptible red light flashed in her clear eyes. What's wrong? Are you daydreaming again? She tilted her head, her tone intimate but with a hint of blame. You are really weird today. Lin Yifan stared in her eyes, trying to catch the fleeting look of something strange. But her expression remained natural, as if the abnormality just now was just his illusion. Nothing, I just feel that there are so few people in the library today. He responded indifferently, while secretly alert, because the library in front of me was not just filled with people, but without anyone, including the librarian at the door, who was also away. Only the main door was open, which was quite unusual. Wan Qingtan was getting a little impatient at this moment. Oh my, everyone is in class at this time. Isn't it normal that there is no one in the library? Besides, we just want to take advantage of the fact that no one is here for a date, but you keep imagining nonsense. Stop wasting time and let's go in. As she said that, she grabbed Lin Yifan and walked into the library. The library was brightly lit, with neatly arranged bookshelves and a few students quietly flipping through books. Everything seemed normal, but Lin Yifan's nerves became even more tense. The more normal it is, the weirder it seems. Wan Qingtan pulled him straight to the innermost row of bookshelves. His fingertips gently stroked the spines of the books, and finally stopped on a book with a dark red cover. Look, I wanted to borrow this book before, but I couldn't find it. She pulled out the book with a smile and handed it to him. I'm so lucky today. Lin Yifan looked down and saw the gold-plated font on the cover of the book reflecting slightly. The Covenant of the Red Moon. His pupils suddenly contracted. Red Moon. Sure enough, the core of this illusion is here. He suppressed his inner shock and asked calmly, what is this book about? Wan Qingtan blinked and smiled sweetly. It tells a very romantic legend about the red moon and the eternal oath. She turned the page and lightly touched a line of words with her fingertips. Look, it says here, when the red moon comes, all lost souls will find a home, and I am that home. When the page of the book was turned, Lin Yifan immediately smelled an extremely familiar stench. That's the smell of maggots and human bones. And when Lin Yifan's eyes fell on the pages of the book, he found that the words were twisted like living things. No, strictly speaking, the words came to life like maggots, gradually forming a new sentence. Sink. This is your last salvation. His temples were throbbing and countless whispers seemed to ring in his ears, noisy and bewitching. It seemed as if it was pulling him into an endless abyss, turning him into a walking corpse and sinking forever. Oh no, this is a trap. This is a trap to turn him into maggot human bones. Lin Yifan suddenly came to his senses, took a step back, and slapped the book out of Ruan Qingtan's hand. Enough, he growled, his voice filled with suppressed anger. What Red Moon God? What bullshit salvation? You're just a bunch of disgusting bugs. I will never become like you. The book fell to the ground with a pop sound, and the pages began to turn without any wind, finally stopping at the last page. It was an illustration. A blood-red moon was hanging high in the sky, and two figures were standing below it. One was him, and the other was Ruan Qingtan. At their feet were countless twisted, kneeling figures. Chapter 178, I will choose the third path. Those shadows were terrifying and twisted, and even though they were just shadows, one could still feel their fanatical beliefs. When Lin Yifan looked at these phantoms, his breathing slowed down. For some reason, he felt that these phantoms were just like his. He looked at these shadows, as if he was looking at his own dark side, and had an urge to merge with them. But he himself must not touch these phantoms, otherwise he will surely die. While Lin Yifan was daydreaming, Ruan Qingtan bent down to pick up the book, gently smoothed the pages, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a strange calmness. Why do you have to resist? Her voice suddenly became ethereal, and the red light in her pupils became more and more obvious. Accept the gift of the red moon, and we can be together forever. Don't you always want to end the cycle? Isn't this your best choice? Why are you always unwilling to do it? Lin Yifan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. The pain kept him awake. That's enough. You're not Ruan Qingtan, he said coldly. It has come to this point. Why bother to say these meaningless nonsense? Ruan Qingtan and I have never been in a relationship. I don't know why you think that she will be my breakthrough point, but unfortunately, you are wrong. Oh, Ruan Qingtan tilted his head, with a strange arc on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you knew from the beginning that everything was an illusion. I wanted to fight for you, but now it seems that there is really no need. Before he finished speaking, the scene in the library began to collapse. Bookshelves, desks, and chairs, students, everything was twisting and dissolving, eventually turning into a blood-red space. Only the red moon hung high in the sky, staring at them coldly. Lin Yifan looked around, and his heart sank to the bottom. The illusion's disguise was completely torn apart. The Ruan Qingtan, in front of him, slowly raised his hand and gently touched his chest with his fingertips. You can't escape. Her voice seemed to come from far away. Either become a believer of Red Moon, or stay here forever and become a stepping stone kneeling at my feet. Lin Yifan stared into her eyes and suddenly smiled. Only two ways, but I want to choose the third way. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and stabbed his chest with his other hand without hesitation. The moment the blood gushed out, the whole world suddenly shattered. Rules can bind him, illusions can confuse him, but the only one who can decide life and death is himself. He just didn't believe it. He was already dead. How could this illusion not be broken? Sure enough, he bet right. The moment his knife stabbed into the heart, darkness swallowed up everything. Although death was imminent, Lin Yifan still had a wild smile on his face. I said, no one in this world can decide my freedom except myself. And in the last moment before his consciousness faded, he seemed to hear an angry scream. You, how is it possible? Lin Yifan didn't know what happened after his consciousness disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a desolate ruin. Although there was still a red moon hanging in the sky, it had absolutely no similarities with the red moon seen in the illusion before. This red moon was just like the one he had seen every night after arriving in the world of survival. Although it was as red as blood, it hung quietly in the sky without any sense of threat. The gray mist around him also made Lin Yifan feel extremely familiar. Is this a return to the realm of survival? Could it be that everything that just happened was just an illusion? At this moment, a familiar figure slowly walked towards them from a distance. Lin Yifan squinted his eyes and looked at it, then frowned, because this figure was actually Ruan Qingtan again. Her eyes were clear, she held a blood-stained dagger in her hand, and her face was full of fatigue. Captain, you finally woke up. She breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you would also fall into it. Although the Ruan Xingtan in front of him was different from the other Ruan Xingtan he had met before, once bitten, one becomes afraid of ropes for 10 years. He was really afraid of this face now. He took a half step back, sighed heavily, and said helplessly, "Can't you just change your appearance? Time and time again, you're not tired of it, but I'm almost tired of it. And I've made it very clear before, Ruan Xingtan and I are not a couple at all. We are just teammates who have only met once. Even if you become like her, it won't affect me at all. So why bother?" When Ruan Xingtan heard this, he froze in his tracks and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Captain, what are you talking about? What about couple or not? When did I ever say we are a couple?" When Lin Yifan heard the word captain, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked carefully at Ruan Xingtan in front of him and asked uncertainly, "Ew, are you the real Ruan Xingtan?" Then he looked down at his intact chest and looked up at her again. "Is this a return to the world of survival in reality?" Ruan Xingtan shook his head and said with a wry smile, "No, this is just another illusion." "Another layer of illusion? What is going on?" Lin Yifan frowned and asked in confusion. At the same time, he was secretly alert in his heart. He was fooled by Ruan Xingtan time and time again. Now he is allergic to this face. Ruan Xingtan did not hide anything at that time and said straightforwardly, "Weren't we chatting earlier? And suddenly, I was dragged to a strange place where you killed me again and again. No matter how I explained, you thought I was the core of everything and that you could solve everything by killing me. I was killed 278 times over there and went through the cycle 278 times. It was not until you saw the image of Earth in the illusion that you were willing to believe me. I didn't expect that you were pretending to believe me in order to use me to break the impasse. But you failed to do so and committed suicide. I didn't even have time to stop it. Fortunately, everything was just an illusion, otherwise I would be so guilty." When Lin Yifan heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that all the cycles were targeting him, but he didn't expect that Ruan Xingtan would also be involved. And looking at this, those 278 so-called restart cycles were just a bunch of memories forced into his brain, but for Ruan Xingtan, they were actually real experiences. 278 times. A total of 278 times. Lin Yifan simply couldn't imagine how big the psychological trauma must be for Ruan Xingtan after he killed him so many times. Chapter 179, The Real Ruan Xingtan. Major revision. Read again from here. At this moment, Lin Yifan even hoped that the Ruan Xingtan in front of him was still a fake. If it is a fake, then he can calculate it without any pressure. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to face it. At least at this moment, he felt a little guilty, so he could only say weakly, "I'm sorry. Those are just memories for me. I really can't remember it all. I killed you so many times in the illusion. What is there to apologize for?" Ruan Xingtan raised the short knife. The blade reflected the blurry images of the two people and said nonchalantly, "It's all an illusion. Even if you kill me many times, it's all fake. There's nothing to be afraid of. What's more, as the number of times you kill me increases, your knife skills become more and more sharp, and I don't feel much pain at all, so don't blame yourself. Besides, it's a waste of time for you to blame yourself now, because this level is still an illusion. If we can't break out of this illusion, we will be trapped here for the rest of our lives." At this point, her face was full of determination, and she said with great momentum, "Although each time before, one of us died, but this time, I believe we can definitely make it out because I believe in you. Don't worry, we can definitely do it." Lin Yifan smiled confidently. "It's not that I'm really that confident, but now, what's the harm in not being confident?" But at this time, Lin Yifan noticed that the dark red blood on the blade of the dagger in Ruan Xingtan's hand had not yet dried, and it was glowing with a strange color under the dim light. He looked at the strange luster and was startled. He subconsciously asked, "You just killed someone? Who did you kill?" His voice was hoarse, and his eyes glanced around alertly. Ruan Xingtan followed his line of sight to the blade, suddenly chuckled, turned his wrist, and pointed the tip of the blade directly at his throat. "You guess." Lin Yifan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body instinctively leaned back. But he saw her turn her wrist. The blade brushed past his neck and stabbed towards his back with a swish. Puff! The dull sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh exploded in my ears. He turned around suddenly and saw a twisted, translucent humanoid creature with a bloody mouth. It was only an inch away from the back of his neck, but Ruan Xingtan's dagger had pierced its head. The monster let out a sharp scream and turned into black smoke and disappeared. Lin Yifun's scalp suddenly went numb. If Ruan Xingtan had not taken action just now, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. He swallowed, looked at the transparent figure lying on the ground like jelly, and asked, "What is this?" Ruan Xingtan shook off the black blood on the knife, raised his eyebrows, and looked at him and said, "I don't know what this thing is, but this is where I was when I first entered the illusion. I killed a lot of these ghost things during that time. I couldn't see their names or information, so I gave them a name myself, Slime. Come to think of it, the first time I encountered them, I suffered a great loss at their hands and almost lost my life. So, you must be careful. This is the most dangerous area." Lin Yifan took a deep breath and nodded. Although until now, he still has no way to confirm whether the Ruan Xingtan in front of him is the real Ruan Xingtan. But one thing is certain, at least at this moment, they are on the same side. So Lin Yifan did not take the initiative to retreat, but the place in front of him was indeed a bit strange. Where exactly is this place? He looked around. The outlines of dilapidated buildings could be vaguely seen in the ruins, like some forgotten battlefield. Red Moon's inner world. Ruan Xingtan put away his dagger, his expression solemn. We are trapped in its spiritual realm, layer upon layer, just like Russian dolls. Lin Yifan continued. She gave him an approving look. Every time you break through a layer of illusion, you will enter a deeper layer until you are completely lost. Then how do we get out? Find the core. Ruan Xingtan pointed to the distance, where the outline of a tall tower could be vaguely seen in the gray fog. In these 278 reincarnations where I was constantly killed, I didn't do nothing. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes and suddenly realized that the shape of the tower looked very much like the library that was used to trick him into converting to Hongyue. After seeing this tower, Lin Yifan had more trust in Ruan Xingtan in front of him. However, he still couldn't trust her 100. Even if everything in front of us seems reasonable, it would be wrong if it was too reasonable. Who knows if it's because there were too many unreasonable things in the past that caused him to see through the illusion. So he evolved. Therefore, Lin Yifan remained vigilant from beginning to end. At this moment, he suddenly grabbed Ruan Xingtan's wrist and asked in a low voice, "Ruan Xingtan, it's not that I don't believe you. It's that I have experienced too many illusions and seen too many falsehoods. So now, if this is also an illusion, then please tell me. Why should I believe you? Who knows if you're another trap of Red Moon?" Ruan Xingtan was silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice. "My innate skill is that when I open a treasure chest, I pray for what I want with all my heart, and then before opening it, I kneel down and kowtow to it, which increases the chances of getting what I want. Now, can you believe me?" When Lin Yifan heard this, his heart was suddenly shocked, because the secret of her talent was something only the two of them knew. And the person in front of him was really Ruan Xingtan. "It's really you, that's great, that's really great." Lin Yifan was so excited that he was incoherent and said excitedly, "I originally thought that you were already dead, which is why those weird things kept taking your appearance to deceive me. I didn't expect you to be alive. This is really a great joy." Ruan Xingtan laughed when he heard this. "Actually, I also thought you were dead, because in the 278 illusions I experienced, you always appeared as my lover. But I know very well that we are not in that kind of relationship at all. Even if I really have a crush on you, your heart is obviously not in such a romantic relationship. But I've touched your body, and it's completely real, so I thought something happened to you, and that's why the monster took over your body. Unexpectedly, you suddenly committed suicide during the previous cycle. I then realized that you might be the real captain. Sure enough, all the subsequent cycle illusions were shattered." At this point, Ruan Xingtan hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, "Captain, I have a question that I don't know if I should ask." Lin Yifan raised his head and said with a smile, "You want to ask how I feel about you?" Chapter 180. Its core. Major revision. Please reread from Chapter 179. Lin Yifan knew what Ruan Xingtan was thinking without even thinking. Speaking of which, when she first came to the world of survival, if Lin Yifan hadn't happened to need something in her hand and hadn't been kind enough to trade her some food and water, she might have died at that time. Although Lin Yifan didn't know much about women, he had seen pigs run even if he hadn't eaten pork. In that desperate situation, his little help was almost a life-saving grace for Ruan Xingtan. So it is normal for Ruan Xingtan to have special feelings for him. However, in the special illusion of the world of survival, Everyone is struggling desperately to survive. So even if Ruan Qingtan knew about the throbbing in his heart, it would be impossible for him to speak it out. But now that this has happened, no matter whether they had any feelings for each other before, there will always be a little difference now. And now is the most suitable time to break the window paper. It is normal for Ruan Qingtan to want to get things clear at this moment. Ruan Qingtan didn't expect that Lin Yifan would be so direct, so she couldn't help but blush. But after biting her lip, she nodded firmly. Yes, that's what I want to ask, so can you give me an answer? Lin Yifan fell into silence. It would be a lie to say that I didn't feel anything at all. Even before he experienced the illusion, he didn't dare to say that he didn't feel anything. After all, when he is struggling to survive, every minute and every second, a beautiful girl appears by his side who can not only help him, but also trust him 100. If he says he is not moved at all, then he is not a man, but a bodhisattva. However, having a special feeling doesn't mean they have to develop into lovers, not to mention that he has a wife. Even if he really has some ideas, he still wants to maintain some moral bottom line. Otherwise, he was afraid that one day he would lose all his humanity. But he didn't want to hide his true thoughts from Ruan Qingtan, so he said frankly, Ruan Qingtan, I admit that I do have some special feelings for you. I don't want to hide this from you. The fact that we were both dragged into this strange illusion this time may have something to do with this. But I can't give you the answer you want now, because before I entered the world of survival, I had a serious girlfriend, but she was not in our area. Our relationship was fairly stable at the beginning. Even though we met through a blind date and had only been together for a short time, we were already at the stage of discussing marriage. So, no matter if she is offline now or not, there must be an ending that both of us can accept. Before that, whether I have fallen in love with someone else or not, I don't want to let myself go. Otherwise, it would be unfair to her and it would be unfair to you. Therefore, I cannot give you a satisfactory answer. I'm really sorry about this. But as long as you still believe in me, we will always be the best teammates and the best partners. I will stand in front of you and be the captain and teammate you can rely on. In any case, special feelings between men and women cannot be one-sided, not to mention that the two of them triggered such a big crisis because of this matter. Therefore, Lin Yifan did not want to evade his responsibility. However, Ruan Qingtan's attitude was beyond his expectations. There was no sign of loss on her face. Instead, she smiled very happily and said cheerfully, Oh, what's there to apologize for? I have some special feelings for you, but that's my own business and has nothing to do with you. Now you can give me a sincere answer instead of hanging me like those scumbags and deceiving me to use you. This is already very good. And now you've told me that you have some special feelings for me, which means I'm not in love with you alone. Isn't that better? As for where we will go in the future, none of this matters. This broken world is like today, but not tomorrow. If the time is right, I believe we will be together sooner or later. If the time is not right, then we should just live our lives well first. Although Lin Yifan was somewhat surprised by Ruan Qingtan's optimistic attitude, he had to admit that he felt relieved. I quickly laughed and said, You're right, I'm too narrow-minded. And the most important thing right now is not to think about those trivial things, but to think carefully about how to get out of this broken world. Ruan Qingtan nodded heavily. Yes, although according to my observation, this is the last level of illusion, but what we are facing this time is too weird. It can't be described by common sense at all. But that tower, even if I'm wrong, it's not the core of this illusion, but it must be something of vital importance. No matter whether it is the core or not, let's go for it first. Lin Yifan sorted out his equipment and took the lead. The two quickly moved towards the tower, and more distorted, transparent monsters began to appear in the ruins. These transparent monsters were scary at first, but gradually, the monsters appeared in more and more forms. Some look like humans, some look like animals, and some are so bizarre that it's impossible to tell what they are. But these transparent monsters were all crawling on the ground at this moment, kneeling towards the tower with no intention of attacking the two of them. They're absorbing the power of the red moon. Ruan Qingtan lowered his voice and said carefully, Don't alarm them, otherwise we may be in trouble. Lin Yifan nodded and was about to move forward, but when he saw the faces of those monsters, his expression changed instantly. No, they're not absorbing the power of the empty moon. He stared at the monsters and said in a serious tone, Look at their faces. Ruan Qingtan turned around immediately after hearing this, and his expression suddenly changed. I saw the faces of those monsters twisting and changing wildly. And in the end, the changes turned into their facial features. That's right, no matter what form of monsters are in here, their faces have turned into theirs. However, although they were both their faces, their expressions were very different. There was anger, fear, obsession, and even madness. Every face is full of disorienting confusion. This is our face. Lin Yifan's voice was tense. No, it can't be said to be our face. It should be said that this is how we look like after we have fallen in countless cycles of illusions. Although Lin Yifan was very sure that he did not experience the 278 cycles of the illusion. However, among the memories that were inexplicably stuffed into his mind before, there was one that at the end of each illusion, he had degenerated into the appearance of the Cthulhu species. Those faces that belonged to him, but had emotions that were completely different from his made him feel nauseous whenever he thought of them. Chapter 181, Let's Die Together. Major revision. Rereading from Chapter 179. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Yifan is determined not to accept himself as a Cthulhu species. Is that still a human being? No, that is a twisted monster, a monster that has nothing to do with himself from body to mind. Ruan Qingtan's face was also extremely pale at this moment, and he spoke in a difficult tone. I remember it too. These are the expressions you made when you were killing me. Why do these expressions appear here? She asked puzzledly. At this moment, the monsters seemed to sense their gazes. The monster closest to them suddenly looked up, and a strange smile appeared on its rotten face. Welcome home. In an instant, all the monsters turned their heads at the same time. Every face was filled with twisted madness, shouting at them. Welcome home. No, they're trying to contaminate us by force. Lin Yifan's heart was shaken. He grabbed Ruan Qingtan and started running forward frantically. Run! The two rushed towards the tower quickly, and behind them, a tide of monsters chased them frantically. The tower gate was just around the corner, but at this moment it suddenly began to close. It's too late. Ruan Qingtan, who was behind him, pushed Lin Yifan forward fiercely. You go first. If you want to go, we go together. If you want to stay, we stay together. Lin Yifan said with all his strength, grabbing her collar with his backhand and activating the double speed skill of wind boots at the same time. Dragging Ruan Qingtan along, he rushed into the tower gate at the last moment. At the moment the tower door slammed shut, they heard countless selves wailing unwillingly outside the door. No matter how strong their mental strength was, they couldn't help but feel frightened at this moment. As the tower door slammed shut, darkness instantly enveloped everything. Lin Yifan panted heavily and sat on the ground exhausted. That last burst just now was also an all-out effort for him, and constantly entering into illusions made him feel exhausted. Even if he had food to restore his physical strength, it was not easy to recover from mental fatigue. But at this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly felt his palms a little sticky and also smelled a bloody smell. The smell of blood startled him slightly, because he himself was not injured. Then the injured person is Ruan Qingtan. Lin Yifan quickly took out a flashlight from the ring space that he had bought from the trading house as a spare item. He didn't even bother to look at his surroundings and hurriedly took a photo of Ruan Qingtan next to him. At this time, Ruan Qingtan was leaning against the wall. There was a hole in his abdomen that had been pierced without him noticing, and scarlet blood was gushing out. Her face was extremely pale, and a massive blood loss and severe pain from the wound made her unable to even breathe. You're hurt. When did this happen? He quickly pressed on her wound and said in panic. When I pushed you, I was poked by something. She laughed miserably and said helplessly. I've been thinking that as long as we were teammates for a long time, maybe our destiny would come one day. I didn't expect that my hope would be shattered so soon. I can't go out with you this time. You must stay alive and take a look for me to see what truth is hidden in this broken world. Shut up. What's the point of talking about life and death? We agreed to live together. Lin Yifan interrupted Ruan Qingtan harshly, then began to tear off his clothes, trying to bandage her wounds. However, the next second, his movement stopped, because he suddenly saw his chest, the clothes there were intact, and there was no wound inside. But he remembered very clearly that in the previous illusion, when he stabbed himself, he did not leave himself any way out. But now there is no sign of injury here. What does this mean? This means that the injuries sustained in the illusion can be recovered once you leave the illusion. Now they are in an illusion. If they can break the illusion in time, there is still a way to survive. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan quickly raised his head and said to Ruan Qingtan, "Remember? In the 278th AI fantasy, I stabbed myself directly in the heart, but now I am still alive." When Ruan Qingtan heard this, he suddenly raised his head and said, "You mean the injuries in the illusion will disappear as long as the illusion is broken?" Lin Yifan nodded. "That's right, and didn't we discuss before how to break the illusion? In every illusion before, either you died or I died to break the situation. So why don't we try it this time? How about we do it together?" "But this is too risky," Ruan Qingtan said with some worry, feeling weak. "This is the core. As long as you break through it, you can leave alive. There's really no need to take risks for me." "Then how do you know that breaking the core can break the illusion?" Lin Yifan said in a calm but unquestionable tone. "You can't answer that, right? Since we're all gambling, let's gamble my way." At this point, he stuffed the knife into Ruan Qingtan's hand and said word by word, "I know you're just recovering from your last breath. Hurry and do it while you still have the strength. If you really die here, even if I break the core, I may not be able to get out." Ruan Qingtan's hands were trembling, but he finally slowly tightened the handle of the knife and placed the tip of the knife against Lin Yifan's heart. "Are you sure?" Her voice was hoarse. Blood from the wound kept dripping, spreading a dark red on the ground. At this time, the angry roar of the red moon came from deep in the tower. Lin Yifan smiled and said, "Did you hear that? It's anxious." He held her wrist firmly. "Trust me." "Okay." At this time, the tower door also opened, and the transparent monsters with their faces that had been locked outside the door before also rushed in frantically. And the target is obviously them. This made Lin Yifan even more certain that he had made the right bet. Ruan Qingtan also thought of this, so he stopped hesitating and said through gritted teeth, "Bear with the pain." As soon as the words fell, the sharp tip of the knife instantly pierced Lin Yifan's heart. The moment it pierced into the flesh, the whole world suddenly twisted, and those transparent monsters that were already close at hand were instantly reduced to ashes. The walls of the tower melted like wax, and the darkness was torn apart, revealing the endless dark sky behind it. The red moon hangs high in the sky, cold and lonely, like a huge eye staring at them coldly. "How dare you?" In the void, a voice that was neither male nor female was shaking, carrying tremendous anger. Lin Yifan staggered to his feet, the wound in his heart still bleeding, but his eyes were clearer than ever, and he sneered sarcastically. "Why wouldn't I dare?" At this time, Lin Yifan and Ruan Qingtan's injuries had all disappeared. Chapter 182, The Illusion, is finally broken. The pain and injuries disappeared so quickly that they both felt that the near-death experience just now was just an illusion. However, the fear of dying was so profound that Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Ruan Qingtan couldn't help but touch his intact abdomen, and then looked at Lin Yifan's chest. There was no scar at all there either. She took a deep breath and smiled. "It seems we made the right bet." Lin Yifan nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the red moon in the sky. The red moon was shaking violently at this moment, and countless fine cracks appeared on its surface. Finally, the red moon shattered. Everything in front of me disappeared. Lin Yifan opened his eyes and suddenly found that he was still at the bottom of the pool. Next to him, Lin Changsheng, who claimed to be his future self, was already dying. But seeing that he had regained consciousness, he still held on to his breath and said with relief, "Great, you broke the red moon's illusion. You will definitely be better than me in the future." When Lin Yifan heard this, he subconsciously looked up and found that all the maggots floating on the lake had disappeared. Through the clear lake water, he could see a red moon still hanging in the sky. However, today's red moon is slightly different from previous red moons, because today's red moon is much dimmer than in the past. Lin Yifan looked at the red moon and opened his mouth to ask Lin Changsheng, but found that he could not speak at all in the water. Fortunately, the formation has been activated, and the so-called pollution source that was suppressed under the formation has now been shattered into a pile of rotten bones. No one could stop the glory of politics and law, so he pulled Lin Changsheng and swam quickly towards the surface of the water. At this moment, Lin Yifan found that his speed was very fast, so fast that he had never imagined before. If calculated by speed, it can reach 120 miles per hour. Although Lin Yifan still doesn't know what kind of changes have taken place in his body. But there was one thing he was very sure of. His changes must have come from the previous illusion. Although the increased speed was indeed a small surprise for him, compared with all the crises he encountered in the illusion, this reward was really insignificant. Lin Yifan was not in a mood to think too much. He was worried that Lin Changsheng could not hold on for too long, so he took him back to the shore of the pond as quickly as possible. At this time, Lin Yifan discovered that there was a person lying beside the pool. This person turned out to be Ruan Qingtan. When Lin Yifan saw Ruan Qingtan, he didn't bother to ask Lin Changsheng. He quickly stepped forward, patted her face with his hand, and said anxiously, "Qingtan, wake up." Woo! Ruan Qingtan also quickly came to his senses. Seeing Lin Yifan in front of him, he was slightly stunned for a moment, then said with a look of surprise, "Are we leaving the illusion?" "Yes, our bet was right, and we successfully left the illusion." Lin Yifan nodded with a smile, then looked at Ruan Qingtan's body nervously and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ruan Qingtan shook his head and stood up. "I'm fine. All the injuries I suffered in the illusion have disappeared. But there is one thing I don't understand." She turned around and looked around and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Where is this place? It's late at night and it's so dangerous out in the wild. Why are you here? And me, why am I here?" This question, let alone Ruan Qingtan, Lin Yifan himself was also confused. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "I don't know what happened either. Anyway, I looked carefully and I saw your avatar go offline. After that, you turned into maggot human skeleton and ran here to stop me from completing the mission. I originally thought you were infected, so I showed no mercy when I attacked you. I didn't expect that everything was an illusion. It's just that everything is an illusion. But why are you here? I don't understand. I can answer this question for you." At this moment, Lin Changsheng, who was forgotten by Lin Yifan, smiled palely. "Because the red moon illusion that trapped you just now was created based on the relationship between you two. Originally, with Red Moon's ability, it could have created an environment out of thin air, but because it has been expelled from the realm of survival, it can only hang in the sky far away from here. But he certainly didn't want to be expelled, so he used his own power of pollution to lure countless people to become his believers. But in fact, the so-called believers are actually his running dogs. Speaking of which, I have never been able to figure out what special reasons there are between the two of you that not only made Hong Yue choose you as the first batch of believers among your group of survivors, but also made her sacrifice her original power for this. But one thing is certain, the two of you have destroyed its environment and rejected its temptation. Given its character, it will never give up. Your troubles will never end." Ruan Qingtan looked at Lin Changsheng in confusion and asked curiously, "How do you know all this? And who are you? Why do you look so much like the captain? Are you the captain's father?" Although Lin Changsheng was thin and pale, he did have a face that was almost exactly the same as Lin Yifan's. It's only because their faces are so ugly that people don't think they are exactly the same. His question made Lin Yifan not know how to answer it for a moment. Could it be that Lin Changsheng is his future self? This is too much. No one would believe it, just like he is still half believing and half doubting. However, Lin Yifan didn't want to hide it from Ruan Qingtan, so after hesitating for a moment, he wanted to tell her everything. Then at this moment, a blue light suddenly appeared under Ruan Qingtan's feet, and then she disappeared out of thin air. Only where she had just stood, there was still a remnant of the formation. "What's going on?" Lin Yifan looked at the scene in shock, and then quickly opened Ruan Qingtan's private chat channel. "Where did you go? Are you in any danger?" Ruan Qingtan replied quickly, "I'm Fine. I just returned to the shelter. I don't know what happened. It felt like I was back in the blink of an eye." Lin Yifan didn't know how to explain these things, but he was relieved to see that she was safe now. Chapter 183, Red Moon's Goal. No matter what, Lin Yifan hoped that Ruan Qingtan would be safe forever. So, he quickly sent a message to comfort her. "I'm glad you didn't encounter any danger. Now that you're back in your own shelter, take a good rest. You must have been exhausted both physically and mentally after being in the illusion." "Well, I will have a good rest," Ruan Qingtan replied. "You should also be careful. The rainstorm has stopped. I think this natural disaster is over. You should go back and rest early." Lin Yifan closed the private chat interface, looked up at the sky, and the heavy rain had really stopped. However, the sky was still overcast, with no change at all even though the heavy rain had stopped. This made Lin Yifan's heart heavy. Of course, What really made him feel heavy-hearted was that he had not yet received any progress changes on this natural disaster mission. In the last natural disaster mission, the progress was reported every hour, but this time there was no report at all. This means that no one knows the progress of their tasks, and no one knows where they rank currently. This makes Lin Yifan feel a little bit stressed about this natural disaster mission. At this time, Lin Chongqing suddenly said, "I don't have much time left. If you have anything else you want to ask me, hurry up and ask. You won't have this opportunity again in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Yifan quickly turned around and looked at the dying Lin Chongqing. "Why did she suddenly teleport back?" he asked in a deep voice. Lin Chongqing coughed up a mouthful of black blood and smiled weakly. Because Hong Yue's mark on her was cut off, the survival realm determined that she was out of danger and automatically teleported her back to the safe zone. "Mark? What is that?" Lin Yifan frowned. "Those maggot human bones you saw in the illusion are proof of being marked by the red moon." Lin Chongqing struggled to stand up and said in a low voice, "But now, you have broken the illusion, and the red moon's erosion of you has been temporarily blocked. Once the red moon stops eroding you, the mark he placed on you will become ineffective, and you will naturally be teleported back to where you came from. So that's how it is." Lin Yifan suddenly realized. He looked down at his arm and suddenly found that there were faint black lines emerging there, but they were much lighter than in the illusion. "Then what are these? Has Red Moon not stopped polluting me yet?" Lin Yifan asked with a grim expression, looking at the lines. "Don't be so nervous. These lines on your body are good things. We call them antibodies, which are something many people dream of but cannot obtain." Lin Chongqing stared at the lines and said with a smile, "Oh, by the way, every time you successfully resist the pollution of the red moon, your body will produce a corresponding resistance mark. Your current speed has increased because of this." Lin Yifan clenched his fists and indeed felt an unprecedented force flowing through his body. After opening the personal information, his eyes widened in shock. Name: Lin Yifan. Age: 23. Strength: 45. Agility: 60. Physical strength: 40. Intelligence: 55. Remaining attribute points: 0. Life level: Extraordinary level 3. Upgraded to Extraordinary level 12. Can break through to the next life level. Talent: Random buff, 1 draw per day. Can be drawn. You can draw once a day and get various buffs with different effects. The draw will be refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Whether you are lucky or unlucky depends on your face. Life skills: Basic skinning, proficiency 1000/6. Basic cooking, proficiency 1000 of 45. Special item: Mithril cast iron pot. Only one, created by Barrelet. Attributes: Delicious +5, Physical strength, recovery +3. Item status: Repaired. Special effect: There's a chance to trigger Delicious critical hit when cooking, and the food attributes are doubled. Special props: Mage level inheritance memory, left by Croston. Already soul-bound, can be learned after the life level breaks through to the transcendental perfection. Evaluation: You are not bad. You have reached the second level of transcendence so quickly. Although this is not a remarkable stage, it is still worthy of praise. Lin Yifan looked at the string of personal information and rubbed his eyes hard, almost thinking that he had seen it wrong. Surprisingly, each item has added a lot of attributes, especially the attribute of agility. He originally only had 18 points. The reason why he didn't add points to agility was that he felt that he had the wind boots in his hand, and even if he really encountered something, he could rely on the equipment to escape. But he didn't expect that the agility attribute he had given up would actually make him jump up directly. Although the increase in other attributes is not as great as the agility attribute, it is also quite considerable. For example, the physical strength and intelligence that he cared about the most both increased by 10 points, which made Lin Yifan excited. At this moment, a series of prompt messages finally appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations! You have successfully resisted the attack of an unknown consciousness, and you will be awarded 5 intelligence points. Congratulations! You have successfully broken the first illusion and resisted the pollution of the evil god Red Moon. You will be rewarded with 10 points for all attributes. Congratulations! You have escaped the pursuit of pollution at a terrifying speed, and you will be rewarded with 32 points of agility. What does it mean to seek wealth and honor through risk? This really is the case of seeking wealth and honor through risk. Although the illusion is dangerous, the rewards are really generous. Even if there are no other rewards, just these attribute point rewards will make Lin Yifan satisfied. Not to mention, this large amount of attribute rewards directly pushed his life level to the second level of transcendence. This is more precious than anything else. Lin Yifan clenched his fists, felt the power coming from the whole body, then opened his eyes with a happy look on his face. Lin Changsheng, who was already hanging on to his last breath, spoke quietly. Congratulations, this time the reward is very generous, right? Lin Yifan did not comment, but asked, what about you? When you were in my position, did you encounter the same illusion? Of course I have encountered it. Lin Changsheng smiled bitterly and said helplessly, it's just that I'm not as good as you. Although I barely got out of the illusion, I didn't break it. The reason I was able to leave the illusion was because someone made sacrifices for me. Someone made sacrifices for you? Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of Ruan Qingtan, and said with a grim expression, the person who made the sacrifice for you, wouldn't it be Ruan Qingtan? It's her. Lin Changsheng raised his head and said with regret on his face, Lin Yifan, I know you still don't trust me 100, but it doesn't matter now. I'm going to die anyway. Before that, I want to tell you one last thing. Don't miss the person who cares about you the most. Ruan Qingtan, she really loves you deeply. For you, even if it means sacrificing her life, she will not hesitate at all. I missed her because of my incompetence. I hope you can make up for my regret and take good care of her for me. Ruan Qingtan died for Lin Changsheng? No, it's not because of Lin Changsheng's death, but for him I died. Chapter 184 Double the Luck. Lin Yifan's heart twitched violently, as if pierced by an invisible sharp blade. Although he was unwilling to face it, he had to admit that after this illusion, he did have some different feelings towards Ruan Qingtan. Although Lin Changsheng always said that he was his future self, to Lin Yifan, he was just a stranger. Apart from the somewhat similar face, there is no similarity between them at all. It was difficult for him to regard this person as his future self. But now Lin Changsheng told him that Ruan Qingtan died for him. This was really hard for Lin Yifan to accept, even though it had never happened to him before. So he said a little irritably, all right, don't worry about my business. If you have anything to say, please tell me as soon as possible. Your body has reached its limit. Even if I want to save you, I can't. It's not that Lin Yifan didn't want to save Lin Changsheng, but his body had indeed completely collapsed. The reason why he hasn't died completely yet is probably because he has been transformed into a Cthulhu clan that is maggot human bones. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Changsheng's eyes gradually became dull, and his voice became weaker and weaker. I've explained everything that needs to be explained. As for the things that cannot be explained, you can only rely on yourself. I hope you can find a more hopeful path. As he spoke, he looked up at the red moon. A mocking smile flashed across his lips, and he left the last words. I believe you can overcome it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to burn without fire, turning his body and all his belongings into ashes. Lin Yifan looked at the ashes and was stunned for a moment. No matter how many doubts I had before, I can now be sure that this is his future self. No, to be precise, this is the future on another timeline, not his future. Because he has changed the present, his future will definitely not be like this. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and turned to look at the sky. The red moon was still hanging in the sky. However, all he felt from the red moon was evil rage. I never expected that I would encounter such a powerful enemy before I even figured out how to survive. I really think highly of me. Lin Yifan smiled bitterly and didn't think any more about it. No matter what, he had to continue on his path, and it was useless to think more. At this moment, new information finally appeared on the light screen in front of Lin Yifan. Now start reporting the progress of the rainstorm disaster, once every hour. Countdown to this natural disaster, 6 hours, ends at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now start reporting the progress of this natural disaster mission. Report once every hour. Remaining number of people in District 10086. 46,543, currently ranked first. Congratulations to the survivor, Mr. Lin Yifan, for making 16,325 contributions to all the survivors in Area 10086 during this natural disaster. This information can only be viewed by the survivor himself. Lin Yifan looked at the information and suddenly found that these information reports were almost the same as the previous report on the progress of the natural disaster mission. It seems that he was not wrong. The core of a natural disaster mission is the number of survivors in this area. As long as the number of survivors in this area remains stable, it will not be difficult to get first place. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, and I didn't pay any more attention to it. Because the heavy rain had stopped at this time, it was obvious that the so-called heavy rain disaster was caused by the red moon hanging in the sky. The reason why he was involved in the illusion was probably because he used this source of all waters to directly stop the entire natural disaster, which angered manhwa. But no matter what, Lin Yifan does not regret it. And because of this incident, he also figured out what maggot human bones were all about. I now feel a little more confident about this. At this moment, Lin Yifan also discovered that the thick fog that existed all the time before had now turned into a light mist. Although it is still a bit difficult to implement, the visibility has been greatly improved. Standing here, he could even vaguely see the swaying carnivorous plant on the mountain where he got the vampire vine seedling. It can be seen that as long as the formation under the pool is still activated, the power of purification will not dissipate. Perhaps this amount of purifying power cannot purify the entire 10086 area, but at least it should be able to maintain the area near his shelter for a period of time. Therefore, Lin Yifan didn't care about the formation in the pool. Seeing that it was getting late, he headed directly towards the shelter. He had been busy all night, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired, not to mention that he could vaguely hear the howling of wolves in the distance. Although he didn't know if it was the same wolf pack from last time, he didn't want to confront them now. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just tired. When returning to the shelter, Lin Yifan discovered that this source of all waters, which had been floating in the air and combined with the light of the formation in the pool, was still hanging in the air. But my mentality has changed a little. Originally, it was a drop of light blue water, but now it has turned into a light blue ice crystal. And when Lin Yifan approached, the ice crystal instantly flew towards his forehead at a speed as fast as lightning. He didn't even have time to dodge, and his forehead was hit directly by the ice crystal. However, the imagined severe pain did not come. Only a faint cool feeling enveloped his entire head. He touched his forehead curiously and found a small bump on his forehead, similar in shape to an ice crystal. Just when he wanted to find a mirror to look at himself, his body was instantly enveloped in coldness. Especially on the spine on his back, waves of coldness gathered there, as if to freeze his spine into an ice cone. He shuddered and quickly reached out to pick off the bump on his forehead, but no matter how hard he tried, the thing didn't move. Instead, his skin felt a little painful from being scratched by him. After about half a minute, the coldness in his body suddenly disappeared. Only the spine was still a little cold, but there was no discomfort. Instead, it was as if some power in the body was quietly awakening. Lin Yifan frowned, not sure what was going on with his body. But at this moment, a string of information suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him. It is detected that your body is merging with the ice crystal protobody. Please wait patiently. Fusion Progress 5. Fusion Progress 10. Although I don't know what this ice crystal origin is, it should be closely related to the source of all waters. Perhaps it was because the purifying power of the source of all waters was exhausted, so it turned into the ice crystal prototype. But anyway, I don't think this thing will hurt him. If they really wanted to hurt him, he would have no power to resist just now. I just don't know what benefits will come from integrating this thing. But he had no say in everything, so Lin Yifan could only wait quietly. So he was too lazy to stay there and wait. So he went back to the shelter, lit a fire, and prepared to make himself dinner. After working so hard for so long, I haven't even had a hot meal. I haven't experienced life at all. The crocodile meat jerky that Hong Xiaoqiang had helped him make has all been prepared. He has good skills, and the dried meat he makes can be eaten directly or used for further processing. Lin Yifan wanted to drink some hot soup for a rare occasion, so he bought 2 radishes from the trading house, added dried meat, and stewed a pot of radish and meat soup. It's true, although his cooking skills were not very good, but with the addition of the mithril cast iron pot, his pot of broth was really delicious. While he was enjoying his soup, his private chat channel suddenly lit up. Lin Yifan opened the private chat channel, but he didn't expect that it was Chun Yunhua who sent him a message. Chun Yunhua, Jr., do you know what happened to this natural disaster? It was raining heavily that night, and many people's shelters were flooded. But not long after, The rain stopped, and it hasn't rained since then. Is this natural disaster over? Lin Yifan thought about it, but did not hide anything, and replied directly. The natural disaster has indeed ended, but it has only ended in our area. It should still be continuing in other areas. At this time, Chunya was lying on a simple wooden bed, with a thick blanket half underneath her body and half covering her body. When he saw this message, he suddenly sat up from the bed, his face full of shock. Then I quickly sent a message with my mind. The natural disaster is over? Is this true? A natural disaster can actually end early? But didn't the last natural disaster last for a whole night? What's going on? Lin Yifan was too lazy to explain too much and replied directly. If I say it's over, it's over. No one said that a natural disaster can't end early. As for what exactly happened, I don't want to explain. Maybe I once had some feelings for Chen Yunhua, but that was a long time ago. He even had a new girlfriend later, and now he has a crush on Ruan Qingtan, so naturally he doesn't have many feelings for the senior schoolmate whom he once had a crush on. So I felt a little impatient to answer the questions. Not to mention, he didn't want too many people to know about the illusion, so he didn't want to explain too much. Chen Yunhua was also a smart person. He clearly sensed Lin Yifan's emotions, so he stopped asking questions and just cautiously tested. In that case, why don't you go to the chat channel and tell everyone about this matter? Everyone is still worried about it. You are the strongest person in our district. It is because of you that this natural disaster was able to end early. Naturally, only your words can gain everyone's trust. Lin Yifan could naturally see Chen Yunhua's temptation and wanted to see if the end of the natural disaster had anything to do with him. He was a little annoyed by this kind of temptation, so he opened the chat channel directly. It was already past 2 a.m., but the chat channel was still very lively. Most people are talking about this natural disaster. By the way, what's going on? Why hasn't the rain stopped? Yeah, didn't they say the rainstorm would continue until tomorrow morning? It's only a little after 2 in the morning and the rain has stopped. Could something unexpected have happened? Bah, what crow's mouth. Isn't it better if the rain stops? Do you really have to drown a few people before you're satisfied? That's right. But then again, the rain did stop for some strange reason. Do you think someone may have triggered some hidden mechanism and ended the natural disaster early? That's nonsense. Can a natural disaster end early? Do you think you're playing a game? That's hard to say. Don't forget that during the last natural disaster, our district somehow won first place. Maybe there really is a big boss behind this. Lin Yifan looked at these discussions and directly sent a message. The rainstorm disaster has indeed ended ahead of schedule, and everyone can rest assured. As soon as this message came out, the entire chat channel exploded instantly. Fuck, it's Boss Lin Yifan. The boss has spoken personally. Looks like it's really over. I told you. It must be the work of Boss Lin. He was the one who helped us get first place in the last natural disaster. Boss Lin is awesome. Please accept my knee. Looking at the full screen of flattery, Lin Yifan did not feel proud at all, but simply added, but this is only the situation in our area. Other areas should still be going on. Everyone, take this time to rest. There will be new challenges tomorrow. After sending this message, he closed the chat channel and no longer paid attention to the cheers and questions. He looked down at his information panel. The fusion progress of the ice crystal prototype had reached 65. The cold feeling in his spine became more and more obvious and even began to spread throughout his body. It seems like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yifan shook his head with a wry smile and simply sat by the fire, drinking the broth while quietly waiting for the fusion to be completed. However, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten one thing. That is his innate skill, daily buff. Before, every day at the early morning, he couldn't wait to draw the new daily buff. And every time the daily buff was refreshed, he basically never let him down, and they were all extremely useful to him. Because of the incident that happened today, he actually forgot such an important thing. If he had drawn the buff at that time, it might not have been so difficult to break the illusion. Lin Yifan was filled with annoyance, and the alliance began to extract buffs. Draw lots. Draw successful. Today's buff, double your luck. Double your luck. You'll be very lucky today. If you have anything you want to do it immediately, and your success rate will increase. Lin Yifan looked at the message, and his brows twitched slightly. It's true, although this buff is simple and crude, it is indeed useful. He was already quite lucky to begin with, and now his luck has doubled. If he goes out to open up new land tomorrow, he will probably have a big harvest. At this time, the fusion progress of the ice crystal prototype finally reached 100. Congratulations! The ice crystal primitive has been successfully fused. awakening the second talent. Ice Veins, trigger double luck. The second day's talent, Ice Veins, evolves into Ice Body. Chapter 185, Body of Ice. Lin Yifan was slightly stunned when he saw the two messages that popped up. He originally thought that this ice crystal prototype was some kind of advanced item, but he didn't expect it to activate his second talent. The benefit brought to him by his first talent, Daily Random Buff, can be described as a built-in bug. Without this talent, he wouldn't have reached his current level. Even at this time, it brought him a beneficial effect. Although Lin Yifan didn't know what the difference was between Ice Veins and Ice Body, he would definitely not be disappointed. Lin Yifan calmed himself down and began to study carefully what this Ice Body was. Lin Yifan took a deep breath and clicked on the detailed description of Ice Body. The light curtain unfolded, and lines of text appeared in front of him. Body of Ice. Passive Skill 1. Frost Affinity. All ice skills increase in effectiveness by 50. Casting speed increased by 30. Immune to the negative effects of extreme cold environments. Passive Skill 2. Ice Body. Automatically generates ice armor when attacked, offsetting 20 of ice attribute damage. Active Skill 1. Permafrost Field. After active activation, a 10-meter radius ice field will be deployed with the player as the center. Enemies within the range will be continuously frostbitten and slowed down, and there's a chance that they will be completely frozen. The duration is 15 seconds. The duration and intensity increase with intelligence. Active Skill 2. Extreme Ice Flash. You can teleport within the range of the permafrost area. As long as your intelligence is sufficient, you can teleport infinitely in theory. This is simply the ultimate form of an ice mage. Lin Yifan took a deep breath as he looked at the information about Body of Ice. With this talent, he has unlocked the ice mage profession in advance. At most, he has fewer skills and cannot directly perform ice attacks, but every skill he possesses now is almost top-notch. If combined with martial arts, he would become a perfect ice warrior. At this moment, he noticed a line of flashing small words at the bottom of the light curtain. It is detected that the host has the talent, Daily Random Buff, and the double talent triggers the hidden linkage effect. When the Daily Random Buff is an ice buff, the effect is increased by an additional 100. There's actually a linkage effect between these two talents. Lin Yifan's eyes widened in surprise. The attributes and skills of Body of Ice are already very powerful. If this linkage effect is added, then if one day his Daily Random Buff is a buff related to ice attributes, then he will be simply invincible. Lin Yifan can't help but want to give it a try. How strong is he now? But there are no enemies now, let alone enemies with ice attacks, so there's no way to experiment with passive skills. However, the two skills, Eternal Frozen Field and Extreme Ice Flash, can be tried. Lin Yifan's mind moved, and the Permafrost Field was immediately activated, expanding outwards with his own range. A layer of white frost instantly covered everything within 10 meters except the fire. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the water in the boxes quickly froze. Mao Mao, who had been hiding around him waiting for food, suddenly became angry and flew up and down quickly and landed outside the area. But he was still terrified. Is this the permafrost field? Lin Yifan looked around in shock and realized for the first time that he was no longer an ordinary person. Although his life level had reached the second level of the extraordinary realm before, apart from being a little stronger and having better physical fitness, he actually didn't have much feeling about the evolution of his life level. But at this moment, he truly realized that he was no longer a human being. Moreover, he could also feel that within the range covered by the permafrost field, he could control the temperature of a certain area at will. If he wants the temperature to rise there, it will rise. If he wants the temperature to drop there, it will drop. Of course, there are certain limitations to controlling temperature. As for where he is now, he is not quite sure yet. However, within this realm, he is the omniscient god. He could clearly feel everything within the domain and could mobilize the power of ice at will to freeze things within the domain. As for the other active skill, Extreme Ice Flash, he originally didn't know how to use it. But when he opened the Eternal Frozen Field, he learned it without any instruction. As soon as he thought about it, his body instantly appeared in the corner of the wall. In fact, he could go directly outside the shelter, because his domain actually covers outside the shelter. But he is too tired today. The only reason he still has the energy to test his skills here is purely because he has just obtained the ice body and is a little excited for the time being. But he didn't want to go outside the shelter and cause trouble. He quickly cast Extreme Ice Flash a few more times, and after confirming that he could cast Eternal Frozen Field smoothly and skillfully next time, he closed the field. Because he found that his brain began to swell and ache, and the intense mental fatigue made his eyes go dark from time to time. Lin Yifan had never known before how the role of intelligence was manifested. But now he understands. Intelligence enables him to perform all magical skills, and intelligence is also the basis for determining the strength of magical skills. The reason why he is like this now is because he used Eternal Frozen Field and Extreme Ice Flash at the same time, which consumed his intelligence quickly, causing the backlash. However, this also made him discover another effect of Qingling Flower, intelligence restoration, because just when the backlash was about to occur, he found that the Qingling Flower on his wrist suddenly lit up, and the swelling pain and dizziness in his brain were immediately relieved. It can be seen that the effect of Qingling Flower in restoring intelligence is definitely not weak. However, up to now, there is no complete information about Qingling Flower, which makes Lin Yifan confused. What other uses does this thing have? But no matter what, being able to alleviate the backlash of intelligence is a good thing, so he didn't worry too much about it. Moreover, the discomfort brought about by the backlash of intelligence really made him feel uncomfortable. He also didn't know if there was any other way to quickly restore intelligence besides the Qingling Flower, but he always believed that when his body wanted to do something, it must be because his body needed to do this thing to recover from certain loss. For example, when you're malnourished, you will instinctively want to eat. For example, when you're physically tired, you will instinctively want to rest. And now, his instinct is to lie down and sleep quickly. Then it is likely that he is extremely mentally exhausted, and sleeping can help him restore his energy. Therefore, Lin Yifan did not resist the desire of his body at all. He did not even take a shower and immediately laid down on the bed to sleep. Anyway, up to now, the shelter can be guaranteed to be absolutely safe. If even the shelter is not safe, then even if he sleeps with one eye open, the danger will still come. So, although Lin Yifan cherishes his life very much, he is actually very carefree. And this time, he slept quite soundly. When I opened my eyes, it was already 8:30, although it was still dark outside the shelter. In other words, he maintained a deep sleep for 5.5 hours. Lin Yifan stretched lazily and felt his whole body relaxed, especially the brain, which is exceptionally clear. This made him vaguely feel that his intelligence seemed to have increased again. Chapter 186, Another Day of Opening Treasure Chests. Lin Yifan subconsciously called up the attribute panel and saw that the number in the intelligence column had increased from 85 points to 87 points, while the other attributes remained unchanged. Now among the 4 attributes, the highest is intelligence. Originally, it was agility, because when he fought against Red Moon before, he was rewarded with more than 30 points of agility, so his agility was as high as 60 points. Unexpectedly, so soon, his intelligence not only exceeded his agility, but reached an exaggerated 87 points. However, what really excited Lin Yifan were the 2 increased intelligence attributes. You should know that attribute points can only be increased when you receive rewards for completing tasks or eat attribute fruits. In other words, the increase of attribute points can only be achieved with the help of external forces. No matter how much you train yourself, you cannot increase attribute points. Because he had previously thought about relying on exercise to improve his physical strength and power, but no matter how he exercised, even though he felt that his body had become much stronger, it still did not reflect in his attribute points. But the 2 points of intelligence gained last night were generated by himself, which has a completely different meaning. This means that attribute values can also be created by oneself and are not absolutely dependent on external objects. This also means that perhaps in the future, humans can rely on their own practice to raise their own life level and become a more powerful race. Because of this, Lin Yifan now urgently wants to know how these 2 bits of intelligence came about. Is it because of the Qingling Flower? Or was it because he overused Eternal Frozen Field and Extreme Ice Flash last night, resulting in an intellectual overdraft? If it is because of the Qingling Flower, then it still relies on external objects. But if it is due to intellectual overdraft, then he will find a way to cultivate his intelligence. Lin Yifan was eager to figure out the key to this, but daybreak would soon arrive, and the daybreak time was getting shorter and shorter. He couldn't waste the daybreak time sleeping. Moreover, he has the daily buff of double luck today. If you use this kind of plug-in but don't go out to collect supplies, it would be a complete waste. Lin Yifan rubbed his temple with his hand, got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, then started making breakfast while checking messages. During the 5 hours he was asleep, he received dozens of messages. These information tips must be read carefully to avoid missing any important information. Among them, a large part is the report information of the current task progress. Just as he expected, their district is still ranked first. The rewards are similar to the last time, except that the treasure chest rewards this time are one level higher than last time. The highest treasure chest reward given to him last time was a blue treasure chest, and the others were green treasure chests. But this time, he got a purple treasure chest, 3 blue treasure chests, and 5 green treasure chests. Taking advantage of the double luck buff, Lin Yifan decisively chose to open all the treasure chests. As always, start at a low level. With the blessing of double luck, the 5 green treasure chests allowed him to obtain a large number of intermediate supplies and some high-level supplies. But Lin Yifan is not short of supplies now, and his shelter has been upgraded to level 4, which is enough for him for the time being, so he is not in a hurry to upgrade. There were only 6 sets of winter clothes, which made Lin Yifan frown. From the earliest white treasure chests to the current green treasure chests, as they have been in the world of survival for a longer time, the level of the mainstream treasure chests is also increasing. According to his understanding, the supplies opened from the mainstream treasure chests are often the most needed supplies in the short term. For example, before a mosquito swarm strikes, many people get mosquito repellent items. Although they cannot completely solve the problem, they are somewhat effective. In the days before the rainstorm, people often took out rainproof items from the box, most of which were raincoats. Nowadays, green treasure chests can actually contain cold-resistant items. Does this mean that extremely cold weather is coming? Although the extremely cold weather has no effect on Lin Yifan now, he can even thrive in it. However, the rewards brought by the natural disaster mission are still quite considerable for him. He also wants to rely on the rewards of the natural disaster mission to accumulate a good foundation for himself in the early stage. Moreover, as a human being, he doesn't want too many of his kind to die. Once an extreme cold weather disaster occurs, the mortality rate will definitely be higher. But that is just a hope. If the next round is bound to be an extreme cold disaster, then he can only wish everyone good luck. As for these 6 sets of winter clothes, he planned to take them out to exchange for supplies. Although the weather is not extremely cold now, the temperature has reached below 0, so the winter clothes are still very useful. But before that, Lin Yifan first asked Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan. Since he had decided to recruit them as teammates, the good things would naturally be given to himself first. However, Hong Xiaoqiang and Ruan Qingtan were obviously also people with some luck, and they also received the reward this time. There's also a treasure chest inside, so they also got winter clothes from the treasure chest. Ruan Qingtan, who was relatively perceptive, was in sync with Lin Yifan's thoughts and also suspected that the next round of natural disasters would be extreme cold disasters. But they didn't think too much about this issue. After all, the previous 2 natural disasters could be solved by manpower, so the next one could be solved as well. We just need to find a way. Therefore, Lin Yifan was not in a hurry and continued to open his treasure chest calmly. The things in the 3 blue treasure chests are much more precious. Not only did he get 2 blueprints, he also got 10 random spirit crystals. For Lin Yifan now, there are not many things that he urgently needs, and spiritual crystals are definitely the most scarce among them. His wallet is still waiting for the spirit crystal to be made. In addition to the random spirit crystals, Lin Yifan also opened a mysterious map. He couldn't identify this mysterious map even with his appraisal skills. So where's this map from? But he instinctively felt that this map was very important. But what is the most precious thing among the things that come out of the 3 blue treasure chests? Count one more drop of blood. It was a drop of mysterious bird blood. Lin Yifan had obtained a drop of it before Mao Mao broke out of the shell, and he absorbed it. Although he felt that the blood was extraordinary at that time, he himself could not sense what was extraordinary about it. But this time, he sensed a powerful pressure from the blood. This pressure carried a violent aura, like a blazing flame, and even he, who had awakened his ice body, felt a heat of fear. Mao Mao, who was a little listless due to the injury, was immediately startled when he saw the drop of blood. He rushed towards Zhao Lin Yifan quickly and kept sending him messages of desire. Chapter 187, Heart of Ice. Lin Yifan looked at Mao Mao's eager look and couldn't help laughing. "You little guy, you really know what's good." He gently touched Mao Mao's head and did not give it the drop of mysterious bird blood immediately. Instead, he looked at it carefully first. The blood was a strange red-gold color, flickering slightly in the light, as if flames were flowing through it. Lin Yifan could feel that the energy contained in this drop of blood was much stronger than the previous drop. Could it be because of the effect of double luck that higher quality blood was produced? He guessed in his heart. Seeing that Lin Yifan was slow to give it to him, Mao Mao became anxious and jumped around on his shoulders, making chirping sounds. Okay, I'll give it to you." Lin Yifan smiled and handed the blood to Mao Mao. Mao Mao couldn't wait to swallow it in one gulp, and then all the feathers on his body stood up and a faint red glow appeared all over his body. It closed its eyes, as if digesting the energy in the drop of blood. Lin Yifan could feel that Mao Mao's aura was gradually getting stronger. Originally, it was not actually that weak, and although it was still in its juvenile stage, it could be seen from its feathers that it was very different from that of an ordinary golden eagle. It's not like Lin Yifan hasn't seen golden eagles before. Although ordinary golden eagles are also very domineering and are the overlords in the sky. But Mao Mao's feathers are more beautiful, with black mixed with gold, and the feathers have strong defensive power, making it difficult for ordinary people to hurt it. This is not something an ordinary golden eagle can do. So at that time, Lin Yifan confirmed that the drop of mysterious bird blood that Mao Mao absorbed caused it to mutate. And this time, although we don't know yet, what kind of changes will this drop of mysterious bird blood bring to Mao Mao? But judging from the noise, it can't be wrong. It seems like I've really found a treasure this time. He nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't raise Mao Mao as a pet, Mao Mao listened to him. The stronger Mao Mao was, the more help he would get. Lin Yifan estimated that Mao Mao would need some time to digest it, so he didn't pay all his attention to it. Next, it's the most anticipated purple treasure chest. He had also obtained a purple treasure chest before, and the things that came out of it greatly increased his strength. This is the second purple treasure chest he has obtained, and it may also be the second purple treasure chest that appears in the entire 10086 area. The stuff in here can't be bad. Not to mention, he also has the bonus of double luck today. If he had been luckier, he would have made a fortune today. Lin Yifan took a deep breath, and as usual, he prayed to all the gods and Buddhas before slowly opening the treasure chest. A dazzling purple light flashed, and the items in the treasure chest appeared before his eyes. Frost Heart, Platinum, a gem containing the ultimate power of ice, which can greatly enhance the strength of ice ability users and has a chance to awaken new ice skills. Space Ring, Gold, contains 100 cubic meters of storage space, which can store living things, but the time cannot exceed 24 hours. Skill Upgrade Scroll, Gold, can upgrade a skill by 1 level. Only active skills can be upgraded. There aren't many things in this purple treasure chest, only these 3, but all 3 items are top quality. Apart from the other items, the platinum level, Heart of Frost, can simply be described as self-protection for Lin Yifan, who possesses the body of ice. Moreover, the remaining 2 items are all silver level. Most people nowadays are lucky if they can have a bronze level item. Even the highest grade item in Lin Yifan's hand is only the silver grade, Mithril Raw Iron Pot, and his most relied upon weapon, Wind-Chasing Cloud-Breaking Bow, is currently only bronze grade. But now, not only did he get 2 gold level props, he also got a platinum level prop. This can simply be described as great luck. It goes without saying that it was definitely the effect of double luck. He had opened a purple box before, and the most precious thing he got out of it was only silver level. Moreover, the 3 props he obtained this time are all things that can enhance his strength. Needless to say, the Heart of Frost is what he needs, and the Space Ring that can hold living things is also something he urgently needs. Although he already had a Space Ring, the space inside was not as good as this one, and it also had no function to hold living things. Moreover, a person can wear not only one space ring. Lin Yifan had long discovered that a space ring can be worn on each finger. So, theoretically, a person can wear 20 space rings. Of course, space rings are too precious, and most people can't get that many. Lin Yifan decisively put the space ring on his middle finger, and then stuffed all the supplies that could not fit in the space ring and had to be piled up in a shelter into the newly acquired space ring. As for the skill upgrade scroll, Lin Yifan does not plan to use it for the time being. The strength he currently possesses is sufficient to deal with most enemies for the time being, so there is no need to waste a skill upgrade scroll. In case you have better skills in the future, you can use the skill upgrade scroll to upgrade them to maximize the benefits. Moreover, there's an opportunity to activate skills right in front of you, so naturally you have to try your luck first. Lin Yifan first picked up the Heart of Frost. The gem felt cold to the touch, and the chill seeped into his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. He could feel that his ice body was resonating with the gem. If I absorb this gem, my strength should be greatly improved. If it can activate my skills, that would be even better. Lin Yifan was excited and chose to use it without hesitation. Frost Heart Fusion successful. Activate the buff Double Luck and greatly enhance Ice Body. Passive Skill 1, Frost Affinity. All ice skills increase in effectiveness by 60. Casting speed increased by 35. Immune to the negative effects of extreme cold environments. Passive Skill 2, Ice Body. Automatically generates ice armor when attacked, offsetting 40 of ice attribute damage. Active Skill 1, Permafrost Field. After active activation, a 20-meter radius ice field will be deployed with the player as the center. Enemies within the range will be continuously frostbitten and slowed down, and there is a chance that they will be completely frozen. The duration is 25 seconds. The duration and intensity increase with intelligence. New skills are being activated. Please wait patiently. Activating Progress 1. Progress of Stimulating 5. Activation Progress 10. Lin Yifan looked at this long string of information with surprise. He had just obtained the Ice Body and did not expect it to be strengthened so quickly. Moreover, it really inspires new skills. Although each of the skills that Ice Body possesses are very powerful. However, neither of the two active skills is the main attack. Lin Yifan now urgently hopes to obtain an offensive ice skill. Chapter 188, Mao Mao's Strength. Activation Progress 15. Activation Progress 30. Activation Progress 50. As the progress bar continued to advance, Lin Yifan could feel the ice power in his body constantly surging. The energy that originally flowed gently was now like a boiling glacier, rushing endlessly in the meridians. Even the surface of his skin was condensed with fine ice crystals, and his breath was frosty. Mao Mao had completed his evolution at some point and was now looking at his owner curiously with his little head tilted. Its newly grown tail feathers had a metallic luster, and there was a faint glow of fire at the edges of each feather. Seeing that Lin Yifan was surrounded by cold air, the little guy subconsciously took a half step back and instinctively spread his wings to protect the bird eggs. And there was a hint of fear in the look he gave her, but there was no vigilance. I think it's because Mao Mao trusts Lin Yifan 100, so even though its instinct tells it that the person in front of it is dangerous, it still doesn't move away. Crack! At this moment, a crisp sound of ice cracking suddenly came to mind. Lin Yifan suddenly opened his eyes, and an ice blue light flashed in his pupils. On the light screen in front of him, the activation progress prompt jumped to 100. The next second, a string of brand new skill information unfolded before his eyes. Active skill, Ice Spike, concentrates the power of ice to form penetrating ice cones, with a maximum attack distance of 20 meters, and has armor penetration and frostbite effects. The number of ice cones increases with the increase of intelligence attribute, and the current upper limit is 5. In the Eternal Frozen Field, the power of Ice Stab increases by 30. It actually activated the attack skill. Lin Yifan couldn't help but clench his fists. This long-range attack skill perfectly makes up for his combat shortcomings, and it is even more powerful when combined with the Chasing Wind and Breaking Cloud Bow. He couldn't wait to try out the power of his new skills. Just then, my shoulders suddenly sank. Turning his head, he saw Mao Mao pecking at his collar with his beak, his obsidian eyes full of anticipation. Lin Yifan then noticed that the little guy was a whole circle larger than before, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters and 3 more dazzling golden crown feathers on his head. Mutated Golden Eagle Growth Stage. Talent Skill, Flame Breath Primary. Note: a mutant produced by absorbing the blood of ancient birds. Flame Resistance plus 30. You learn to breathe fire before me. Lin Yifan smiled and scratched Mao Mao's chin. The latter squinted his eyes comfortably and made a gurgling sound in his throat. He really didn't expect that Mau Mau absorbed the mysterious bird blood twice and actually evolved into a strange beast. Although Lin Yifan had never seen a strange beast, he did not make a fuss about it. This world is already crazy enough, and the appearance of a few mutant animals is really nothing. However, he was also very curious about Mau Mau's current strength. Just at this time, it was daybreak outside. Lin Yifan brought Mau Mau to the shelter and smiled at him. "Come on, let's have a 1v1 competition to see who is stronger." Mau Mau's IQ is getting higher and higher, now no less than that of teenager. After hearing what Lin Yifan said, he tilted his head and thought about it. Then his pair of black eyes revealed some resistance and a hint of worry. Seeing this, Lin Yifan immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you afraid of hurting me?" Mau Mau nodded immediately. Lin Yifan laughed. "Don't worry about that. Your master is very powerful. Just attack with all your strength." Although he had not yet seen Mau Mau's strength, he instinctively felt that although Mau Mau's strength was not weak, it would not be enough to hurt him. Moreover, one of them is ice and the other is fire, which would be said to be a natural counterattack of their attributes. And since his ice body can be used as a second talent, it is naturally not something ordinary. Although Mau Mau's strength has indeed increased a lot after the mutation, he is not too worried. When Mau Mau heard what Lin Yifan said, he didn't think much about it. He flew directly into the air and instantly sprayed a ball of fire at him. The flames were orange-red, and the scorching heat caused the air to begin to distort. You can see how high the temperature of this flame is. Although Lin Yifan believed in his intuition, he did not take it lightly. He quickly opened the eternal frozen field and then condensed an ice spike without hesitation, directly facing Mau Mau's breath of flame. Swish! As soon as the ice spikes and the flames collided, a cloud of steam burst out instantly. According to the principle of mutual restraint, fire will definitely restrain ice. However, that is under normal circumstances. If the ice is cold enough and hard enough, everything will be reversed. Whoosh! The next second, the ice spikes pierced through the flames and continued to stab towards Mau Mau. Lin Yifan was startled and immediately yelled at Mau Mau. "Mau Mau, get out of the way!" Although he doesn't know yet how powerful his extreme ice stab is. But now Mau Mau is defenseless. If he is really hit, even with the hard feathers blocking him, he will not be seriously injured, but he will inevitably suffer. But fortunately, Mau Mau is very fast. Seeing the ice spikes breaking through the flames, he dodged to the side instantly. The ice spikes pierced through Mau Mau's phantom and finally settled on the wall of the shelter not far away. Lin Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, flames came towards him. The wild temperature scared him directly, and just when he thought he was going to be burned, a layer of ice armor appeared on his body. Although the flames were fierce, they were completely blocked by the ice armor and did not hurt Lin Yifan at all. But the estimated temperature still shocked him. Although he had guessed long ago that Mau Mau would definitely be very strong after this evolution. But I didn't expect that I could actually grab this place. The flame just now could easily melt a piece of iron. However, if it encountered a weaker entity, it would probably be burned to ashes without leaving any residue under the flame. Mau Mau's original defensive ability was good, but his offensive ability was very weak, and he could only rely on physical attacks to cause damage to the enemy. Although Mau Mau's claws are very sharp, it is always easy to get injured in close combat. Now with flame breath, it is much safer. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Mau Mau flying in front of him, he reached out and touched its feathers, smiling. "My Mau Mau is so amazing. He can breathe fire so quickly." Mau Mau raised his head high, and there was romance and pride in his pair of black eyes. "Hey!" With a clear and loud cry, Mau Mau instantly flew towards the northwest. When Lin Yifan saw this, he immediately remembered that the last time Mau Mau went out, although he got a precious Qingling fruit, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. So he hurriedly said, "Mau Mau, don't run too far, take a walk and come back quickly." Then at this moment, he suddenly heard a surprised voice coming from the jungle not far away. "I heard someone say, 'Who's there?'" Chapter 189, Unlucky Brother and Sister. When Lin Yifan heard the voice, he turned around suddenly and saw a man and a woman walking out of the forest on the right. Both of them are not very old, especially the girl, whose face is full of childishness. If this was not the sort of survival, Lin Yifan would have doubted whether the girl was an adult. The boy was a little older, but no more than 20 years old. The two of them were wearing a messy mix of clothes, including clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with no aesthetic sense at all. His hair was greasy, his body had many scratches, and his outermost clothes had many tears. Judging from their appearance, these two people must have walked a lot of mountain roads and even encountered danger. Because the boy's left arm was completely hung up, it was most likely due to a fracture. When the two saw Lin Yifan, they ran over excitedly. The girl burst into tears and cried and laughed. We finally saw people. We finally saw living people again. The young man was relatively calm, and although his face was also full of excitement, he spoke politely to Lin Yifan. Brother, I'm sorry to bother you. Our shelter was flooded, so we had no choice but to leave. We planned to go back after the flood receded. We got lost in the forest and couldn't find the shelter. We ended up here. Now the two of us can't find shelter, so can you please help us? Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes, his heart full of vigilance. This was not the first time someone broke into his place. The last time, Lu Deshang tried to kill him as soon as they met. But these two people this time did not seem to be dangerous. But don't judge a book by its cover. It was only dawn at this hour, and if what they said was true, then they were essentially spending the night in the forest. Lin Yifan knew very well what was happening in the wild at night. Not to mention the wild beasts and wandering maggots and human bones. The strange whispers alone are enough to turn people who are not protected by the Qingling flower into lunatics and eventually become maggots and human bones. But the brother and sister in front of him not only spent the night in the wild, but were also able to walk to him alive. Could they be ordinary people? Not to mention, the rainstorm last night did not last long at all and was stopped by Lin Yifan. Although some survivors' shelters were flooded, no flood occurred. But they said the shelter was flooded, which is obviously a lie. But Lin Yifan could clearly feel that the two people in front of him were living people, not maggots and human bones. Because there is always a strange sense of incongruity between maggots and human bones. Lin Yifan couldn't tell them apart before, but after seeing them more often, he can naturally tell them apart. Although he has no objection to killing, he is not a bloodthirsty person. Can't he kill someone right away? When a young man saw that Lin Yifan was silent and looked at them warily, his face suddenly became a little lonely, but he still quickly explained. Brother, I know it's dangerous out in the wild, and I also know it's hard for you to believe what I say, but I can swear that everything I say is true. If even one of my words is a lie, I will die a miserable death. The girl also reacted at this time and said quickly, Brother, what my brother said is true. We really had to leave the shelter because it was washed away by water and ended up wandering here. Then how do you want me to help you? Lin Yifan didn't say whether he believed it or not. He said calmly, and if you want me to trust you, shouldn't you also reveal your connections? You asked me to help you right away, but you didn't even want to tell me your name. How can I trust you? Sorry. We just forgot. The girl was suddenly embarrassed. My name is Su Xiaoxi. My brother is Su Tianhao. We are siblings. Su Tianhao scratched his hair and said, Looking at your attire, I guess you're also a survivor, so you should know the chat channel. My nickname in the chat channel is Sexy Little Wildcat, and I'm usually quite active in the channel. I wonder if you've seen it. Are you the Sexy Little Wildcat? Lin Yifan twitched his mouth, speechless. There weren't many people he had dealt with, and this Sexy Little Wildcat was one of them. Moreover, this was someone I had dealt with not long after arriving in the world of survival. But he clearly remembered that the Sexy Little Wildcat was a woman, and she was particularly good at raising fish. How did you suddenly become a man? When Su Tianhao heard this, his face suddenly flushed, and he said awkwardly, Yes, I'm a Sexy Little Wildcat. It seems that you know me, brother. How could I not know? Lin Yifan sneered and said meaningfully, You flirt everywhere. Even I have seen your charm, but I didn't expect you to be a transvestite. I'm not a transvestite. I just had no choice. Su Tianhao smiled bitterly and said helplessly, The reason why I pretended to be a woman and flirted in the chat channel was because I happened to be very sick when I first came to the survival world, and I had no ability to go out to look for supplies. My sister was still young, and the supplies we could find were very limited. We couldn't even feed the two of us. I had no other choice, so I did those things. But after I recovered, I never pretended to be a woman to cheat for supplies again, really. Although Lin Yifan had an impression of the Sexy Little Wildcat, the impression was not deep. What's more, when he later found out that he was also someone else's fish, he directly blacklisted the person. You can no longer have private chats with people who are blacklisted. They can only see what you are saying in the chat channel. But Lin Yifan didn't check the chat channel most of the time. When he checked it occasionally, the sexy little wildcat rarely appeared. Therefore, he was not sure whether he continued to pretend to be a woman to cheat for supplies. It's very easy to find out. Just send a private message to Chun Yunhua to ask. Chun Yunhua's union is now well established, with 300 to 400 members, so it is very easy to find out some information. What's even more coincidental is that Su Tianhao happens to be a member of Chun Yunhua's union. You're actually from the Symbiosis Gate. Lin Yifan looked at Su Tianhao in surprise. Su Tianhao's face was suddenly filled with surprise. Yes, I joined the Symbiosis Gate 2 days ago. Brother, are you also from our guild? I'm not. Lin Yifan shook his head. He had just asked Chun Yunhua and found out that everything Su Tianhao said was true. His sister Su Xiaoxi is only 13 years old this year, and he has no parents at home, so the brother and sister came in together and were assigned together. As for what they said about the shelter being flooded, it turned out to be true. The brother and sister shelter was by the river, and the water level had risen a lot due to the rain in the previous few days. Although most people's homes were flooded by the heavy rain last night, they were not completely flooded. These two siblings were particularly unlucky. The rising water level directly flooded the shelter. Chapter 190. The distance between shelters has become closer. This also caused Chun Tianhao and his sister to have to evacuate overnight, and they ended up losing their way in the darkness. He had talked about all of this with Chun Yunhua and others in the union, so he was able to confirm the truth. Moreover, Chun Yunhua specifically mentioned that Su Tianhao behaved quite well in the union. He never quarreled with others and never took advantage of others when doing business. He was nothing like the sexy little civet cat he had known before. However, with Chun Yunhua's help in proving it, Lin Yifan relaxed his vigilance a little, but he still did not completely let down his guard. After all, in the world of survival, trusting others often means huge risks. Since you are from the Symbiosis Gate, why don't you contact the union for help? Lin Yifan asked calmly. Su Tianhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. We tried, but no one knows where our shelter is. Even if they want to help us, they really can't do anything. Lin Yifan was silent for a moment. His eyes swept over them, pointed at his arm and asked, "And what about your arm?" "Alas, we were unlucky and ran into a pack of wolves." Su Tianhao's face was full of bitterness. "We had just left the shelter not long ago. We originally wanted to find a place with higher terrain and relatively safer to wait until dawn. We ended up running into a pack of wolves. Luckily, when I opened a treasure chest earlier, I got an item that could repel wild beasts, so my brother and I didn't get eaten by the wolves. But while running away, I accidentally fell and broke my arm. And we got lost because we were in such a panic when we were escaping. We were already in despair, but unexpectedly, at that moment, we found a newly opened jungle path. We guessed that there were people on this side of the path, so we followed it." While saying this, Su Tianhao stretched out his hand and pointed towards the southwest. When Lin Yifan heard this, his heart suddenly moved. He probably knew which path Su Tianhao was talking about. There are many low shrubs and thorny vines in the forest in the southwest. When Lin Yifan went there to search for supplies, he cleared the way with an axe. If he guessed correctly, the path Su Tianhao mentioned should be the path he opened. However, he clearly remembered that the end of the path he drove on was only about 10 kilometers away from the shelter. He also searched carefully at the end of the path, but there was no sign of any human activity. But according to Su Tianhao, they were wandering and lost at night, and finally came across that path. But one of them was injured and the other was weak. It was a dark night, and the fog blocked their vision, so their speed definitely could not be very fast. If the two of them hadn't spoken, then their shelter should be very close to Lin Yifan's shelter. But Lin Yifan explored all around the shelter and found that there was no river nearby, except for the pond. If the shelter of Su Tianhao and his sister is really very close to here, and there's a river next to them, then there should be a river branch here as well. But Lin Yifan could see that neither Su Tianhao nor his sister lied, which made him a little puzzled. But this question must be made clear. If everyone's shelters are really so close, then there are definitely more than just Su Tianhao and his sister nearby. In this environment, encountering people is not necessarily safer than encountering animals. Moreover, although Lin Yifan placed a large amount of precious supplies in his personal space, there were still a lot of things in the shelter. Even though there was an illusion light shield covering the outside of the shelter, Lin Yifan was still a little worried. He doesn't want his house to be robbed for no reason. So this matter must be made clear. So Lin Yifan asked Su Tianhao, "Then do you remember how long you ran after leaving the shelter before you found that path?" Su Tianhao frowned and thought carefully for a while before he said, uncertainly, "In fact, it didn't seem like we ran for long. I remember it was almost 2 o'clock when we left the shelter. We then found a cave and planned to spend the night in it. We even lit a fire in the cave, and then the wolves came. Although I can't estimate the exact time, I estimate that we stayed in the cave for at least 2 hours, so we actually left the vicinity of the shelter around 4:35:00. We were in a panic and didn't know where to go, but we still had a plan to escape at the beginning. The route we escaped was the road we had opened before, because we saw people in the chat channel saying that the heavy rain had stopped, so we wanted to go back to the shelter. But as we walked, we lost our direction, and soon we found a path." Su Tianhao was not stupid either. He immediately realized what was said and said with a look of surprise, "According to this calculation, our shelter should be very close to here." Then he asked doubtfully, "But that's not right. When I first came here, I was not in good health and could only rely on my sister to search for supplies near the shelter. But after I got better, I explored the area around our shelter. The farthest place I have explored is 20 miles away. This is because I was lucky. When I opened a treasure chest, I got a mountain bike. This is how I could go to such a far place. But even so, it took a whole day. We relied entirely on our own legs last night. It was impossible for us to walk that far, and we ran in that direction. This doesn't make sense." At this time, Lin Yifan already had the answer in his mind. The answer is the location of their shelter has moved. As for why this happened, Lin Yifan didn't know. But to verify this point, it is actually very simple. Just follow the direction Su Tianhao mentioned and search all the way there. Lin Yifan immediately decided to put aside all the things on hand and figure out this matter first. So he said to Su Tianhao, "You just said you wanted to ask me for help. What do you want me to help you with?" Su Tianhao hesitated for a moment before he said cautiously, "Actually, I wanted to borrow some food. We forgot to bring any food when we left the shelter. We ran wildly in the forest all night, and we are exhausted. If we don't have food to replenish our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for much longer. Of course, I know this request is a bit excessive, but I can promise that I will return the food you lend me double when I return to the shelter." Chapter 191, Another Clone. Lin Yifan stared into Su Tianhao's eyes. The other's gaze was frank and sincere, without any trace of deception. Lin Yifan doesn't care about food now. Even if it's just for Chen Yunua's face, he will give it to her. It's just that being willing to give is one thing, but how to give is another. Anyway, no matter what, you can't give it too easily. So, he hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a distressed look. "I can give you food, but I don't have much food myself, so I have a condition." Su Tianhao quickly asked, "What are the conditions?" "I want to go with you to find your shelter," Lin Yifan said bluntly. Su Tianhao and his sister looked at each other, both a little surprised and also a little worried. Obviously, they also knew that exposing the location of their shelter was definitely not a good thing. Su Xiaoxi even whispered, "Why? Don't you have your own shelter?" Lin Yifan smiled faintly. "I want to confirm something. If your shelter is really close to here, it is important information for all of us." Su Tianhao frowned and understood what Lin Yifan meant. So after thinking for a moment, he stopped struggling and readily nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll take you to find our shelter, but..." He looked down at his injured arm and smiled bitterly. "There may be danger in the forest, and I may not be able to help in my current state." "It's okay. There won't be much danger during the day. If there is, I will protect you along the way." After Lin Yifan finished speaking, he turned and walked into the shelter, took out some dry food and water, and handed them to them. "Eat something first to recover your strength. We will set off soon." The brother and sister took the food and began to eat it ravenously. Lin Yifan stood aside, observing them silently. Although he chose to believe them temporarily, he still remained vigilant. After eating, Su Tianhao's spirits were obviously much better. He stood up, moved his arms, and said in surprise, "Strange, my hand seems to have recovered from the viciousness. I feel like I can use more force now. Could filling my stomach help with my injury? Maybe your injury was not serious, but you were afraid, so you kept thinking that you were seriously injured." Lin Yifan didn't want to say too much. Although the food he prepared looked ordinary, it had the effect of restoring physical strength. Su Tianhao's injuries looked serious, but people nowadays have basically evolved in their life levels, and their self-healing abilities are not weak. Therefore, anything that can restore physical strength will also have some effect in restoring lost strength. However, Lin Yifan didn't want to talk too much with them. He had neither good nor bad feelings towards the brother and sister, so he didn't want to have too much contact with them. So he reminded me decisively, "Let's go. The daytime is short now, and I have to get back before dark." The three of them packed up and headed southwest along the path that Lin Yifan had opened up earlier. On the way, Lin Yifan asked, "When you were running away, did you notice any features of the surrounding terrain? For example, special trees or rocks?" Chen Yunhua recalled, "It was too dark at the time. We were just trying to escape and couldn't see our surroundings clearly." But she suddenly stopped and pointed at a cut shrub. "This mark seems to be left by us when we were clearing the road." Lin Yifan squatted down to check and found that the broken end was still very fresh, with even juice oozing out. It was obvious that it had been broken within 1 or 2 hours. He stood up, his eyes solemn. "It seems that our direction is correct." As we continued forward, the trees around us gradually became sparser and the terrain began to rise. Lin Yifan frowned because he found that the environment in front of him was becoming more and more unfamiliar. He remembered clearly that he had come to this area before to collect supplies and had some impression of the geographical environment of this area. Everything before him was so unfamiliar that even the path he had opened with his own hands was a little unrecognizable. Just then, Su Tianhao suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look over there! That cave is where we planned to stay last night." Lin Yifan looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw a small cave. On the ground inside the cave, there were traces of an extinguished campfire. He walked over quickly, squatted down to check the ashes, and found that they were still warm. "Is this where you encountered the wolves last night?" Lin Yifan asked. "Yes." Su Tianhao nodded. "The wolves came from that direction, and we were forced to run here." He pointed to a dense forest on the east side. Lin Yifan stood up and dusted off his hands. "Let's go and see where your shelter is." The three of them walked along the path on the east side. After less than 5 minutes, the woods in front of them suddenly opened up, and a rushing river lay before them. This is impossible." Su Tianhao's eyes widened. "I remember clearly that the cave is at least 20 minutes away from the shelter. It is definitely not this close. Also, the direction of the river is wrong. I clearly remember that our shelter was on this side of the river. How come our shelter is on the opposite side now? Also, I remember that the water in that river was also very turbid, not as clear as this one, and it was much larger than this one." Lin Yifan walked to the river and carefully observed the flow of the river and the vegetation on both sides. The river water is clear, but flows very fast. The stones on the riverbed are smooth and round, obviously formed after a long period of erosion. The river is still the same river. Lin Yifan said in a deep voice, "It's just that there have been some changes." Lin Yifan raised his head and looked across the river. In the mist, he could vaguely see the outline of a simple wooden house. He pointed there and said, "Is that your shelter?" Su Tianhao looked in the direction of his finger and said in panic, "Yes, that's it. But I remember clearly that the shelter should be on our side. Now, let's go to the other side." Lin Yifan took a deep breath and said slowly, "It seems that my guess is correct. The location of the shelter will move." "What?" the brother and sister exclaimed in unison. "Not only your shelter, but everyone's shelter may be constantly changing locations." Lin Yifan's eyes were deep. This world is more complicated than we imagined. At this moment, the door of the shelter on the other side suddenly opened, and a familiar figure walked out. The man looked up at the river, seemed to have noticed them, and waved in surprise. Su Tianhao's face turned pale in an instant. That's me? How is this possible?" Lin Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted. The person standing on the other side was another Su Tianhao. The man was wearing the same clothes, and even the bandage on his arm was exactly the same. But Su Tianhao, who was standing next to Lin Yifan, had obviously recovered a lot on his arm. What is going on?" Chen Yunhua's voice trembled, and he subconsciously took a step back. Su Tianhao, on the other side of the river, seemed to be stunned as well. He narrowed his eyes and looked at this side carefully. Then his face suddenly changed, and he turned back and shouted something towards the shelter. Soon, another Chen Yunhua also ran out, and the two looked at this side in shock, with alert expressions. "What the hell?" Su Tianhao muttered beside Lin Yifan. "Is that us? But we are clearly here." Lin Yifan was very calm and whispered, "There's nothing strange about it. It's just a fake in human skin. Inside, it's just a bunch of maggots. What is going on?" Su Tianhao's face was full of confusion. At this moment, Su Tianhao on the other side seemed to have suddenly discovered them and shouted in anger. Where did you come from, you imposters? Why do you look exactly like me and my sister? The voice came through the rushing river and seemed a little vague, but the general meaning was still clear, and the hostility in the tone was even more clearly discernible. Su Tianhao became anxious when he heard this and shouted angrily. Bullshit! We're the real ones, and you are the imposters. Show your true colors now, or we will make you pay after we cross the river. Chapter 192, Su Xiaoxi's Talent. Edited. Setting error. Lin Yifan looked at Su Tianhao opposite him, then looked at Su Tianhao beside him, remaining silent. Although his sixth sense told him that the Su Tianhao beside him was the real one, he had witnessed the horror of Hong Yu too many times. So even if it is his sixth sense, he must remain skeptical. After all, this sixth sense has been used more than once or twice. If you always trust your sixth sense, you will probably be close to death. Su Tianhao, who was beside him, did not feel Lin Yifan's investigation, but his sister Su Xiaoxi sensed it keenly. Although Su Xiaoxi looks like a grown-up girl, her actual age is only 13 years old. She's just taller. She walked to Lin Yifan's right-hand side without knowing when, and said cautiously, Are you Lin Yifan's brother? Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, I don't think I ever said I was Lin Yifan. Although you didn't say your name, I have a feeling that you are brother Lin Yifan. Su Xiaoxi's eyes flickered slightly, and she said with certainty on her face. Although Lin Yifan did not take the initiative to introduce himself, he had no intention of hiding his identity. In the entire 10086 district, he is now the undisputed number one. If he still needs to be afraid of this, then what's the point of him wanting to be first? But he was very curious. Su Xiaoxi should have discovered his identity long ago. Why didn't she reveal it until now? So he asked, Why are you suddenly interested in who I am? Su Xiaoxi bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before she spoke carefully. Brother Lin Yifan, I lied before. Although I am my brother's vassal, I also have my own light screen and have awakened my own talent. And my talent is to peek at other people's personal information. So when I saw you for the first time, I knew you were the number one person in our 10086 district, brother Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan actually always knew that Su Xiaoxi had a talent for light screen. When he first met Hong Xiaoqiang's daughter, he was curious about this question, so he took the initiative to ask. Although underage survivors will follow an adult parent, they just don't have their own shelter, but they still have their own light frequency and talents. Lin Yifan even discovered that these underage survivors often had good talents. For example, Hong Xiaoqiang's daughter, although young, has an extremely special talent, hide. When she stops moving, her presence will be infinitely reduced, causing animals and enemies approaching her to subconsciously ignore her existence. Although this talent is not very powerful in combat, it is extremely suitable for self-protection. There were other minors in the chat channel before who revealed their talents. They were all very unique talents, much better than those of many outstanding adults. Su Xiaoxi's talent further proves this point, but Lin Yifan is now more curious about what she wants to do. Since she found out who he was early on, Su Xiaoxi didn't point it out, which means she wanted to hide herself. But now he is exposing himself here. If there is no reason, it is unacceptable. Su Xiaoxi probably understood what he meant and said timidly, lowering her head, Brother Lin Yifan, I know what you were worried about. I admit that I did want to keep a trump card before. I was also afraid that if I saw through your personal information, you would feel that your secret was discovered, so you kill me to silence me. Then why do you want to point it out now? Lin Yifan asked curiously. Of course, it wouldn't be necessary to kill people to silence them. However, for his own safety and secrets, Lin Yifan would never let Su Xiaoxi leave easily. After all, there are too many secrets hidden in his personal information. The information about the life level alone, once leaked, would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Therefore, Su Xiaoxi's worries are actually quite reasonable. Su Xiaoxi did not hide anything this time. She moved closer to Lin Yifan and said carefully in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Because I want to ask you to save my brother. My brother. He is dying. Lin Yifan frowned instantly and said in confusion, Your brother is dying? Why don't I understand what you mean? Isn't your brother here, quarreling with that fake guy of his? But he is not my brother, Su Xiaoxi said in a low voice with tears in her eyes. The brother opposite is a fake, and the brother next to him is also a fake. From his information, I saw that it is a monster called maggot human bone, which can imitate other people's faces and then transform them into beings like them. My real brother may have been eaten by them or assimilated by them into maggot human bones. Su Xiaoxi's voice trembled and tears fell silently. Lin Yifan's heart was shaken, and his eyes instantly became sharp. He looked at Su Tianhao beside him again, carefully observing every detail of him. This Su Tianhao was arguing fiercely with the impostor opposite him. His expression was vivid and his tone was angry. There was nothing abnormal at all, but it was this kind of perfection that made Lin Yifan feel a little uncomfortable. "Are you sure?" Lin Yifan asked in a low voice. Su Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. "My talent, information peeping, can't be wrong. Their data is completely different from that of humans, and I have seen their weaknesses." "What weakness?" "They're afraid of fire." Su Xiaoxi bit her lip. High temperature can destroy their mimicry and reveal their true form. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes. He had previously looked down on Su Xiaoxi's talent. After all, even if she could see through other people's personal information, it would be useless if she didn't have any abilities herself. Although his personal information is a little special and can be exchanged for some supplies, most people's information is simply worthless. But if you can see through other people's weaknesses, the nature of the situation is completely different. With such a person around, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort in doing anything, especially when fighting against the enemy. You will be almost invincible. Moreover, she can see through the disguised, maggot human bones, which is also of great value. These maggot bones can perfectly imitate humans, and their number is unknown. They may have infiltrated other teams. If they cannot eliminate these maggots and human bones that imitate humans, then their District 10086 will eventually fall into Hong Yue's hands. But now, with Su Xiaoxi's information voyeurism, things are different. She can identify maggots and human bones. Then your ability to imitate them will become a joke. Chapter 193, Kill Them All. While Lin Yifan was in deep thought and did not answer the question for a long time, Su Xiaoxi finally became anxious. She grabbed Lin Yifan's arm and pleaded with tears in her eyes. "Brother Lin Yifan, I beg you, please help me find my brother. Although I don't have much material to offer as a reward, my talent is still somewhat useful, and I'm willing to use my talent to do things for you. I just beg you to help me save my brother. My brother is all I have, and I can't let him leave me. Don't alert the enemy." Lin Yifan did not refuse. He was going to investigate the matter anyway. It wouldn't hurt to help her find her brother, so she whispered, "Pretend you didn't find anything first. Let's see what these fakes are trying to do. Maybe we can find your brother this way." Su Xiaoxi wiped her tears and nodded gently. "Brother Lin Yifan, I will listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I'll try." In the end, Lin Yifan did not refuse. Instead, he reached out and touched her head. He was somewhat envious of her brother whose life or death was unknown. It is definitely a lucky thing to have a sister who is always thinking about saving him. At this moment, Su Tianhao beside them suddenly turned his head and looked at them suspiciously. "What are you mumbling about?" Lin Yifan looked calm and shrugged. "Xiaoxi said she was hungry, and I was wondering where I could find something to eat." Su Tianhao's expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, "Hold on a little longer. Once I figure out a way to cross the river and deal with this imposter, we'll go find some food." Su Tianhao, on the other side, sneered when he heard this. "You're pretending quite well. Xiaoxi, come to your brother quickly. Don't be fooled by that fake." Su Xiaoxi pretended to be hesitant and shrank behind Lin Yifan. This action seemed to anger Su Tianhao beside him, and his eyes instantly became gloomy. "Xiaoxi, even you don't believe in your brother anymore?" His voice suddenly became hoarse, and something seemed to be moving under his skin. Lin Yifan secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly protected Su Xiaoxi behind him. At the same time, he quietly took out a homemade Molotov cocktail from his backpack. He made these Molotov cocktails in his spare time. After encountering several maggot and human bones crises, he purchased a large amount of fuel materials from the trading house and then made his own Molotov cocktails out of bamboo tubes. It is to deal with these maggots and human bones. He originally thought that since they had just defeated Hong Yue's surprise attack last night and weakened Hong Yue's vitality, these strange things would be able to stay quiet for a while. I didn't expect that these things would appear again on the second day. Moreover, it can deceive his eyes and make him unable to distinguish whether it is a human or maggot human bones at the first sight. Since I promised Su Xiaoxi that I would do my best to help her save her brother, I naturally have to put in some effort. Of course I believe you. Lin Yifan suppressed all the emotions in his heart and spoke in a relaxed tone. He must first calm the emotions of these two maggot human skeletons, and then deal with them after finding the real Su Tianhao. So he asked again, Su Tianhao, I have a question for you. What's the problem? Upon hearing this, Su Tianhao beside him, whose emotions had begun to become agitated, immediately calmed down. Lin Yifan took this opportunity to carefully test. As far as I know, although there are many counterfeits recently, these counterfeits can only succeed after they have contact with a real person. Since you are a fake, it must have come into contact with you before. What I want to know is, when did you come into contact with it? When did we come into contact with it? Does it have anything to do with destroying it? Su Tianhao immediately asked suspiciously. Lin Yifan smiled and said calmly, of course it is related. If we want to destroy it, we must find its source. So that's how it is. Su Tianhao had no doubt at all. I don't remember the details, but I probably came into contact with it by accident when I escaped from the shelter last night. I remember that when I entered the cave, I seemed to see a dark shadow flashing in the woods behind me. I think it was at that time. It turned out to be in a cave. Lin Yifan and Su Xiaoxi beside him looked at her inquiringly. He believed that with Su Xiaoxi's intelligence, she must have guessed this a long time ago. As expected, Su Xiaoxi nodded immediately. I also remember that when we were in front of the cave last night, my brother did say that there seemed to be something following him. But when we looked back, we didn't see anything, so we went straight into the cave. But the weather was too cold, and my brother was afraid that I would get cold. So he put me in the cave and left alone to look for wood. Then the wolves came, and we were forced to leave the cave. Although Su Xiaoxi did not make her words particularly clear, she had actually made the key points clear. Her guess was that the real Su Tianhao was harmed by the maggot human bones when he left the cave. But Lin Yifan discovered that Su Xiaoxi firmly believed that his brother was not dead. This is also what Lin Yifan doesn't understand, but it is probably related to her talent. Since the other person didn't say it to his face, maybe it was because it was not convenient at the moment, so he didn't ask any more questions. After confirming Su Tianhao's initial destination, Lin Yifan did not hesitate any longer and smiled at Su Tianhao beside him. Thank you for your honesty, Bai. Su Tianhao was stunned for a moment and asked with a puzzled look on his face, What do you mean? A cold light flashed in Lin Yifan's eyes, and he suddenly threw the Molotov cocktail in his hand at Su Tianhao. Suddenly, sparks flew and flames shot up high in an instant. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, and Su Tianhao's body twisted and deformed in the flames. His skin melted like wax, revealing densely packed, white maggots underneath. Seeing this, Su Tianhao on the other side of the river changed his face and turned around to run away. Lin Yifan was well prepared. A flaming arrow instantly shot out from the air and pierced directly through his body. Want to run? Lin Yifan sneered, and then shot 4 consecutive flaming arrows through Su Tianhao across the river and nailed it directly to the ground. The flames engulfed the two monsters, and the air was filled with the smell of burning protein. Occasionally, there would be a crackling sound, which was the sound of maggots being burned and exploded by the flames. Su Xiaoxi, who was standing next to Lin Yifan, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, and said angrily, The damn monster is finally dead. Whenever I think about the fact that I called a monster my brother for so long, I feel sick to death. Lin Yifan smiled and said nonchalantly, You are quite shrewd, little girl. You knew there was a monster following you, but you were still able to disguise yourself without making any noise. You are quite brave. But at this moment he suddenly reacted, turned his head and stared at Su Xiaoxi and said, You had already discovered that the location of the shelter was moving, so you deliberately led me here, right? One thing he had never figured out before was that Su Xiaoxi actually knew that the brother next to her was a fake. Then she should be looking for someone to save herself. But she discovered Lin Yifan's true identity very early and never revealed it. Instead, he allowed the imposter to lead Lin Yifan here, and only told him the truth when another imposter appeared. It can be seen that Su Xiaoxi must have known early on that the distance between their two shelters was shrinking, so she took advantage of the situation and lured Lin Yifan here, using her to save her brother. Chapter 194 Special Props. Lin Yifan never looks down on anyone, but today he still underestimated this little girl. She is only 13 years old, but she is so scheming. It is obvious that she is the one who makes the decision between the two siblings. So, who is the former sexy little civet cat? This remains to be studied. However, although Su Xiaoxi took advantage of Lin Yifan, he was not actually that angry. To put it bluntly, the way things are in this world is that you use me and I use you. She uses Lin Yifan. And isn't Lin Yifan also using her? They are all just trying to achieve their own goals. So who is nobler than who? However, Su Xiaoxi's talent is indeed interesting. It is not important that she can peek at other people's personal information. What is important is that she can distinguish maggots and human bones from the information. Although Lin Yifan's talent is also very strong, and he even has dual talents, when facing the disguise of maggot human bones, he can only rely on his sixth sense. But there is always uncertainty in the sixth sense. For example, this time, his sixth sense deceived him again. Therefore, if Su Xiaoxi could really be used for his own benefit, it would be a help. However, this little girl has too many realities, and I don't know if I can tame her. After thinking about it, Lin Yifan quietly sent a message to a few close friends. Do you know if there is any tool that can gain the loyalty of others and make them never betray you? As soon as he sent this message, Ruan Qingtan was the first to come back. What do you want this kind of prop for? Could it be that you have set your eyes on some outstanding person and want to take him into your hands, but you are afraid that he will betray you? Li Yifan did not hide anything and replied calmly. I met a little girl with interesting talents, but her temperament is a little unstable, so I wanted to find a prop to try. Ruan Qingtan. So that's how it is. After a while, Ruan Qingtan sent another message. I don't have such an item at the moment, but my talent has been refreshed this week. If you need it, give me a treasure chest with the highest level you have, and maybe I can help you get the item you want. Lin Yifan thought of Ruan Qingtan's talent and realized that he could indeed do this. However, Ruan Qingtan wanted to use his talent this week to obtain another item, a prop that can be used to form a team. Although it is not certain whether it exists or not, Lin Yifan feels that such a prop must exist. Since he wants to form his own team props are indispensable. If he can get them earlier, he can gather the team members earlier and develop together. But he was still thinking about building a wall to create a safe manner for himself. The energy for survival during this period also made him clearly realize that considering the difficulty of building a wall, it would not be an easy task for him to build a manor by himself. What's more, since the distance between the survivors' shelters is shrinking, the chance of encountering other survivors will greatly increase. Shelters can block nocturnal creatures at night and increase the safety of survivors. But when facing other survivors, the shelter treats everyone equally, which means everyone can enter. Once you go out to look for supplies, your shelter is likely to be occupied by someone else. Therefore, it is better to gather the team and leave defensive forces in the shelter so that we can feel at ease. It was for this reason that Lin Yifan was somewhat hesitant. Su Xiaoxi is indeed a talent, but is it really worth it for him to postpone it for a week to issue the team assembly order? While Lin Yifan was hesitating, the two maggot human bones, who were imitating Su Tianhao, were completely reduced to ashes. Only 2 treasure chests were left there. What surprised Lin Yifan was that these 2 treasure chests were both blue. You know, he has only obtained a few blue treasure chests so far. Except for those rewarded for natural disaster missions, the process of obtaining the other blue treasure chests is quite difficult. I didn't expect that these 2 treasure chests would be so hard to find, but having treasure chests is always a good thing. So Lin Yifan did not hesitate and directly collected the blue treasure chest beside him, then prepared to cross the river to collect the treasure chest on the opposite side. The river water had receded at this time, so it was not difficult to cross the river. Lin Yifan turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoxi and said, I'm going to cross the river first and collect the blue treasure chest on the other side. I'll also check your shelter. Maybe there are clues about your brother in there. Of course, the last sentence is pure nonsense. But Su Xiaoxi was also a smart person. She knew that the initiative was not in her hands at the moment. So, she nodded obediently. Brother Lin Yifan, just make your own decision. I will listen to you. Lin Yifan knew she was being nagging, but he didn't care. He stretched out his hand towards her and said, Let's go. Let's just wade across the river. Wade across. Su Xiaoxi panicked, took a half step back nervously, and pleaded, Brother Lin Yifan, the water is quite deep. I can't swim, and I will definitely be washed away by the river. How about we think of other ways? Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Didn't you say you would listen to me? Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. You are so scared now. Are you doubting my ability or my character? How about this? You stay here by yourself, and I'll come find you after I cross the river and finish my business. He wanted to see whether this girl was just pretending or was really afraid of water. If a girl of 13 or 14 can really act so well, it is better to deal with her as soon as possible if she cannot be used for her own benefit. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on my bed? Lin Yifan would never allow someone who could threaten him to hang around him. Su Xiaoxi's face turned pale instantly. Her eyes were blurred with tears, and she looked pitiful. If someone else was here, they would have been heartbroken a long time ago. Unfortunately, the person he met was Lin Yifan. In this crisis-ridden world, he has no intention of feeling sorry for others. Su Xiaoxi probably realized that it was useless to play the victim or pretend to be pitiful, so she could only compromise. Then I'd better go with you. I'm scared to stay here alone. It seems that you really trust me. Lin Yifan held her arm with a smile and said, Don't worry. Since I promised to help you find your brother, I will never break my promise. After saying that, he pulled him directly into the water. Ever since he obtained this source of all waters last time, a bubble would naturally appear around Lin Yifan whenever he went into the water, allowing him to move freely in the water. He originally thought that source of all waters was gone, and this underwater skill was also gone. But he just discovered that the river was very shallow, only knee-deep at most, so he wanted to wade across the river. However, what he didn't expect was that, although the source of all waters was gone, after he went in the water, bubbles still appeared where his body touched the water, preventing it from being soaked by water at all. Chapter 195, Master-Servant Agreement. This is a pleasant surprise. Lin Yifan's heart moved slightly. It seemed that although the source of all waters had exhausted its energy while purifying the power of the red moon, it had degenerated into the ice crystal prototype. However, there was still some energy left in him from the source of all waters, probably because he had merged with it before and his body had a strong affinity for water, so he could thrive in water. But now is not the time to study this. He glanced at Su Xiaoxi, who was being dragged by him. The river was only knee-deep, but the current was swift. Su Xiaoxi was almost half dragged away by him. Her face was pale, and her hands were tightly grasping his arms, her knuckles turning white. Brother Lin Yifan, slow down, I'm scared. Her voice trembled, and the fingers that were holding Lin Yifan were cold. It was obvious that she was really afraid of water. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes, and his guard against her decreased slightly. It cannot be said that the vigilance has been lowered a little. It is purely because, although this little girl has good intentions, her own strength is very weak. With Lin Yifan's strength, he can easily defeat 10 opponents with his own strength. A rival, if she can act so realistically even at a moment like this, then she is indeed a formidable opponent. But judging from her reaction, it didn't seem like she was pretending. Hold on tight, he said calmly, exerting a little force on his hands and quickly taking her across the river. As soon as she got ashore, Su Xiaoxi immediately collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes red, obviously frightened. Lin Yifan ignored her and walked straight towards the blue treasure chest. He originally wanted to put it away first and open it later. However, he suddenly remembered the nature of the survival world. Generally, when he really needed something, he would find it in the treasure chest. Anyway, he now has 2 blue treasure chests in his hands. Even if he doesn't get what he wants in this one, he can still get what he wants by giving the other one to Wan Qingdan. And he has the daily buff of double luck today, so it doesn't hurt to take a gamble. So he didn't hesitate and decisively chose to open the treasure chest. After a slight flash of blue light, the treasure chest opened automatically. Lin Yifan stepped forward and took a look, his brows immediately furrowed. He had opened more than 1 blue treasure chest and knew very well the number of items that could be obtained from the blue treasure chest. But there was only one thing in the blue treasure chest in front of him. It was a scroll with jade inlaid at both ends, and the exposed back of the scroll was engraved with mysterious runes. Lin Yifan had seen magic runes before, as well as formation runes under the pool. The runes on the security bond in front of him clearly came from the same civilization as those runes. And when he looked at the scroll for the first time, the information on the scroll appeared in front of him. Book of Contract, Special Item. Effect: you can sign a master-slave contract with the target. After the contract is established, the subordinate will not be able to disobey any orders from a master and cannot betray in any form. The prescription can control the life and death of the subordinate at will. Note: the contract must be signed voluntarily by both parties. If forced, the contract will be invalid. Lin Yifan laughed. He knew that this so-called world of survival was, in a sense, actually a large game world. These survivors are the players in this game, but they only have one life, and if they go offline, they will die. For this reason, when they trigger certain specific conditions and need specific props, the main will of this world will naturally deliver the items to them. However, what Lin Yifan is curious about now is what is the relationship between the main will of this survival world and the Red Moon. When he was drawn into the illusion before, he once received a message from the illusion Wan Qingdan. The Red Moon was exiled. Does that prove that Red Moon and the realm of survival are two different camps, and that the maggot human bones created with the power of Red Moon represent the Red Moon camp? And these survivors represent the camp of the survival world? If this is true, then the fact that he had not been bewitched by the power of the Red Moon and had become a maggot human skeleton was the most accurate choice. I'm thinking too far again. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples and quickly brought his thoughts back. He looked at the note, voluntary signing, and frowned. The effect of this thing is indeed what he wants, but the condition of voluntary is a bit troublesome. Who in their right mind would be willing to hand their life over to someone else and become their slave? Not to mention, Su Xiaoxi has an extraordinary IQ, extraordinary scheming, and quite good special talents. If such a person says that he has no ambition, no one would believe it. But what if I'm ambitious? Ambition before development is just empty talk. Now, Su Xiaoxi's life is in his hands, so she will surely make the most correct choice. Lin Yifan turned his head to look at Su Xiaoxi and found that she was secretly glancing at him. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately lowered her head and pretended to be calming her breathing. Sure enough, this little girl's mind never stopped from beginning to end. Ah! Lin Yifan chuckled, walked over, and looked down at her. Su Xiaoxi, how about we make a deal? Su Xiaoxi raised her head and blinked. What deal? I can help you find your brother, and even protect your safety. Lin Yifan said slowly, but in exchange, you need to be loyal to me and never betray me. Su Xiaoxi's pupils shrank slightly, but she quickly regained her innocent expression. Brother Lin Yifan, I've always listened to you. Why should I be loyal to you? Don't play dumb. Lin Yifan took out the book of contract and waved it in front of her. Only after you sign this can I truly trust you. Su Xiaoxi stared at the book of contract, was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly smiled. I see. Brother Lin Yifan is afraid that I will betray you in the future, right? That's right. Lin Yifan admitted frankly, I admire your talent and scheming, but I don't like having uncertainty around me. Su Xiaoxi tilted her head and suddenly asked, if I sign, can you guarantee that you will find my brother? No. Lin Yifan shook his head, but I can promise that as long as he is still alive, I will do my best to find him. Su Xiaoxi stared into his eyes, as if trying to determine the truth in his words. After a moment, she stretched out her hand and said softly, okay, I'll sign. Lin Yifan was a little surprised. He didn't expect her to agree so readily. Aren't you afraid that I'll lie to you? Su Xiaoxi smiled, but her eyes were a little dim. I'm scared, but I have no choice, right? I can't survive alone. Lin Yifan was silent for a moment, said nothing more, and directly unfolded the book of contract. Put your hands on it. Su Xiaoxi took a deep breath and placed her hand on the contract. The next second, the book of contract turned into two rays of light, which sank into the brows of the two people. The contract is established. Lin Yifan could feel that there was an extra layer of connection between himself and Su Xiaoxi, as if he could control her life and death with just a thought. Su Xiaoxi's face turned pale. Obviously, she also felt the binding force of the contract. Chapter 196, It's All You. It's hard to describe that kind of power in words. But Su Xiaoxi was sure that as long as she had any thoughts of betrayal, she would not be able to hide it from her master Lin Yifan. If Lin Yifan wanted her to die, she would definitely die, because she found that she could not even think of resisting. The same was true for Lin Yifan. He didn't know what had happened, but he was sure that as long as he thought about it, Su Xiaoxi would definitely die. This feeling of being in control of his life really made Lin Yifan feel happy, and, at the same time, it also had an indescribable temptation. After all, the feeling of being able to control other people's lives and everything is inherently addictive. But for some reason, Lin Yifan had a vague feeling that he had to restrain this desire. Perhaps it is because taking others as slaves is against the harmony of nature. But no matter what, he believed in the feelings in his heart, and this desire must be restrained. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yifan took the initiative to speak. Now, Can you tell me the truth? Is your brother really still alive? Su Xiaoxi was slightly stunned, her eyes wandering as she asked, "Why did Brother Yifan ask that?" Huh? Lin Yifan sneered and said meaningfully, "You said you wanted to find your brother, but from the first time we met, I never felt the urgency and worry of finding your brother from you. Not to mention, there is no sign of your shelter being flooded, so your previous statement that you were forced to leave the shelter because of the flood is simply not true. If I'm not mistaken, your brother has already died, or there is no such person as brother. Su Qianhao is you, Su Xiaoxi is you, and the sexy little cat is also you." Su Xiaoxi sighed with amazement and said, "Brother Lin Yifan, you are the number one in District 10086. You are indeed a perfect being with both wisdom and force. You guessed it right. These three characters are indeed me." "So, you have been communicating with other people using your brother's identity?" Lin Yifan asked. Su Xiaoxi nodded, her eyes dimmed. "But I didn't pretend to be my brother on purpose. It was purely for safety at first. After all, a 13-year-old girl is too easy to be targeted in this world. Later, I found that using the identity of brother made it easier to gain other people's trust and cooperation, and also made others fear me." That's true. Lin Yifan didn't think there was anything wrong with her approach. If he were in her shoes, he would probably do the same. "So what now? Since the contract has been established, you should tell the truth. Where is your brother?" But unexpectedly, he actually approved of her approach. Su Xiaoxi was silent for a while, and finally raised her head. Her eyes were calm, unlike those of a 13-year-old girl. "He's dead. He died on the first day." Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes. "How did he die?" "He turned into maggot human skeleton." Su Xiaoxi's voice was very soft, but her tone was unusually calm. "On the night we first entered this world, I couldn't stand the cold, so my brother left the shelter to find clothes for me. As a result, I had only taken a few steps outside the shelter when I saw him being overwhelmed by countless bugs. They gnawed him into a skeleton. However, those bugs did not destroy his skin. Instead, they drilled under the skin and replaced my brother's flesh and blood. So, I knew from the first day that there are very strange and dangerous things in this world. As long as I walk out of the shelter at night, I will be entangled by these things and then replaced by those bugs." "So you hate them?" Lin Yifan asked. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Xiaoxi's eyes. "Hate. Very good." Lin Yifan nodded. "Then next, you just follow me. I'll make you strong enough to kill those things yourself." Su Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Lin Yifan to say that. She thought that after she confessed, Lin Yifan would be more wary of her and might even punish her for her deception. Even though she has signed a master-servant agreement now, nothing is absolute in this world. Can't the master-servant agreement be terminated? No one can guarantee it. "What? Are you surprised?" Lin Yifan saw her confusion and said calmly, "This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Morals, values, and laws are all empty talk here. Only if you survive are you qualified to discuss everything. You are a weak little girl. It is already difficult for you to survive in this world. What's wrong with you using some tricks to survive? As for whether your methods are fair or not, it doesn't matter at all. In the face of death threats, I can't guarantee that I am fair. As for me, I just need to make sure that your value is used for my benefit and that you will never betray me or stab me in the back. Nothing else matters." Su Xiaoxi stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. "Brother Lin Yifan, you're more cruel than I thought, but perhaps only people like you can become truly strong. Don't worry, I am a very sober person who admires strength. For me, as long as I can live well, I will never betray you. It's the same to you. As for whether you will betray me, you can rest assured that I won't give you the chance to betray me." Lin Yifan slowly raised his eyebrows and smiled brilliantly. But the words that came out of his mouth were extremely cold. "Because I will kill you before you betray me." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the shelter. "Let's go and see what other secrets are hidden in your brother's shelter." Su Xiaoxi followed behind him, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her eyes were filled with something unusual as she looked at Lin Yifan. "All right." Lin Yifan suddenly stopped and asked without turning his head, "Besides being able to see through maggots and human bones, and see through other people's personal information, what else can you do with your talent?" "Su Xiaoxi bling, guess." Lin Yifan chuckled. "It seems that the binding force of the contract is not strong enough. Do I need to order you to answer?" Su Xiaoxi curled her lips and finally said honestly, "My talent, information peeping, In addition to being able to view the target's personal information, including talents, weaknesses, etc., it can also spy on the information of items and other people's inner thoughts. Lin Yifun's eyes narrowed. What are your inner thoughts? Yeah. Su Xiaoxi nodded and said with a smile. For example, now, I know you are thinking, this little girl really can't be kept. She is born with a rebellious nature. Lin Yifun. Su Xiaoxi looked at him with a smile. But don't worry, the contract has been established. I can't betray you, and I won't betray you. My talent doesn't have any fighting power, and I don't have any fighting power myself. Only by following a strong person like you can I survive in this world. I have always been clear about this. Besides, my talent doesn't work on you. Ineffective. Lin Yifun was a little surprised. Yes, there's a line of reminder in your information column. This target is under special protection and cannot be spied on. Su Xiaoxi spread her hands, so I actually couldn't see through you. Lin Yifun seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that his dual talents, or because his life level is higher, have a shielding effect on Su Xiaoxi's abilities. But whatever the reason, it's good news. Which good person wants others to pry into his inner thoughts? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Lin Yifun pushed open the door of the shelter. Let's see if there's anything useful here. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the shelter, a corpse that had been gnawed beyond recognition was lying quietly in a corner. In the corpse's hand, a blood-stained note was tightly grasped. Su Xiaoxi stood at the door, the smile on her face gradually disappearing. Elder brother? Chapter 197, choose one of the two? Lin Yifun turned around suddenly, only to see that Su Xiaoxi's face was as pale as paper and her body was trembling slightly. Her eyes were fixed on the corpse, filled with disbelief and deep fear. This is impossible, Su Xiaoxi murmured to herself, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Lin Yifun looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger, he slowly walked towards the corpse. The posture of the corpse was very strange, with the upper body facing upwards, but the lower body facing downwards, and the body twisted at 90 degrees from the waist. There is absolutely no way that the human skeleton could be twisted like this, so the lumbar fracture of this corpse must have been shattered long ago. Even stranger was the fact that the skin of the corpse was intact, though exceptionally pale. Especially the face, the expression is lifelike, without any stiffness of a dead person, is almost exactly the same as that of a living person. It's just that his expression was a little strange. The emotion revealed in his eyes was 0.25% of fear, but there was a happy smile on the corners of his mouth. Two such contradictory expressions appearing on the same face are creepy to see. More importantly, although the corpse in front of him was very intact, Lin Yifun could see at a glance that this corpse was actually just an empty shell. Beneath the pale, intact skin were densely packed maggots, but the strange thing was that all of them seemed to be dead. But according to the understanding of the supernatural object, maggot human bones, this kind of maggot is actually a derivative of the power of the red moon. Except for burning it with fire, it is difficult to destroy it by other means. Even if some of them are killed by violent means, their corpses will be devoured by other maggots, and then more maggots will be produced. That's why the body looks even more strange. Didn't you say he died on the first day? Lin Yifun asked in a deep voice, reaching out to take the blood-stained note. I saw him being devoured by maggots with my own eyes. Su Xiaoxi was also full of confusion, showing a rare little girl's demeanor, and said in panic, This can't be my brother. This absolutely can't be my brother. Lin Yifun unfolded the note, on which were written a few words crookedly. Xiaoxi, run away. They will imitate. The handwriting stops abruptly here, and the last few strokes are dragged out very long, as if the person who wrote it suddenly encountered something terrible. Lin Yifun's heart sank suddenly. He turned around quickly, only to find that Su Xiaoxi, who had just stood behind him, had suddenly disappeared. Su Xiaoxi, he shouted vigilantly, while tightening the weapon in his hand. No response. Lin Yifun rushed out of the shelter quickly. The rain outside had stopped at some point, but the air was filled with a rotten smell. He was not unfamiliar with this aura. When he was pulled into the illusion before, the place was filled with such a rotten smell that made him feel nauseous at the mere smell of it. It's not physical nausea, but nausea from the depths of the soul. It's hard to describe in words, but as soon as I smell it, I feel unwell all over. And this smell also represents the power of the red moon. The appearance of this smell here at this time can only mean one thing. The power of the red moon has appeared again. Lin Yifan's vigilance instantly reached its peak. He looked around and found a thin figure walking slowly into the depths at the edge of the woods, not far away. "Stop!" Lin Yifan shouted loudly and chased after him. The figure stopped and slowly turned around. Under the moonlight, Su Xiaoxi had a strange smile on her face, her mouth almost stretched to her ears. But the fear and panic in her eyes were completely undisguised, especially when he saw Lin Yifan's eyes. They immediately turned into a cry for help. When Lin Yifan saw Su Xiaoxi's eyes, he knew that she still had her own reason, but for some reason, her body was controlled. At this moment, Su Xiaoxi suddenly spoke. "Brother Yifan." Her voice suddenly became hoarse and distorted. "Why are you chasing me? Didn't you reject my invitation? Then why are you still chasing me?" Lin Yifan suddenly felt a chill running up his spine. It's the Red Moon. It was manhwa who controlled Su Xiaoxi, but what exactly did it want to do? "Who are you?" he asked coldly, while secretly mobilizing the power in his body, ready to launch an attack at any time. Su Xiaoxi tilted her head. Her neck made an unnatural cracking sound, and she said with a weird smile, "I'm Xiaoxi. Don't you recognize me?" At this moment, Lin Yifan suddenly heard faint sobbing sounds coming from behind him. He turned around suddenly and saw another Su Xiaoxi curled up under a big tree, her face full of tear marks, her lips trembling and unable to speak. Save me." She squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Her body was constantly being covered by a large number of maggots, which had now reached her waist. According to Su Xiaoxi's previous description of what happened to her brother, if these insect repellents covered her completely, she would definitely die. But the problem now is that there are two Su Xiaoxi in front of us. Which one is the real one, and which one is the fake one? At the same time, the other Su Xiaoxi also showed a look of fear and shouted at Lin Yifan. "Brother Yifan, save me. Please save me quickly." He turned around and saw that maggots had begun to appear on her body. The two of them kept asking him for help, as if they were competing. Seeing this, Lin Yifan's originally anxious mood instantly cooled down. He now understood that he was not asked to save anyone. This obviously means he has to choose between the two. If he made the wrong choice, the real Su Xiaoxi would probably never come back. If he makes the wrong choice, he will choose the will of Red Moon, which means he has betrayed the world of survival. Lin Yifan cannot afford such consequences. Hong Yuezwell obviously knew this, so he did this. But it was only for a moment, and Lin Yifan started laughing, because this choice may be extremely difficult for others, but for him, there is no need to choose at all, because from the beginning to the end, he knew who the real Su Xiaoxi was. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards Su Xiaoxi, who was slumped under a tree with maggots about to cover her chest. He took out a bottle of water and sprinkled it directly on her body. "Trust me, close your eyes," Lin Yifan yelled. Su Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes without hesitation. The next second, the water that splashed on her instantly turned into ice crystals. The ice crystals froze all the maggots, wrapping Su Xiaoxi inside like an ice armor. Lin Yifan flicked his finger on the ice armor, and it shattered instantly, with the frozen maggots scattering on the ground. Alas, at this moment, the fake Su Xiaoxi suddenly let out a shrill scream, and her body twisted and deformed like melted wax. Countless maggots swarmed out from under her skin, forming a disgusting tentacle that suddenly rolled towards Lin Yifan's ankle. Lin Yifan reacted extremely quickly. With a flash of silver light, the dagger accurately cut off the maggot tentacle. The severed part fell to the ground and immediately turned into a pool of foul-smelling pus. Chapter 198. Mao Mao shows off his power. The moment the pus touched the ground, it began to wriggle like a living thing and condensed into several tiny maggot tentacles, attacking Lin Yifan and Su Xiaoxi again. It's never-ending, right? Lin Yifan's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Su Xiaoxi with his left hand and pulled her behind him. He waved the dagger with his right hand and cut off the tentacles again. Unfortunately, every time he saw the tentacles, he could not destroy them, but instead cause them to differentiate further. This gave Lin Yifan a headache. If he continued to waste his energy like this, even though his life force had now reached the second level of transcendence, he was afraid that his physical strength would not be able to withstand the consumption. At this time, Su Xiaoxi, who was hiding behind him, finally came to her senses and said hurriedly, "Brother Yifan, do you know ice magic?" Lin Yifan paused. He originally wanted to use ice magic as a trump card and not show it to others easily. But thinking about how he had used the freezing technique to save Su Xiaoxi before, he did not hide it and nodded. Yeah, I know a few ice spells, what's wrong? Use ice magic to freeze these tentacles. Su Xiaoxi said hurriedly. This is not an ordinary maggot human bone. This is an intermediate maggot human bone. Its innate skill is that after receiving physical damage, the severed body parts can continue to differentiate. So physical damage can't hurt it. Instead, it can make it split into more and more parts, and its strength will become stronger and stronger. However, fire and ice can restrain it, so there is nothing wrong with using ice magic. It turned out to be another intermediate, maggot human bones. This was not the first time that Lin Yifan encountered an intermediate, maggot human bones. The last time he encountered a copy of himself, which was an intermediate, maggot human bones. This is the second time I have encountered the intermediate level maggots and human bones. In terms of difficulty, they are equally difficult. Of course, he also knew that no matter whether it was at the elementary or intermediate level, this thing was naturally afraid of fire, but the Molotov cocktail he had made before was no longer available. After all, even if most people have escaped the food crisis, fuel-enhancing materials are still relatively scarce. He had consumed a large amount of basic supplies before, and the fuel he got in return was only enough to make 2 Molotov cocktails, which have now been used up. He was originally having a headache. Without fuel, how could he deal with this thing? I didn't expect that I could use ice magic. Come to think of it, the maggots he had frozen earlier did not come back to life after being thawed, but instead completely lost their activity. It seems that no matter how strong and strange the power of the red moon is, it is impossible for it to be completely ineffective. Just when Lin Yifan was about to open the eternal frozen field and forcibly freeze the intermediate, maggot human skeleton in front of him, a sharp scream suddenly came from the sky. Violent. Along with the scream came a raging flame. The flames enveloped the maggot human bones, and instantly there was a crackling sound. That was the sound of maggots being burned by flames and then exploding. Soon, the maggot human bones were completely burned, leaving only a pile of ashes and a resentful message. Lin Yifan, I won't let you go. I absolutely won't let you go. Only then did Lin Yifan see clearly who came to help him. It turned out to be Mao Mao. After Mao Mao evolved from the second drop of mysterious bird blood, he was so excited that he flew out to play by himself. Lin Yifan thought that Mao Mao's feathers had strong protective power, and now it had the innate skill Flame Breath, and it could also fly, so it should have no problem protecting itself. So I just let it play by itself, but I didn't expect it to come back so timely. And I have to say that Mao Mao's Flame Breath is really powerful. At least for maggot human bones, the lethality is simply too strong. Sure, Mao Mao flew in front of Lin Yifan, shook his feathers ostentatiously, and then rubbed against his thigh, looking as if asking for praise. Lin Yifan laughed. Okay, I know you're the best. Where did you go to play? How did you get here so timely? When Mao Mao heard this, he actually jumped up, flew high into the sky in an instant, circled back and forth above his head for a few times, and then came down and flapped his chest with his wings. Lin Yifan frowned, not understanding what it meant. Su Xiaoxi, who was standing nearby, carefully poked her head out from behind Lin Yifan, looked at Mao Mao, and said, Are you trying to say that you didn't go out to play by yourself, but have been following Brother Yifan in the sky to protect his safety? Mao Mao nodded immediately and looked at Su Xiaoxi with appreciation. Lin Yifan looked down at Su Xiaoxi in surprise. Can you communicate with animals? I can't. Su Xiaoxi shook her head and said innocently. But the meaning of this bird is actually quite clear. You can tell it at a glance. Lin Yifan thought so too, and the other party didn't dwell on it anymore. He reached out and touched Mao Mao's head, praising him with an admiring look. So you've always been by my side protecting me. Thank you so much, you're awesome. After saying that, he took out a random spirit crystal and opened it casually. His luck with spirit crystals has always been bad, and he still hasn't gathered the 8 fire spirit crystals he wants to use to make leather armor. He had rarely opened any fire spirit crystal from the previous random spirit crystals, so he had not opened a few that he had obtained recently. Sure enough, his luck was as bad as ever, and the one he got this time was still a water spirit crystal. So he threw it directly to Mao Mao. Mao Mao, this spirit crystal is for you as a snack. Although the fire spirit crystal is the most beneficial to Mao Mao, It is now in the period of growing up and can absorb energy from any kind of spirit crystal. Therefore, even if it is water spirit crystal, it had a lot of benefits for it. Just right for as a snack. Mau Mau happily took the water spirit crystal with his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach without hesitation. Now it no longer swallows a spirit crystal and falls into a deep sleep. It can swallow the spirit crystal into its stomach and digest it slowly. It's so beautiful. Su Xiaoxi looked at Mau Mau with shining eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she asked Lin Yifan cautiously, "Is it your pet? Can I touch it?" Lin Yifan shook his head. "Its name is Mau Mau, and it's a mutant golden eagle. It's not my pet, but my partner." Then he added, "As for whether you can touch Mau Mau, you have to ask it. I have no right to ask my partner to let you touch it. So if you want to touch it, you must get its own consent." To Lin Yifan, Mau Mau is a very important friend, a little furry boy whom he raised with his own hands, and the feeling he has for him is simply incomparable to that of others. Therefore, Lin Yifan respects Mau Mau's wishes and will never force it to do anything. This is also the reason why, even though he knew that Mau Mau's flame breath was an absolutely powerful weapon against maggots and human bones, he never asked it to help him fight. Chapter 199 Weird Shelter. But it is one thing that Lin Yifan does not want to take advantage of Mau Mau, but it is another thing that Mau Mau is willing to help him actively. Mau Mau is willing to fight for him, which means they are partners on the same front. After Lin Yifan came to the world of survival, he developed very quickly because he awakened his special talents. But correspondingly, he encountered endless crises and he had to fight alone all the time. Even if he was strong, he would get tired. Only that time, when he was clearing a dungeon, did he have teammates around him and didn't have to do everything alone. This made him always want to have his own team. However, it is easy to form a team, but it is extremely difficult to find a few partners who can be trusted with their lives. Up to now, the only people he could trust somewhat are Wan Xintan and Hong Xiaoqiang. Even though Su Xiaoxi had signed a master-servant agreement, she still couldn't trust Lin Yifan absolutely. What's more, human hearts are fickle and difficult to predict. Even if you could trust them now, who knows if there will be changes in the future? But Mau Mau is different. Mau Mau was raised by Lin Yifan, and they have a deep affection for each other. Moreover, golden eagles are the most loyal. Once they recognize someone as a partner, they will never betray them. Even if Mau Mau is a mutant golden eagle, this nature will basically not change. So he can trust Mau Mau. But after hearing what Lin Yifan said, Su Xiaoxi was stunned. She raised her head and asked affectionately and confusedly, "Brother Yifan, what is a partner?" Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment and said lightly, "A partner is a teammate who can rely on each other. I will entrust my life to it, and it will also entrust its life to me. Partners must respect each other, have absolute trust, and never betray each other. Brother Yifan, can I be your partner?" Su Xiaoxi raised her head and asked expectantly. Lin Yifan looked at Su Xiaoxi inquiringly, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes, because he discovered that when Su Xiaoxi asked this question, her expectation and yearning were genuine. Su Xiaoxi has always behaved in a very contradictory manner. Although she is young, she is very scheming and always thinks 3 steps ahead before doing anything. He is also very good at calculating people's hearts, never trusts anyone, and is very good at disguising himself. But Lin Yifan had a vague feeling that this little girl had another side inside, a side that was inferior, cowardly, sensitive, suspicious, and full of desire for and dependence on family affection. Su Xiaoxi also wanted to avenge her brother from the bottom of her heart. It was for this reason that Lin Yifan was willing to spare her life and use an extremely precious master-servant agreement on her. Otherwise, with his current personality, he would never keep someone who had plotted against him. That's why when Su Xiaoxi asked, "What is a partner?" just now, he answered so seriously and carefully. And Su Xiaoxi did not disappoint him. She indeed had expectations for her trusted partner. Lin Yifan certainly hoped that Su Xiaoxi could become his partner, so he answered carefully. "I can't answer your question right now. Partners need absolute trust, and I can't absolutely trust you right now. But a journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's true character. I believe that if you really want a partner, you will definitely have one. It may not be me, but I hope it is me too." Su Xiaoxi stood there in a daze. After a long silence, she suddenly raised her head and said solemnly, "Brother Yifan, I know that my previous deception and exploitation of you have made it impossible for you to trust me in the short term. but I will use my actions to prove to you that I am a partner who can be trusted. By that time, I hope you can treat me as a partner. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Yifan reached out and touched Su Xiaoxi's hair. Then he took out a set of camouflage clothes from the ring space and handed it to Su Xiaoxi. Your clothes are dirty, but I don't have any clothes suitable for you here. Only this, you can change first. The camouflage uniform is not Su Xiaoxi's size. The clothes that everyone gets from the treasure chest are basically their own size. Obviously, as an underage survivor who has lost his guardian, Su Xiaoxi can also open treasure chests to obtain supplies like adult survivors. However, there will still be some differences. Otherwise, a girl, even if she is younger, would not allow herself to dress sloppily. The clothes she was wearing were already very worn out, and although Lin Yifan had never had much contact with little girls of 13 or 14 years old, he could still recognize that the clothes she was wearing were school uniforms. These were not clothes that came from a treasure chest, which showed that she didn't have many clothes. Su Xiaoxi really didn't dislike it. She took it with joy and said, "New clothes? Brother Yifan, are these new clothes really for me?" Of course it's true. Lin Yifan sighed softly. He could see that although this little girl was scheming, her life was not good either. So he continued, "Now that you are following me, I will naturally take care of your daily needs. However, the clothes I order are all in my size. I will go to the trading house later and exchange some clothes for you that are suitable for you." "Thank you, Brother Yifan." Su Xiaoxi happily went to change her clothes. Lin Yifan turned his head and looked around. For some reason, he always felt that there was something unusual here, especially the shelter. Although Su Xiaoxi confirmed again and again that this was the shelter she and her brother had when they first came here, she later spent all her supplies and barely upgraded it to level 3. Lin Yifan also observed carefully that although the shelter was a level 3 shelter, it was only the most ordinary level 3 shelter. There were no precious materials in the shelter except for some basic supplies such as wood and stone. Su Xiaoxi did not have any storage equipment such as a storage bag, which was why she asked Lin Yifan for food before. From this we can see that Su Xiaoxi did not lie. This should indeed be a shelter for her and her brother. But for some reason, Lin Yifan always felt that something was wrong, and the feeling was hard to describe. But as soon as you see this shelter, you will have an indescribable sense of disharmony. Brother Yifan, help. At this moment, Su Xiaoxi, who had returned to the shelter to change clothes, suddenly let out a terrified scream. Lin Yifan frowned and immediately kicked open the door of the shelter. Before entering the room, I saw Su Xiaoxi huddled in the corner with a look of fear on her face. In front of her, a maggot human skeleton, covered with moving maggots, with no skin to protect its entire body except for its head, was approaching her. And the face on that head was the face of Su Tianhao. Chapter 200 Maggots and Human Bone Petri Dish. Lin Yifan's pupils suddenly contracted and alarm bells rang in his heart. This is the third time I have seen Su Tianhao, and he appears in a strange form. This isn't over yet. He drew out the dagger from his waist in a flash of lightning and shouted at the same time, "Mao Mao, flame breath." The golden eagle let out a sharp cry. Mao Mao was following Lin Yifan. The raging flames burst out instantly, heading straight for Su Tianhao. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was heard, and Su Tianhao's head was twisted 180 degrees, but a hideous smile appeared on that rotten face. What was even more horrifying was that countless white maggots suddenly spurted out from the neck that was torn off by the hair, shooting in all directions like living arrows. Although most of them were burned to ashes by the flames, a small part broke through the flames and headed straight for Lin Yifan. There is actually someone immune to fire? Lin Yifan frowned, feeling a sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he launched the extreme ice stab, freezing all the fish that had escaped the net into ice cubes. At the same time, he took the opportunity to roll over and instantly came to Su Xiaoxi's side and asked in a low voice, "Xiaoxi, how are you? Are you hurt?" "Brother Yifan, my arm hurts." Su Xiaoxi's lips turned pale as she spoke with difficulty. Only then did Lin Yifan discover that her right arm was covered with wriggling maggots, and those bugs were trying to drill into her skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bear with it. Lin Yifan's face changed drastically, and he immediately released the eternal frozen field, because only in the eternal frozen realm can he freely control the power of ice. At present, the most effective way to deal with these maggots is fire, followed by the power of ice. Therefore, Lin Yifan could only use the power of ice to freeze these maggots. The power of ice enveloped Su Xiaoxi's entire arm, freezing all the insects into ice cubes. Su Xiaoxi was shaking with pain all over, biting her lips tightly without making a single groan. Lin Yifan was somewhat moved when he saw this, but he had no other choice but to comfort her. Just bear with it for a while. I'll clean all the maggots off your arm, and then it will be over. As he spoke, he quickly used his hands to clean the maggots that had frozen into ice from Su Xiaoxi's arms. But the real headache was the maggots that burrowed into his arms. These maggots drilled tiny holes in Su Xiaoxi's flesh and blood. To take out these maggots, you have to cut open the flesh. Moreover, if the flesh and blood body is frozen for a long time, it will suffer permanent damage. So Lin Yifan could only use a knife to directly cut Su Xiaoxi's skin and take out all the maggots as quickly and roughly as possible. Fortunately, freezing can reduce the pain. Otherwise, even if Su Xiaoxi could endure it, she would probably faint from the pain by now. Only after all the maggots were cleared away did Lin Yifan breathe a sigh of relief and lift the eternal frozen field. Su Xiaoxi's arm returned to normal instantly, but even so, her arm was still numb. Lin Yifan could only take out the bandage and bandage her wound first. Su Xiaoxi looked at her unconscious arm and said in fear, "Brother Yifan, is my arm useless?" Lin Yifan frowned, not knowing how to answer for a moment. It had only been one day since he obtained the ice body, and his research on the permafrost field was very superficial. The reason why I chose to use the freezing power of eternal frozen field just now was because I had no other choice. But whether it is the invasion of maggots or freezing, the damage it causes to the arms is unknown. So at this moment, even Lin Yifan himself did not dare to guarantee whether Su Xiaoxi's arm could be saved and could only comfort her by saying, "It shouldn't be a big problem. When I used the freezing power just now, I tried my best to avoid your meridians and blood vessels. This is a recent maggot invasion. We still don't know what consequences this will bring. But don't worry too much. This world is different from the world we were in before. There are too many magical things in this world. Even if your arm is temporarily unwell, there will be a way to recover in the future." Su Xiaoxi's face turned pale, and she could only sigh and said with a wry smile, "Forget it. I'm lucky to be able to save my life. As for this arm, it's gone. It's just..." She looked up at the maggot human bones that had been burned to ashes, her face full of confusion. How come there are maggots and human bones in this room again? And all the maggots and human bones that appear around here have my brother's face. What is going on? At this moment, the entire shelter shook violently. The wooden walls twisted and folded at strange angles, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an airtight, bone-white cube. Countless human skeletons broke out from the ground, covered with countless white maggots. These were all maggot human bones. Each of the maggot human bones bears the face of Su Tianhao. Su Xiaoxin looked pale as she watched all this. This, what on earth is going on? Why are there so many maggots and human bones in my shelter? Lin Yifan looked at the ground and finally figured out the key. I saw a puddle of water on the ground in front of me, where there should have been tiles. The window of the shelter was opened, and the red moon hanging in the sky just happened to shine through the window, and a reflection of the blood moon appeared on the water stains. The reflection is extremely clear, just like looking in a mirror. And those maggots and human bones crawled out from the reflection of this blood moon. Moreover, Lin Yifan also discovered that there was a corpse in the center of the reflection of the blood moon. And that corpse was Su Tianhao. Lin Yifan looked at the corpse and a large group of maggots and human bones that crawled out from the reflection of the blood moon, and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, your shelter is no longer an ordinary shelter. Instead, it has been turned into an energy conversion pool by this blood moon. As far as I know, these maggot human bones are the C-type creatures evolved from the power of the blood moon." "Then, why do they all have my brother's face?" Su Xiaoxi asked puzzledly. "Maybe it's because your brother was the first one to be killed." Lin Yifan guessed, "I have also encountered many maggot human bones. They are either wearing the skins of us humans or the skins of other races. So, I guess that even if the power of the blood moon wants to create maggot human bones, it can't be created out of thin air. It must have the flesh and blood of living beings as a culture dish to create maggot human bones. Your brother was the first to be killed, so he became the culture dish for the maggot human bones in this area. All the maggot human bones that were cultured later naturally had your brother's face. Lin Yifan now recalled carefully and found that the maggot human skeleton he first encountered at the door of his shelter, the clothes he wore, and the blurry facial features were somewhat similar to Su Tianhao. Therefore, it is estimated that the maggot human bones that time were also cultivated through Su Tianhao's culture dish. Moreover, the maggot human bones that time were only at the elementary level and could be burned to death with a flame. They were much easier to deal with than what we encounter today.